10 years ago, I developed a condition where my mental power grows infinitely, because I dream the same dream every day. As long as I wake up in the dream, my mental power increases by 1%. In the first year of dreaming continuously, my mental power became so strong that I could hypnotize anyone. So, gang leaders, campus beauties, and CEOs all became my slaves. In the second year of dreaming continuously, I used my imperceptible mental power to become the foremost illusionist in the extraordinary world. In the fifth year, my mental power had grown so strong that I could create from nothing. Some began to worship me, calling me a god, but more people started to despise me, viewing me as a heretic. In the 10th year, I mocked fate. In the face of nearly infinite mental power, fate was merely a subject of mockery. At that moment, I snapped my fingers lightly. A deafening explosion echoed through the heavens and the earth. The entire city was completely flattened. I calmly admired the apocalyptic scene before me. Even after seeing it many times, it was still so pleasing to the eye. In the next moment, a white light engulfed the skyscraper I was in. Suddenly, I woke up in a single bed. No longer beside me were 12 stunning beauties on a 600 square meter bed. Instead, there were only slightly yellowed walls and a wooden table piled with books, a stark contrast akin to reincarnation. In the dream, I was almost omnipotent. With a thought, I could create a flying sword for cultivation, or a fantasy world of swords and magic. But in reality, I was just an ordinary student. In the dream, I could easily take the lead in a wish-fulfilling novel. Moreover, I could control the flow of time in the dream. I could extend it for up to a year. So, sleeping for one night felt like spending a year in the dream. Thus, this blissful life continued for over 100 years, until I discovered the biggest difference between reality and dreams. In dreams, unexpected things never happen. I was even fully aware of what everyone would say or do next, because in the entire dream, I was the only one with true consciousness. Everyone else existed based on my thoughts. This made me even more weary, so I no longer satisfied myself with mere enjoyment. I began to seek thrills, adventures, and killings. After several decades, nothing in the world could pique my interest. Meanwhile, I noticed that my once strong body began to weaken, and I occasionally experienced headaches and nosebleeds. However, my mental clarity and willpower were rapidly increasing. I could even clearly sense my life slowly slipping away. This feeling of potentially dying at any moment, completely out of control, and not even knowing the cause of my illness, was truly fascinating. After waking from the dream for the 368th time, I picked up a pen and wrote down 4 conclusions about my dream theories in a blood-stained notebook. The first conclusion is that as long as I sleep, I will dream, and upon waking, my total mental power will inevitably increase. I can avoid this by not sleeping. The second conclusion is that in dreams, activities like reading, studying, experiencing shocks or thrills, indulging in enjoyment, and destroying the dream can effectively consume mental power and cause emotional fluctuations. The third conclusion is that the body is a container, and mental power is like water. Once mental power exceeds the body's capacity, it will cause serious damage to the body, manifesting as headaches, ringing in the ears, nosebleeds, and weakness in the limbs, muscle atrophy, among other issues. The fourth conclusion is that dreams have the property of restoring and enhancing mental power. Even if I deplete my mental power while awake, a single dream can replenish it. The illness causes a 1% increase in total mental power, and this increase is unrelated to whether mental power is consumed. I closed the notebook, gaining a clear understanding of my current situation. In summary, I am ill. I have a bizarre condition that allows my mental power to grow infinitely. Now, my physical body can no longer bear the overwhelming increase in mental power. I am expected to die in 7 days. The solution is simple: increase the strength of my body. However, given my physical condition, ordinary exercise methods have no effect whatsoever. It's like asking a critically ill patient to engage in intense physical exercise rather than alleviating the condition. It would only hasten death. Now, I can only relieve the physical pressure by consuming a large amount of mental power every day. This is also why I previously sought out 12 characters in my dreams to read, learn, and blow up the dream world. At this moment, a low-key luxury black sedan stopped in front of a dilapidated apartment building, and 2 men in black suits emerged. A muscular man with a black snake tattoo on his neck got out of the car, and the surrounding pedestrians quickly averted their gaze, not daring to make eye contact. However, what truly frightened the pedestrians was not the man's fierce demeanor. It was the black snake tattoo on their necks, marking them as members of the notorious Viper Gang in District 13, known for their ruthless and brutal methods. The 2 members of the Viper Gang ignored the fearful gazes of the surrounding pedestrians, retrieved a wheelchair from the car, and then entered the dilapidated apartment building. "What are the Viper Gang members doing here? Did you see that wheelchair?" Someone must have borrowed money at high interest. They're definitely here to break some legs. Let's hurry and leave. We can't afford to witness the Viper Gang's business. Be careful not to get splattered with blood." The pedestrians scattered in all directions, quickly distancing themselves from the area. Moments later, the door to my house opened, and two men in black suits, pushing the wheelchair, stepped inside. After my headache subsided for a while, I heard the commotion and turned to look. I saw two fierce-looking men standing at the door like guardians, and one of them shouted excitedly. I frowned slightly and said for the umpteenth time, "Don't use your gang's methods, act according to your duties." The two men in suits immediately panicked and quickly corrected themselves, calling me leader. Only then was I satisfied as I nodded, picked up the brown glasses from the table, put them on, and my deep-set eyes became partially obscured behind the lenses. Soon, I was seated in the wheelchair and lifted into the car by the two men in suits. At the Viper Gang headquarters, in a dimly lit hall, I sat in the wheelchair while a crowd of muscular men in black suits stood in front of me, their fierce faces filled with fervor as they shouted in unison. The gaze looking at me is like that of a deity. I calmly nodded and began today's brainwashing hypnosis. This is also one of my daily routines, relying on hypnosis to consume satisfying mental energy. The hypnosis technique was picked up from a street stall and self-taught from books, which are mostly nonsense, and only a few small tricks are useful. But with the support of a mental strength far beyond that of ordinary people, hypnosis in my hands has the effect of turning decay into magic. The Poison Snake Gang is the largest gang in New City District 3, with thousands of peripheral lackeys that can be mobilized. Several months ago, I used hypnosis to first find a solitary little brother from the Poison Snake Gang and hypnotized him with my mental power. Then, let the hypnotized little brother call his good brothers, and repeat this process. Before long, all the core members of the Poison Snake Gang were completely hypnotized. The Venomous Snake Gang is ruthless, but in the end, they are just ordinary people who cannot withstand such extraordinary means. For me, as the Emperor of the Immortal Realm, the Supreme of the Demon Realm, and the Lord of the Divine Realm, controlling a gang does not bring any sense of achievement. The Venomous Snake Gang merely serves as a tool for me to expend my mental energy. Under the gaze of a group of Venomous Snake Gang members, I took out a dark golden, hollow-patterned pocket watch from my bosom. The pattern on it is identical to the wall behind, intertwined like an Ouroboros. This is the hypnotic symbol I designed, a snake with its mouth wide open biting its own tail. Symbolizing that death is also life, eternal in unity. There must be an infinite cycle of immortality. Everyone looked at the pocket watch, and a deep, magnetic voice came from my mouth. I pulled down the brown glasses on my face, revealing the deep eyes behind the glasses. Under the enhancement of mental power, those eyes seemed like stars in the night, shining brilliantly, with an invisible wave of mental fluctuation spreading out from my eyes. The fervor on the faces of the Venomous Snake Gang members seemed to be ignited, as they spontaneously knelt down to the ground, worshipping their lives like pilgrims. Long live the leader, long live the leader. Calling me as if I were relieved, I let out a light sigh. The emptiness brought on by the intense consumption of mental energy makes me feel very comfortable, and my body feels a bit lighter. This allowed me to successfully stand up from the wheelchair. I gently raised my hand, and the cheers abruptly stopped. Everyone is staring at me fervently, as if waiting for a divine decree to descend. Let that person stay, and the others disperse. The remaining bald man is named Zhao Chaoyao, a name that is quite difficult to pronounce and does not match his appearance, so I have never called him by his name directly, but rather referred to him as that guy. Zhao Chaoyao is the dual flower red stick of the Snake Gang. Since the unexpected death of the upper management of the Snake Gang, he has been responsible for the daily affairs, and now he can be considered the second in command of the Snake Gang. Leader Zhao Chao wants to respectfully ask, did that person inform your roommate as I instructed? Looking back at the ceremony, the two subordinates sent to monitor Yang Dongqing have all lost contact. Yesterday, my subordinate found their bodies in a garbage dump near Yang Dongqing's house. I squinted my eyes slightly, and a hint of interest arose in my heart. What about the cause of death? Zhao Chaoyao took a deep breath and said with confusion while reminiscing. The forensic experts said it seemed to have been bludgeoned to death, with multiple fractures throughout the body, yet there were still residual fingerprints on the bones. Is it that Yang Dongqing used iron fist gloves to beat them to death? Hearing this, I silently laughed, my tea-colored eyes seemingly unable to conceal the glimmer in my gaze. Finally to be found by me, Zhao Chaoyao's expression changed. Do you mean that this Yang Dongqing is the legendary extraordinary person? I sent someone to check on his body. He is just a poor student, an orphan, and moreover, as he spoke to the end, his voice became smaller and smaller, his expression a bit anxious, and he didn't dare to look. Because he suddenly discovered that his description was very similar to the leader, who was also an orphan, a poor student, and an extraordinary person. So why can't Yang Dongqing die? I ignored his panic and instead picked up a glass of red wine, took a small sip, and continued speaking as I swirled the wine glass. Zhao Chang had to quickly change the topic. Is it still necessary to send someone to continue monitoring Yang Dongqing? No, it's not needed. The surveillance was only to confirm whether he is an extraordinary person, and it has basically been confirmed now. An ordinary student, yet he crushed the heads of 2 members of the poison snake gang with his bare hands, and even left marks on the bones. This can no longer be explained by innate strength. What shall we do next? I gently lifted the wine glass, a hint of a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of my mouth, and then I drank the red wine in one go, leisurely speaking the words accompanied by the aroma of the wine, hunting the extraordinary. Zhao Chaodao's whole body shook, his expression was both excited and tense. The extraordinary beings in hunting legends were something he had never even dared to think about. I don't know if I am what is called an extraordinary person. Even before controlling the snake gang, I didn't know there were extraordinary people in the world. After all, I am just an ordinary citizen living in one of the 72 cities under the Red Flame Empire, and New City is in Area 3. In the New City, districts 1 to 10 are the upper city, where social elites, dignitaries, celebrities, wealthy individuals, and imperial nobility live. Districts 11 to 20 are the lower urban area, where a large number of worker peasants live. And the gangsters are rampant, with prostitutes and thieves everywhere. In the lower urban area, factories are numerous, and there are also a large number of livestock raised on cultivated land. And the landfill is specifically used to provide food, goods, and handle garbage for the upper town. The distinction between high and low is like a chasm, forcibly dividing people into different ranks and separating them with city walls, as if they are 2 worlds. Perhaps in the upper city, extraordinary beings are not considered secretive, but in the lower city, extraordinary beings are synonymous with mystery. I don't know how to become an extraordinary person, nor do I know where the power of extraordinary people comes from. I don't even know if I can be considered an extraordinary person, but that doesn't stop me from about to hunt the extraordinary, to hunt that extraordinary person named Yang Dongqing. My current physical condition is deteriorating at a visibly rapid pace, and ordinary medical means cannot solve it at all. But Yang Dongqing's appearance gave me hope. As long as I can obtain his power, I can temporarily control the infinitely growing mental strength and then survive. A latest model Thunder X600 is parked near the elite high school, and I am slowly walking through the school gate with a snake-patterned wooden cane. Su the young master is the one who has narcolepsy and is a sickly person. I heard that he often faints suddenly during class. Why did he come to school today? Shu, keep your voice down, don't be reckless. Some classmates have seen him getting very close to the snake gang. It's rumored outside that he is the young master of the snake gang. Some girls in school who admire me even spread rumors behind my back, saying that my ancestors were nobles, but due to certain reasons, we ended up in the lower town, and I am jokingly referred to as the lost noble. However, the actual situation is only clear to me. Walking with a swagger is really not to show off, but because with my current physical condition, I won't be able to live without a manager for the rest of my life. I sit in the last row by the window in the classroom, gazing blankly at the view outside. Yang Dongqing is my classmate. Unlike me, who is the center of attention and not to be provoked, he is one of the most inconspicuous students in the class, often bullied and even extorted. But now it's different. The once timid Yang Dongqing has a hint of arrogance in his brows, as if everyone looks like a little loser to him. At this moment, Yang Dongqing is staring blankly while holding a pen, occasionally lowering her head to write a few words in her notebook. Nearly half of the class had passed when Yang Dongqing suddenly changed his expression slightly, instinctively covering his chest, and a hint of fear appeared on his face. Teacher Wang, I want to go to the bathroom. He suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Wang, who was giving a lecture, glanced at me lightly and waved his hand. Go, Yang Dongqing, use a pen to brush and smear the writing on the notebook, then immediately get up and leave the classroom. As the footsteps outside the classroom gradually faded away until they completely disappeared, a strange scene appeared. Teacher Wang's lecture suddenly came to a halt, and the students who had been whispering quietly also stopped talking as if they had made a pact. The entire classroom seemed to have been pressed the pause button, instantly falling into dead silence, all the students sitting straight, stiff like puppets. Everyone turned their heads at the same time, their gazes fixed on me in the last row. The leader's voice was uniform and low. I withdrew my gaze from the window and landed it on everyone, wondering what he wrote. Yang Dongqing's deskmate and the person behind him answered simultaneously, dream and nightmare. My eyes moved slightly, a thoughtful expression appeared on my face, dreams and nightmares. Why did Yang Dongqing write down these 2 words? He, who has always been bullied, suddenly rose up. It has only been half a month since then, and he has become an extraordinary person. His thoughts will certainly not be the same as those of ordinary people. So Yang Dongqing wrote down these two words, definitely not some youth pain literature, it should be related to his sudden change in expression and related to the extraordinary. I have a vague suspicion in my heart. Could it be that Yang Dongqing, like me, obtained his abilities through dreams? I have unlimited growth of mental power, while he has unlimited enhancement of his physical body. No, that's not quite right. The thing is, Yang Dongqing didn't sleep in class. I clearly remember that when I was able to control dreams, my greatest desire was to sleep. As compared to being omnipotent in dreams, reality seemed exceptionally dull. If Yang Dongqing is the same, I don't believe you. The other party's stars can hold back from sleeping. Interestingly, my lips curve into a smile. I like this unknown. The unknown means surprise. I am already tired of the omniscience and omnipotence in dreams. The cane tapped lightly on the ground, and in an instant, the classroom returned to its noisy state. In order to consume the increasingly growing mental energy, I have long hypnotized everyone in the school, including the guard's dog that he raises, which is also why I was able to discover that Yang Dongqing is an extraordinary person. On a certain day half a month ago, I discovered that Yang Dongqing had actually broken free from hypnosis. In other words, everyone in the school was like my puppets, and then the strings on Yang Dongqing broke. It was also at that time that I realized Yang Dongqing had become an extraordinary person. Subsequently, in order to test me, a series of hypnotic suggestions were conducted, leading to the conclusion of two. The conclusion is that Yang Dongqing has undergone some kind of change, and ordinary hypnosis is ineffective on her. This change is mainly physical, rather than mental, otherwise, hypnosis would have been discovered long ago. The school bell rang, and amidst the noise, Yang Dongqing left the classroom without saying a word. She seemed to have something on her mind. Ever since she raised her hand to go to the bathroom in the first class, her expression had not improved. When Yang Dongqing arrived at the school gate, Cui Hao, who had been extorted by him in the restroom during the day and had been beaten up to a pulp, was already entangled. Dozens of people had been waiting for a long time, and then he was pulled away by Cui Hao and others. I was indifferent to this, got into a luxury car and left, and soon the luxury car stopped in front of a residential building. Under the leadership of Zhao Chaoyao, the second in command of the Poison Snake Gang, I went to the top floor room, which was empty except for a chair and a telescope placed by the window. In addition, there were two burly men in black standing inside, as well as a pure-looking girl who appeared timid. I ignored everyone and directly sat down on a chair, while my gaze, through the telescope, landed on a narrow alley that was packed with people. It was precisely Cui Hao and Yang Dongqing. Cui Hao was arrogantly pointing at Yang Dongqing's nose and cursing loudly. The dozens of people behind him were also shouting, some of them holding baseball bats. Yang Dongqing, weren't you very arrogant before? Now that my big brother is here, try being arrogant again. Yang Dongqing, surrounded by dozens of people, did not show fear on his face. He only frowned, and his eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. In the face of the siege, Yang Dongqing coldly smiled and said, "You are very unlucky because I am in a bad mood today." He rushed into the crowd, as if he were a human tank, crashing through everything. With a single punch, he sent people flying, blood gushing, unable to get back up. And those sticks that fell on him not only did not hurt him, but instead emitted the sound of metal from the rebellious people. I withdrew my gaze, with a vague suspicion in my heart. I no longer looked at Yang Dongqing, but instead directed my gaze towards the girl inside the room. The girl trembled slightly, her pure face revealing a charming smile as she sweetly said, "Hello, boss." My brows furrowed slightly. "Put away the dust of your body. What I want is the purity of white moonlight. Do you understand? It's not as simple as changing a piece of clothing. By the way, how did you explain that?" Zhao Chao suddenly trembled and quickly explained, "Leader, I was just following your orders." I gave him a faint glance and meaningfully said, "So your meaning is that it's my problem?" Zhao Chaoyao's cold sweat streamed down, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. His subordinates did not dare to. "Jasmine, how did I tell you before? You should bring out that feeling of being a student." Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Jasmine also panicked. "I am just good at playing a student, but I really haven't been to school much. It's all the club's external promotion that I'm a student." Zhao Chaoyao immediately became anxious, as if he had been deceived. "Ah, forget it," I sigh. "I should have thought of it earlier. With that all-muscle head of yours, you definitely can't fully understand my instructions." "Jasmine, right? Do you know your task?" Jasmine nodded knowingly like a chick pecking at rice. "My main task this time is to deceive Yang Dongqing's trust, and it would be best to make her fall in love with me. Boss, you have to believe me, I did my homework before coming here, even the character's backstory script is written." I was slightly intrigued and said, "Let's hear it." "I am a good girl who dropped out of school to work, holding on to my dream of singing since I was young, but my father is addicted to gambling and has lost all the money. My mom is also sick, and I have a younger brother who is in school. In order to pay off debts, treat illnesses, and support my younger brother's education, I can only drop out of school to work, singing in a bar and keeping company with drinkers. Later, a guest forced alcohol on me and took me away. On the way, I ran into Yang Dongqing, and I asked him for help, and he saved me. Then stopped me, helplessly supporting with my hand, interrupting the vulgar plot, the gambling father, the sick mother, the younger brother going to school, and the broken him. It's simply unoriginal, facing such an evaluation. Zhao Chao's gaze towards Emily began to turn unfriendly, and Jasmine's face also began to pale. He was very clear about what kind of behemoth he was facing. That was the local tyrant of the entire 13th district, the Poison Snake Gang. The young man in front of him was actually able to make the second in command of the Poison Snake Gang so respectful. His identity was already self-evident. If the other party is not satisfied, then having the venomous snake gang kill themselves is as simple as squashing an ant. However, I suddenly changed my tone, making Jasmine's heart rise to her throat. As the saying goes, classics are everlasting. Since you all share the same template, it shows that this template is still very useful, enough to deceive a naive student. Who Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she had passed. Although the script has passed, your temperament needs to change. You need to embody the character, a girl who has gone through such hardships yet refuses to give up on her dreams, who dares to face the difficulties in life. She should have a sense of stubbornness and resistance, and also a feeling of being broken. Do you understand? I have no problem, said Emily, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes tightly. When she opened her eyes again, it was as if she had completely changed into another person. The air of weariness had completely faded away. She stubbornly bit her own lip, and in her clearly defined black and white eyes, although there were tears shimmering, she no longer avoided them and dared to look straight at me. In his eyes, there gradually appeared a light, which was a struggle against fate, a yearning for a beautiful tomorrow, like the brightest star piercing through the dark night sky. Not bad, I exclaimed. Jasmine immediately smiled with joy, her face revealing a charming and flattering smile. I frowned, maintaining the state from just now. That person took him down to arrange it. The leader Zhao Chao wants to be granted a great amnesty, so he hurriedly took Jasmine to rehearse. At night, Yang Dongqing wore black clothes, a baseball cap, and a mask when he went out. The reason for this attire is that he never waits overnight for revenge. During the day, Cui Hao came to cause trouble twice, already touching his reverse scale. He cannot allow the other party to breathe the same air as himself. If it weren't for the large number of people during the day, he would definitely have killed him on the spot. Ever since the last incident, his mindset has completely changed. Yang Dongqing clenched his fist tightly, the fingers colliding with the palm, producing a sound like steel's delicate ringing. A flash of intense power flickered in his eyes. This is the feeling of having power, but it's still not enough. I need more power so that I can survive in hell and dominate my life. When Yang Dongqing walked to a secluded alley, his figure suddenly stopped, and his brows furrowed tightly. Help, help, please let me go. No, you nasty women. Weren't you acting so aloof at the bar just now? Now you know to beg for mercy. It's too late. The call of a young woman and the lewd laughter of a man echoed from the depths of the alley into Yang Dongqing's ears. Yang Dongqing's expression was indifferent. In the outer city, public safety had always been a major issue. She coldly shook her head. One reaps what one sows. Knowing that the public safety in the outer city was poor, staying out late and instead hanging out in a bar was certainly not the behavior of a good girl. Just as she was about to leave, she heard the voice say, "Big brother, this little girl is really charming. Could she still be a student? Hee, this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful woman. I'm lucky today." Yang Dongqing paused, turned, and rushed into the depths of the alley. In the pitch-black alley, a woman dressed in a cheap dress was being pinned against the wall by two scruffy-looking men. But just when he was in despair, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene, and the girl's eyes instantly burst with the light of hope. "Save me, someone." It was Yang Dongqing. The assistant let go of the girl, and she rushed forward like a locomotive, not waiting for the two to react, throwing two punches. The two people flew out like kites with broken strings, crashing hard against the walls on either side. When they got up again, they felt as if all the bones in their bodies were about to shatter. "Ah, it hurts so much. Who dares to ruin my good thing? Answer their matters." Bang bang with two kicks, the two were kicked out again, spitting blood. "Roll," Yang Dongqing coldly snorted. The two knew they had run into a tough opponent, and they didn't even dare to say harsh words, so they fled in a panic. The girl who was finally rescued seemed to be a bit overly frightened, collapsing onto the ground, not saying a word, just burying her head between her legs and sobbing softly. "Are you okay?" Yang Dongqing stepped forward and asked. The woman's figure trembled slightly, shaking for quite a while, before she finally raised her head, the cold moonlight shining on her face. Yang Dongqing was stunned. As a student, even though he possessed extraordinary power, his mindset and perspective had not completely changed. An excellent boy or girl will always attract the admiration of many. When they enter society, people will find that 698 is still more cost-effective, illuminated by the moonlight. Yang Dongqing saw a face like a pear blossom with raindrops. A delicate body, red-rimmed eyes, messy hair, a gaze filled with despair yet tinged with a hint of stubbornness. The whole scene is filled with the sense of fragmentation that I desire. When has Yang Dongqing ever witnessed such a scene, a strong sense of protective desire arises uncontrollably. Feeling Yang Dongqing's gaze, the girl curled up her body a bit fearfully and hurriedly reached out to pick up the fallen shoulder strap. "Thank you for saving me." The girl struggled to get up, but she seemed to be injured, making it difficult for her to rise. Yang Dongqing instinctively reached out to support, but the girl dodged like a startled deer. "Don't get me wrong, he didn't come. Start accepting it. I am different from them. I won't hurt you." Perhaps this sentence had an effect. The girl's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, slightly relaxed. He raised his head and looked at Yang Dongqing with a stubborn and serious gaze. "Thank you. What is your name? I will definitely repay you in the future." Yang Dongqing did not hesitate at all. The name slipped out. The Holly girl blinked her eyes, and her feelings of tension and fear had eased a lot. If I remember correctly, holly is a flower and also a type of medicinal material. The language of flowers represents life, symbolizing resilience, integrity, and vibrant vitality. Yang Dongqing was stunned. It was the first time she realized that the name her deceased parents had given her had such a sound. The girl smiled. "It was a very nice name. Also very suitable for you, that I have to go back. I almost blurted it out when I sent you, and Yang Dongqing even forgot to go find Cui Hao for revenge." The girl's gaze revealed a hint of caution. "No need, I can go back by myself." Yang Dongqing suddenly felt a bit lost, seeing the girl was about to leave, but he, with his clumsy tongue, didn't know how to keep her. It may be that heaven heard his voice, and an unexpected event occurred. Just as the girl took 2 steps, she suddenly cried out in pain and was about to fall onto the cold ground. Yang Dongqing, as an extraordinary person, still had this reaction. He immediately took a step forward and embraced the girl's soft body. At that moment, he finally understood what it meant to hold fragrant and soft jade in his arms. Just as he was lost in thought, a weak voice like a mosquito buzzing came from his arms. "Can you let me go now?" Yang Dongqing came to his senses, his face involuntarily turned red, and he quickly let go of the girl. The girl thanked him again and then prepared to leave with a limp. It was then that he noticed that the girl's slender ankle was already red and swollen. "Your foot is injured. Walking back like this might worsen your condition. Let me take you back," he said. The girl did not turn her head and replied, "No need, I've already troubled you enough. I can manage myself." The girl's center of gravity once again became uncontrollable, and she began to fall towards the ground. However, what awaited her was not the cold ground, but a chest as hard as steel. Immediately, she felt herself being lifted up. "Don't be stubborn, I'll take you." The girl's ear heard Yang Dongqing's resolute voice, and the girl seemed a bit afraid to look at her, curling up her body and softly murmuring an mm. A boy is walking with a girl in the moonlight. The atmosphere is quiet and serene. "You Southern Ink girl," suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. "What?" Yang Dongqing didn't understand what it meant at first. "My name." Yang Dongqing was slightly distracted, savoring the name Nan Mo. She felt that the girl's name was very pleasant and seemed quite poetic, but with no knowledge of literature, she couldn't express its meaning like Nan Mo could. "It's a very nice name. Does it have any literary allusion? Is it nice to hear?" The girl was a bit surprised, as it was the first time someone said my name sounds good, but my friends all think my name is strange, so they usually call me Jasmine. "I don't think so. I think it's very nice to listen to." Nan Mo smiled. This time the smile had a little less vigilance and a hint of happiness. In the banana grove, the jasmine in the southern region pressed down on myriad flowers. What? Yang Dongqing was stunned again. "Oh, isn't the story behind my name what you asked about?" Nan Mo said somewhat angrily. "Is that so?" "Ha!" Yang Dongqing awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, and from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the side profile of the girl in his arms, in a distant residential building. I slowly put down the night vision telescope, and a hint of a mysterious smile curved at the corner of my mouth. What a Southern Ink! What a Jasmine! Indeed, reality is more interesting than dreams. Even small characters have their own shining points. To be precise, it is not reality that is interesting, but the people in reality. I hid behind the scenes and witnessed a wonderful performance starring Jasmine. I could even hear the lines clearly, as I can read lips, so there is no barrier. Because learning in dreams can consume mental energy, I basically kept studying later on, and as a result, I mastered quite a few interesting life hacks, such as making bombs and hand-to-hand murder agents, concocting poisons, etc. I casually threw the night vision telescope to Zhao Chaoyao and then instructed him to check on Nan Mo. This woman is not as simple as she appears. Zhao Chaoyao realized in his heart, yes, the day after tomorrow at the headquarters of the poisonous snake gang, my face was so pale that it was almost devoid of any color, but my pair of eyes was unprecedentedly red. Shurimori has arrived. The fierce and menacing Zhao Chaoyao brought the petite Nan Mo in. How is the situation progressing? My slightly hoarse voice came from the high platform. Nanmo appeared very nervous, glancing uncomfortably at the surroundings with the corner of his eye, standing like a statue, not offering help, desperately suppressing the impulse to kneel. He quickly responded, and Yang Dongqing did not become suspicious. I nodded and carefully observed the Nanmu, and slowly asked, have you all slept? Nanma shook his head somewhat stiffly. No, he cares about me very much, knows that I was frightened and also injured, did not touch me. It seems that he is afraid I will think he is not trying hard enough, so he added that. But I said I was very scared, so I told him not to leave. He was sleeping on the floor, and by the middle of the night, I was afraid he would catch a cold, so I let him sleep on the bed. My gaze shifted downwards, landing on the other person's slender ankle, the fair skin still somewhat red and swollen, clearly indicating that this injury was not feigned, but a real injury. You did very well. Things that are too easy to obtain are not valued by men. Nanmo's face slightly flushed. Thank you, boss, for the compliment. Actually, I didn't do much, mainly because Yang Dongqing is too naive. I shook my head, looking at him with great interest. No need to be modest. Your acting is very real, so real that it doesn't seem like acting. Nanmo's expression stiffened. People like us, who have to deal with all kinds of guests every day, understand a bit of acting. There is no need to lie. Your acting is good. It has nothing to do with your profession, but is related to your experiences. After all, only those who have truly experienced it can portray that kind of stubbornness in the face of despair. What do you mean by that, boss? I don't quite understand. Nanmo's smile became increasingly stiff. There's not much meaning, it's just that I sent someone to investigate your body, and the result was that your life is very similar to the script you prepared. Poisonous ghost father, sick mother, younger brother going to school. And you were indeed a student, fond of poetry and music. The only difference is that reality is often more cruel than the script, and you yourself are stronger than in the script. Nanmo fell silent, his face somewhat pale. The earlier disguised aura of a traveler had long since faded. The appearance has a touch of tragic beauty. And my father had already been killed by the debt collectors. My mother also died of illness, and my only younger brother cut off ties with me because of my work. At first, I really wanted to perform regularly at a bar, but I had no fame and had to agree to the bar owner's unspoken rules to get a gig, and then later it stopped. I interrupted, I know your life better than you do. Nanmo was taken aback, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly bitter. He realized that the man in front of him was the leader of the poison snake gang. Such a person had no compassion, and over the years he had also grown accustomed to it. No one would show him sympathy, and those who did only used it as a pretext to engage in immoral acts. Your brother is currently working at the Integrity Machinery Factory, right? A light and floating word falls down. Nanmagu instantly resembled a startled deer, in a state of great confusion. No, don't touch my brother. I'll listen to you about everything. Stop, I'm frowning slightly. Have you watched too many TV dramas, or is your stereotype of me too severe? Why would I want to touch your brother? Is there anything about you that requires me to personally handle it? Nanmu was taken aback, and the emotions that arose were directly scattered, making him seem somewhat bewildered. I pay you to do things for me, it's that simple, do you understand? I mentioned the Integrity Machinery Factory because I want to change the payment method. The Integrity Machinery Factory is a small workshop, and due to poor management, it owes some money to the Snake Gang. The factory manager has already mortgaged the factory to the Snake Gang, and coincidentally, your brother is at the Integrity Machinery Factory. So I plan to exchange the reward I promised you for the Integrity Machinery Factory, and then let your brother be the factory manager. The Snake Gang won't have to spend any money or send anyone to manage this small workshop, and if your brother becomes the factory manager, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? What do you think? Nanmo's heart was filled with uncertainty. He knew that the other party definitely did not have such good intentions. Bringing up the Integrity Machinery Factory was still a warning to him. If the task was done well, his brother would become the factory director, but if not, the factory might only serve as a grave. However, he still chose to agree. After all, he had no room to refuse. I am willing to be very good. Next, I have to assign you a second task, but before that, you tell me if there is anything unusual about Yang Dongqing. Nanmo thought for a moment and finally spat out a word, hard. That's right, he is very hard. Zhao Chao, who was being reckless on the side, couldn't help but curse. Didn't you say you didn't sleep? If you didn't sleep, How do you know it's hard? Besides, what our leader is asking is what makes it special. Who the hell is asking you if it's hard or not? Nanmo was startled, but she continued, I'm not talking about that kind of hard. I mean his whole body is very hard. His skin is like steel. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Steel like skin? Is this the ability of a transcendent being? Or is it Yang Dongqing's own ability? He didn't think too much about it, as the answer would come soon. He then informed Nanmo of the subsequent plan. After hearing this, Nanmo showed a worried expression. You want to kill him? Su Chen smiled. No, I just want to ask him a few questions. But is it really necessary to go this far just to ask questions? Nanmo's anxiety did not lessen. You're talking too much. Nanmo's heart tightened instantly, and when she looked up, she saw the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses, faintly visible, as if devoid of the emotions that humans possess. The owner of those eyes was still smiling, but the smile sent a chill down her spine. She dared not speak further and could only respectfully excuse herself. At night, in a dilapidated bungalow, Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the figure busy in the kitchen. It was a little cook wearing an apron, dancing gracefully like a butterfly in the small space. After a long time facing the pressure of life and death, he surprisingly began to relax. Dinner's ready. The little cook, Nanmo, smiled as she brought out 2 plates of food, her pale arms swaying in front of Yang Dongqing, the aroma of the dishes mixed with her body scent filling his nostrils. Hey, what are you looking at? Hurry up and try my cooking. To repay you, I've used all my best skills. Nanmo waved her fair little hand in front of Yang Dongqing. Only then did Yang Dongqing come to his senses, picking up his chopsticks to start eating. It was his first time eating with a girl up close, and a beautiful one at that, which made him a bit nervous, not knowing what to say to ease the awkwardness. Fortunately, Nanmo was lively like a little lark, chattering non-stop. During this meal, Yang Dongqing ate a lot and felt very satisfied. Are you full? I'm full, I'm full. Nanmo laughed happily, her big eyes crescent-shaped. As long as you're full, then I'm off to work. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He knew Nanmo was going to sing at a bar, but for a girl, that was too dangerous. Can you not go? Nanmo continued to smile. If I don't work, will you support me? Yang Dongqing felt a rush of blood to his chest, those words almost spilling out. Oh, come on, I'm just joking. What can you use to support me? People like us can barely support ourselves. I'm leaving now, Yang Dongqing. Bang! The dilapidated door was slammed shut, and that petite figure had disappeared, leaving only silence in the room, as if the laughter had been an illusion. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists and said firmly, Emily, I will support you. He had never been able to say such things before because he struggled to support himself, but now, after becoming a transcendent being, money? It was just something within reach. He then stepped out, ready to go earn money. As for how to earn it, it was simple: rob the rich to help the poor, take from others' wealth to aid his own poverty. In District 13, there were plenty of wealthy scum. After a long while, Yang Dongqing returned joyfully, laden with spoils, heading to the Moonlight Bar, where Molly worked. I made about 50,000 this time. This money is enough for a good life for a while. Yang Dongqing thought of the cheap dress Nanmo wore, which she had sewn back together after it was torn by those 2 brutes instead of throwing it away. I can buy Emily a new dress now. However, when he arrived at the Moonlight Bar, he was suddenly jolted, for he discovered that the bar's door had been smashed to pieces at some point. Whoosh! He rushed into the Moonlight Bar, only to find it in disarray, with shattered glass everywhere and spilled drinks soaking the floor. The waitstaff were all injured, and a man who looked like the owner was constantly sighing. He searched around but couldn't find Nanmo's figure. Panic set in. Where's Emily? Where is she? Yang Dongqing shouted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. The crowd was startled, and no one answered. Yang Dongqing directly grabbed a waiter's collar, lifting him off the ground. Where's Emily? She was taken away. The waiter trembled. Yang Dongqing instantly exploded with rage. Who took her? It was 2 customers wrapped in bandages. They burst in with a group, smashing things, and saying something about how last time someone saved you, this time let's see who can save you. Yang Dongqing immediately realized it was the 2 brutes who had planned to target Nanmo last time. He regretted not killing them then and there. Where did they go? I don't know. The waiter was nearly in tears from fear. At that moment, the owner suddenly spoke up. Viper Gang. I saw that group had black snake tattoos on them. They are from the Viper Gang. Bang! Yang Dongqing released his grip, and the waiter collapsed to the ground, while he rushed out without looking back. The notorious reputation of the Viper Gang was known throughout District 13, with their headquarters located at the northwest edge, near the wasteland area, which was extremely chaotic. He was burning with anxiety, unable to imagine what kind of treatment a delicate and beautiful girl like Nan Mo would suffer in the hands of these vipers. After Yang Dongqing left, the bar, which had been filled with whales, suddenly fell into a dead silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing, staring blankly at his departing figure. The owner, who had been sighing, now wore a blank expression. He took out his phone, held it to his ear, and respectfully said, "Leader, the prey has taken the bait." Understood." A deep, magnetic voice came from the other end of the line. "Is it good?" In a surveillance room, Su Chen, dressed in a black suit, asked while holding a glass of red wine. He was sitting at a large mahogany table, directly across from Nan Mo. Nan Mo cautiously tasted the fine red wine in her hand, inevitably leaving delicate lip marks on the transparent glass. "It's good. I've never had such an expensive wine before." Su Chen smiled slightly. "I don't like lies." Nan Mo stiffened. "Actually, it's not that good. It's a bit astringent." "That's right. I also think it's bad. Try the steak. It's top quality M9 steak." Upon hearing this, Nan Mo nodded, then cut a small piece of steak and put it in her mouth. The moment the steak entered her mouth, she realized what it meant to be tender and juicy. This bite surpassed any food she had eaten before, except for snacks. However, after one bite, she didn't dare to eat more because Su Chen hadn't started eating. "It's fine, eat. There's still some time before Yang Dongqing comes to the rescue." Mentioning Yang Dongqing, Nan Mo fell silent, eating the fine steak but feeling a strange discomfort in her heart for some reason. "You really won't kill him?" The eyes behind the brown glasses narrowed slightly. "You developed feelings so casually?" Nan Mo shook her head. "No, he's a good person. I don't deserve him. I just can't bear the thought that if he dies because of me." "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person either." Nan Mo. She glanced at the two burly men standing behind Su Chen, their waists bulging obviously with guns, then looked at the surveillance screen, where numerous armed men in black were lurking in every corner. This made it impossible for her to associate Su Chen with the words "good person." When about half of the steak had been eaten, a scream suddenly echoed from the surveillance footage. Nan Mo quickly put down her knife and fork, turning to look, only to see Yang Dongqing, with bloodshot eyes, forcefully breaking into the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang, which was a narrow corridor. At one end of the corridor stood the beast-like Yang Dongqing, while at the other end, a tide of men in black poured out, wielding gleaming steel knives, exuding a murderous aura. When the first man in black swung his knife at Yang Dongqing's head, Nan Mo gasped, unable to look, instinctively covering her eyes. However, the surveillance only captured the sound of metal clashing. Clang! Nan Mo instinctively opened her eyes, her shocked mouth forming an O shape, as she saw the bright steel knife seemingly strike steel, halting just above Yang Dongqing's head, with the only consequence being a few strands of hair falling out. How is this possible? A glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and his smile unconsciously widened. "This is exactly the power I need." As long as he could obtain this power, he wouldn't have to worry about his ever-expanding mental strength. In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing's expression was as cold as ice, and with a fierce downward chop of his right hand, crack, the steel knife was smashed into two pieces. However, such a shocking scene did not intimidate the members of the Poison Snake Gang at all, for Su Chen had long since hypnotized and brainwashed them. Now these people were nothing but fearless machines. In the next moment, countless steel knives swung toward Yang Dongqing, the continuous sound of metal clashing ringing out. At the same time, Su Chen's voice echoed in the earpieces of those men in black. "Try different angles and see if there are any flaws." Following the command, the men in black began to slash at various parts of Yang Dongqing's body. Even if it disrupted their coordinated attack and left openings for Yang Dongqing, they showed no fear whatsoever. Bang bang bang! Yang Dongqing charged through the corridor like an armored tank, leaving chaos in his wake, with blood flowing everywhere. His strength was immense, and combined with his iron-like fists, he truly embodied the meaning of bare-handed skull-crushing. Although the battle was a one-sided massacre, Yang Dongqing couldn't feel any joy. Instead, a deep chill settled in his heart. A man in black, whose chest he had just shattered, crawled up from the ground again, brandishing a knife and charging at him, his face not showing any fear but rather fervor, shouting loudly, "For the leader!" Yang Dongqing's pupils constricted slightly. He couldn't imagine how someone with such fatal injuries could still stand. One was like this, and so was every single one. He had killed gang members before. Those people were all bullies who feared the strong. As long as absolute power was displayed, they would be terrified and beg for mercy. But now, the faces of all the Poison Snake Gang members were filled with fanaticism. Looking at the fearless members of the Poison Snake Gang, the chill on Yang Dongqing's face deepened. He continued to strike, and in just a moment, he had cleared the entire corridor. He casually grabbed a blood-soaked man in black, his eyes fierce as he demanded, "Where is Emoli?" The man in black coldly smiled, revealing a mouth full of blood. "For the leader." With the last of his strength, he swung his remaining left hand at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing's gaze turned icy. He reacted swiftly, grabbing the man's left hand and twisting it hard. With a crack, the man's left hand twisted like a pretzel, and even white bone spurs pierced through the skin. "Ah!" the man in black screamed. "I will ask one last time, where is Emily?" The response he received was, "Long live the leader." The man in black used his last ounce of strength to lunge at Yang Dongqing, his only weapon now being his teeth, which were bloodied and foaming as he bit down fiercely. Bang! In the face of a fist as hard as steel, the black-clad man's head exploded, and his broken body completely lost its support, collapsing helplessly to the ground. With the black-clad man no longer blocking the view, the surveillance footage revealed Yang Dongqing's expressionless face. However, his slightly trembling fists betrayed the turmoil within him. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo was violently vomiting, her face extremely pale, her body shaking uncontrollably, clearly impacted by the scene. Suchin shook his head slightly. "What a pity for my M9 steak." He raised his glass and downed the red wine in one gulp. "Why?" Nan Mo, leaning against the trash can, suddenly asked in a low voice. Su Chen did not answer. "Why do this?" "Just to ask a few questions. You toy with Yang Dongqing like this, and let so many people die. Why?" Nan Mo suddenly looked up, trembling yet stubbornly staring at Su Chen. "You've lost so many subordinates, yet you lament a piece of steak. What does a life mean to you?" Silence, a silence as dead as the grave. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Su Chen's uncontrollable laughter shattered the silence. "What are you laughing at?" Nan Mo looked at the man before her in disbelief. At that moment, he was as happy as a child. "It's interesting, truly interesting." Clearly mired in mud, yet unable to bear seeing others equally filthy. "It is precisely because of people like you that the world is so colorful. What is a life? You tell me, what is it?" "A life is just a life, nothing more." Those eyes hidden behind the brown glasses were watching Nan Mo with great interest, shining brightly in the dim monitoring room. Nan Mo was deeply shocked, looking at the man before her in disbelief, her inner fear and discomfort surging like a tide. "You've probably heard of the name of the Poison Snake Gang. You should know what kind of people gather here. To be precise, they can't even be called people, just scum." Suddenly, Su Chen poured himself another glass of red wine, gently swirling the crimson liquid in the glass, and his pupils reflected the same deep red. He took a small sip, savoring the numbness of the alcohol, a hint of pleasure appearing on his face. "Such people waste air by living. It is their honor to die for me." "Are you honored?" Su Chen suddenly asked a black-clad man behind him. The black-clad man immediately knelt on one knee, his face filled with fervor. "Honor. To die for the leader is the greatest glory. People like us, scum of society, it is you, leader, who gives us meaning in life, allowing us to be reborn. The leader's will, we shall carry out with our lives." Such fervent words made Nan Mo even more afraid. She sensed a deep arrogance from Su Chen, a disregard for life, for everything, an arrogance that towered above the world, as if he were the only real person in the world, while others were merely tools for his amusement, NPCs. At this moment, Yang Dongqing had reached the second floor of the Poison Snake Gang's headquarters, which had a total of 5 floors, each one ambushed with hidden soldiers and traps. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by the sight of a dark golden Ouroboros engraved on the wall, the patterns lifelike as if alive, with rows of white candles placed in the corners, exuding the fragrance of jasmine. Yang Dongqing paid no attention to these, his focus was entirely on the dark gun muzzles not far away. There were very few members of the Poison Snake Gang present this time, only 2, but both were armed with dual pistols, standing like 2 gate gods, blocking the way forward. "Where is Jasmine?" The response to Yang Dongqing was the sound of a gunshot. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the dark gun muzzle, and a brass-colored bullet whistled out. Yang Dongqing did not dodge, his speed could not outpace a bullet. Clang! The bullet struck him, sparking as it tore through his clothing, revealing skin that glinted with a metallic sheen beneath. Yang Dongqing stared expressionlessly at the 2 men, such toys. Bang bang bang! The dense gunfire abruptly interrupted his pretentious words. Clang clang clang! The barrage of bullets hit him like they were striking a copper wall, leaving only holes in his clothes without inflicting any other wounds. In the monitoring room, Su Chen watched the power displayed by the other side with increasing satisfaction, while also noting Yang Dongqing's weakness, his eyes. When the bullets attacked, Yang Dongqing had covered his eyes with his hands. "In that case, let's use grenades," Su Chen instructed calmly through the intercom. With the order given, the 2 men in black pulled grenades from their pockets. Upon seeing this, Yang Dongqing clearly lost his composure. His expression changed slightly as he charged towards the 2 men with incredible speed, leaving them no time to throw the grenades. However, if they couldn't throw them, then they wouldn't. "For the leader!" The two men raised their grenades high and charged recklessly towards Yang Dongqing. Boom boom! A violent explosion erupted, shattering the surrounding walls. When the smoke cleared, only two mangled corpses remained, along with an unscathed Yang Dongqing. Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Was the extraordinary so strong? Yang Dongqing had become an extraordinary being for less than a month, and he could already ignore bullets and withstand grenades? The next moment, a fit of violent coughing interrupted his thoughts. In the footage, Yang Dongqing was coughing uncontrollably, blood gushing from his mouth, yet he did not stop. He merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued forward. Was the weakness in his internal organs? It seemed his insides were not made of steel. On the third floor, the same Ouroboros pattern, the same white candles. The difference was that the enemies were two men in heavy firefighting gear, wielding massive flamethrowers. Upon seeing Yang Dongqing, they wasted no time and began their assault. The surging flames filled the entire corridor in an instant, engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. But the next moment, a charred figure burst forth from the sea of fire, charging at the two men in protective suits like a swift cheetah. The two seemed to have anticipated their fate. They tossed aside the flamethrowers and pulled out grenades they had prepared in advance to meet Yang Dongqing. For the leader! Boom boom! The two were blown to pieces, and Yang Dongqing clearly suffered as well. His internal organs were damaged again, causing him to spit blood, and all his hair and eyebrows were burned away. His clothes had turned to char, clinging tightly to his body, clearly made of plastic. But judging by his speed of movement, it didn't seem to be a major issue. In the monitoring room, Nan Mo had long been astonished, her mouth agape. Only now did she understand what kind of existence the man who had held her while she slept was. Bulletproof, impervious to fire and water. He was simply superhuman. Was this the legendary extraordinary being? The term extraordinary being was something she had learned from Su Chen. No wonder he had gone to such lengths to capture Yang Dongqing. If it were Yang Dongqing, perhaps he could. Nan Mo glanced at Su Chen from the corner of her eye but saw no trace of fear on him, only amusement, as if a hunter had discovered an amusing prey. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this man before her was far more terrifying than Yang Dongqing, the extraordinary being. Aren't you the least bit worried? Nan Mo suddenly asked. Worried? Worried about what? Targeting an extraordinary being like this, when he finds out that you are the mastermind behind it, what do you think he will do? Your subordinates clearly can't stop him. Su Chen slightly tilted his head, his perceptive eyes fixed on her. Are you testing me? Nan Mo's expression stiffened. I'm just curious. Su Chen smiled gently. Rather than worry, it's more like anticipation. Anticipation? Just imagine, when Yang Dongqing truly stands before me, only to find his beloved woman unharmed, even enjoying a piece of M9 steak, what would his reaction be? Nan Mo's face turned pale. She understood the implication of Su Chen's words. When Yang Dongqing discovers that she is actually in cahoots with the Serpent Gang, what kind of fate awaits her? She didn't want to think about it, nor did she dare to. It must be quite interesting. The gentle voice echoed in the monitoring room, sending chills down Nan Mo's spine. Relax, it's not so easy for him to find me. The fourth level is filled with poison gas. The previous tests have confirmed that he is impervious to blades and bullets on the surface, but his internal organs are relatively weak, which means he cannot be immune to poison gas. I acquired this special poison gas at a high price from the black market. I believe even a superhuman would find it hard to withstand. What if he endures it? What if he successfully reaches you in the end? Hearing this question, Su Chen smiled even more happily. Then it would be even more interesting. I think I would probably be torn to pieces, ha. He seemed to envision such a scene and looked forward to it. Nan Mo no longer knew what she was feeling. Her mind even wandered to unrelated thoughts. She remembered her childhood, before her father started gambling, when their family was still happy. She had scored 100 on a test, and her father rewarded her with a trip to the amusement park that weekend, which made her happy for an entire week. Just thinking about that kind of happy anticipation made her smile. She realized that Su Chen was in that state now. Want to play a game? Su Chen suddenly looked at Nan Mo. A sense of panic instinctively surged within her. She knew Su Chen wouldn't offer anything good. What game? Nan Mo took a deep breath, trying to appear calm. A game of choice. Who do you think will win? Me capturing Yang Dongqing, or Yang Dongqing tearing me apart? Nan Mo fell silent. She couldn't understand why the man before her could treat his life as a game so casually. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. No, you do want to. Su Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the table, the sound of his knuckles striking the mahogany surface creating a dull, rhythmic noise. I now allow you to leave. You can go tell Yang Dongqing that the fourth level has poison gas. Nan Mo's pupils suddenly constricted. She had indeed thought about that, pretending to go to the bathroom to see if she could find a chance to warn young Dongqing. Because Su Chen felt too dangerous to her, she didn't believe he would care about what happened to young Dongqing after capturing him. Would someone who doesn't care about their own life care about others? She didn't want young Dongqing to die because of her. Testing. He is testing me. Nan Mo realized, forcing herself to remain calm. It wouldn't help if I told him. He would see me unharmed and freely coming and going from the serpent gang, and he would definitely notice, then in a fit of rage, he would kill me. Su Chen smiled slightly. Not necessarily. You could easily fabricate a lie, like saying your brother was coerced by the serpent gang, and you had a sudden change of heart, risking your life to escape, warning him about the poison gas trap ahead, telling him not to go in, and then dropping a few small pearls, offering a sincere apology, and a passionate kiss. After all that, what do you think young Dongqing's reaction would be? Nan Mo remains silent, feeling a bone-chilling cold wash over her. This man. He is toying with me, treating me and Yang Dongqing like puppets, manipulating us at will. At this moment, Su Chen continued, of course young Dongqing will choose to forgive you. Alright, he will soon be heading to the 4th level, so hurry up and make a choice, stay by my side or go find young Dongqing? With the conversation reaching this point, Nan Mo no longer remained silent. Although fear lingered in her eyes, a hint of stubbornness could not be shaken off. She looked directly into Su Chen's eyes, even though her gaze was obstructed by the brown glasses. What exactly do you want to do? Su Chen was somewhat surprised. Is it hard to understand? I'm giving you a chance to live. If I lose, when he comes looking for us and sees us enjoying a pleasant conversation over steak and red wine, with a candlelit dinner, it will be too late for you to apologize then, you will definitely die. Of course, if I win, you can return home safely, and your brother can become the director of the Integrity Machinery Factory. If you go find Yang Dongqing and I lose, you and Yang Dongqing can be together, but if I win, it will be a happy ending for everyone. After all, I'm not a bad person. I just want to ask Yang Dongqing a few questions. You can also return home safely, and your brother can still be the director. The choice is now in front of you. How will you choose? Su Chen crossed his arms, resting his chin on them, watching Nan Mo with great interest. With these conditions laid out, even a fool would know how to choose, but Nan Mo was still uneasy, her heart filled with anxiety. What kind of conspiracy do you have? Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Miss Mo, you really misunderstand me deeply. Since our cooperation began, have I ever harmed you or your family? Was the compensation I offered unsatisfactory? It really wasn't, but, alright, time is running out. In the image, Yang Dongqing had already started heading to the 4th level. Nan Mo suddenly panicked. She stood up, casting a complicated glance at Su Chen before heading for the door. Just as her hand opened the door, wait a moment. Su Chen called out to Nan Mo, and she turned back, anger igniting in her eyes. She knew that the man before her would never let her leave. Those members of the Serpent Gang couldn't do anything to Yang Dongqing, so how could she possibly remind him? You're playing. Meeting his fate, this glass of wine is a farewell for you. Su Chen smiled as he raised his glass and gentlemanly handed Nan Mo her glass. Nan Mo took the glass, looked deeply at Su Chen, and then drank it all in one go. The transparent rim of the glass inevitably left a delicate lip print. I wish you success. Bang! The door closed tightly, and Nan Mo's figure had already departed. Su Chen's smile deepened as he downed the red wine in his glass. Chief, are you really going to let her go to send a message? Isn't that too risky? What if? In the corner, Zhao Chaoyao, who had been standing like a statue, suddenly stepped forward, his face showing concern. Su Chen frowned slightly, as if his enjoyment had been interrupted. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Zhao Chaoyao's face changed instantly, and he quickly knelt on one knee. I wouldn't dare. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Foolish man, let me ask you, do you really think the poison gas in the 4th level can stop a transcendent? It should be able to, right? Zhao Chaoyao pondered. After all, transcendent beings are still human and need to breathe. Once that kind of toxic gas is inhaled, even an elephant could be taken down. Ah, you know it needs breathing? How long can you hold your breath? Zhao Chaoyao scratched his head. A minute? Then how long do you think Yang Dongqing can hold his breath? He should be able to last longer than me. After all, he's a transcendent, at least 2 minutes, right? Do you understand now? Zhao Chaoyao looked increasingly confused. Understand what? Su Chen was somewhat speechless. He should have left a high-ranking member of the Serpent Gang behind. At least there would have been someone smart inside, unlike Zhao Chaoyao, who was all muscle. How big is the entire 4th level? As a transcendent, Yang Dongqing could rush through the 4th level in just 20 seconds if he ran at full speed. Even if I set up an iron gate to block him, with his iron body, he could break through it in a minute and 40 seconds. Now do you understand? Zhao Chaoyao finally understood. his face changing dramatically as he quickly got up and reached out to support Su Chen. "What are you doing? Chief, since the fourth level can't stop him, we should hurry and leave. It's one thing for me to die, but you absolutely cannot be lost." Bang! Su Chen couldn't help but tap Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his snake-patterned wooden cane. "Get away! Do you think I let Nan Mo pass for what?" Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback. "Why? Of course it's because." "Forget it." Su Chen sighed. "You wouldn't understand if I explained. You just need to know that Nan Mo is the real fourth level." Yang Dongqing, completely charred and without hair or eyebrows, rushed to the fourth level. This transcendent, who had faced dozens of people attacking him with knives, guns, and fire without changing his expression, finally changed his face at this moment. It was because he saw a graceful figure at the end of the fourth level. "Mo Li!" Yang Dongqing shouted in surprise. At this moment, he was at the entrance of the fourth level, and after entering, he found himself in a wide and empty hall, while Nan Mo stood at the exit of the fourth level, separated from him by a hall. "Mo Li, great! You're not hurt, right?" Yang Dongqing was excited and was about to rush towards Nan Mo, but unexpectedly, Nan Mo's face changed dramatically. "Don't come over." Yang Dongqing was stunned. "What's wrong, Mo Li?" "Don't worry, I'm here." "You can't come over. Quickly retreat, there's toxic gas here." Nan Mo shouted desperately, her pretty face flushed as she yelled across the hall. "Toxic gas?" Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly, and he stopped in his tracks. The joy of seeing Mo Li slowly faded away, and after the excitement, he quickly realized something was wrong. Why was Mo Li alone here? Wasn't she captured? She looked perfectly fine. Mo Li, what on earth is going on? Yang Dongqing, I'm sorry, I lied to you. You must not come over, it's a trap. At this point, Nan Mo's voice choked up, and her beautiful face was filled with regret. Lied to me? Yang Dongqing's expression immediately turned ugly. He wasn't a fool and vaguely sensed something. I'm sorry, I was also forced by Su Chen. Su Chen! Yang Dongqing was taken aback. You mean my classmate Su Chen? Yes, he is the leader of the Poison Snake Gang. He threatened me with my brother and made me act in a play to lure you here. His goal is the extraordinary power you possess. I had no choice but to agree, but after getting to know you, I found out you're a good person. I don't want you to die, I'm sorry. Woo woo. Crystal tears fell like a broken pearl curtain. Yang Dongqing fell silent, lowering his head, the shadows covering his face obscuring his expression. The next moment, thud. His footsteps sounded heavily as he stepped into the fourth level. Nan Mo panicked instantly. No, don't come over, please don't come over. Yang Dongqing seemed to be oblivious, walking step by step into the hall of the fourth level, his steps more resolute than ever. Bang! As he entered, the iron gate at the entrance closed automatically, locking shut completely, along with the iron gate at the exit where Nan Mo was. The cold, unfeeling iron gate separated the fiery passion of the two. Nan Mo was burning with anxiety, desperately pounding on the iron gate. Yang Dongqing, ZZ. A faint purple toxic gas began to seep into the sealed hall, gradually engulfing Yang Dongqing's figure. Surrounded by toxic gas, Yang Dongqing showed no signs of panic. Instead, a cold smile crept onto his lips as he even looked up and sneered at the camera in the corner of the hall. You know nothing about the extraordinary. He silently mouthed, then held his breath, suddenly accelerating, transforming into a blur as he charged toward the iron door at the exit of the fourth floor. Moly, stay back. Bang! 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 He repeatedly slammed his body against the iron door, the sound of his steel-like frame colliding with it creating a deafening roar. The seemingly indestructible iron door began to visibly deform and collapse under his assault, until, bang! The entire door was knocked off its hinges. A fierce figure leaped out from the purple mist, and Molly, hiding not far away, stared in shock at the scene. Yang Dongqing, you. Before she could finish her sentence, she crashed into a hard chest, and then her feet left the ground as her body was swept away by Yang Dongqing. Behind them, the purple mist continued to rage and spread. Yang Dongqing held onto Nan Molly and ran wildly, directly reaching the fifth floor, stopping only when he saw the gas could not follow. He still did not let go of Nan Molly, instead carefully observing the tearful person in his arms. Their two pairs of equally fiery eyes met at that moment. You scared me. Why did you do that? Do you know how dangerous it is? Nan Molly said, her voice choked with tears. Yang Dongqing's cold expression melted slightly, revealing a hint of tenderness as he softly replied to the tearful girl in his arms, Fool, because you are here. Nan Molly's eyes widened slightly, as if something had struck the softest part of her heart, causing her body to tremble. Tears streamed down her face again, but, I lied to you, it's all my fault. A flash of pity crossed Yang Dongqing's eyes as he gently interrupted, I don't blame you, in fact, I'm grateful to Su Chen. Because of that, I was able to meet you. Nan Molly stared blankly at the man before her, and at that moment, her overwhelming emotions became uncontrollable. Following her most instinctive impulse, her fair arms wrapped around young Dongqing's neck, leaning in to kiss him deeply. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Even deep in the dragon's den, nothing could hinder the most sincere and passionate feelings. Of course, the villainous members of the Poison Snake Gang were quite tactful and did not appear to cause any trouble. "This is love," Su Chen remarked with a smile in the monitoring room, having witnessed the entire process through the surveillance footage, feeling as if he were watching a drama. "Leader, you are truly amazing. The plot is exactly as you described: sudden realization, risking escape, warning of traps, sincere apologies, passionate kisses, and a little pearl of wisdom." Zhao Chaotiao flattered him, but the next moment he looked worried. "But leader, considering the time, shouldn't we be running? He has already passed the 4th level." Su Chen smiled mysteriously. "You are mistaken, he hasn't passed at all. In fact, he has fallen." Zhao Chaotiao was taken aback, glancing at the couple still kissing on the monitor, feeling as if they were the protagonists in a happy ending. How could they have fallen? "Get ready, let's go meet the male lead of our show." They kissed for a minute before finally parting. "A bit salty," young Dongqing remarked, savoring his first kiss. "You idiot! That was tears." Nan Molly playfully punched his chest a few times. "And I haven't even mentioned you yet, you smell burnt." At this, she seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed young Dongqing to examine him closely. "You're not hurt, are you? Just some superficial wounds. Then let's hurry and escape." Young Dongqing chuckled dismissively. "The one who should be escaping is Su Chen." Nan Mo's expression changed slightly. "Are you still going forward?" "Of course, Su Chen actually dared to use you. I will make them understand the price of angering a transcendent. But, Emily, don't worry, I will take care of everything. I will protect you," young Dongqing said firmly. However, Nan Mo was still very worried. The face of that man kept appearing in her mind. His calm madness, the way he always seemed to have the upper hand, made her very uneasy. "By the way, Emily, how did you escape?" Nan Mo's gaze flickered. The people from the Viper Gang all went to deal with you, only one person was watching over me. I pretended to go to the bathroom, and then came to warn you. You've worked hard." Young Dongqing took Nan Mo's hand and walked step by step deeper into the 5th level. Soon, a huge wall with dark golden patterns came into view. On both sides of the wall stood 2 rows of sharply dressed, armed black-clad men, each with a black snake tattooed on their necks, their faces covered by dark gas masks. Yang Dongqing shielded Nan Mo behind him, his gaze filled with killing intent as he stared at the group. Suddenly, the 2 rows of black-clad men shifted, stepping back to clear the center path, their heads slightly bowed, gazing fervently at the wall as if welcoming a distinguished guest. Yang Dongqing narrowed his eyes. He knew the mastermind had arrived. Under his watch, a bald, muscular man in a black suit pushed a wheelchair slowly out from behind the wall. The person in the wheelchair was impeccably dressed, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, with a handsome face that even the tinted glasses couldn't hide, though it appeared sickly pale. "Leader!" A dozen black-clad men shouted enthusiastically, bowing in unison to welcome him. "Su Chen!" Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim. "It really is you." Su Chen in the wheelchair smiled. "I'm glad to see you here, Yang Dongqing. Classmate. Humph. You won't be happy for long." Yang Dongqing snorted heavily, his gaze towards Su Chen filled with murderous intent. "Oh, but didn't you just say you were very grateful for my arranging your meeting with Emily?" Yang Dongqing's eyes turned cold. "Cut the nonsense. You first threatened Emily, and then dared to send someone to attack me. So, tell me, how do you plan to die?" Su Chen showed no fear in the face of the transcendence threat, even taking the time to play with the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Yang Dongqing's gaze instinctively shifted, glancing at the dark golden pattern at the top of the cane. "Before you make a move, why not listen to my conditions? Your power is indeed strong, but have you considered Emily behind you? Bullets are blind. If you accidentally make a hole in this beautiful body, it won't be pretty." Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's face immediately darkened. "You are threatening me." Nan Mo's face also turned pale. At that moment, she finally realized why Su Chen had let her go. Su Chen must have known from the beginning that the poison gas on the 4th level was ineffective, so he let her go to become Yang Dongqing's Achilles heel, making it impossible for Yang Dongqing to act freely. But then she thought it was strange. If he wanted to restrain Yang Dongqing, he could have taken her as a hostage. Su Chen shook his head. "Don't say it so harshly, it's just a kind reminder. After all, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Miss Emily, right?" Hearing this, Nan Mo trembled and instinctively shrank back behind Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing sensed the lady's fear and for a moment felt somewhat hesitant. At this moment, Su Chen continued, "It seems I can now state my conditions. In fact, there is no enmity between us. I invited you here just to ask a few questions. What questions? Suchen smiled faintly and said, for example, how to obtain extraordinary power. Yang Dongqing immediately sneered, you think you deserve to covet the extraordinary? Suchen was not angry, a gentle smile playing on his face, don't be so absolute, if you can do it, why can't I? A flash of anger crossed Yang Dongqing's face, humph. Give up on that thought. First, let's hear the conditions. 1 million for the clues to extraordinary power. In District 13, that number was astronomical, as most wealth was concentrated in the upper city. Not enough. Suchen seemed to have anticipated this and directly raised the price, 10 million. Yang Dongqing laughed coldly, Suchen, I thought you were a smart person, but I didn't expect you to be so foolish. Killing you means the money is mine too. Suchen shrugged indifferently, since we can't reach an agreement, there's no need to talk. Crack, crack. The sound of dozens of guns being loaded echoed, and the members of the Poison Snake Gang on either side of Suchen raised their guns. Yang Dongqing's expression turned serious, a murderous intent radiating from him, and for a moment, both sides were on edge. Molly, don't worry. As long as you stand behind me, I will block all the bullets for you. Their bullets are not infinite. Once they empty their magazines, it will be Suchen's time to die. He whispered to Nan Mo to comfort her. Suchen watched the two with interest and then waved his hand. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The dense gunfire accompanied by the sound of bullets firing created a web of fire in the dimly lit hall. At the same time, small sparks erupted all over Yang Dongqing's body, caused by bullets striking him. His strong body was pushed back slightly with each shot. He could withstand the bullets, but he was inevitably affected by their impact. The shooting lasted for half a minute, and as the sound of empty chambers rang out, Yang Dongqing finally lifted his head after keeping it down for defense. Breathing heavily, he looked at the unarmed crowd and coldly smiled. Next, it's my turn. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Suchen calmly reach into his chest, causing Yang Dongqing's expression to tighten as he quickly halted his steps. He almost forgot that Suchen had not fired a shot. The next second, Yang Dongqing was stunned because what Suchen pulled out was not a handgun, but an antique-style dark golden hollow-patterned pocket watch. Ding! The pocket watch was lightly flicked open, producing a crisp sound. Yang Dongqing could see the intricate patterns on it, the dark golden hollow designs densely interwoven, ultimately forming an Ouroboros. The time is almost up, Suchen said. Then, he stood up from his wheelchair, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane, and walked step by step towards Yang Dongqing. This bizarre scene made Yang Dongqing feel wary. What exactly do you want? To seek death? Suchen smiled slightly. Yang Dongqing, haven't you realized yet? Realized what? Do you feel a bit dizzy? Dizziness? Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. Ever since he arrived on the 5th floor, he had indeed felt a bit dizzy, but he hadn't thought much of it, attributing it to his previous injury. Could it be? Do you feel your limbs growing weak? Your vision blurring? After Suchen's words, he indeed felt some fatigue and blurriness in his vision. He shook his head violently, trying to shake off the feeling. Yang Dongqing, Nan Mo's face was anxious. Are you okay? What on earth is happening? Yang Dongqing began to panic. At this moment, Suchen walked like an elegant villain from a movie, beginning his victory declaration. You are poisoned. Poison? Yang Dongqing stared at Suchen fiercely. That's impossible. I didn't inhale the poison from the 4th layer at all. How could I be poisoned? Suchen chuckled casually. Who said? You were poisoned by the 4th layer? Yang Dongqing was bewildered, as he couldn't recall when he had been poisoned. But behind him, Nan Mo suddenly trembled, her pupils constricting sharply, clearly realizing something. Yang Dongqing noticed Nan Mo's unusual reaction and also came to a realization. Was it the meal that Emily made? At that moment, his expression was a mix of disbelief, anger, heartbreak, and other emotions all merging on his face. Emily, you. No, it wasn't me. Nan Mo explained, her face pale. I didn't poison anyone, and I ate it too. Miss Mo, it seems you've forgotten that you vomited earlier, Suchen kindly reminded from the side. But I didn't poison it. Yang Dongqing, you have to believe me, I really didn't do it. It must have been Suchen who secretly poisoned it while I was cooking. Yang Dongqing's mind was in chaos, the feeling of weakness in his body growing stronger, his breathing becoming more rapid, feeling as if the world was spinning. Thud! He stumbled and fell to the ground. Yang Dongqing! Nan Mo was terrified, her face losing color, rushing to help him, but as a weak woman, how could she support a man with a body of steel? Alright, actually that meal wasn't poisoned. Suchen's words slightly eased Nan Mo's mood, but it was quickly dashed again. However, the one who did poison it was indeed Miss Mo. You're talking nonsense. I didn't. Nan Mo shouted, losing her composure. No, you did. The poison is still on your lips. Oh, I almost forgot. It should all be in Yang Dongqing's stomach by now, right? It might even taste a bit salty? Nan Mo was instantly stunned, and after 2 full seconds, she finally came to her senses, looking at Su Chen in horror. It was that glass of red wine. No. Wait, you drank it too. It was the wine glass. You coated the rim of the wine glass with poison, and then it got on my lips. I understand now. No wonder when you were leaving, you insisted I drink a glass of red wine to send me off. It was because I had vomited earlier and wiped off the poison from my lips, so you made me drink more. It was you. Dongqing. Did you hear that? It wasn't me who poisoned it, it was Su Chen, he did it. Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear, his spirit broken, his dim eyes looking at Nan Mo, his voice hoarse. Didn't you say you snuck out? Why were you drinking red wine with him? Just now, you were able to accurately find my location, which means you were watching the surveillance, right? So, you were sitting with him in front of the surveillance screen all along, enjoying my embarrassing state while laughing and drinking red wine? Mo Lee. Which of your words are true, and which are false? Nan Mo was taken aback, her hands that were supporting Yang Dongqing fell weakly, her beautiful face already devoid of any color, staring blankly, like a puppet that had lost its soul. By the way, it wasn't just red wine, Miss Mo had a good appetite and also ate a piece of fine M9 steak, Su Chen kindly reminded again from the side. Double kill. A single sentence shattered the psychological defenses of both individuals. Looking at the two who seemed to have lost their souls, Su Chen felt a bit emotional. Love is so wonderful. Clearly, just a moment ago, they were passionately kissing, and the next moment, they were like strangers. So, can I ask a question now? Yang Dongqing, classmate. Su Chen stood 3 meters away from Yang Dongqing, wearing a gentle smile. But that smile, in the eyes of Yang Dongqing and Nan Mo, felt like a devil's grin. You. Go ahead and ask, Yang Dongqing said, his head lowered, in a mumble. Alright, thank you for your cooperation. The first question. Go to hell. A sudden transformation occurred. Yang Dongqing, who had seemed powerless, instantly erupted. He squeezed out the last bit of strength from his body, pouncing towards Su Chen like a starving tiger. At that moment, the 3 meters between them represented the distance between life and death. With Yang Dongqing's iron-like body, even if his strength was waning, as long as he touched Su Chen, it could basically be declared a death sentence. However, Su Chen seemed to be prepared, effortlessly leaping back to evade Yang Dongqing's desperate counterattack. Bang! Yang Dongqing fell hard, hitting the ground so forcefully that it created several dents. He had exhausted his last bit of energy and could no longer rise. Unwillingness, anger, hatred. A myriad of negative emotions filled his eyes as he glared fiercely at Su Chen, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces. I had anticipated you wouldn't cooperate honestly. After all, isn't that how it always goes in dramas? Su Chen lightly brushed off the dust from his clothes, which had been stirred up when Yang Dongqing fell. Now, you answer my questions. Dream on. I would rather die than tell you anything, you despicable little man. Yang Dongqing shouted defiantly. Su Chen didn't care, he simply shrugged helplessly. It seems I have no choice but to use some special methods. Don't! The disheartened Nan Mo rushed over, tugging at Su Chen's clothes, her delicate face streaked with tears. Please don't hurt him. Mo. Yang Dongqing's eyes turned red, his heart a tumult of emotions. You don't need to plead for him. Dongqing, I'm sorry for you. I can't let him hurt you anymore. The man and woman gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their eyes reddening. Ah. Su Chen, caught between them, sighed deeply. You two are making me really feel like a bad guy. I just wanted to ask a few questions. Why are you forcing me? Since that's the case, I have no choice but to. Swish! A flash of silver light passed. Immediately, Su Chen felt a chill at his neck, a sharp, piercing sensation stinging his skin. It was a glimmering dagger, and its owner was none other than Nan Mo. Leader! Protect the leader! Zhao Chaoyao and the others' expressions changed drastically as they rushed over. If you dare come any closer, I'll kill him. Nan Mo shouted like a furiously ruffled kitten. Zhao Chaoyao and the others hesitated, not daring to move an inch. Su Chen, let Yang Dongqing go immediately, or I will kill you. Nan Mo's hand trembled, but her gaze was unwavering, for she knew she was protecting the one she loved. Mo, don't worry about me, just go. Yang Dongqing urged anxiously, more concerned for Nan Mo than for his own safety. TSK, you two really are like a couple that changes faces. Are you reconciled already? Is there even a minute? Su Chen, being held hostage, felt somewhat emotional. Su Chen quickly ordered to release Yang Dongqing. Unlike Su Chen's ease, Nan Mo was extremely anxious and tense. However, Su Chen seemed to be oblivious, continuing to speak to himself. Although the process was filled with the sour smell of romance, it was still quite exciting, especially the ending. I liked this unexpected twist. I had been on guard against Yang Dongqing's last-ditch effort but overlooked you, Miss Mo. You are very brave. Not everyone has the courage to hide a dagger in the serpent gang and take the opportunity to hold me hostage. But, suddenly, Su Chen's tone shifted, becoming somber. Miss Mo, are you really sure you are holding me hostage? At these words, an inexplicable chill rose in Nan Mo's heart, but she still forced herself to remain calm. What nonsense are you talking about? How could it not be? For the leader. A fervent whisper suddenly escaped Su Chen's throat. Immediately, he took the initiative to grab Nan Mo's hand and violently slashed the dagger across her neck. Zila! That was the sound of the blade cutting into flesh, followed closely by a spurt of blood. Nan Mo was splattered with warm blood, staring blankly at the fallen Su Chen, whose face still bore an unshakable fervor. I killed someone. Why? She looked at her blood-soaked hands, the dagger slipping weakly from her grip and clattering against the ground. At that moment, clap clap clap, the sudden sound of applause echoed in the empty hall. Wonderful, truly wonderful, thank you both for presenting such a splendid performance. Among the dozen or so black-clad members of the Snake Gang, a thin man, who even looked somewhat frail, was clapping. He slowly stepped out from the crowd and removed his gas mask, revealing a pale and handsome face. Su Chen, how is this possible? Nan Mo's voice distorted slightly as she looked at the Su Chen before her in disbelief. If you are Su Chen, then, who is he? Nan Mo trembled as she turned over the body of the Su Chen lying in a pool of blood, and when she saw the face clearly, she froze instantly, a chilling fear piercing through her entire body. Because that face was not Su Chen's, but that of a stranger, resembling Su Chen by about 30%, seemingly made up to make the skin appear even paler. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Dongqing shouted in disbelief from the side. Although he felt weak all over, his eyes were not blind. It was clearly Su Chen who had been kidnapped, so how could it now be another person? Even if this person bore a slight resemblance to Su Chen, it was not enough to mistake one for the other. He was not face-blind. Wait a minute. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized something was off. In his memory, Su Chen had always been a sickly person, suddenly bleeding from the nose during class, needing crutches, sitting in a wheelchair, as if a gust of wind could blow him down. With such a frail constitution, how could he have evaded his own near-death counterattack just now? That light and agile backward leap was not something a sickly person could accomplish. You are also an extraordinary person. Yang Dongqing raised his head in disbelief, staring intently at the newly appeared Su Chen. Su Chen smiled without speaking, turning to instruct, "Come, take these two startled gentlemen and lady down to rest." "Yes, leader." Two lackeys hurried forward, dragging away the limp Yang Dongqing and the puppet-like Nan Mo. He would not be like a villain, chattering endlessly and giving the other party a chance to turn the tables. The previous stand-in had been so bold mainly to test whether Yang Dongqing had any hidden cards. He did not want to be caught off guard during interrogation if the other party suddenly turned violent. However, he did not expect that instead of testing Yang Dongqing, Nan Mo would appear. "Leader, you scared me to death. I thought you." Zhao Chaoyao, still shaken, glanced at the body of the stand-in on the ground and quickly walked to Su Chen's side. "A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. I understand that principle." Su Chen's voice suddenly came from behind Zhao Chaoyao. Zhao Chaoyao felt a chill run down his spine. The leader was clearly in front of him, so why did the voice come from behind? He turned around sharply, only to see a robust man among the black-clad figures removing his gas mask, revealing a pale and handsome face. It was Su Chen. At that moment, Zhao Chaoyao's scalp tingled. What on earth? He hurriedly looked at the Su Chen in front of him, only to find that the face was becoming increasingly unfamiliar, completely resembling another person. Behind him, Su Chen was leisurely unbuttoning his black suit, revealing the bulging bulletproof armor underneath, piece by piece. This was also the reason for his robust physique. Zhao Chaoyao stood frozen in place, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Su Chen said lightly, "What's so surprising? Didn't I say, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall?" In a state of shock, Zhao Chaoyao instinctively replied, "But you are deceiving, ambushing, poisoning, and even using people's feelings. That doesn't seem very gentlemanly." Su Chen glanced at Zhao Chaoyao, causing him to hurriedly change the subject. "Leader, you found two good substitutes. They even resemble you somewhat, which is rare in the world." At this point, he suddenly paused, cautiously sizing up Su Chen. "By the way, leader, this one you have now, it wouldn't be a substitute again, would it?" Su Chen ignored him and took out a pair of brown glasses from his pocket, putting them on, his exceptionally deep eyes slowly disappearing behind the lenses. Whether it resembles or not is not important, what matters is hypnosis. Every floor of the poisonous snake gang's headquarters has calming candles, and he has inhaled their scent while fighting his way here. Coupled with countless hints of the Ouroboros symbol, and the fact that Nan-Mo had revealed my information in advance, he already had a preconceived notion. All of this was to lay the groundwork for this hypnosis, and the reason for specifically finding a somewhat similar substitute was mainly because I had never hypnotized an extraordinary person before, just to be safe. Impressive. Leader, you are truly impressive. Zhao Chaoyao's expression grew more fervent, but then a hint of confusion appeared on his face. By the way, leader, what about the poisoning? Just now, I was shocked when I heard your substitute mention it, but now that I think about it, it seems a bit problematic. Nan-Mo's lips were poisoned, but what if she licked her own lips midway? And if she didn't kiss Yang Dongqing, wouldn't that mean my plan will not fail? Su Chen smiled mysteriously, because there is no poison at all. What? Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback, his CPU momentarily overheating. Have you heard of the water drip murder experiment? Someone once conducted an experiment where they blindfolded a tied-up death row inmate and told him they would drain his blood. Then they applied a slight sting to his wrist and let a faucet drip water, continuously making the dripping sound. After a while, the death row inmate really died. However, the fact is, he did not bleed, it was just the sound of dripping water all along. This is the power of psychological suggestion. As he spoke, a look of intoxication appeared on Su Chen's face. He seemed to revel in this power to manipulate people's minds. The power of psychological suggestion is immense, so much so that when you believe you are dead, you truly die. Similarly, when Yang Dongqing thinks he is poisoned, under the influence of mental hypnosis, he will exhibit symptoms of poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao's mouth fell open. He didn't understand but was deeply shocked. Su Chen frowned slightly. Is it hard to understand? But, leader, the premise for Yang Dongqing being poisoned is that he believes he is poisoned. But what about the dizziness and fatigue he experienced at the beginning? That doesn't seem like psychological suggestion, does it? Su Chen was increasingly speechless. If you were anxious and rushed over, experiencing a bloody battle, taking several grenades, and being burned, and during the fire, all the calming candles melted, releasing a large amount of calming fragrance that you inhaled, and then you held your breath in a gas chamber for a minute and kissed for a minute, after all that, do you think you wouldn't feel dizzy? Zhao Chaoyao fell silent for a moment, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. He thought seriously for a moment and finally came up with the answer. I would die. You damn. Bang! Su Chen struck Zhao Chaoyao's bald head with his snake-patterned wooden cane. I really don't need to explain to you. Zhao Chaoyao covered his head, gritting his teeth in pain, but still smiled obsequiously. Chief, it's my subordinates who are too dull, but I am really trying hard to understand your profound words. The way you strategize. It's simply like a deity descending to earth. Please, tell me more. He racked his brain and came up with 2 idioms, spouting them all at once. Seeing Zhao Chaoyao's fawning expression, Su Chen suddenly felt a bit of a headache again. He had previously drunk some red wine, and his headache had eased, but now the ailment had returned. Ah, if only hypnosis could make someone smarter. But he knew that was impossible. A poor student, even after being hypnotized, couldn't solve math problems they had never known how to do. Math is fair like that. If you don't know, you don't know. If you can't understand the extraordinary version, then I'll tell you a normal version. I actually poisoned them. Zhao Chaoyao was a bit confused. How could it be poison one moment and not the next? Chief, is there poison or not? Su Chen continued, the food that Jasmine made for Yang Dongqing is actually poisoned, but that kind of poison won't take effect until a chemical reaction occurs. The red wine glass that Jasmine drank from was also poisoned by me. This poison is harmless in itself but can act as a catalyst for the first poison. So when the two kiss, the poison in Yang Dongqing's body will react with the poison on Jasmine's lips, leading to real poisoning. Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, but soon he found a blind spot. Wait, Chief, Jasmine also ate the food, Oh right, she vomited once. So, does that mean her earlier vomiting while watching the surveillance was also due to your hypnosis? At this moment, he felt his scalp tingle. Just then, Su Chen laughed. Want to hear the third version? What? There's a third version. Yes, the third version is a mix of the extraordinary and normal versions. I poisoned them, and I also used psychological suggestion. The reason Yang Dongqing was poisoned is due to the dual effect. Otherwise, how could an extraordinary person be so easily poisoned? Hearing this, Zhao Chaoyao was completely bewildered. He felt his head itch as if he were about to grow a brain. Chief, which version is true? Su Chen smiled without answering, leaning on his cane as he walked away, leaving Zhao Chaoyao scratching his head in confusion. He couldn't let himself be the only one with a headache. Chief, wait for me. Which version is true? Just tell me. Chief, can I ask a different question? Why not just hypnotize Jasmine to carry out your orders instead of making her choose? In the end, someone had to die as a substitute? Suchen slowly stopped in the dim corridor. He didn't turn around, and his calm voice echoed back to Zhao Chaoyao. Because I like surprises. Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback, staring blankly at the shadow cloaked in darkness, not understanding the meaning of those words. Don't you think the struggle of humanity is interesting? A life where everything is controlled is too boring. Su Chen's distant voice gradually faded away. In the dungeon of the Serpent Gang, Yang Dongqing was bound by chains as thick as a baby's arm, fixed to a steel chair that was welded to the ground, unable to move. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. After Su Chen entered the dungeon, the man in the lab coat bowed fervently. Chief, what's the situation? He ignored Yang Dongqing's fiery glare and asked. The man in the white coat quickly replied, I have followed your orders and made him inhale the paralyzing gas every hour. I assure you, he doesn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Su Chen nodded, then turned his gaze to the imprisoned Yang Dongqing. Su Chen, you despicable scoundrel. Even if I die, I will never answer any of your questions. Oh, Su Chen pushed up his tinted glasses, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You're not afraid of death, but what about Miss Jasmine? Yang Dongqing's body stiffened, and then he erupted in rage, his eyes turning bloodshot, muscles bulging. In the next moment, the iron chains wrapped around him rattled violently under his immense strength. If you dare to touch Jasmine, I will tear you to pieces. Su Chen looked expressionlessly at the man in the white coat. The man in the white coat broke into a cold sweat. This is impossible. He just inhaled the paralyzing gas. Even an elephant couldn't move in such a short time. Leader, I will increase the dosage right away. Please put on a gas mask. Moments later, the two donned gas masks, and as the man in the white coat pressed a button, a hissing sound filled the room. A large amount of white smoke was released from the pipes. A few minutes later, the violently struggling Yang Dongqing completely lost his strength. Su Chen, through the gas mask, carefully observed Yang Dongqing, deep in thought. His strength seemed to be related to his emotions or willpower. After mentioning Nan Mo, his emotions turned to anger, and the paralyzed body surprisingly surged with some strength again. To further experiment, Su Chen slowly walked to Yang Dongqing's side. Looking at Yang Dongqing, whose pupils were faintly unfocused, he leaned down and whispered in his ear, Jasmine is very moist. Boom! Yang Dongqing, whose gaze had been unfocused, suddenly lifted his head, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, a terrifying power surging from his body. Ah! I'll kill you! Crack, crack! He struggled violently, the iron chains rattling madly, even the entire dungeon seemed to tremble. Leader! Run! He's about to break free. The man in the white coat was pale with fear. In his eyes, Yang Dongqing looked like a ferocious beast about to escape. However, Su Chen remained unmoved, calmly observing Yang Dongqing. In an instant, a massive mental force surged forth, attempting to hypnotize him, but that mental force encountered great resistance as it entered Yang Dongqing's mind. A flash of realization crossed his eyes. Indeed, Yang Dongqing's strength seemed to be related to emotions and willpower. The angrier Yang Dongqing became, the stronger his power grew, and even his mental resistance increased significantly. Bring Miss Jasmine here, Su Chen ordered. The man in the white coat hurriedly complied. Before long, Nan Mo, fully dressed, appeared in the dungeon. At the moment Nan Mo appeared, the furious Yang Dongqing finally calmed down slightly. Jasmine, are you okay? Did they hurt you? Yang Dongqing asked urgently. No, they didn't hurt me, they just locked me up. Dongqing, are you okay? Seeing her beloved locked in heavy iron chains, tears began to well up in Nan Mo's eyes. Seeing that Nan Mo was unharmed, the power within Yang Dongqing seemed to subside. Jasmine, don't worry, I will definitely rescue you. He suddenly looked at Su Chen. You wanted to ask me questions, right? Fine, I'll tell you everything as long as you let Jasmine go. To his surprise, Su Chen shook his head. I don't like things that come too easily, you should hold off on speaking for now. Yang Dongqing was stunned, looking at Su Chen as if he were a madman. Too easy to obtain? You've been plotting for so long, lost so many underlings, and now you say it's too easy. Are you out of your mind? Su Chen ignored him and instructed his subordinates, take Miss Jasmine back to her room. No one is to approach her without my orders. Oh, and send her a bottle of red wine and a fine M9 steak. Nan Mo. In the end, Nan Mo was taken away. Su Chen also left the dungeon. He was not the lunatic Yang Dongqing described, he simply did not trust Yang Dongqing. Can you believe the words of someone who hates you to the bone? What if the other party fabricated something regarding extraordinary powers? They might not even need to fabricate anything, just conceal a few key words, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he preferred to ask questions in his own way. After everyone had left, only Yang Dongqing remained in the dungeon, surrounded by dead silence. However, it wasn't long before laughter and cheerful voices filled the dungeon, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. Su Chen, what the hell do you want? Yang Dongqing roared, his eyes wide with rage. Beside him stood a row of voluptuous, alluring young women dressed in revealing outfits. Hey, handsome, your expression is so scary. Come on, give your sister a smile. No smile? Then let me smile for you. Baby, I don't know why, but my heart races the moment I see you. Don't believe me? Just listen. Wow, sisters, this handsome guy has such a great body, all hard muscles. He. Is it really that hard? I don't believe it, let me touch. Under the siege of the young women, Yang Dongqing could no longer maintain his angry demeanor and even turned a bit red. In the monitoring room, Su Chen quietly observed everything. Zhao Chaoyao beside him was staring wide-eyed. Boss, is this the torture you mentioned? What? Do you want to try it? Su Chen replied casually. Zhao Chaoyao swallowed hard. Well, it's not impossible. No, I was just joking. I can't handle this kind of temptation. Just watching is already torturous. This torture is quite different from what I imagined. Yang Dongqing has a body of steel, ordinary punishments can't hurt him at all, and his strength seems to be related to his anger. So, we need to punish him without making him angry. Zhao Chaoyao looked at the monitor enviously, but boss, what's the use of this? It can't hurt him at all, will he really yield? What I want is not submission, but to make him disoriented and lower his willpower. Hours later, Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily, his throat dry as if it were on fire. To prevent him from becoming desensitized, Su Chen had deliberately changed several batches of people midway. Let them all withdraw, Yang Dongqing has basically adapted. Execute the next punishment, Su Chen instructed through the intercom. Soon, all the young women left, leaving behind a disheveled Yang Dongqing, covered in lipstick marks. Su Chen, you bastard! You think you can make me yield with this kind of trick? Come at me again if you can. Yang Dongqing cursed, gasping for breath. Click. The dungeon door opened again, and this time a stern-looking man in a black suit entered, holding a box of powder. Yang Dongqing's face instantly turned green. Why is it a man now? Before he could react, the man poured the powder all over Yang Dongqing. Instantly, Yang Dongqing felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Is this itching powder? Ha ha ha. Su Chen, you. Ha 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 ha. In an instant, the cold dungeon was filled with Yang Dongqing's laughter. Several hours later, Yang Dongqing's spirit had worn down to the extreme, his voice hoarse from laughter. As everyone knows, prolonged, frenzied laughter is also quite exhausting. This time, Yang Dongqing was completely out of energy to curse. He admitted to himself that he was still young. He hadn't expected that real punishment would be so different from what he had seen on television, and that it was something that could not be resisted by sheer willpower. However, what he did not anticipate was that even more brutal punishment lay ahead. Crack! The door to the dungeon was opened once again. Fear flashed across Yang Dongqing's face as he stared intently at the doorway. Su Chen slowly walked in from outside, holding a thick stack of books in his hands. Seeing the main character arrive, Yang Dongqing's anger resurfaced. Su Chen, you, classmate Yang Dongqing, do you know what the greatest responsibility of a student is? Su Chen calmly interrupted. What trick are you trying to pull this time? The greatest responsibility of a student is to study. And you, classmate Yang Dongqing, as one of the lowest performing students in the class, have seriously dragged the class down. As the class monitor, I have the obligation to provide you with after-school tutoring. Su Chen adjusted his glasses, holding the thick books as if he were about to write the words excellent in both character and studies on his face. Su Chen, you're a complete lunatic. What the hell do I need to study for? Su Chen shook his head in disappointment. Your attitude towards learning is extremely improper. It seems I must motivate you a bit. Saying this, he took out a math workbook and placed it in front of Yang Dongqing. Here, solve this trigonometric function. The formulas you need are all in the book. I'll solve your. Yang Dongqing was about to curse, but Su Chen's next words made his expression change drastically. If you can't solve it within 15 minutes, I'll cut off one of Miss Jasmine's fingers, Su Chen said with a smile. Yang Dongqing shot up, his face filled with rage. You dare. If you touch Jasmine. Shoo, calm down. I am a man of my word. If I say I'll cut off one finger, I won't cut off two. Now, the chance to save her is right in front of you. If you truly love her and don't want her to get hurt, then solve this trigonometric function. It's just a trigonometric function, you learned it in class, and the textbook is right in front of you. If you still can't do it, then don't blame me. Now, let's start the timer. With a smile, Su Chen took out a pocket watch, its dark floral pattern shining under the light. He placed the watch on a nearby table and then left. Yang Dongqing continued to curse, but after a while, he shifted his gaze to the trigonometric function, knowing that this madman could do anything. Ha! It's just a trigonometric function, very simple. He took a deep breath and carefully read the problem. In triangle delta ABC, angle A equals 60 degree, A equals 3, B equals square root 3, find the size of angle B. Time slowly passed, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Ah, what the hell is the size of B? There's a saying that when pushed to the limit, one can accomplish anything, but clearly, that saying is wrong because math problems just can't be solved. If you can't do it, you can't do it. 15 minutes later, Su Chen, leaning on his cane, elegantly walked into the dungeon, holding a crystal goblet filled with deep red wine. Classmate Yang Dongqing, do you have the answer? Lost in the depths of math, Yang Dongqing suddenly looked up. His mental state was very poor, bloodshot veins spreading across his eyes like a spider's web, and he kept mumbling, sin B equals B times sin A divided by A, which is also equal to square root 3 times sin 60 degree. 15 minutes are almost up. Shut up. I'm almost done calculating. Sin B equals 1/2. Because A greater than B, therefore angle A angle B, and since sin B equals 1/2, so. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed, and an answer slipped out, angle B equals 30 degrees ha ha ha. I got it. Clap, clap, clap. Su Chen applauded with a satisfied expression. Congratulations, Yang Dongqing, you saved one of Miss Jasmine's fingers. However, before Yang Dongqing could celebrate for too long, Su Chen pulled out another math problem, still 15 minutes. If you can't solve it, I'll chop off one of Miss Jasmine's toes. Su Chen, you bastard, what do you want to do? Su Chen smiled slightly. He realized that Yang Dongqing's mental state was still too good and needed to solve a few more math problems. 15 minutes, remember. After saying that, he walked away with his cane. Almost on the verge of collapse, Yang Dongqing, after venting, had no choice but to turn his attention to the new math problem. After a quick glance, he felt his vision darken. 1, 3, 8, 20, 48, 112, 256. 1. Please find the general term formula for this sequence. 2. Find the 20th term of this sequence. 3. From which term does the sequence exceed 10,000? Su Chen. The next day, Yang Dongqing had a sleepless night. He had spent the entire night solving math problems, greatly improving his mathematical skills, and had now mastered trigonometric formulas, arithmetic sequences, geometric sequences, and linear equations, among other advanced mathematical techniques. At this moment, his mental state was nearly shattered, his eyes were sunken, his face numb, and his gaze vacant. The group of young ladies from yesterday had returned, but no matter how they danced, they could not make Yang Dongqing's eyes move even a little. In the monitoring room, Su Chen saw that the time was finally right, he could proceed with the hypnosis. Everything he had done before was to torment Yang Dongqing's mind, especially the last math problem, which only a poor student could understand, the agony of racking one's brain without finding an answer, and Yang Dongqing happened to be that poor student. The mental resistance of extraordinary beings is very high. It is necessary to weaken the mind to the extreme to ensure the success rate of hypnosis. This time, he aimed for deep hypnosis, not the previous psychological suggestion. Psychological suggestion is merely a shallow form of hypnosis, where the subject still retains their thoughts but will make corresponding choices or reactions under the suggestion. Deep hypnosis, on the other hand, completely distorts the thoughts of the subject, much like how a hypnotist controls a snake. But this deep hypnosis is not permanent, it needs to be deepened periodically. Perhaps when his mental strength becomes stronger, he could achieve a permanent hypnosis akin to a stamped thought. Bang! The door to the dungeon was opened again. Yang Dongqing, already dazed, heard the sound of the door opening and instinctively trembled, a look of extreme terror appearing on his face. No! I don't want to do math problems anymore. Ugh! As he spoke, Yang Dongqing actually began to gag. Su Chen was very pleased with this. Yang Dongqing, it seems you have fully absorbed and digested that math knowledge. You're even feeling a bit overwhelmed now. It looks like we can proceed to the final stage. Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear, still mumbling involuntarily, sine, cosine, tan, cut. Ding! A delicate dark golden filigree pocket watch sprang from Su Chen's fingertips, falling before Yang Dongqing's eyes. The watch was connected by a thin chain, the end held in Su Chen's hand, and as he applied a slight force, the dark golden pocket watch began to swing. It swung slowly but with great regularity, each movement precise, like the second hand on a clock. Watch it closely. Su Chen's deep voice resonated, and at the same time, he removed his brown glasses, revealing a pair of eyes as deep and beautiful as obsidian. Whether it was an illusion or not, those eyes seemed like luminous pearls in a dim dungeon, faintly radiating a ghostly light. A vast mental force began to spread throughout the dungeon. Yang Dongqing instinctively glanced at the dark golden pocket watch in front of him, his eyes unconsciously following the watch's swaying motion, his mind gradually captivated, slowly. All that remained in his eyes was the pocket watch, the silent darkness spreading, gradually engulfing everything. Even Su Chen, who was close at hand, seemed to vanish into the shadows. Gradually, the dark golden Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It writhed and intertwined in the darkness, mysterious and extraordinary. Now is the time. The brilliance in Su Chen's eyes flickered as the immense mental force surged into Yang Dongqing's mind like a tide, silently leaving an Ouroboros symbol in his consciousness. The dark golden Ouroboros seemed to reflect in Yang Dongqing's pupils, eventually fading away slowly. Ha! Su Chen exhaled, feeling as if his feet were floating, as if his body had been hollowed out. As expected of an extraordinary person, even after such inhumane torment, there is still a strong mental resistance. Fortunately, it was successful. He shifted his gaze to Yang Dongqing, who at that moment had vacant eyes, dazed, like a soulless puppet. Yang Dongqing. Su Chen spoke slowly. His words seemed to activate the puppet's command. At the moment of input, the vacant eyes of Yang Dongqing gradually took on color, a hint of fervor. Leader! Su Chen smiled silently, but he did not indulge too much in the joy, for he needed to quickly gain extraordinary power. After all, he had only a few days left to live. How did you become an extraordinary person? I became an extraordinary person in the nightmare world. The nightmare world? Su Chen frowned slightly. It was indeed related to dreams. He recalled his own dreams, entering the dream world every time he fell asleep, and each time he did, his mental power would grow. What is the nightmare world? He asked the second question. The nightmare world is the realm after falling asleep, a world composed of countless nightmares, filled with all sorts of bizarre, terrifying, and unfathomable nightmare monsters. As he spoke, this once mighty extraordinary person displayed a hint of fear on his face. This surprised Su Chen. The emergence of fear in a hypnotic state indicated that the terror brought by the nightmare world had penetrated deep into Yang Dongqing's bones. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and continued, I don't know when it started, but the boundary between reality and dreams was broken, leading to the invasion of dream entities into reality, and people in reality can also mistakenly enter dreams. Do you mean that nightmare monsters are also hidden in the real world? Su Chen recalled various rumors he had heard, those absurd and unfathomable horror events often discussed among students, but at that time, he was so engrossed in dreams that he didn't care about reality at all. Exactly, if people can enter the nightmare world, then the monsters from the nightmare world can naturally invade reality. Can you imagine that kind of fear? The nightmare deep within your heart, the thing you fear the most, suddenly crawls out from the dream one day, or you fall into a real nightmare, facing the nightmare within your heart, that feeling. Simply. The fear on Yang Dongqing's face grew more intense. It's simply wonderful. Su Chen suppressed his excited voice, dispelling Yang Dongqing's fear. He suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the nightmare world. He had long forgotten what fear was. In the more than 100 years in the dream, he had experienced everything in the world, and later, to consume his mental power, he constantly created terrifying monsters or scenes to stimulate himself. The consequence of this is that his emotional thresholds have become infinitely high. No matter how intense the fear, it is difficult to impact him. To be honest, this feeling is quite boring. When everything in the world fails to stir your heart, it feels almost like a castrated monk. This is not a detached state of mind that is unaffected by external joys or personal sorrows, but rather a boredom and fatigue that comes after being tired of everything. How do you enter the nightmare world? Su Chen asked expectantly. Sleep. You can only enter the nightmare world in your dreams. It is like a nightmare from which you can never wake up. A month ago, I woke up in my sleep and found myself in the nightmare world, where there were others like me who also entered in their dreams. We encountered a group of terrifying monsters there. They eat people. Dead. All dead. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly fearful, and there was a faint tendency to break free from the hypnosis. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly changed the subject. How do you become an extraordinary being in the nightmare world? Bronze Law. Yang Dongqing revealed a term that was unfamiliar to Su Chen. What is the Bronze Law? I don't know. A look of confusion flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. It is like a vast net hidden in endless dimensions within the nightmare world. It encompasses everything and is everywhere. As long as you connect to the Bronze Law, you can become an extraordinary being. Su Chen's frown deepened. He understood every word Yang Dongqing said, but he couldn't grasp the connection. Bronze Law? A vast net? How do you connect to the Bronze Law? There is no fixed method. It all depends on personal talent. Those with high talent can sense the bronze law upon first entering the nightmare world and then connect to it. What about those with low talent? Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world multiple times to connect to the bronze law. There are also those who have no talent and will never be able to connect. How many times have you been to the nightmare world? Once. Su Chen. So, you are a genius then? Do all extraordinary beings have a steel body like you? Yang Dongqing shook his head. My extraordinary power is called steel will, which is a relatively common type of extraordinary power. After obtaining steel will, my physical qualities were enhanced in all aspects, and my body is comparable to steel. This physical strength can also be temporarily enhanced with willpower and emotional fluctuations. Su Chen pondered. It seems that after Yang Dongqing was paralyzed, hearing that Jasmine was very moist yet could burst out with power was related to this. Steel will? Steel refers to the steel body, while will refers to the enhancement of the steel body by willpower and emotions. In simple terms, the more excited the emotions, the stronger the steel body, or the more resolute the will, the stronger the steel body. The bronze law encompasses everything, and the corresponding extraordinary powers are also diverse, but I am not clear on the specifics. Even this information was thanks to a person from the upper city who entered the nightmare world with us last time. He told me. Nightmare apostles? Is that the term for people like you? Yang Dongqing nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether extraordinary or ordinary, is collectively referred to as nightmare apostles. This is an ominous title because all nightmare apostles will ultimately die in nightmares. Why? The person from the upper city said that every day, some unfortunate souls become nightmare apostles in their dreams, entering the nightmare world while asleep. This is completely random, anyone could be affected. Moreover, once you have entered even once, it is like being cursed, you will enter periodically, experiencing one nightmare after another until death. If I want to enter the nightmare world, is there any way? Yang Dongqing shook his head again. There's no way. No one knows how to enter the nightmare world, just as no one knows how to escape it. Being chosen to become a nightmare apostle seems completely random, without any. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression darkened. Can one become an extraordinary being without entering the nightmare world? Yes, I've heard from someone in the upper city that there are some extraordinary beings hidden in this world, and they are not nightmare apostles. Then how did they become extraordinary beings? I only know part of it. That person was killed by a nightmare monster before he could finish speaking. His exact words were that these extraordinary beings in the real world are a bunch of cowardly freeloaders, who have grown strong by feeding on the blood of nightmare apostles. Yang Dongqing pondered slightly. His tone was very angry, as if he strongly rejected the identity of a nightmare apostle. That kind of rejection wasn't just about facing nightmare monsters. It seemed that people in the real world would also be detrimental to nightmare apostles. Su Chen's eyes flickered. The blood of nightmare apostles? Is it meant literally, or, give me a bit of your blood? Yes, Chief. Without any hesitation, Yang Dongqing extended a finger and sharply cut his wrist with a nail as sharp as a blade. In a room filled with medical instruments and experimental devices, a man in a white coat held a test tube filled with blood, conducting various experiments with a dropper. How is it? Su Chen, leaning against the wall, asked. Chief, this blood is no different from an ordinary person's blood, at most just a bit healthier. Drink it. Yes, Chief. The man in the white coat downed the blood in one gulp. Su Chen waited a full hour for him, but there was no change. It seems that the previous statement about bloodsucking was not meant literally. Now, two paths lay before him. One was to go to the upper city, investigate information about extraordinary beings, and learn their methods to gain extraordinary power. The other was to find a way to enter the nightmare world and become an extraordinary being. He chose the second path without much thought. The upper city and lower city have a natural barrier. It's not just about having money to enter. You need money, connections, and ways to obtain a residence permit for the upper city. Of course, this wasn't a difficult task for him. It would just take some time. However, once inside, investigating information about extraordinary beings would also require time, and what he lacked most now was time. To capture Yang Dongqing, he had already spent 3 days, and currently, he only had 4 days left to live. The reasons above were not the fundamental ones for Su Chen. The real reason he chose the second path was, who could refuse a mysterious, terrifying, and thrilling nightmare world where death could come at any moment? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, his long silent heart finally felt a pulse. But how could he enter the nightmare world? Or rather, had he already entered it? For a moment, Su Chen thought of the dream he had every day, so real that it hardly felt like a dream, yet it was completely different from the nightmare world described by Yang Dongqing. In his dream, aside from the absence of danger, there was everything else. Anything he wanted was there. According to Yang Dongqing, to enter the nightmare world, one could only rely on their luck. If luck was bad enough, one could dream of the nightmare world and then enter it. But the problem was, as soon as he fell asleep, he would enter that all-powerful dream, effectively blocking out the nightmare world. He pondered for a moment, and an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Su Chen returned to the dungeon. When he saw Yang Dongqing, he was surprised to find that Yang Dongqing had actually broken free from the hypnosis. It had only been an hour. "Bastard! What did you just do to me?" Yang Dongqing shouted in a mix of shock and anger, clearly still haunted by the recent experience of being hypnotized. The feeling of completely becoming another person was more terrifying than losing one's life. Su Chen stared at him, impressed by his high mental resistance. Was this how all extraordinary beings were? Or did Yang Dongqing's iron will come with a certain level of resistance? Never mind, it wasn't important. He had never intended to treat Yang Dongqing as a puppet. For him, there were few interesting people in this world, but it was precisely these people who made the world vibrant. He was tired of the feeling of controlling everything. He hadn't fully controlled Nan Mo before, and naturally, he wouldn't completely control Yang Dongqing's thoughts now. However, just because he was unwilling to control him didn't mean he would let Yang Dongqing go. The two had already become enemies, and letting go of an enemy was a foolish act. Thus, Su Chen began to adopt another method, psychological suggestion. Compared to the coercive nature of hypnosis, psychological suggestion was undoubtedly subtle, difficult to detect, and could bypass mental resistance. Simply put, hypnosis forcibly controls another's mind, provoking mental resistance. Psychological suggestion, on the other hand, is a covert form of brainwashing that distorts your thoughts, leading you to accept it naturally. It's like in the workplace, when a boss assigns you a task outside your job description, you resist. The boss has two ways to deal with you. One is to use their authority to pressure you, saying if you don't do it, you can leave, making your life difficult. The other is to PUA you, saying that learning more is beneficial, that they are training you, and that only through training can you provide greater value in a higher position. The resulting rebellious psychology from the two methods is clearly different in strength. So, Su Chen now planned to PUA. No, psychologically suggest to Yang Dongqing. He sat calmly in a chair, hands clasped around a snake-patterned wooden cane, watching Yang Dongqing intently, and slowly said, "Yang Dongqing, you wouldn't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, would you?" Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. "What do you want to do?" Clang, clang, clang. The iron chains wrapped around him trembled violently. "Nothing, just need a little insignificant compensation." Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently as he struggled to suppress the urge to curse, gritting his teeth and saying, "What compensation? You captured me and still want compensation?" Su Chen's face showed a look of surprise. "I invited Miss Jasmine over for a visit, to drink red wine and eat steak, and you came barging in without any reason, breaking into a private residence and causing a massacre. So, tell me, should you compensate? That was an invitation. You clearly forced your way in. I just made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. But you did it through threats. Alright, don't dwell on such trivial details. Just say whether you will compensate or not." Compensate. Yang Dongqing's face turned ashen. Although he was academically poor, he understood the principle of being at the mercy of others. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Given that you are a poor wretch, the only thing you can sell is your own body, so you will work for me for 3 years, and that will count as compensation." For Su Chen, 3 years was enough. He could already handle Yang Dongqing, let alone what his own mental power would surge to 3 years later, provided he could survive. "Work for you?" Yang Dongqing's expression softened slightly. This meant he wouldn't die for the time being, and Jasmine would be safe. He just wanted to feign compliance for now and look for an opportunity to take revenge later. Su Chen seemed to see through his thoughts and said, "You should also be aware of my abilities. Dealing with an ordinary person like Jasmine is a piece of cake. To be honest, I have already planted a thought in her mind, a thought of suicide. As long as you harbor malicious intent, Jasmine will take her own life for me." Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. "Bastard! Don't hurt Jasmine, if you have the guts, come at me." What a touching love, Su Chen marveled. Since that's the case, you should consider Jasmine even more. She loves you so much that she dared to betray me for you. Such a good girl, her life and death are in your hands. As long as you agree to work for me for 3 years, after that, I will grant you both your freedom. Yang Dongqing's face darkened, his expression shifting. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "I agree, but if you don't keep your promise or harm Jasmine, I swear that even if I have to shatter into pieces, I will make you pay the price." Su Chen smiled slightly, pleasure to cooperate. At the same time, a glimmer of light flickered in the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses. An invisible mental force began to emit waves. He was giving Yang Dongqing psychological suggestions, reinforcing the thought in his mind. For Yang Dongqing at this moment, there were two choices. One was to believe in the freedom after 3 years and cooperate sincerely, the other was to disbelieve and pretend to cooperate, waiting for an opportunity to betray. The role of psychological suggestion was to strengthen the thought of genuine cooperation, making Yang Dongqing more inclined towards the first choice. Who do you want me to kill? Your competitor? Don't be so violent. Who says a gang leader must kill? I'm quite fond of peace, and your job isn't about killing. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Your first task is to cooperate with me to enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing trembled all over, speechless for a long time. Let's not talk about whether I can do it, do you? Know what it means to enter the nightmare world? No need for unnecessary words, I have my own plans. If I'm not mistaken, when you suddenly felt palpitations during class, it was because you sensed you were about to enter the nightmare world again? Yang Dongqing silently nodded, and after a long time, he said, the nightmare apostles have a sense when they are about to enter the nightmare world. Generally, after sensing it, they will enter within 2 to 3 days. Earlier you said entering the nightmare world is through sleeping and dreaming. What if you don't sleep? Not sleeping can delay the entry time, but who can stay awake all the time? A person will die if they don't sleep. Su Chen did not comment on this. Even in this world, there are extraordinary beings, and it's not unusual for someone to stay awake indefinitely. However, since Yang Dongqing had just come into contact with the extraordinary, the information he understood was naturally one-sided. Is entering the nightmare world a matter of the spirit entering while the body remains in reality? Or does the spirit and body enter together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. I'm not sure either. I've only been to the nightmare world once, and who can observe whether their body is lying on the bed after falling asleep? The gaze behind the brown glasses shifted slightly, and Su Chen suddenly had a certain thought. He wondered if, when he entered that dream of infinite mental power every day, his body was still lying in bed asleep. It would be easy to verify, just install a camera in the bedroom. However, now was not the time for verification. Yang Dongqing continued, I feel it should be the spirit and body entering together because the nightmare world is completely a real world, just like crossing over. The injuries sustained inside will also carry over when returning to reality. You just said it would take 2 to 3 days to enter the nightmare world. Today should be the 3rd day, right? Yes, because I didn't sleep last night. Otherwise, I might have entered last night. Why didn't you sleep last night? You! Yang Dongqing glared at him instantly. Why the hell didn't I sleep? Didn't you make me study math all night? Su Chen's lips curled into a mysterious arc. Alright, don't worry about such boring details. You should get ready to cooperate with me and enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing immediately furrowed his brows. That's impossible. The nightmare world is entered randomly. As far as I know, no one can choose to enter it on their own. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that, I have my own plans. Night. In a luxurious room, a dozen men in black stood in a neat row under Zhao Chaoyao's leadership. Boss, as per your instructions, I have gathered all the elites from the Viper Gang, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. Su Chen examined them closely and found that each of them was robust, with a strong build, exuding a faint aura of menace, and bulging at the waist where they carried handguns. At that moment, a bald man beside him, lacking eyebrows and sporting lip marks on his face, showed a look of disdain and sneered. The nightmare world isn't effective just because there are a lot of people. If you bring these useless ones in, they'll just be a burden in the end. Oh, by the way, that's assuming you really have a way to bring so many people in. The bald man was Yang Dongqing. Ever since the two reached an agreement, Su Chen had released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not cause trouble but worked honestly, eagerly waiting for 3 years to fly together with Jasmine. As for the lip marks on his face, they were naturally from Jasmine. As soon as he was released, he wanted to see her, and after a moment of intimacy, he learned from Jasmine that his brother had become the factory director, and Jasmine herself had been signed by a record company. This outcome was quite satisfactory. His brother became the director, Jasmine could pursue her dreams, and Su Chen gained an extraordinary bodyguard. The only one suffering was Yang Dongqing, who had to work like a horse for 3 years. Su Chen ignored him and calmly instructed, "Get ready to sleep." Yang Dongqing walked straight to the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Su Chen extended his snake-patterned wooden cane to block him. "Sleep on the floor." Yang Dongqing's face turned angry. "Isn't there a bed? Why do I have to sleep on the floor?" "The bed is mine," Su Chen said, retracting the cane and giving him a faint glance. Yang Dongqing could only curse under his breath and lie down on the floor. At that moment, Su Chen instructed Zhao Chaoyao and the others, "You all sleep too." Bang bang bang. The dozen men in black plopped down on the floor and fell asleep immediately, with some even starting to snore. Yang Dongqing's brows twitched. Do these people have such good sleep quality? Su Chen shook his head. It's just hypnosis. Do you want to try? Yang Dongqing immediately recalled unpleasant memories and turned pale, firmly refusing, then tightly closed his eyes. About 10 minutes later, he slowly drifted into slumber. After a night of doing math problems, he was already extremely fatigued. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Su Chen began his plan. He took out a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, letting the watch face slip from his fingertips, swinging like a pendulum in the air. 1, 2, 3. Thud! Su Chen fell onto the soft bed. In the vast and ethereal heavenly palace, an immortal emperor stood proudly, surrounded by celestial energy, as if rays of light were bursting forth from his body. He was tall and majestic, standing like a peak, as if he could support the entire sky. This immortal emperor was none other than Su Chen. That's right, he had entered his own dream. Transforming into the immortal emperor was just basic practice for him, a habit formed subconsciously. Su Chen stood in the void, his magnificent celestial robe billowing in the wind, embroidered with the stars of the heavens, as if containing the ultimate truths of the universe. He slightly raised his hand, and the celestial power flowing from his sleeves transformed into brilliant light, illuminating the entire dreamscape. The dreamscape had no walls, which meant it had no boundaries. What he needed to do now was to expand. To infinitely expand the dreamscape until it connected to Yang Dongqing's dream. In his vision, since he was the master of the dream, why couldn't he control the connection between his dream and others? With a flip of my hand, I can grasp the rise and fall of the universe. It's merely connecting dreams, it shouldn't be difficult. Time passed second by second as Su Chen slowly closed his eyes, pushing his perception to the limit, and his dream began to expand wildly like a cosmic explosion. Finally, he felt something different, a peculiar sensation, as if the immortal emperor standing at the pinnacle suddenly sensed the barrier of the world, and after his perception penetrated the barrier, he saw another world. At the edge of the dreamscape, there was only endless darkness, but at some point, a dozen twinkling stars appeared, mysterious and magnificent. Su Chen could clearly sense that those stars were not part of his dream, for he could perfectly control his own dream, making him particularly sensitive to the extra elements. Is this their dream? Su Chen opened his eyes, the gaze of the immortal emperor resembling a deep, boundless black hole of the universe, containing the brilliance and dimness of countless stars, the flow and change of time. As his gaze swept across, it was like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness of the dream's edge, and those dozen stars fully manifested. Even the scenes above became clear. Among them, the images on the 12 stars were basically the same, all depicting Su Chen sitting on a throne, with a crowd of people below bowing in submission, shouting "Long live the leader." Clearly, this was the dream of Zhao Chaoyao and the others, who were brainwashed every day, even dreaming of Su Chen. Besides these 12 stars, there was another star, seemingly forged from steel, radiating a metallic sheen, displaying a somewhat different scene. The image had a bit of color. The male lead was Yang Dongqing, and the female lead was Jasmine. The two of them were sweetly affectionate when Su Chen appeared, cutting in to seize love. Is this Yang Dongqing's dream? Su Chen frowned slightly. How cliché. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Jasmine had already been successfully taken away by Su Chen, and the plot became increasingly melodramatic. Jasmine, sorry, Dongqing, a love triangle is just too crowded. Yang Dongqing, no. Jasmine, how can I live without you? Su Chen. He was somewhat speechless, just as he was about to complain, his brow furrowed slightly, his gaze like cold lightning, locking firmly onto Yang Dongqing's dream. He saw a strange blood color suddenly appear in Yang Dongqing's dream. That blood color resembled old rust, or dried blood, silently spreading in the dream, exuding a chilling aura. It was like the blood of a demon seeping from the depths of hell, thick and slow-moving, each drop filled with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually covered by the blood color, and at the same time, the dream star representing him began to shake violently, as if it were about to be pulled from the world. Is this the call of the nightmare world? Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He no longer hesitated and immediately connected his dream with Yang Dongqing's dream. At the moment of contact, his body shook violently. Because the originally ethereal celestial palace had, unbeknownst to him, been stained with a strange blood color. This blood color began to spread wildly like a virus. He tried to control the blood-red hue, but found it utterly impossible. Even though he was the supreme immortal emperor in his dreams, everything in the face of that blood color seemed like a mirage, an illusion. Only that blood color was real. It felt as if he were the highest power in a novel, capable of destroying the world with a mere gesture, yet unable to crawl out of the story to harm even a blade of grass in reality. As I expected, the nightmare world pulls people through dreams. As long as I connect with the dream of the nightmare apostle, I will be drawn in together. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he realized that at some point, a layer of strange blood color had also covered his gaze. In that case, I can use the same principle to bring those people in as well. Su Chen manipulated his own dream, connecting it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and the others. When all the dreams were linked together, it seemed to provide a channel for the blood color to spread, infinitely extending until it dyed everyone's dreams blood red. That blood color was like a massive net, enveloping everyone's dreams, leaving no escape, as if once trapped within, they would be devoured by endless fear and despair. And this was exactly what Su Chen wanted. He sat upright on the supreme throne, his dark golden starry robe already stained blood red, as the blood water rampaged, gradually converging into a sea of blood, slowly submerging him. His abdomen, chest, neck. At this moment, Su Chen was completely wrapped in the sea of blood, leaving only his head above the surface. A suppressed smile appeared on his pale face. Truly, something to look forward to. As the words fell, the sea of blood completely swallowed him. The pitch-black night enveloped Zhao family village. The entire village was exceptionally desolate, without a single light. Only a flickering candlelight in a two-story house stood out in the darkness. Under the shroud of night, this two-story house seemed to be covered by a thick layer of darkness, its mottled walls crawling with strange vines, and the rusty iron door creaked eerily in the gentle breeze, as if it were groaning in pain. Inside the house, 4 men and 1 woman sat anxiously around the candle, occasionally glancing back at the darkness that the candlelight could not reach, as if some terrifying monster might appear at any moment. "It's already dark. According to the original plan, we need to go out to find food and candles," said a crew-cut man in his 20s in a deep voice. Although his expression was serious, he did not share the panic and fear of the others. "Brother Yi, do we really have to go out? What if there are nightmare monsters outside?" A slightly trembling voice came from a middle-aged man. He wore a faded work uniform and heavily worn rubber shoes, his skin dark and his figure slightly hunched, a testament to years of hard labor. The crew-cut man named Ji shot him a cold glance. "What do you want to do if we don't go out? Wait to die? We've been here for 3 days, 3 whole days without eating a single bite. If this continues, we won't need those nightmare monsters to take action, we'll starve to death ourselves. And the candles are almost out. Once we run out of candles, I don't need to say what the consequences will be, right?" The middle-aged man shrank back in fear, not daring to say anything further, and the others fell silent as well. At that moment, the man named Ji stood up. Everyone split up and searched the village for food. "It's night now, and those humanoid monsters won't appear, just be careful of the shadows. Also, bring back all the food you find, and I will distribute it uniformly. If anyone dares to hide any, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, he prepared to leave first, while the only woman among them quickly grabbed his hand, her somewhat pretty face showing a hint of a pitiful plea. "Brother Yi, I'm scared. Can I go with you?" The woman wore a light, sheer silk nightgown that subtly outlined her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a hint of fair skin and a seductive collarbone, with delicate straps gently resting on her rounded shoulders, as if they could slip off at any moment. Her pitiful appearance made the others swallow hard, their protective instincts surging. However, the man with the surname Yi remained expressionless, coldly refusing. "I said, we split up. The more people there are, the easier it is to attract the shadow's attention." The woman persisted, biting her delicate lip as she pleaded, "Please, Yi Gu, you're the only extraordinary one in the team, only you can protect me. Just take me with you. I can do anything." Yi scoffed, a hint of mockery in his eyes, and ruthlessly shook off her hand. "Since you know I'm extraordinary, you should also understand that there are plenty of people like you around me. In the real world, it wouldn't matter, but this is the nightmare world. I can barely protect myself, let alone you. You said you could do anything, right? Then go take out the shadow hiding in the darkness. If you can do that, I'll protect you 24 hours a day." The woman's face instantly turned pale, as if all her strength had been drained away. He glanced at her coldly, then picked up a lantern and turned to leave, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Desperate, the woman cast her helpless gaze toward the others, but no one responded. The rest were not fools, no one wanted to carry a burden. They all took their lanterns and left one by one, except for a middle-aged man who hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You, come with me, at least we can look out for each other." A glimmer of joy appeared on the woman's face as she quickly nodded in agreement, her delicate white arms tightly wrapping around the middle-aged man's arm. The two picked up their lanterns and left the house. They walked cautiously in the darkness, the white paper lantern in their hands emitting a faint candlelight, their bodies close enough to hear each other's heartbeats. After an unknown amount of time, the woman's voice broke the silence. "Uncle Li, do you think we can make it back alive?" Li Chang's body stiffened slightly, but he still managed to comfort her. "Miss Wang, just call me Lily. Uncle Li, you're a good person, you're different from them. Lily, we will definitely make it back alive. Li Chang felt warmth in his heart, and at the same time, the arm wrapped around his tightened a little more. That soft touch slightly dispelled the fear within him, but just then, crack! A sudden sound of a branch snapping echoed from a nearby alley. It was as if someone had stepped on a dry twig. The two instantly changed color, turning sharply to shine their lanterns into the alley, which was pitch black, like a gaping abyss silently devouring everything. Who's there? Li Chang asked in terror. Is it Yi Gu? Or Wang Tao? In the dim candlelight, a figure seemed to stand quietly in the dark alley, making no movement, tall and thin. Li Chang steeled his courage and raised the lantern to see the person's face. At that moment, the figure moved. It seemed to take a step forward, stepping into the light, and countless shadows like tiny tide worms retreated from the person's face, revealing a pale visage. The features were exquisite and handsome, adorned with high-end tea-colored glasses, and a polite yet elegant smile graced the face, which shone even brighter under the candlelight. Ah! Lily was the first to let out a high-pitched scream because this face did not belong to anyone in their team. Li Chang was instantly surrounded by fear, his mind a chaotic mess. Why? Didn't Brother Yi say that humanoid monsters only appeared during the day? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands push him hard, and caught off guard, Li Chang fell to the ground. The owner of those hands fled as if mad. Lily knew very well that with her physical strength, she couldn't outrun the humanoid monster, nor could she outrun Li Chang beside her. To survive and not be eaten, she could only let Li Chang buy some time. Thud! The white paper lantern in Li Chang's hand fell to the ground, and with that fall, he was so frightened that he nearly fainted, for the lantern rolled to the feet of a pale face, illuminating the scene behind it. People! A dense crowd of people. Behind that pale face stood rows of figures in black, motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Ah! Monster! Don't eat me! Li Chang's fragile psyche was hit hard. He scrambled up from the ground in a breakdown, then fell again, and got up, rolling and crawling away in panic. Su Chen pushed up his brown glasses with some helplessness. He hadn't expected that upon entering the nightmare world, he would be mistaken for a monster before even seeing any nightmare creatures. After being completely swallowed by a sea of blood in his dream, he arrived at this village, a broken village without any lights. The most critical thing was that all his lighting tools had malfunctioned. To be precise, they hadn't malfunctioned, they still worked, but the light they emitted couldn't dispel the darkness of this world at all. Su Chen turned to his group of subordinates and asked, "Do I look much like a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao glared at Li Chang's back with fierce eyes. How dare he insult the leader? I'll go kill him. Yang Dongqing pondered. It seems this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He probably entered before us and might know some information about this nightmare. Su Chen waved his hand. Catch him. Yes, leader. Two burly men in black leaped out like cheetahs, charging straight at Li Chang. A few seconds later, the panicked Li Chang was dragged back by the two men in black like a dead dog. Don't eat me. Please don't eat me. Li Chang didn't dare to open his eyes, struggling and shouting wildly. After struggling for a while and realizing no one was attacking him, he was taken aback. Cautiously, he opened his eyes and saw that pale, handsome face from before. The owner of that face was smiling, a very gentle smile, devoid of any aggression. "Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle?" Su Chen asked politely. Li Chang instinctively nodded, suddenly realizing something. "You are too." "Yes, like you, we are all people who accidentally entered the nightmare world, not monsters." "Really?" Li Chang looked at the dark figures before him with some skepticism. "But why are there so many of you? And you all wear the same clothes. Could it be you can form a group?" A vein suddenly bulged on Zhao Chaoyao's forehead as he grabbed Li Chang by the collar, growling, "Form a group? Do you think this is a vacation? Whatever our leader asks you, just answer honestly, understood?" "Hey, how many times have I said it? Don't be so violent, be polite." "Yes, leader." Zhao Chaoyao released Li Chang's collar and stepped back behind Su Chen. Su Chen smiled at the panicked Li Chang and even kindly helped him straighten his wrinkled collar. "Don't be nervous, after all, we are not bad people. By the way, may I ask how you are called?" Li Chang." Li Chang trembled, feeling even more afraid for some reason. "All right, Mr. Li Chang, since we are both nightmares apostles, trapped in this terrifying dream, shouldn't we help each other? After all, individual strength is limited, only by uniting can we overcome difficulties, don't you think?" The eyes behind the brown glasses emitted a barely perceptible eerie glow. Under the gaze of those eyes, Li Chang's fearful heart gradually calmed down. "You're right, we should help each other," Li Chang said earnestly. "Mr. Li Chang is truly a good person, so please share the information you have." As the two interacted amicably, Yang Dongqing, standing nearby, felt a chill rise within him at the sight. No matter how many times he witnessed such a method of manipulating people's hearts, he would always feel deep fear and wariness. With Li Chang's candid narration, Su Chen finally understood the current nightmare. Li Chang's group consisted of 10 people, 5 of whom had already died, leaving 4 men and 1 woman. They had entered the nightmare world 3 days ago. Unlike Su Chen and the others who entered together, these individuals had entered one by one. Among the remaining, only a young man named Yi Fanyu was an extraordinary being, having entered the nightmare world for the 3rd time, while the others were ordinary people entering for the first time. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in a village called Zhao Family Village. At night, the village was deserted, but there were monsters known as shadows lurking in the darkness, reaching out to pull people into the dark. It was said that anyone pulled in would undoubtedly die. Daytime was even more dangerous. The missing villagers would appear during the day, but to be precise, they were not villagers at all, but monsters disguised in human skin, immensely strong and difficult to kill, and they would actively attack humans. Once captured, they would cruelly torture and devour their victims. There were over 100 of these monsters, making direct confrontation impossible. They could only hide inside houses. The villagers seemed to have a natural fear of houses. As long as the doors and windows were tightly shut, they could not break in. However, these monsters could bewitch the heart and would try every means to lure people out of their rooms. After hearing Li Chang's description, a wider smile spread across Su Chen's face. I'm a bit looking forward to it now. It seemed that entering the nightmare world late had its advantages. At least good people had already sacrificed their lives to provide crucial information. For instance, villagers could not force their way into houses, and shadows preferred to appear in crowded places. This information might seem like just a sentence, but to know it, one would have to risk their life. Although the lives of the little brothers helping the snake were not worth much, recruiting a new batch of hypnotized little brothers would also take a lot of time. Mr. Li Chang, please take us to meet everyone next, Su Chen smiled. Li Chang numbly nodded, okay. Inside a 2-story house, Yi Fanyu and the others returned one after another, exchanging glances, all with grim expressions. Zhao Gang, Wang Tao, did you two find any food? Yi Fanyu asked. The two shook their heads. I looked in the fields, but there are no crops at all. I searched the trash bins in the village, and there was no food. Yi Fanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, but he did not easily believe their words. He first scrutinized the two of them carefully, then reached out to feel their sunken bellies. You two, open your mouths. The two were quite fearful of Yi Fanyu and obediently complied. After checking, Yi Fanyu found no food remnants, and even sniffed, detecting no scent of food, only the foul odor of 3 days without brushing teeth. It seems we can only hope for Li Chang and Wang Li. The 3 of them each held a lantern and sat down in the corners of the room, keeping a considerable distance from each other. Before long, hurried footsteps were heard outside the house. Open the door. A loud banging on the door echoed, along with Wang Li's terrified cries for help, piercing the silence of the dark night. The 3 people's expressions changed, and they all stood up. Yi Fanyu rushed to the door first, but he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he asked, what happened? Li Chang. Li Chang encountered a humanoid monster. Please, open the door quickly. Wang Li's once sweet voice had already distorted at this moment, the fear that had been building up over the past 3 days now bursting forth. Yi Fanyu's expression suddenly changed. Impossible. Humanoid monsters only appear during the day. It's night now, how could they come out? To confirm the time, he even walked to the window and looked outside. It was pitch black outside, with only the cold moonlight hanging in the sky, casting eerie, twisted shadows on the ground from the surrounding branches, exuding a suffocating, sinister atmosphere. I don't know, but they just appeared. Not just one, but many monsters. They filled the alley. Wang Li cried out in terror, her voice mixed with sobs. Yi Fanyu didn't respond but pressed close to the window, carefully observing the doorway. After confirming that only Wang Li was at the door, he replied, since there are so many nightmare monsters, how did you manage to come back alive? Where's Li Chang? Wang Li's sobbing paused. Li Chang. He stayed behind to save me, Wang Li's voice broke into sobs. Bang! The door to the house was opened, and the faint candlelight spilling from inside illuminated Wang Li's delicate figure, outlining her in a halo. Her white silk nightgown was covered in mud, and her long legs, exposed, bore several scrapes. One of her plush slippers was missing, and her smooth little foot was stained with mud, even the spaces between her toes filled with dark substance. She rushed into the room, and only when she was enveloped in candlelight did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Bang! Without a second's hesitation, Yi Fanyu closed the door. Then, he didn't give Wang Li a chance to catch her breath, grabbing her hand and speaking urgently, quick, tell me what happened. He was indeed very anxious because Wang Li's words meant that the patterns of the nightmare monsters observed over the past 3 days were wrong or had changed, which concerned everyone's lives. I don't know, I'm so scared. Li Chang and I were looking for food, passing through an alley when we suddenly heard a noise. Li Chang thought it was you guys, so he took the lantern to shine it, and then, Wang Li's breathing became increasingly rapid, her pupils involuntarily constricting as if she recalled something terrifying. What happened next? Just say it. Yi Fanyu's face turned tense, veins bulging, wishing he could slap her. People. All people. The alley was filled with rows of people in black. They stood completely still, just like zombies, and the one in front had a pale face, devoid of color, and seemed to be wearing brown-tinted glasses. Brown-tinted glasses? That's right, brown-tinted glasses. That person kept laughing. He just quietly watched us, laughing the whole time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. They unconsciously pictured the scene in their minds, the pitch-black night, holding a white lantern shining into the alley, and under the candlelight, rows of zombie-like figures in black appeared, their pale faces staring directly at you, wearing smiles. Bang bang bang. A series of crisp knocks on the door startled everyone. Open the door, it's Li Chang. Li Chang's voice came from outside the door. Whoosh. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly, and Wang Li was so frightened that she hugged Yi Fanyu tightly, seemingly seeking comfort. Get the hell away from me. Yi Fanyu pushed Wang Li away, his expression dark and uncertain. Open the door, I saw the light inside, Li Chang urged repeatedly. Zhao Gang nervously swallowed. Didn't Wang Li say that Li Chang was dead? Then who was outside? The room fell into a dead silence, no one answered the question. It could be the villagers, don't forget they have the ability to change their appearance and charm people's hearts, Wang Tao said cautiously. Shut up, don't make a sound, I'll go take a look, Yi Fanyu whispered sharply, stepping quietly towards the window. As he peered out, his heart raced in shock. The scene outside was exactly as Wang Li had described. At the door, Li Chang was knocking, and behind him stood rows of men in black. Those men stood expressionless, like statues, and the leading man wore brown-tinted glasses and leaned on a snake-patterned wooden cane. Suddenly, the man with the brown glasses seemed to sense something and slightly turned his head to look over. Their eyes met, and the man with the glasses revealed a polite smile. Bang! Yi Fanyu felt a chill run down his spine and quickly moved away from the window, pressing against the wall to avoid that gaze. Damn! How could so many nightmare creatures appear all of a sudden? Everyone, scatter to the corners and hide, plug your ears, no matter what the people outside say, absolutely do not open the door. Without needing Yi Fanyu to instruct, the others had already found their positions, each one crouching in the corner with their hands on their heads, trembling. Over the past 3 days, they had experienced multiple such events. Basically, during the day, they would be besieged by villagers who could change their forms, even turning into your relatives to tempt you to open the door. So the best solution was to not look, not listen, and not respond. Outside the door, Li Chang knocked for a long time, but no one responded. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why won't they open the door? There are clearly people inside. It must be a misunderstanding. Su Chen guessed the thoughts of the people inside. He turned to look at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, after being chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days in the nightmare world, it was understandable to suddenly see a group of such men in black and feel fear. Especially since these men in black were all hypnotized, with only one thought in their minds, for the leader. These people had no idea what fear was, making the scene feel somewhat out of place. Leader, let me break down the door, Zhao Xiaoyao volunteered. Go ahead, Su Chen nodded. At that moment, Yang Dongqing stepped forward. No need, I'll communicate with them. Rushing to break down the door could easily cause a misunderstanding. Saying this, Yang Dongqing walked to the door and called out loudly, Don't misunderstand us, we are not nightmare monsters, but nightmare apostles just like you, we just entered 3 days late. I am an extraordinary person, if you open the door, we can discuss how to cooperate and get through this nightmare together. Silence, a deathly silence, no one inside responded. Yang Dongqing. Bang! He kicked the door open, the old iron door crashing heavily to the ground with a piercing metallic clang. The moment the door opened, what greeted Yang Dongqing was a fireball like a bullet. That fireball streaked through the air, scorching and distorting the air in its path, leaving a long, blazing trail in the dark night sky. Yang Dongqing's expression changed suddenly, he had no time to dodge and could only reach out to take it head-on, a steel-like color appearing on his palm. Boom! A violent explosion of fire erupted, and amidst the flames, Yang Dongqing was sent flying back as if hit directly by a cannonball, his palm turning completely charred. From inside the room, Yi Fanyu's astonished voice rang out, Steel Will, you really are an extraordinary person. At this moment, he was holding his hand in the shape of a gun, with his index finger and thumb raised, the other 3 fingers curled in, resembling a child mimicking a gun and making shooting sounds. However, the tip of his index finger was burning with a fierce flame, which appeared exceptionally bright in the dim room. Damn it! Yang Dongqing scrambled up from the ground, angrily saying, "Did I not just say that we are not nightmare monsters?" Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Yi Fanyu's face showed a look of surprise, but his right hand still maintained the gun pose, the flame at his fingertip not dissipating. What you don't know is that in this nightmare, there are many monsters disguised in human skin, and they will do everything possible to trick us into opening the door, so I couldn't believe it. However, the ability you just displayed is indeed Steel Heart, and those monsters cannot break through doors and windows. I was reacting subconsciously before, but now I can confirm that you are an extraordinary being, not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing brushed off the dust on his clothes, his expression slightly easing. Then, Yi Fanyu's gaze swept over Su Chen and the others, his expression wary. "Although I can confirm you are not nightmare monsters, what about them? Why are they all dressed in the same attire?" Su Chen leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, taking a small step forward, smiling as he said, "What? Do nightmare apostles have requirements for clothing?" "It's not about clothing requirements, but all nightmare apostles enter individually, and the nightmares they encounter each time are random. You all look like members of an organization. When did nightmare apostles start forming teams? Don't tell me you formed an organization after entering and prepared uniforms in advance. You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I can only suspect that you are not human at all, but nightmare monsters." Yi Fanyu held his right hand with his left, aiming intently at Su Chen and the others. If it weren't for the flame between his index finger, the scene would have been quite comical. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, a guess forming in his mind. It seemed that nightmare apostles entering the nightmare world was like matchmaking in a game, encountering different teammates each time, and could only enter solo, not in teams. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Fanyu was on guard. How should he deceive him? Su Chen certainly couldn't reveal that he had brought everyone into the same nightmare through dreams. Of course, even if he did, the other party probably wouldn't believe it. So, Su Chen pushed up his brown glasses, a faint smile on his lips. "A very reasonable question, but I can't help but ask, Mr. Yi, what do you consider yourself? Do you think you deserve an explanation from me?" Crack, crack. The sound of countless guns being cocked echoed. Dozens of dark guns pointed straight at Yi Fanyu. Whoosh! Cold sweat broke out on Yi Fanyu's face, the flame on his index finger nearly extinguished, and the feeling of being aimed at by guns stiffened his entire body. He was indeed an extraordinary being, but he did not have a steel body. Being pointed at by dozens of guns at such close range meant certain death. Especially after seeing the expressions of those holding the guns, fear surged within him. The rows of men in black stood straight like sculptures, all expressionless, their eyes filled with coldness, muscles taut, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The faint moonlight cast shadows on their faces, making their expressions appear even more chilling and terrifying. "Is Mr. Yi satisfied with my explanation?" Su Chen's gentle voice rang out. Yi Fanyu was completely stiff, not daring to move. Su Chen smiled. The reason he acted this way was that he was sure Yi Fanyu could not withstand bullets. He had already learned from Li Chang about the strength of those humanoid monsters and Yi Fanyu's performance when hunting them. The strength of those humanoid monsters is several times that of an ordinary person, and their recovery ability is extremely strong. Even if you blow their heads off, it's hard to kill them. This level of power naturally crushes ordinary people, but if faced with Yang Dongqing in a one-on-one fight, Yang Dongqing would surely win. Unfortunately, humanoid monsters rarely act alone, they often come in groups of hundreds. During these 3 days, Yi Fanyu has also fought with humanoid monsters several times, usually only daring to fire from a distance, using flames shot from his fingertips, and he didn't dare let the humanoid monsters get close. Once they did, he would turn and run. It can be said that for most of these 3 days, they have been hiding inside the house. From this, it can be seen that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to fire, and he does not have the bullet-ignoring defense that Yang Dongqing possesses. The tense standoff lasted for a moment, and then Yi Fanyu suddenly extinguished the flames at his fingertips, forcing a smile as he said, "I was too abrupt. Those humanoid monsters don't have handguns." "Sir, please don't mind me, I meant no offense. I'm just a straightforward person and not good with words. Mainly, it's been too oppressive in the nightmare world these days, and my mind has been a bit tense. Now that I think about it, if you were a nightmare monster, you would have killed us all the moment you opened the door. If I'm not mistaken, you should also be an extraordinary person, and your extraordinary power should be related to puppets or something similar. These people are probably puppets you control, which is why they could enter the nightmare world together." Su Chen smiled slightly, and without any visible movement, he elegantly tapped the ground with his cane. The dozen or so men in black uniformly put away their handguns and continued to stand like statues. This illustrates the importance of strength. When you have power, everything unreasonable can be reasonably explained, and extraordinary beings will argue on your behalf. That's how it is now, even the reasoning has been provided for you. Su Chen walked over and gently patted Yi Fanyu's stiff shoulder, smiling gently. I didn't expect you to see through this. It seems Mr. Yi has extraordinary insight. Yi Fanyu chuckled awkwardly, his peripheral vision occasionally glancing at Su Chen's hand resting on his shoulder, fearing that the other party might suddenly make a move. May I ask how to address you? I am Su Chen. It's an honor to share this nightmare with you, Mr. Yi. Yi Fanyu quickly replied, You're too polite, it's my honor. With the addition of two extraordinary beings, the chances of surviving this nightmare have increased dramatically. Wang Li and the others looked at the scene before them with strange expressions. They had spent 3 days with Yi Fanyu and knew very well what kind of person he was: arrogant, selfish, and cold-hearted. Yet, these stark traits turned into docility, humility, and politeness when faced with someone stronger than him. Subsequently, everyone began to exchange pleasantries and introductions, and for a moment, the atmosphere was very harmonious. However, two people were not harmonious: Li Chang and Wang Li. This honest middle-aged man frequently glanced at Wang Li, wanting to say something but hesitating. Wang Li felt a tightness in her chest. She had already made up her mind that if Li Chang dared to report what she had just done, she would immediately turn the tables on him. However, in the end, Li Chang said nothing, as if nothing had happened. After some simple small talk, Yi Fanyu spoke up, Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late and should not be too familiar with this nightmare. How about I explain it to you? Su Chen shook his head, no need. I've already heard some information from Mr. Li Chang. I wonder what Mr. Yi plans to do next? Yi Fanyu quickly replied, I originally planned to find a house to guard and wait for the nightmare to naturally awaken and return to reality, as most nightmare apostles do. But now that we have two extraordinary beings, we can change our previous strategy. We can try to explore a bit, perhaps we can crack this nightmare. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. He had already learned some common knowledge about the nightmare world from Yang Dongqing. The nightmare world, known as a nightmare, could naturally be awakened from. Generally, most nightmare apostles chose to find a safe place and then hide, usually waking up from the nightmare after about 7 days, returning to reality, provided they did not die within those 7 days. However, this method could not be used indefinitely. It was said that as the number of times one entered the nightmare world increased, the time to wake up would also lengthen. 7 days, 10 days, a month, or even half a year could be possible. Perhaps in the end, one might never wake up again unless the nightmare was broken, otherwise, they would remain in the nightmare world forever. Therefore, when encountering a simple nightmare, it was best to break it if possible. At this moment, Yi Fanyu said, if we're lucky, we might find 1 or 2 magical artifacts. Behind his tea-colored glasses, his eyes suddenly glanced at Yang Dongqing, noticing that the other party was also slightly confused, clearly unaware of what a magical artifact was. So Su Chen continued, yes, magical artifacts are great things. I was fortunate enough to own one once, but unfortunately, I lost it due to certain reasons. As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on Su Chen's face. That's really too bad, Yi Fanyu said with a look of pity. Even the lowest tier bronze-level magical artifact can sell for at least 5 million in the black market for extraordinary beings. However, generally, no one would sell them. Magical artifacts possess extraordinary power, significantly enhancing the combat strength of extraordinary beings. Unless someone is truly in need of money, who would be willing to sell one? If I had a defensive magical artifact, even just a bronze level 1, with my bronze law, 5-finger flame bullet, I wouldn't be stuck in a room all day being blocked by nightmare monsters. He did not hide his abilities, mainly because he felt there was no need to conceal them. Although 5-finger flame bullet was not as common as steel heart, it was not a rare ability either, and he had already used it once. Any extraordinary being with a bit of knowledge would have guessed it. By the way, Mr. Su, what level of magical artifact did you lose? Ah, it's all sad business. It's better not to mention it, Su Chen said, somewhat melancholic, as if he did not want to bring it up again. Yi Fanyu could not be so emotionally unaware as to insist on asking. Right, let's not mention it. We should think about how to get through the current difficulties, Mr. Su. In my opinion, we definitely can't stay in this 2-story house because the door has been damaged. The houses in the village are all ordinary homes, which can be easily destroyed, yet they can somehow block the immensely powerful humanoid monsters. It's strange. The urgent matter is to find a place that can accommodate everyone, along with food and candles, before dawn, before those humanoid monsters appear. Su Chen frowned slightly. A house that can accommodate everyone? Won't a crowd attract the shadows? Indeed, gathering a crowd increases the probability of attracting shadows, but it's also possible for a single person to be targeted by shadows. Shadows cannot be killed. There are only two methods to stop them. The first method is candles. As long as one is in the light, shadows cannot act. As for the second method, Yi Fanyu suddenly lowered his voice and said quietly, sacrificing others. Shadows have a characteristic: once they fixate on someone, they will follow that person continuously and cause the candle to burn more intensely. That is the shadow consuming the light. At that point, the only way to break the following is to let another person be taken by the shadow. Su Chen immediately understood why Yi Fanyu had been bringing these ordinary people along. They were acting as shields. If it were just him alone, once targeted by a shadow, he would have to wait for death, as the candle would eventually run out. He also understood why Yi Fanyu had told him this news, because his side was also accompanied by many ordinary people, and more importantly, Yi Fanyu regarded him as an extraordinary being, planning to join forces to fight against the nightmare monsters. The role of ordinary people here was merely to serve as expendables. I see, then let's act as you said. Su Chen nodded in agreement. The two quickly decided on the next arrangements in just a few words, with no one asking for the opinions of others. Ordinary people had no voice in front of extraordinary beings. The group soon set off, stepping into the darkness outside, which surged like a tide, enveloping everyone's figures, with only the faint candlelight of the white paper lanterns in their hands. They walked slowly and cautiously, the only sounds in the darkness being the dense footsteps and some nervous breaths. Not far into their journey, Su Chen suddenly stopped. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, noticing Su Chen's unusual behavior, quickly halted as well. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Yi Fanyu asked in a low voice. Something's not right, Su Chen replied calmly, his extraordinary mental strength allowing him to sense something amiss. Yi Fanyu felt an inexplicable unease. What's not right? The footsteps are wrong. Footsteps? Yes, one person's footsteps are missing. A curious smile appeared on Su Chen's pale face, looking somewhat eerie in the darkness. What? The group was immediately startled. He turned around, squinting his eyes, carefully counting the number of people. The figures in black stood like statues. Hey, how many people did we bring this time? Zhao Chaodao's expression tightened as he quickly replied, Leader, we brought a total of 13 people. As soon as this was said, everyone clearly realized something and looked towards the group of black-clad individuals at the end of the line, with Yi Fanyu counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. There are only 12 people left. The shadow. It's the shadow. His face changed drastically. Damn it, spread out quickly. The more people gather, the more it will attract the shadow's attention. The few who had followed Yi Fanyu, like a reflex, quickly scattered, each maintaining a distance of over 2 meters, their expressions filled with fear. In contrast to their panic, Su Chen and his group remained motionless, still standing in place, with only Yang Dongqing gritting her teeth and distancing herself from the crowd. Mr. Su, quickly spread out. The shadow will fall silent for a short time after killing. During this time, we must not gather together. After a while, the shadow will retreat. If we gather, it may reappear. Hold your lanterns tightly, and do not leave the area covered by the candlelight, Yi Fanyu urged anxiously. Due to the limited number of lanterns, there weren't enough for everyone. Aside from Yi Fanyu and his group each having one, Su Chen's side only had one each for Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and Su Chen himself. Mr. Yi, does the shadow only take one person at a time? Su Chen asked calmly, his brown glasses obscuring his eyes, making it hard to discern his expression. That's right, the shadow takes one person at a time. Mr. Su, the shadow is hiding in the surrounding darkness. Hurry and spread out. Although Yi Fanyu didn't like Su Chen, he at least didn't want the other party to die at this moment. Su Chen smiled, no problem, I happen to have more people. Saying this, he instructed a black-clad man at the end of the line, you step out of the candlelight's range and stand in the darkness. Yes, leader. The man showed no hesitation, directly leaving the range of the candlelight and walking into the unfathomable darkness. He stood quietly in the dark, his figure becoming indistinct, leaving only a human-shaped outline. Yi Fanyu and the others watched in horror, none of them expecting Su Chen to be so ruthless, directly sending a subordinate to his death, and the most critical part was that the subordinate did so without hesitation. Wang Li, who originally intended to cling to Yi Fanyu's thigh, planned to throw herself into Su Chen's embrace. However, upon witnessing this scene, her heart sank, and she abandoned the thought. This person was even colder and more ruthless than Yi Fanyu. Despite appearing polite and gentle, he was exceptionally cold-blooded at his core. Under Su Chen's gaze, a shadow suddenly surged behind the little brother standing in the darkness. It was a shadow darker than the night itself, twisting and extending, gradually rising to form a human shape. The figure was extremely thin but towering, like a giant over 2 meters tall, reduced to mere bones, yet its arms were long and nearly touching the ground. The moment the shadow took shape, a pair of crimson eyes opened where its head should be, cold, indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. Yi Fanyu and the others showed fear, instinctively retreating and holding their breath. Su Chen watched the shadow with interest, eager to see its next move. Soon, the shadow moved, a black hand slowly extended from it, long and withered, resembling a deformed branch, with 5 slender nails at the tips of its fingers. That terrifying black hand slowly reached towards the little brother. For some reason, Su Chen perceived a strange elegance in it, as if at a grand ball, a gentleman was extending his hand to a beautiful lady, inviting her to dance a waltz. "Attack," Su Chen commanded. The little brother showed no hesitation, drawing a pistol from his waist and firing wildly at the twisted figure in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew. The shadow trembled as if struck by water waves, but in the next second, it quickly returned to calm, unscathed. Su Chen's gaze flickered. He had unknowingly removed his brown glasses, and his deep-set eyes emitted a ghostly light in the darkness. An invisible mental force surged forth, covering the shadow. He intended to try and see if he could hypnotize the shadow, but the result disappointed him. The mental force entered the shadow's body like sinking into a quagmire, not even causing a ripple. So it really doesn't work? At that moment, the long, withered black hand moved. It suddenly grasped the little brother's hand and yanked him into the darkness. The little brother struggled violently, but it was all in vain. The surrounding darkness engulfed him like a tide. The shadow dragged him, moving slowly yet firmly, step by step into deeper darkness. As the distance increased, the little brother's figure gradually became blurred, and his faint cries of struggle were mercilessly swallowed by the darkness, until finally, he disappeared into the boundless, despairing blackness, as if he had never existed, leaving only a dead silence and fear behind. Such a horrifying scene struck a heavy blow to everyone's psyche. Even those like Yi Fanyu, who had witnessed the shadow before, could not suppress their fear. For them, the shadow was an almost unsolvable existence, seemingly immune to any attack, more terrifying than a superhuman monster. At least with a humanoid monster, one could still fight back or hide in a house, but once caught by the shadow, anyone would be dragged into darkness. Its appearance signified death, with no one spared. "Let's go." Su Chen's calm voice shattered the fear in the air. He seemed unfazed, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, elegantly stepping into the darkness ahead, with 11 expressionless black-clad figures closely following him. He had a rough understanding of the shadow. Now he just had to wait to meet the villagers of Zhao family village. In the endless darkness, the group moved forward, holding their breath, the sound of their heartbeats and heavy breathing intertwining into a terrifying symphony. Each step was filled with fear of the unknown, and every breath felt as if it were being swallowed by the silence. Their figures flickered in the darkness, the faint candlelight illuminating only a small area beneath their feet. Each person maintained a certain distance, afraid to approach one another, for they knew well that the shadows in the dark were watching them intently. The darkness hung like a heavy curtain, concealing everything tightly, and the fear of death followed them like a shadow. On both sides were houses shrouded in darkness, most of which were single-story and had been abandoned by Yi Fanyu. Now, with so many people, the single-story houses were simply not enough to accommodate everyone while maintaining distance. It would be best to find a 2-story or even 3-story house. The group continued to move forward, and at some point, the surrounding darkness began to thin. A white light appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. Yi Fanyu and the others were suddenly startled. "Not good, it's almost dawn. Mr. Su, we need to pick up the pace. Once it's fully light, the villagers will appear." Su Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the distant horizon. The timing is off. He took out a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, and with a crisp sound, the watch opened, revealing the time to be 3 o'clock. The dark golden pocket watch shone brightly in the candlelight, and Yi Fanyu and the others instinctively looked over, noticing a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on it. "Time in dreams is like this, unpredictable. Checking the time is useless. We should hurry," Yi Fanyu said, his tone increasingly anxious, clearly having been deeply impressed by the villagers. Su Chen calmly put away the pocket watch and subtly signaled to Zhao Chaoyao, who immediately understood and hurriedly unfastened his backpack, pulling out a small, lightweight folding stretcher. After unfolding the stretcher, Su Chen sat down under the watchful eyes of the crowd, and 2 men in black lifted him up. "Sorry, everyone, I don't like running. Let's go." Yi Fanyu and the others were taken aback. Who was this person, acting so aloof at a time like this? In truth, Su Chen was not being aloof, he simply couldn't run. If he had to run, he would likely die before the villagers even caught up. The group began to sprint, while Su Chen quietly sat on the stretcher, enjoying the scenery. It had been too dark to see the village before, but now he could make out some details. Zhao family village was quite desolate, as if forgotten by time, with many earthen walls leaning precariously, as if they could collapse at any moment. The narrow village path was filled with deep and shallow ruts, not from cars, but more like horse-drawn carts. Weeds stubbornly grew through the cracks, and on either side, dilapidated fences leaned haphazardly, enclosing small patches of barren farmland. The sky grew brighter, and Su Chen could even see the black mist surrounding Zhao family village, thick fog enveloping the entire village like a cage. He had heard Yang Dongqing mention before that this black mist was the boundary of nightmares. Zhao family village, wrapped in the mist, was a complete nightmare. Once one entered the black mist, they would fall into the cracks of the dream. If lucky, they might reach the next nightmare, but if unlucky, they could be forever lost in the cracks. It was said that no one had ever come out of the black mist alive. Su Chen watched the black mist with great interest, feeling a surge of excitement, but he was not in a hurry. To him, the nightmare world was like an unparalleled beauty. Beneath its splendid robes, every inch of skin was filled with unspeakable temptation. He wanted to explore it little by little, to delve deeper, so he could savor the experience to the fullest. As for the possibility of dying in the black mist, wasn't that even more interesting? Without the pressure of death, how could one witness the sparks of life that burst forth between life and death? How could one witness the extraordinary? A roar, inhuman and primal, interrupted Su Chen's thoughts. He turned around to see that, at some point, a figure had appeared in the corner of the village, as sudden as a ghost. The figure was hunched, and an indescribable strangeness shone in its eyes. Immediately, more and more howls erupted from all directions of the village, filled with endless pain and anger, as if cursed souls were enduring relentless torment. Each syllable was laden with resentment, sending chills down the spine. 1, 2, 3. Hundreds. A dense crowd emerged from the dark corners, stepping into the sunlight. These people, men and women, young and old, wore simple clothing, but their faces were expressionless, their eyes revealing boundless malice. They gathered in increasing numbers, like a tightening net, surging towards Su Chen and the others. Heavy footsteps echoed in the village, like the drumbeats of death, striking fear into everyone's hearts. They've appeared. Run! Yi Fanyu shouted anxiously, darting out like a cheetah, aiming for a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village, which was essentially the tallest building in Zhao family village. Previously shrouded in darkness, the 3-story house now came into view, illuminated by the increasingly bright sunlight. The crowd ran for their lives, while Su Chen leisurely observed, even taking the time to examine the villagers' appearances. He felt no panic, as there was no use in being frantic. Running was futile, fighting was impossible, so he might as well sit on the stretcher and enjoy the scenery. He began to understand why Yi Fanyu suspected that they were nightmare monsters. To be honest, the expressions of the poison snake gang's lackeys were not much different from those of the villagers. They all seemed hypnotized and brainwashed, wearing blank faces. Wait, hypnosis? Su Chen pondered, could it be that these villagers had a leader controlling them? He scanned the area but couldn't identify anyone who looked like a leader. Indeed, not all leaders possess the same charisma. That outstanding quality that makes one stand out from the crowd is simply irreplaceable. Get out of the way! Yi Fanyu at the front of the line erupted with a furious roar, his right hand forming a gun shape as he suddenly fired at a villager blocking the path. Boom! A highly compressed fire bullet whistled from his fingertips, striking the villager directly and exploding in a blaze of fire. However, although the villager fell into the flames, he quickly stood up again, showing no signs of being affected even with half his body charred, still charging towards Yi Fanyu. Bang bang! 2 more fire bullets were fired, and only after the villager was reduced to a charred husk did he finally fall silent. Su Chen observed quietly, did it really take 3 fire bullets to take down one villager? No wonder Yi Fanyu had been too afraid to go out for the past 3 days. With hundreds of villagers and only him as the extraordinary one, unless he was a 5-finger Gatling, he wouldn't stand a chance. At that moment, more and more villagers appeared ahead, blocking their path, forcing Yang Dongqing to join the fight. Compared to Yi Fanyu's flashy fire attacks, Yang Dongqing appeared much more straightforward. With iron will, he charged at the villagers like a heavily armored tank. With a single punch, he sent one villager flying several meters away, leaving a large dent in his chest, but his lethality was clearly inferior to Yi Fanyu's, as the villager quickly got back up as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, villagers found it hard to break through Yang Dongqing's defenses, but once he was surrounded, he wouldn't last long. His stamina was limited. With 2 extraordinary beings clearing the way in front, the crowd couldn't move quickly, but they weren't completely trapped. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were also not idle. Under the control of hypnosis, this group of elite poison snake gang members acted like cold-blooded fighting machines. Faced with inhuman monsters, they showed no fear, but rather grew more fervent, as if protecting their leader was an incredibly honorable task. Bang bang bang! A dense barrage of bullets continuously repelled the villagers pursuing from behind, but unfortunately, the lethality was quite limited. Unless they focused fire on a single villager and turned him into a sieve, it was difficult to kill. After a brief exchange of fire, Yifanyu, using the fireball to clear the way, was the first to rush into the courtyard of the three-story house. He did not stop, running straight to the front door. It was a heavy solid wood door, adorned with a pair of ancient bronze door rings, exuding a sense of solemnity and antiquity. He pushed the door open and shouted to the people behind him, "Hurry! Get inside!" Li Chang and the others showed expressions of joy, a hint of strength surging in their bodies that had been starved for 3 days, desperately running towards the door. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace the members of the Snake Gang, as these elite fighters were astonishingly quick, even while carrying a stretcher. Of course, no one could outrun Yang Dongqing, the extraordinary one, who took the lead and secured second place. Just as the Snake Gang members were about to enter the door with Su Chen, a sudden change occurred. No one noticed that behind a large locust tree in the courtyard of the three-story house, 2 villagers suddenly charged out. They lunged at the crowd, catching even the elite members of the Snake Gang off guard, knocking them to the ground. "Ah!" Wang Li screamed in fright, and Li Chang and the others panicked, the scene instantly descending into chaos. "Protect the leader!" Zhao Xiaoyao shouted frantically, drawing his machete and swinging it at the 2 villagers. However, the villagers, who were difficult for even the extraordinary to kill, were not something ordinary people could handle. Up close, the Snake Gang members were no match for them. The most critical point was that more villagers were chasing from behind. "Ah! Don't eat me!" A man named Wang Tao was the first to suffer, being knocked to the ground by a villager, followed by several villagers who swarmed him, biting frantically. Only one arm struggled weakly from the crowd, reaching towards the sky, before it fell heavily, silent. In such a chaotic scene, Su Chen, lying on the stretcher, felt unsteady. The stretcher shook violently as his subordinates formed a human wall around him for protection. He could even see a fierce face biting down hard on one of his subordinates' necks. Despite the fatal injury, the subordinate did not back down, instead holding onto the attacking villager tightly, blocking the villager's advance with the help of others. The stretcher shook more violently, the intense jolting causing Su Chen's head to start hurting again. Su Chen couldn't help but frown, looking at Yang Dongqing, who stood at the door. At this moment, Yifanyu did not take action, as his 5-finger fireball had great lethality, and with everyone in disarray, using it in the courtyard would likely result in more teammates being killed than villagers. Yang Dongqing's expression was fluctuating, seemingly hesitating. He looked at Su Chen, their gazes crossing through the chaotic crowd, and Su Chen understood the struggle within Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was thinking, if Su Chen died like this, wouldn't he and Jasmine be able to escape the clutches? But he was also afraid that Su Chen had other means. As their eyes met, his fear of Su Chen grew. This person was like a demon in human skin, able to smile while watching his subordinates die, finding even terrifying nightmare monsters amusing. Moreover, the other party truly had the means to pull so many people into the same nightmare. Suddenly, Su Chen smiled silently. Extraordinary beings were indeed hard to control, and with just a slight opportunity, they would break free from hypnosis. But that made it even more interesting, didn't it? His smile was exceptionally striking among the terrified faces, making Yang Dongqing somewhat afraid to look. Then, he extended his long, pale hand and lightly traced his neck. The cold, emotionless corners of his mouth curled up, revealing his white teeth, his thin yet sensuous lips moving silently. "Jasmine is doomed, I told you." Boom! Yang Dongqing charged into the crowd like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his expression furious and fierce, his fists filled with rage, swinging violently at the villagers. The moment of Hearts of Iron erupted with terrifying power. This was his extraordinary strength. His iron body would enhance with internal driving forces such as emotions, will, and belief. Under his outburst, the 2 villagers in the courtyard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop, instead blocking the courtyard door alone, facing the siege of several villagers. At this moment, Su Chen, escorted by his little brothers, entered through the main gate. Watching Yang Dongqing's furious back, Su Chen's smile deepened. Could he not take you down? In fact, he was intimidating Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis was not that miraculous. Even when in the nightmare world, he could still control Nan Mo. To deal with the scum of the Snake Gang, he had to brainwash them daily, and it took several months to establish the deep-rooted loyalty he had now. Moreover, he had only a few encounters with Nan Mo. In other words, if he really died, the Nan Mo who had not been hypnotized for a long time would break free from control and would be fine. But Yang Dongqing did not dare to gamble. Su Chen dared. If he lost the bet, it would only mean that this world truly had countless heroes. Once all the living people entered the gate, Yifanyu suddenly stretched out his right hand, fingers spread wide, gripping his right wrist tightly with his left hand. "Get back." As soon as he finished speaking, flames ignited at the tips of his 5 fingers. Whoosh! 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 As 5 flames burned at his fingertips, Yang Dongqing felt the air behind him suddenly become scorching hot. He violently broke free from the villager in front of him and dove towards the dirt beside him. 5-finger fireball. 5 highly compressed fire bullets shot out, trailing long flames as they spun and intertwined in midair, ultimately merging into a fireball the size of a fist. Brilliant like a meteor, it streaked across the sky, causing the air in the entire courtyard to twist from the heat, a long path of flames illuminating the shocked faces of everyone present. Boom! A sound like a small cannonball explosion erupted, intense flames shooting into the sky, illuminating everything around, the shockwave from the explosion and fire sweeping the villagers away, countless sparks bursting forth, transforming into a dazzling and surging small sea of fire. Yang Dongqing, who had just gotten up, flashed a look of horror. This strike was so powerful. If He Fan Yu had used this strike against him earlier, even his iron body would have been injured. No wonder he was an extraordinary being who had experienced the nightmare world 3 times. If it really came to a fight, this newly promoted extraordinary being would still be at a disadvantage unless he could get close. The thought flashed through his mind as he swiftly rushed into the house. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief as if they had survived a disaster. Yi Fan Yu panted heavily. "As long as we stay indoors during the day, we'll be fine. The shadow has never appeared during the day, and there's basically no danger in the houses." He took a long time to calm down, clearly exhausted from that last strike. Inside the room, Yang Dongqing stared fiercely at Su Chen, his anger still simmering. Su Chen got up from the stretcher, leaned on his cane, and approached Yang Dongqing, smiling as he patted the other's shoulder, whispering in his ear, "Congratulations, you saved Miss Mo again." Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, silently finding a corner to stay in. Yi Fan Yu noticed this unusual scene, his eyes narrowing slightly, pondering something. The room fell silent again. After experiencing such a dangerous scene, everyone clearly had no desire to chat, each one trying to calm their emotions, especially those who had witnessed many deaths before their eyes. The slightly weaker Wang Li curled up in a corner, burying her head between her legs and sobbing silently. After this battle, Yi Fan Yu's team had lost 2 members, Wang Tao and Zhao Gang, while Su Chen's side also suffered 3 casualties. However, Su Chen did not feel sad. He was instead keenly observing the villagers outside the window. The flames emitted by Yi Fan Yu seemed unable to exist for too long, or perhaps they were offset by the mysterious power in the nightmare, as they did not ignite a great fire in the village but quickly dissipated instead. The villagers who had wanted to rush in were likely repelled by the flames. Under Su Chen's gaze, after a few seconds, the villagers outside gathered again and began to continuously surge into the courtyard. They grew in number, each expressionless, like a horde of zombies, ultimately filling the entire yard. Strangely, after entering the courtyard, these villagers merely stared fixedly at the door, with not a single one rushing forward to break down the seemingly sturdy wooden door, as if some magical force instilled fear in them. They stood rigidly, silent and still, the courtyard enveloped in a deathly silence, only a mass of dark figures present. Su Chen locked eyes with these people through the window. He slightly lowered his head, his glasses sliding down to reveal a pair of eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. An invisible mental force surged forth, locking onto a male villager around 17 or 18 years old. He attempted to hypnotize the villager, but no matter how much mental energy he poured in, it was futile, as if he were trying to enter a corpse rather than a living person. The villagers stood in the courtyard for about 5 minutes before they began to retreat, each turning slowly and heavily, disappearing from Su Chen's sight. These villagers are like this. As long as they enter the house, they won't attack again. Yi Fan Yu had somehow moved to the window. But at this time, you absolutely cannot open the door. They seem to leave, but in fact, they are hiding around the house. As soon as you open the door, they will rush in. Oh, and the curtains must be drawn. No matter what happens outside, do not look. There were people in the previous team who fell for it, claiming to see their relatives and insisted on opening the window to let them in. Because of that incident, we lost many lives. Su Chen turned around, pushed up his tinted glasses to cover his eyes again, and rummaged through his pocket. Under Yi Fan Yu's surprised gaze, he pulled out a pack of jasmine-scented cigarettes and skillfully took one out to place in his mouth. Want one? Yi Fan Yu was taken aback, looking at the cigarette in Su Chen's mouth, feeling a sudden itch of desire. He was also a smoker, but after coming to the nightmare world, the cigarettes he brought had long been smoked out. Sure. Su Chen took out another one and handed it to Yi Fan Yu. Yi Fan Yu took the cigarette but did not put it in his mouth. Instead, he examined it closely. What brand is this? I've never seen it before. Su Chen smiled. I like the scent of jasmine, so I had a special jasmine-flavored cigarette made. In the corner, Yang Dongqing's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. As Su Chen spoke, he took out a lighter to help Yi Fanyu light it, but Yi Fanyu immediately showed a look of panic. Mr. Su, you are too kind, let me do it. He took the lighter from Su Chen's hand without hesitation and held it out in front of him. Snap! A faint flame flickered between the two. Please, after you. Su Chen smiled, knowing Yi Fanyu's intention was merely fear of the cigarette being problematic, so he did not expose it and let Yi Fanyu light up. After Su Chen took a deep puff, Yi Fanyu finally lit his own, pretending to exhale smoke, but if one observed closely, they would notice he wasn't actually inhaling. Can I have one too? Li Chang spoke with a hint of longing, his voice trembling, seemingly a bit fearful of the two. Of course. Su Chen smiled, his expression more polite and gentle, devoid of any arrogance towards ordinary people. He handed Li Chang a cigarette, and the air was soon filled with the scent of jasmine. Li Chang took deep puffs, but the more he inhaled, the more he felt something was off, as the cigarette produced no smoke flavor at all, only a mouthful of jasmine fragrance. However, he dared not say much, thinking that perhaps important figures liked to smoke this kind of cigarette. Wrapped in the fragrance of jasmine, everyone's emotions inexplicably eased a little, and Wang Li, who had been silently crying, fell asleep without anyone noticing. Mr. Su, I suggest you take a rest as well, Yi Fanyu said while smoking. Because during the day we can't leave the house at all, we can only go out at night to search for food and candles, so for the past few days, we've basically been living in reverse, sleeping during the day and acting at night. No rush, I just arrived, and it's a good opportunity to explore. Perhaps I can find some clues about the nightmare. Su Chen smiled and declined, his gaze slightly shifting to the hall. The spacious living room was furnished with simple yet practical wooden furniture, and there was a pair of blue and white porcelain vases on the counter. The floor was laid with smooth patterned tiles, and in the corner on the north side of the hall was a wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Although the decoration here is quite simple, it is clearly a step up from the previous houses, and it seems that this village only has this one three-story building. Logically speaking, the owner of this house is most likely the village chief of Zhao family village. Yi Fanyu's eyes brightened, the village chief's house might have food. To be honest, we haven't eaten for 3 days, and we've searched several houses at night but found nothing. This place is relatively wealthy, maybe there is food. Then let's go explore together. Alright. Su Chen took a step forward but then stopped after just 2 steps, turning to Yang Dongqing in the corner and saying, You come along too. Yang Dongqing silently stood up and followed Su Chen without a word. The three quickly explored the 3-story house, but found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary house. If one had to say there was something strange, it was probably its age, old enough to seem like a village from the last century, with no hint of modernity. Sigh, still no food found, Yi Fanyu said with a grim expression. Although he was an extraordinary person, he still needed to eat, and going 3 days without food was quite uncomfortable. He could only pin his hopes on Su Chen. Mr. Su, do you happen to have any food with you? Su Chen shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't have any either. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened, forcing a smile. Looks like we'll have to wait until night. Perhaps we won't have to. Su Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously. He slightly bent down and touched the hard pattern tiles with his hand. When he stood up, the pale tip of his finger was already covered with a bit of dust. He rubbed the dust with his finger, his gaze locking onto a corner of the hall. At that moment, Zhao Chaoyao quickly took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and respectfully and carefully wiped Su Chen's fingertip clean. Yi Fanyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight and tentatively asked, Mr. Su, are you a noble? Oh, what makes you think so? I just feel that your demeanor and aura really resemble that of a noble. Su Chen merely smiled politely and did not respond. Living in the lower city, he had never seen a noble and found it hard to imagine that there were people in this world who resembled him. Is that what they call a noble? Seeing that Su Chen did not answer, Yi Fanyu quickly changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Su, you just said perhaps we won't have to. What do you mean? Have you already discovered something? He had been very polite, as it was foolish to make enemies with other extraordinary people when there was no conflict of interest in the nightmare world, especially since Su Chen was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Su Chen nodded, lightly raising his snake-patterned wooden cane and pointing to the ground near the staircase leading to the second floor. The dust there is very little. Yi Fanyu followed the direction of the cane and his expression brightened. The village might have a habit of building cellars to store food. That might be a cellar. He hurried over, and the shadow cast by the slanted staircase perfectly covered the tiles below. He reached out to touch it, and indeed, there was only a thin layer of dust, much less than in other places. At that moment, he had his back to Su Chen, and no one noticed the hint of seriousness and wariness that appeared in his expression. What keen observation! To be able to control so many people and possess such sharp insight, how many secrets is Su Chen hiding? Just now, he went up the stairs with Su Chen, but he didn't notice that there was a problem with the tiles in the shadow under the stairs, or rather, this was something that couldn't be seen with the eyes. Who can see the dust on the tiles covered by shadows? This person must possess some kind of probing method. In fact, Yi Fanyu guessed correctly, Su Chen was indeed not looking with his eyes, but sensing with his mental power. His extraordinary mental strength not only granted him the ability to hypnotize but also came with powerful perception. Bang bang! Yi Fanyu knocked on the tile with his knuckles, and a crisp, hollow sound immediately echoed. He turned around, his face filled with joy. It's empty. He ran his hand along the gap in the tiles and then felt a protrusion. With a forceful push, that tile was opened, revealing a cellar large enough for a person to enter. Mr. Su, there really is a cellar. Yi Fanyu walked over, overjoyed, but did not go down immediately. He wasn't foolish, although he knew there was no danger in the house. Who could guarantee that the cellar was safe? What kind of good person builds a cellar in their home and hides it so secretly? Su Chen did not expose his cautious thoughts. In this nightmare world fraught with danger, Yi Fanyu still had his uses. Hey, send someone down to take a look. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned one of the team members, who showed no fear, lighting a lantern and descending into the cellar. The others watched from above, seeing the faint candlelight gradually delve deeper, then slowly swallowed by darkness. Moments later, the voice of that subordinate came from below. Leader, there is no danger inside. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. He did not go down but instructed, you come up first. Yes, leader. Soon, that subordinate climbed back up unharmed. After Su Chen examined him carefully, he was finally certain that the cellar should be safe. Earlier, Yi Fanyu had mentioned that the villagers could change their appearance and mimic those close to them. If a villager had killed a subordinate of the poison snake gang in the cellar and then transformed into his likeness, going down recklessly would definitely lead to danger. What's down there? Reporting to the leader, it's very dark below. There are some dried bloodstains on the walls, and some torture devices. However, those torture devices are quite special, mostly whips, chili oil, ropes, crosslocks, and so on. Yi Fanyu sneered, looks like the village chief is quite extravagant. Su Chen frowned slightly, let's go down and take a look. Yang Dongqing, lead the way. As the meat shield, Yang Dongqing naturally had to be at the forefront. Silent, Yang Dongqing took the lead and entered the cellar, with Yi Fanyu following closely behind, and then Su Chen. Soon, everyone had entered the cellar, leaving a few subordinates outside to guard. The cellar was about 50 square meters, pitch black, with only the lantern in hand barely illuminating the path ahead, filled with a decaying odor. I'll do it. Yi Fanyu, perhaps truly starving, couldn't wait any longer. He extended a finger, and whoosh! A blazing flame appeared at his fingertip, its brightness several times that of a candle, instantly illuminating the entire cellar. At this moment, everyone could finally see the full view of the cellar. The surrounding walls were all made of cement, with numerous mottled bloodstains. Those bloodstains had long been imprinted on the walls due to the passage of time, presenting a dark color. In the center of the cellar stood a huge crosslock, with handcuffs and shackles still stained with blood, indicating that someone had been restrained there in a large letter shape. Next to the crosslock was a wooden table, displaying whips, short rods, candles, and some women's clothing. Seeing this, it was not hard for everyone to imagine what this cellar was used for. Damn! Yi Fanyu cursed under his breath, why store food in a perfectly good cellar when you can mess around with these things? He stepped forward and picked up a half-used red candle from the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles left, they might be of some use. Mr. Su, you have a lot of people, so I'll keep 1 candle and you can divide the rest. The response to Yi Fanyu was a dead silence. He tilted his head slightly to look at Su Chen and the others, puzzled. Su. Just as he uttered a single word, he sensed something was off, as Su Chen and the others' gazes were all fixated on the crucifix behind him. His scalp tingled instantly, and without a second thought, he retreated away from the crucifix. As he backed away, he turned his head to glance, his pupils suddenly constricting. It turned out that at some point, a woman had appeared on the empty crucifix. The woman was frail, with disheveled hair, wearing a blue floral dress, fixed in a large character shape on the crucifix. Her tangled hair obscured her face, and her dress was stained with blood and filth. The group looked at the woman as if facing a great enemy, and Yi Fanyu, startled, was filled with both fear and anger, causing the fireball in his hand to ignite. It left a long trail of flame in the air as it hurtled towards the woman. However, the fireball passed straight through her body as if it were air, ultimately crashing into a corner of the cellar and exploding into a bright spark. This strike caused the entire cellar to tremble, with dust falling from the ceiling. Quick-witted Zhao Xiaoyao suddenly yanked at his suit and then swung it open like an umbrella, shielding Su Chen's head. This is a time silhouette, Yi Fanyu said, uncertain. What is a time silhouette? Yang Dongqing asked, prompted by Su Chen's gaze. Yi Fanyu took a deep breath. I heard it from others. A time silhouette is a segment or scene of time that is cut out like paper cutting. To put it simply, it's like watching a movie where the director is time, and everything that happens is recorded by time, then due to some mysterious force, it manifests. The nightmare world is very special. Time here is also distorted, so time silhouette phenomena can easily occur. It should have been triggered when I took the candle, causing the time silhouette. Everyone can rest assured, time silhouettes only display sound and images, posing no danger. Is time so boring? Does it record everything? Yang Dongqing frowned at the woman in the image, clearly disliking such things. Yi Fanyu shook his head. Not everything is recorded, only certain people or events of special significance, or when the protagonist in the image is in an extreme emotional state that resonates with time, will it be recorded. In this nightmare, the time silhouette was triggered. Perhaps the woman in the image is the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare. Her nightmare? Yang Dongqing's gaze fell on the woman's floral dress. Her clothing style is very retro, not like a modern person, but more like someone from decades ago. Could this be a nightmare from decades ago? It should be. The nightmare world is composed of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares, and ancient people do too. So sometimes encountering ancient scenes in the nightmare world is not impossible. The boundary between dreams and reality is broken, and even time is chaotic. While the group was talking, suddenly another person appeared in the time silhouette, a young man with dark skin and a simple face, dragging a steaming plate of dumplings into the scene. Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. This man was among the villagers before. The group quickly looked over and indeed found him somewhat familiar. Ting, I've come to see you. The man hurriedly walked in front of the woman and joyfully said, Ting, look, I brought you your favorite dumplings. At that moment, the woman locked in the crossbar seemed to be awakened, struggling to lift her head, and everyone finally saw her face. It was a dirty little face, with only the area below her eyes relatively clean, revealing a hint of fairness, clearly due to tears. Although somewhat dirty, one could vaguely see that the woman was beautiful. She wasn't exactly stunning, but had a touch of a refined beauty. The most striking feature was her eyes, clear and bright like a spring, though now they were covered with fear. When the woman saw the steaming dumplings in front of her, a glimmer of vitality returned to her eyes. Ting, has your father been abusing you again? The man looked at Ting's haggard appearance, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you. Here, eat the dumplings first, you must hold on. The man carefully picked up a dumpling, blew on it, and brought it to Ting's lips. She struggled to open her mouth, taking small bites. Is it good? I made it myself. The man's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his voice tinged with urgency and desire, like a child waiting for candy, hoping to hear a positive answer. It's good, Ting said weakly, a smile appearing on her dirty face, pure and untainted, her clear eyes curving into crescent shapes. The man, receiving the affirmative response, trembled with excitement. That's great. I knew you would like it. After all, it's my homemade dog meat dumplings. Dog meat? Ting shivered slightly. The man grew even more excited. Yes, it's that big yellow dog you raised since childhood. Don't be fooled by its old age, it still had some strength. When I killed it with a knife, it almost bit me. At this, Su Chen and the others nearby witnessed what a frozen smile looked like. That originally pure and clean smile gradually became stiff and frozen, until it shattered. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray, a gray that could not be washed away no matter how many tears were shed. Eat, Ting. Didn't you say you loved dumplings the most? The man roughly fed the dumplings to Ting. You eat too. His expression grew increasingly excited, even somewhat ferocious. Ha. What a fool, you actually believed it. Since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding the door of your broken straw hut, not eating or drinking. It must have died long ago. Where would I find dog meat? At most, I could get you a couple of dog bones. Crack. That was the sound of Yang Dongqing's fists clenching too tightly, resembling two pieces of metal grinding against each other. His face was extremely dark, his eyes like a volcano about to erupt, brewing intense anger. This beast. He nearly ground his teeth to dust. If the scene before him weren't fake, he would have charged in by now. However, even more deranged behavior was yet to come. After feeding the dumplings, the man began to violently revel in his excitement. The cellar was soon filled with the man's maniacal laughter and the woman's screams. How about it, Ting? Has my father been here? Ting, do you know what I like most about you? It's your cheap flesh, ha. Bastard. Yang Dongqing could no longer contain his rage and charged at the man, swinging his fists wildly, but his punch only hit air. It's useless, these are all things that have happened before. You can't stop what's happening now, Yifan said. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly bursting. He turned his head away, unable to bear to watch any longer. Soon, the man left, leaving behind a barely breathing Tingting in the suffocating darkness of the cellar. She seemed as if all her tears had dried up, staring blankly at the trampled dumplings on the ground. At that moment, the scene felt as if it had frozen, devoid of any movement. However, everyone knew that the scene was not still, and Tingting was constantly enduring extreme despair and sorrow. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Su Chen noticed a change in the scene. He pointed to a shadow in the corner. The shadow has appeared. Everyone was instantly startled and instinctively scattered, but soon realized that the so-called shadow did not manifest in reality, but rather in the scene. In the corner of the cellar where Tingting was, there was a shadow silently surging, twisting, and extending, gradually rising to form a human shape. It looked exactly like the shadow Su Chen and the others had seen before, extremely thin, as if only bones remained, with long arms that almost reached the ground. The shadow approached Tingting with light, quick steps, and Tingting stared at the shadow, her heart filled with despair, yet devoid of fear at the sight of it. Under Tingting's gaze, the shadow elegantly extended its arm, a slender arm made of shadow, as if offering some kind of invitation. "Are you the nightmare my grandmother spoke of?" Tingting weakly asked. The shadow did not respond but instead extended its arm forward, stopping beside Tingting's hand. Without hesitation, Tingting's small hand, locked in handcuffs, firmly grasped the shadow's hand. The scene abruptly came to a halt. Everyone fell silent. Tingting's plight left them feeling somewhat oppressed. Su Chen pondered, if this is Tingting's nightmare, then what is the shadow? Logically, it should be a monster from the nightmare, but according to the time silhouette, the shadow also appeared in the reality where Tingting is. Yifan suddenly said, perhaps the shadow is a monster from another nightmare that invaded reality and found Tingting, causing some kind of reaction that led to the current nightmare? Or maybe this isn't Tingting's nightmare at all, and the shadow is the source of the nightmare. Regardless of which possibility it is, the shadow is crucial. Perhaps the key to unraveling the nightmare lies with the shadow. The group briefly discussed, but no one could reach a conclusion, and they eventually returned to the ground. Mr. Su, I'm going to rest in the room on the second floor for a while. I didn't find any food this time, so I must conserve my strength by sleeping. I'll trouble you to take care of things during the day, Yifan said wearily. Su Chen nodded, allowing him to rest. 3 days without food and proper rest would be too much for anyone. He made some simple arrangements and let Zhao Chaoyao and the others rest as well. Then he took Yang Dongqing to a room on the third floor. Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard, and he certainly wouldn't make the foolish move of sleeping in the room while sending Yang Dongqing next door. In the room on the third floor, Yang Dongqing's expression was grim, seemingly still immersed in Tingting's suffering. He was indeed an extraordinary person, but he was also a young man, a passionate young man whose worldview could not accept such tragic events. Su Chen lay on the bed, calmly gazing at the ceiling, contemplating the relationship between Tingting and the shadow. As he thought, he suddenly felt a warmth in his nose. He reached up to touch it and found a streak of bright red blood. Ha! He chuckled lightly, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. He was closer to death now. He had entered the nightmare world, yet he did not perceive the bronze laws as Yang Dongqing had said, nor did he become an extraordinary person. It seemed he truly had no talent. He closed his eyes, trying to mobilize his senses in an attempt to find the omnipresent bronze laws, but ended up with nothing. Knock, knock. The sound of knuckles tapping on glass echoed. Su Chen opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing instantly sat up, his expression serious as he looked toward the only window in the room, which was blocked by curtains, and the knocking sound was coming from outside. It seems we have a visitor. Su Chen became interested. He slowly got up, walked to the window, and used his cane to push aside the curtains, revealing a woman. A woman that both Su Chen and Yang Dongqing were very familiar with. Jasmine! Jasmine! Yang Dongqing exclaimed in shock, how could you? His words suddenly halted halfway as he recalled the descriptions given by Li Chang and Yifan about the villagers, who could transform into the appearance of loved ones to lure you into opening the door. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, his anger surging. He had already been in a bad mood after coming out of the cellar, and now seeing the nightmare creature had turned into Jasmine only fueled his rage further. Outside the window, Jasmine's small face was filled with terror and anxiety as she continuously pounded on the window. Yang Dongqing! Yang Dongqing! I'm so scared. Where is this place? Shut up! You monster! Yang Dongqing growled lowly. Jasmine's pretty face turned pale, her expression heartbroken. What are you talking about, Yang Dongqing? I'm not a monster. I'm Jasmine. Don't you recognize me? I came to find you and found you all passed out. I wanted to wake you up, but I don't know how I also passed out. When I woke up, I was here. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, suddenly looking at Su Chen, his eyes filled with murderous intent that seemed ready to spill over. You brought Jasmine in too. Facing the murderous intent of a transcendent being, Su Chen smiled with interest. Interesting, not only does she have the ability to transform, but she can also read thoughts to a certain extent. The most crucial part is that she has a dumbing aura. Answer me. Yang Dongqing approached Su Chen like an enraged tiger, his fists clenched as if he were about to smash Su Chen's head in the next second. Su Chen remained calm and unhurried. Foolish person, can you think about which floor this is before you get angry? Yang Dongqing suddenly shook, a few traces of rationality appearing in his eyes. He quickly walked to the window, staring intently at Jasmine. How did you get up here? I climbed up. Yang Dongqing, why are you being so fierce? Let me in. Climbed up? Jasmine is so weak, and this 3-story building is covered in moss. How could she possibly climb up? Also, how did you know exactly that I was in this room on the 3rd floor? You damned monster. Jasmine looked heartbroken, her face full of despair, tears streaming down like small pearls as she clutched her chest tightly. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe me? Su Chen watched with interest, noticing that this fake Jasmine's acting was even better than the real Jasmine's. Swish! Yang Dongqing pulled the curtains shut, ignoring her. But the next second, the curtains were pulled up again by Su Chen. What are you doing? I'm curious about the behavioral patterns of these monsters and want to see how far she can go to deceive me into opening the door, Su Chen said with a faint smile. Yang Dongqing shot him a cold glance and turned away, preferring not to see or hear. Yang Dongqing, Jasmine called anxiously. Miss Jasmine, this person's heart is as ironclad as his body, while I am different. I have always been soft-hearted, especially when I see a woman cry. Why don't you try begging me? Su Chen smiled, intrigued by the monster's ability to charm the mind, something he wanted to learn. Perhaps Su Chen's words caught Jasmine's attention, as she stopped paying attention to Yang Dongqing and turned her gaze toward Su Chen. However, a hint of confusion appeared in her big eyes. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Did she not read my thoughts? It seems that having a strong mental power is indeed useful. Jasmine's confusion lasted only a moment before she wiped away her tears, a charming smile appearing on her face as she bit her lip, ready to flirt. Am I beautiful? I swear. Yang Dongqing roared, pick it up. Pick up your clothes. Swish. The curtains were pulled shut again. Su Chen seemed to be lost in thought, not reading my mind, so he resorted to the simplest and most brutal beauty trap? As his gaze shifted, a plan formed in his mind, and he said to the Jasmine behind the curtain, I yearn for the extraordinary. If you can help me become extraordinary, I can let you in. Upon hearing this, the furious Yang Dongqing was momentarily stunned. Was he treating the nightmare creature like a turtle in a wishing pool? Don't be so surprised. Since she wants to come in so badly, is it too much for me to make a small request? Su Chen shrugged. The Jasmine behind the curtain fell silent for a long time and did not respond. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, using his cane to part the curtain, only to find that the person was gone. Damn! Knock knock knock. This time, it was the sound of knocking on the door. Mr. Su, are you alright? I think I heard some movement. Yi Fanyu's voice came from outside the door. I'm fine. A villager just came by, but they've already left. That's good. By the way, Mr. Su, regarding this nightmare, I have some new findings. May I come in to discuss? Of course. Su Chen signaled to Yang Dongqing with his eyes. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction, walked to the door, turned the doorknob, and with a creaking sound, the door opened. Roar! A non-human roar erupted, and the door, which had only been opened halfway, was slammed wide open with a loud crash. A grotesque figure lunged at Yang Dongqing, and with immense force, it knocked him to the ground, its sharp teeth aimed directly at his neck. Crack! The teeth clashed against Yang Dongqing's hard neck, producing a piercing grinding sound. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, realizing that the intruder was not Yi Fanyu, but a villager. He struggled violently, flipping over to pin the villager down, and with a flurry of iron fists, he quickly smashed the villager's head. What the hell is going on? Yang Dongqing gasped as he stood up, still shaken, a trace of blood already appearing on his neck. If he hadn't had a body of steel, he would have been dead just now. He looked at Su Chen, only to find Su Chen standing there with his head down, his body slightly trembling. He thought that the earlier scene had frightened Su Chen, but before he could speak, Su Chen suddenly lifted his head, his pale face twisted into an excited grin. Yang Dongqing was startled. This is just wonderful. Ha ha ha. This is the feeling. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly deranged, a strange flush appearing on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with blazing eyes. This is the surprise I wanted. Do you know? It was so close, just a little bit more. If I had opened the door just now, I would be dead. Unfortunately, my body is too weak. I didn't want to take another step, but unexpectedly, I avoided a disaster because of it. Marvelous. Simply indescribable. Ha ha ha. A madman. A complete madman. Yang Dongqing felt a chill run down his spine. He suddenly preferred to face those nightmare creatures rather than share a room with Su Chen. At that moment, screams echoed from downstairs. Are there still villagers below? Damn! How did these villagers get in? Wasn't it said that they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically as he cursed. Instead of cursing here, why not go down and take a look? Su Chen's gentle voice sounded beside Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing instinctively turned to look, only to see Su Chen standing there with a smile, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane, looking as elegant as a noble. The earlier madness seemed like an illusion. Damn, this madman! He muttered a curse under his breath and then headed downstairs. Gunshots and screams filled the air. Downstairs was already in chaos, with about 5 villagers having broken into the house, battling with the members of the Poison Snake Gang. Several bodies of the Poison Snake Gang's lackeys lay on the ground. Boom boom boom! A blazing fireball shot out, scorching the air and continuously pushing back the villagers. However, it was of no use. The villagers kept pouring in. Su Chen looked in the direction the villagers were coming from and discovered they were emerging from the first-floor restroom. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, be careful, the window of the first-floor restroom has been broken by someone. Yi Fanyu shouted anxiously as he caught sight of Su Chen and Yang Dongqing coming downstairs. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly grim as he rushed forward, using his iron-like body to fend off the villagers and clear a path, asking, "Are you sure it wasn't missed during the previous inspection?" "I'm sure," Yi Fanyu replied loudly. "I checked all the windows in every room, including the restroom, and they were all definitely closed. Those villagers can't break the doors and windows, so someone inside must have secretly damaged the window. That's impossible. Who would be crazy enough to invite wolves into their home, risking their life?" As he said this, Yang Dongqing instinctively glanced at Su Chen. To be honest, if he hadn't been with Su Chen all this time, he would have absolutely believed that Su Chen could do something so insane. A deeper smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. "It seems we have a traitor in our midst. Mr. Su, this isn't the time to look for a traitor. The priority is to break through. It's no longer safe here." Su Chen nodded. "Yang Dongqing, clear the way." Yang Dongqing's face darkened, but he did not disobey the order. Instead, he let out a roar, his muscles bulging as he charged at the villagers. His iron-like steps made the entire corridor tremble slightly, each footfall echoing with a dull thud. He plunged into the crowd of villagers, his steel body ignoring their attacks, his arms swinging like giant hammers. Any villager he touched was left with a caved-in chest or broken limbs. However, these villagers completely disregarded their injuries and pain, still howling as they lunged at Yang Dongqing, even with their skulls caved in and necks broken. In just a moment, Yang Dongqing was covered in villagers, who were frantically biting at him. Yi Fanyu and the members of the Poison Snake Gang also treated Yang Dongqing as if he were not human, firing wildly at him. With everyone's combined efforts, the villagers clinging to Yang Dongqing were shot down, the only cost being a few bullet wounds and burn marks on his body. He was a steel body, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. After the barrage of attacks, he was already gritting his teeth in agony. "Go!" Seeing the villagers pushed back, Su Chen immediately ordered. Zhao Chaotiao quickly came to his side, pulled out a folding stretcher, and carried Su Chen out, with the others following closely behind. Meanwhile, no one noticed that amidst the chaos, the honest middle-aged man Li Chang had secretly picked up a handgun from the corpse of a Poison Snake Gang member. As everyone rushed outside, it felt like they had fallen into an ice cave, for outside was a dense swarm of villagers surging like a tide. They wore expressionless faces, staring blankly at the group, their malevolence almost spilling over. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Upon seeing this, even the extraordinary Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing couldn't help but show despair. There were too many villagers, and even if they exhausted themselves, it would be difficult to overcome such numbers. However, at that moment, Su Chen felt the long-lost beating of his heart. In his dreams, he had sought thrills, experiencing scenes far more exhilarating than the dire situation before him, but he couldn't feel his heartbeat because he knew everything in dreams was fake. No matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't die. But now it was different, he could really die. He began to feel a bit excited. "Fall back," Su Chen's calm voice rang out. "Back to the room." Yi Fanyu was taken aback. "If we fall back now, we'll be surrounded by the villagers inside and outside, won't we be sitting ducks?" Su Chen had no time to explain and was too lazy to do so. Yi Fanyu not following his orders did not mean that others would not listen. Yang Dongqing and the members of the Poison Snake Gang immediately retreated into the house according to Su Chen's instructions. Yi Fanyu's face turned extremely ugly at the sight, but he could not face the group of villagers outside alone, so he had no choice but to retreat into the house as well. Just as he was about to close the door, Su Chen stopped him. "Don't close the door, let them in, go upstairs." Yi Fanyu was taken aback, but he saw that Su Chen had already started to go upstairs under the escort of the crowd, and he finally understood Su Chen's intention. The villagers could only enter through the front door and the window of the first-floor bathroom. As long as they were all lured into the first floor, everyone could jump out of the window on the upper floor and successfully break through. Yi Fanyu took a deep look at Su Chen's back, did not close the door, and quickly followed him upstairs. Coming up with this escape plan was not difficult, but the real challenge was being able to react calmly and think of a solution in such a short time while facing the encirclement of hundreds of villagers. Not everyone could do that. Most people would panic in the face of danger, making it hard to make accurate judgments immediately. Soon, everyone rushed up to the third floor, while the villagers who surged into the house could only follow through the narrow staircase, which could accommodate at most 2 people at a time. The villagers were difficult to deal with because of their numbers. In a one-on-one fight, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could win, but now, taking advantage of the terrain, the threat was greatly reduced. "Yang Dongqing, take the rear, the rest jump out the window," Su Chen ordered methodically. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate and blocked the staircase alone, facing 2 villagers at a time, which posed little threat to him. He was the most suitable person for the rear guard, his iron body providing a strong guarantee for his survival. One by one, the members of the Poison Snake Gang jumped out of the third-floor window, landing on the muddy ground outside the house. The infrastructure in Zhao Family Village was very backward, with no concrete floors except for the main road. Most were just muddy ground. Basically, as long as a person was healthy, jumping down from the third floor would not be a problem, let alone these elites of the Poison Snake Gang. If anyone in the group was likely to encounter danger while jumping, it would probably only be Su Chen and the only woman, Wang Li. I'm afraid of heights. The delicate Wang Li crouched by the window, gripping the windowsill tightly with both hands, glancing at the ground and feeling dizzy. "Just get out of the way." Zhao Chaoyao behind her kicked her slender waist. "Ah!" With a piercing scream, Wang Li fell from the window and landed on the muddy ground. "Leader, please." Zhao Chaoyao respectfully helped Su Chen to the window, then shouted to the remaining members of the Poison Snake Gang below, "Get ready to catch the leader." "Yes." The remaining 8 members quickly formed a circle, took off their shirts, extended their hands, and held each other, forming a human net. Their clothes were laid over the crossed arms to create a cushion. However, Su Chen did not jump down immediately. Instead, he admired the scenery from the window. "Hurry up! I can't hold on much longer." It was only when Yang Dongqing's urgent shout came from behind that Su Chen took off his tinted glasses, held his snake-patterned wooden cane, and gently leaped from the window, landing safely on the human net. Wang Li, who had fallen and was dizzy, could only watch the scene in anger but dared not say anything. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu quickly jumped out of the window to escape, followed by the injured Yang Dongqing. When Yang Dongqing jumped down, several arms with bulging veins reached out from the window, and several villagers crowded at the window, roaring violently. "Hurry up, this house can't hold the villagers for too long," Yi Fanyu said, still shaken. He pointed to a 2-story building not far away. "Let's just make do in that house for now. Go to the east end of the village." "What?" Yi Fanyu was taken aback. "I said, go to the east end of the village," Su Chen said. "Mr. Su, why do we have to go far when there's a place nearby to hide? Why run all the way to the east end of the village?" Yi Fanyu was greatly puzzled. Su Chen pinched the legs of his glasses, slowly putting on his tinted glasses, hiding his eyes behind the lenses. "Mr. Yi, with your IQ, it's hard for me to explain. You just need to follow." Yi Fanyu's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, but given Su Chen's calmness in the face of danger earlier, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The group rushed along, resolving a few isolated villagers before finally arriving at the east end of the village without incident. The east end of the village was very remote and desolate, with only a small dilapidated house, its roof even covered with a layer of dry grass, so shabby it couldn't be any shabbier. Yi Fanyu stood in front of the thatched house, looking very displeased. "Mr. Su, is this really the house you chose? Not to mention whether this house can accommodate so many people. Just looking at the quality of this house, I even doubt it." "Mr. Yi, I find it hard to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds," Su Chen interrupted lightly, standing under a black umbrella. Beside him was Zhao Zhayao, dressed in a black suit and holding an umbrella. It was raining, so naturally, they needed an umbrella. Yi Fanyu's expression grew even darker. Su Chen continued to speak to himself, in the shadow of time, do you remember what the village chief's son said? Forget it, I guess you probably don't remember. The village chief's son said that ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding the door of your dilapidated thatched house, not eating or drinking. It must have died long ago. Where am I supposed to find dog meat? At most, I can get you a couple of dog bones. Now do you understand? Yi Fanyu was taken aback. Are you saying this dilapidated thatched house is Tingting's home? Su Chen nodded. You hesitated to jump from the third floor before because you were looking for this house? Clap, clap, clap. Su Chen smiled and applauded. Mr. Yi, you really get it with just a hint. I'm starting to believe you really have experienced 3 nightmare worlds. Ha! Yi Fanyu forced a smile. If I'm not mistaken, the key to solving this nightmare should be in this thatched house. Su Chen pushed up his tinted glasses, suddenly changing the subject. However, before that, we need to find out who secretly damaged the windows. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression turned serious, looking at each other, and for a moment, the only sound in the air was the light patter of raindrops hitting them. Yi Fanyu's sharp gaze swept fiercely over everyone, finally landing on the members of the Poison Snake Gang. Mr. Su, I suspect the traitor might be among your team. Oh, what makes you think so? Su Chen asked with interest. We entered the nightmare world a few days early, and there were no issues among us, but as soon as you came in, Yi Fanyu's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. That's impossible. We would never betray the leader. Zhao Zhaoyao blared angrily, as if his faith had been insulted. Yi Fanyu said nothing, instead silently looking at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled lightly and walked over to Zhao Zhaoyao's side. Leader! You must believe us, we would never betray you. Don't worry, I know. Su Chen smiled as he reached out and took a gun from Zhao Zhaoyao's waist. Click! The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed. Actually, I already know who the traitor is. The gun in Su Chen's hand slowly passed before everyone's eyes, then landed in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. You suspect me? Ha! If it were me. Step aside. Su Chen impatiently waved the gun, signaling Yang Dongqing to move away. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, stepping aside to reveal Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed instantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Mr. Su, this joke isn't funny. Su Chen frowned slightly. You step aside too. Yi Fanyu was taken aback. He realized something and quickly moved aside, revealing none other than Wang Li, who had been hiding behind the crowd. The delicate Wang Li, seeing all eyes on her, turned pale with fear. She hurriedly looked back, hoping there was someone behind her, but Su Chen had told her to step aside, and there was no one. Her face turned even paler. She waved her hands in panic. No, it's not me. How could I break the window and let those monsters in? I would die too. Yi Fanyu looked at her with confusion. Mr. Su, are you mistaken? With her courage, she definitely wouldn't go breaking doors and windows. Exactly. Why do you think it's me? Do you have any evidence? Wang Li cried out as if grasping at a lifeline. Su Chen smiled and pointed his gun at Wang Li. Of course I do. He paused. The evidence is that when you jumped off the building before, you deliberately delayed by the window, blocking me from jumping down. At this, everyone was stunned. What kind of evidence was that? I didn't deliberately delay. I'm just afraid of heights. Is that my fault? Wang Li argued desperately. You all judge for yourselves. He clearly blames me for wasting his time. He's taking revenge on me. Yi Fanyu remained silent, feeling a chill in his heart. Su Chen was simply a madman, wanting to kill Wang Li for such a reason, but he didn't stop him. It was irrational to oppose Su Chen for an ordinary person. Even Yi Fanyu didn't support Wang Li, so naturally, no one else would stand up for her. Wang Li's face turned ashen, looking at everyone in disbelief. You can't treat me like this. Why? Why can't I be afraid of heights? Only Yang Dongqing showed a look of pity, about to speak, but heard Su Chen continue. Wang Li is indeed afraid of heights, but you are not. Wang Li's expression froze. What are you talking about? I am Wang Li. Tisk tsk. A hint of mockery appeared on Su Chen's face. Such good acting? Seeing your superb performance, I almost want to sign you. I happen to have a film company under my name. Unfortunately, a nightmare monster like you probably wouldn't be recognized by the law even if we signed a contract, right? Nightmare monster. Yi Fanyu's expression changed slightly. Mr. Su, are you saying the real Wang Li is dead, and this person in front of us is a villager in disguise? Su Chen shook his head. I prefer to think she is Wang Li, just transformed into a villager's form. Transformed into a villager's form? Haven't you thought that the former villagers were also human? Now they have become nightmare monsters, so why can't the former Wang Li also change? Wang Li waved her arms anxiously, trying to clear her suspicion. I am not. I have been with you all along. How could I become a nightmare monster? Don't slander me. At this moment, Li Chang beside them seemed to realize something, his face suddenly turning ugly. You weren't with us the whole time. When we encountered Mr. Su, you ran back alone. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became tense. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing both distanced themselves from Wang Li, watching her warily. I really am not a monster, boo-hoo. Wang Li began to cry uncontrollably. I can't stand to see women cry, Su Chen said with pity, so you might as well just die. He slowly raised his gun, aiming at Wang Li's head. Startled, Wang Li didn't dare to cry anymore, constantly using her hands to shield her head, attempting to fend off the bullets in this ridiculous way. Don't kill me. This is just your guess. You have no evidence to prove I'm a nightmare. No, I do, Su Chen said. As long as you take a shot from me, if you die, then you are Wang Li. If you don't die, then you are naturally a villager. At this moment, Wang Li's expression was beyond words. Shock, anger, fear, disbelief. A mix of complex emotions blended on her small face, making it hard to imagine that a human face could hold so many feelings at once. I died? That means I'm Wang Li? But what if you're wrong? Wouldn't I die for nothing? If you're wrong, then you're wrong. Even if you die, at least you leave your innocence in the world, Su Chen shrugged. Innocence? Bang! The loud gunshot temporarily drowned out the sound of the pouring rain, a metal bullet piercing through the rain curtain and accurately hitting Wang Li's smooth forehead. Wang Li's voice abruptly stopped, and she fell to the ground. Yi Fanyu was startled, not by the gunshot, but by Su Chen. He had experienced the nightmare world 3 times, believing he had extinguished his conscience and was not a good person, but now he suddenly felt like a good person, at least not so indifferent to human life. Su Chen, you. Yang Dongqing glared angrily, but the next moment, a non-human roar interrupted his words. Roar! A furious roar erupted from Wang Li's corpse, and the next moment, the already dead Wang Li actually stood up, not using her hands to support herself, just standing straight up. Her pale face was expressionless, with only a pair of eyes filled with intense malice, just like the villagers. What? It really is her. Yang Dongqing was shocked, not expecting Su Chen to actually guess correctly. In fact, only Su Chen knew that he wasn't guessing. He was 100% certain that Wang Li had turned into a monster because his hypnosis had failed. When he tried to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same reaction as with the villagers. Roar! Wang Li roared and charged towards the nearest Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened slightly, his right hand quickly forming a gun shape, aiming at Wang Li. 5-finger flame bullet. Bang bang bang! 3 scorching flame bullets whistled out, exploding into intense flames on Wang Li's body. In just a moment, Wang Li was engulfed by the terrifying flames, turning into a dried corpse. After dealing with Wang Li, Yi Fanyu walked to Su Chen's side and whispered, Mr. Su, what is going on? Why did Wang Li suddenly turn into a villager? As far as I know, villagers seem to have no means of transforming humans into their kind. Everyone captured by the villagers ends up being torn apart and eaten. Su Chen smiled slightly. Do you think those who were dragged into darkness by the shadows ended up where? Shadows. Yi Fanyu was stunned. Could it be that the shadows are the root cause of the villagers turning into monsters? I'm just guessing for now. Perhaps the answer is in this house. Su Chen pointed with his snake-patterned wooden staff at the thatched house in front of them. Yang Dongqing, he called softly. Yang Dongqing immediately took the lead into the thatched house, not even needing Su Chen to give specific instructions, clearly well trained. Bang! The door of the thatched house was opened, and Yang Dongqing entered, scanning the surroundings. Seeing no danger, he signaled for everyone to come in. After Su Chen entered, his scrutinizing gaze surveyed the interior through his tinted glasses. The furnishings inside were quite old, with only a wooden lounge chair, a large table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet standing against the wall. One side of the main room was a bedroom, with a bed frame carved with simple patterns and some children's doodles. The bedding, though faded, was clean and tidy. As they walked in, they entered the kitchen, where a large earthen stove occupied one corner. On the stove were pots, bowls, and utensils, while dried firewood was piled nearby, and the walls were blackened by smoke. Although the whole house was dilapidated, it was fully equipped. At that moment, the sound of villagers' shouts echoed not far from the door. Yi Fanyu's expression changed. Not good, that group of villagers is catching up. Bang! He quickly closed the door and peered through the crack to see the villagers drawing closer, his heart racing. The main concern was that the house was too old, even the door was made of solid wood and didn't close tightly. He seriously doubted whether this door could hold back the villagers. Fortunately, when the villagers reached the door, they stopped in their tracks. Phew! Yi Fanyu let out a sigh of relief. It held. However, when he turned around, he was stunned to see Su Chen bringing out a plate of dumplings from the old-fashioned cupboard. The dumplings seemed to have been sitting for a while. They were no longer plump and shiny but rather dry and wrinkled. The dumplings were squished together, some slightly deformed, and the juices from the filling had seeped into the plate, pooling into a murky liquid that emitted a faint, strange odor. Is this dumplings? Yi Fanyu swallowed hard. In the real world, he would have thrown away dumplings that looked like this, but now he was genuinely hungry. Can we eat this? Li Chang beside him stared wide-eyed. Su Chen smiled and placed the dumplings on the table. If you two want to eat, please help yourselves. Yi Fanyu and Li Chang gathered around, staring intently at the dumplings, swallowing repeatedly. Su Chen and the others had entered later. Although they were a bit hungry now, it was not unbearable. There are 12 dumplings in total. I still need to fight, so I'll take 8, and you can have 4. Yi Fanyu decided the distribution without consulting Li Chang. Although Li Chang longed to eat a few more, he didn't dare to object and nodded at the dumplings. You eat first, Yi Fanyu said. Li Chang hesitated noticeably. In such a strange place, who would dare to eat a plate of unknown dumplings? Hurry up! Yi Fanyu urged impatiently. Li Chang steeled himself. If he was going to die, he might as well die full. He grabbed a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing 4 dumplings in one go like Zhu Beiji devouring ginseng fruit. After finishing, he looked at the remaining dumplings with lingering desire. Although these dumplings were a bit spoiled, to him, who had been hungry for 3 days, they were a supreme delicacy. Yi Fanyu was cautious, carefully observing Li Chang's reaction. After a long wait, seeing that Li Chang showed no signs of abnormality, he finally relaxed and slowly began to eat the dumplings, all the while keeping an eye on Li Chang. After downing 8 dumplings, Yi Fanyu finally felt alive again. Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here? Yi Fanyu asked, as Su Chen's earlier performances made him acutely aware of the gap in intelligence between them. Because Tingting loves dumplings, and this is Tingting's home, Su Chen explained with a smile. Then, Yi Fanyu had just uttered a word when his expression suddenly changed. Not only him, but even Yang Dongqing and the others also changed their expressions. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze immediately focused on the wooden bed in the bedroom. Because the wooden bed had just emitted a dull thud, as if someone had bumped their head against the bedboard. Who? Get out! Yi Fanyu's expression tightened, his right hand already formed into a gun shape, flames flickering between his fingers, raising the temperature in the room. Zhao Chaotiao and the others also drew their machetes. They had used up most of their bullets in the previous battle with the villagers. In this tense atmosphere, a shadow seemed to tremble beneath the bed. Come out! Yi Fanyu shouted again, the fireball at his fingertips almost ready to shoot out. At that moment, a snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his path. Yi Fanyu looked at Su Chen in confusion. Mr. Su. Su Chen shook his head at him, signaling him to put down the gun. Yi Fanyu extinguished the flame at his fingertips, while Su Chen took a step forward and softly said to the space under the bed, Tingting, we are not bad people, come out. Tingting. Everyone was startled. Could it be that Tingting was under the bed? Sure enough, the shadow under the bed stopped trembling upon hearing this, and after a moment, a timid little girl's voice came from beneath. Are you really not bad people? You won't hurt Tingting, right? Everyone was once again stunned. The voice was wrong. Tingting was clearly a girl, but the voice from under the bed was that of a little girl. Su Chen's smile grew even gentler, like a friendly older brother next door. His tone was soft yet firm, as if every word had been carefully chosen. Tingting is a good child, of course, we won't hurt her. The shadow under the bed hesitated for a long time before finally crawling out. It was a little girl about 6 years old, with black hair casually tied into 2 small braids, somewhat messy yet natural. She was very small but exuded a certain liveliness, like a little deer in the mountains. Her round face had a slight blush, a mark left by frequent exposure to the sun. Her large, bright eyes resembled a clear mountain stream, pure and flawless, and her long eyelashes fluttered like 2 small fans with each blink. The little girl was dressed in ragged clothes, nervously looking at the room full of people, her dirty little hands tightly clutching a picture frame. Everyone did not let their guard down. After all, they had just experienced the incident with Wang Li, and no one could guarantee that this little girl wouldn't suddenly turn into a monster like the villagers. They only felt that the little girl in front of them did bear some resemblance to the previous Tingting. Mr. Su, this little girl is quite a bit younger than Tingting. Could she be her sister? Yi Fanyu asked in a low voice. No, she is Tingting. Yi Fanyu was increasingly astonished. How do you know? Su Chen looked at him strangely. This is Tingting's home. Naturally, the person living inside is Tingting. Is that strange? Yi Fanyu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Tingting, why were you hiding under the bed? Su Chen asked with a gentle smile. The little girl, Tingting, said nervously, I heard noises outside just now, so I was scared and hid. Outside. Outside are all bad people, they will bully Tingting. As Tingting spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her little mouth pouted, and her big eyes filled with tears. Those are the dumplings Grandma left for me. Li Chang, who had just eaten dumplings, felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. Yi Fanyu was not dismissive, instead, he looked alert. Grandma? Where is your grandma? Tingting, feeling wronged and slightly surprised, stretched out her dirty little hand and pointed behind the crowd. Grandma is right there. Yi Fanyu was instantly shocked and turned around abruptly, only to see a wooden rocking chair, empty of anyone. Strangely, the rocking chair began to sway on its own, creaking with a sound. He felt a chill run down his spine, making the hairs on his neck stand on end. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Tingting, good children must not lie. Tingting pouted in dissatisfaction, her innocent voice ringing out. Tingting isn't lying, Grandma is clearly lying in the rocking chair. She's watching you all right now and even greeting you. Everyone stared in horror at the empty rocking chair that continued to sway, a wave of indescribable fear rising in their hearts. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary individuals, felt as if they were facing a great enemy, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes darting between Tingting and the rocking chair, completely unsure of where to confront the threat. Faced with the villagers, they had the strength to fight, but when confronted with such an unseen and bizarre monster, they would also feel fear. It was like a person holding a shotgun, who would choose to face a bear over a ghost without a second thought. In such a tense and eerie atmosphere, Su Chen politely smiled at the rocking chair. Hello, Grandma. This abrupt greeting stirred an uncontrollable sense of the bizarre in everyone's hearts. Yang Dongqing nervously whispered, Can you see it? Su Chen smiled slightly, I can't see it, but when greeting an elder, as a junior, I must respond to avoid being rude. Crazy. Yang Dongqing once again labeled Su Chen as a gentleman with a touch of madness. At that moment, a silver bell-like laughter rang out. Grandma says you are a very polite young man. Tingting seemed to have forgotten about the dumplings, her face lighting up with an innocent smile. Su Chen smiled politely, nodding graciously towards the rocking chair. Thank you for the compliment, you are also a very kind elder. The atmosphere grew even more bizarre. To everyone, Su Chen was talking to the air, as the rocking chair was clearly empty. Grandma says it's getting dark, and there will be shadows outside, you can stay here. It's getting dark? Everyone hurriedly looked out the window, only to find that the sky had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of gloom, mirroring their somber mood. Clang! A crisp metallic sound caught everyone's attention. It was Su Chen opening a dark golden pocket watch. He glanced at the time, 3 in the afternoon. It really is getting dark quickly. He put away the watch, the dark golden Ouroboros pattern flashing before everyone's eyes, then expressed his gratitude to the rocking chair. Grandma, we will take our leave now. Moments later, everyone huddled in a corner, far from the rocking chair, their eyes fixed on it. Meanwhile, Tingting was obediently playing with a doll made of rags in the bedroom, continuously combing its hair with a small wooden comb. The light was visibly dimming. The only sound in the room was the creaking of the rocking chair. Mr. Su, it's getting dark, we should leave quickly, this place is too eerie, Yi Fanyu whispered. Eerie? With lovely Tingting and kind Grandma, this place is clearly very safe. Su Chen enjoyed the current comfortable atmosphere. Mr. Su, this is not the time for jokes. Tingting and the time silhouette must have some bizarre connection, and that Grandma. You can't even see her, how do you know she's kind? Yi Fanyu growled. Grandma is willing to take in us homeless people, isn't that kind? You. Yi Fanyu's expression turned angry, but he didn't dare to leave alone. Just then, creak, creak. The creaking of the rocking chair stopped. Everyone instantly tensed up, as they all knew that the stopping of the rocking chair meant Grandma was coming down. An invisible person, who knows where she would go. Perhaps she was already in front of you, silently observing, her wrinkled face adorned with a kind smile. Ziz! The candles placed on the table ignited out of nowhere, casting a faint glow. It's dark now, those bad people are gone. The little girl Tingting bounced out of the room, speaking to the air beside everyone. Grandma, I'm going out to find my sister. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, nervously staring at the empty air beside them, knowing that a kind grandma was quietly standing there. Soon, Tingting bounced out the door. At that moment, Su Chen also stood up and said to the air beside him, Grandma, it's dark now, my eyesight isn't very good, so if I bump into you, please forgive me. After speaking, he went to the bedroom where the little girl had stayed before, under the watchful eyes of everyone. When he came out again, he was holding a picture frame. It was the same frame that the little girl had been clutching in her hands. He turned the frame to the front, revealing a yellowed black and white photo, a family portrait. There were 4 people in the photo, an elderly woman with silver hair, a wrinkled face, and a hunched back, and a younger girl, Tingting, who looked a bit smaller. As for the other two, they had no heads, their necks were completely severed, and one could only infer from their clothing and other parts of their bodies that they were a man and a woman, looking relatively young, each holding Tingting's hand on either side. Tingting's face was beaming with a happy smile. Yifanyu leaned in, looking at the strange photo before him. This man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why are they headless? Su Chen's expression was enigmatic. The fact that the parents are headless is not the point. The point is that this photo is missing one person. Who? Yifanyu's expression shifted. Sister. Su Chen adjusted his brown glasses and said calmly, Tingting just said she wanted to go out to find her sister, but this family portrait doesn't include her sister. So the question arises, who exactly is the sister? Yifanyu's face grew increasingly grim, and the sense of strangeness in his heart deepened. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened, and the empty rocking chair began to sway again. Creak, creak. Everyone stared nervously at the rocking chair that was rocking back and forth, when suddenly, an old voice rang out. Sleeping in the dim night mist, the whispers of demons linger around, the moonlight peeks through the window cracks, shadows claw and dance in the corners. Everyone was startled, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons. Is this singing? Yifanyu frowned. A lullaby. Su Chen squinted slightly, watching the rocking chair as the song continued. The wind blows, the candlelight sways, the dark embrace is silent. Close your eyes and don't run around. Fear slowly burns in the heart. Sleep, sleep, baby, don't stay awake. Shadows in the corner, quiet and still. Sleep, sleep, don't open your eyes wide. There are hands in the dark, wanting to invite you across the bridge. Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide. The lost soul cannot find release. Sleeping in this night, don't ask if it's real or fake. Until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn. The simple melody of the song, combined with the old voice, revealed a hint of eeriness in the dim night. As everyone listened to the strange song, there was an unsettling feeling, as if an invisible pair of large hands were brushing over their scalps. No one noticed that as the song played, in the corners of the room where the candlelight did not reach, a shadow quietly rose, growing taller and eventually slowly taking on a human shape. What does these lyrics mean? Yifanyu felt inexplicably annoyed. This eerie environment made him very uncomfortable, and he instinctively asked Su Chen. But just as he turned to look at Su Chen, his scalp suddenly tingled, his face changed drastically, and he instinctively retreated, distancing himself from Su Chen. Shadow. He retreated to the corner of the room, his right hand forming a gun shape, pointing firmly at the back of Su Chen. Everyone was alarmed and quickly looked at Su Chen, only to see a tall, thin shadow standing eerily behind him. Leader! Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed in panic, raising his machete. Su Chen, behind you! Yang Dongqing stared intently at the shadow behind Su Chen, not daring to act recklessly. Su Chen did not turn around, instead, he smiled faintly. Is it behind me? Mr. Su, the shadow has set its sights on you, quickly let someone else take your place. Yifanyu shouted urgently. However, Su Chen did not arrange for his subordinates to take his place. Instead, he calmly turned around, the tall, thin shadow reflected in his brown glasses. At this moment, the shadow had already extended its long, withered arm towards Su Chen. Are you inviting me? Su Chen asked. The shadow did not respond but extended its hand further, the sharp fingertips formed by the shadow almost touching the brown glasses on his face. Su Chen smiled slightly and reached out his hand towards the shadow. I accept your invitation. In the next moment, a pale, slender hand tightly grasped the shadow's hand. The crowd gasped in shock. Leader! Su Chen, you! Su Chen turned back to the crowd and smiled, the faint candlelight casting on his face, the flickering flame reflecting off his brown glasses. Don't worry, the answer is hidden in that lullaby. After saying this, he closed his eyes and walked into the darkness hand in hand with the shadow. The crowd stared blankly at Su Chen disappearing into the darkness, lost in thought for a long time. The room fell into a dead silence, and after a while, Yang Dongqing said, although he is a madman, I don't think he would seek death on his own. He just said the answer is hidden in the lullaby. Perhaps he has discovered something. Yifanyu's eyes flashed with contemplation. The lyrics of that lullaby say, don't open your eyes, there are hands in the dark, wanting to invite you across the bridge, then close your eyes and don't hide, the soul's maze, unable to find release. The hands in the dark must refer to the shadow, and close your eyes and don't hide could be a way to deal with the shadow? It's possible. Just now, Su Chen indeed closed his eyes. Ah, Mr. Su actually risks himself for a line of lyrics. This is simply. Yifanyu hesitated, unable to finish the latter half of his sentence. Yang Dongqing spoke for him. Simply a madman, right? Indeed, he is a madman. It's not surprising what he might do. Nonsense. You dare to insult the leader. Whatever the leader wants to do, he has his own plans. How dare you discuss it behind his back? Zhao Chaoyao glared angrily. Yang Dongqing coldly glanced at him, ignoring this person who had long been brainwashed. Now is not the time to argue. For now, we should disperse and go out to look for candles and food. The appearance of the shadow means this place is no longer safe, Yifanyu suggested. The crowd exchanged glances and ultimately agreed to Yifanyu's proposal. In the darkness, Su Chen's eyes were tightly closed, holding the large hand formed by the shadow, slender, cold, and hard. That was not a human hand, it felt more like the hand of a monster holding a dead body. With his eyes closed, Su Chen could not discern the environment he was in. Although his spirit was strong, it was not strong enough to replace his eyes. He felt like a blind person, being led by the shadow, slowly moving forward. Here, time seemed to lose its meaning. He could not perceive the passage of time at all, feeling as if he had been walking for a long time, yet also as if it had only been a short while. The surroundings were silent, and he could not hear the footsteps of the shadow or his own. Gradually, a sound of water began to echo beneath his feet, but the sound was somewhat muffled, not like walking on rain-soaked ground, but more like stepping on some thicker liquid. Blood? Su Chen casually speculated, feeling no panic in his heart, but rather a faint anticipation. Earlier, when he saw Tingting holding hands with the shadow in the time silhouette, he guessed that the shadow pulling people into the darkness might not mean killing them directly. It's a simple reasoning. If Tingting had been killed by the shadow, she would likely have turned into a monster like Wang Li, but there was no sign of Tingting among the villagers. Moreover, Tingting in the time silhouette clearly recognized the shadow and even spoke to it. "Are you the nightmare my grandmother spoke of?" This sentence indicated that Tingting had learned of the shadow's existence from her grandmother long ago. The lullaby that grandmother sang earlier was probably the same one she sang to her every night. Why hadn't Tingting been turned into a monster by the shadow? It should be because she followed her grandmother's words, closed her eyes, and walked hand in hand with the shadow. So Su Chen chose to follow the shadow. He wouldn't live for many more days. In his mind, even if he couldn't become an extraordinary being, perhaps becoming a nightmare creature like the villagers wouldn't be so bad. After all, the villagers' bodies were quite robust and hard to kill. Time passed second by second, and Su Chen noticed that the sounds around him became increasingly clear, even the sound of wind howling by. Bang! He stepped on the hard ground, with no sound of water. As he continued to move forward, he realized the ground was sloping upwards, with a curve. A bridge? He recalled the song that said, "In the darkness, there are hands wanting to pull you across the bridge." He continued to follow the shadow, and as the height of the ground rose to a certain point, it began to descend again, as if going down a bridge. Soon, he walked down from the bridge, and at that moment, a voice suddenly came to his ears. "Leader!" This voice was very familiar to Su Chen. He clearly remembered it was the voice of the younger brother who had been taken away by the shadow. The younger brother's voice was excited, seemingly not expecting to see the leader here. "Leader, are you here to save me?" The sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Clearly the younger brother was running over. However, Su Chen did not respond, nor did he open his eyes. Instead, a hint of interest curled at the corners of his mouth. "Interesting. Leader, why aren't you speaking? Open your eyes and look at me." The younger brother's voice was now even closer, almost right next to Su Chen's ear. Su Chen frowned slightly but still kept his eyes closed. "Get away." The younger brother's footsteps paused, and his voice carried a hint of resentment and trembling. "Leader, are you going to abandon me? I've always followed you." Su Chen responded quite justifiably. He remembered the lyrics, "Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide, the soul's lost path finds no relief. Sleeping in this night, don't ask if it's real or fake, until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn away." The meaning of these lyrics was very clear: to keep one's eyes tightly shut, not to be deceived by illusions, otherwise, the soul would be lost in darkness, and as for when to open one's eyes, it would naturally be at dawn. When it comes to the means of confusing the heart, Su Chen would claim the first place, as no one would dare to claim the second. Mere illusions could never deceive him. After being rejected, the younger brother's breathing clearly became heavier, and his tone turned icy. "Leader, since you've abandoned me, don't think you can live. Die." The voice filled with resentment exploded, and the younger brother charged madly towards Su Chen. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be scared into opening their eyes. However, Su Chen did not. He calmly continued forward, completely ignoring it. Sure enough, when the sound of the younger brother's charge reached Su Chen's ears, everything came to a halt, and the sound returned to silence. He continued to move forward, gradually feeling a warmth. A beam of light pierced into his tightly closed eyes. The feeling was like facing the sun during the day with closed eyes. Even with his eyes shut, he could still feel the blinding brightness. "Leader!" A voice filled with ecstatic surprise came from afar. "Zhao Chaoyao. Mr. Su, you're back?" Yifanyu's voice also carried a hint of surprise. "Su Chen, wake up. Why are you still keeping your eyes closed? What did you encounter after following the shadow?" The voices of the crowd surged into Su Chen's ears, but he still did not open his eyes. Instead, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. How clumsy, couldn't you think a bit before deceiving? Su Chen was too lazy to comment. A normal person, upon seeing themselves alive and back, would not have the first reaction of welcoming but rather of vigilance and suspicion. After all, Wang Li had turned into a monster like the villagers. Moreover, it was known that the shadow only appeared at night or in the shadows. Now that the sunlight was so glaring, how could the shadow still be holding his hand? The sounds around him paused, and then Zhao Chaoyao and the others' tones turned extremely cold. He has discovered. Kill him. Yes, kill him. A group of people rushed towards Su Chen, their mouths erupting with inhuman howls. Similarly, as these sounds reached him, they fell silent. Su Chen walked for a while longer, and this time he heard some different voices, the voices of children. Fool! Hee hee, big fool Tingting is coming. Hurry up, we won't play with the fool. A group of children were laughing, and amidst the mocking, Tingting's aggrieved voice rang out. Tingting is not a fool. La 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 la. Look, the fool is crying. Aren't you a fool? Your parents don't want you because you're foolish. You're talking nonsense. Grandma said Daddy and Mommy went out to work. They didn't abandon Tingting. Su Chen kept walking, and the innocent voices of the children grew increasingly mature, as if they had grown up. This fool is still playing in the mud. Of course she's playing in the mud, after all, she's a fool. Hey, look, this fool is actually quite big. Really, let's go take a look. Tingting, let's play together. Really? Tingting exclaimed in surprise, you want to play with me? Su Chen noticed that even Tingting's voice had changed, getting closer to the Tingting in the shadow of time. Of course, we're from the same village. How about this, Tingting, let's play a fun game. Okay, what game? You'll know when we play, but you mustn't tell your grandma, otherwise we won't play with you anymore. Woo, I don't want to play games, this game isn't fun. You're all bad people, you're bullying Tingting. Quick, catch her, don't let her run away. You beasts! An old voice rang out, followed by the sound of a stick hitting a person and screams. Su Chen recognized that voice, it was Tingting's grandmother. Tingting, remember, when grandma is working in the fields during the day, you stay at home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. Grandma made your favorite dumplings, they're in the cupboard, if you're hungry, take them out to eat. Grandma, Tingting remembers. Grandma, why do they call Tingting a fool? They're all bad people, Tingting is not a fool, Tingting is the smartest child in the world. A silver bell-like laughter rang out, it was Tingting cheering, Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Tingting, open the door for Uncle. I won't open it, Grandma said Uncle is a bad person. How can Uncle be a bad person? Look, Uncle even brought you your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's true, hurry and open the door. Ah, you're lying, you're a bad person. Hee hee, Tingting is getting prettier and prettier. Hey, look, this fool is taking dumplings to the graveyard again. Really foolish, Aunt Lee saw her starving for days, kindly gave her 2 buns, but she didn't want them, insisting on dumplings, saying Grandma loves dumplings the most. Only the village chief is kind enough to give her dumplings from time to time, and she's good, taking dumplings to the graveyard every day for her grandma. I don't know who told her that her grandma is sleeping underground, then she started going door to door asking for dumplings. Hey, I heard that as long as you give her dumplings. At this point, the voices abruptly stopped, and the shadowy hand holding onto him had vanished without a trace. Su Chen opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was a dim, dilapidated room, the rocking chair inside not swaying, and outside was a faintly bright sky. The little girl Tingting was quietly standing in front of him, tilting her head with a curious look. Big brother, were you just sleeping while standing? Su Chen smiled gently and ruffled Tingting's somewhat dry and messy hair. Yes, big brother just fell asleep while standing. Hearing this, Tingting laughed happily. Big brother, you're lying. Who can sleep while standing? Su Chen feigned surprise. I can't believe Tingting saw through me, you're really smart. Tingting laughed even more joyfully, her big eyes crescent-shaped, revealing a row of small white teeth. Of course, Grandma says Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Yes, Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Su Chen nodded with a smile. At that moment, Tingting seemed to think of something and hurriedly ran to the cupboard, opened it, and brought out a plate of dumplings. Big brother, do you want to eat dumplings? They're so delicious. Tingting and Grandma love dumplings the most. Suddenly, voices from outside the house could be heard, belonging to Yifan Yu and others. Damn this sky, it gets bright so fast. Yang Dongqing complained. This house is too small, if we stay here, we'll definitely attract shadows. Trust me, let's change to another room. No way. Zhao Chaoyao insisted. What if the leader comes back and can't find us? Do you really think Mr. Su can come back? Yi Fanyu sighed. Let's assume he really does come back. Is he still him? Just as they were talking, creak, the door of the thatched house opened. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks, looking seriously towards the door. Then they saw a man in a suit, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane and wearing brown-tinted glasses, slowly walking out of the house. Leader! Zhao Chaoyao and the other members of the poisoned snake gang were ecstatic. Don't go over! Yi Fanyu stopped them, his eyes fixed on Su Chen. Mr. Su, may I ask, are you still you? Su Chen smiled slightly. Of course. I told you the leader would be fine. Zhao Chaoyao was excited and wanted to go over to find Su Chen, but was stopped again by Yi Fanyu. Wait, do you have any evidence to prove it? As soon as he said this, the smile on Su Chen's face deepened. Mr. He seems to have forgotten again. He gently pushed up his glasses, the smile on his face slowly fading, and said lightly, Did you forget what you are? You want me to prove it to you? Do you deserve that? Yi Fanyu's face suddenly turned as ugly as if he had eaten something foul, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others resolutely walked behind Su Chen. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment, then also walked over. Mr. Yang, even you. Yang Dongqing did not look back. I just think the nightmare monster shouldn't be able to imitate so closely. Yi Fanyu's face grew even darker, and beside him was only the anxious Li Chang. Su Chen said lightly, So, Mr. Yi, do you understand now? Whether I am a nightmare or not is not important. What matters is, the truth always stands on my side. You call that many people the truth? Yi Fanyu said gloomily. Su Chen smiled slightly. Many people are just a manifestation of power, and power is the truth. After saying this, he led everyone into Tingting's home. Li Chang hesitated for a moment, then followed in, leaving only Yi Fanyu, whose face was dark and uncertain. He stood for a long time before finally entering the house with a stern face. Once inside, Yi Fanyu's gaze was drawn to Tingting, who was sitting at the table eating dumplings, or rather, to the dumplings. He rushed over and snatched the plate of dumplings from Tingting's hands. Those are from Grandma. Tingting pouted, about to cry. Yi Fanyu didn't care about that, the dumplings in his hands were his. Yang Dongqing. Su Chen gave a command, and the already displeased Yang Dongqing immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Yi Fanyu was taken aback, not expecting Yang Dongqing to suddenly take action, and hurriedly dodged back. At that moment, it was Tingting who waved her hands anxiously, her little face flushed with worry. Don't fight, Tingting doesn't like fighting. If you want to eat dumplings, I'll give them to you. Yang Dongqing hesitated, and Yi Fanyu angrily said, Put away your unnecessary sympathy, we are human. What about her? She's a creature from a nightmare, maybe even a nightmare monster. Don't argue, Tingting doesn't want the dumplings anymore, Tingting said, growing more anxious, her kind heart not wanting to see people in conflict. Did you hear that? She said she doesn't want them anymore, Yi Fanyu said, suppressing his anger in a low voice. In the end, Yang Dongqing relaxed his fists. He knew that even if he snatched them, it would only make Tingting more unhappy. After the small dispute calmed down, Yi Fanyu picked up the dumplings and called Li Chang over to eat. For someone who had been hungry for 3 days, yesterday's 8 dumplings were basically nothing. You eat first, this time I'll give you 2, Yi Fanyu said coldly. Li Chang grumbled in response, but when he went to grab the dumplings, he exclaimed, 11? That's 1 less than yesterday. Yi Fanyu looked closely and indeed found that there was 1 less than yesterday. He turned to Tingting. Why is there 1 less? Did you eat it or hide it? Tingting shook her little head. I didn't eat it, and I didn't hide it. Grandma just made 11. Yi Fanyu gave her a deep look, said nothing more, and continued eating dumplings with Li Chang. Yang Dongqing no longer paid attention to Yi Fanyu and Li Chang but asked Su Chen, What happened after you left? Su Chen had no intention of hiding anything and said frankly, Just as I expected, the shadow is not unsolvable. As long as you close your eyes and hold its hand, you can walk until dawn and return from the darkness. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Is it that simple? It's simple for me, but not necessarily for you. Yang Dongqing's face immediately darkened. What do you mean? It means nothing. In the darkness, there will be all kinds of voices tempting you to open your eyes. As long as you open your eyes, you will be completely lost in the darkness and eventually become a monster like the villagers. Yang Dongqing disdainfully curled his lip. Isn't it just closing my eyes? What's so difficult about that? Since I know those voices are fake, I definitely won't open my eyes. You're right. Yang Dongqing's face flashed with anger. He always felt disdained, but he had no evidence. Although Yi Fanyu was eating, he had already perked up his ears to listen. At that moment, Su Chen changed the subject. I also gained some information in the darkness, about Tingting. He glanced at Tingting, only to find that the little girl had run back to the bedroom to comb her little doll's hair. He slowly recounted what he had seen and heard in the darkness, mainly about the voices concerning Tingting. 5 minutes later, young Dongqing's face had twisted into a snarl of rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Beasts! These beasts! Damn! At that moment, he felt an unprecedented anger filling his chest, even a metallic hue rising on his skin. He wanted to kill, an uncontrollable urge to kill. In contrast to his fury, Yi Fanyu was beaming with joy. That's great. What did you say? Yang Dongqing glared, looking like an enraged lion. No, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, based on Mr. Su's description, Tingting is very likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this place is Tingting's nightmare. Yi Fanyu's previously gloomy expression changed to one of excitement, as he had found a way to break this nightmare. Minor frictions were nothing in the face of survival. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is my third time entering the nightmare world. I have some experience with nightmares. Although they are bizarre, they follow a certain logic. For example, if someone watches a zombie movie before bed, it's highly likely they will dream about zombies that night. In other words, dreams are a reflection of reality." Mr. Su's earlier narration made it clear to me why these villager monsters only appear during the day. In reality, Tingting is mostly bullied by the villagers during the day. To Tingting, the villagers are just villagers, they come out during the day and rest at night. Think about it carefully. How did Tingting describe the villagers when she went out to look for her sister? She called those villagers bad people, not monsters, which is already abnormal. This is Tingting's nightmare, so the villagers' actions will follow Tingting's logic. Tingting's grandmother told her to hide at home because it is safe, so the villagers cannot enter the house. It's likely the same in reality. Even if the villagers bully Tingting, they wouldn't dare to forcibly break down doors and windows to invade a home. The villagers can change their appearance and use various means to lure people out, just like someone using a lollipop to coax Tingting out of her house. This must have happened more than once, so in Tingting's eyes, the villagers are those who use sweet words to trick her into opening the door. Yi Fanyu grew more excited as he spoke, but he did not notice young Dongqing's face darkening further. Also, the village chief's son in the time's shadow called Tingting a fool. At that time, I thought it was just a casual remark, but I didn't expect Tingting to actually be a fool. The reason she appears as a little girl now is that her mental capacity is that of a child. After all, a fool's intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a child. Enough! Yang Dongqing shouted in fury. He could not tolerate Yi Fanyu calling Tingting a fool. A kind girl with an intellectual disability, who clearly did nothing wrong, was treated this way. She loved dumplings the most but would rather go hungry than not give them to her deceased grandmother. Even now, facing Yi Fanyu's snatching, she was more concerned about whether they would fight than about her own hunger. Yi Fanyu's smile gradually cooled. Mr. Yang, I understand your feelings, you sympathize with Tingting's plight. But don't forget, this is the nightmare world. The real Tingting has long since died, and the current Tingting can strictly be considered a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently. The anger in his heart had no outlet. He knew Yi Fanyu was right, but he was just furious and frustrated. Yi Fanyu turned his gaze to Su Chen. Mr. Su, I know you are rational, and with your wisdom, you must have guessed all of this by now. So the next step is very simple. As long as we work together to eliminate the source of the nightmare, which is killing Tingting, this nightmare will be resolved. Yi Fanyu's voice suddenly dropped low, glancing subtly at the little girl in the bedroom who was combing a doll's hair, and continued, killing Tingting shouldn't be difficult, the only obstacle should be her deceased grandmother. When we act against Tingting, we are likely to have a direct confrontation with her grandmother, especially since none of us can see her grandmother. We don't even know if she is home right now. I suspect she isn't, because in Tingting's memory, her grandmother works in the fields during the day and only returns before dark. However, to be safe, I have a plan. We should avoid acting here and instead lure Tingting out before we act. Among us, Tingting should trust you, Mr. Su, the most, so why not let you? I disagree. Yang Dongqing suddenly exploded in anger, clenching his fists and glaring at Yi Fanyu. What wrong has Tingting done? She is just a victim, there must be another way. Yi Fanyu's expression grew increasingly cold. Mr. Yang, I hope you can calm down. She is not human. She is a nightmare monster. Killing one nightmare monster can allow everyone to survive, isn't that good? As you said, to break the nightmare, besides killing the source of the nightmare, there are indeed other methods, which is to save the source of the nightmare. This nightmare originated from Tingting. As long as we kill all the villagers, without these evildoers, the nightmare wouldn't be a nightmare anymore. But do you think that's possible? Just relying on the few of us to face hundreds of villagers, we have no chance at all. Especially don't forget, there is no food here, even extraordinary beings will starve without food, and will become increasingly weak. In the end, you won't even be able to use your abilities. What will you use to kill the villagers? Yi Fanyu laid out the pros and cons clearly, yet Yang Dongqing's response remained, I disagree. This young man, who had just become extraordinary, showed unprecedented determination at this moment. He clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes were already filled with rage. I want to kill all the villagers to avenge Tingting. Yi Fanyu was both shocked and angry. Are you crazy? Doing this will kill everyone. What do we have to deal with hundreds of villagers? Avenge? Avenge what? They are already dead. This is all a dream. Dream. Yang Dongqing's eyes burned with an incredibly bright flame, and the metallic color on him grew more intense. These scum don't even deserve to live in dreams. Why should they bully Tingting forever in dreams after they die? Tell me. Why? They deserve to die. You're insane. You really are insane. Yi Fanyu was also furious. Mr. Su, I can't reason with him. You are a smart person. As long as you follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. For a moment, both Yang Dongqing and Yi Fanyu's gazes focused on Su Chen. Yi Fanyu knew that Su Chen was a cold-blooded and intelligent person who would surely make the right choice. As for Yang Dongqing, he clenched his fists, knowing Su Chen's ruthlessness, so he prepared to fight against both of them, but deep down he hoped Su Chen would reject Yi Fanyu's proposal. Facing their gazes, Su Chen smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was both surprised and delighted, while Yi Fanyu was filled with disbelief. You refuse. Yi Fanyu found it incomprehensible. A person like you, would you still care about the life and death of a nightmare monster? Su Chen adjusted his tinted glasses, still maintaining an elegant smile. Mr. Yi seems to have a deep misunderstanding of me. In fact, I have always been a good person. Ha! Ha ha! Yi Fanyu laughed in a strange and sinister manner. You? A good person? You are all good people, and I'm the only bad one. He pointed at himself in a somewhat mad manner, never expecting that just when he was about to escape the nightmare, it would end up in such a situation. The joy from earlier had long since dissipated. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Mr. Yi, you are being unreasonable. In this world, there is no right or wrong, there is only strength and weakness. I understand your desire to survive, but you must also respect my decision. Su Chen could not choose to kill Tingting to return to reality. Even if he returned now, he would still die. At this moment, Yi Fanyu's expression completely turned cold. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, and his right hand spread open, flames igniting one after another. You are right, there is no right or wrong in this world, only strength and weakness. But, who says I am the weak one? As the words fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Yang Dongqing stepped forward, standing beside Su Chen, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others drew their machetes, their faces filled with a fervent murderous intent. Su Chen smiled lightly and said, Mr. Yi, if you are truly strong enough, then from the moment you saw me, you should have understood that you have no chance of winning from the very beginning. Yi Fanyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. It seems my previous forbearance has led you to misunderstand me. Earlier, it was because there were no irreconcilable conflicts between us, and since we were both in the nightmare world, it would be irrational to kill each other, which is why I tolerated so much. But now, the key to breaking the nightmare has been found, and I have no more reservations. Moreover, I have long since figured out your strengths. Yang Dongqing is merely a newly emerged extraordinary being, still unskilled in controlling her own abilities. As for you, you are merely relying on your puppet abilities to control a group of ordinary people, but your true self is even weaker than an ordinary person. The most crucial point is that in the previous battles, the bullets in your subordinates' guns have long been exhausted. Do you really think you can pose any threat to me? Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. Who said the bullets are exhausted? Yi Fanyu's face changed slightly. His five-finger flame bullets focused mainly on attack and could not rely solely on physical defense against bullets like Yang Dongqing. If the opponent still had guns, he would indeed be in some danger. You don't need to bluff. I saw with my own eyes that the bullets are exhausted. You're right, the bullets under my command are indeed exhausted, but Mr. Li Chang's are not. As soon as these words were spoken, the focus in the room immediately shifted to Li Chang, who had been hiding in the corner, too afraid to speak. This taciturn middle-aged man slowly pulled out a black pistol from his waist, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Yi Fanyu's heart sank. Although a single gun posed no threat to him, that was only under the premise that Yang Dongqing and the others were not present. In a one-on-one situation, he was not afraid of a gun at all. Li Chang, don't you want to live? The opportunity is right in front of you. As long as you kill that little girl, we can return to reality. The middle-aged man, crushed by the burdens of life, trembled even more. I want to live. Mr. Su, I have always been an honest person. I want to go back alive. I still have family, relatives, and friends. I really can't die here. Mr. Su, I don't want to kill anyone. Please, let me go. A person like you has the strength to seek justice for monsters. But just surviving has already taken all my strength. My family is still waiting in reality. Stop. Su Chen interrupted, no one wants to hear your sob story. If you wish, you can join Yifanyu. After all, having one more person doesn't make a difference. At that moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly flushed red. He raised the gun and aimed it at Su Chen, then moved closer to Yifanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. Either you agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected Li Chang to suddenly explode at this moment. Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao quickly shielded Su Chen behind them. Yifanyu sneered, Mr. Su, do you see? Not everyone is on your side. Oh, is that so? Su Chen gently pushed up his tinted glasses, the eyes behind the lenses emitting an invisible glow. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone, but what surprised them even more was that the shot had hit Yifanyu. Yifanyu, having experienced the nightmare world 3 times, was indeed extraordinary. Facing the cold gunshot from behind, he managed to anticipate it in advance, twisting his body to avoid the bullet that should have hit him. However, even so, he was still shot, a blood hole appearing in his right back, blood gushing out. Yifanyu let out a muffled groan, suddenly retreating and distancing himself from the others, his face already covered in pain and anger. Li Chang, you. No. It's not my fault. My hand is out of control. Li Chang was completely panicked, his body trembling violently, his dark face filled with fear as if he had encountered something unpredictable. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out, deadly bullets whistling towards Yifanyu, but he was ultimately an extraordinary being. With the distance between them, his astonishing physical prowess was revealed. Facing the bullets shot by Li Chang, he moved like a nimble snake, suddenly flipping and crashing through the window, escaping from the house. Brother Yi, I really didn't mean it. My hand is out of control, ha ha ha. Li Chang's maniacal laughter erupted as he chased after him, firing his gun. I was lying to you. You fool. You dared to defy the leader, you deserve to die. You madman. You all deserve to die. Outside the house, Yifanyu, desperately dodging, was completely blinded by rage. Bang! A fiery bullet shot out from his fingertips, leaving a blazing trail in the air, striking Li Chang's body hard. In an instant, Li Chang's maniacal laughter stopped abruptly as he was consumed by flames. At that moment, several villagers who had been lurking outside the house charged at Yifanyu with a roar. In his fury, he struck out repeatedly, firing several fiery bullets that directly took care of the villagers. Yifanyu fixed his gaze on the dilapidated thatched house, knowing he had to resolve the situation before a large number of villagers arrived. He suddenly spread his arms, aimed at the thatched house, and spoke coldly, 10-finger fire bullets. The tips of his 10 fingers ignited with intense flames, which quickly twisted and gathered, forming 10 compressed fire bullets. Boom! 10 fire bullets whistled out, creating 10 fiery trails in the air, swirling and intertwining, ultimately merging into a fireball the size of a fist, striking the thatched house fiercely. The fireball collided violently with the thatched house, sparks flying in all directions, the house igniting like a massive bonfire, flames mercilessly consuming every piece of wood, the bright firelight shooting into the sky, thick smoke billowing up, forming a huge black smoke column that obscured the sky. Previously, Yifanyu had hidden his strength, always facing the villagers' attacks with the 5-finger fire bullets, but this time, facing Su Chen and the others, he unleashed all his power. Are they dead? Yifanyu panted, the pain from the gunshot wound on his back, continuously stimulating his nerves. Just when he thought everyone was dead, he noticed several figures in black suits flickering behind the roaring flames. They stepped out steadily from the side of the fire, gathering like a small stream of black water. Leading them was Su Chen, and beside him, Yang Dongqing was holding the frightened Tingting. Yifanyu's expression darkened, he realized that Su Chen and the others must have escaped through the back window in advance. He didn't need to think to know who had come up with the idea, it must have been Su Chen, as only he had the foresight to guess that he would burn the house. Yang Dongqing set Tingting down, a gentle expression appearing on his steel-like face. Tingting, be good, stay away. Brother will take care of this bad guy first. Although Tingting's intelligence was that of a child, she could still distinguish between good and evil. She obediently nodded and then jumped down from Yang Dongqing's arms, running away with her little legs. Yang Dongqing was not worried about Tingting's safety. She was the source of nightmares, having lived here for an unknown amount of time, and everything in the nightmare could hardly harm her. Then, Yang Dongqing's fierce eyes fixed on Yifanyu, both of them silent, yet each could see the determination in the other's eyes. Their ideologies were different, and neither could persuade the other, only battle remained. The atmosphere in the arena instantly tensed, and Yang Dongqing stood like a steel fortress, his body shimmering with a metallic sheen. Yi Fanyu's fingertips ignited with flames, the air around him swirling and distorting, radiating a terrifying heat. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing moved, darting forward like a swift cheetah. He knew that his only chance to defeat Yi Fanyu was to close the distance. Yi Fanyu was well aware of this too, so the moment Yang Dongqing charged, he shaped his hands like guns and fired continuously, bang bang bang. His body moved rapidly with each shot, increasing the distance between them. Several fiery bullets whistled out, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite. Yang Dongqing charged through the flames, determined to withstand the fire and not give Yi Fanyu a moment to move. Boom boom boom. The fiery bullets struck Yang Dongqing, causing his body to sway and leaving faint scorch marks, but he still did not stop, rushing towards Yi Fanyu. Fueled by his anger for Tingting, his already formidable steel-like body became even stronger. 10-finger fire bullets. Yi Fanyu's gaze turned cold as he shot out 10 fire bullets in one go. The terrifying fire bullets intertwined and fused in the air, transforming into a large fire bullet that struck Yang Dongqing hard. Boom! The power of this strike was extraordinarily terrifying. The exploding flames erupted on Yang Dongqing, instantly turning into a raging sea of fire that engulfed him. Ah! Accompanied by a roar filled with anger and pain, Yang Dongqing, charred all over, forcibly tore a gap in the sea of fire and charged out. The little hair that had just grown was now gone. He leaped up suddenly, pouncing towards Yi Fanyu like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Yi Fanyu was startled and quickly dodged, closely followed by Yang Dongqing's rain-like punches, each metallic glinting fist causing the air to crackle. But Yi Fanyu's speed was clearly faster. He stepped back to evade the punches. With his rich combat experience, he seized the opportunity during Yang Dongqing's attack to fire a flame bullet at his face. Yang Dongqing was taken aback and hurriedly raised his hands to block. Little did he know, this played right into Yi Fanyu's hands. He was still too inexperienced. Yi Fanyu's face twisted into a grimace as his right hand shot out, fingers claw-like. Whoosh! Flames ignited at his fingertips, transforming into 5 highly compressed fire bullets. However, this time, he did not shoot them out. Instead, he clenched his fingers tightly. What would happen when 5 highly compressed fire bullets were held in his hand? The next moment, Yi Fanyu provided the answer. His entire fist seemed to be ignited by flames, burning with a fierce fire, the flames no longer a bright orange-yellow but mixed with a deep red. Flame fist. He punched out, striking Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, and the terrifying firelight almost instantly engulfed both of them. Ah! A scream echoed as a charred figure flew back like a cannonball, his body tracing an arc in the air before crashing into a row of sturdy trees. With a series of cracking sounds, several trees fell, leaves swirling in the air. He crashed heavily to the ground, the powerful impact carving a deep trench in the earth, sending dust flying and stones scattering. The one who flew back was Yang Dongqing. He had thought Yi Fanyu was not skilled in close combat, unaware that he had a trump card. Everything was merely an illusion. At this moment, Yang Dongqing's abdomen was charred, even emitting a pungent smell of burnt meat. His consciousness began to blur, his eyes turning white as he struggled to rise but collapsed heavily to the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, and only then did he realize. It turned out that he had always been the weak one, even after becoming an extraordinary being. Was he going to die? He had already fallen, and he didn't believe Su Chen could defeat Yi Fanyu. Perhaps this was where he and the others would meet their end. But why was he so unwilling? Tingting's revenge had not yet been avenged, and Jasmine was still waiting for him to return. He couldn't die yet. A strong will surged within him, and with this power, he struggled to rise, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. He still couldn't fall. Boom! A fiery bullet sliced through the air, landing precisely on Yang Dongqing. Bang! Yang Dongqing's eyes turned completely white, and he fell into a deep sleep. In the end, he still fell. Yi Fanyu hadn't given him a chance to stand up. At this moment, the flames surrounding Yi Fanyu had dissipated. He was in poor condition, his face pale, his chest heaving violently, and even his body bore marks of being burned by flames, especially his right hand, which was charred and hanging limply. Su Chen, who had been watching the battle, narrowed his eyes. The 5-finger flame bullet provided Yi Fanyu with high flame resistance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control the flames, but this flame resistance was also limited. The previous flame fist had indeed harmed both the attacker and the attacked. The 5 compressed flame bullets exploded at close range, first injuring Yi Fanyu's hand, then Yang Dongqing, but Yi Fanyu had blocked most of the damage with his flame resistance. Although Yi Fanyu was in a sorry state with one hand ruined, a triumphant grin was plastered across his face. He walked step by step towards Su Chen. "Mr. Su, it's just you left." Zhao Chaoyao and the others tensed up, brandishing their machetes to shield Su Chen. Yi Fanyu's smile grew increasingly sinister. Do you really think a few ordinary people can stop me? Ha ha ha. Weren't you always so arrogant before? I'm quite curious to see what kind of ugly state someone like you will show before dying. In the face of Yi Fanyu's maniacal laughter, Su Chen also smiled, waving his hand to signal Zhao Chaoyao and the others to disperse. The obedient Zhao Chaoyao and the others naturally followed orders and stepped aside, revealing Su Chen, who had been protected all along. Yi Fanyu paused, a wary expression on his face. Mr. Su, in the face of absolute power, any tricks you play are useless. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled faintly, his long, fair fingers gently removing his brown glasses, folding them leisurely, and placing them in his pocket. That kind of confidence in controlling everything made Yi Fanyu increasingly alert, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. At this moment, Su Chen smiled and said, Mr. Yi, do you really think my ability is a puppet? Yi Fanyu's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? How could your ability not be a puppet? If it weren't a puppet, how could you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare world? Su Chen gently shook his head. My ability is, stand user. Stand? I don't care what your ability is, die. Yi Fanyu suddenly launched an attack, a blazing flame bullet whistling out, striking Su Chen's body. Boom! Su Chen was dead, turned into a charred corpse. Oomph, playing tricks. Yi Fanyu sneered coldly. Mr. Yi, be careful. Su Chen's voice suddenly rang out from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was startled, turning around to see Su Chen rushing towards him at high speed. The burst of running speed in that moment was completely unlike that of a weak person, even more rapid than an ordinary person. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Yi Fanyu was filled with rage and shouted, Five-finger flame bullet. Bang! A searing flame bullet cut through the air, accurately hitting Su Chen, erupting in a blaze of fire around him. However, the next moment, Su Chen burst out from the flames. Although more than half of his body was burned, he continued to charge towards Yi Fanyu without stopping. Yi Fanyu was increasingly shocked. How could a steel body withstand his fiery bullet? Moreover, if he had just killed Su Chen, then who was this person in front of him? An uncontrollable sense of strangeness lingered in his heart as he fired again. Bang bang. 2 more fiery bullets, and only then did he completely kill Su Chen. Another charred corpse fell to the ground. However, Yi Fanyu felt no sense of relief. He nervously looked around, and sure enough, the thing he feared the most appeared. Su Chen. All around him were Su Chen. At that moment, he felt absurd to the extreme. He was actually surrounded by a group of Su Chen. No! This is impossible. What on earth is happening? Yi Fanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a bizarre scene. He shot like a madman, fiery bullets spraying out in all directions like a torrent. In an instant, the entire battlefield turned into a sea of flames. In that sea of fire, the Su Chens, their forms twisted and skin charred from the scorching flames, still charged towards him fearlessly. Su Chen! Yi Fanyu roared to the sky, his eyes already bloodshot. I don't care what strange abilities you have, no matter how many come, I'll kill them all. He was completely insane, his emotions ignited as he crazily charged at the surrounding Su Chens, killing anyone he saw. Kill me, then. Become me. The identical-looking Su Chens spoke in unison. Ah! Die! All of you die! 10-finger fire bullet. Fire fist. The sounds of explosions, flames burning, and bodies falling echoed endlessly, weaving into a symphony on this fiery battlefield. 5 minutes later, only one figure remained standing on the battlefield, swaying unsteadily, breathing heavily, nearly exhausted. It was Yi Fanyu. He bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for the hot air, his eyes even shimmering with snowflake-like spots. But he was laughing, a hysterical laugh as if venting, looking at the corpses of Su Chen around him. Ha ha! I won! In the end, I won! Cough cough cough. He coughed violently, his waist pained to the point he could hardly straighten up. After a while, he finally calmed down, and just as he was about to push himself up, he froze, as if someone had cast a spell on him, standing still and motionless. His expression was one of extreme horror, as if he had seen something spine-chilling, his pupils nearly constricting to pinpoints. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground, left by the rain earlier, filled with some rainwater, mixed with dirt, appearing very murky. But in that murky puddle, a face was reflected, a face that terrified Yi Fanyu to the extreme. Su Chen's face. That pale, handsome face was still smiling, polite and elegant. In the next moment, Yi Fanyu trembled as he reached for his own face, his expression nearly mad. And the Su Chen in the puddle also touched his own face, the movements identical to Yi Fanyu's. No! No no no! This isn't real! Yi Fanyu frantically clawed at his own face, as if trying to tear that skin off. Suddenly, he remembered Su Chen's earlier words, kill me. Then, become me. I am Su Chen. Yi Fanyu's mind shattered. No, no, I am Yi Fanyu. Su Chen, get out here. I want to kill you. I have always been here. Su Chen's gentle voice rang in Yi Fanyu's ears. I am you. Didn't you want to kill me? Go ahead. Yi Fanyu was increasingly breaking down. You can't trick me. Get out here. In the puddle, Su Chen's face silently smiled. I told you before, my ability is stand user. From now on, I will live in your place. Your power, your wealth, even your family, friends, and wife, will all belong to me. You wish. Yi Fanyu shouted madly, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You want to take my place? Ha ha ha. Then let's die together. He suddenly raised his right hand, shaped like a gun, then forcefully shoved his index finger into his mouth. With his eyes flashing red in madness, Yi Fanyu showed no hesitation and chose to pull the trigger. 5-finger flame bullet. He fired the last 5-finger flame bullet of his life, and the target of this bullet was himself. Bang! Yi Fanyu fell to the ground in response. See? He committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. In the depths of the forest, Su Chen shrugged helplessly, while Yang Dongqing stood by, dumbfounded. As an audience member of this battle, he had the most authority to speak. He had never seen such a bizarre fight. After being knocked out by Yi Fanyu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body upon waking up, only to find Su Chen striking him with a snake-patterned wooden staff. Just as he was about to curse, Su Chen shushed him and pointed at Yi Fanyu. He looked over at Yi Fanyu and found him slaughtering villagers like a madman, shouting Su Chen's name while he killed. In the end, he shot himself in the head. What the hell? Yang Dongqing couldn't make sense of it, but he understood that Su Chen had woken him up because the villagers had appeared. They were not only attacking Yi Fanyu but also Su Chen and the others. After waking up, Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao coordinated to kill a wave of villagers, but the cost was heavy casualties on their side. Let's go, staying here will only get us surrounded by villagers. We need to find Tingting, Su Chen said calmly. Injured, Yang Dongqing dragged his broken body, following Su Chen step by step. He looked at his charred self and then at Zhao Chaoyao and the others, who were drenched in blood, feeling utterly absurd. The members of the Poison Snake Gang who had come with Su Chen were now reduced to 5, one of whom was Zhao Chaoyao, while the other 4 were unknown names, all severely injured. Only Su Chen remained pristine in his luxurious suit, looking elegant as if he were about to attend a banquet. This made Yang Dongqing doubt whether he and the others were truly part of the same nightmare as Su Chen. In a low, humble house, Su Chen and the others temporarily took refuge, while outside, villagers crowded around. I didn't expect someone like you would choose to help Tingting. Yang Dongqing stared at Su Chen, seemingly trying to see through what kind of person he really was. Su Chen smiled slightly. What do you think I am? You are a madman, a gentleman who completely disregards human life, who talks every day about witnessing the spectacular with a twisted sense of fun. Yang Dongqing offered his objective assessment. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing, in anger, replied, I'm not complimenting you. I just can't understand why someone like you would help Tingting. Su Chen adjusted his glasses, his dark, inscrutable eyes gazing at him, and said lightly, Classmate Yang Dongqing, what do you think the spectacular I speak of is? Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, recalling his previous encounter with Jasmine. You enjoy playing with human nature, watching the struggles of humanity to satisfy your twisted sense of fun. Isn't that the spectacular you seek? Su Chen slowly shook his head. You are mistaken. The struggle of humanity is indeed spectacular, but the unyielding resistance of a person against fate, the reckless pursuit of ideals, the unwavering devotion to love, and even the genuine emotions expressed in the simplest, most ordinary life, aren't these also a kind of spectacular? It is these that compose a person's splendid life. Yang Dongqing was somewhat lost in thought, not knowing why he could hear a burning sincerity in Su Chen's calm voice. He remained silent for a long time, as if he was seeing Su Chen clearly for the first time. You're right, Yang Dongqing said earnestly. He believed it. He really believed it. Ha ha ha. Su Chen laughed happily at Zhao Chaoyao beside him, like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. You bastard. Yang Dongqing instantly lost his composure. If he weren't seriously injured, he would have jumped up to smash Su Chen's head right then. Classmate Yang Dongqing, your expression is just as wonderful right now. Ha ha ha. Yang Dongqing's face turned as black as coal. Unable to contain his anger, he turned his head away and ignored Su Chen. Chief, what should we do next? Are we going to kill all these villagers? Zhao Chaoyao asked worriedly, not out of concern for his own life, but for Su Chen's safety. In his current state, it was already difficult for him to protect the chief. Su Chen shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, even if we kill all these villagers, the nightmare won't be lifted. What? Zhao Chaoyao was taken aback, and even Yang Dongqing, who had turned away, looked back. Didn't Yi Fanyu say there are 2 ways to break the nightmare? One is to kill the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save the source. If we kill all the villagers, wouldn't that be equivalent to saving Tingting? Yang Dongqing, no longer sulking, spoke urgently. He knew that Jasmine had been waiting for him, he didn't want to die here. Su Chen looked at him, speaking slowly. Do you really think that killing the villagers will save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare, everything here exists because of her. In other words, those villagers can't actually harm her at all. What traps her is not the villagers, but her own obsession. Her own obsession? A look of confusion appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. Aren't her nightmares those villagers who have been bullying her? If we just kill them, how could the nightmare not be broken? Su Chen recalled that innocent little girl, a gentle smile forming at the corners of his mouth, a little girl who doesn't want you and Yifan Yu to clash, who would rather go hungry than give up her favorite dumplings. Could revenge really be her obsession? Perhaps she has never harbored hatred, she is just an innocent little girl, a girl longing to find her family. Do you remember that photo? Even when hiding, Tingting would hold onto that photo. So, in Tingting's heart, what has always mattered is not hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing suddenly trembled, an indescribable emotion surging in his heart. For some reason, he felt a deep bitterness inside, that bitterness creeping up from his heart to his eyes. He remained silent for a long time, and when he finally spoke again, he found his voice had already become hoarse. This world shouldn't be like this. Su Chen looked at him deeply, his calm words chilling to the bone. Perhaps, this world is just like this. Then I will change the world. Yang Dongqing suddenly clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. Su Chen's tone remained calm. Do you know? Many young people's initial dream is to change the world, but in the end, they are all changed by the world. I am not like them. Yang Dongqing roared, as if making a declaration, or perhaps reaffirming his own belief. Since heaven has granted me this power, I will use it to change this damn world. Classmate Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought that perhaps you might not change anything? Behind every nightmare, there might be a Tingting. You can't even save the current Tingting, so how can you talk about the future? Right now, you are blinded by passion, but what about a few days from now? When you are about to starve or die of thirst, will you still agree with Yifan Yu's thoughts? Impossible. I, Yang Dongqing, would rather die than do anything to harm Tingting. She is already pitiful enough, she shouldn't be treated like this. Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot. Su Chen elegantly pushed up his glasses. Is that so? What about Jasmine? Would you rather die here than go back to see Jasmine? Jasmine loves you so much that she even drew her sword against me for you. If you die, what will happen to Jasmine? This sentence pierced Yang Dongqing's heart like a sharp knife, causing his face to turn pale instantly. Jasmine, wake up, Yang Dongqing. This is the cruelty of reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly looked up, his tone firm. I will help Tingting find her family, and then return to the real world. Su Chen smiled. Classmate Yang Dongqing, you are surprisingly greedy. You want both fish and bear's paw, but this isn't something you can achieve just by saying it. For example, up until now, you don't even know who Tingting's sister, whom she has been trying to find, is. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, a sense of indescribable frustration surged within him. He hated his own helplessness, but the next moment, he seemed to think of something and broke into a grin. I really don't know anything, but I still believe I can. Oh? Su Chen was slightly curious. Who gave you that confidence? Yang Dongqing looked at Su Chen with piercing eyes, stating firmly, you. Su Chen was astonished, pointing at himself. Me? Yang Dongqing grinned. Even though it hurt to smile, he still did. That's right, it's you who gave me confidence. A dangerous guy like you, who can kill Yifan Yu without hesitation, must have a way to help Tingting. Su Chen stared at Yang Dongqing as if he were seeing him anew. Yang Dongqing did not shy away, his determined gaze met Su Chen's. Suddenly, Su Chen silently smiled. Classmate Yang Dongqing, I really have a new appreciation for you. Yes, I do have a way, but I'm not sure if it will succeed. You must understand, if we fail, we might both die. I don't care. Su Chen's smile widened. What a coincidence, neither do I. Very well. Su Chen leaned heavily on his snake-patterned wooden cane and stood up from his seat. This elegant noble issued his first command. First, we need to find Tingting. Wait, you haven't told me who Tingting's sister is yet? Yang Dongqing asked curiously. He was indeed very curious about that non-existent sister in the photo. Su Chen glanced at him. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing was somewhat puzzled, not understanding why Su Chen asked that. In that case, let me share my speculation with you. Su Chen paused and continued. First, you need to understand one thing. The real Tingting is not as big as she is now. She is not a little girl, but a young girl. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know that. Tingting appears as a little girl because her heart is stuck in the stage of childhood. So, do you think? The sister that a girl who is often bullied refers to, who is not in the family photo, is. How would I know who the sister is? Yang Dongqing was suddenly stunned, and the next moment, his expression turned extremely ugly. A boiling killing intent surged through his entire body, causing his severely injured body to tremble uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth, almost grinding them to dust, his face veins bulging, looking as fierce as a demon. In that instant, he understood everything. There was no sister in the family photo, no sister in Tingting's life in the shadows, and even in Tingting's home, there were only traces of two people's lives. Grandma had only ever left a plate of dumplings. It seems you figured it out. Perhaps Tingting has never had siblings. The reason she refers to her as a sister is that in her mind, there is none. Enough! Stop talking! Yang Dongqing shouted in fury. Damn! Damn! Ah! Yang Dongqing vented his anger by smashing the furniture in the room until it was in complete disarray, only stopping when the chaos left him breathless, causing his wounds to reopen and the crimson blood to soak his clothes. However, in the next moment, a metallic sheen appeared on his body, and under its glow, his injuries began to heal, even his skin taking on a hint of gold. A glimmer flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Was this the steel will? He had previously confirmed that emotional willpower could enhance the steel body, but he hadn't expected that in an extreme emotional state, Yang Dongqing could achieve such a level of enhancement. He even suspected that if there were levels among extraordinary beings, Yang Dongqing's level might have been 1 before, and now it had risen to 2. It was evident that Yi Fanyu had become an extraordinary being earlier, and his combat power was clearly superior to Yang Dongqing's, indicating that their abilities still had potential for further development. Has your ability increased? Su Chen asked. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, and after a long moment, he heavily nodded. Good, then we can be more confident moving forward. Let me briefly outline my plan. It's actually quite simple. Hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned his head, clearly sensitive to the word hypnotize. Su Chen ignored his grim expression and continued, finding Tingting's family is impossible because they have long since died. Even Tingting herself exists only in nightmares, and even if we found them, it wouldn't be a perfect ending. After all, Tingting's parents intentionally abandoned her. So, the only way is to hypnotize her, to create an illusion where the family can reunite. What kind of method is that? Yang Dongqing roared. Even if it works, what's the point? It's all fake, all an illusion. Su Chen pushed up his tinted glasses, hiding his gaze behind them, and calmly said, You're mistaken, this is the true meaning of illusion. People you cannot see in reality can be seen in an illusion. Things you cannot do in reality can be done in an illusion. Do you remember the last line of the lullaby? Sleeping in this night, don't ask if it's real or fake, until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn away. Yang Dongqing fell silent, his heart in turmoil, so much so that his brain couldn't think. Do you think the nightmare before you is real or fake? Since the boundary between dream and reality has been broken, it means that the real is also fake, and the fake is also real. Since Tingting can manifest such a nightmare, why can't I use illusion to construct the beauty in her heart, allowing her to escape the nightmare and manifest a beautiful dream? Can it really be done? Yang Dongqing rasped. Su Chen nodded, in theory, absolutely. First, Tingting is the source of the nightmare, meaning everything arises from her. As long as we change her perception, the nightmare will naturally change. However, there is one troublesome thing. I suspect that during the process of hypnotizing Tingting, the rules of the nightmare will change as well, because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition, and the nightmare is based on her cognition. Moreover, the villagers will definitely try to stop me. After all, they exist because of the nightmare, and changing the dream is equivalent to killing them completely, so, leave it to me. Yang Dongqing growled, and at that moment, the metallic sheen on him grew even brighter. Those damned beasts! Even if they live in a dream, I will never allow it. Good, then let's wait for nightfall. With that, Su Chen sat back down on the chair. The high-spirited young Dongqing paused. Aren't we supposed to find Tingting? Let's go. Su Chen shook his head. This is Tingting's nightmare. If she doesn't want to come out, no one can find her. She won't come out during the day. After all, she has to avoid the villagers. If Tingting's home hadn't been destroyed, we could go there to find her, but now we can only wait. Then I'll go out and kill a few villagers first. Yang Dongqing could no longer hold back and was about to set off. Wait a moment. A snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his path. What you need to do now is conserve your strength. There will be a great battle tonight. But can you guarantee that we will find Tingting tonight? Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Of course, but before that, I need to take a nap. After saying this, Su Chen leaned back in his chair and fell asleep under Yang Dongqing's astonished gaze. His hands were crossed over his abdomen, and his posture remained upright, even in deep sleep, giving off an air of exquisite elegance. The reason Su Chen was sleeping was not because he was tired, but because his mental energy was exhausted. He had expended a large amount of mental energy to hypnotize Yi Fanyu earlier. In fact, from the moment he met Yi Fanyu, he had begun to lay the groundwork for the hypnosis. Whether it was repeatedly looking at his pocket watch or smoking jasmine-flavored cigarettes, all were for the purpose of hypnosis. During the battle with Yi Fanyu, he successfully modified Yi Fanyu's perception thanks to the preparations over the past few days, along with a significant amount of mental energy. There is a condition in this world called prosopagnosia, where sufferers typically cannot recognize faces. To them, everyone looks quite similar. Su Chen utilized this principle to modify Yi Fanyu's perception, causing him to see everyone as Su Chen's likeness. Hypnotizing a transcendent being is a mentally taxing task, but fortunately, Yi Fanyu's mental resistance was clearly not as strong as Yang Dongqing's. He speculated that it was due to the differences in their abilities. One was Five-Finger Flame Bullet, and the other was Iron Will. Each type of extraordinary ability provides a comprehensive enhancement to the transcendent, but this enhancement has its focus. For example, while Five-Finger Flame Bullet enhanced Yi Fanyu's physical quality and mental energy, it was more focused on affinity with flames and flame resistance. Yang Dongqing's Iron Will did not grant him the ability to manipulate flames, but it significantly enhanced his physical quality and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Su Chen increasingly felt that he was not a transcendent being, as his enhancements were not comprehensive but severely lopsided. Aside from the enhancement of mental energy, he had no other bonuses. At this moment, he entered sleep mainly to recover his mental energy and prepare for hypnotizing Tingting. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would not choose to sleep, as sleeping would only hasten his death. "Night. You finally woke up," Yang Dongqing said softly. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. The intense pain in his head made him frown slightly, and suddenly, he felt a warmth in his nasal cavity and eye sockets. "Su Chen, you, chief." Yang Dongqing and the others quickly surrounded him, looking at Su Chen in shock. Su Chen's condition was very poor. Blood was flowing from his nasal cavity and eye sockets, making his already pale face even paler. He took the handkerchief Zhao Xiaoyao handed him, removed his tinted glasses, and gently wiped the blood from his face, smiling faintly. "It's nothing, after a nap, I feel much better." "You look terrible, more like you're about to die," Yang Dongqing bluntly stated. Su Chen put his tinted glasses back on. "It's that feeling of being on the brink of death that makes me feel much better." Yang Dongqing, after a moment of silence, he said, "Didn't you say you would be able to find Tingting at night? Let's set off." Su Chen did not get up and remained seated in his chair. "No need to set off, we wait here." "Wait?" Yang Dongqing frowned tightly. "Wait for Tingting to appear on her own?" Su Chen slowly shook his head. "No, we wait for the shadow." "Shadow?" Yang Dongqing was startled. "What are we waiting for the shadow for? Do you want to be taken away by the shadow again? Haven't you realized yet?" Su Chen pushed up his glasses, his dark and indistinct eyes completely hidden. "Think carefully, has the shadow and Tingting ever appeared at the same time?" Yang Dongqing was taken aback, recalling the earlier fragments in his mind. Back at Tingting's house, after it got dark, Tingting said she was going out to find her sister and then left. Only after that did the shadow appear. But what does this prove? Maybe it's just a coincidence? Tingting went out when it got dark, and the shadow appeared when it got dark. Perhaps they just happened to miss each other? Su Chen smiled slightly. "At first, I thought it was a coincidence too, but do you know who the first person I saw after I walked out of the darkness was? Could it be?" Yang Dongqing's face instantly turned ugly. "Is it Tingting?" Su Chen nodded. "So you suspect that Tingting is the shadow?" Sigh. Su Chen supported his forehead with his hand, sighing repeatedly. "You really are thick-headed. Did you not see the time-lapse? That was the only time Tingting and the shadow appeared in the same frame, so Tingting cannot be the shadow." Yang Dongqing felt a bit embarrassed by the remark and retorted angrily. "Then what do you mean?" "What I mean is simple. The shadow should have been parasitizing Tingting since that time. When I walked out of the darkness, I vaguely sensed a faint connection between myself and the shadow, but that connection was very weak, almost imperceptible. I suspect that as long as someone passes the shadow's test, they can gain its recognition and then be parasitized. It chose to parasitize Tingting, which is why the connection on me is so weak. Otherwise, do you think the shadow is just inviting you for a stroll? Also, why does the shadow have Tingting's experiences? Where was the shadow during the day? It is known that the shadow fears light. It can only hide in dark corners, or in a person's shadow. Zhao Chaoyao answered quickly. Clap. Su Chen applauded and said to Yang Dongqing, exasperated, "Even this muscle-brained guy is smarter than you." Yang Dongqing, your poor grades are not without reason. Yang Dongqing's fists clenched tightly. Zhao Chaoyao scratched his bald head awkwardly, his face flushed with joy from the leader's praise. Yang Dongqing stubbornly said, "What you said is just speculation. What if the shadow isn't hiding in Tingting's shadow, but in some dark corner? Su Chen was increasingly helpless. Young Dongqing, do you know that sometimes those who raise doubts aren't necessarily smart people, but may also be self-righteous fools? In nature, even animals with lower IQs than humans know to seek benefits and avoid harm, let alone a nightmare creature like the shadow. If you were the shadow, where would you think is absolutely safe to hide? Yang Dongqing was left speechless because he realized that in the entire nightmare, the safest place must be within the shadow of the nightmare's source, Tingting. It seems you've understood. This is why the first person I saw when I walked out of the darkness was Tingting, because I came out from Tingting's shadow. Leader! Look! Zhao Chaoyao suddenly shouted, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the shadow in the corner of the room. Everyone turned to look, and they saw a massive shadow swirling in that dark corner. Gradually, it transformed into a human shape, tall and slender, as if a giant over 2 meters tall was reduced to just bones, with long arms almost touching the ground. At the position of its head, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. Su Chen smiled slightly. Good friend, you finally came. He leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and walked slowly to the shadow's side, extending his hand before the other could reach out. Whether it was an illusion or not, the shadow seemed to pause for a moment when faced with the pale, slender hand. After a moment, the shadow slowly raised its thin, bony hand, and then he reached out towards Yang Dongqing and the others, bypassing Su Chen. The smile on Su Chen's face gradually faded, and he expressionlessly pushed up his brown glasses. That's a bit impolite. After saying this, he directly grasped the shadow's hand and said firmly, "Today, you can only invite me." To be honest, Su Chen didn't want the shadow to invite anyone else because it was too risky. Yang Dongqing was just a reckless fool. Once he entered the dark illusion, he wouldn't need much convincing. Once Jasmine's voice was heard, that idiot would definitely open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were no different. He could hypnotize them to ensure they wouldn't open their eyes, but there was a drawback. If his own voice appeared in the illusion, they would surely obey. The shadow's crimson eyes glanced at the hand being held, and after a moment of silence, ultimately chose to pull Su Chen in slowly into the darkness. You guys wait outside. Once I find Tingting, I will light the nearest house. Su Chen's calm voice faded into the darkness. Darkness, a deathly silence. With his eyes closed, Su Chen was led by his good friend, walking in the dark like a guide dog leading a blind person. Gradually, various voices began to emerge around him: Yi Fanyu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, Tingting. It was still the same foolish illusion, and Su Chen was already too exhausted to complain. His attention was not focused on the illusion but rather on himself. This time, to hypnotize Tingting, he hadn't exhausted his overflowing mental energy, resulting in a tremendous physical burden. He could even hear the creaking of his bones under the strain with every step he took. He began to bleed. His eyes, nose, ears, mouth, his 7 orifices could not stop the flow of blood, yet he still did not stop moving forward, even if it might lead to his death. Sometimes he even thought that he hadn't died at the hands of the nightmare monster, nor had he perished at Yi Fanyu's hands. He might end up dying just from walking. But none of that mattered anymore. Even if he didn't die now, he would die upon returning to reality because he still hadn't become an extraordinary being. Su Chen, do you want to become an extraordinary being? A strange voice echoed in the darkness. Su Chen's lips curled into a smirk. He knew this was the illusion sensing his dissipating thoughts and starting to play new tricks. Su Chen, I am the only one who can help you. Deep in this darkness lies the source of the shadow's power. As long as you seize it, you can become an extraordinary being, and I can escape too. You may not believe me, but you know your own physical condition. No matter what, you are going to die. Why not take a gamble? If you win, there's a glimmer of hope. If you lose, it doesn't matter, since you're about to die anyway. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled slightly, a tempting proposal. In the darkness, a hint of joy seeped through the strange voice. You are a smart person, you will surely make the right choice. Su Chen's smile widened. But what qualifications do you have to help me? Being a waste that can't even escape the shadow illusion? Do you deserve it? The voice in the darkness fell silent. After a long while, it finally spoke. I was just momentarily careless, which is why I ended up here. If only. Ha ha ha. The waste always has excuses, while the successful merely stand there, and that is the only truth. Get lost. No matter what you are, don't come out and embarrass yourself. At this point, the voice in the darkness fell completely silent. After a long time, Su Chen felt the shadow's hand dissipate, and only then did he open his eyes. As he expected, when he opened his eyes again, he saw Tingting. He wiped the blood from his face with a handkerchief and walked towards her. This was a graveyard, with many tombstones standing askew, and Tingting's small figure was crouched in front of one of the tombstones, crying. Grandma, don't you want Tingting anymore? Tingting brought you your favorite dumplings. The tender voice of a child carried a sorrow that even adults could not bear. Just as Tingting was crying, she suddenly felt a large hand stroking her head. She turned around and saw a gentle smiling face. "Big brother," Tingting exclaimed, her eyes red. "Tingting, don't worry, your grandma hasn't abandoned you," Su-chen said gently. "Big brother, do you know where grandma went?" Tingting looked at Su-chen with her big, clear eyes full of expectation. Su-chen smiled gently. "Of course I know. Big brother not only knows where grandma went, but also where your mom and dad, and your little sister are." "Really? Big brother, that's great." Tingting jumped up happily, her face beaming with a pure and clean smile. This was the first time Su-chen had seen Tingting smile so joyfully. "Of course it's true, Big brother never lies." Su-chen patted Tingting's little head. "Then Big brother, quickly tell Tingting where they are." "They are playing hide and seek with Tingting. They will show up when the time is right." "How long do we have to wait?" Tingting tilted her little head and asked. Su-chen smiled slightly, took out a dark golden pocket watch from his pocket, the mysterious Ouroboros symbol catching Tingting's eye. "Do you see this hand? When it points to 12, they will all appear." Tingting clapped her little hands excitedly. "Great! Great! Tingting will see Dad, Mom, Grandma, and little sister. Tingting, hold on to this pocket watch. Big brother has something to do." "Okay, Big brother." Tingting smiled sweetly. Then, Su-chen walked to a nearby tree, took out a cigarette and a lighter, lit all the cigarettes, and threw them onto the dry leaves, guiding the flames little by little until the whole tree was set ablaze, flames and black smoke rising into the sky. "Tingting, shall we play a game?" Hearing the word game, Tingting visibly became a bit scared, instinctively curling up. Su-chen smiled gently, taking the pocket watch from Tingting's hands. "This game is called time acceleration." "Time acceleration?" Tingting, being a child, was unconsciously drawn in. "Yes, actually Big brother is a magician who can make time speed up." "Really, Big brother? Then after time speeds up, will Tingting be able to see Dad and Mom quickly?" "Of course it's true. You forgot, Big brother never lies." "Alright, now Big brother is going to start the performance." Su-chen let the pocket watch fall naturally from his hand, the chain at the end caught between his fingers, and with a slight force, the dark golden pocket watch began to swing like a pendulum. "Tingting, look closely, is the hand on the pocket watch moving faster?" Tingting quickly widened her eyes, her pupils following the movement of the watch. Tick-tock. The crisp sound of the second hand moving reached her ears. "It seems really faster. That's great, Big brother. Then Tingting needs to watch carefully, be careful not to let time slack off." Tingting nodded vigorously. Tingting will definitely watch closely, not letting time slack off. Time passed second by second, and at some point, Su-chen had already taken off his brown glasses, his deep eyes emitting an imperceptible eerie light. An invisible mental force surged forth. He was trying to hypnotize Tingting, which was the biggest challenge of this plan. Even he didn't know if the hypnosis would succeed. After all, Tingting was not human, but a nightmare creature. Previous attempts to hypnotize the villagers and the shadow had ended in failure, but Su-chen still felt there was a chance, because the villagers were clearly controlled, mere walking corpses, and hypnosis would not work on corpses. The shadow, this nightmare creature, was not simple. It could construct dark illusions, a feat that even his current mental strength could not achieve. Only Tingting was different. She was the subject of the dream, an existence with autonomous consciousness. Even if her mental strength surpassed his, there was a chance of success because Tingting's mind was like that of a child, with little guard against herself. The essence of hypnosis never lay in overwhelming the opponent's spirit but in guiding it, allowing the opponent's spirit to enter one's own rhythm. This was a gamble. Winning meant returning to reality, while losing meant dying in the nightmare world. Fortunately, Su-chen won the bet. He discovered that his mental strength could invade Tingting's body. Tingting's mental strength was very strong, far stronger than his own, which was normal since she was the subject of this dream world. However, Tingting's mental strength was very calm, like a sea without storms, blue and clear, extremely pure. What Su-chen needed to do was to gradually guide Tingting's mental strength and then change the dream. Just as he was making his efforts, Yang Dongqing and the others finally arrived, seeing the fire that Su-chen had ignited. Yang Dongqing and the others did not disturb Su-chen and Tingting. They already knew Su-chen's plan and quietly guarded from a distance. Slowly, Yang Dongqing and the others were astonished to find that this world seemed to be undergoing some indescribable change. The sky. The sky. Zhao Chaoyao looked at the sky in shock, his mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time. Yang Dongqing was no better off, also dumbfounded. The change in the sky was indeed terrifying. The originally blue sky now had spiderweb-like cracks appearing, like a shattered mirror. Not only that, but the surrounding trees also began to twist, as if covered in a layer of mosaic, becoming exceptionally blurry. They looked towards the distant houses and saw that those houses seemed to be violently squeezed by an invisible giant hand, collapsing one after another, raising clouds of dust, and the ground began to tremble, with farmland being torn apart, revealing bottomless ravines. Su Chen is going to succeed. Yang Dongqing exclaimed in ecstasy. This should be a sign that the nightmare is about to shatter. Roar! Countless inhuman howls interrupted Yang Dongqing's joy, and everyone's expressions changed drastically as they turned to look. They saw villagers emerging from the nearby woods, one after another. These villagers looked even more horrifying, their skin melting like wax, dripping onto the ground. These beasts! Yang Dongqing, who had long suppressed his anger, felt his fury erupt like a volcano upon seeing the villagers. Bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. I'll kill you all! Yang Dongqing roared as he charged towards the hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others guarded near Su Chen to prevent any stragglers from disturbing their leader. With the enhancement of Hearts of Iron, a metallic sheen erupted from Yang Dongqing, every muscle in his body seeming to be forged from steel, containing terrifying power. Ah! Accompanied by this roar, he stomped the ground fiercely, causing the earth beneath him to crack instantly. Using the reaction force, he smashed into the tide of villagers like a cannonball. Die for me! Yang Dongqing swung his iron fists like falling meteors, accompanied by a chilling whistle. With each punch, a villager's head exploded like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. He swept his legs horizontally, like a giant dragon swinging its tail, carrying immense force. Wherever he went, villagers' bodies were severed in half, their broken forms flying through the air, innards spilling onto the ground. In an instant, a bloody storm erupted among the crowd. After becoming stronger, Yang Dongqing's power had clearly risen another level. Even surrounded, those villagers found it difficult to break through his defenses. He suddenly grabbed a villager, lifted him high above his head, and then with a powerful tug, tore him in half, the shattered limbs and entrails falling like rain. However, although the villagers found it difficult to break through his defenses, it did not mean they could not restrain him. Their strength was not weak either. Some villagers, left with only their upper bodies, clung tightly to Yang Dongqing's legs, and caught off guard, Yang Dongqing was tripped. Immediately, the surrounding villagers surged forward, pinning him down. Countless gaping mouths began to bite at various parts of his body. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but his fists were no match for so many hands. There were simply too many villagers, and gradually, even his iron body began to sustain injuries. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were unable to help. They were entangled with a few straggling villagers, but as ordinary people, how could they stand against the nightmare monsters? In just a few moments, Zhao Chaoyao and the others were knocked away by the villagers, who ignored the fallen and charged straight at Su Chen. Protect the leader! Zhao Chaoyao shouted frantically. At that moment, a fearless little brother erupted with the potential of life, dragging his injured body towards the villagers, shouting, "Long live the leader!" Then, he lunged onto a villager, using his own weight to pin the villager down, and together they fell into the massive crack in the ground, disappearing from sight. The other little brothers, seeing this, followed suit. Their mortal bodies could not withstand the nightmare monsters, but they could choose to die alongside them. For the leader, for the faith in their hearts. These insignificant mortals unleashed their final roar of life, one after another lunging at the villagers, dragging them into the earth's fissures. Ah! You beasts! Yang Dongqing, overwhelmed, glared with bloodshot eyes at the villagers gnawing at his body. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth, his metallic gleaming teeth biting fiercely at a villager's throat. At this critical moment of life and death, Su Chen was finally about to succeed. Big brother, the needle has pointed to 12, where are mom and dad? Tingting's eyes were hollow and lifeless, clearly having fallen completely into a hypnotic state. Su Chen put away the pocket watch and slowly stood up. Behind him lay countless severed limbs, a shattered earth, and a broken sky. He smiled gently, extending his hand in this apocalyptic scene, ruffling Tingting's little head. Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully, mom and dad are calling you. Tingting obediently closed her eyes. Tingting, mom and dad are here to pick you up. A doting male voice and a gentle female voice followed, along with the elderly voice of her grandmother. Tingting, you must be hungry, come home with us, grandma will make you dumplings. Sister, come play with me. Several voices flooded into Tingting's ears, her small body trembled slightly, and even with her eyes tightly shut, she could not contain the glistening tears. Tingting, open your eyes, they are here to take you home. Su Chen's gentle voice rang out. Tingting opened her eyes, her small body trembling as she turned. In that void, her mom, dad, grandmother, and sister stood quietly, their faces adorned with warm, loving smiles, waving at Tingting. Mom and dad, grandma, sister. Tingting was already in tears. Tingting misses you so much. This little person unhesitatingly threw herself into her family's embrace. At that moment, Tingting was happy. She had finally found her family. Suchin stood quietly in place. In his view, he only saw Tingting crying alone. In fact, even the voices just now were imitations he learned from dreams. He didn't know whether he had succeeded or failed. He had indeed successfully hypnotized Tingting, but the nightmare seemed forever unable to transform into a beautiful dream. Tingting, let's go home with mommy and daddy. A strange man and woman lovingly stroked Tingting's hair. Tingting nodded vigorously, and her innocent face broke into a smile again, like a flower blooming for the first time in spring, pure and radiant. She followed her family, step by step, toward the void. Slowly, her small body began to blur and become ethereal, as if the two were about to merge into nothingness. But at that moment, Tingting suddenly stopped. Mommy and daddy, grandma, sister, wait for Tingting for a moment. After saying this, the little girl turned and ran back, straight to Suchen, smiling sweetly. Thank you, big brother, for helping me find them. No need to thank me, just go home now, Tingting. Suchen smiled gently. Tingting nodded vigorously, but then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She leaned close to Suchen and whispered, Big brother, I want to tell you a secret. Actually, before, Tingting lied. I secretly hid a dumpling. Saying this, she stretched out her dirty little hand and pulled out a wrinkled, spoiled dumpling from her pocket. Tingting knows big brother hasn't eaten, so I wanted to save this dumpling for you. Tingting's voice grew smaller, like a child who had done something wrong and felt guilty. Big brother, am I a bad child who tells lies? Suchen took the dumpling, bent down, and gently wiped away the dried tears on Tingting's face with his hand. He slowly spoke, his tone gentle yet firm, as if reiterating a certain truth. Tingting is the best child in the world. Really? Tingting looked up, her big eyes sparkling with surprise. A warm smile spread across Suchen's face as he patted Tingting's little head. Of course it's true, because big brother never lies. That's great. Tingting is the best child in the world. Let's go home, don't keep mommy and daddy waiting. Goodbye, big brother. Goodbye, Tingting. Tingting left, and Suchen watched her walk further away, her figure becoming more and more ethereal. Yet even so, Tingting was still waving vigorously. Her face, about to disappear, wore a happy smile. In a daze, Suchen seemed to see several blurry shadows around Tingting, resembling those in the family photo. Boom! The world completely collapsed, everything was swallowed by darkness. At the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang, Suchen opened his eyes. He looked around and found himself still lying on a soft bed, as if everything before had been a dream. However, there was indeed a smell of blood in the air. Ah! Yang Dongqing suddenly let out a furious roar, springing up from the ground. When he saw the surroundings clearly, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. Back already? Leader! You weren't hurt, were you? Zhao Chaoyao, covered in blood, limped to the bedside. Suchen slowly sat up, scanning the room, and found that the previous crowd had ultimately dwindled to just Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao. At that moment, a man in a white lab coat rushed in, flustered. Leader, you finally returned. You have been missing for 3 whole days. Bring me the previous footage, Suchen instructed. The man in the lab coat quickly brought over the recording. Suchen focused his gaze and saw the scene after everyone had fallen asleep. About 2 minutes after falling asleep, everyone seemed to have been erased by something, all disappearing into thin air, which indicated that the nightmare apostle entered the nightmare world not as a soul but as a body. In fact, Suchen had long understood this. If it were truly a soul entering, he would never be so weak. With the strength of his soul, he was definitely the strongest among everyone. Alright, everyone leave. Suchen, you. The severely injured Yang Dongqing hesitated to speak. I said, everyone leave. Suchen dismissed everyone, lying alone on the bed, calmly staring at the ceiling. Yes, he was going to die. In the end, did I still fail? He murmured, his eyes showing no fear of death, only endless emptiness and boredom. He had originally thought that entering the nightmare world would allow him to become extraordinary, but fate played tricks on him. Even after successfully resolving this nightmare, he still had no hope of becoming extraordinary. His body had reached its limit, and he was certain that if he slept again, he would surely burst his body from the overflowing mental energy upon waking. So boring. Suchen sighed. If he had never seen the wonders of the nightmare world, perhaps dying like this would be fine, just like someone who had always lived in darkness, accustomed to it, if he had never seen the light. Now that the door to the new world had just opened, he was about to die. TCH, a boring life. Suchen turned over and pulled out a wrinkled dumpling from his pocket. The dumpling's skin had long since shriveled and emitted a sour smell. It was the one that Ji Fanyu had snatched from Tingting, which she had secretly hidden. He put the dumpling in his mouth, chewed gently, and swallowed. So delicious. Suchen slowly closed his eyes, drifting into a dream, quietly waiting for death to arrive. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, and his dark pupils emitted a terrifying brilliance. Even the tea-colored glasses couldn't hide it. Ha! Ha ha ha! An uncontrollable laughter burst from Su Chen's mouth. He was as happy as a child with a new toy. I love surprises like this. He raised his palm, watching the changes on it. That long, fair hand was radiating a soft white light. He had always relied on a snake-patterned wooden cane to walk, so his right hand would rub against the cane every day. Coupled with his naturally thin skin, it was inevitable that some faint calluses would form on his palm, but now, those calluses were disappearing at a visible speed. Moreover, that originally fair palm became even more warm and moist, giving a feeling as if it were as translucent as jade. He suddenly got up from the bed, feeling an indescribable lightness in his body, a gentle and pure power bursting forth from within, like a spring rain that nourishes the parched earth silently. He went to the mirror and found that even his appearance had quietly changed. He used to have sunken cheeks, pale skin, and bloodless lips, which inevitably gave a harsh and cold impression. But now, his cheeks were slightly fuller, his skin no longer deathly pale, but rather a healthy, clean white like mutton fat jade, and his lips had turned rosy. Su Chen smiled at the mirror, like a refined young master, making it hard for anyone to harbor ill feelings. The first sensation of his new skin was cleanliness, a purity that was untainted, as if he had just come from a bathhouse and couldn't scrub off any dirt. At the same time, his mental energy began to shrink. To be precise, it wasn't shrinking, but purifying. A magical force was removing all the impurities from his mental energy, reducing its total amount while greatly increasing its purity. Suddenly, Su Chen looked up at the sky, his gaze seemingly crossing endless dimensions, ultimately seeing a net, an invisible and intangible net that was everywhere, with every node on it twinkling like a star, resembling the cosmic starry sky, mysterious and magnificent. The moment he saw the net, he naturally learned its name, Bronze Law. And just above the Bronze Law, in a certain node, there existed a star as white as jade, casting its white light upon Su Chen. In that moment, an invisible connection was established between the two. Su Chen finally understood the reason for his transformation. He had become an extraordinary being and gained extraordinary power, which was named Pure Heart. A gift from Tingting? Su Chen smiled silently. This pure, innocent little girl selflessly shared her power. Perhaps only someone like her could possess the utterly pure and pristine Pure Heart. He carefully sensed the power brought by Pure Heart, as if it had been his from birth. The moment he received Pure Heart, he clearly understood its function. Pure Heart transforms the owner's body into a pure form, slightly enhancing physical quality and mental strength, significantly increasing the purity of both body and spirit, and providing strong immunity against all impurities. Here, impurities refer to toxins, curses, abnormal states, negative emotions, and so on. Strictly speaking, Pure Heart is not a particularly powerful ability. It doesn't even have an active capability, being entirely passive. It might be favored by some beauty-loving women. It lacks the destructive power of Five-Finger Flame Bomb and the super defensive Steel Will, but none of that matters. What matters is, he survived. Pure Heart enhanced Su Chen's physical quality and purified his total mental strength, effectively extending his lifespan from two aspects. According to his estimation, he could live for at least another year. Is this what it feels like to be alive? Not bad. Su Chen lay back down on the bed, a serene smile on his face, and slowly fell asleep. He hadn't had a good sleep in a long time, as every time he slept, he was consuming his life, moving closer to death. This time, he could finally sleep well. Leader, welcome to the capital. We are about to check into the presidential suite of the Manlinka Sidon Hotel. I apologize for the inconvenience. Your private estate is not yet completed. It is my poor supervision, please punish me. A middle-aged butler, dressed in a tailcoat and with meticulously combed hair, said respectfully. Su Chen nodded and followed the butler into the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Your room is on the 118th floor, the highest suite in the capital. The hotel asked me to convey that your arrival is a historic moment for them. Understood. You may leave. Su Chen entered the room, lying alone on the luxurious bed, then closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. It was a magical experience, falling asleep in a dream. Mainly, it was unavoidable. As long as he fell asleep, he would appear in a dream, and he had grown tired of dreams, just wanting to rest well, so he could only sleep in the dream. A night passed without a word. The next morning, Su Chen woke from his dream, stretching comfortably. Just as he was about to get out of bed, his expression changed slightly. Full again? He was surprised to find that his previously concentrated mental strength had actually refilled and increased by 1% after a night's sleep. If his total mental strength before was 100, then after concentration it became 50. He had thought that after sleeping, it would increase by 1% of 50, but unexpectedly, the concentrated 50 was replenished, and what was replenished was high-purity mental strength, ultimately still increasing by 1% according to 100. This meant that compressing mental strength was completely useless. Fortunately, the physical quality boost from pure heart had taken effect, preventing Su-chan from nearing death again. However, he had to re-estimate his previous calculation of living for a year. Now he could only estimate about another month. Su-chan chuckled to himself. Fate truly is fickle and interesting. He got out of bed without washing up, as he didn't need to. He was completely clean, and washing was a waste of water. He planned to meet with his subordinates and start on the next phase of his plan. Just as he took a step, a sudden wave of dizziness hit his brain, and his mental energy surged inexplicably. Even the blue eyes behind his brown glasses turned a brilliant blue, sparkling like sapphires refracting sunlight. Su-chan was surprised to discover that just moments ago, a new bronze law had appeared within him. Strangely, he had not connected to the vast network of bronze laws. It was as if he had always possessed it, simply manifesting because his mental energy had reached a certain threshold. Su-chan, who knew little about the extraordinary, was unclear about what had happened or where this additional bronze law had come from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was called all things in nature. The turmoil of his mental energy subsided slowly, and as Su-chan calmed down, he began to sort through his thoughts. One thing he could be certain of was that he had gained all things in nature after a nap, as if it were an ability independent of the bronze laws, because it was not part of the bronze law network at all. This was quite absurd. As far as he knew, all extraordinary abilities came from the bronze laws. How could there be an ability independent of them? Could it be? Su-chan had a vague suspicion about his dream, or perhaps this mysterious dream itself was a completely independent law? A law that was only related to the mind. The information he had was too limited for him to draw any firm conclusions. After pondering for a moment, he thought, forget it, let's just live for now. This unexpected joy feels pretty good. Su-chan smiled. He wouldn't let himself be troubled by trivial matters. The secret of the dream might only be unraveled after he became stronger, and for now, all he could do was accept it calmly. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with the ability of all things in nature. Molly, you sing so beautifully. In a cafe, young Dongqing looked at Molly with affection. At that moment, Molly had just finished her performance, still in her stage outfit, a light blue long dress that perfectly outlined her graceful curves, the hem cascading like a waterfall. The upper part featured an off-shoulder design, and her fair shoulders and charming collarbone made young Dongqing steal glances at her. Molly took a sip of coffee, her beautiful big eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope for the future. She felt as if she were dreaming, as if she had suddenly escaped the mire of life and emerged as a brilliant pearl. She had realized her dream and found love. Really? You mustn't be lying to me. This is my first time performing on stage, and I was so nervous that I messed up several words. Molly playfully stuck out her tongue, a ring of coffee foam around her luscious lips, looking particularly cute. Young Dongqing instinctively swallowed, feeling an urge to kiss her. Of course it's true, even if you sang it wrong, it was still beautiful. Molly smiled happily. Thank you, young Dongqing. My fate only began to change after I met you. To be precise, it was after meeting Su-chan, but Molly couldn't say another man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that, Molly, it should be. Sir, your coffee. A waitress approached and placed the coffee in front of young Dongqing. He frowned slightly and looked at the waitress. I didn't order coffee. The waitress smiled and pointed to a lady in the corner of the cafe. It was ordered by the lady over there for you. Yang Dongqing turned his head and was momentarily stunned. In the corner of the cafe sat a woman quietly, like an orchid blooming in silence, exuding a quiet elegance and a subtle charm. She wore a simple white silk blouse, the collar slightly open, revealing her long, fair neck, with delicate collarbones barely visible. The cuffs of her blouse were slightly rolled up, and on her slender wrist was a simple, understated lady's watch. Her lower half was paired with black straight-leg white trousers, making it hard to judge her leg shape, but one thing was certain, her legs were long, longer than Jasmine's. The most striking feature was her flaxen long hair, which shimmered with a warm, soft glow under the gentle sunlight, the ends slightly curled, adding a touch of intellectual beauty. For some reason, the moment young Dongqing saw the woman, he thought of Su-chan. The elegant and gentle feeling was remarkably similar. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense something, slightly turning her head to reveal a delicate profile, a smile at the corner of her lips as she lightly raised her pristine white coffee cup in a simple gesture. You're not allowed to drink. Jasmine pouted, like a little cat guarding its food, looking at young Dongqing with a hint of grievance. Young Dongqing smiled awkwardly and withdrew his gaze. I don't know her. Please return this cup of coffee for me. The waiter showed a troubled expression. Sir, I only deliver coffee. If you want to return it, you'll have to speak to that lady yourself. Oh, by the way, It seems she wrote something on the napkin. With that, the waiter stepped away. Jasmine snatched up the napkin, fuming. I want to see what she wrote. Yang Dongqing felt increasingly embarrassed, not expecting to be so popular with women. However, when Jasmine opened the napkin, she was momentarily stunned, her small face showing a bit of panic. Jasmine? Yang Dongqing sensed something was off and took the napkin to look, discovering it only had 4 words, Nightmare Apostle. His expression changed drastically as he stared intently at the intellectual beauty in the corner, who wore an elegant and reserved smile, as if greeting a new friend. Jasmine, wait here, I'll go check it out. Yang Dongqing stood up and walked towards the woman. Jasmine felt a bit nervous. Having spent some time with Yang Dongqing, she already knew what Nightmare Apostle meant and couldn't help but worry. But she was a sensible woman and wouldn't add trouble for her man, so she didn't stop him, only tightly gripping her phone, opening her contacts, and dialing Su Chen's number. If things went south, she would call Su Chen immediately. In her understanding, only Su Chen could help Yang Dongqing. Although Su Chen was cold and ruthless, Yang Dongqing had promised to work for him for 3 years, so Su Chen wouldn't want to lose a subordinate for nothing. Who are you? Yang Dongqing sat down in front of the woman, his voice cold. When he saw her face directly, he realized he had underestimated her beauty. Her frontal view was even more stunning than her profile, surpassing even the stars on television. The woman set down her coffee, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate, fair earlobe, and smiled. Mr. Yang, please forgive my boldness. It's a pleasure to meet you. Here is my business card. She handed him a card. Yang Dongqing took the card and saw it read, Chairwoman of Bronze Coffin Company, Ltd. Morong Mangli. Upon seeing the name Morong Mangli, his pupils constricted suddenly, and he exclaimed, You are a noble. Morong Mangli seemed accustomed to such reactions, showing no change in expression, only politely smiling and nodding. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but gasp. At that moment, he finally understood why he thought of Su Chen the moment he saw Morong Mangli. That damned noble aura was indeed strikingly similar. This was his first encounter with a noble, and he could confirm her status mainly because of her name. Nobles always have compound surnames. He wasn't clear about other countries, but he had heard of the nobility of the Crimson Flame Empire. It was said that the original nobles were unwilling to share surnames with commoners, believing it tarnished their noble status, so they changed their names to compound surnames to distinguish themselves from the commoners. In the Crimson Flame Empire, only nobles had compound surnames. Why would nobles come to the lower city? Morong Mangli smiled, of course, to run a company. Yang Dongqing's gaze grew increasingly wary. He had no good impression of the nobility. These nobles had a poor reputation throughout the Crimson Flame Empire. They were extravagant and indulgent, above the law, indifferent to commoners, and considered themselves exceptional, like parasites of the empire. Of course, this was all whispered among the commoners. They hated the nobles and even more so hated that they were not nobles themselves. I don't remember having any interactions with nobles. What is your purpose? Mr. Yang, I can see your disdain for the nobility in your eyes. I won't claim to be different from them. The reason I came to find you is to invite you to join my company Bronze Coffin. Don't be too quick to refuse. I know you just became a Nightmare Apostle and are wary of everything, but it's quite common for nobles to form companies and invite Nightmare Apostles to join. Most Nightmare Apostles choose to join companies. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Morong Mangli stirred her coffee with a spoon, the spoon clinking against the porcelain cup. Mr. Yang, I shouldn't need to elaborate on the dangers of being a Nightmare Apostle. Traveling through the nightmare world time and again, no one can be sure how long they will survive. So, most Nightmare Apostles accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive to leave for their family and friends. This is the purpose of the company. Although the nightmare world is dangerous, crises always coexist with opportunities. Besides nightmare monsters, there are also precious artifacts, extraordinary materials, and so on. These are what the company needs. Yang Dongqing sneered, You mean we Nightmare Apostles sell you the things we risk our lives for? Morong Mangli remained unfazed by Yang Dongqing's hostility, maintaining a polite demeanor, like a female CEO conducting normal business. You have to sell them, don't you? Who else in this world, besides nobles, can afford to pay a sufficient price? Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured, I never engage in coercive business practices. After all, these items are earned at the cost of a Nightmare Apostle's life. What I want are merely the things you don't need. For example, your bronze law is, steel heart, and the applicable artifacts and extraordinary materials can only be of the power type. If you obtain a mental type artifact or material that you can't use, you can sell it to the company. Of course, joining the company offers more than just this benefit. There are corresponding employee perks, including a substantial monthly base salary, information sharing, employee assistance, artifact lending, and more. Morong Mangli's conditions were quite good, but Yang Dongqing caught onto one thing. You investigated me. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, a faint metallic sheen appearing between his knuckles. Kid, here's a piece of advice. Don't show your fangs carelessly in front of the strong. A faint male voice sounded behind Yang Dongqing, startling him, as he hadn't noticed someone had appeared behind him. Just as he was about to react, smack! A large, knuckled hand landed on his shoulder, and in that moment, Yang Dongqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. He turned his head in disbelief, only to see a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses standing there with an indifferent expression. The so-called steel body seemed like a toy in that large hand, easily crushable with a gentle squeeze. Han Yu. Morong Mangli frowned slightly, seeming somewhat dissatisfied. The man in sunglasses named Han Yu shrugged and released his grip. Boss, I was just giving him a simple warning. In the future, do not act without my orders. Morong Mangli's voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable calm. Han Yu casually nodded. You're the boss, you call the shots. He walked to the side, sat down, and fell silent. Yang Dongqing looked at Han Yu with some fear, his heart already stirred by overwhelming waves. He could not imagine that his newfound strength was so easily defeated. Sorry, Mr. Yang, it's my failure to manage my subordinates. Please forgive me. Morong Mangli expressed a hint of apology. She continued, actually, I didn't specifically investigate you, rather, for the growth of the company, I've been sending people to continuously search for the traces of nightmare apostles. Mainly, you once committed a robbery, stealing 50,000 yuan. The victim reported that they fired a gun while struggling with the robber, but the robber was unharmed. Coincidentally, I have some connections with the director of the District 13 Public Security Bureau and learned about this matter, which led to the subsequent investigation. By the way, I also helped suppress the news of your robbery. Although you gained extraordinary power, your methods were still too crude. Yang Dongqing. The matter of robbing the rich to help the poor was exposed, and he felt somewhat embarrassed, not to mention that he never expected Morong Mangli had secretly helped him. Morong Mangli continued, Mr. Yang, there is actually another reason I sought you out. What reason? Yang Dongqing slightly lowered his hostility. After all, he had received a favor. Because you are kind, Morong Mangli smiled. Many ordinary people become extraordinary beings and often commit inhumane crimes, but you are different. The targets of your robberies are unscrupulous bosses who often withhold workers' wages, and you did not kill anyone. Although I do not advocate such actions, comparatively speaking, your moral standards are quite high. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly, seeming a bit embarrassed. I do not wish for the company's employees to be wicked people, even if the other party is very capable. Having said so much, Mr. Yang, what do you think? Joining the bronze coffin would be beneficial for you without any harm. Our understanding of the nightmare world and extraordinary beings will certainly surpass what you can learn alone, and what you need to do is prioritize selling your unused artifacts or extraordinary materials to the company. Of course, the company will not let you suffer a loss in terms of price. Morong Mangli sincerely invited him, believing that Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, Yang Dongqing remained silent for a moment before finally shaking his head. Sorry, Miss Morong, although your conditions are very tempting, I must decline. A hint of surprise flashed in Morong Mangli's eyes. She was neither angry nor disappointed at being rejected, only curiously asking, may I know the reason? Yang Dongqing hesitated, images of Su Chen rejecting Yifanyu and waving goodbye to Tingting constantly surfacing in his mind. It was this seemingly selfish, cold-blooded gang leader who had stood up to help him at a critical moment, even saving his life. Mr. Su, I can't reason with him. You're a smart man. As long as you follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. At that time, Su Chen smiled as usual. I refuse. It was this moment that changed Yang Dongqing's view of Su Chen. Shaking off the images in his mind, Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and said, because I promised someone that I would work for him for 3 years. Morong Mangli was somewhat surprised. Is that person also a noble? Yang Dongqing shook his head. No, he is a gentleman with style. Morong Mangli smiled slightly. I greatly admire men of style. May I ask if Mr. Yang could introduce me to him? Yang Dongqing's face revealed a strange expression. I think you might have misunderstood. The madness I referred to is the madness of a madman. Morong Mangli was taken aback. At the headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang, Su Chen hung up the call with Jasmine. An unidentified woman approached Yang Dongqing, and her demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary person. Interesting, he smirked slightly. Without his extraordinary identity, Yang Dongqing was just a poor student, with social connections close to zero. The intentions of such a woman seeking him out were obvious. He had not forgotten what young Dongqing had said back when he first experienced the nightmare world, a remark made by someone from the upper city. The extraordinary beings in the real world were a bunch of cowardly leeches, growing strong only by feeding on the blood of nightmare apostles. Now, it seemed a vampire had come knocking. "Hey, prepare yourself, we have guests coming soon." "Yes, Chief," Zhao Chaoyao replied respectfully. About an hour later, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan stopped in front of the Poison Snake Gang headquarters. The driver was Han Yu. He glanced at the Poison Snake Gang headquarters with disdain. A gang? An extraordinary being actually employed by a gang? Yang Dongqing's expression darkened. He sensed the disdain in the other person's tone, but he said nothing, clearly shaken by the man's strength. At that moment, Morong Mengli's calm voice rang out. "Han Yu, I know you were sent by my father to help me, but that doesn't mean you can casually belittle my guests." Han Yu looked at her stunning face and replied perfunctorily, "All right, boss." Soon, everyone got out of the car. Two members of the Poison Snake Gang stepped forward. "Welcome, guests. The chief is waiting for you." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Chen to know in advance. He was unaware that Jasmine had reported to him, and he had already sent Jasmine back early. The three of them, led by the Poison Snake Gang members, arrived at a hall deep within the headquarters. The hall was brightly lit, with a towering dome over 10 meters high, adorned with dazzling giant crystal chandeliers, and thousands of crystals refracting brilliant light. The floor was paved with precious marble, warm and smooth, each stone's pattern unique, while the walls were decorated with exquisite murals, with delicate brushwork and vibrant colors. In the center of the hall, a luxurious arrangement of sofas was placed, with a wooden coffee table in the middle, its surface intricately carved with complex patterns. As soon as Morong Mengli entered the hall, a hint of appreciation surfaced on her face. She was not admiring the luxury, she had seen plenty of opulence, but rather the taste displayed. The entire hall, in terms of spatial layout and decorative details, exuded a refined artistic atmosphere, resembling a frozen palace of art, with every combination perfectly balanced. Except for the abrupt Irabaro's wall behind the sofa. Han Yu curled his lip, his expression one of disdain, another poor imitation of nobility. "Please take a seat. The chief will be here shortly." Zhao Chaoyao guided them to the sofas, brewed tea, and then left. Once seated, Morong Mengli asked, "Mr. Yang, is the Mr. Su you mentioned also an extraordinary being?" Yang Dongqing thought about Su Chen's remarkable performance. He felt he was not an ordinary person. Although he didn't know what his bronze law was, he affirmed, "Yes." Morong Mengli's eyes flickered slightly, clearly intrigued by Su Chen as well. Not long after, the large door on one side of the hall opened, and everyone turned to look. A man dressed in a black suit, wearing brown-tinted glasses and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, walked in slowly. His presence seemed to infuse the surrounding air with an elegant aura. He was tall and upright, each step taken steadily and calmly. His high nose and slightly upturned lips formed a confident and charming smile, making one feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. A strange glimmer flashed in Morong Mengli's beautiful eyes. She rarely felt moved by others' appearances, but today she made an exception. As she watched the gentleman walk gracefully towards her, for words floated in her mind, a young master like jade. It wasn't that the man's looks were perfect and flawless, but rather his aura, clean and warm like jade, was truly hard to ignore. Besides his aura, what caught her attention the most was his skin. She could hardly imagine that a man's skin could be so flawless, without a single blemish. Han Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy. He considered himself good-looking, but compared to the newcomer, he felt as if he were on a different level. A man's handsomeness didn't lie in his appearance but in the confident aura that radiated from within. The newcomer was, of course, Su Chen, who wore a smile as warm as spring and politely nodded to the guests. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He couldn't understand why, after just one day, Su Chen had become even more handsome. He scrutinized him closely and found that while his looks hadn't changed, he just felt more attractive, though he couldn't pinpoint why. "Let me introduce myself. I am Su Chen, and it's a pleasure to meet you all." Morong Mengli withdrew her gaze and returned the greeting calmly. "Hello, Mr. Su. I am Morong Mengli." Su Chen smiled and nodded, not altering his demeanor because of her noble status, which gave Morong Mengli the illusion that she had returned to the upper city, conversing with a true noble. After a few exchanges of pleasantries, Morong Mengli stated her purpose. "Originally, I just wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but now that I've met Mr. Su, I've changed my mind." "Oh, I would like to hear more," Su Chen said, taking a gentle sip of tea and gazing kindly at Morong Mengli. She was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in reality. Such a woman would even qualify to enter his harem in dreams. "I would like to invite you and Mr. Young to join the bronze coffin, Morong Mangli said sincerely. There was no arrogance of nobility about her, only a genuine invitation. Su Chen smiled but did not directly refuse her. Instead, he asked, Miss Morong, could you give me a reason to join? To speak frankly, Mr. Su, you are not lacking in money, and you are also an extraordinary individual, possessing the basic conditions to establish a company. However, regarding the system of the Qian Empire, without noble connections, it is quite difficult to complete the necessary procedures, and the authorities manage private extraordinary companies very strictly. As far as I know, the various extraordinary companies on the market, large and small, all have some noble background. Although I don't think noble status is something to boast about, it does indeed provide certain privileges and conveniences in the Qian Empire. Moreover, the bronze coffin has just been established, and if you two join now, you would be considered founding members, so you need not worry about benefits. Miss Morong, I can sense your sincere invitation, but, Su Chen shifted his tone, I have a better proposal. What proposal? Equity participation. Equity participation? A look of surprise appeared on Morong Mangli's face. She hadn't expected Su Chen to want to invest. That's right, but I am not lacking in money. Su Chen shook his head. I'm not talking about investing money, but rather investing in information. Miss Morong, your company is in its early stages, and your information network should be relatively weak, otherwise, you wouldn't have only just found Yang Dongqing. I am not being modest when I say that I am very skilled in intelligence work. If I want to, there are no secrets in the entire District 13. Ha ha ha. Han Yu suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter. Morong Mengli shot him a glance, but he seemed oblivious, still laughing to himself. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Mainly, whenever I see a country bumpkin from the lower cities seriously bragging, I really can't hold back. As soon as these words were spoken, Morong Mengli's expression changed, and Su Chen's face broke into an amused smile, his tea-colored eyes glimmering behind his glasses. The master-servant pair seemed to be at odds. Kid, you control a small-time gang and dare to speak so shamelessly? You think the entire 13th district has no secrets? You think you can invest in an imperial nobles company just because of a small gang's intelligence network? Han Yu, apologize to Mr. Su immediately. Morong Mengli's tone became unusually stern. Apologize? Boss, you are an ordinary person, you don't understand the extraordinary. I've seen many brash kids who just gained extraordinary powers. The sudden influx of power makes them lose their minds, thinking they are so strong, unaware that they are merely at the bottom of the extraordinary hierarchy. The head of the Morong family sent me to assist you, so I naturally have the duty to ensure you are not deceived. Morong Mengli's expression grew increasingly grim as she took a deep breath. Mr. Su, I'm sorry for putting you in a difficult position. Su Chen casually waved his hand and smiled. Miss Morong, you overestimate me. I haven't stooped so low as to get angry at a dog barking at me on the street. Han Yu's mocking laughter abruptly stopped. He stared at Su Chen, his murderous intent completely unmasked. Kid, say that again if you dare. In the face of Han Yu's threat, Su Chen didn't even glance at him but turned to Morong Mengli and asked, Miss Morong, do you need me to teach your subordinate a lesson? For some reason, the calm smile of the man before her made her inexplicably trust him. Seeking death. Han Yu was furious. As a retainer of an imperial noble and a powerful extraordinary being from the upper city, he naturally looked down on those from the lower city. He never expected to be disdained by a country bumpkin he looked down upon today. Whoosh! He suddenly lunged forward, his speed astonishing, his fists almost instantaneously aimed at Su Chen's head. Stop! Su Chen! Both Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing shouted simultaneously, but it was too late. Han Yu's fist struck hard against Su Chen's head, yet Su Chen seemed to have not reacted at all, remaining motionless on the sofa. Just as Han Yu thought he had succeeded, something unexpected happened. The anticipated sound of a skull shattering did not occur. Han Yu's fists passed through Su Chen as if he were air. In the next moment, Su Chen's figure began to dissipate like a dream. What? Han Yu was taken aback. At that moment, a tide of black-clad figures surged from the doors of the hall, surrounding everyone in an instant, each person expressionless, like cold machines. Faced with the encirclement, Han Yu did not panic. His face was as cold as water, his eyes scanning continuously, trying to find Su Chen's trace. To him, the encirclement of these ordinary people posed no threat. What truly felt strange was Su Chen's methods. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a snake-patterned wooden cane striking the ground echoed, and everyone turned to look, only to see Su Chen smiling as he walked out from among the black-clad figures. Miss Morong, today's matter cannot be resolved easily, but for your sake, as long as Mr. Han Yu is willing to apologize, I can consider forgiving his offense, Su Chen said with a smile. Before Morong Mengli could speak, Han Yu scoffed, naive. Do you think these ordinary people can do anything to me? Su Chen's smile widened, and he enunciated each word. Who said they are ordinary people? Thud. The snake-patterned wooden cane lightly tapped the ground, as if signaling something, and a bizarre scene unfolded. Roar! Hundreds of black-clad figures erupted into a fierce roar, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and fury. Accompanied by chilling howls, their bodies began to undergo bizarre transformations. Dark, ink-like scales grew visibly from beneath their skin, rapidly spreading across their bodies, tightly arranged to form an impenetrable armor. At the joints, sharp bone spikes burst through the skin, extending menacingly like the claws of a demon. Their forms twisted and grew taller, muscles bulging, lines grotesque, and their faces were covered in black scales, revealing only pairs of blood-red eyes radiating a murderous aura. A terrifying atmosphere of dread filled the room, as they resembled Asuras crawling out of hell, as if ready to unleash a bloody massacre at any moment. This sudden and horrifying change caused Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing to change their expressions slightly, let alone the targeted Han Yu. At this moment, Han Yu was being stared at by countless pairs of blood-red eyes, feeling a chill run down his spine. What kind of monster is this? Even the noble retainer, who prided himself on his vast experience, felt a chill. He had never encountered such a bizarre situation and even doubted whether he had fallen into a nightmare world. Mr. Han, I wonder, can they make you apologize? Su Chen, surrounded by monsters, wore an unchanging smile and politely inquired. Han Yu's face suddenly turned very ugly. He nervously scanned the room, silently estimating whether he could defeat so many monsters, but the key was that he had no idea of their strength. However, judging by their momentum and the terrifying black scales, these monsters seemed frighteningly powerful. Seeing Han Yu's silence, Su Chen continued, "It seems I haven't prepared enough. Since that's the case, clap, clap." He clapped his hands, and countless hidden compartments appeared on the walls of the hall. As the compartments opened, machine guns slowly extended from within the walls, their dark muzzles emitting a terrifying glow under the light. Not only that, but the marble floor at the edges of the hall also opened up, revealing hidden compartments containing timed bombs. The bomb casings were made of cold metal, glinting with a chilling light. The main body of the bombs was cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded at the top, where red numbers flickered like a devil's countdown. Surrounding the display were dense lines and interfaces. Upon seeing this scene, cold sweat broke out on Han Yu's face. He suddenly regretted offending this country bumpkin from the lower city. This person appeared gentle and humble, but was clearly an extremely dangerous individual. Who buries so many bombs in their own home? He had originally thought about breaking through the encirclement, capturing the thief by seizing the king, and directly apprehending Su Chen. But when he saw the bombs, his heart sank completely, and he dared not act rashly, fearing that in the process of making a move, he might accidentally trigger a bomb. If these hundreds of bombs detonated, the entire headquarters of the Poison Snake Gang would be reduced to rubble. Even though he considered himself not weak, he did not have the confidence to withstand so many bombs. Yang Dongqing also broke into a cold sweat upon witnessing this. He had never imagined that Su Chen had hidden so many means. He realized that his earlier defeat was not unjust, and even if he had won at that time, he probably wouldn't have been able to walk out of the Poison Snake Gang alive. Only Morong Mengli remained calm in the scene. Although her pupils contracted, she still maintained her basic composure. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing had such an evaluation of Su Chen, a gentleman with a touch of madness. This was indeed quite mad. Mr. Han, what do you think? Su Chen inquired politely, as if a gentleman was showcasing his collection to a guest. A drop of cold sweat slid down Han Yu's face, his muscles tensed, and his eyes flickered constantly. Stop putting on a show. I don't believe you dare to detonate the bomb. There's an imperial noble sitting here, and once the crime of killing an imperial noble is established, the entire Qi Yan Empire won't be able to accommodate you. Su Chen smiled slightly. You're mistaken, Miss Morong won't die. She carries a certain defensive artifact, and I won't die either because this is just my avatar. My subordinates won't die, their scales have sufficient defense. Only you will die. Morong Mengli's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected that Su Chen could see through her defensive artifact. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's face froze, and he stubbornly pointed at Yang Dongqing, asking, "What about him? He's also your subordinate." "It's fine, if he dies, he dies." Yang Dongqing. Although he was already used to Su Chen's cold words, every time he heard them, it still felt very uncomfortable. Mr. Han, it's your turn to choose, apologize, or die. Han Yu's face grew increasingly ugly. His pride wouldn't allow him to apologize to someone from the lower city, but he didn't want to die either. At that moment, Morong Mengli spoke up. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was cold, carrying an undeniable meaning. I was wrong. In the end, Hanyu lowered his noble head, constantly comforting himself that he was obeying Morong Mengli's orders, and besides, he didn't need to clash with a bumpkin from the lower city. But Su Chen shook his head. Not enough. Hanyu's face turned angry. What more do you want? Do you want me to kneel? A good suggestion. Hanyu's chest heaved violently, his eyes nearly blazing with fire. This extreme humiliation brewed within his chest. Ding! Su Chen pulled out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. The next moment, the bright red numbers on the timers of the bombs began to flash wildly. At the same time, the scaled monsters quietly sealed off all exits. Damn! Yang Dongqing panicked and immediately got up to run outside. I told you he was a madman, but you didn't believe me. Get out of the way, let me go first, I'm one of you. The scaled monsters didn't trouble Yang Dongqing, allowing a gap for him to leave. Hanyu's heart raced. No! I can't die here, I still have a bright future ahead. I don't need to clash with a bumpkin from the lower city. He kept comforting himself, unaware that the pride in his heart had already been shattered by the fear of death. Thud! He fell heavily to his knees. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Ding! Su Chen pressed the remote again, and the bomb timers stopped flashing. Then, all the hidden compartments in the hall closed, and the scaled monsters receded like a tide. Su Chen returned to the sofa, sipping tea with Morong Mengli, as if nothing had ever happened. Miss Morong, try this Anshan black tea, I wonder if it suits your taste? Morong Mengli gently tucked her hair behind her ear, elegantly lifted her teacup, took a small sip, and savored it. Smooth and soft, with a long-lasting aftertaste, good tea. At this point, she paused and added, I really like it. Su Chen smiled slightly, understanding Morong Mengli's subtext. Miss Morong indeed has good taste. It seems that if we can reach a cooperation with Miss Morong, it would be a fortunate thing. The elegant man and woman chatted and laughed, completely ignoring Hanyu, who was kneeling on the ground like a stray dog. Hanyu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with spiderweb-like blood vessels, but he didn't dare to stand up, because Su Chen hadn't allowed him to stand. He didn't dare to gamble against this eternally smiling enemy. Perhaps if he stood up, he would be targeted again and suffer more humiliation. The bizarre duplication technique, subordinates resembling nightmarish monsters, and the bombs scattered throughout the hall, each of these made Hanyu extremely wary. Mr. Su, your methods impress me. I seem to find no reason to refuse your investment. Morong Mengli smiled, this time her smile seemed to lack some politeness, resembling that of friends. Pleasure doing business. Su Chen smiled back, extending his hand. Pleasure doing business. Morong Mengli smiled charmingly, also extending her hand. Their hands were like meticulously crafted works of art, long and slender, each finger straight and even like green onions, with delicate joints and skin as white and fine as mutton fat jade. The two hands shook politely, just a brief touch. Afterward, Morong Mengli left an address and a pass for the upper city before taking Hanyu away. Su Chen sat alone on the sofa, savoring his tea, pinching the business card between his fingers. Bronze coffin. Interesting. With his keen insight, it was not difficult to see that Hanyu and Morong Mengli were completely at odds. Hanyu seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally opposing Morong Mengli, not wanting the bronze coffin to grow stronger. However, due to his noble status, he did not dare to show it too obviously. It seems the imperial nobility is not as supreme as imagined. In the Qian Empire, the privileges of the nobility almost transcend the law. It could even be said that nobles could casually execute a few commoners without consequence, yet Hanyu repeatedly disregarded Morong Mengli's orders, which was rather intriguing. Just as Su Chen was pondering this, there was a knock, knock, knock. Yang Dongqing came running back. Why didn't it explode? He arrived in front of the sofa and downed a cup of tea in one gulp. I always thought with your level of madness, it would definitely explode. Classmate Yang Dongqing, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes through peaceful means. Fine. I have no misunderstanding of you at all. Yang Dongqing pouted. What kind of peace-loving person fills their home with bombs? By the way, why did the people from the Viper Gang suddenly turn into monsters? How many abilities do you actually have? Su Chen smiled without answering, not explaining. The real reason was known only to him. In fact, there were no monsters, no machine guns, and no bombs. Everything was simply, all things in nature. All things signifies multitude, while nature refers to all things and phenomena in the universe, together representing the myriad phenomena and forms in the universe. It implies the inclusion of everything, the existence of all. This is the ability of all things in nature, which in simpler terms means the manipulation of visual illusions. All things in nature can manipulate vision, consuming mental energy to conjure all scenes of the world. Therefore, the transformation of the Viper Gang's minions into monsters and the bombs were all illusions, all fake. As for why he knew Morong Mengli had defensive treasures, it was simple. He had previously attempted hypnosis, only to have his mental energy blocked by some invisible barrier. The next night, in the upper city, Su Chen and Yang Dongqing finally reached the outskirts of the upper city. The 13th district was quite far from here, and they spent several hours getting to this point. The two stood beneath the massive city wall, watching the throngs of people flowing in and out of the city gate. The towering, majestic city wall resembled a sleeping giant dragon, winding and coiling at the edge of the city, distinctly separating the upper and lower cities like the boundary between the Chu and Han dynasties, isolating them from the world. At the enormous city gate, a squad of armed soldiers was inspecting the pedestrians. Here, those from the lower city could not enter without a pass. Su Chen and Yang Dongqing followed the flow of people, and when they reached the soldiers, he calmly took out the pass left by Morong Mengli. When the soldier saw the noble seal on the pass, he immediately trembled and stood at attention to salute. Su Chen smiled and nodded at him, then entered the upper city. The moment he stepped into the upper city, it felt as if he had entered another world. Towering skyscrapers loomed like a steel jungle, their glass facades reflecting a dazzling yet cold light. Countless neon signs flashed wildly, slicing the dark night sky into countless fragmented color blocks. A massive display screen rolled out extravagant advertisements, and the pedestrians were dressed in bright, fashionable attire. The neon streetlights on both sides of the road emitted a glow like an ocean, drowning every street in a swirl of red, blue, and purple light, creating a dreamlike vortex of colors. Luxurious and extravagant. This was Su Chen's first impression of the upper city. However, he was already accustomed to such scenes from his dreams, or he had even created fairylands that were far beyond what the upper city could compare to. In contrast to his calmness, Yang Dongqing appeared like a country bumpkin in the city, utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide open as he stared at every sight. He had heard about the prosperity of the upper city but never expected it to be to this extent. This reminded him of the eternally gray 13th district, where factories were everywhere, gangs roamed freely, and even the streets were dilapidated. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, knowing that the prosperity of the upper city was entirely drawn from the blood of the lower city. As a resident of the lower city, he could most directly feel that injustice. The two strolled through the streets of the upper city, and soon Yang Dongqing noticed something amiss. Most passers-by were focusing their attention on him and Su Chen. The looks directed at Su Chen were mostly of admiration and awe, as if they were gazing at a noble, while the looks directed at him were filled with surprise and even disdain. Yang Dongqing turned to look at Su Chen and found him in a well-tailored, expensive black suit, holding a golden-laid snake-patterned wooden cane, walking leisurely and composed, every move exuding noble elegance. In contrast, he himself wore a somewhat yellowed white t-shirt, torn jeans, and a pair of bulky sneakers, walking with his feet turned out, making him feel out of place in the upper city. Damn it! Yang Dongqing resolved to buy a new outfit in the upper city before going back. The gazes of the passers-by annoyed him, but he couldn't vent his frustration and could only walk with his head down. Suddenly, he noticed a scruffy beggar with disheveled hair begging at the corner of a street. This upper city isn't that great, there are beggars here too, Yang Dongqing scoffed, pretending to be disdainful. Su Chen glanced at him with a half-smile, clearly seeing through his thoughts, and said nothing. Yang Dongqing felt a bit irritated by Su Chen's gaze but was not good with words, so he turned and walked toward the beggar, pulling out a coin from his pocket. The people in the upper city are so wealthy, yet they remain so indifferent, he muttered, directing his criticism at the quality of the upper city's residents as he planned to give the beggar some money. When he reached the beggar, he casually tossed the coin into the beggar's bowl and was about to turn to leave. The beggar was taken aback and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Yang Dongqing turned around and coldly replied, "No need to thank me." The beggar looked him up and down, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "From the lower city?" Yang Dongqing frowned. "What's it to you?" The beggar took a coin from his bowl and disdainfully tossed it back. "Go away, lower city people have no right to give me alms. No matter how bad my situation is, even begging in the upper city, I don't need your charity. Who do you think you are?" Yang Dongqing was furious. Being looked down upon by a beggar was a humiliation he had never experienced before. How could a beggar from the upper city be more noble than those from the lower city? Just as he was about to confront the beggar, a snake-patterned wooden cane blocked his path. Su Chen slowly walked over and said to the beggar, "It was I who asked him to beg." Beggars were the best at reading people, and when the beggar saw Su Chen for the first time, his expression changed dramatically, becoming exceedingly obsequious as he repeatedly bowed and thanked. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." Yang Dongqing was infuriated by his sudden change in demeanor. "Let's go, no need to complicate things," Su Chen said calmly, and then he led Yang Dongqing away. The two hailed a taxi and, following the address given by Morong Mangli, arrived in front of an office building. This building was relatively small and located in a rather remote area, with a sign for the Bronze Coffin Company hanging at the entrance. Upon entering the company, they were quickly greeted by a receptionist. "May I ask who you are looking for?" "We are looking for your chairman," Su Chen replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the receptionist's attitude became even more respectful. "May I ask if you are Mr. Su and Mr. Yang?" "That's right. The chairman is on the top floor, please follow me." As the elevator ascended, they soon met Morong Mengli in the chairman's office on the top floor, but this time, Han Yu was not by her side. "Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I have been waiting for you for a long time," Morong Mengli said as she stood up from her office chair to greet them. "Good to see you again, Miss Morong," Su Chen said politely. Yang Dongqing also quietly said, "You." "Hello." He seemed a bit uncomfortable. It was his first time in the upper city and meeting a chairman in a big company, especially since this chairman was exceptionally beautiful. Today, Morong Mengli wore a white women's suit, with a delicate silk scarf tied at the collar, exuding elegance and simplicity. Her delicate face was lightly made up, with a faint blush on her fair skin, and her flaxen long hair casually draped over her shoulders, adding a touch of charm and mature allure. Yang Dongqing only saw beauty, but Su Chen noticed something different. Morong Mengli was not very old, in her early 20s, and it was clear she was trying to appear more mature and authoritative through her attire. Logically, as a noble, she shouldn't need to do this, as her noble status should suffice. Coupled with Han Yu's previous attitude, he speculated that Morong Mengli's position in her family was likely not very high. After some pleasantries, Morong Mengli got to the point and handed a document to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, this is the investment agreement, please take a look." Su Chen began to review it. Having self-studied imperial law in his dreams, he didn't need a lawyer to understand the contract. After confirming there were no issues, he readily signed it. "Mr. Su, you are a smart man. I believe you have already guessed my position in the family from Han Yu's attitude yesterday," Morong Mengli said calmly. In front of her partner, she did not use her noble status to gain advantages but chose to be straightforward. Su Chen nodded. "Miss Morong's honesty is admirable. I believe that sincerity is the foundation of cooperation," Morong Mengli said with a firm and confident gaze. "Moreover, I do not think success can only rely on family." That is indeed true. Su Chen had to admit that this woman was very clever. The matter with Han Yu had already exposed her low status, and instead of trying to hide it, she chose to be open about it. While this might lose some sense of noble authority, it at least conveyed sincerity. "Thank you for your understanding. Now, let me briefly explain the current primary task of the Bronze Coffin Company, to find the Eye of Gold." "The Eye of Gold?" Yang Dongqing was somewhat unfamiliar with this term. The Eye of Gold is the main material for crafting gold-level extraordinary potions. To be honest, the original intention of establishing the bronze coffin was precisely the Eye of Gold. In fact, this is no secret within the extraordinary circle of Star City. The two of you from the lower district may not be fully aware, but my father, the head of the Morong family, has been searching for the Eye of Gold for many years. He has not only issued bounties but also encouraged his children to start companies and recruit nightmare apostles to search for it. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "Does that mean the Eye of Gold only exists in the nightmare world?" Morong Mengli nodded. "Exactly. In fact, not just the Eye of Gold, many extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This is also the original intention behind the establishment of extraordinary companies, which is to collect extraordinary materials through nightmare apostles." "What's the use of collecting extraordinary materials?" "To make extraordinary potions," Morong Mengli said softly. "Mr. Yang, do you know how those extraordinary beings who are not nightmare apostles came to be?" Yang Dongqing was no fool. He quickly caught on to the obvious hint. Could it be that they used extraordinary potions? That's right. In the beginning, there were no extraordinary beings in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Among these nightmare apostles, those with extraordinary talent could connect to the bronze law and awaken extraordinary powers. These individuals are called the Chosen Ones. Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps the term Chosen One struck a chord with him. Later, the Chosen Ones continuously explored the nightmare world and discovered extraordinary materials. These materials, after special formulation and refinement, could be turned into extraordinary potions. When ordinary people in the real world consume these extraordinary potions, they can become extraordinary beings. This is the origin of extraordinary beings in the real world. So it turns out that nightmare apostles created the extraordinary beings in reality, Yang Dongqing realized. That's right, Morong Mengli nodded. People in the real world cannot independently connect to the bronze law. According to some high-level extraordinary beings, there seems to be a barrier in the real world that blocks humanity. To connect, one can only rely on the external force of extraordinary potions to break through the barrier. The materials needed to obtain extraordinary potions can only be sourced from nightmare apostles. Of course, sometimes nightmare monsters invade reality, and one can take the opportunity to collect extraordinary materials from them, but this method is certainly less efficient than using nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobility, nightmare apostles are valuable resources that can help them obtain extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's expression darkened. No wonder that nightmare apostle from the upper district had said such things. People like nightmare apostles are indeed prone to danger in any world. He could almost imagine some unscrupulous nobles, driven by profit, kidnapping the families of nightmare apostles and then threatening them to continuously help acquire extraordinary materials until they died in the nightmare world. Although the initial extraordinary beings were nightmare apostles, due to their uniqueness, they find it hard to live long. As far as I know, there is currently not a single nightmare apostle who can completely escape the nightmare world. Extraordinary beings in the real world do not face this threat, so in the end, the extraordinary in reality becomes increasingly powerful, while nightmare apostles continue to fluctuate. Morong Mengli paused and continued, I can understand your concerns as nightmare apostles, but please rest assured, the things you worry about will not happen in the bronze coffin. In fact, the cooperation between extraordinary beings in the real world and nightmare apostles has developed into a relatively stable model over the years. In the beginning, it was indeed quite chaotic, and there were frequent instances of extraordinary beings in the real world threatening nightmare apostles. However, people underestimated the danger of nightmare apostles. Someone who could die at any moment in the nightmare world can unleash a ferocity in the face of threats that is far beyond what ordinary people can compare. There have even been instances of nightmare apostles carrying out suicide attacks, killing imperial nobles in terrifying assaults. Gradually, both sides transitioned into a cooperative relationship, eventually giving rise to the Extraordinary Company. Suchin smiled noncommittally. He understood human nature well. In the eyes of the nobles, nightmare apostles were employees who could die at any moment but possessed immense value. Perhaps after paying the nightmare apostles their wages today, they might die in the nightmare world tomorrow. The nobles would inevitably think, if I only make a verbal promise and wait for the nightmare apostle to die, wouldn't that save me a significant amount of money? The more unscrupulous nobles could directly threaten the families of the nightmare apostles, spending not a single penny. No matter how crazy the nightmare apostles were, what could they do? In this world, strength ultimately speaks. For instance, would an extraordinary person like Han Yu fear Yang Dongqing's threats? Miss Morong, I just became an extraordinary person not long ago. I want to know my standing among extraordinary individuals, or rather, how the hierarchy among them is divided. Yang Dongqing asked the question that concerned him the most. His previous encounter with Hanyu, where he had no power to resist, cast a shadow over his heart. If all extraordinary individuals in the real world were like that, he would have to consider living with his tail between his legs in the future. Morong Mengli nodded, Mr. Yang, you should currently possess only the Iron Will, Bronze Law, right? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. I indeed only have Iron Will, Miss Morong. Are you implying that one can possess multiple bronze laws? Yes, the abilities of extraordinary individuals are not singular. Mr. Yang, have you never wondered why the bronze law is called bronze? Yang Dongqing seemed to realize something, his eyes widening involuntarily. Is there a silver law above it? A gold law? Morong Mengli tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and smiled lightly. Mr. Yang is quite perceptive. There are 3 types of laws in this world, bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing one bronze law means you have officially entered the ranks of extraordinary individuals, at the bronze first tier. Possessing 2 bronze laws means you are at the bronze second tier. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but gasp. Then if there are 10 bronze laws, wouldn't that be bronze 10th tier? Put. Morong Mengli smiled gently, like a flower blooming in spring, radiant and enchanting. Only at such moments did she seem to shed some of her strong woman facade, revealing a hint of youthful charm. There aren't that many, the highest is only bronze 3rd tier. Beyond the 3rd tier, it becomes silver, and at silver 3rd tier, one naturally becomes a gold level extraordinary. My father is a silver 3rd tier extraordinary. He has been stuck at this level for a long time, collecting quite a few extraordinary materials. He just needs the golden eye to advance to gold. Huff! Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought he was worlds apart from the extraordinary individuals in the real world, but it turned out each level only had 3 tiers. Then Han Yu is 2nd tier. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted. Silver? Morong Mengli shook her head. Bronze 2nd tier. What? Yang Dongqing's face changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Han Yu to be only one tier above him. When they met that day, the other party had suppressed him with just one hand, rendering him unable to move. Han Yu's two abilities are Mighty Fist and Endless Recovery. The former grants him unimaginable strength, while the latter provides him with recovery capabilities far beyond that of ordinary people, 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. It can be said that as long as he isn't completely obliterated, it's very difficult for him to be killed. A sense of defeat surged within Yang Dongqing. He realized that the two abilities of the other party were not weaker than his, Iron Will, and in certain aspects, they were even superior. Before becoming an extraordinary being, he had always been self-conscious and reclusive. Later, the extraordinary powers gave him unparalleled confidence, but now, after coming into contact with the extraordinary world, he suddenly realized he was still at the very bottom, and his confidence was severely shaken. Morong Mengli seemed to notice Yang Dongqing's low spirits and comforted him. Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. You are the chosen one, possessing a talent advantage that ordinary extraordinary beings cannot compare to. What advantage? Yang Dongqing's face showed anticipation. The talent of the chosen one is unmatched. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary person who consumes an extraordinary potion and becomes a bronze level 1 extraordinary being can, through continuous training in combat, develop their abilities to the peak in about a year. At that point, they can consume a second extraordinary potion to advance to bronze level 2. However, the chosen one does not need to consume extraordinary potions, and it only takes 3 months to go from bronze level 1 to bronze level 2. Some exceptionally talented chosen ones can even do it in a shorter time. This is not the greatest advantage of the chosen one. The greatest advantage is that all advancements do not rely on extraordinary potions. They only need to connect to the bronze laws in the nightmare world to advance. Of course, consuming extraordinary potions is definitely a time saver. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow, slightly regaining his confidence. Is there any manifestation of reaching the peak of one's abilities? This is something only extraordinary beings can experience. It's like breaking through a certain boundary, suddenly becoming more adept at using their abilities, and their strength surges. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's lips couldn't help but curl up. He was now utterly convinced that he was a rare genius. Because in the last nightmare world, his Iron Will had already strengthened, clearly having reached its peak, and he was about to advance to bronze level 2. Su Chen observed Yang Dongqing's psychological changes and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was still too young, everything was written on his face. Morong Mengli suddenly turned to Su Chen and asked, I wonder if Mr. Su could tell us your level? If it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Su Chen smiled politely, mainly because he didn't even know whether he was bronze level 1 or 2. Pure heart, plus, all things in nature, seemed to indicate level 2, but he hadn't developed either ability to its peak, which completely contradicted the advancement logic. Morong Mengli. She paused for a moment, then returned to her usual demeanor. Mr. Su is indeed straightforward. I was too abrupt. I'm not sure how much Mr. Su knows about the extraordinary, but I still have a piece of advice to share. I'm all ears. Morong Mengli said seriously, only after possessing 3 different bronze laws can one advance to silver. However, if these 3 bronze laws do not form a system or even conflict with each other, one will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Iron Will is a relatively common bronze law, and the subsequent advancement path is already clear, that is, Mighty Fist, plus Endless Recovery. There is no order among the 3, as long as they are gathered, there is a chance to promote to the Silver Law, Follower of Strength. But if Mr. Yang consumes other extraordinary potions midway, like 5-Finger Flame Bomb, it will lead to an inability to advance to Silver forever because the path is wrong. Yang Dongqing immediately showed a strange expression. Being young and passionate, his thoughts easily wandered in that direction. Iron Will, plus, Mighty Fist, plus, Endless Recovery, equals, Follower of Strength. Isn't this the true man's 3-piece set? Hard, mighty, enduring. So how does one advance to gold afterward? Yang Dongqing asked eagerly. To his surprise, Morong Mengli shook her head. Every extraordinary path is secretive, and the gold laws are even more secretive. Although I am of noble birth, I am still an ordinary person and do not understand the subsequent advancements. Most extraordinary pathways are controlled by the top-tier nobility, and currently, the only publicly available one is the Silver Law, Followers of Power, as the nobility considers this pathway the most ordinary, and they need some extraordinary individuals among common people to handle the incessant nightmare invasion incidents. Yang Dongqing's hard-won confidence wilted again. What does most ordinary mean? To put it bluntly, isn't it just the weakest? Damn! At this moment, Morong Mengli stood up and took out 2 printed documents from the safe, handing one to Su Chen and the other to Yang Dongqing. There is a lot of information about extraordinary individuals, so I won't go into detail. Most of the information is on this, and you can look at it yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It's getting late, and I've arranged guest rooms for both of you at the company. Shortly, staff will take you there. In the guest room of the Bronze Coffin Company, Suchen sat alone on the edge of the bed, flipping through the extraordinary materials. It contained the origins of extraordinary individuals, the origins of the nightmare world, classifications of extraordinary levels, introductions to extraordinary potions, and rankings of the Bronze Law and Silver Law. He had already learned about the origins and classifications of extraordinary individuals from Morong Mingley, so he quickly skimmed through a few pages and skipped ahead. What he was truly interested in was the origin of the nightmare world. How could he not pay attention to such a thrilling amusement park? However, upon opening it, he found only one page, which listed several time points, recorded some historical events, and included many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world, all of which were conflicting, with no accurate statements. The only thing known is that the nightmare world has existed since ancient times, with no way to verify the specific time. Later, it once threatened human life until golden strong individuals emerged among humans, which changed the tide, and the descendants of these golden strong individuals are referred to as nobility. The origin of the nobility is the golden strong individuals? So the current nobility of the empire are all descendants of golden strong individuals? Su Chen murmured to himself, finding it not strange at all. The golden strong individuals standing at the top of extraordinary beings are also human. Since they saved the world and wielded power and authority, they would certainly favor their descendants, thus giving rise to the nobility. Su Chen flipped through a few more pages, ultimately focusing on the law rankings. It recorded the currently known laws of humanity, which only included the Bronze Law and Silver Law. The Golden Law was clearly hidden. He speculated that these rankings must also be incomplete. The nobility only released one extraordinary pathway, so one can imagine how strict the confidentiality of extraordinary knowledge is. If all law rankings were released, it would inevitably allow clever individuals to find extraordinary pathways, which would be detrimental to maintaining the nobility's rule. As he expected, there were many gaps in the rankings on the materials. He first browsed through the entire document and found not only no trace of all-encompassing, but even Heart of Innocence was missing. However, he did see Yang Dongqing's Iron Will, ranked 9, Endless Recovery, ranked 8, and Mighty Fist, ranked 10. It seemed quite high, all in the top 10, but in reality, it was at the bottom, as the rankings were arranged in reverse order. The larger the sequence number, the higher the rank. This was quite normal, as humanity discovers more laws bit by bit. If a strong law were ranked first, and then a stronger one appeared the next day, it would lead to constant changes in the rankings, hence the reverse ranking. The materials noted that the ranking order is based not only on strength but also on rarity, value of ability, scope of influence, and other comprehensive rankings. Su Chen's gaze moved downwards, directly looking at the known strongest bronze sequence. Bronze Law Sequence 241, foreseeing the future, able to foresee events closely related to oneself in the future to a certain extent. Ability to theoretically kill a golden powerhouse. Upon seeing the note in parentheses, Su Chen smiled slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of this sentence. The ability to foresee the future may seem to lack any combat power, but if operated properly, it can exert effects far beyond any bronze law. For example, a prophet with the ability to foresee the future might predict that 10 years from now, they will be killed by a golden powerhouse. However, if that golden powerhouse is still an ordinary person now, then the prophet only needs to kill this ordinary person to avert the crisis, which is equivalent to killing a golden powerhouse. His gaze continued downward, finding nothing but blank space until he reached sequence 233, where text appeared. Bronze Law Sequence 233, Absolute Death Rebirth, time reversal within one's own range, capable of altering the timeline of one's own death and returning to before death. Su Chen's eyes flickered. It was another time-related ability. Although it still lacked any intuitive combat power, its rarity and value absolutely surpassed ordinary combat abilities. He just wondered if it could be activated continuously. If it could, this would truly be an immortal body in the real sense. Bronze Law Sequence 211, Boundless Flicker, allows for continuous spatial displacement. He carefully flipped through the pages and found that the higher-ranked abilities were mostly time and space-related, indeed powerful. Then, he opened the Silver Law rankings. Silver Law Sequence 121, Blossom in an instant, at the cost of lifespan, alters one's own timeline, placing oneself in a state of time acceleration. Another time-related ability? However, this one was clearly different from the previous ones, possessing terrifying combat power. Although the description was simple, one could understand the horror of Blossom in an instant upon reflection. If one accelerates their time by 100 times, isn't that equivalent to moving 100 times faster? This is no longer just about speed, every action would become faster. For instance, if the actions of eating, drinking, using the bathroom, and bathing took an hour before, after time acceleration, perhaps it could be completed in a second. If the user is already fast, they would be virtually invincible, even achieving an effect similar to time standing still. Seeing this, Suchen couldn't help but wonder, such a powerful ability is only silver? How terrifying must a golden powerhouse be? With a rustle, the sound of pages turning echoed, and his gaze landed on the last page, the extraordinary taboo. 1. It is forbidden to disclose any information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted by the Empire. Note, nightmares possess the ability to spread through cognition. The more people who learn about nightmare information, the easier it is to trigger a nightmare invasion of reality. Similarly, ordinary people who learn of the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter it than those who do not know. This point is quite understandable. After all, what one thinks about during the day often appears in dreams at night. It is difficult for a person to dream of something they have never encountered. Once there is relevant information about the nightmare world in their mind, the likelihood of dreaming about it increases. 2. Laws are contained within the mind, with a limit of 3. Exceeding this limit will trigger extraordinary conflicts, leading to mental collapse. 3. Incorrect extraordinary paths will result in an inability to advance. Forcing advancement will cause mental collapse. Mental collapse? For some reason, Suchen felt an urge to try this term. He even wondered if he could use this method to curb the infinitely growing mental power. This world is becoming more and more interesting. He closed the document, a deep smile hidden behind his tinted glasses. It was worth all the effort to survive. He then removed his tinted glasses and placed them on the bedside table, taking off his outer clothing in preparation for sleep. A soft sound of a door opening came from the adjacent room, and the heavy footsteps were unmistakably Yang Dongqing. Thud thud thud. Yang Dongqing quietly went downstairs, probably to experience the nightlife of the upper city. Suchen paid him no mind and calmly fell asleep. Drip, drip, drip. Time passed second by second, and the only sound in the quiet room was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow over Suchen, who lay on the bed, his shadow reflected on the cold floor. Suddenly, his shadow moved. The shadow's arms slowly stretched out, continuously elongating, transforming into two large hands resembling withered tree branches. Gradually, the shadow began to writhe and eventually stood up from the ground, becoming a tall, humanoid black figure, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Whoosh! At the position of the shadow's head, a pair of crimson eyes opened, their cold gaze fixed intently on the sleeping Suchen. The scene was utterly terrifying. It was hard for anyone to accept that after falling asleep, their shadow suddenly stood up and transformed into a towering monster watching them from beside the bed. Good friend, we meet again. Suchen opened his eyes at some point, his deep-set eyes radiating a brilliant blue light, as if reflecting the sky within them, appearing magnificent under the moonlight. He smiled at the black figure, greeting it as if they were old acquaintances. The black figure remained unmoved, still staring at him intently. Suchen had been pondering a question earlier. The black figure was clearly not the monster from Tingting's nightmare, merely a parasite attached to her. However, when the nightmare was destroyed, the black figure did not stop it like the villagers did, allowing the nightmare to shatter. This was inconsistent with the black figure's behavior pattern, and now the mystery was finally solved. It turned out the black figure had long been hiding in his shadow, following him into the real world. This was quite normal. After all, he was one of the only two people to survive the black figure's grasp, and with Tingting gone, the black figure would naturally choose him. Hungry? Suchen suddenly asked, having just sensed a mental wave emanating from the black figure, like a pet asking its owner for food. He smiled slightly. No wonder you couldn't help but come out now. It turns out you're hungry. I'm just curious. What do you eat? Humans? The black figure sent another mental wave, and Suchen realized, you feed on human spirits? Ha ha ha. Then you've chosen the right companion by following me. The black figure had dragged all the villagers of Zhao family village into darkness, turning them into soulless monsters. Clearly, it did not eat humans but consumed spirits, and coincidentally, Suchen had an abundance of spirit energy. Soon, an extremely pure mental energy surged into the black figure, which began to chew silently. Feeling the mental energy being consumed, Suchen's gaze grew brighter. After becoming an extraordinary being, he had been troubled about how to expend the overflowing mental energy he had every day, and unexpectedly, a pillow was delivered right after he felt sleepy. Hypnotizing ordinary people like Zhao Chaoyao had already consumed too little mental energy. The black figure, as a nightmare creature capable of devouring an entire village, was naturally of considerable strength. Suchin continuously infused mental energy, wanting to see where the black figure's limits lay, but after only half was given, the black figure stopped eating. Is that enough? Friend, your appetite isn't very impressive, he sighed and shook his head, lamenting its lack of ambition. In hindsight, the black figure likely did not consume the spirits of the hundreds of villagers in one go but rather nibbled at them bit by bit. Well, it's better than nothing, at least it's more than the mental energy spent on hypnotizing the snake. After being well fed, the black figure melted away like water, transforming back into a shadow and disappearing, everything seeming like an illusion. However, Suchin noticed that his connection with the black figure had become closer, possibly due to it having consumed his mental energy. Not only that, but he also felt that the black figure seemed to have grown a little taller. Since you've chosen to follow me, let me give you a name. Let me think. He stroked his chin, carefully considering the black figure's characteristics. The most prominent feature was its blackness. Since that was the case, he would give it a name that didn't include black but would make it clear that it was associated with darkness. Then I'll call you Not White. The next day, Suchin officially took office as the head of the intelligence department at the Bronze Coffin Company, overseeing the intelligence sector. He also met the formal employees of the Bronze Coffin. Apart from himself and Yang Dongqing, there were a total of 10 people. It is worth mentioning that although these 10 individuals were all nightmare apostles, they were also ordinary people. The underground level 3 of the Bronze Coffin housed a spacious underground base, while the office building above accommodated regular staff handling daily affairs. The core was located underground, where the Nightmare Apostles gathered. Minister Su, these 10 are all the Nightmare Apostles currently at the Bronze Coffin. There were a few more before, but they have already perished in the Nightmare World, Morong Mengli introduced. Everyone, Mr. Su Chen is the newly appointed head of the intelligence department at the Bronze Coffin, and he is also a powerful extraordinary being. The gentleman beside him, Mr. Yang Dongqing, is likewise an extraordinary being. Su Chen leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, calmly surveying the 10 nightmare apostles before him. 7 men and 3 women, their clothing varied, some were flashy, while others were plain, but the one commonality was the unease and panic reflected in their expressions. This was the typical reaction of normal people who had experienced the nightmare world. The 10 introduced themselves in turn, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards Su Chen, clearly curious about this newly appointed extraordinary minister. Then, Morong Mengli stated the purpose of gathering everyone. The reason for calling you all here is not only to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang but also for an important matter. I have decided to form a team to explore the Ruin District in 2 days. At this announcement, the crowd became somewhat restless, some furrowed their brows, while others showed signs of fear. The Ruin District? Su Chen's eyes flickered, and information about the Ruin District flashed through his mind. He controlled the Poison Snake Gang, and his information network was naturally far superior to that of ordinary people, which included intelligence about the Ruin District. Star City was divided into 20 districts, with 1 to 10 being the upper districts and 11 to 20 being the lower districts. In fact, long ago, Star City was not divided into 20 districts but 21. It was rumored that over a decade ago, due to an outbreak of plague, nearly all the inhabitants of District 21 perished. To prevent the spread of the plague, the Empire ordered the sealing off of District 21, and over time, it disappeared from people's sight, becoming the Ruin District. The Ruin District is filled with plague. Exploring such a cursed place is just sending us to our deaths, a heavily made-up woman exclaimed, her expression slightly agitated. Exactly, what's there to explore in that cursed place? We joined the Bronze Coffin to find ways to deal with the nightmare world, not to die for no reason. The crowd echoed in agreement, clearly skeptical of Morong Mengli's decision. Su Chen also noticed that Morong Mengli seemed to lack authority among these people. He quickly thought of Hanyu. When he had invited him and Yang Dongqing before, Hanyu had clearly tried to sabotage the situation, and these people might have been secretly incited by him as well. Faced with the crowd's doubts, the noble lady showed no sign of anger on her face and calmly replied, "The plague is the Empire's external explanation. The truth is that the nightmare invasion caused District 21 to become a ruin. The nightmares that caused chaos back then have been eliminated by the Empire's higher-ups, but since the area has been contaminated by nightmares, it has become uninhabitable for humans, which is why it gradually fell into disrepair. In fact, it is not completely devoid of people. There are still scavengers, fugitives, or those hiding from enemies. That's still very dangerous. Who knows if there are any remaining nightmare monsters inside?" A burly man with floral tattoos shouted. At the mention of nightmare monsters, the faces of the crowd involuntarily turned pale, clearly recalling terrifying memories. 1 million, Morong Mengli raised a slender, fair finger. This word seemed to possess some magical power, instantly plunging the scene into silence. Each person participating in this exploration mission will receive 1 million. In the event of casualties, the company will provide double compensation to your families. The expressions of the crowd varied, some showed a flicker of excitement in their eyes, while others appeared hesitant. Since ancient times, wealth has stirred the human heart. When they became nightmarish apostles, they knew their lives would be short, so it was better to earn more money, whether to indulge in pleasures or to leave for their families. This was one of their reasons for joining the company. Suchin sighed slightly. The nobility was indeed wealthy. 1 million per person meant 10 million for these 10, not counting the appearance fees for himself and Yang Dongqing, the two extraordinary individuals. Although he controlled a gang called the Viper Gang, the actual funds he could access were only around 10 million. The task they were offering exceeded 10 million. This figure even stirred Yang Dongqing's interest. Today, Yang Dongqing had changed into a trendy new outfit, a loose graffiti print t-shirt, a black leather jacket, and white ripped skinny jeans that exposed his knees, topped off with a pair of striking white high-top sneakers with fluorescent green laces. He had bought this outfit last night, spending 1/10 of his entire savings. Then he spent the remaining 9/10 on a backless, form-fitting dress for Jasmine. Now, with his pockets feeling light, hearing about 1 million made his heart race uncontrollably. How many clothes could he buy for Jasmine with that? However, coming from the lower city, he clearly underestimated human greed. A tattooed man suddenly spoke up. I know the ruined district well, the people there are ruthless killers, and there are still many residual nightmarish monsters. The danger is no less than that of the nightmarish world. Asking us to explore is like sending us to our deaths. Morong Mengli frowned slightly. I'm not forcing anyone, this mission is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. The tattooed man shook his head. It's not that I don't want to go, what I mean is, you need to increase the pay. Yes, increase the pay. I can already feel the call of the nightmarish world coming again. I could enter at any moment. I need enough money to buy artifacts. The pay must be increased. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and slightly balding. Among those present, he was the most agitated, fear lingering in his brow. How much do you want? Morong Mengli asked coldly. 2 million. Pay us first, then we'll work. I want 3 million. The tattooed man demanded. I'd been to the ruined district before. I have more experience than them, so my price should be higher. Some were unwilling. We're all nightmarish apostles. Why should your price be higher? Either we all get 3 million. As the situation grew increasingly out of control, Morong Mengli felt a headache coming on. Her noble status could not suppress these dying men. After all, they were going to die anyway and had nothing left to care about. Bang! The sound of a stick striking the floor echoed. It wasn't loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The chaotic scene eerily quieted down, and the 10 nightmarish apostles involuntarily turned to look at Su Chen. He had his hands crossed over the snake-patterned wooden cane, his brown glasses slowly scanning the crowd, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Colleagues, you disappoint me. His tone was flat but carried a hint of disappointment, like a respected teacher admonishing mischievous students. A wave of guilt surged in the hearts of the crowd, suddenly feeling they had let Minister Su down. The company does not disdain you as a group of dying men and even provides you with job opportunities. Now, to increase your chances of survival the next time you enter the nightmarish world, the company has thoughtfully sent you to the ruined district for training. Such a good opportunity is something others can't buy with money. But what about you? You not only do not cherish it, but instead demand wealth recklessly. Do you think this is right? As soon as these words were spoken, Morong Mengli's beautiful eyes widened uncontrollably. She had thought Su Chen would use his status as an extraordinary person to pressure everyone, but she never expected him to say such a thing. Wasn't this going to provoke everyone's anger? But what shocked her even more was what happened next. The nightmare apostles, who had been shouting prices earlier, all lowered their heads in shame. A young girl even began to sob. Minister Su, I was wrong. Morong Mengli. Minister Su, you are right to scold me. How can I let the company spend money when they provide me with work and training opportunities? I am willing to contribute 50,000. No, 100,000. To subsidize the company. A tattooed man said, feeling ashamed. Faced with the guilty gazes of the crowd, Su Chen shook his head heavily. The company does not want your money, it only hopes you can understand its good intentions. Upon hearing that the company didn't even want their money, everyone felt even more ashamed. Morong Mengli's expression management also failed, her rosy lips parted slightly, and her eyes widened unconsciously. At that moment, although she lost some of her cold demeanor as a female CEO, she became even more genuine and moving. She looked at the crowd, who were so ashamed they seemed ready to find a hole to hide in, and absurdly wondered if these people would suddenly wake up at night and slap themselves, followed by a self-reproachful, I really should die. Alright, go down and reflect properly, Su Chen commanded, and the embarrassed crowd all left. He then walked towards Morong Mengli, who revealed a complex emotion in her eyes. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she heard a deep, magnetic voice beside her. Remember to transfer all their money to me. Morong Mengli. She froze in place, the word of thanks stuck on her lips, unable to be spoken. Su Chen ignored the dazed Morong Mengli and began to wander around the extraordinary base, as it would be his future workplace, and he needed to familiarize himself with it in advance. Before long, his attention was drawn to a closed square, where the walls were all silver and appeared very solid, with some steel mannequins and fitness equipment placed inside. There were numerous marks on the walls and the mannequins, including fist prints and sword scars. This is the training room, a place for extraordinary people to train, Morong Mengli's voice sounded behind Su Chen. Su Chen turned around to see the noble lady had returned to her previous calm and composed demeanor. He pointed at the marks on the mannequin. Who left these marks? Hanyu sometimes comes here to train. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Hanyu uses a sword? Morong Mengli glanced at the sword scars on the mannequin, her eyes showing a hint of confusion, perhaps. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully and did not continue to ask. By the way, Minister Su, may I ask if you have time for a meal at noon? Also, Mr. Yang, since you both are new to the upper city, I must extend the courtesy of a host, Morong Mengli politely invited. Yang Dongqing showed a hesitant expression. He thought of Jasmine. The young couple was in a passionate stage of their relationship, and they would have to part ways in 2 days when they headed to the abandoned city. The key point was that he wanted to see Jasmine in that backless, body-hugging dress. If Mr. Yang has urgent matters, he can handle them first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Morong Mengli noticed Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. I do have something very important to deal with. You all go ahead and eat. In the end, only Su Chen and Morong Mengli went to eat. In a private room of a high-end restaurant. Miss Morong seems to have something to say to me? Su Chen elegantly cut into the fine M9 steak and asked. What does Mr. Su like on a daily basis? Morong Mengli smiled, though this time her smile lacked a hint of distance. Smoking and drinking. Morong Mengli paused slightly and said with a smile, I thought a gentleman like Mr. Su might have some unique hobbies. Su Chen smiled faintly and pushed the cut steak in front of Morong Mengli, then took her untouched steak away. Let me put it another way. I like the clouds in a cigarette case and the sea in a wineglass. Morong Mengli, who was eating steak, couldn't help but smile, but still politely finished chewing her steak, gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a napkin, and said, Mr. Su is indeed unique. She raised her wineglass and indicated, but that's not what I was asking. Ding! The two clinked their glasses gently and drank the crimson liquid in one go. What I meant to ask was whether Mr. Su prefers money or treasures? What do you mean, Miss Morong? Su Chen's eyes flickered, faintly guessing her thoughts. Mr. Su, we are already partners. Calling me Miss Morong feels too distant. Moreover, in some situations, this surname directly reveals my noble identity. You can just call me Mengli. Morong Mengli's red lips curled slightly, lacking any hint of seduction, yet enough to make any man's heart race. Alright, Miss Mengli, you can also call me by my name. Morong Mengli pressed her lips together slightly. The wine she had just drunk was still taking effect, giving her fair and charming face a hint of blush, and her gaze inexplicably glanced at Su Chen. Alright, Su. Su. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He didn't like women without boundaries. But Morong Mengli seemed oblivious. Su, you still haven't answered my question. Do you prefer money or treasures? Neither. Then what does Su like? Morong Mengli clinked her glass again. The two drank the wine in their glasses, and Su Chen frowned slightly, examining the woman in front of him whose complexion was rosy, noticing a layer of mist in her eyes, giving off a hazy feeling. That sticky, almost stringy gaze reminded him of a term, an 8-tidal rhythm sacred body. He had a strengthened version of this in his dreams. Is her alcohol tolerance really that poor? Otherwise, why would a usually dignified and composed noble lady call herself Su? Seeing Su Chen staring at her, Morong Mengli felt her face heat up even more. You wouldn't like? That's right, I like extraordinary potions, preferably ones like hearts of iron, that can enhance physical abilities. Morong Mengli. Extraordinary potions are in high demand and hard to come by. I originally planned to use treasures to pay for this operation's reward. If Su insists, I can send someone to inquire about extraordinary potions. Thank you. Although Su Chen was also quite interested in treasures, he knew that extraordinary potions were more suitable for him, as he only had a month to live. Obtaining a potion that enhances physical abilities, similar to Yang Dongqing's capabilities, would allow him to extend his life better. Su, I see your bronze law should be related to the mind. Physical type extraordinary potions might not be suitable for you. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Su Chen, her delicate fingers gently brushing aside a few strands of hair from her forehead and tucking them behind her ear, her lips curling into a barely perceptible arc, a simple action filled with endless charm. To speak frankly, Miss Mangley, your beauty trap seems somewhat clumsy. Morong Mangley's hand froze as she played with her hair, caught in a moment where she couldn't put it down or continue. The eyes hidden behind the brown glasses seemed to possess a certain power of insight into the human heart. Looking at the stiff Morong Mangley, he said lightly, "It seems that Miss Mangley is facing a greater dilemma than I imagined, otherwise, I really can't find a reason to explain your behavior." At this moment, Morong Mangley had already withdrawn her hand, and the smile on her face slowly faded. "Perhaps out of reluctance and stubbornness," she asked, "am I really lacking in femininity?" "No, Miss Mangley, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in reality." "Am I not your type? I like young-looking married women and mature-looking young girls. You happen to be the latter." "Then you." "However, compared to women, I prefer extraordinary potions," Su Chen stated frankly. Morong Mangley was stunned for a long time. She looked at Su Chen, who was serious, and couldn't help but chuckle. This time, her smile seemed to shed all defenses, carrying a unique youthful charm. Su, you are really interesting. Thank you for the compliment." Morong Mangley retracted her smile, her expression becoming more serious. "You are a smart person. I cannot control someone like you, but I do need an ally like you. What I can offer you now is only sincerity and a promise, if you are still willing to listen." "I am all ears," Su Chen replied with a faint smile. "I believe you can see that apart from having a noble title and a bit of wealth, I have nothing else. Even the bronze coffin is just starting out, and the employees, incited by Han Yu, do not respect me as a noble." Su Chen nodded, not interrupting. "I am an illegitimate daughter." The expression on Morong Mangley's face grew increasingly subdued, as if she were an outsider recounting her own story. "My mother was once a slave, bought by my father, and then I was born. I actually shouldn't have been born, as my identity would bring shame to the entire Morong family. But coincidentally, the day I was born was my father's birthday, and my mother pleaded desperately, so I came into the world. After I grew up, I did not receive the family's support like my siblings. Instead, I was imprisoned in the manor, not allowed to go out. The reason I received support to establish the bronze coffin this time is that my father is dying. He is a third-tier silver extraordinary being who, in his youth, consumed too many extraordinary potions and used many forbidden methods to advance, which has drained his lifespan. Now, his only hope for survival is to find the golden eye and refine it into a golden-level awakening potion, thus advancing to gold. This has always been his dream, to become a golden powerhouse and restore the glory of our ancestors, then return to the imperial capital and the center of power. In order to survive and achieve his dream, he has lost his mind, unwilling to let go of any hope, sending all his children to search for the golden eye, and it was during this time that I got my opportunity." Su Chen frowned slightly, not because of the other party's tragic background, but because he sensed something was off. "What about Han Yu? He was sent by your father to help you, but why does he seem to be working against you at every turn? This seems to contradict your father's intentions." "Han Yu?" A cold glint appeared in Morong Mangley's smile. "Although he belongs to the Morong family, he has actually been bought off by my fiancé." "Fiancé?" "Yes, you may have heard of his name, Chen Zihao, the richest man in Star City, a wealthy fat man. Although he is rich, he is not a noble and has always yearned for noble status, often mingling in noble circles, hoping to marry a noble lady. But the nobility looks down on nouveau riche like him, and no noble would marry him, except for me." A hint of extreme disgust flashed in Morong Mangley's eyes, as if she greatly despised Chen Zihao. After hitting a wall everywhere, Chen Zihao recognized his position and understood that in the eyes of the nobility, he was merely a synonym for a foolish man with a lot of money. So he settled for second best and approached my father, spending a large sum to get my father's agreement to this marriage. Su Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. A disregarded illegitimate daughter could still fetch a high price, and the head of the family would certainly be willing. "I think I understand, Miss Mangley, but why does Chen Zihao want to buy off Han Yu to oppose you?" Morong Mangley's eyes grew increasingly filled with hatred because my father promised that the children who find the golden eye will be established as the heirs of the family. If I become the family heir, it would naturally be impossible for me to marry Chen Zihao, and the family would not allow the future heir to marry a commoner, no matter how wealthy they are. In fact, among all the children, my abilities are undoubtedly the weakest. I have neither awakened the talents of the golden bloodline nor have much in terms of assets and manpower. Relatively speaking, I am also the least likely to find the golden eye. But Chen Zihao is very cautious, he is unwilling to take any risks, and even the slightest chance must be nipped in the bud. Su Chen glanced at Morong Mengli, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and at that moment, he fully understood why she had so easily allowed him to invest and even directly revealed her cards. Because she had no other choice. After being suppressed for 20 years, she finally saw hope, established her own company, only to be secretly sabotaged by her fiancé. She had been pushed to a dead end, and to survive under the two mountains of her family and fiancé, she could only seek external power to break the deadlock. And he was the external power she had sought. At this thought, a strange expression surfaced in his heart. Perhaps the scene of Hanya kneeling in fear had caused Morong Mengli to misunderstand, leading her to believe that his power was formidable enough to contend with the imperial nobility and the richest man in Star City. This made Su Chen exclaim inwardly, "What a keen judge of character! Su, I have already told you the real situation, and I promise that as long as you are willing to help me, everything I have can be yours. If we can truly find the golden eye, the future Morong family will be your greatest support." Morong Mengli looked directly into Su Chen's eyes, her gaze filled with determination and sincerity. It was unclear whether Morong Mengli was indulging in some kind of wicked amusement, as she had yet to change her form of address. "What if we can't find it?" Morong Mengli smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. "Even if we can't find it, I won't let you pay in vain. All the assets under my name, including the bronze coffin and my own body, will be given to you. Perhaps you think what I'm saying is cheap, but I have indeed never had a man. The reason I am doing this is more for revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I will have to marry Qian Zihao as per the family's arrangement. But before that, I must find a man, and that man is you." She raised the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one go, causing her face to flush even more. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He realized that this woman was exceptionally persistent in wanting to give herself away. He understood her reluctance to let Qian Zihao benefit for free, but why had she set her sights on him? He pondered his tone and said, "Miss Mengli, I always thought we were friends." Morong Mengli suddenly blinked, as if slightly drunk, propping her chin on her hand and gazing intently at Su Chen, his flawless handsome face reflected in her pupils. Her red lips parted slightly. "Isn't friendship something that can be so inconvenient? What's wrong with good friends sharing a bed?" "Ha, you have a point. Do you know? Because of my experiences in childhood, I actually really hate men, but after meeting you, I realized that what I hated were the filthy men. You are different from them." Morong Mengli's gaze grew increasingly hazy, her delicate little nose wrinkling slightly. "You smell so good, you give me a feeling like your saliva is edible." Su Chen silently pushed up his tea-colored glasses. "Miss Mengli, you're drunk." Afterward, Su Chen took Morong Mengli back to the company, helped her take off her high heels, and gentlemanly tucked her in. Although she had said some flirtatious things, in her drunken state, she was surprisingly quiet, already fast asleep, her brows occasionally furrowing, a hint of helpless resentment filling her features, making her look somewhat pitiful. After Su Chen left, Morong Mengli on the bed quietly opened her eyes, angrily staring at the ceiling, murmuring, "Damn Su, I can't even get you." Scenes from their meal together kept flashing in her mind, along with Su Chen's reactions, stirring up an inexplicable mix of shame and anger, her silver teeth itching with frustration, and finally, she bit down on the blanket, shaking her head like a spoiled puppy, tearing at it. Her life experiences made it hard for her to trust others. Although Su Chen had promised to help her, she instinctively wanted to secure a stronger chain between them. What else could a woman use to tie down a man? But clearly, she had failed. Su Chen had left, returning to District 13. In truth, he had always known that Morong Mengli was pretending to be asleep, but he didn't call her out on it, even agreeing to her request. He had his own plans. Previously, he thought he could use his hypnotic abilities to open a path in the upper city and then search for extraordinary potions, but now he had changed his mind. If even a noble illegitimate daughter like Morong Mengli had defensive treasures that could resist hypnosis, it was even less likely for him to control any other nobles. This meant he couldn't manipulate a noble in the short term, yet extraordinary potions and treasures were mostly held by the nobles. Therefore, cooperation was the best choice. A noble without much power was relatively easier to manage. 3 days later, at the agreed time, Su Chen called Yang Dongqing and set off together. This time, he didn't bring any of the snake gang's underlings, as he was already an extraordinary being. Ordinary people were becoming less helpful to him, and there were plenty of nightmarish apostles to use in this exploration of the abandoned district, so he didn't lack for people. When he saw Yang Dongqing again, he found this passionate young man with his head drooping, his face filled with despair, his eyes devoid of hope, as if he had just been dumped. "Did you break up?" Yang Dongqing looked wooden, not saying a word. Su Chen didn't say anything further and directly took Yang Dongqing to the upper city. On the way, the silence lingered for a long time until Yang Dongqing finally spoke. "Is there really love in this world?" Suchin frowned slightly. He wasn't interested in being a relationship mediator, so he didn't respond, only feeling a bit melancholic about the impermanence of love. Just a few days of getting along, and they had already broken up? Such examples, while rare, weren't unheard of. Impulsive couples could fall madly in love, but when the passion cooled, they might find they weren't suited for each other in the mundane days that followed. At that moment, he even wondered if he should help Yang Dongqing find another woman, otherwise, it would be hard to control him. Yang Dongqing was unaware of Su Chen's thoughts and continued to speak to himself. Molly cheated. Cheated? Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. This was different from what he had previously thought was just a quarrel. Why would Molly cheat? He understood Molly as a woman who was stubborn, kind, and also very realistic. A woman like her, once she had captured Yang Dongqing, wouldn't choose to cheat. Otherwise, where would she find another extraordinary boyfriend? He felt there might be more to the story. Why did Molly cheat? Who was the person she cheated with? Yang Dongqing lifted his head, looking at Su Chen, his eyes filled with sorrow. This kind of look made Su Chen's expression somewhat strange, fearing that the next thing he would say would be shocking. I don't know, she wouldn't say. How do you know she cheated? Yang Dongqing's emotions flared up. I saw a red mark on Jasmine's neck yesterday, and she was wearing an expensive new outfit. She must have been performing and singing everywhere these days, meeting rich people. I asked her where the red mark came from, and she stammered for ages without a clear answer. That wretched woman. I misjudged her. I loved her so much, but she. He buried his head in his hands, and from his shaking shoulders, it was clear he was crying. Su Chen felt a vague sense of unease. This didn't seem like something Jasmine would do. She had no reason to cheat. Was someone forcing her? However, he didn't voice his suspicions. The urgent task at hand was to explore the abandoned district, not to waste time on Jasmine. Su, Mr. Yang, you're here, Morong Mengli said, returning to her usual cold demeanor as she emerged from the bronze coffin. Every movement perfectly embodied the elegance and composure of nobility, except for the unchanged title. The previously distressed Yang Dongqing felt even worse upon hearing the name Su. His gaze swept over the two of them, and his discomfort deepened. It felt like when you're heartbroken and plan to confide in a friend, only to find out that your friend just started dating a stunning beauty. A double blow. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Morong Mengli noticed something was off with Yang Dongqing and asked. It's nothing, just a breakup. Morong Mengli showed a strange expression but didn't say much more, getting straight to the point. I hadn't mentioned the purpose of exploring the abandoned district before because I was afraid of leaking information. Now that we're about to act, I'll be direct. Please take a look. She took out a golden leaf from her handbag, its patterns clear and lifelike, almost as if it had grown naturally rather than being handcrafted. I bought this golden leaf from a scavenger in the abandoned district. I compared it carefully with the family's records, and it should be a leaf that fell from a golden tree, while the golden eye is the fruit of that tree. So I suspect there might be clues about the golden eye in the abandoned district. Su Chen nodded. He had already guessed Morong Mengli's purpose. If it weren't for the golden eye, there would be no need to explore the abandoned district. He took the golden leaf from her hand and found its texture quite strange. It looked like gold but felt like a leaf. What about the Nightmare Apostles? Have they arrived? All 7 are here, and no one backed out at the last minute. Su, your words must have struck a chord with their souls. They indeed reflected on themselves after returning, Morong Mengli joked, which was rare for her. The fact that everyone had gathered was not surprising to Su Chen. His mental strength had been increasing day by day, especially after acquiring the heart of purity and all things in nature, making it easy to hypnotize the 7 ordinary Nightmare Apostles. I'm curious why we have to bring these 7 ordinary people. Even if they are Nightmare Apostles, their actual combat ability is probably not as good as that of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat ability is weak, but the purpose this time is not combat, it's to find clues. The biggest difference between Nightmare Apostles and ordinary people is that they have a special sensitivity to the monsters and items in the nightmare world, somewhat like a woman's intuition, which will help you in your search. Soon, under Morong Mengli's guidance, they went to the underground base and met the 7 Nightmare Apostles from before. While Morong Mengli was explaining the task, Su Chen pulled down his glasses, a flash of deep blue light flickering in his eyes, and an invisible mental force surged into the 7, reinforcing the hypnosis. Su, this is the route map dictated by the scavenger. The areas marked with red circles are where the golden leaves were found, and they are also your primary target for this exploration. Su Chen put away the route map without wasting any time and, taking advantage of the daylight, led everyone to set off directly in 2 business vehicles towards the abandoned district. Upon arriving at the abandoned district, it felt as if they had entered another world. The first thing that caught their eyes was a gray haze. Beneath the haze lay countless broken walls and ruins, with human structures reduced to a state of utter decay, the steel and concrete skeletons teetering on the brink of collapse. On the dimly visible streets, shattered glass shards and abandoned vehicles were scattered everywhere, while the trees lining the roads grew wildly, as if mutated, twisted and gnarled, covered in tumor-like protrusions. The vehicles continued to move forward, shrouded in mist, until the ruins on the street blocked their path, causing them to come to a slow stop. "Everyone get out of the car," Suchin commanded, and the 5 nightmare apostles all exited the vehicle. "What a thick haze. It wasn't like this when I came last year," said the tattooed man among the nightmare apostles, vigorously waving his arms to disperse the foul air. Suchin glanced at the group and noticed one person was missing, frowning as he called out, "Yang Dongqing." After a moment, a reluctant Yang Dongqing stepped down from the car, clearly not wanting to do anything after his recent heartbreak. "Let's go, Yang Dongqing, lead the way," Suchin said, pulling out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. Although the acrid haze wouldn't harm his pure body, the smell was indeed unpleasant. The group began to move forward through the haze, and out of fear of the abandoned district, the 5 nightmare apostles appeared quite tense, instinctively gripping their guns tighter. Suchin carefully observed his surroundings. As a transcendent being, even under the haze, his visibility exceeded that of ordinary people. He noticed that the shop signs by the roadside had long faded, the characters blurred and unclear, with signs of forced entry on the doors, and the display windows covered in thick dust and cobwebs. Some abandoned factory walls were also overrun with moss and vines. This was a forgotten district, eerily quiet, almost lifeless. "There's something here." Yang Dongqing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. The others turned to look in the direction of his voice and saw, not far ahead, the body of an infant lying on the ground. The infant was chubby and looked quite adorable, but there was a bullet hole in its small head. A female nightmare apostle's face turned pale. "This is inhumane. Why shoot an infant?" "This is not an infant." Suchin adjusted his tinted glasses and led the group closer to the baby, and they finally understood why he said it was not a baby. The chubby infant's lower half was shockingly made up of 8 pitch-black, furry spider legs. Suchin dabbed the handkerchief at the wound on the strange infant, and it immediately stained with yellow-green blood. He examined the dryness of the blood and said, "The strange infant hasn't been dead long, probably within the last day or two. Someone may have come here before us." He then prepared to discard the handkerchief, but at that moment, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a corner of the handkerchief. There, a single character was written. In penmanship, "Remember." Suchin furrowed his brow, staring at the character on the handkerchief. He had no idea how the word "remember" had appeared on his handkerchief, which he had always carried with him. He had been bringing it along daily due to frequent nosebleeds. But now, the handkerchief he carried had been inscribed with a word at some unknown time, and the person who could do this without being detected by his powerful mental strength, what kind of ability did they possess? Wait. No, that's not right. Suchin carefully examined the mark. Although it looked somewhat crooked, as if hastily written, why did it resemble his own handwriting so closely? It was still in pen. A fountain pen. He reached into his pocket and quickly pulled out a fountain pen, the one he always carried with him, specially made with a sharp and tough nib, a lethal weapon. He wrote an identical mark on a handkerchief and, upon careful comparison, he was shocked to discover that the previous mark had indeed been written with this very pen. Did I write this myself? Or did someone take my pen and imitate my handwriting? If it's the latter, what is their purpose? Suchin fell into deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange babies here. Yang Dongqing shouted ahead. Suchin snapped back to reality, no longer pondering, a hint of interest curling his fair and handsome face into a smile. Interesting. Regardless of who wrote the mark, he was already feeling excited. It seems this trip to the abandoned city won't be boring. The group continued forward. Although they were delving deeper, the number of strange baby corpses along the way increased, most of them shot in the head, while others had been blown apart by some immense force. Woo-woo! A woman's weeping, sorrowful voice suddenly drifted from afar. Is someone crying? Could it be a scavenger? Yang Dongqing halted, looking in the direction of the sound, and saw a woman in white crouching on the ground, crying, her back to them, long black hair cascading down. The group tensed. None of them were fools and naturally did not believe that a human woman would be crying in such a bizarre place. Suchin smiled and gestured for Yang Dongqing to ask her. Yang Dongqing nodded and stepped closer to the woman. Are you okay? Woo-woo, my child is missing, have you seen my child? Upon hearing a voice, the woman quickly stood up and turned around. The terrifying image they had imagined did not appear. The woman indeed had a human face, and rather than being frightening, she was incredibly beautiful, looking pitiful with tears like pear blossoms. Did you lose your child? Yang Dongqing was not swayed by her beauty, as he was in a state of heartbreak and felt hostile towards women, especially beautiful ones. The woman gazed at young Dongqing, and suddenly, an extreme hatred flashed across her face. It's you! You killed my child! Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill your child? It's you! It's you! And all of you! The woman screamed in anguish, her resentful gaze fixed on the group. Unbeknownst to them, her human pupils began to deform, as if being squeezed from both sides, transforming her round pupils into vertical slits. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The woman stood still, her body unmoving, but her pale, slender neck began to stretch, suddenly extending 3 meters long, like a white phosphorus python, with her beautiful head hanging above, viciously lunging at young Dongqing. What the hell? Young Dongqing, already in a foul mood, was now further enraged by the monster's accusation, and with fists glinting like metal, he struck fiercely at the beautiful head. Bang! The tremendous force sent the beautiful head flying several meters away, but soon, propelled by that long neck, it halted its backward trajectory, letting out a non-human roar. Da-day-day! The sound of metal striking the ground echoed as countless strange babies, with their cute faces twisted into grimaces, emerged from the thick fog, their 8 legs propelling them rapidly towards the group. Yang Dongqing's face changed drastically. He hadn't expected there to be so many monsters. While he could escape with his iron body, the others behind him, including Su Chen, would likely be doomed. All things in the universe. Unbeknownst to Wen, Su Chen had already taken off his brown glasses, and his eyes had turned a deep blue, as if reflecting the sky itself. Suddenly, thick fog appeared out of nowhere, enveloping everyone's figures, and in the next moment, several illusory figures dashed out from the mist, speeding away into the distance. The woman in white and the monstrous infants were directly lured away by the illusions, chasing after them into the distance. When the fog dissipated, the figures of Su Chen and the others were revealed. Yang Dongqing, still shaken, looked at Su Chen and asked, "You can even hypnotize nightmare monsters?" Su Chen smiled without answering. This was not hypnosis but a visual illusion, constructed using mental power. The advantage of all things in nature was that it did not require invading the enemy's mind but directly created illusions in the external world, which meant it was not limited like hypnosis. For someone like Morong Mengli, who possessed defensive artifacts or other mentally powerful extraordinary beings, hypnosis had little effect on them because mental power found it hard to invade, but all things in nature was different. As long as one had eyes, they could see it. In fact, all things in nature was an extremely difficult ability to operate, 100 times more challenging than something like iron will, which merely enhanced the body and could be used by anyone who was not a vegetable. However, all things in nature required a high level of illusion construction ability. The entire process was akin to painting with mental power. It wasn't enough to just be given the tools, one needed extensive practice to create something realistic, to paint quickly, and to form illusions in an instant. It sounded difficult, but for Su Chen, who had been dreaming for over 100 years, it was far too simple. He had created countless things in his dreams, even entire worlds, let alone mere illusions. In other words, even if others possessed the ability of all things in nature, unless they practiced for 100 years, they could never compare to Su Chen. The group continued onward, and after this monster incident, they were clearly more on edge. Fortunately, their luck was relatively good. Aside from the earlier monstrous infants and the snake woman, they had not encountered any other nightmare monsters and safely reached the area marked on the map. It was a dilapidated 3-story mall, not very large, with walls that had long since fallen into disrepair, covered in moss and vines, clearly abandoned for a long time. This should be the place where the golden leaves were discovered. Let's go in, Su Chen said eagerly as he entered the mall. He first used his mental power to sense the surroundings and did not detect any monsters, so he said to the others, "Split up to search for clues. Yang Dongqing and I will search the 3rd floor, while the 4 of you will pair up, with 2 responsible for the 1st floor and 2 for the 2nd floor. We'll regroup on the 3rd floor afterward." The 4 nightmare apostles nodded and then split into 2 groups to explore. Su Chen and Yang Dongqing went to the 3rd floor, which seemed to be a clothing area. Among the numerous shops stood many white mannequins, but the clothes on these mannequins had long since disappeared, as if they had been stripped bare. Yang Dongqing looked at the mannequins and nervously swallowed. "You don't think these mannequins will suddenly come to life, do you?" Su Chen smiled lightly. "Wouldn't that be interesting?" "I really shouldn't have asked you." Yang Dongqing rolled her eyes and continued forward. Su Chen followed behind, letting Yang Dongqing lead the way, but the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. He felt as if he had forgotten something. What exactly had he forgotten? What the hell? What is this thing? Yang Dongqing's sudden exclamation interrupted Su Chen's thoughts as he walked toward her direction. He found her stopped in front of a shop, her gaze tense as she looked inside. When he shifted his gaze into the shop, he couldn't help but frown slightly. It was a door. An old wooden door, painted red, seemingly quite old, with much of the red paint having chipped away, revealing the color of the raw wood beneath. This door looks nothing special. What is truly special is that it stands alone in the center of the shop, with nothing behind it, and the door is open, swirling with thick mist inside, as if it leads to another world. There's nothing behind this door, but there's thick fog inside. Could it be a gateway to hell? Yang Dongqing's eyes revealed a hint of apprehension, and he dared not approach the door easily. Su Chen naturally would not take risks himself. He directly called up the nightmare apostle from downstairs. Soon, the tattooed man and a balding middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses jogged up. "Did you find anything downstairs?" The two shook their heads, and the tattooed man said, "In the floor I was responsible for, there were no gold leaves, and even the shops selling gold and jewelry were empty. There were quite a few signs of fighting inside. It seems the scavengers took everything." Su Chen nodded and was about to instruct the tattooed man to enter the door when he suddenly paused. He turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, "How many people did we bring this time?" Yang Dongqing looked puzzled, seemingly thinking Su Chen's question was silly. "Just those two." "Two?" Su Chen squinted, the eyes behind his brown glasses flickering. He indeed remembered bringing 2 people, but why did it feel so off? Was there only 2 employees in the entire bronze coffin company? No, not 2, but 7. A faint blue light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Yang Dongqing's expression turned strange. "Are you feverish? Where did 7 people come from?" "Although I don't remember 7 people, I consumed enough mental energy for 7 before leaving. I remember hypnotizing them before I left. Although I recall hypnotizing 2, the mental energy consumed can't be wrong," Su Chen asserted. He finally realized something was amiss. His memory had been tampered with. Yang Dongqing's expression also changed slightly. "You mean?" At that moment, no one noticed the mist in the wooden door continuously swirling, tendrils of fog beginning to invade. "Did you find anything downstairs?" Su Chen asked. The two shook their heads, and the tattooed man said, "In the floor I was responsible for, there were no gold leaves, and even the shops selling gold and jewelry were empty. It seems the scavengers took everything." Su Chen nodded and said to the tattooed man, "You go in and check the situation." He couldn't let Yang Dongqing take the risk. No one knew what was inside, and he didn't want to lose a key member for nothing. The tattooed man showed hesitation, but under Su Chen's gaze, he quickly regained his composure and said resolutely, "Thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. I will not let you down." He then strode toward the wooden door filled with mist, his figure gradually swallowed by the fog. "What the hell is this?" Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the door in the shop. Su Chen turned to look, frowning slightly at a door emitting thick mist. "There's nothing behind this door. Could it be a gateway to hell?" Yang Dongqing said warily. "You go in and check the situation," Su Chen said to the balding man beside him. The balding man, seeing the bottomless mist, was so frightened his heart nearly jumped out, and he kept retreating. No, I'm scared." Su Chen's gaze flickered, and the balding man instantly transformed. "Thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. Everything is for the Minister." He then strode into the door, his figure swallowed by the mist. "What the hell is this?" Yang Dongqing exclaimed again, pointing incredulously at the door in the shop. Su Chen turned to look, frowning slightly at a door with no walls, yet emitting thick mist inside. "There's nothing behind this door, but there's fog inside. Could it be a gateway to hell?" Yang Dongqing was apprehensive. Su Chen instinctively wanted to send Yang Dongqing in to investigate the situation, but suddenly froze, as this did not align with his logic. According to his reasoning, when faced with a place of unknown dangers, the optimal solution should be to send an ordinary person in first. Yang Dongqing, being the only extraordinary person under his command, would be a significant loss if he were to be harmed inside. Yet, it was just the 2 of them here. This stirred a strange feeling within him. Why had he only brought Yang Dongqing with him? His memory and logic clashed at this moment. It was completely unreasonable, as he rarely went out alone. Even after becoming an extraordinary person, he had a habit of bringing his subordinates along. Extraordinary beings were not invincible, having more people ultimately meant greater strength. Was this exploration of the bronze coffin really just the 2 of them? The bronze coffin was an empty shell company, without a single employee? Morong Mengli had become so useless that she couldn't even recruit anyone? More and more logical inconsistencies appeared in Su Chen's mind, yet memory insisted that everything was reasonable, intensifying the sense of dissonance. Suddenly, he asked, "How did we get to the abandoned city?" Yang Dongqing looked puzzled, as if he were looking at an idiot. "Of course we drove here." "How many cars did we drive?" "2, Yang Dongqing replied without thinking, but after saying this, he froze. 2 cars? Why would we need 2 cars for just the 2 of us? His eyes widened suddenly, clearly realizing something, and he looked sharply at Su Chen. "It must be because you were being difficult and didn't want to ride in the same car as me, so you drove too." Su Chen. Although he had long known that he couldn't rely on Yang Dongqing's wooden head, he hadn't expected the other party to be abstracted to this extent. Su Chen took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellow-green bloodstains had long since dried, but he wasn't looking at the stains, rather at the character written on it. Looking at that character, Su Chen finally understood its meaning. It was not finished. If it were completed, it should be 2 characters, memory. He was almost certain that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been tampered with. Whether it was the 2 cars or the consumed mental energy, both were evidence. Moreover, at this moment, he also knew who had written that character. Have you ever thought that perhaps this isn't our first time here? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Is it the smog that's made you hallucinate? Su Chen smiled slightly. Do you remember the snake woman saying you killed her child? If you hadn't been here before, how could you have killed her child? Yang Dongqing curled his lip. That was a lunatic. Do you believe what a nightmare monster says? Do you want to know who left the kiss mark on Mo Li's neck? At this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed suddenly, a cold light flickering in his eyes. I knew it was you. Su Chen. Hey, I really don't need to explain this to you, but I can tell you that the kiss mark was probably left by you yourself. You're full of crap. How could I not know if I kissed myself? Take out your phone and check the date. Think back. Do you have any memories of yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing was angry, he obediently took out his phone to check the date, and then his body stiffened. He finally realized something was off because he truly couldn't remember what he had done yesterday. Su Chen, what the hell is going on? Su Chen pushed up his tinted glasses and analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be our second time in the abandoned city, and the first time we should have brought 10 nightmare apostles. 10? Yang Dongqing was somewhat incredulous. Yes. Su Chen took out his phone and opened the transfer records. Previously, I had Morong Mengli transfer their money to me, and that very night she did. I received a total of 10 million, exactly 1 million for each of the 10 people. Morong Mengli said we would set off 2 days later, but today is already the 3rd day. This time, we should have brought 7 people, as I used up the mental energy of 7 individuals during hypnosis. This means that during the first time, 3 people disappeared in the abandoned district. I estimate that the first group realized something was off at that time and became aware of the fog's issues, so they returned. Based on my understanding of myself, the first version of me should have gone back to get a gas mask, but halfway there, I discovered that my memory was still fading, so I specifically wrote a reminder on a handkerchief. Unfortunately, the memory faded too quickly. I forgot halfway through writing it. Later on, I even forgot about the handkerchief. The strange baby corpse we encountered earlier should have been one we killed during our first visit, which is why the snake woman wanted revenge as soon as she saw you. As for what you said about Jasmine cheating, that's easily explained. Since you went back once, it was probably something you left behind during your intimacy, but the fog's influence made you forget, and even Jasmine's memory was affected. The new clothes were also bought by you. If you don't believe it, you can check your balance. Yang Dongqing suddenly took out his phone to check and found that his balance was indeed 0. He looked up in disbelief. I cheated on myself. Su Chen ignored Yang Dongqing's strange focus and pondered a countermeasure. It was clear that the fog here had the ability to erode memories. What to do now? Go back? He quickly dismissed that thought. Going back was useless. The first time had already been tried, and even if one left the fog's range, memories would still disappear, eventually forgetting that they had ever been to the abandoned district. In fact, forgetting itself isn't terrifying. What's truly frightening is forgetting the act of forgetting. This is different from amnesia. A person with amnesia knows they have lost their memory and can clearly sense a vast blank space in their mind. However, after inhaling the fog, one forgets that they have amnesia and cannot perceive any abnormalities. If it weren't for the serious logical flaws, Su Chen would also find it hard to realize he had lost his memory. What the hell is this thing? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the door in the shop. Su Chen glanced at him. It was evident that Yang Dongqing had lost his memory again, as if he were seeing the door for the first time. At the same time, he felt his own memories beginning to blur again, but this time the blurring was slow because he was using mental energy to resist the erosion. Mental energy does have some effect against this kind of memory erosion, provided he is aware of the anomaly and actively uses his mental energy to resist. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Su Chen decided to enter the door. It was rare to encounter such an interesting place, and it would be a shame not to explore it. What the? Shut up, clear the way ahead. Su Chen tapped Yang Dongqing's head with his snake-patterned wooden staff, pushing him into the door. Soon, both of them were engulfed by the fog. Just after they entered, bang, the old wooden door slammed shut. In a luxurious manner in the upper city. Have the two new extraordinary individuals recruited by Morong Mangli already gone to the abandoned district? A man weighing over 300 pounds, dressed in an oversized white suit and a red tie, asked. This 300-pound man was sitting in a wide genuine leather chair, his body resembling a lump of flesh embedded within it. Standing before him was the respectful Han Yu. Chairman Xian, you can rest assured, everything has been arranged. Morong Mengli still believes that the golden leaves are those that fell from the golden trees in the abandoned district, unaware that the leaves are real but did not grow in the abandoned district. They were bought at a high price from the imperial capital by you, hee. So far, she has sent several groups of people into the wasteland, and each time that group dies inside, her memory is altered accordingly, forgetting that she ever sent anyone into the wasteland. This cycle continues, and her bronze coffin company will eventually be doomed. Han Yu laughed proudly. Slap! A large hand adorned with a silver ring struck his face hard, the terrifying force sending Han Yu flying. Impudent! Mengli is the fiancée of this president, and you dare to mock her. Xian Ziheo's small eyes, squeezed by fat, revealed a hint of coldness. Han Yu, who had fallen to the ground, quickly scrambled up, kneeling in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. I was wrong, President. I spoke without thinking. Please punish me. Whether it was an illusion or not, Xian Ziheo, who had just slapped Han Yu, seemed to have lost a bit of weight. Looking at the terrified Han Yu, Xian Ziheo's expression slightly calmed. Earlier, you said that the pretty boy named Su Chen is not weak? Yes, Su Chen's methods are indeed strange, but please rest assured, President. No matter how strong he is, he cannot compare to the unforgettable I acquired at a high price. As far as I know, this is already his second time entering the wasteland. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I specially took the memory potion, infiltrated the wasteland in advance, and threw a lot of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unforgettable's strength is even greater, and this time he will definitely not come out alive. Very good. Xian Ziheo nodded in satisfaction. The unforgettable is very special. This president also hired a silver-level powerhouse who can restrain it. Below silver, unless there is a transcendent being with the ability to foresee the future, anyone who goes in will die. After saying that, he grabbed a delicate pastry nearby and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The day when the head of the Morong family announces the engagement is getting closer. As long as we deal with this batch of transcendent beings, Mengli will definitely not be able to recruit anyone in the short term, let alone find the golden eye. In the end, she will have to obediently marry me, hee. A lewd smile appeared on Xian Ziheo's face, as if he had already imagined the scene of pressing that beautiful body beneath him. Originally, he just wanted to casually find a noblewoman to marry and elevate his status, but unexpectedly, the illegitimate daughter Morong Mengli turned out to be quite attractive, making it a win-win situation. President Qian, I heard that the second young master and the fourth young lady of the Morong family seem to have also gone to the wasteland. Xian Ziheo sneered. This president spent a lot of money to get an unforgettable, so naturally, I need to find someone to reimburse me. Han Yu's face suddenly tightened. Do you mean that the eldest young master is also involved? Humph, not too stupid. This president is on good terms with the eldest young master of the Morong family, so naturally, I will help him become the heir of the family. Since I can deceive Mengli with golden leaves, I can also send messages to her other siblings. These people, in pursuit of the clues to the golden eye, will definitely send transcendent beings into the wasteland like moths to a flame. Meanwhile, the eldest young master, who truly knows the inside story, will sit back and watch them exhaust their strength. By then, even if the eldest young master cannot find the golden eye, what does it matter? How can the others, weakened, compete with the eldest young master? Han Yu was increasingly shocked, feeling a deep respect for the large man before him. No wonder he could become the richest man in Star City as an ordinary person. His methods were indeed brilliant. Without spending a dime, he manipulated a group of nobles at will, and the only unforgettable he paid for could also be reimbursed by the eldest young master, perhaps even making a profit. President is brilliant. I admire you. It's just that we still can't find the golden eye. What about the head of the Morong family? Humph, that old man should have died long ago. I spent a lot of money to buy his daughter, and he still dares to ask for half the mining rights to the secret silver mine? Does he really think his children sincerely want to find the golden eye to extend his life? It's all just for show. Even if he doesn't die, what does it matter if he establishes an heir? The Morong family still answers to him. Han Yu felt a chill run down his back. The darkness among the nobles made even this extraordinary being feel alarmed. Is the mist dissipating? Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the desolate land, with no trace of mist around. Logically, entering a door filled with mist should lead to a hazy world, but the result was exactly the opposite. The door. It's gone. The place where the two had entered was now devoid of any door, only air remained. Suchen carefully examined the barren land. The ground was bare red earth, with not a single plant in sight. The terrain was uneven, some areas rose like sand dunes, while others sank into the ground. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, locking onto a half-meter deep depression where a person lay. Yang Dongqing, go take a look. Faced with the unusual situation, Su Chen sent Yang Dongqing forward. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction but walked over anyway. This time, without the interference of mist, their memories were temporarily unaffected. He first kicked the person with his foot, and seeing no reaction, cautiously checked for a breath. This is a dead person. Su Chen walked over, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane. The deceased was a male, his face unfamiliar, but he looked peaceful, as if he had died suddenly without any awareness, and there were no wounds on his body. He should be a nightmare apostle of the bronze coffin, Su Chen asserted. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't the bronze coffin just the two of us? Su Chen didn't explain further. His certainty stemmed from the residual mental fluctuations he sensed from the deceased, proving he had once hypnotized him. The two continued forward, discovering more and more bodies along the way, the number exceeding 30. All the deceased had serene expressions and no wounds. Judging by the residual mental fluctuations, 8 of the dead belonged to the bronze coffin, while the origins of the others were unknown. It seems we aren't the first to arrive here. Someone came before us, Su Chen mused, adjusting his glasses. Places like this abandoned city, where no one would come, were unlikely to attract visitors, and judging by the clothing of the deceased, several were from the upper city. Why would people from the upper city come here? Was it also for the golden eye? Just as he pondered, he suddenly heard footsteps behind a small hill nearby, as if someone was walking. He leaped, his body enhanced by the heart of purity, light as a bird, swiftly soaring to the top of the hill. He focused his gaze and immediately frowned. At that moment, Yang Dongqing also climbed up, and upon seeing the two men, his expression changed drastically. They were two men, one in a white shirt with a balding head, the other with a large tattooed arm, looking like ordinary people. But what truly startled Yang Dongqing was that on the tattooed man's shoulder perched a small creature with white skin and fleshy wings on its back. The small creature had no face, just a large mouth on its head. Its bare arms reached into the tattooed man's skull, probing around, then pulled out a cotton candy-like mass and stuffed it into its mouth. Strangely, there were no wounds on the tattooed man's head. Moreover, neither the tattooed man nor the balding man seemed to notice the small creature, as if it were invisible, continuing to walk. Be careful of the monster. Yang Dongqing shouted. The tattooed man and the balding man were startled, turning to look at Su Chen and Yang Dongqing, surprise flashing in their eyes. Are you also trapped here? We're looking for a way out of this hellhole. Yang Dongqing was in a panic. He couldn't understand why the two couldn't see the little monster. He waved his arms. That big tattooed guy. There's a monster on your shoulder. On your shoulder. The tattooed man was taken aback and instinctively looked at his shoulder, his expression instantly turning to one of sheer terror. Just as he was about to scream, a look of confusion crossed his face, and he turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, "Where's the monster? Are you blind? It's right on your shoulder." An impatient Yang Dongqing rushed forward, and Su Chen did not stop him but observed instead. He was certain that the tattooed man and the bald man were both from the Bronze Coffin Company, as they still carried his spiritual fluctuations. Yang Dongqing swung his fist at the little monster, but as he entered the 10-meter range of the creature, a look of confusion appeared on his face, and he stopped in his tracks. Like a fool, he scratched his head. What was I rushing over to do? He had forgotten. Meanwhile, the little monster continued to devour the things it had extracted from the tattooed man's brain. Bang! The tattooed man fell straight to the ground, dying peacefully, with no wounds on his body. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What happened? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be low blood sugar? Quick, help him up. The two hurried to lift the tattooed man, but just as they bent down, a look of confusion flashed across their faces, completely forgetting what they were about to do. Whoosh! The little monster jumped onto the bald man's shoulder, its bare arm reaching for the bald man's head. Seeing this scene, Su Chen instantly understood that this little monster was likely the culprit behind their memory loss, and the mist was probably created by it as well. Yang Dongqing, come back, Su Chen waved to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a step back, but after one step, he paused again, asking Su Chen in confusion, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Su Chen drew his gun and aimed at the little monster. He didn't use all things in nature, because the monster had no eyes, and hypnosis was too far away. Bang bang bang! The bullets accurately hit the little monster, knocking it off the shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullets did not penetrate its body, only leaving several white marks. After hitting the ground, the little monster quickly got up, flapping its fleshy wings behind it, and fled into the distance. "Why did you suddenly shoot?" Yang Dongqing asked, puzzled. "Just now, there was a monster beside you that could devour memories. If I'm not mistaken, entering its 10-meter range would affect your memory, so keep your distance and don't get close." Yang Dongqing's expression changed. "A memory-devouring monster? Why didn't I see it? Can it turn invisible?" Su Chen shook his head. "It can't turn invisible, but the moment you see it, you'll forget that you saw it. In other words, you can only ensure you won't forget it by keeping a distance of 10 meters. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth, but before he could speak, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked in shock at Su Chen's shoulder. "You!" Su Chen's gaze turned cold. Without waiting for Yang Dongqing to warn him, his gun was already aimed at his own shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the little monster reaching for his head. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his finger hard against the trigger, but at that critical moment, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and he stopped his finger from pressing the trigger. "Wait, what was I about to do? The gun? What was I going to shoot? Why was I going to shoot? Forget it, it doesn't matter, I never do anything meaningless. I must have my reasons." Bang! A searing bullet whistled out, striking the small monster squarely in its gaping mouth, sending it flying. This time, it might have hit a vital spot, causing it to roll on the ground in pain, its little fleshy wings flapping desperately as it flew away into the distance. Su Chen instantly regained clarity, his hands steady as precise machines, continuously firing in the direction the small monster was escaping. Although all the bullets hit their mark, they could not inflict a fatal wound. In the blink of an eye, the small monster vanished from sight. "Run!" he commanded, leading Yang Dongqing and the others in the opposite direction. "That monster is really damn creepy. What do we do now?" Yang Dongqing shouted to Su Chen, who was 10 meters ahead, as they sprinted. "It's inherently weak, and its defense can't match your steel heart, but that state of being unmemorable is currently unsolvable. To deal with it, we can only rely on long-range attacks like 5-finger flame bullets or non-living entities without memory. A handgun can repel it but cannot kill it, so for now, we must escape. Otherwise, once the bullets run out, we will undoubtedly die." Excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes, like a seasoned gamer facing a challenging level. He had nearly died just now. If he hadn't fired that shot, he would have been doomed. Relying on Yang Dongqing for rescue was unrealistic. Even if Yang Dongqing rushed over, he would forget why he came once he entered the 10-meter range. Fortunately, he still fired, and with absolute confidence in himself, he managed to shoot even while losing his memory. The three of them raced on, and soon, the small monster caught up again, its bare fleshy wings flapping as it charged toward them. Su Chen fired while retreating, relying on the power of the firearm. Although he couldn't kill the small monster, he could at least slow its advance. After they climbed over a tall hill, they immediately saw a different scene. The first thing that caught their eyes was a sacrificial site surrounded by massive stone walls, with semicircular stone walls arranged in a mysterious pattern. The walls were built from enormous stones, their surfaces rough and uneven, covered in mottled marks and moss. From the hilltop, it looked like a giant eye made of stone walls, with a clearing in the center resembling a human pupil. "Let's go in and take a look," Su Chen ordered. This time, before he could instruct Yang Dongqing, the latter had already taken the initiative to lead the way. The bald man followed closely behind Su Chen, his face filled with fear, cold sweat pouring down. He had completely forgotten about Su Chen and the others, even why he was there. All he knew was that there was a monster behind them, and they needed to run quickly. Strangely, after the three entered this land, the small monster stopped in its tracks, seemingly wary of something and unwilling to approach. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that there might be hidden dangers in this place, but regardless of what dangers lay hidden, they had to investigate. Because with his current means, once the bullets ran out, facing the small monster would mean certain death. The three of them weaved through the large gaps left by the stone walls, heading straight for the center. Along the way, they saw many ancient bronze ritual vessels scattered haphazardly on the ground. Those bronze vessels were quite damaged and rusty, but Su Chen did not overlook them. Instead, he examined them carefully. Although he had never seen a treasure, the appearance of bronze vessels in such a bizarre place might indicate they were treasures. However, treasures were indeed not so easily encountered. These bronze vessels could at most be considered antiques, completely unrelated to treasures, lacking any power of law, and crumbling at the slightest touch. "There's a corpse." Yang Dongqing, at the front, suddenly stopped, staring intently at a dark humanoid figure in the corner of the wall. Su Chen stepped forward and poked with his snake-patterned wooden cane, discovering that this was indeed a human corpse. The reason it was completely charred was that the person had been scorched by flames. They continued onward, and the closer they got to the central area, the more corpses they encountered. Strangely, the causes of death for these corpses fell into two categories. One was burned to a crisp, while the other had no flesh left, only a pile of white bones, which showed signs of decay. This can't be some kind of sacrificial site, can it? Yang Dongqing's face was filled with seriousness and dread. The two different tragic states of the corpses gave him a bad premonition. I've heard that some who worship evil gods like to self-immolate to prove their devotion. Those white bones can't possibly be the remains of people who offered their flesh and blood to the evil god, right? The bald man trembled as he spoke. Stop, there are people in the center of the square. Suchen suddenly halted in front of a stone wall. Behind the wall was the central square. Just now, he had heard faint voices, and there was more than one person. The expressions of Yang Dongqing and the others tightened as they cautiously approached the edge of the stone wall, intending to first observe the situation in the square. 3 more unlucky ones have come. No need to hide, you 3 can come out. Several voices came from behind the stone wall. Seeing that they had been discovered, Suchen decided not to hide any longer and confidently led the 2 out from behind the stone wall. What greeted their eyes was an expansive square, surrounded by a circle of massive stone pillars, the surface of which had weathered, but faint traces of intricate carvings could still be discerned. In the center, surrounded by the stone pillars, stood an altar as white as jade, upon which rested a statue about half a person tall. The voices they had heard earlier belonged to 8 people leaning against the stone pillars, 7 men and 1 woman. Each of them bore a faint hint of murderous intent on their faces, and they were well equipped, some carrying cold weapons while others held firearms. Most strikingly, all 8 of them were injured. 3 had extensive burn wounds, while the remaining 5 had decaying limbs, with the most severe even exposing their stark white bones. Which company are you 3 from? A burly man in a tight black tank top and camouflage pants stared intently at Su Chen and the others. The man's left hand was already mostly decayed, with the white bones faintly visible. Bronze coffin, Su Chen replied flatly. The burly man frowned slightly. Another bronze coffin? I didn't expect a newly established small company to attract so many extraordinary individuals. Another? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. You've seen other extraordinary individuals from Bronze Coffin? Before the burly man could answer, a young Taoist in the corner, trembling, quickly raised his hand. Me. I'm also from Bronze Coffin. Yang Dongqing looked at the Taoist and realized he didn't recognize him at all. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he carefully examined the young Taoist, who had a handsome face, wore a green Taoist robe, and had his hair styled in a topknot, with an ancient long sword strapped to his back. Upon seeing the long sword, he immediately confirmed the young man's identity. Indeed, he is from Bronze Coffin. Su Chen's sudden remark brought joy to the Taoist. Fellow Taoist, didn't we know each other before? I didn't expect you to come from the unmemorable and still recognize me, but unfortunately, I don't remember you at all. Unmemorable? Is that the name of that little monster? Su Chen shook his head. I don't know you. Ah, the Taoist's expression froze. Then how can you be sure I'm from Bronze Coffin? Because among everyone present, you are the only one carrying a long sword. I once saw sword marks on the dummies in the Bronze Coffin training room, but Morong Mengli has no impression of those sword marks, so I suspect that there must have been other people from Bronze Coffin who entered the abandoned city earlier, but because of the unmemorable, Morong Mengli forgot about you. What? The Taoist was taken aback. The boss actually forgot about me. After I joined the company, I sent her flowers every day. Even though she didn't accept them, how could she forget me? Were my flowers given for nothing? In an instant, the Taoist looked as if he had been struck hard, his spirit drooping, resembling the expression of Yang Dongqing when he had a breakup. Shut up! The burly man shouted angrily. No one wants to hear about your failed love life. If we can't figure out a way to break the curse, we all die. The Taoist's face turned pale, and he dared not speak again, seemingly very wary of the burly man. At that moment, the burly man addressed Su Chen and the others. My name is Tai Feng, a bronze tier 3 extraordinary being, affiliated with the Ling Shu company founded by the second young master of the Morong family. Among us, I am the strongest, temporarily leading this makeshift team. What are your strengths? Don't think about hiding anything. We are all in the same boat. The moment you entered this sacrificial ground, you were already targeted by the statue. Now, we can only think of a way together to survive. A statue? Su Chen glanced at the humanoid statue placed on the altar, which was quite strange, half black and half white, as if made from 2 completely different materials. The black part was as fierce as a demon, while the white part was as pure as a deity. Both figures had 4 wings behind them, also composed of black and white, making a total of 8 wings, resembling a combination of an angel and a fallen angel from mythology. Yang Dongqing, Bronze Tier 1. Yang Dongqing was the first to state his name and level. Upon hearing Bronze 1, disappointment spread across the faces of the crowd, clearly hoping for a more powerful ally. The bald man stammered, I'm Zhao Yongxiang, an ordinary person. An ordinary person actually survived the hands of the unrememberable? Do you have a treasure? Taifeng fixed his gaze on Zhao Yongxiang, the palpable pressure making Zhao Yongxiang tremble even more. He quickly waved his hands. No, it was he who saved me. Taifeng followed Zhao Yongxiang's gaze to Su Chen, his expression turning scrutinizing. Su Chen smiled slightly. Su Chen, Bronze Tier 3. Great! Another Bronze 3? Maybe he can find a way to break the curse, the only woman in the group exclaimed with delight, constantly glancing at Su Chen. You say you're Bronze 3? Taifeng looked skeptical. Kid, this is not the time for lies. I don't believe a bronze coffin can attract a Bronze Tier 3 extraordinary being. What is your bronze law? Su Chen adjusted his tea-colored glasses and replied calmly, What? Do you want to try? His indifferent tone carried an undeniable confidence, reminiscent of someone in a high position looking down. Oof. Taifeng snorted. Kid, I'm not afraid of you. Right now, the priority is to lift the curse. There's no need to complicate things. Though he said this, the wariness in his eyes was hard to conceal. Is there anyone willing to explain the curse? Su Chen politely inquired. The woman in the crowd was about to speak but was preempted by the Taoist. Having been frightened into silence by Taifeng earlier, he now seemed to have found his backbone, standing up straighter. Brother Su, I'm Jun Wushang, one of us. Let me explain. We all entered here to escape the unrememberable. Everyone who enters this sacrificial ground will be targeted by this statue. No one can leave. This angel-demon statue will cast curses based on good and evil. Good people will see the statue completely transform into an angel and then be burned by flames, while evil people will see the statue turn into a demon, and their bodies will rot. Previously, someone tried to attack the statue, but it was completely useless. Even Mr. Taifeng, a Bronze 3, couldn't leave a mark on it. We can only watch ourselves slowly burn to death or rot away completely, Jun Wushang said, while lifting his Taoist robe to reveal his decaying body. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. How does the statue distinguish between good and evil? Based on the curses of good and evil? He found it somewhat baffling, as the standards of good and evil are hard to judge. In the eyes of ants, humans are all villains, trampling their kin without reason every day. The statue will ask questions, and then judge good and evil based on your answers. Remember, you must never lie. Lying will get you killed by the statue. When does it ask questions? As long as you get close to the statue, it will come to life and ask. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up as he discovered a way out. Then if I don't go near, won't I avoid the curse? Taifeng scoffed. You think you're the only clever one? Are we all fools? I already said, anyone who enters the sacrificial ground has already been targeted by the statue. If you don't approach the statue to answer questions for a long time, it's like offending both angels and demons at the same time, and your body will be burned by fire and rot. Yang Dongqing's expression stiffened, feeling a bit angry, but he couldn't argue back. Su Chen didn't go directly to find the statue. Instead, he asked a question. Are you all affiliated with the company founded by the Murong family? Taifeng pointed to the two people beside him. We are from Ling Shu Company, and those over there are from Ling Yao Company, founded by the fourth young lady of the Murong family. You don't need me to explain who you are, right? Bronze Coffin, the nominal third young lady of the Murong family. He didn't mention the words illegitimate daughter, clearly still wary of Su Chen's bronze third stage strength. So you all came to look for the golden eye? The crowd nodded with varying expressions. If it weren't for the golden eye, who would come to a ghost town like this for no reason? Taifeng sneered. Suddenly, Su Chen smiled. It seems there is no golden eye here. The crowd was taken aback, and Taifeng hurriedly asked, What do you mean by that? How do you know there isn't? Where did you hear about the golden eye? Why should I tell you? Taifeng replied warily. Su Chen smiled slightly. Then let me guess, your companies must have obtained the golden leaves from scavengers, right? As soon as he said this, the people from Ling Shu and Ling Yao companies changed their expressions simultaneously, and the two groups exchanged glances, clearly realizing something was off. Taifeng still insisted. So what? The golden tree must have dropped more than one leaf. Isn't it normal for many scavengers to pick them up? This only proves that there is a golden eye here. Su Chen sighed, his gaze behind the brown glasses looking at him like he was an idiot. If what you say is true, then more companies should have learned about the golden eye, not just the Murong family. Haven't you thought about why all the companies here are from the Murong family? And all the companies are present, except for the company of the Murong family's eldest son? Could it be? The few of them exchanged glances, seeing the shock on each other's faces. They weren't fools, they just found it hard to think calmly due to the curse, their minds filled with thoughts of the curse. Now, after Su Chen's hint, they suddenly realized something was wrong. Do you mean this is a trap set by the eldest son of the Murong family? Taifeng suddenly stood up, then groaned in pain, clutching his decaying left arm, clearly having touched a wound. Perhaps, but it doesn't matter. Su Chen shrugged indifferently. In fact, he leaned more towards the idea that Morong Mengli's fiancé was also involved, as Han Yu had not appeared at all. To him, it didn't matter who the mastermind was. After all, he never cared about evidence for revenge. Killing all the suspects would eventually lead to the real enemy among them. Moreover, he quite liked the surprises the other party sent and decided to return the favor in the future. The expressions of the crowd turned extremely grim. Being set up to fall to such a state, it was inevitable for anyone to harbor resentment. Next question: after you entered the sacrificial ground, did the unmemorable appear again? Perhaps due to the acknowledgement of Su Chen's strength and intelligence, even Tai Feng did not play tricks this time and directly said, "No, the unmemorable should be wary of the statue and does not dare to enter its range at all." Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this statue was even more bizarre than the unmemorable. But why would the mastermind behind the scenes place two mutually restraining entities in the abandoned district? The statue was so strange that it could trap all the extraordinary beings here, leaving them to wait for death. Logically, the mastermind only needed to send out the statue. There was no need to add another unmemorable. Unless the statue was not created by the mastermind but was originally here. After roughly sorting out the cause and effect, Su Chen signaled to the bald man Zhao Yongxiang. Under the influence of hypnosis, Zhao Yongxiang resolutely stepped into the range enveloped by the statue. His actions immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. They seemed to be extremely wary of the statue. Seeing someone step into its range, they all endured their pain and got up, continuously retreating. When Zhao Yongxiang stepped about 10 meters near the statue, a cracking sound echoed as stones rubbed against each other. The half-human, half-demon statue's head slowly turned to face Zhao Yongxiang, its black and white eyes seemingly coming to life, slightly moving as they fixed on the living person before it. A terrifying pressure descended at that moment, freezing the surrounding space. The feeling was indescribable, as if suddenly plunged into a 10,000-meter deep sea, surrounded by writhing darkness, suffocating, cold, and despairing. Thud! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongxiang actually knelt directly on the ground, his face pale and body trembling, nearly collapsing. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongxiang to remove his fear, but facing the statue, this tidal wave of fear broke through the hypnosis. "Mortal, speak of your most heinous deeds." A deep, eerie, and grand voice echoed simultaneously, two completely different tones, as if an angel and a demon were speaking. When the statue spoke, the extraordinary beings all looked terrified, not daring to breathe, hiding behind the pillars to watch. Zhao Yongxiang trembled even more, his words becoming intermittent. "I embezzled money from my previous company and framed others." Buzz! Accompanied by a strange buzzing sound, the statue slowly fell silent, and the terrifying pressure dissipated completely. What followed was Zhao Yongxiang's scream, "Ah! My leg!" He screamed, frantically trying to roll up his pant leg, only to see the flesh on his right calf beginning to rot. "He has suffered the curse of a demon," Tai Feng said solemnly, with a hint of confusion in his tone. "Among our sins, embezzling public funds is already the lightest. I thought he would be cursed by an angel. I didn't expect it to be a demon? Who knows? Perhaps in the eyes of angels, embezzling public funds is considered betrayal, so it isn't seen as virtuous?" Suddenly, another scream rang out, this time from Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was covering his left hand, his face contorted in pain, as 3 fingers began to slowly rot, while the other 2 fingers seemed to be burned by an invisible flame, the skin continuously charring. "Hurry and answer the statue's question, or you will be cursed by both the angel and the demon," Jun Wuxian, also from the Bronze Coffin Company, hurriedly reminded. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he rushed toward the statue. Then, the statue came to life again, looking at Yang Dongqing. The young man with a body of steel suddenly felt a terrifying pressure, as if dark mountain peaks were pressing down on him. He tried to grit his teeth and endure, but just a few seconds later, he fell to his knees in front of the statue. "Mortal, speak of the heinous deeds you have committed." It was the same question again. Yet Yang Dongqing found himself in a dilemma, as he was unsure which deed was truly heinous. He thought of saying he had killed people, having taken the lives of several members of the Poison Snake Gang, but he didn't feel that was evil. It was clearly Su Chen who had acted first, stealing Jasmine away, and the members of the Poison Snake Gang were all scum, their deaths not unjust. After pondering for a moment, Yang Dongqing struggled to lift his head and said, "Robbery, I robbed 50,000 yuan. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound arose. The statue began to change in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The originally half-god, half-demon figure rapidly turned black, completely transforming into a hideous demon. At the same time, the burns on his palm quickly disappeared, replaced by the rotting of his entire hand. "Another demon!" Jun Wuxiang exclaimed. "This is ridiculous. Robbing 50,000 yuan makes one a demon? This woman wiped out her enemy's entire family for revenge, not sparing even the children, yet she received the angel's curse. The woman mentioned turned cold, sneering, killing for a life is only natural. What's wrong with seeking revenge? You should look at yourself. The most heinous thing you've done is not paying for a foot massage, and you've been labeled a demon, yet you have the face to criticize others? Jun Wushang's face flushed red, clearly embarrassed by having his past exposed. I just forgot to bring money. Tai Feng's gaze moved among the group, and he said solemnly, there is indeed something off. Is the standard of judgment really good and evil? Is robbery worse than murder? Could it be because Jun Wushang is a Taoist, and his actions are equivalent to betraying his own beliefs, so it has nothing to do with the severity of the situation and is counted as betrayal? A short, thin man pondered. It's possible. Tai Feng couldn't come up with a better explanation and could only reluctantly accept this reasoning. At this moment, everyone's gaze turned to the last person, Su Chen. Someone questioned, why hasn't he been cursed by the gods and demons after all this time without answering the question? The crowd also noticed this issue. Su Chen and Yang Dongqing had arrived simultaneously, and logically, both should have faced the dual curses of gods and demons at the same time, yet only Yang Dongqing had been cursed, while Su Chen appeared unscathed. He must have already been cursed, his wounds are probably covered by his clothes, and he likely has a high pain tolerance, which is why no abnormalities have shown. Hearing the discussions, Su Chen smiled slightly, not explaining, he truly had not been cursed. Earlier, he had sensed two strange forces invading his body, but they had been repelled by the Heart of Purity. The passive effect of the Heart of Purity was a strong resistance to various impurities and negative things. However, he still chose to approach the statue, as he could feel that over time, those two strange forces were growing stronger, and it wouldn't be long before they broke through the limits of what the Heart of Purity could withstand. Not wanting to be afflicted by two curses, he had no choice but to answer the statue's question. Crack, crack, crack. As Su Chen stepped forward, the statue's head began to turn, and the terrifying pressure descended once more. The feeling of despair, as if falling into a 10,000-meter deep sea, surged in his heart. What had felt less intense from a distance now felt particularly strong under the statue's gaze. It was as if a true god or demon stood before him, their towering forms breaking through the sky, rivaling planets, the intense sense of oppression enough to suffocate. However, just as everyone thought Su Chen would kneel like they found him smiling, a light and carefree smile, even tinged with a hint of disdain. His figure stood tall like a pine, his gaze calm and peaceful, as if he had not felt the pressure of the gods and demons at all. Su Chen smiled gently, his lips moving silently towards the statue, asking, "You are a god, so what am I?" The statue fell into silence, as if it were a lifeless object. How is this possible? Tai Feng's face showed horror. As a bronze level 3, he couldn't withstand the statue's pressure, so how could Su Chen, also a bronze level 3, manage it? Could it be that Su Chen's strength far exceeded his own? At that moment, he had no doubt left about Su Chen's power, even feeling an immense sense of dread. What he didn't know was that Su Chen was not even a true bronze level 2. I've seen many gods like you, just hurry and ask. Su Chen pushed up his brown glasses, his lips moving silently to urge the statue. He wasn't lying. In dreams, beings of this level didn't even qualify to step into the celestial palace to meet him. After a long silence, the statue finally asked a question mechanically. Speak of the most heinous act you have committed. Killing, Su Chen replied. Brother Su, that's not a good answer, many of them have killed. You need to say how many and why you killed, Jun Wushang shouted from a distance. Su Chen thought for a moment and rephrased, I once destroyed a city out of boredom. I can't count how many, but it must be in the millions. After he said this nonchalantly, the entire sacrificial site fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, Tai Feng and the others stared at him, their faces filled with disbelief, even doubting their own ears. Destroying a city out of boredom? Millions of people. We haven't even killed that many in games. Brother Su, don't lie. The statue will kill liars. Jun Wushang shouted anxiously, fearing that the next moment the statue would come to life and slay Su Chen. However, the thing he feared did not happen. Buzz. A strange buzzing sound arose, and the statue returned to silence. God. Statue. This. Jun Wushang was now incoherent, his body even beginning to tremble slightly. Wait a minute, let me think. You can't lie in front of the statue, or you'll be killed. Brother Su said he once destroyed a city, he. At this point, Jun Wushang could no longer think straight. He looked at Su Chen, who was smiling in the center, elegantly dressed like a noble, and for some reason felt an inexplicable terror wash over him, making his scalp tingle. Suddenly, Su Chen frowned slightly, he felt a burning pain in his left arm, which was covered by clothing. At the same time, the statue changed in his eyes, no longer a dual aspect of god and demon, but transformed into a pure white, jade-like figure, resembling a holy angel statue. He could see the angel's full form, with 8 wings and 3 eyes, a silver vertical pupil on its forehead. An angel? Just as expected. He had roughly understood the principle behind the curse cast by the god-demon statue. It was not about good and evil. He stepped out of the statue's range and walked towards the crowd. However, as he approached, everyone took a step back in unison, their expressions tense as if facing a formidable enemy, looking at him as if he were a world-destroying demon king. Tai Feng was even more on edge. This Su Chen was definitely lying. He was no bronze level 3, this was clearly silver level 3, right? Destroying a city? He had thought that doing some dirty work for the nobles and killing over 100 people was already unforgivable, but now, compared to Su Chen, he felt he should be cursed by the angel, not the demon. Su Chen, did you really destroy a city? Yang Dongqing asked with a complex expression. Su Chen smiled slightly. Of course it's a lie. Do you know how troublesome it is to destroy a city? For a medium-sized city, if using explosives, it would require at least 879.35 tons, provided there are no military structures like air raid shelters in the city, otherwise it would require more. Ha! Yang Dongqing let out a sigh of relief. I was wondering how that was possible. Tai Feng and the others were collectively speechless, even wanting to slap Yang Dongqing to wake him up. Hadn't he heard that they had even calculated the amount of explosives down to the decimal? Moreover, one cannot lie in front of the statue. At that moment, Yang Dongqing seemed to remember something. Wait, isn't it forbidden to lie in front of the statue? Su Chen shrugged. Who knows, maybe it's broken. After all, lie detectors can fail, let alone a pile of stones. True. Yang Dongqing nodded in realization. What the hell are you nodding for? You believe such nonsense? Tai Feng looked at Yang Dongqing with twitching eyelids. He finally understood why Yang Dongqing could stay beside this killing demon king. Turns out he was an idiot, so he wasn't afraid. In fact, Su Chen wasn't lying. He often blew up entire cities out of boredom in his dreams. Soon, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became quite subtle, with everyone distancing themselves from Su Chen, as if avoiding some terrifying monster, except for the daft Yang Dongqing. What do we do next? Now we're all cursed? Yang Dongqing habitually turned his gaze to Su Chen. Oh right, I almost forgot to ask, are you cursed by an angel or a demon? Demon! Su Chen said without changing his expression. He lied again because among those present, only 3 were cursed by angels, the rest were demons. Although he didn't know what that meant, he habitually placed himself on the side with more people. Anyway, the burn marks were covered by his clothes, and no one dared to lift his clothes to verify, so he could say whatever he wanted. Everyone increasingly felt that Yang Dongqing was an idiot. They had just destroyed a city, what else could he be if not a demon? Su Chen's gaze slowly swept over the crowd, and feeling his gaze, everyone avoided it, with not a single person daring to meet his eyes. Finally, his gaze landed on the woman cursed by the angel. The woman looked in very bad shape, her face occasionally flashing with pain, her exposed neck, thighs, and arms covered in burns, which were slowly spreading, almost reaching her face. It was clear that this woman would become the first victim. He stepped aside, leaning his tall figure against a stone pillar, pondering countermeasures. The known information was too scarce, even he couldn't find a way to break the curse immediately. However, he had a vague suspicion that perhaps this wasn't a curse at all, but it would take time to verify. Time slowly passed, and the atmosphere among the crowd became increasingly oppressive. No one liked the feeling of life heading towards its end. I can't take it anymore. The woman suddenly screamed in pain, standing up and addressing the crowd. I'm about to die, and you won't live much longer either. Instead of waiting to die, why not fight the statue? Fight? Tai Feng sneered. I'm just half a step away from connecting to the silver law, bearer of strength. With my strength, even a full force strike wouldn't harm the statue in the slightest. What can we fight with? What else can we do? Wait to die? The woman's taut nerves finally snapped under the pressure of death, and she screamed hysterically, her expression growing more frantic. Suddenly, the woman seemed to think of something, looking at Su Chen with excitement, her eyes filled with pleading. Mr. Su, with your strength, you can definitely shatter the statue. You're a powerhouse who can destroy a city. It was as if she had grasped the last straw of hope, her gaze filled with desperation. Mr. Su, please, I beg you to take action. As long as you can break the curse, I will repay you in the future. Whatever you want, I will give you, even if it means becoming your slave or servant. The terrifying burns had crawled up the woman's face, and this extraordinary being showed no different reaction to death than an ordinary person. Some said that death is the most equitable thing in this world, and Su Chen agreed. The woman's words also sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Perhaps this once city-destroying powerhouse could truly achieve it. Tai Feng carefully pondered his words. Mr. Su, would you mind giving it a try? Faced with the sincere request of the crowd, Su Chen naturally would not refuse. He nodded calmly, like a peerless powerhouse who had finally agreed to come out of seclusion to save the world. Everyone, step back to avoid accidental injury. The crowd erupted in joy, obediently retreating 100 meters back, only stopping when Su Chen instructed them to. At that moment, everyone was even more eager to see what kind of powerful attack Mr. Su would use that required them to step back 100 meters. Only Yang Dongqing wore a puzzled expression. Could it be that this sickly Su Chen really had some powerful attack hidden away? It shouldn't be. After all, he had only recently captured her to inquire about the extraordinary, and in the nightmare world, he had relied entirely on his little brother and her protection. Although it was Su Chen who ultimately broke the nightmare world, he had never shown any strength from beginning to end. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Chen slowly extended a finger, and all things in nature was instantly activated. Just as everyone wondered why Mr. Su was pointing a single finger at the sky, suddenly, the sky darkened. The crowd looked up in horror, only to see a massive dark cloud suddenly appear above the sacrificial ground, stretching over 1,000 meters and enveloping the entire area. The heavy dark clouds rolled like surging black waves, never ceasing, changing the weather with one's own power. You tell me he's a bronze 3. Jun Wuxian was dumbfounded, and the others looked equally shocked, even the strongest typhoon was no exception. As a bronze 3, he followed the path of the common extraordinary with the follower of strength route, possessing 3 bronze laws: iron will, mighty fist, and endless recovery. In battle, his might was merely like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, crushing with fists and feet. Now, in contrast, Su Chen, also a bronze 3, could change the weather with just a finger, completely on a different level, making Typhoon feel as if a martial artist was facing a cultivator. Suddenly, deep within the thick, unyielding dark clouds, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Following that, to the astonished gazes of the crowd, a massive golden heavenly sword, resembling a mountain peak, slowly emerged, as if it were the sword of judgment from the heavens. The golden heavenly sword was surrounded by brilliant light, within which countless stars seemed to twinkle, and mysterious runes flowed. The moment the crowd saw the golden heavenly sword, their brains momentarily crashed, completely stunned into silence. What law is this? How could it be so terrifying? At that moment, Su Chen's finger, as white as jade, slightly descended, and the heavenly sword above seemed to receive some kind of signal, suddenly plummeting with the force of a thunderbolt. The terrifying might frightened the crowd into a hurried escape. Although they knew the heavenly sword was not aimed at them, they instinctively wanted to flee. Only the nearly dying woman was incredibly excited, her eyes reflecting the golden light of the heavenly sword and her desire for life. She clenched her fists tightly. Mr. Su's powerful strength must be able to do it. However, matters of the human world are always contrary to one's wishes. Just as the heavenly sword was about to descend, a pitch-black light erupted violently from the statue of the gods and demons, shooting out and transforming in midair into a bottomless black hole, like the gaping mouth of an abyssal beast, swallowing the heavenly sword in one gulp. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the black hole followed suit, as if everything had never happened. Su Chen shook his head at the crowd. My strength is still too weak to deal with the statue. The crowd, dumbfounded, dared not speak. You call this weak? Do you have a misunderstanding of what weakness means? Typhoon forced a smile, a hint of flattery in his expression. Mr. Su, you jest. When we attacked the statue, we couldn't even provoke a reaction from it, yet your mere presence drew its counterattack. I'm not exaggerating when I say that up until now, I have never seen a more powerful extraordinary being than you. No one found anything wrong with Tai Feng's sudden shift from arrogance to humility. This was a normal reaction when facing a strong opponent, especially since he had previously spoken disrespectfully. The fact that he didn't kneel and apologize was simply because he saw that Su Chen didn't seem to care much about the earlier incident. Su Chen smiled and nodded, his expression mixed with a hint of helplessness, as if troubled by his inability to destroy the statue. In truth, only he knew his real thoughts, he was merely putting on an act. The so-called heavenly sword and black hole were all illusions conjured by the all-encompassing phenomenon. He hadn't attacked the statue at all, and the statue had never reacted. All of this was for show. If even Typhoon, a bronze 3, couldn't harm the statue, how could he? Under the pressure of death, it was not surprising for anyone to act in strange ways, especially a group of extraordinary beings. Thus, he had to establish an absolute position of strength, not only to ensure his own safety but also to better lead the others and increase the chances of breaking the deadlock. It wasn't entirely accurate to say he hadn't attacked. He had just attempted to control the statue with his mental power but failed, as if the statue were just an ordinary rock. Among the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man flashed a look of confusion, staring intently at Su Chen, as if sensing something. Ah, A piercing scream drew everyone's attention. The woman with the most severe injuries had collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically as horrific burns spread across her body. Strangely, the crowd could see no flames on her. Moments later, the screams faded, and the woman became a charred corpse. Her death cast a shadow over the crowd, especially after witnessing such a terrifyingly powerful being as Su Chen being unable to destroy the statue, deepening their gloom. Apart from the woman and Su Chen, there were two others present who were afflicted by the angel's curse, their skin marked with burn scars. As they looked at the woman's tragic death, their expressions grew increasingly grim, as if they could already see their own fate. Hey! My rot seems to be getting better. Taoist Jun Wuxian suddenly lifted his robe, revealing his already decayed belly. The previously completely rotten area had noticeably improved, shrinking by a whole circle. The crowd hurriedly checked their own bodies. Mine too. The rotten part has shrunk by a circle. Me too. Just now my whole leg was rotting, but now my thigh is fine, only my calf is still decayed. What on earth is happening? Jun Wuxiang asked in surprise. Could it be that Mr. Su's earlier attack took effect? No, wait. Why hasn't my burn lessened? Mine hasn't either. In fact, it's worse. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, observing the changes in the crowd, and he had already figured out the principle of the curse. He carefully watched the expressions of the people and noticed that several had begun to realize something. The two men afflicted by the angel's curse exchanged glances, seemingly coming to a realization, their faces suddenly changing drastically. However, they quickly concealed their expressions, subtly communicating with their eyes while occasionally glancing at those under the demon's curse who were in a state of ecstasy. Their reactions were quick, but someone reacted even faster. Boom! A pair of metallic glinting iron fists suddenly appeared behind one man's head. Bang! The man didn't have time to react before his head exploded, leaving a headless corpse on the ground. The remaining man's face changed drastically. Typhoon, you. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of malevolent wind swept in from the right, and it was the dark-skinned, short man who struck first. The short man's right hand had transformed into a tiger's claw, covered in red and black fur, with sharp nails glinting coldly. With a single strike, he tore away most of the flesh from the man's neck, blood gushing forth instantly. The man's eyes widened in anger, yet he could not utter a single word before he fell heavily to the ground. The sudden attack by Tai Feng and the short man left everyone in shock, and they quickly distanced themselves from the two, their faces showing fear and anger. Tai Feng, Xia Quan, what are you two doing? Why did you kill him? Someone shouted, glaring at the two as if they would be attacked if a reasonable explanation was not provided. Tai Feng sneered coldly, fools. Before you ask questions, take a look at the rot on yourselves. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and some began to check their own decay. My rot has decreased. This time it's down by more than half, and it's slowly recovering. What on earth is happening? Why does their death cure our curse? Could it be? Some clever individuals had already grasped the crux of the matter, staring intently at the corpse on the ground. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded not far away, and Su Chen approached with an approving expression. Your decisiveness is truly admirable. The moment you discovered the method to break the curse, you acted without hesitation and killed unexpectedly. Brilliant! Upon seeing that it was Su Chen speaking, Tai Feng's fierce demeanor completely faded, transforming from a fierce tiger into a small kitten, his face displaying flattery. Mr. Su, you flatter me. I was only trying to help everyone break the curse. These two were not weak. If they had attacked first, who knows how many more would have been harmed. Su Chen, what is going on? Yang Dongqing, with a grim expression, approached. He found it hard to accept that just moments ago, they were teammates, and now they were turning on each other. Su Chen smiled slightly and explained, angels and demons are inherently opposed. This statue represents both divine and demonic aspects, achieving a delicate balance that cannot determine a victor. At this point, external forces are needed. The so-called curse is merely a means of dividing factions. Those afflicted by the angelic curse are followers of angels, while the others are followers of demons. I suspect that the angels and demons are using this method to determine a winner, forcing the two factions to turn on each other through curses. A flicker of understanding crossed Yang Dongqing's eyes, but his expression remained grim. I see, but neither angels nor demons are good beings, they are so cruel. Wait! No! The short man named Xia Quan suddenly exclaimed, lifting his shirt to reveal a patch of rot still present on his chest. Why hasn't the rot completely disappeared? We've clearly killed all the angelic followers. Tai Feng was also taken aback, discovering that he too had a final patch of rot that had not vanished. This is impossible. Isn't this supposed to be the way to break the curse? The crowd, once filled with joy, now wore somber expressions again. Su Chen furrowed his brow and stepped forward. The method to break the curse should be correct. Since the curse hasn't completely disappeared, there can only be one possibility. What possibility? Someone asked eagerly. There are still angelic followers among us. Su Chen's gaze swept over the crowd like lightning, as if searching for the last angelic follower. At this revelation, the crowd gasped in shock, all of them eyeing each other with suspicion. Some cautious individuals even quietly stepped back, distancing themselves from others. How is this possible? Mr. Su, everyone present should be demon followers, Taifeng said, his face filled with disbelief. Su Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. Perhaps one of us is lying. He, as a believer in angels, deliberately misreported that he was cursed by a demon. Taifeng's expression changed, his gaze filled with murderous intent as he fixed his eyes on everyone except Su Chen. Who is lying? Step forward, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Everyone, show your wounds. Taifeng, you check them, Su Chen commanded in an unquestionable tone. Under the pressure of the strong, everyone lifted their clothes, revealing the last small patch of decay on their bodies. Taifeng inspected each one with a hawk-like sharp gaze, discovering that everyone bore signs of decay, which undoubtedly indicated they were all demon believers. No, Mr. Su, they are all demons. Taifeng's words suddenly halted, his pupils constricting as he looked at Su Chen in disbelief, instinctively taking a step back. It wasn't just him, even the others realized it, looking at Su Chen in horror and retreating. Su Chen had suggested checking them, but no one had checked him from the beginning to the end. Mr. Su, you. Taifeng's expression changed wildly, not daring to voice the rest of his thoughts. If Su Chen was an angel believer, what would happen to them, the demon believers? Facing the fearful and suspicious gazes of the crowd, Su Chen smiled slightly. If I were an angel believer, would I advocate checking everyone? And suggest there might still be angel believers alive? After saying this, he gently rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm, where a small patch of decayed flesh remained on his forearm. Upon seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Chen was an angel believer, they didn't think they could kill him. But if Su Chen wasn't, then who was the angel believer? Taifeng, you just checked everyone, now let everyone see your wound, Su Chen suddenly spoke. Taifeng nodded and respectfully said, all right, Mr. Su. He agreed verbally, but inwardly he was mocking Su Chen for his unnecessary action. Among everyone, only he wore the most revealing clothing, a tight black tank top, with both arms and chest muscles mostly exposed. When he had decayed earlier, his clothes couldn't cover it, and everyone had seen it. But since Su Chen had spoken, he didn't dare to disobey. He then boldly lifted his tight black tank top and turned around, exposing the wound on his back. You all see it, right? I, like you, am a demon believer. Taifeng casually let the black tank top fall, turning as he said, it seems that to break the curse, besides killing the angel believers, there should be other hidden conditions. What are you all looking like? When Taifeng turned back, he was taken aback to find everyone staring at him intently, their expressions strange, shocked, angry, suspicious. A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Wait! Flame Sun chains! A middle-aged man in a leather jacket shouted. A chain made of lava suddenly appeared in his hand, instantly wrapping around Taifeng. Taifeng was alarmed. What do you want to do? I'm a demon believer. One of our own. Still trying to deceive us, you clearly have burn marks on your back. You're full of crap. Mr. Su, you have to believe me, I really am a demon believer. Everyone saw it when I was decaying before. Taifeng struggled violently, a metallic sheen rising on his body as he anxiously explained to Su Chen, his face written with the words wronged. Su Chen certainly knew Taifeng was wronged. After all, only those who wrong you truly understand how wronged you are. Taifeng was not an angel believer because he himself was one. The burn marks on his back were an illusion he created using all things in nature. Mr. Tai, perhaps you were truly a demon follower before, but you changed sides midway. Angels represent goodness, and maybe your recent act of stepping up to help everyone break the curse has turned you into a follower of angels. You don't need to explain, saying more won't help. After all, the burns on your back can't deceive anyone. Su Chen sighed slightly, as if lamenting for Taifeng. Taifeng was taken aback by this statement. Can one really change sides? But I just killed someone to save my own life. Hurry up and kill him. I can't hold on much longer, shouted the man in the leather jacket anxiously. The others quickly moved to surround Taifeng, and Jun Wushang even drew his long sword, peerless sword dance. The bright sword light sliced through the air like a streak, fiercely stabbing towards Taifeng's eyes, knowing that the opponent had a steel body, so he aimed for the eyes. Ah! Facing the onslaught, Taifeng roared with a twisted expression, and more metallic colors surged from his body, his muscles swelling like a balloon. Bang! The flame sun chains were directly shattered. However, the freed Typhoon did not counterattack. Instead, he cast a wary glance at Su Chen and quickly fled. He knew very well that with Su Chen in the demon camp, he, as an angel follower, could not win and could only run. Of course, the others would not let him escape, and they pursued him like a swarm. Su Chen watched Typhoon flee in panic, a hint of interest curling at the corner of his mouth. He had to admit that Typhoon was indeed strong, far stronger than Yang Dongqing. The marks left by the flame sun chains had already healed significantly during his escape, clearly showing the effect of the endless recovery ability. However, no matter how strong he was, it was useless. Real combat was not just about brute force. Tai Feng's speed was fast, as his abilities were all related to his physique, but the extraordinary beings chasing him were not ordinary either. One of them suddenly paused, took a deep breath, and then shouted loudly, "Buzz!" A piercing noise erupted from this person's mouth, and the surrounding air trembled strangely, sending a strong sound wave towards Typhoon. "Ah!" Typhoon screamed in agony, clutching his head and falling to the ground, with faint red blood oozing from his ears. As he fell, several attacks came in an instant, and multiple lava chains bound him, the lava burning his skin and emitting a charred smell. Jun Wushang's sword glowed white as it struck down, leaving several deep sword marks on Tai Feng's body, but that was all. It couldn't sever the bones. Yang Dongqing also symbolically struck a couple of times before walking away with a face full of disappointment, realizing he was the weakest among them. Even though he had completely mastered Steel Heart, he couldn't break Tai Feng's defense, like two iron blocks colliding. In contrast, the others' methods could all inflict damage on Typhoon. Even the seemingly cowardly Taoist Jun Wushang could injure Typhoon with his sword. No wonder Steel Heart was only ranked 9, the ranking was not without reason. At this moment, the man who had released the sound wave pulled out a silver revolver. The gun had a strange shape, with a long barrel almost matching a baby's arm, entirely silver, shining exceptionally bright under the sun. Bang! A silver bullet shot towards Tai Feng's head. The fallen Typhoon immediately felt a chilling sense of danger. He struggled with all his might, and in the end, the bullet did not hit his head but struck his chest instead. A spray of blood blossomed on his chest. His proud steel body did not stop the bullet. Mithril bullet. Tai Feng's expression grew increasingly panicked, clearly wary of that gun. Typhoon, for the sake of everyone's lives, you must die, said the man with the silver gun as he slowly approached, raising the gun to aim at Tai Feng's head. Tai Feng's eyes were about to burst with rage as he fought desperately against the numerous lava chains binding him, finding it nearly impossible to break free in such a short time. Just as the man with the silver spear was about to pull the trigger, Xiaquan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Wait a minute, I think something's off." The silver spear man sneered. "What? Just because you two are from the same company, you're feeling soft-hearted?" Xiaquan's expression turned serious. "Don't you find it strange? Su Chen is so powerful, if he wanted to kill Typhoon, he could do it with a snap of his fingers, yet he hasn't made a move, and what kind of person is Mr. Su? Does he need to dirty his hands with this kind of character? Get out of the way now, or I'll kill you too. Hold on. I need to check Tai Feng's wounds again." Xiaquan continued to block the way. However, the silver spear man had already lost his patience and was about to pull the trigger. Xiaquan's gaze turned cold, and suddenly, countless brown feathers sprouted from his small frame, his hands transforming into sharp eagle claws. Whoosh! Ah! The silver spear man's arm was instantly severed by the eagle claw, blood gushing out. "I'll kill you." The silver spear man, now missing a hand, opened his mouth to unleash a sound wave attack, but Xiaquan would not give him the chance. The feathers on his body transformed into monkey fur, and his figure became even leaner. He crouched down, exerting force with both hands and feet, moving like a nimble monkey, instantly appearing behind the silver spearman. In a flash, he shot out two hands covered in monkey fur, grabbing the man's head and twisting it forcefully. Crack! The silver spearman's neck snapped, and he collapsed to the ground. "Xiaquan, you!" Typhoon was shocked. He never expected that his relationship with Xiaquan was so strong that the latter would risk his life for him. "I said I need to check his wounds again." Xiaquan's face, covered in monkey fur, was filled with killing intent, leaving everyone in hesitation. What else is there to check? Seeing is believing, he is an angel's believer. The man controlling the flame sun chain said warily, "I see you clearly want to save him." Xiaquan replied coldly, "If I were to team up with him, do you think you few could stop us? Although I am only at Bronze 1, my Bronze Law, Beast Mimicry, is ranked 102 in the sequence. I don't need to explain what that means, do I?" Upon hearing this, everyone changed color. Even the extraordinary Xiaobai Yang Dongqing was startled. He had previously seen the information provided by Moreau Mingli. Although he didn't remember all the details of the bronze sequence, he understood what a rank of 102 implied. Rank 99 was a threshold, and ranks above 100 were considered high ranks, representing a qualitative change compared to low ranks. Sometimes, a single high-rank individual could even kill a low-rank bronze 2. He recalled the introduction to beast mimicry. While he couldn't remember the exact wording, he remembered the general ability. It could mimic the forms of 100 beasts. Although this bronze law didn't have particularly strong offensive power, it was very versatile, capable of operating in land, sea, and air, sufficient to handle most crises. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Xiaquan's hand transformed again into an eagle claw, the sharp nails glinting coldly in the sunlight. Whoosh! He swung his hand fiercely, and the tight vest on Typhon instantly ripped open, revealing a robust body glistening with a metallic sheen. Turn around! Typhon did not hesitate and turned around directly, knowing he could not defeat the combined forces of the others. If Xiaquan wanted to harm him, there was no need to kill the Silver Spearman. The charred wound was once again exposed to everyone's eyes. Xiaquan, what else do you want to argue about? The evidence is overwhelming. The man controlling the flame sun chain shouted in dissatisfaction. However, Xiaquan did not respond. Instead, he transformed his nose into a dog's nose and sniffed hard, a cold smile flashing across his face. He bent down and forcefully grabbed at the burned area, pulling off a chunk of rotting flesh. Everyone was instantly shocked. What on earth is going on? Wasn't he burned? Why is there rotting flesh and blood? Xiaquan sneered coldly, looking towards Su Chen, who was standing against a stone pillar in the distance. Su Chen seemed to sense the gaze, smiled slightly at him, and nodded in acknowledgement. We've all been deceived. That person with the surname Su is the real angel believer. The killing intent in Xiaquan's eyes grew stronger. He could not bear being toyed with like a clown. Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Su were an angel believer, how would you explain the rot on his body? Don't forget, he was the one who suggested that there was an angel believer among us and actively requested to check everyone, Jun Wushang retorted, not believing Xiaquan's words at all. The man with the fiery chains also looked skeptical, but only Yang Dongqing, who knew Su Chen best, felt a jolt in his heart. This is bad. This is something he could do. If I'm not mistaken, Su Chen's ability should be related to illusion. He used illusions to alter the wounds and pointed the finger at the strongest Typhon, wanting to use everyone's strength to kill Typhon first. Believe it or not, once Typhon is dead, there will definitely be another angel believer among us who changes sides. Unfortunately, he underestimated my nose. Although the appearance of the wound has changed, the smell of burning and rotting is completely different. Xiaquan explained coldly. Jun Wushang still didn't believe it. What are you joking about? With Su Ji's strength, would he need to play such tricks? If he were an angel believer, we would have all died long ago. What is he acting for? At that moment, Typhon also came to his senses, his face turning exceptionally ugly. Maybe he doesn't have such powerful strength. The previous attack was also an illusion. Exactly, Xiaquan sneered coldly. I had my suspicions earlier. Why was there no sound from an attack that could change the weather? Because of the beast mimicry, my senses are beyond ordinary. I can simultaneously have the eyes of an eagle, the nose of a dog, and the ears of a cat. So even though I was far away at the time, I could still sense something was off. After the dark clouds appeared, the humidity in the air did not change, and the airflow that should have been caused by the giant sword falling was also absent. It can be said that apart from what was visible to the naked eye, everything else that should have been there was missing, which completely defies logic. This can only indicate one thing: Su Chen possesses an illusion ability that manipulates vision. We've all been made fools of by him. The chains made of lava snapped in response, and Typhon, dragging his injured body, struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with unimaginable rage. The feeling of being toyed with was even more unbearable than being killed, especially when he thought of how he had previously acted so obsequiously, which made his heart feel like it was about to explode. I should have thought of this earlier. If his strength were really that great, why would he, like us, be forced to the sacrificial ground by the unmemorable? Crack, crack, crack. The sound of steel grinding and rubbing came continuously from Tai Feng's mouth as he nearly ground his teeth to dust. The situation had completely turned at this moment, with the focus now on Su Chen. Yang Dongqing sensed something was wrong. He naturally stood on Su Chen's side, but now the two were forcibly divided into the camps of angels and demons, already considered mortal enemies, which made him feel hesitant. Kill him! Typhon roared with a pale face, then charged towards the center of the sacrificial ground like a human tank. Xiaquan transformed into a werewolf, dropping to all fours and following closely behind, as did the man with the chains, all three faces flashing with furious killing intent. Only Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang showed signs of hesitation. Brother Yang, what should we do? Su Go is after all from our company. Su Chen, run! Yang Dongqing suddenly shouted, then rushed to block the others. Jun Wushan was taken aback, not expecting Yang Dongqing to choose to stand by Su Chen's side, knowing that only one side could survive between angels and demons. "You little brat, you dared to betray us?" Tai Feng's killing intent surged, and he showed no mercy as Yang Dongqing charged at him. His right arm's muscles instantly bulged like an inflated balloon, becoming thicker than an adult man's thigh, the defined muscle lines exuding terrifying power. His eyes narrowed, and he swung his right fist with force, the punch slicing through the air with a sharp explosive sound. "Don't kill him," Xia Quan suddenly spoke up. Trusting Xia Quan, Tai Feng's fist changed direction in midair, aiming for Yang Dongqing's chest instead of his head. Yang Dongqing's arms glimmered with a metallic sheen as he attempted to block the punch, but the gap between Bronze 1 and Bronze 3 was simply too vast. His proud steel body felt like paper in front of this blow. Crack! His defensive arms were instantly shattered, and the terrifying force drove into his chest, causing it to cave in. Yang Dongqing was uncontrollably sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. This punch left him severely injured. "Why can't we kill him?" Tai Feng asked, still seething with anger. Killing a demon worshipper would benefit the angels. Currently, Su Chen's strength is unknown, we can't let his burns heal. Xia Quan's expression was icy. "First, kill Su Chen, and don't let things get complicated." The two exchanged glances and then charged towards Su Chen. Soon, the three of them reached the center of the sacrificial site, forming a triangle that tightly surrounded Su Chen. "Su, you've tricked us so badly." Tai Feng, covered in wounds, glared fiercely at Su Chen, while the bald man who had been hiding in the corner was ignored. Surrounded by the three extraordinary beings, Su Chen showed no signs of panic. Instead, he smiled slightly. "How can the matters of the extraordinary be called tricks? It's clearly that you are too foolish, you can't blame anyone else." The three were instantly enraged, not expecting Su Chen to remain so arrogant after being exposed. Yet, precisely because of this, they hesitated to act rashly. No one knew Su Chen's true strength. If what he said about being Bronze 3 was true, it meant he had two more abilities hidden aside from his visual illusions. "Su Chen, you don't need to bluff. If we don't kill you, we will undoubtedly die, so you can't scare us," Xie Quan said, his small eyes glinting with cold light, his hands having transformed into a pair of tiger claws without anyone noticing. Faced with the threat, Su Chen's smile widened. "Now that's interesting. I was actually worried you were all idiots, killing each other without realizing it. I didn't expect that just one person would die before you figured it out. Come on, let's do this together." The others exchanged glances, although they felt some trepidation. In the face of life and death, no one adhered to martial ethics and charged forward side by side. "Attack!" Tai Feng led the charge, his legs suddenly exerting force, causing the ground to crack instantly as he soared into the air like a cannonball towards Su Chen. At the same time, a lava chain shot towards him in an instant. Facing the two's assault, Su Chen made no move, but as their attacks came one after the other, his figure began to dissipate like a dream. "Illusion!" Tai Feng exclaimed in shock, realizing the strangeness of Su Chen's methods. At that moment, Xie Quan, who had not yet made a move, sneered coldly, his tiger claws tearing through the air towards the stone pillar behind which Su Chen had been hiding. A figure in black leaped lightly, evading the tiger claws. "Su Chen, your illusions can fool them, but they can't fool me." Xia Quan's eyes sparkled with triumph. "The sound of your footsteps when you move has already betrayed you. You too, follow my lead, don't trust your eyes, I'll point out his location." Once again surrounded, Su Chen remained unperturbed. He adjusted his brown glasses and said lightly, "You three don't think I only excel at illusions, do you?" A cautious look flashed across the faces of the three, but none were deterred by Su Chen's words, continuing to close in on him, steadily shrinking the encirclement. Su Chen smiled faintly, "If you all see through my illusion, I actually know a bit about martial arts." Then, just as before, he extended a finger and slowly pointed to the sky. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed dramatically, and a massive dark cloud formed out of thin air, enveloping the entire sacrificial ground. The sky turned dark. Seeing him use the same trick again, Xie Quan became even more pleased with himself. He, a tired old trick. The humidity hasn't changed, and the airflow hasn't shifted. Don't embarrass yourself with such a false illusion. Illusion? Su Chen's lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. Unaware even at death's door? Shadow summon. Demon descends. Shadow summon. The crowd was slightly startled. Was this another bronze law of Su Chen's? How had they never heard of it? Could it be some hidden law? Xia Quan, watch out behind you! Tai Feng suddenly shouted in alarm. Xia Quan quickly turned around, only to see a 2-meter-tall humanoid monster made entirely of shadows emerging from the darkness behind him. Its emaciated form resembled a dried corpse, with long arms hanging down to the ground, and where its face should be were a pair of blood-red eyes. Xiaquan was startled but quickly sneered, no footsteps, no scent, just a mere illusion. What he didn't know was that shadows had no footsteps and no scent. Ignoring the shadow behind him, he looked at Su Chen with a mocking expression. It seems you really have no other means left. Prepare to die. Just as he was about to strike, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision. The humanoid shadow had extended its withered arm, fingers spreading like branches, its form bending as if a gentleman inviting him to dance. Poof! Xiaquan paid no mind and attempted to walk through the shadow, only to bang! Xiaquan froze in place, staring at the shadow's arm that blocked his path, a pain like hitting a tree throbbing in his forehead. In an instant, his expression changed drastically, an uncontrollable fear piercing through him. This isn't an illusion. Before he could finish, the impatient shadow directly grabbed Xiaquan's hand and forcibly dragged him into the darkness. No! Typhon, save me! Xiaquan screamed in terror, his cry sending chills down Typhon and the other's spines. The next second, the sound abruptly stopped, the shadow vanished, and Xiaquan disappeared as if it were all an illusion. Ha! A light laugh broke the silence, and Typhon and the others looked at Su Chen, whose face was filled with a smile, the expression resembling that of a demon. Su Chen elegantly adjusted his tinted glasses. Let me say this in advance, I do not accept surrender. Shadow summon. Boom! The luxurious snake-patterned wooden staff tapped the ground, and darkness surged like a tide from the tip of the staff, rapidly spreading out and transforming into countless small mysterious runes, spreading across the ground centered around Su Chen, constructing a bizarre and mysterious magic array. Then, a scene that filled Typhon and the others with immense fear unfolded. From within the massive magic array, humanoid shadows over 2 meters tall began to emerge. 1, 2, 10, 100. A full 100 shadow monsters walked out of the array, surrounding Su Chen like stars encircling the moon. At that moment, Su Chen resembled the Emperor of Shadows, gently waving his hand, and the shadow monsters instantly surged forth. Run! Tai Feng's eyes widened in terror, and he turned to flee. He never expected Su Chen to have such a hidden means. This time, he no longer thought it was an illusion, as Xiaquan's screams were still fresh in his mind. Su Chen paid no attention to the fleeing duo, instead chuckling to himself, I accidentally lied again today. If this becomes a habit, what should I do? The shadow army was, of course, an illusion. Only the shadow that killed Xiaquan was real, a good friend he had brought from the nightmare world, not Bai. There are 2 limitations to the use of the unwhite. First, it must be dark, and second, it can only kill one person at a time. So just now, he pointed one hand to the sky, allowing the dark clouds to cover the heavens, with the purpose of preparing for the appearance of the unwhite. What he needed to do now was wait for the unwhite to finish off Xiaquan, and then sequentially kill Typhon and his companion. A skilled illusion is like a clever lie, a blend of truth and falsehood, reality and illusion. At this moment, Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang ran over, their expressions complex as they looked at Su Chen, hesitating to speak. Su Chen, are you really an angel's follower? In the end, it was Yang Dongqing who couldn't hold back, voicing the question that had been on his mind. Su Chen nodded. Of course, I've always emphasized that I'm a good person. Now I have the statue as proof, so no one can slander me in the future. What time is it, and you still have the mood to joke? Yang Dongqing said anxiously, you are an angel, we are demons, only one side can survive. Su Chen patted Yang Dongqing's shoulder. Don't worry, I will take good care of Jasmine for you. Just go in peace. You bastard. Yang Dongqing instantly became furious. If his arms hadn't been broken, he would have punched Su Chen. Just kidding. Actually, I already have a way to break the curse. Brother Su, do you really have a way? Jun Wushang asked, his face filled with surprise. He really didn't want to rely on killing his colleagues to survive. There is a way, but it requires the cooperation of both of you. By the way, I almost forgot there's one more person. Saying this, Su Chen pulled over the nightmare apostle Zhao Yongxiang, who had been trembling in the corner. In fact, the statue does not distinguish camps based on good and evil. Then what is it based on? Jun Wushang hurriedly asked, while the angry Yang Dongqing, though still upset, had already perked up his ears. Su Chen did not keep them in suspense and explained, it is based on the guilt in one's heart, or the clarity of one's thoughts. As long as you believe you are right, you belong to the angel camp. For example, Yang Dongqing, this guy has killed quite a few people, but he believes the worst thing he has done is robbing 50,000. This means that in his heart, he thinks those people deserve to die, but robbing money is wrong. The woman before, who wiped out her enemies, from her tone, you can tell she believes that killing for revenge is justified, so she is in the angel camp. Jun Wushang suddenly understood, I get it now. Even if I do evil, as long as I don't think I'm doing evil, then I belong to the angel camp. Exactly, who can distinguish right from wrong? From the perspective of an ant, all humans are evil, while from the perspective of a god, no matter how evil humans are, they would only see it as a bunch of ants fighting. So gods don't care whether people are good or not, what truly matters is yourself. Then Brother Su, how do we break the curse? Of course, we kill all the people from the opposing camp. Jun Wushan's expression changed slightly. Brother Su, please don't joke. Su Chen shook his head. I'm not joking. There is only this one way to break the curse because this is the rule set by the gods and demons. Unless you have enough strength to defeat the gods and demons, you can only follow the game rules they established. Don't worry, since it's a game rule, there will naturally be loopholes. We don't need to kill each other, we just need to change our camp to the same side. How do we change? Jun Wushan looked troubled. To be honest, I didn't feel guilty at all for not paying for the foot massage last time. After I made money, I already paid back. No. 8. What I truly feel guilty about is disappointing my master's teachings. My master told me to stay away from worldly desires and focus on the path, but I went against the path. That's simple. Just open your mind and accept my hypnosis, Su Chen said lightly. Jun Wushan's face changed drastically. Hypnosis? You won't do anything strange to me, will you? Su Chen, I find that you must have disobeyed the master's orders more than once, right? You don't read the scriptures regularly, but you watch a lot of videos, don't you? As soon as these words were spoken, Jun Wushan's ears turned red, and his gaze flickered as he said, I just looked at it casually. Alright, if you trust me, then open your mind and don't resist. If you don't trust me, go join Tai Feng and the others, choose for yourself. Jun Wushan's expression changed several times before he finally nodded with difficulty. We are all people of the bronze coffin. I believe Miss Morong won't let bad people into the company. I trust you. Su Chen frowned slightly. He didn't understand why his colleagues were all love-struck. No, Yang Dongqing could be considered love-struck, but Jun Wushan could only be seen as a sycophant. Look at this pocket watch. A dark golden pocket watch with a serpent pattern caught Jun Wushan's eye. Moments later, Jun Wushan opened his eyes excitedly and looked at Su Chen with enthusiasm. Brother Su, I understand. The path of the foot is also a path. The Tao is everywhere, from the vast sky and thick earth to the smallest flower and tree, all conceal the essence of the Tao. It can be the first ray of sunlight in the morning or the bed prepared for me on the 6th, or the bowl of clear soup brought to my lips on the 8th. Yang Dongqing, beside him, was dumbfounded. So you found too? The more Jun Wushang spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had touched the Tao he had been searching for. Brother Yang, you're being too serious. Finding a few is not the point. The point is, how can one talk about transcending the world without entering it? How can one comprehend the wonders of the great Tao without experiencing the troubles of the mortal world? A person sheds their skin, and there are merely 206 bones. When dressed, they can have 18,000 forms. Viewing a beauty as mere bones makes me desire nothing. Viewing bones as a beauty makes me fearless. Without desire and fear, the great Tao can be expected. Watching Jun Wushang speak grandly, Yang Dongqing held back for a long time before finally uttering a word. Damn. So this is your reason for not paying for the foot massage? Alright, Jun Wushan, go in front of the statue and answer the question again. Change your camp. Su Chen really didn't want to listen to these two chattering and urged directly. Okay, Brother Su. With a light heart after understanding the Tao, Jun Wushan went to the statue and answered the question again. As expected, this time, believing that the path of the foot is also a path, he became completely free of decay and turned into burns. Yang Dongqing, it's your turn. Su Chen glanced at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath, his eyes filled with distrust. You better not take this opportunity to instill any strange ideas in me. Su Chen couldn't be bothered with him. This kind of thick-headed person could be controlled without hypnosis. Unless necessary, he didn't want to waste mental energy on Yang Dongqing. It was better to feed the unwhite. Moments later, Yang Dongqing's eyes cleared. Now I understand, robbing the rich to help the poor is a righteous act, and no one says you can't rob others' wealth to help your own poverty. Then he also went to the statue and changed his camp. Finally, there was Zhao Yongxiang, who had always been inconspicuous. Seeing that he was also part of the bronze coffin and considered his subordinate, Su Chen hypnotized him to change his camp as well. Thus, the number of angelic believers became 4, while the demonic believers were left with only 2. Due to the change in numbers, Su Chen and the others noticed that the burns on their bodies began to lessen, while the decay on Tai Feng and his companion intensified. Brother Su, since we can change camps this way, we don't need to fight each other with Tai Feng and the others. We can just hypnotize them, right? Jun Wushang suggested. But Su Chen shook his head. Do you think Tai Feng and the others would agree? Jun Wushang was momentarily stunned, and the words that followed got stuck. Indeed, how could Tai Feng and the others agree to be hypnotized? That would be equivalent to handing their lives completely over to someone else. If Su Chen had ill intentions and took the opportunity to mix in his own agenda during hypnosis, the two of them might end up as slaves forever. How about I go persuade them? Jun Wushang thought for a moment and said, they refuse to accept hypnosis mainly because they are worried about being controlled, but I have already accepted hypnosis, and nothing happened to me, right? Perhaps good advice could work. Su Chen smiled slightly. You go persuade them? Do you think they won't suspect that I've already controlled you and that you're trying to deceive them on purpose? Jun Wushang was momentarily at a loss. Also, who told you that I definitely won't take the opportunity to control them during hypnosis? Why would I refuse two strong henchmen? Su Ge, don't joke around. You're a good person. If you really wanted to do that, I would definitely be the first to be brainwashed by you. Oh, how can you be sure you haven't been brainwashed by me? A mysterious smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Jun Wushang chuckled, Su Ge, with what you just said, how would I know if I've been brainwashed or not? Su Chen smiled without speaking, but Yang Dongqing felt a strange unease in his heart. This Jun Wushang is not right. The truth has been told to him, yet he still thinks Su Chen is a good person? Damn! Could it be that he has already been brainwashed? Thinking of this, Yang Dongqing felt a bit panicked. He even wondered if Su Chen had taken the opportunity to brainwash him as well. But then he thought it shouldn't be the case. After all, he had already agreed to work for him for 3 years, and there was no need to brainwash him. With that thought, he calmed his heart. Ah! My hand! Suddenly, Tai Feng, who was running for his life, let out a scream. He raised his arm, only to find that the previously healed rot had reappeared and was spreading rapidly. The man from the flame sun chains was in the same situation, panic written all over his face. What's going on? Why is the rotting speed increasing? Could it be that Jun Wushang and the others were killed by Su Chen, causing the angel side to strengthen? Suddenly, Tai Feng looked back at the shadow army pursuing them and a fierce look of desperation flashed in his eyes, like a wounded beast ready to fight to the death. We can't go on like this. If we drag this out any longer, even if we aren't killed by the shadow army, we will die from the demon's curse. Let's fight back! Tai Feng roared, turning around to charge at the shadow army. Seeing this, the Flame Sun Chains man also showed a crazed expression. Damn it, let's do it! The two charged recklessly at the hundreds of shadow soldiers. However, at the moment of collision, both of them froze in place, as their attacks passed right through the shadow army, as if striking a mass of air. The two exchanged incredulous glances, both seeing the shock and anger in each other's eyes. Damn! This is also an illusion. We fell for it again. Tai Feng roared in anger, feeling as if his intelligence had been rubbed into the ground by Su Chen. Being deceived is not scary. What's scary is being tricked by the same tactic twice in a row. Wait, if it's an illusion, then how did Xie Quan die? Tai Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. You ask me, who should I ask? I don't care how Xie Quan died. I only know that if we don't kill Su Chen, you and I are both going to die. Let's go. Follow me back to kill him. Before long, Tai Feng and the other man charged back. When they found Su Chen, they discovered he was standing amidst a pile of corpses, his pale hands covered in blood, and at his feet lay the tragically dead Jun Wushang, Yang Dongqing, and the others. Tai Feng's pupils constricted. Just as he expected, Su Chen had indeed killed all of them, which was why the curse on the two of them was becoming stronger. Su Chen, you are indeed ruthless. I never expected that with only you left in the angel camp, you would turn the tide and lead our demon camp to such a demise. Half of Tai Feng's face was rotting as he looked at Su Chen, who was smiling with bloodied hands, feeling a chill rising in his heart. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous opponent he had encountered in the first half of his life. The danger did not stem from the opponent's strength, but from their cunning and bizarre methods. With sheer determination, they nearly captured the demon worshippers who had the upper hand. Stop wasting time with him, attack! A chain of molten lava shot towards Su Chen. In the next moment, Su Chen's figure shattered like foam. Damn it! Another illusion. Without Xie Quan, it's going to be hard for us to break his illusions. Don't panic, our hearing may not be as good as Xie Quan's, but it's still far superior to that of ordinary people. Focus and listen carefully, we will definitely hear his footsteps. Tai Feng urged. The two immediately held their breath, straining their ears in an attempt to catch any signs of movement. And they really did hear something. Breathing! There was breathing all around. Wait, something's not right. Why were there 4 people's breaths? Ah! The man controlling the chain suddenly let out a scream, and Tai Feng was taken aback, quickly looking over, his heart sinking in horror. He saw that a bright sword blade was protruding from the man's chest, and standing behind him was none other than the already deceased Jun Wuxiang. Not only Jun Wuxiang, but even Yang Dongqing and that ordinary person had come back to life. You guys! Tai Feng was both shocked and furious. At this moment, how could he not realize that these people had been pretending to be dead, just to coordinate with Su Chen. What he couldn't understand was that these people were clearly from the demon camp. Weren't they seeking their own death? At some point, the immaculate Su Chen slowly walked out from behind a stone wall, his serpent-patterned wooden staff gently tapping the ground, his steps slow and graceful. Typhoon, I can give you a chance to live, submit or die. Su Chen said, you don't have to worry about the curse. If you choose to submit, I will help you transition to the angel camp. After saying this, he signaled to Yang Dongqing and the others, who all revealed their burn injuries. He had no intention of subduing all of them. People like this would never be honest unless pushed to the brink, harboring all sorts of thoughts. Compared to the Flame Sun chain, Typhoon, a bronze 3, clearly had more value for subjugation. Taifeng's face was as dark as water, his eyes flickering. What is the method for changing camps? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my hypnosis, I can help you change camps. Hypnosis? Upon hearing these two words, Taifeng's heart sank completely. You have pushed me to this point, and now you want me to submit? Su Chen shrugged indifferently. After all, you are used to being a dog for the nobles. What's the difference in who you serve? I'll kill you. Typhoon completely lost it, charging at Su Chen like a human tank, each step leaving a web of cracks in the ground. TSK. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Why must a living person seek their own death? In the next moment, he took off his tinted glasses, and his deep eyes suddenly burst forth with a brilliant blue light, dyeing his entire gaze a crystal blue. All things in the universe. Black vision. Swish. Taifeng's vision went dark, as if an invisible black cloth had covered his eyes, turning him completely blind. This was one of the uses of all things in the universe. Since it was an illusion that manipulated vision, it could naturally also deprive one of sight. Ah, I want you dead. Unable to see, Typhoon was like a mad beast, wildly swinging his fists, smashing walls and pillars to pieces, but he could not hit Su Chen. Su Chen's true form had long since hidden far away, watching Typhoon go berserk. He did not use the shadow that was not white, because it had not yet digested Xiequan. Perhaps it was the first time swallowing an extraordinary being, and this digestion process was exceptionally slow. Of course, he wasn't worried about Xiequan being able to survive. After all, Bubai's abilities were strange. Unless one knew in advance how to break the dark illusion, who would keep their eyes closed and let Bubai lead them? Su Chen, what should we do next? Yang Dongqing stared intently at the frenzied Typhoon, a hint of worry in his voice. He knew Su Chen's true capabilities. He was just a sickly person, relying entirely on hypnosis and illusions. Although Typhoon was currently blinded, it was impossible to kill him with mere non-offensive illusions. He wanted to help, but his hands had been broken by Typhoon earlier, rendering him nearly powerless. Rushing in would only be a waste. Jun Wushang tightly gripped his longsword, seemingly about to step forward, but was stopped by Su Chen. Watch closely. He smiled faintly, then pulled out a silver-white revolver from his waist, the barrel thick and long, resembling a baby's arm. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Isn't that the gun the Soundwave Kid used before? Typhoon even mentioned something about mithril bullets. When did you get that? Su Chen didn't answer. Instead, he took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped the silver-white gun. He didn't like using things that others had touched, so he needed to clean off the sweat and fingerprints first. Soon, he finished wiping it down, gently raised the silver-white gun, and aimed it at the frenzied Typhoon. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out, and a burst of blood erupted from Taifeng's heart. He fell heavily to the ground, and blinded, he let out a desperate scream, instinctively clutching his head to protect his vital points as he struggled to rise. Bang! Another shot hit his right chest, as if it had shattered his spine, causing him to fall again, his hands weakly dropping to the ground. Bang! The final shot struck his head, instantly creating a blood hole, and all movement ceased, leaving no sound. Typhoon was dead. With his death, the demon faction was completely wiped out. Looking at the gruesomely dead Typhoon, Jun Wushang showed a look of pity, shaking his head repeatedly. 2 shots to the body, 1 to the head, even a deity would be troubled. The battle was that simple. Su Chen had only expended a trivial amount of mental energy and 3 bullets to directly or indirectly kill several extraordinary beings, including one at the bronze 3 level. With Taifeng's death, the burns on their bodies completely vanished. Su Chen blew on the still smoking muzzle of the gun, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not a treasure but possessing power comparable to one. Is this what mithril bullets are? From now on, it's mine. I'll call you Silver White Rose. He twirled the gun and then tucked the silver white rose into his waist. What are mithril bullets? Yang Dongqing looked at the silver white rose with envy. This gun could actually ignore Taifeng's steel body, truly extraordinary. Su Chen glanced at him. It's written in the extraordinary data of the bronze coffin, go read it yourself. A poor student is just a poor student. He lost patience with a few more words. You! Yang Dongqing was furious. He knew he had been looked down upon by Su Chen again, but in his anger, he could only be angry. Daoist, what are mithril bullets? He quietly asked Jun Wushang. Jun Wushang patiently explained, mithril is the hardest metal in the world and has a certain restraining effect on the extraordinary. Ordinary bullets can't break through steel heart, but mithril bullets can. I've heard that some powerful extraordinary beings even use mithril to forge weapons. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's heart burned with excitement. There were actually such good things in the world. If he had a mithril knife today, would he have had his arms broken by typhoon? However, Jun Wushang's next sentence poured cold water on him. I really want to have a mithril longsword, but unfortunately, mithril is too expensive, at least 10,000 per gram. The bullets Su Gu just fired are probably around 10 grams each, so that's 100,000. 100,000 for one shot. 3 shots, 300,000. This is still in a situation where typhoon cannot be seen. If he could see, it would be very difficult for the bullets to hit him, even 1,000,000 shots might just be wasted. This is something for the nobility to play with, ordinary extraordinary beings simply cannot afford it. Yang Dongqing's passionate heart instantly turned cold. In his poverty, he could hardly imagine that there was metal in this world so expensive, 10,000 per gram. He suddenly fixed his gaze on Tai Feng's corpse and jogged over, wanting to pry out the secret silver bullet from the body, but unfortunately, with his hands broken, he had to call for Jun Wushang to help. The two of them spent half a day prying out 3 already useless secret silver bullets. I'll take 2, you take 1, Jun Wushang quickly allocated. Yang Dongqing was unwilling. Why do you get 2? Because I dug these bullets out with my sword. You. Yang Dongqing was about to argue but suddenly remembered that Tai Feng had also been shot by the Sonic Kid before, so he hurriedly let Jun Wushang dig. In the end, they each got 2 secret silver bullets and laughed happily. 400,000 just like that. 400,000 definitely won't be reached. After all, these are used secret silver bullets. There will definitely be some loss, and the recovery price is not as good as the selling price. I estimate that getting 200,000 would be good. 10,000 each is still worth it. At least I can buy a dress for Jasmine. I misunderstood her last time. I need to buy her a dress to make amends. Jasmine is your girlfriend? Not bad, brother Yang. You don't even have hair but you have a girlfriend. Unlike me, I can only take this 100,000 to comprehend the path of the foot. I'm not bald. I lost my hair because I was burned twice before, and it hasn't grown back yet. While the two were digging for secret silver bullets, Su Chen arrived in front of the statue, carefully examining the angel statue before him. As a believer in angels, he would only see an angel. At this moment, the angel statue was radiating a holy white light, its face gentle and filled with a compassionate divinity. However, Su Chen knew that all of this was an illusion. The gods do not pity mortals, and he and others were merely sacrifices in the struggle between angels and demons. Now that the entire demon camp was dead, the angel in the statue should be able to suppress the demons, and he speculated that there would be new changes. Just as he expected, the holy light on the angel statue became softer and brighter, and the statue itself seemed to come to life, its divine eyes gazing at Su Chen. In the next moment, the angel truly came to life. The statue stretched out its limbs, its holy 8 wings fluttering, and it directly walked down from the altar. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He was unsure of what the angel intended to do. Out of caution, he left an illusionary clone in place while quietly retreating behind it. However, the previously invincible all things in nature seemed to fail at this moment, as the angel completely ignored the clone and walked straight towards the main body, opening its arms as if to embrace. Crack! The silver rose bullet was chambered, aimed at the angel's head. If you want to express your gratitude, just give me some extraordinary potions, no need for an embrace. Devout believer, return to the embrace of the divine. A grand and ethereal voice emanated from the angel, making one unable to resist the urge to obey the divine command. Bang! Su Chen did not hesitate at all and directly shot at the angel's head. However, the secret silver bullet that could break the steel heart could not harm the angel in the slightest, not even leaving a mark. Not far away, Yang Dongqing and the others, who were wiping the secret silver bullets, were startled by the gunshot. Why is there gunfire again? Another 50,000. The two looked in the direction of the sound, instantly shocked to see the angel statue pressing towards Su Chen step by step. As they were about to run over in confusion, they saw the angel transform into a beam of holy light and directly drill into Su Chen's body. Darkness, as if immersed in the dark of the cosmic starry sky. Su Chen seemed to have fallen into the cold, dark sea, his body continuously sinking, as if there were no end. At that moment, suddenly, an invisible giant net as bright as the starry sky appeared above the endless dimensions. It was the Bronze Law. Each note of the Bronze Law was embedded with a brilliant star, emitting twinkling starlight. Suddenly, the law turned, and a star that resembled the sun appeared in Su Chen's vision. It was completely different from the other stars, its size dozens of times larger, radiating holy light. The warm holy light dispelled the surrounding darkness, and Su Chen could finally see the scene around him. A sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. He was in the midst of it, surrounded by countless unconscious people, maintaining a falling posture. Soon, the holy light fell upon him, and a sense of clarity rose in his mind. The Bronze Law, Primordial Angel. Bang! The surrounding environment shattered in an instant, and when Su Chen regained his vision, he found himself in a dim, dilapidated room, with a rocking chair inside and a faintly bright sky outside. A little girl named Tingting was quietly standing in front of him, tilting her head with a curious expression. "Big brother, were you just sleeping while standing?" Su Chen squinted slightly, carefully examining Tingting in front of him. What was going on? Had time reversed? Why had he returned to the nightmare world? Countless questions surged in his mind. He felt no fear of the unknown, only a desire for surprise, the sudden joy continuously stimulating his nerves. This feeling was like receiving a mysterious gift from his girlfriend on a day that was neither his birthday nor a holiday, waiting for him to unwrap it. He recalled carefully, his memory stopping at the moment the angel statue transformed into holy light and collided with him, after which he fainted and woke up back in the nightmare world. Illusion? That was his first reaction. Just as he continued to ponder, he heard Yang Dongqing's voice from outside the door. "Damn it, the sky is getting bright too quickly. This room is too small. If we stay here, we'll definitely attract shadows. Trust me, let's change to another one." Yi Fanyu's voice followed closely. Su Chen felt slightly dazed. He looked down at his shadow on the ground, which had no shadowy figures, and then tried to sense pure heart and all things in nature, but found nothing. The only bronze law present in his body was the primordial angel that had just dispelled the darkness for him. A memory floated out of his mind. It was the memory of entering the shadow illusion before. He remembered everything. There was no pure heart, nor all things in nature. Everything was an illusion. He had been immersed in the shadow illusion. The bronze coffin, the unrememberable, and iron peak, they were all fake. The truth was that he had never left the shadow illusion. At that time, he thought he had succeeded, feeling the shadow's hand disappear, so he opened his eyes, which led him to break the rules and directly fall into the endless sea of blood, deeply trapped in a false illusion. Everything that happened after he walked out of the shadow illusion in his memory was false. He had never walked out of the shadow illusion. Now he had truly emerged. In the face of despair, he had become the chosen one, connecting with the bronze law, primordial angel. It was the angel's holy light that dispelled the darkness and brought him out of the illusion. So I had failed before, deeply trapped in the illusion, but at the critical moment, my microcosm erupted, favored by the divine, awakening the primordial angel, which allowed me to walk out of the illusion. The angel I encountered in the illusion was actually a sign that I was about to awaken the primordial angel. Su Chen murmured to himself, gradually understanding everything. Am I also the chosen one? He unconsciously furrowed his brows, a feeling he disliked. He craved excitement and stimulation, but the sensation of encountering danger only to have divine assistance, with all victories relying on luck, was truly boring. Soon, Yang Dongqing and Yi Fanyu entered, and Su Chen revealed the information about Tingting from the shadow illusion. Yi Fanyu was very happy and analyzed how to break the nightmare, which was to kill Tingting. Yang Dongqing did not agree with this method, and in the end, Yi Fanyu was moved by Yang Dongqing's kindness and decided to help Tingting together with everyone. Things progressed smoothly. The primordial angel proved effective, and Su Chen received divine guidance, finding Tingting's family and ultimately returning to reality. After returning to reality, Su Chen was courted by major companies, learning from them that the primordial angel was the legendary strongest bronze law, even stronger than foreseeing the future. Not only could it harness divine power, but it also provided unseen assistance, so they all wanted Su Chen to join their companies, even resorting to fighting over him. Just as Su Chen was making his choice, the princess of the Crimson Flame Empire appeared. She was pure and beautiful, flawless, driving away all competitors and courting Su Chen. Later, Su Chen embarked on the life of a protagonist in a feel-good story. In his repeated adventures in the nightmare world, relying on divine assistance, he grew stronger and soon became a golden powerhouse, invincible at his level, hailed as the strongest in the empire. The princess developed feelings for him, vowing to marry no one but him, and the emperor of the empire held him in high regard, promising to bestow the throne upon him. Years later, Su Chen, the greatest emperor of the Crimson Flame Empire, the world's strongest, an embodiment of an angel, a divine agent, and the only nightmare apostle in history to break the nightmare curse, successfully stood at the pinnacle of the world, living a happy life with the princess. On the enormous throne, Su Chen looked down at the kneeling nobles of the empire and then at the stunning princess beside him, her face full of affection. He adjusted his glasses, his face devoid of any happiness, only filled with endless emptiness and boredom. He sighed, this isn't enjoyable at all? He cast his gaze toward the towering 100-meter angel statue standing in the center of the palace square, its silver vertical pupil shining brightly. I know you want me to believe in you and have prepared a smooth sailing life for me, but could you at least put in some effort? These are all leftovers I've played with. The 100-meter-high angel statue stood like a lifeless object, offering no response. Su Chen frowned slightly and waved his hand. Come here, tear down this statue for me. The ministers kneeling below changed color, continuously speaking out to stop him. Great Majesty, you cannot tear it down. That would be a desecration of the divine. The divine will bring down heavenly punishment, and the entire Crimson Flame Empire will suffer. Your Majesty, the angel is the faith of the Crimson Flame Empire. If you insist on this, the people will surely rebel. Su Chen only felt increasingly bored. He slowly raised his palm, a dazzling holy light appearing, then pressed down fiercely, and a massive holy light hand materialized in the void, directly enveloping the entire palace. Boom! The palace turned to ruins, and the world fell silent. The ministers were dead, and the princess was dead. Su Chen walked out from the ruins, strolled to the angel statue, and was just about to make a move when the angel statue came to life. Like a true angel descending to the mortal realm, standing 100 meters tall, with a face radiating a compassionate divine glow, it looked down at Su Chen, yet its silver vertical pupil held only endless coldness. Mortal, I grant you all the worldly glory and wealth, yet you still wish to desecrate the divine? Su Chen smiled, raising his head, his crystal blue eyes meeting the angel's cold gaze devoid of any human emotion. I remember, at that time, you entered my body, and then I fainted, right? The angel's voice grew even colder, booming like heavenly music. Mortal, answer my question. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his posture as straight as a pine tree, a golden imperial robe fluttering slightly in the wind. Beneath his high nose bridge, his thin lips pressed into a straight line. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, a cold smile blooming at the edge of his lips. Though the curve was shallow, it carried endless chill and disdain. Outside, you call me immortal, and I won't argue with you, but in my dream, what should you call me? Boom! The world changed dramatically. Everything in the Crimson Flame Empire shattered, replaced by a vast celestial palace rising slowly, celestial light illuminating the 9 heavens, the void stirring, and myriad laws trembling. Su Chen stepped forward, endless laws forming a path to the heavens beneath his feet, carrying him to the supreme throne atop the pinnacle of the celestial palace. His figure became immensely grand, as if he stood equal to heaven and earth, a celestial emperor's robe draped lightly over him. Merely sitting there was enough to make the world lose its color and all things tremble. He radiated a brilliance as dazzling as the sun, commanding the cycle of life and death, ruling the changes of time and fate with a mere flip of his hand, as if he were the center of the universe, the endpoint of all paths. And the angel, who had previously seemed divine, appeared like an ant in his presence. The angel's compassionate face turned expressionless, the changes around him beyond his expectations. He seemed unable to comprehend why a mere mortal could rise so high. Blasphemer! Die! He resembled a malfunctioning robot, his face as cold as ice, transforming into a beam of holy light, charging straight towards Su Chen at the pinnacle of heaven and earth. Su Chen revealed a disdainful smile. He had already guessed the angel's intentions, merely wanting to trap him in an illusion, to make him worship the angel and control his body. Unfortunately, the divine's imagination was too limited. These illusions were not only unappealing to him but rather extremely annoying. If he were in the outside world, he might have had no way to deal with such high-level illusions, but this was his dream, his home ground. He could only blame the angel for letting him fall into a coma, because once he fell asleep, he would enter that omnipotent dream. He waved his hand gently, and the countless stars hanging in the universe fell like rain. They crazily smashed towards that brilliant holy light. However, no matter how the stars shattered and the world collapsed, the holy light remained the unchanging constant, utterly unshakable. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. As I expected, everything in the dream is false. While the angel belongs to the real world, the illusion cannot shake the real. He anticipated this scene, for it had been the same when dealing with the nightmare world. The illusion could not shake the real, even if his dream was more real than reality itself. Bang! The holy light struck his grand body fiercely, like maggots gnawing at bones, spreading wildly over him. For a moment, Su Chen's crystal blue eyes were tinted with a layer of holy light, his expression taking on a hint of reverence, a surge of impulse rising within him, a desire to praise the angel. He knew this was the angel forcibly altering his thoughts, making him a follower of the angel. But Su Chen was not the least bit panicked. Instead, he silently laughed. In my dream, although I cannot change the incoming reality, I can change myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his grand body disintegrated inch by inch, vanishing into thin air, while the holy light flitted about like a headless fly. Beyond endless dimensions, Su Chen quietly observed the holy light, taking a keen interest. God? Just so. Though he could not destroy the holy light would never find him in the dream. With a single thought, he could divide the dream into endless dimensions, while he himself could hide freely beyond those dimensions. What should I do next? He pondered, stroking his chin, and suddenly, his eyes brightened. Illusions may not affect the real, but the greatest function of illusions has always been deception. Why not try deceiving a god? Then, an identical Su Chen appeared before the holy light. This was a clone he had created, a completely identical clone. The angel was indeed fooled. It seemed to lack much intelligence and directly dove into the clone, which was then engulfed by the holy light. Su Chen could feel that the angel was merging with the clone. Aren't you just seeking your own death? Su Chen murmured to himself. He could not control the external reality, but if the angel insisted on merging, he could only accept it with a smile. He did not let the clone resist, allowing the angel to fuse, and after a moment, the two completely became one. A silver vertical pupil grew on the clone's forehead, and holy 8 wings appeared behind it, resembling those of an angel. Snap! Su Chen snapped his fingers, and the clone instantly disintegrated into nothingness, along with the angel, both merging into this dreamscape. Just when he thought he had resolved the situation, the entire dream suddenly changed dramatically. Everything that had been conjured before shattered with a loud crash, and all things returned to nothingness. In this void, only Su Chen stood alone. He frowned slightly, looking at the surrounding emptiness. A feeling deep within him told him that the dream seemed different now, but he could not pinpoint exactly what was different. He tried to conjure the celestial palace above again, and the dream quickly transformed according to his will. The celestial palace soon appeared, everything just as before, but that feeling deep within grew even stronger. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed his eyes. He understood what this feeling was. Reality. After merging with the angel, the dream had gained a touch of reality. That magical feeling was indescribable, yet Su Chen could distinctly feel that the dream was closer to reality. At the same time, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his forehead, as if it were being burned by fire. Whoosh! A massive full-length mirror appeared before him, reflecting a tall and upright figure. Su Chen looked into the mirror, surprised to find that he too had developed a silver vertical pupil on his forehead, his gaze cold and indifferent, like a high deity overlooking all beings. With the appearance of the vertical pupil, some memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. In a daze, he saw 2 towering deities engaged in battle. One was a demon with black wings, and the other was an angel with white wings and a silver eye on its forehead. During the battle, the blood shed by the two fell onto a piece of black stone, which became stained with blood and ultimately transformed into the statue of the duality of God and demon. Later, as the two fought, the ground began to shatter, and eventually, the statue fell into the abyss, disappearing without a trace. The second image showed a group of black-robed and white-robed individuals kneeling before the statue on the altar, then turning on each other, their blood staining the sacrificial ground. The third and final image depicted a small, bald creature with wings, lacking eyes and a nose, continuously releasing a thick fog like smog, seemingly breaking some kind of balance. An old wooden door appeared within the fog, and the small creature discovered the door and opened it. The image abruptly stopped. Does this world really have gods and demons? Or are gods and demons merely products of the nightmare world? Excitement sparkled in Su Chen's eyes. This is truly wonderful. The more dangerous and bizarre the world became, the more excited he felt, like a seasoned gamer who was never afraid of a challenging game, only fearing a boring one. His eyes sparkled with excitement as his mind quickly analyzed the information he had just received. The blood of gods and demons had endowed the statue with divinity. Later, the statue must have been found by some cult, which specifically created a sacrificial site. The sacrificial site was not in the wasteland. It was after the unrememberables came to the wasteland that they inadvertently broke some kind of balance, leading to the entrance of the sacrificial site appearing in the wasteland. Everything matched up. He had previously speculated that the mastermind only needed the unmemorable to achieve their goals, so why create a statue? Therefore, the statue should not have been their doing. Now it seemed that way. It was the unmemorable that released the statue, only to be trapped by it in the sacrificial ground. The thick fog that eroded memories was expelled by the statue, completely driven out through the wooden door. His own dream was quite special, capable of devouring the divinity of the statue, adding a touch of reality. If he followed the logic, didn't that mean that as long as he devoured more divinity, the dream could become reality? Transform into a true world? What exactly was this dream? Was it really a dream that a mere mortal like him could create? More and more mysteries enveloped Su Chen, constantly stimulating his excited nerves. he loved the unknown, loved surprises. Just as he was caught up in his excitement, a sudden sense of shaking came, and then the entire dream began to shake violently. Su-chin, are you still alive? Su-gu, don't die. The bronze coffin hasn't paid me this month, I really can't afford to lose my share. Su-chin opened his eyes and looked at the two in front of him. Stop shaking. Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang immediately showed joy on their faces. Great, Su-gu, you finally woke up. What just happened? Where did that statue go? Su-chin slowly got up from the ground. Although he had fallen, there wasn't a speck of dust on him or his clothes, thanks to the effect of the Immaculate Heart. Now is not the time for idle chatter, let's hurry and leave. It won't be long before the sacrificial ground collapses. Su-chin didn't waste words and directly led the three towards the exit of the sacrificial ground, but after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and extended his hand towards Yang Dongqing. Hand it over. Yang Dongqing's expression changed, stammering, hand. Hand over what? The next moment, his vision went black, and he completely lost sight. Then he felt a lightness at his waist, and when his vision returned, he found a silver handgun in Su-chen's hand. He smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. I didn't mean anything by it, I was just thinking of carrying you to the hospital and was afraid the gun would fall out on the way. Su-chen couldn't be bothered with him and turned to Jun Wushang. Didn't he say you weren't worth mentioning? Jun Wushang's face fell, and he pulled out 5 secret silver bullets from his robe and handed them over. Su-chin glanced at the two. I'm not dead yet, and you're already dividing my inheritance? The two felt quite awkward, one scratching his head and the other looking at the stones beneath his feet. Besides, you're not my children. It seems you don't have inheritance rights, right? Alright, no need to argue. Given your poor behavior, as the Minister of the Intelligence Department of the Bronze Coffin, I've decided to confiscate your action bonus for this outing. Ha! Didn't you just give it back? What? Su-gu, you're the minister? Let's go, this place is about to collapse. As they spoke, spiderweb-like cracks had already appeared in the sky above the sacrificial ground, and the sky looked like a shattered mirror. While running, Su-chen looked up at the sky. He had a strange feeling, as if this place resembled the nightmares in the nightmare world. Remembering that the nightmare world could invade the real world, he speculated that this sacrificial ground had come from the nightmare world. Then what about the black-robed and white-robed people who had knelt before the statue? Were they like Ting-Ting from the nightmare world? Su-gu, where are we running to? We can't find the door we came in through. Jun Wushang said anxiously. Su-chen didn't answer but concentrated his thoughts at his brow. The next moment, a crack appeared on his forehead, and a silver vertical pupil suddenly emerged from the crack, its gaze cold and indifferent. Through the observation of his silver vertical pupils, he quickly discovered the wooden door hidden in the void, and a flash of holy light swept through his eyes, causing the door to suddenly appear. Su-chen, your forehead. Yang Dongqing looked at Su-chen's forehead in shock, horrified to find that this eye was exactly the same as the one on the angel statue before. Su-chen did not explain but led the three of them towards the wooden door. Their speed was fast, except for the bald man Zhao Yongxiang at the end of the line. However, someone was faster than them. To be precise, it was not a person, but the Unrememberable. The Unrememberable, trapped in the sacrificial ground, saw the wooden door appear and flapped its wings, instantly arriving before the door, wanting to open it and leave. Since the distance between them and the Unrememberable was more than 10 meters, they did not forget about it this time. Yang Dongqing urgently called out, Su-chen, hurry, use the silver bullets. A look of helplessness flashed across Su-chen's face. Sometimes, having incompetent teammates was truly frustrating. If silver bullets could really kill the Unrememberable, why do you think that sound wave guy didn't kill it before? Because he was kind? Yang Dongqing was taken aback, just realizing this. At that moment, the Unrememberable had already pushed the door open with its hand, and as it stepped in with half a foot, boom! A brilliant holy light suddenly shot out from Su-chen's third eye. In the next moment, the Unrememberable was struck by the holy light, and almost instantly, its body was obliterated within the holy light, completely dissipating. Just as Su-chen had said before, dealing with the Unrememberable was actually quite simple, either attack from a distance or use non-living entities like puppets. Previously, he had no means of long-range attack to deal with the Unrememberable, but now it was different. After the dream consumed the angel's divinity, he had also gained a portion of angelic power, which was this silver vertical pupil that had appeared on his forehead. Although he could not unleash the true power of this eye, it was still a divine object. Even if he could only exert a part of it, the power was enough to be terrifying. The Unrememberable, which could not be killed by silver bullets, was instantly reduced to ashes under this gaze. However, the cost was also severe. His mental and physical strength were instantly drained. Not only that, Su-chen could even feel a large number of his cells dying, and his bodily organs failing, as if his life force had been forcibly extracted. With this strike, although he killed the unrememberable, it also directly plunged him into a near-death state. Su Chen's body uncontrollably fell towards the ground, and Jun Wusheng quickly grabbed his arm, hoisting him onto his shoulder and running swiftly towards the door. After a long while, 2 business cars drove away from the abandoned city. In the back seat of the business car, Su Chen leaned weakly against the seat. He never expected that after experiencing so many dangers without injury, he would almost be killed by the backlash of the silver vertical pupil at the end. If lifespan had a numerical value, he felt that he could lose several years in an instant. Using a divine object with a mortal body was still too much of a strain. Since becoming an extraordinary being, he hadn't felt this weak for a while. Now, it seemed he could sit in a wheelchair again. In the front passenger seat, Yang Dongqing was still chattering away. "Can you not deduct money? I need to buy clothes for Jasmine to make up for it. Last time, I made her cry. Or you could deduct less." "Shut up, didn't you pick up a few silver bullets? You could sell them for money," Su Chen replied lazily, not wanting to engage with Yang Dongqing. Since the moment the unrememberable died, all their lost memories had returned. Yang Dongqing also remembered that the kiss mark on Jasmine's neck was left by him, and he had bought her new clothes, feeling extremely guilty at that moment. Su Chen's memories naturally returned as well, but whether they were restored or not was not important, as he had already deduced the lost memories before they returned. The Bronze Coffin Company. As Morong Mengli was processing documents, she suddenly stopped writing. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes, and countless fragments of memories surged forth. In the next moment, her expression changed drastically, and she stood up abruptly, rushing out the door. She remembered everything. There had once been more than 20 employees at the Bronze Coffin Company, and one of them was an extraordinary being named Jun Wusheng, who was from the Eternal Life Pavilion, not a nightmare apostle. His bronze law was the rank 98, Peerless Sword Dance. Jun Wusheng was a sycophant. It had been almost effortless to recruit him. Even with Han Yu trying to sabotage it, he couldn't be driven away. She had once sent Jun Wusheng, along with some ordinary nightmare apostles, to the abandoned district to search for clues about the Golden Eye, and then there was nothing after that. Her memory began to fade from that point, mistakenly believing there were no extraordinary beings in the company, which led her to search vigorously, eventually finding Yang Dongqing and Su Chen. As Su Chen and the others reached the abandoned district, her memories of them also vanished, and only now did she recall that she had sent people to the abandoned district multiple times, each time forgetting, and repeatedly sending people to their deaths. Damn it! Why are there forgettable beings in the abandoned district? Su. Worry was etched across Morong Mengli's stunning face, not only concerned about the significant loss of strength for the bronze coffin but also worried about Su Chen. He was the only man she had never disliked since childhood, the only one who looked at her without a hint of desire. She recalled the conversation at the dinner table that day. "Miss Mengli, I always thought we were friends." Friends? Morong Mengli had never had friends. Her status destined her to be looked down upon by the nobles and flattered by the commoners. Notify the armed forces to assemble, prepare vehicles, head to the abandoned district, go to the basement safe and bring out the black box inside. Also, if I haven't returned by midnight tonight, send someone to the Morong family to seek help from my father. Morong Mengli's expression was stern as she methodically issued one command after another. Although she knew the forgettable being was already dead, which was why her memory had returned, she still prepared for the worst, as the abandoned district was not only home to the forgettable nightmare monster. Moreover, she didn't believe Su Chen could kill the forgettable being. It was a nightmare monster that even silver-level experts feared. She speculated that it must have been other powerful nightmares that killed the forgettable being, and Su Chen and the others might already be dead. But she needed to see the living or the dead. Su Chen was her last hope. She had no time to recruit extraordinary beings again, nor could she find anyone stronger than Su Chen. Soon, the main force was assembled, and more than a dozen armored vehicles stopped in front of the Bronze Coffin Company. Morong Mengli shed her presidential attire and changed into a specially made black leather outfit, her flaxen hair flying. "Let's go." Just as she was about to get into the car, the sound of a speeding vehicle suddenly came from afar. Morong Mengli froze. She recognized that car. It was the one Su Chen and the others had driven away in. With a screech, the vehicle came to a sudden stop, drifting to a halt in front of the Bronze Coffin Company, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. Bang! The door of the driver's seat swung open, and Jun Wusheng leaned out, looking pleasantly surprised at the dashing Morong Mengli. "Boss, are you here to welcome me? Where are the others?" Morong Mengli asked rapidly. "They're in the car." She quickly stepped forward, flung open the car door, and saw Su Chen, pale as a sheet, weakly lying on the seat. Su, are you okay? A look of concern appeared on Morong Mengli's face. Su Chen smiled gently. "Thank you for your concern, I'm fine for now. Someone, bring me my medical kit." A metallic black box was handed to Morong Mengli. She opened the box to reveal colorful potions inside, each labeled. She quickly took out a bottle filled with green liquid, opened the cap, and brought it to Su Chen's lips. "This is a vitality potion produced by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, a type of extraordinary potion that has remarkable effects on healing injuries." After saying this, she directly fed the potion to Su Chen. As the vitality potion went down, Su Chen immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, as if he had returned to the embrace of the womb, while at the same time, his body was rapidly recovering, regaining its vitality. "Are there more of these potions? There are 2 bottles left." Su Chen slowly got up. "Please convert the bonus from this mission into vitality potions for me." We can discuss that later. The vitality potion won't fully restore you. The company has a professional medical team, you should come with me for treatment first. "Miss Morong, actually I also." Yang Dongqing beside them raised his fractured hands, looking at the vitality potion with envy. "Mr. Yang, I've already promised these 2 bottles of vitality potion to Su Su. I see your injury isn't too serious, and you are still in good shape, normal medical treatment should suffice." After saying this, Morong Mengli ignored Yang Dongqing and followed Su Chen upstairs. Yang Dongqing. He suddenly missed Jasmine a bit. "Brother Yang, is the boss related to Su Gu?" Jun Wushang asked hopefully. "Why do you ask that?" Yang Dongqing looked at him in surprise. "I saw the boss call him Su Su, they seem quite familiar." "Familiar means they must be relatives? You clearly are a single dog." Yang Dongqing regained his sense of superiority, disdainfully glancing at Jun Wushang, then dragging his arms upstairs, leaving Jun Wushang alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. He was lost in thought for a long time before suddenly coming to his senses, his face filled with pain. All the money spent before was wasted. If I had known this would happen, I might as well have given it to No. 8. What a waste. In the medical room, Morong Mengli's delicate face was filled with coldness, her fair hands tightly clenched. "Su Su, your suspicions are justified. This matter is definitely related to the eldest son of the Morong family, and even Qian Zihao might be involved. This is clearly a trap. I wanted to take Hanyu to the abandoned district several times, but he kept making excuses, saying his father's orders were to protect me. Now that I think about it, he might have known the inside story all along." Morong Yun, Qian Zihao. Her exquisitely long nails dug into her pale palm from the force. Su Chen looked at Morong Mengli, whose face was filled with hatred. He understood what she was thinking. It was not easy to have the opportunity to establish a company, and before she could fully display her talents, she was schemed against by her own brother, resulting in heavy losses for the company. The struggles among the nobility were like this. There was no brotherly affection at all. They could be even harsher on their siblings than on outsiders. It seems the golden eye is indeed hard to find. This eldest son of the Morong family seems to have given up and plans to take a different path to eliminate other competitors directly. Morong Mengli shook her head. Although Morong Yun is ruthless, he would only dare to target our company. He wouldn't dare to kill a noble, even if they are also nobles. The life rights of every imperial noble are supreme. This is a rule established by all nobles. If a commoner kills a noble, regardless of the reason, they will face the judgment of the entire Qian Empire. And if a noble harms another noble, unless there is a justifiable reason, they will also pay a great price. "Oh?" Su Chen's lips curled into an interested smile. "It sounds like killing a noble could be quite an interesting thing." Morong Mengli immediately looked at him seriously. "Sususu, you must not have such thoughts. I'm not joking. The Crimson Flame Empire established by the Golden Nobles will never allow anyone to offend the dignity of the nobility. This unspoken rule applies in other empires as well. Even during wartime, unless in special circumstances, enemy troops will not kill nobles. At most, they will capture them and demand a ransom. This is a red line that cannot be crossed by any empire. There was once a powerful golden, a nightmare apostle, who, dissatisfied with the oppression of the nobility, assassinated a noble after becoming golden. Later, everything about him was erased. The forces of his family and friends were forcibly wiped out by the empire. It sounds even more interesting. Su Chen smiled wider, feeling for the first time that killing someone could be so intriguing, and that someone was called a noble. "You." Morong Mengli's gaze flickered, wanting to say something more, but suddenly realized that this man, who seemed indifferent to the nobility, exuded a certain dangerous charm. "By the way, there's news about the extraordinary potion you wanted." Su Chen immediately perked up, having longed for the extraordinary potion. "Which one is it?" "It's a common type, the Bronze Law, Mighty Fist. Potions like this, which can directly help ordinary people become extraordinary, are very precious. Even the most common ones like Mighty Fist, Endless Recovery, and Iron Will are hard to come by. This time, we were just lucky to encounter it. As for higher tier potions, you can forget about them. These things are not going to be released, they are basically monopolized by the great nobles. Ordinary people can only become chosen ones and comprehend them in the nightmare world. Mighty Fist? Su Chen was very satisfied. He didn't mind its low tier. What he wanted was something simple and brutal that could intuitively enhance physical qualities. When will it be in hand? I've already arranged for someone to keep an eye on it. As soon as it appears at the auction, they will notify me immediately. Oh, by the way, Sususu. Morong Mengli suddenly smiled slightly. Your reward is quite a lot, but to bid for Mighty Fist, you might still be a bit short. But don't worry, I'll cover the difference for you, even if you owe me. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but was interrupted by Morong Mengli. I know you don't like owing others, but you don't have to treat me like others. Miss Mengli, you might be misunderstanding. I didn't mean to decline. What I wanted to say is, can I owe a bit more? Morong Mengli was taken aback. Apart from Mighty Fist, I see you have quite a few other potions in your medicine box. How about this? Why not? Not good. Morong Mengli turned and left the bedside, her flaxen hair flashing past Su Chen's eyes, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. She reached the door, paused, and turned back. You should take good care of your injuries at the company these days. This time, you killed the unmemorable and disrupted Morong Yun and Qian Ziheo's plans. They might come after you. With me in the company, they will be somewhat wary. Also, the mark on your forehead is nice, it looks good. Then, Morong Mengli floated away. Su Chen looked at the empty hospital room and couldn't help but touch the mark on his forehead. Ever since he used the silver vertical pupil, a faint silver mark had appeared there, shaped somewhat like lightning, but not as sharp. It looked more like someone had gently sketched it with a brush. The mark was very faint, almost invisible unless looked at closely, yet it undeniably existed. On the surface, there was no sign of anything extraordinary, but only he knew that behind the silver mark hid a silver vertical pupil, the eye of an eight-winged angel. Possessing terrifying power, with his current strength, he could barely activate it, and immediately fell into a near-death state. Such power should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if he missed the enemy, he would be the one to suffer first. Although I didn't find the golden eye, the gains are substantial. The eyes from the divine, even if not from a true deity, but merely a statue of one, still possess considerable power, and... Su Chen paused. He waved his hand, and the shadow beneath the sickbed stood up like a person. The shadow then began to writhe, and in the next moment, Xiaquan stepped out from the shadow. At that moment, Xiaquan had a blank expression, his demeanor stiff, and his eyes devoid of any luster, resembling a zombie. It was evident that Xiaquan, like the villagers of Zhao family village, was under the control of the shadow, equivalent to being controlled by Su Chen. Previously, Tingting was the master of the shadow, so the controlled villagers acted entirely according to her understanding. Now that the shadow had a new master, Xiaquan was naturally under Su Chen's control. He issued commands to Xiaquan, and then something miraculous happened. The once human Xiaquan suddenly dropped to all fours, sprouting wild dog-like fur, his face protruding, his nose turning black, and his teeth transforming into fangs, resembling the legendary dog demon. Su Chen became intrigued and once again manipulated Xiaquan to transform into an eagle, a tiger, a lion, a bat, a snake. He discovered that Xiaquan alone could open a zoo, and the animals he transformed into were far stronger than ordinary animals, effectively combining the advantages of extraordinary beings and animals. Truly worthy of Sequence 102, Beast Mimicry. If it hadn't been for Bu Bai directly resolving Xiaquan, that battle would have been quite difficult to win, as Xiaquan was incredibly versatile. He was the first to perceive the illusion, and during the battle, he even saw through his true form. All things in nature was basically useless against him. All things in nature was ultimately a visual illusion, with significant limitations, making it very passive against enemies who did not rely on sight. For 3 consecutive days, Morong Mengli came to check on Su Chen's recovery, and his enthusiasm left him somewhat speechless. Su Chen asked her what she wanted. Morong Mengli replied that she was trying to cultivate feelings, as the lead on the golden eye had been cut off, and her father's birthday banquet was approaching, where she would announce her engagement to Qian Ziheo. She was well aware that she could no longer change her fate, so she prepared to find a man before that. And that man was Su Chen. Faced with her honesty, Su Chen had nothing much to say. After all, she wasn't being intrusive, just visiting. One day, Morong Mengli came again. However, this time she brought a silver metallic box containing several bottles of extraordinary potions. In addition to the promised Mighty Punch and 2 Vitality potions, there were 3 more. One was an antidote, one was a stimulant, and one was a berserk potion. You shouldn't be taking these potions yourself, right? They clearly don't align with your abilities, Morong Mengli reminded him. Su Chen nodded. I know. That's good. If you're giving them to Yang Dongqing, remember, he must fully digest iron will before taking them. A person's mind is like a stomach. If the previous food isn't digested, eating more will just overload it. A strange expression appeared on Su Chen's face. Giving them to Yang Dongqing? How did you figure out our relationship was that close? You should rest well, I have things to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Morong Mengli hurriedly left, as if she had something important to attend to. Su Chen carefully examined the potions in front of him. Although they were different colors, they all had labels, so he didn't have to worry about taking the wrong medicine. After all, the nobility has strength. He felt a bit emotional, recalling how he had spent half a day trying to obtain extraordinary power, deceiving and coaxing Yang Dongqing, and even ventured into the nightmare world before finally gaining extraordinary strength. Yet, Morong Mengli, this noble lady, effortlessly produced a vial of the extraordinary potion, Titanic Fist, in just a few days. This was merely the energy of a noble illegitimate daughter. It seems that when I kill Morong Yun and Xian Zihao in the future, I must not forget to reap their family assets, Su Chen said casually, then opened the Titanic Fist, extraordinary potion and drank it all in one go. As for the spirit being overwhelmed, that was not a concern. Spicy. Scorchingly spicy. It felt as if he had directly consumed the base of a beef hot pot. A wave of scorching heat surged within Su Chen, quickly spreading throughout his body. In an instant, his fair skin became incredibly hot, flushed with a hint of red, as if a raging fire was burning inside him. At the same time, his consciousness soared infinitely, as if breaking through some barrier, and he once again saw the bronze laws hidden in endless dimensions, omnipresent. At a certain node in this vast web, a star descended, radiating light. He connected with the bronze law, Titanic Fist. A powerful force surged forth like a tide, and Su Chen could clearly feel his muscles bulging, his strength skyrocketing, with violent energy coursing through his limbs and bones. His muscles expanded even more, subtly trending towards the bulk of Tai Feng, as if he had instantly transformed from a frail scholar into a fitness coach. But then, the pure heart took effect, a pure and flawless light surged throughout his body, and the bulging muscles seemed to be purged of impurities, shrinking at a visible speed. Moments later, Su Chen returned to his original state, his figure still tall and slender, but if one were to peel back his clothes, they would find that his once frail body now displayed streamlined muscles, each inch containing violent power. Huff! Su Chen exhaled, his eyes behind the brown glasses faintly shimmering with a crystal blue light. Is this the feeling of power? The enhancement of physical strength is the most intuitive. However, I have now gathered 3 types of bronze laws. Doesn't that mean I can start preparing to advance to silver? It seems that 3 different systems of bronze laws cannot be promoted, right? It would cause a mental breakdown. Interesting, I'll have to try it then. With the physical enhancement brought by Titanic Fist, he no longer had to worry about the issue of his mental power growing infinitely for a short time. He could live a little longer now, at least until the new year. He slowly got up from the hospital bed, stretching his body simply. His previously severely injured body had completely recovered, partly due to the vitality potion and partly due to Titanic Fist. He shook his head, suddenly feeling a bit of pressure in his head, as if it were filled with something. Is my spirit overwhelmed? Su Chen frowned slightly. It seems that with my current mental power, I can only accommodate 3 types of incompletely digested bronze laws at the same time. He didn't pay much attention. The pressure was just a temporary issue for today. Once his mental power increased again tomorrow, it would be fine. Mengli, long time no see, your beauty is even more captivating. Please try this. I specially spent a lot of money to get the shimmering fish from the extreme frozen sea. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth, worth its weight in secret silver. Only such a delicacy is worthy of your beauty. Over 300 pounds, Shen Zihao's face was filled with a flattering smile, his small eyes nearly squished by fat, staring intently at Morong Mengli sitting across from him. Morong Mengli's face was like ice, and she did not move her chopsticks, stating directly, Shen Zihao, immediately withdraw your people from near the bronze coffin. Xian Zihao's smile did not fade. That won't do, you are my fiancé. What if someone careless bumps into you? This is necessary protection. Protection? Morong Mengli smiled coldly. In the Red Flame Empire, no one dares to lay a hand on the nobility. You don't need to pretend to be innocent. The matter in the abandoned district was done by you, right? Xian Zihao was slightly taken aback. What abandoned district? I don't understand what you're talking about. Mengli, have you encountered some troubles recently? Tell me, in this little piece of land in Star City, there's nothing I, Xian Zihao, can't handle. As he spoke, he reached out his large, fleshy hand to grasp Morong Mengli's hand. A flash of undisguised disgust crossed Morong Mengli's eyes, and she directly stood up to avoid him. Xian Zihao, given your relationship with Morong Yun, even if you didn't do it, you can't escape responsibility. Withdraw your people immediately, and if you dare to lay a hand on anyone from my company again, don't blame me for being rude. Xian Zihao's smile slowly faded. Your company's people? You mean that lowly commoner from the lower district, what's his name, Su Chen, right? Not just Su Chen, you can't touch anyone from the bronze coffin. Mengli, you really misunderstand me. Who in Star City doesn't know that I, Xian Zihao, always act openly and above board? The bronze coffin is your company, which is equivalent to mine. Why would I harm my own company? Hypothetically, if I were to act, what could happen? Morong Mengli's expression grew colder, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. Her icy voice carried a note of determination. Then you can wait to receive a corpse on the day of the wedding. After saying that, she turned and left, the sound of her exquisite high heels clashing against the ground growing fainter. Xian Zihao squinted his small eyes, fixated on Morong Mengli's slender and sexy silhouette, the half-exposed snow-white calf beneath her coat further tugging at his attention. Hiss! He stretched his neck and took a deep breath at the spot where Morong Mengli had just been seated, the woman's faint fragrance mixed with the aroma of phosphorescent fish filling his nostrils, causing saliva to flow. He reached out his large hand and grabbed the entire phosphorescent fish from the plate, not caring as the sauce dripped down his thick fingers, and swallowed the fish whole, chewing vigorously. Before long, Han Yu appeared behind him, respectfully saying, President Qian, should we withdraw our people? Xian Zihao greedily sucked on his fingers, unconcerned. Withdraw? Of course we withdraw. Didn't you hear my fiancé's orders? A hint of hesitation flashed across Han Yu's face. But didn't you say earlier that as soon as Su Chen leaves the bronze coffin store, you would immediately send someone to kill him? Slap! A hand struck Han Yu hard, knocking him to the ground. Xian Zihao's furious voice rang out, is there a conflict between withdrawing people and killing Su Chen? That pretty boy killed the unforgettable I spent a lot of money to acquire and ruined my relationship with Mengli. He must die. Terrified, Han Yu covered his face and knelt on the ground, lowering his head and hurriedly agreeing, though his face was already filled with resentment. Damn fat man, do you have feelings for Morong Mengli? Damn it, when I gain power one day, the first thing I'll do is kill you. But President Qian, you heard what Miss Morong just said. I'm afraid she might take some extreme actions. Xian Zihao sneered, her? Have you ever seen someone who truly wants to commit suicide give advance notice? She has no leverage and can only threaten me with her life, but unfortunately, I know very well that this woman won't commit suicide. She won't die before the head of the Morong family does. Han Yu immediately trembled all over, his expression growing increasingly fearful, as he felt he had heard something extraordinary. Xian Zihao rubbed the silver ring on his hand, recalling the information he had inadvertently obtained, and the sneer on his face deepened. You go to the bronze coffin company and find an opportunity to deal with that pretty boy. Ha? Me? Han Yu was taken aback, pointing at himself. The scene of being threatened by Su Chen was still vivid in his mind, and he didn't believe he could handle Su Chen. Humph. Useless. Xian Zihao scoffed, I didn't ask you to kill him, your task is to investigate that pretty boy's background. If he can kill the unrememberable, he must have some hidden trump card. Didn't you say he has a group of inhuman monsters under him? I suspect his ability is related to puppets, he must be using puppets to kill the unrememberable from a distance. Find out how many puppets he has. Also, find a way to lure him out of the bronze coffin. Doesn't he have a gang in the lower city? Start from that angle. Make sure he leaves the bronze coffin. Once he does, Mr. Mu will naturally deal with him. Upon hearing the name Mr. Mu, Han Yu instinctively shuddered. Yes, I understand, but my strength is limited. Now that Morong Mengli is already suspicious of us, if I go investigate, it might. Why did I have to pick such a useless person like you? Bang! A thick thigh kicked Han Yu hard, and he cried out in pain, quickly rolling on the ground several times to make himself appear more disheveled. She, Morong Mengli, is just suspicious. Does she dare to act against you without solid evidence? Just a noble's illegitimate daughter, she wouldn't have the guts. Didn't you see she only came to warn you today? If she doesn't dare to act, do you think that lower city scum Su Chen would? Besides, even if there were an investigation, it would first fall on Morong Yun. What does it have to do with me, Xian Zihao? In the Waste District, if someone from his company didn't go, even a fool would first suspect Morong Yun. Han Yu kept nodding in agreement. After thinking it over, it made sense. Su Chen would definitely first suspect Morong Yun, at most thinking Xian Zihao was an accomplice. This was the upper city, without evidence. Would a scum dare to act against someone from the richest family in Star City just based on a little suspicion? Inside the bronze coffin training room, the sound of intense strikes echoed continuously, and the dummies in the training room had already been completely deformed under the powerful blows. At that moment, a bronze coffin employee in work clothes hurried in. "Chief, Han Yu has appeared." Suchin slowly stopped his movements, took the towel offered by the employee, and wiped his hands. "Bring him to see me." He casually tossed the towel back to the employee and walked over to a nearby table to pour himself some tea. Before long, Han Yu appeared, looking somewhat nervous, though he concealed it well. "Mr. Su, I went back to the Morong family to handle some matters, and I didn't expect such a big incident to happen in just a few days. I heard you were injured. Are you alright?" Suchin smiled slightly and gently set down his teacup. "I'm fine, but someone is about to have a problem." Upon hearing this, Han Yu immediately tensed up. Facing Suchen's half-smiling gaze, he felt as if he were being targeted by a venomous snake. "Does Mr. Su think the appearance of the unrememberable is suspicious?" Suchen nodded. The news of the golden leaf was only known to the children of the Morong family, excluding Morong Yun. "This matter is indeed suspicious, and as far as I know, the unrememberable also suddenly appeared in the Waste District recently." Han Yu's expression changed. "Are you suspecting Morong Yun? Not just Morong Yun, but also Qian Ziheo." "Qian Ziheo?" Han Yu was startled. Although he has a good relationship with Morong Yun, there's no need for him to act against his fiancée's company. "You suspect him, do you have some evidence?" Suchen smiled lightly and shook his head. "No, I have no evidence." Han Yu let out a slight sigh of relief. No evidence was a good thing. After all, if this matter were to come to light, it would mean that Qian Ziheo had offended all the Morong family's children except for Morong Yun. He still needed to rely on Qian Ziheo to climb up the social ladder and did not want this big tree to fall. However, Su Chen's next words made his expression change drastically. "But solving a case requires evidence. Killing someone is just that. What evidence is needed?" "This." Han Yu suddenly looked up but was met with darkness, realizing he could see nothing. The sudden blindness threw him into a state of panic. At the same time, a malicious wind swept in from behind him. Instinctively, the blind Han Yu wanted to dodge, but suddenly that gust of wind changed direction and struck directly at his abdomen. Normally, he could easily evade such an attack, but the prerequisite was being able to see. The most relied upon sense for a person is sight. Unless specially trained, one cannot quickly discern external information with their ears after losing their sight. Sizzle! That was the sound of intestines being pierced. A sharp eagle's claw brutally penetrated Han Yu's abdomen. "Ah!" Han Yu screamed in agony, struggling to escape backward, blood and intestines spilling out. The fatal wound that would normally kill an ordinary person did not take his life. On the contrary, his recently torn belly seemed to be healing. This was the effect of the bronze lot endless recovery. Unless struck with a special silver bullet, it was difficult to suppress such a recovery ability. However, no matter how fast he healed, it could not match the speed of Xiequan's attacks. In an instant, the expressionless Xiequan struck again, the previous eagle's claw now transformed into a bear's paw, which slammed down with immense force onto Han Yu's legs. With two cracking sounds, his legs broke in response. Then Xiequan leaped forward, his right foot transforming into a massive leg, stomping down twice to break Han Yu's arm bones. Amidst Han Yu's piercing screams, the final stomp landed on his waist, breaking his spine. Now, Han Yu was completely incapacitated, unable to even stand, and his screams had diminished somewhat. Meanwhile, Suchen was still sipping tea, never glancing at Han Yu, as if the tea was more appealing than the man before him. "Ah, ah, ah." Han Yu screamed in despair, the powerful vitality brought by endless recovery at this moment becoming a curse that prolonged his torment. "You can't kill me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I am a vassal of the Morong family." Suchen slowly set down his teacup, slightly surprised. "No one said this matter had anything to do with you? Then why did you attack me?" Suchen appeared even more astonished. "Does killing someone need a reason? If you want to hear one, I can make one up on the spot." You will regret this. I am a vassal of the Morong family. Qian Ziheo is my boss. By attacking me, you offend both the Morong family and the richest man in Xingcheng. They won't let you go. Have you finished your last words?" Han Yu's expression grew increasingly terrified, writhing on the ground like a maggot, trying to escape. No, you can't kill me. If you suspect me, you can't abuse private punishment. Only the Morong family and Qian Ziheo can judge me." Suchen leaned down, looking at the terrified Han Yu, suddenly laughing. "You're right, only they can judge you. Someone, take him to the holding room. I want to have a good chat with Mr. Han." The next day, Han Yu left the Bronze Coffin Company with a heart full of gratitude. He wrapped his trench coat tightly around himself. The wounds from before still throbbed faintly, but the injuries had mostly healed, and on the surface, he seemed fine, only his bones had not fully mended. But he could not wait for his bones to heal, he had to act immediately to not betray the leader's trust. Damn Chen Zihao! Hanyu's face suddenly twisted in rage, his eyes filled with endless hatred. He felt that he must have been out of his mind before to choose to be a dog for Chen Zihao. He worked diligently, yet the other party trampled on his dignity without mercy. Why should that be? Just because Chen Zihao is rich, the richest in Star City? I have the ability, I can endure hardship, I dare to strive, so just because I come from the lower city, I have to endure this injustice? This is unfair. Not fair at all. The leader is right, I must seek justice for myself, I want to live with dignity like a person. In this surge of emotion, Hanyu quickly arrived at Chen Zihao's mansion. At that moment, Chen Zihao was sitting at the dining table, gorging himself. Seeing the half-eaten phosphorescent fish that Chen Zihao casually tossed aside, the blood vessels in Hanyu's eyes intensified. This fish cost more than his monthly salary, yet Chen Zihao had only taken one bite before throwing it on the ground. While eating, Chen Zihao did not even look up and asked, "Have you found out about Su Chen's background?" Hanyu's face grew increasingly grim as he stepped forward, replying, "I found out." "Oh? I didn't expect you, this waste, to be of some use. Tell me, how many puppets does he have?" "He has no puppets." Chen Zihao paused, his hand gnawing on a pig's trotter stopped, his short, thick eyebrows furrowing as he turned to look at the respectfully bowed Hanyu. "No puppets? Are you out of your mind? If there are no puppets, then what were the monster followers you saw before?" "They are followers." Chen Zihao was taken aback. "Followers?" He exploded in anger. "What nonsense followers? Where do the lower city scum get so many monster followers?" Suddenly, Hanyu raised his head, his expression as calm as dead water, staring intently at Chen Zihao, seriously saying, "A person's background does not determine everything, some people are born worthy of being followed." Chen Zihao blinked in disbelief, as if seeing Hanyu for the first time, but soon he became furious and slapped him. "Did you take the wrong medicine today?" Bang! That fat hand was firmly grasped by Hanyu. "You dare to rebel and fight back? Let go of me." Chen Zihao was both shocked and angry, sensing something was off. "People like you, I don't blame you for not understanding the greatness of the leader, but you shouldn't insult the leader. Go to hell, fat pig." Hanyu's face suddenly twisted in rage, his right fist swelling, muscles bulging like balloons, and he struck fiercely at Chen Zihao. Boom! A white light flashed from the bone necklace around Chen Zihao's neck, instantly forming a light shield that enveloped him tightly, while Hanyu was bounced back by the shield, crashing hard against the wall. "You actually betrayed me? How much did he give you?" Chen Zihao's face fell completely. Hanyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up again, and the cowardice in his eyes was gone, replaced by unwavering determination. "The leader didn't give me any benefits, he just told me to live like a person." Hanyu charged forward again, fearlessly throwing punches. The giant force punch pushed to its limit, each punch striking the light shield, causing it to tremble violently. His fists quickly became bloodied and mangled, but he did not stop, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and anger of these years. Chen Zihao sneered, "This treasure was something I spent a lot of money on." "Money, money, money. People like you only ever talk about money. Just because you have money, you can trample on lives and disregard others' dignity?" Chen Zihao laughed in anger. "I don't know what madness you're on, Hanyu. Don't forget, when you came to the upper city, who gave you a job, helped you break through to bronze 2, and let you join the Morong family? Have you forgotten all that?" "I haven't forgotten." Hanyu's expression grew increasingly ferocious, his fist revealing white, bony knuckles. "These things are all given to me by you, but do you think I don't know? Back then, I relied on my own abilities to get into the law enforcement bureau, and it was you who secretly had people push me out, frame me, and had the supervisor fire me. Just because I am a distant relative of the Morong family's steward, you wanted to place your people in the Morong family, so you came to me." Chen Zihao's face suddenly darkened. "Someone, arrest him for me." Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. However, Hanyu remained undeterred, seemingly having long since disregarded life and death. He continued to attack the energy shield, which trembled more violently until finally, crack! A tiny fissure appeared. Chen Zihao's expression changed instantly. "Damn it, you bunch of useless fools, hurry up and catch him." Hanyu's smile grew more sinister, and Chen Zihao's fear brought him a sense of pleasure. "Are you afraid? Are you scared of the lower city scum you've always looked down upon, ha?" In the next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind Hanyu, silver bullets piercing through his body mercilessly. Bang! He collapsed weakly, but his head remained held high, glaring fiercely at Qian Zihao, laughing maniacally. Ha! So the richest man in Star City can also be afraid. Damn! Qian Zihao stepped out from the energy shield, his large foot viciously kicking Han Yu in the face, leaving him bloodied and disfigured, teeth flying. Scum! Scum! Damn scum! You're just a dog that can't be fed enough. Everything you have was given to you by the president, and you dare to lay a hand on me? He vented for a while, until Han Yu was a bloody mess, before finally stopping. Are you awake now? I never expected Su Chen even had control over you. Bloodied and battered, Han Yu's lips trembled, his voice extremely weak yet still resolute. The leader did not control me, he made me understand what it truly means to live. Ha! Qian Zihao laughed in anger. What does it mean to live? You listened to his words, and now you're about to die. What's the point of living? Han Yu's consciousness began to blur, his voice growing more ethereal, memories from the past few years in the upper city flashing through his mind. From the initial hope to hitting walls everywhere, to being schemed against, and finally letting go of his dignity to become a dog. The final image froze on the leader's gentle, encouraging smile. It was the first time he felt like a person. I once thought that gold would shine anywhere, but even the upper city is brightly lit at night. I did not give up. I worked twice as hard, repeatedly asking myself, what makes me worse than the people in the upper city? Why must I linger at the bottom? Even if I got into the law enforcement bureau, I would still be bullied. Everyone wants to become an extraordinary person, but what good is it to become one? Ordinary people have distinctions of rich and poor, and so do extraordinary people. I was unwilling. Every humiliation made me tell myself that one day I would overturn all of this. Unfortunately, later I forgot. It was the leader who reminded me of my past vows. Long live the leader! Suddenly, a final roar erupted from his broken body, and he charged fiercely at Qian Zihao as if returning to life, refusing to give up even with broken limbs. He used his last ounce of strength to open his mouth and bit down hard on the fat on Qian Zihao's belly. Ah! A scream like that of a slaughtered pig came from Qian Zihao's mouth. Kill him! Kill him for me! Bang bang bang! Silver bullets were fired as if they were free. Han Yu's body was turned into a sieve, and he finally fell to the ground, lifeless. A few people rushed out, quickly bringing a medical kit to bandage Qian Zihao's wounds, the pain causing veins to bulge on his face. Su Chen! Call Mr. Mu here, I want Su Chen dead. Right now! Qian Zihao was so furious that he had lost his reason. He never expected Su Chen to be so cunning and so bold. He hadn't even made a move against him, yet Su Chen had struck first. How dare a mere lowly citizen from the lower city do this? How dare he? Dusk, Morong Mangli suddenly arrived. At this moment, Su Chen had already left the hospital room and was reading in his own office. Reading was a habit he had developed in his dreams. He read all kinds of books, especially those he had never explored before, as the unknown fascinated him. Morong Mangli pushed the door open, and just as she was about to speak, she saw Su Chen quietly reading. He paused for a moment, the tranquil moonlight casting a mysterious glow upon him, making it hard for anyone to disturb him. Suddenly, Su Chen looked up at the hurried Morong Mangli and smiled gently. Miss Mangli, aren't you off work yet at this late hour? Morong Mangli took a deep breath, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and said seriously, did you have anything to do with Han Yu's incident? Su Chen nodded, not denying it. It was me. Morong Mangli's expression turned serious. You were too impulsive. Qian Zihao, as the richest man in Star City, has many experts around him and countless treasures. Just relying on Han Yu alone cannot kill him. My informant told me that Qian Zihao is furious now and has already decided to take revenge on you. Oh? A hint of interest appeared on Su Chen's lips. Is he finally coming? To be honest, I never expected Han Yu to kill Qian Zihao. Then why did you? Because I was bored. Su Chen said lightly, under Morong Mangli's puzzled gaze. I have been out of the wasteland city for 3 days now. Qian Zihao has made me wait too long. I simply can't wait any longer. Morong Mangli was taken aback, completely not expecting this to be Su Chen's reason. Was it that life was too dull, and he needed some excitement? Su, do you know what you're doing? In the past few days, I first leaked the news of the unmemorable to the other children of the Morong family, letting them fight among themselves, preventing Morong Yun from having the time to act. I also went to Qian Zihao to stop him from acting rashly, but you, Shu. Su Chen gently placed a finger to his lips and said softly, Miss Mangli, I appreciate everything you've done, but please do not interfere with my decisions. Sometimes, mere compromise does not bring peace, it only exacerbates the situation. Moreover, I have learned from Han Yu that Qian Zihao is the true mastermind behind this. Since he has chosen to strike at me, I can only return the favor. His gentle voice carried an undeniable dominance. For some reason, Morong Mangli's heart raced, and the words that had been on the tip of her tongue were ultimately swallowed. Suddenly, Morong Mengli smiled brightly. You're right. My mother once said that when a man makes a decision, regardless of whether that decision is right or wrong, it means he is prepared for everything and is willing to pay any price. The people around him can only support him, not question him. You have a very good mother. Yes, I have always thought so. Morong Mengli slowly walked to the desk and sat next to Su Chen. Since you have made your decision, I will naturally support you. You are a person of the bronze coffin, and Xian Zihao fears my noble status. On the surface, he certainly wouldn't dare to do anything. He can only secretly send assassins. As far as I know, he has 3 major silver-level experts by his side, but currently, he can only mobilize 1. The other 2 are occupied, one is guarding the secret silver mine and won't leave easily, while the other is in another city, working with Qian Zihao's business association. So the only person he can mobilize is Mu Chang, who is very mysterious. Rumor has it that he is not an extraordinary being, but a cyborg. Cyborg? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. This term conjured many thoughts for him. That's right, a cyborg, and a cyborg made of mithril alloy. The technology for cyborgs is not a secret in the upper city, but small companies simply can't afford it. To create a qualified cyborg requires an enormous amount of money. It is said that Mu Cheng's body is completely covered in mithril alloy, which has a very high strength and offers defense comparable to the silver law's forces adherent, and he is equipped with many lethal weapons, making his destructive power astonishing. The power of technology? Su Chen was beginning to feel excited. He had seen many extraordinary beings but had never encountered a cyborg. Many ordinary people who have no hope of becoming extraordinary, or extraordinary beings who have no hope of advancing, choose the cyborg route to enhance their strength. As long as they are willing to spend money, their power can increase rapidly in a very short time. Full body modification? Or partial modification? Partial modification. Current technology is not sufficient to support full body modification. That is just a concept. Uploading a person's consciousness to a computer and then installing the computer in a modified body to achieve consciousness immortality, or mechanical ascension, is not realistic. Generally, cyborgs only replace an arm or a leg, while more advanced ones replace all skin, muscle, and bones with machinery, retaining only the internal organs and brain. Mu Chang is one of the latter. Morong Mengli paused. Susu, I have told you all the information I know. What do you plan to do next? Su Chen smiled slightly. Of course, I will leave the bronze coffin to draw out Mu Chang. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. If we don't lure him out, how can we take action? Are you confident? A hint of worry appeared on Morong Mengli's face. A mithril alloy cyborg like Mu Chang has almost perfect defense. Unless a silver-level expert intervenes, it is very difficult to break through his defenses. If everything must be done with complete certainty, then nothing will be accomplished. Don't you want to find the golden eye? Then you must first deal with Qian Zihao's people, otherwise, he can set a trap once, and he can certainly do it a second time. Upon hearing the words golden eye, Morong Mengli's gaze dimmed slightly. Actually, I have already lost hope. There isn't enough time left. In another week, it will be the birthday banquet of the Morong family head, which is also the day he announces his engagement. If the news from Li is true, there might still be a chance, but now, compared to her pessimism, Su Chen did not think so. He smiled gently. Have you not heard that there is always a way out? Until the last moment, who can say for sure? It seemed that Su Chen's gentle smile had infected Morong Mengli, and her autumn-like eyes regained some luster. You are right, until the last moment, the outcome is still uncertain. She leaned slightly forward, her stunning face drawing closer, her eyes fixed on Su Chen without blinking. Susu, have you thought about that matter we discussed? Su Chen frowned slightly. What matter? It's about. Morong Mengli bit her red lip lightly, a flush appearing on her face, as if finding it hard to speak. It's about finding a man, as I mentioned before. Why are you so fixated on this matter? Don't ask, just tell me if it's possible or not. It's not possible. Why not? Because it's boring. Morong Mengli was taken aback, her gaze carrying a hint of peculiarity. You can't be. Miss Mengli, I can sense that you are hiding something from me. This is not your usual style. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his deep gaze seeming to penetrate the heart. Morong Mengli seemed to have deflated, slowly leaning back against the chair, a bitter smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. I do have reasons I can't disclose. You are the only man I find agreeable, so I thought, if this must be done, you are the best choice. Moreover, you've already caught the eye of Qian Zihai, and you could die at any moment. I'm worried. Worried that if I die, it won't be easy to find another agreeable man? Morong Mengli nodded straightforwardly. Su Chen was somewhat puzzled about what reason could make Morong Mengli so insistent on this. Never mind, it wasn't important. He was more looking forward to Mu Chang than Morong Mengli's little secret. Don't worry, I won't die. Su Chen's tone remained gentle, but his words carried an undeniable confidence. Morong Mengli fell silent. After a long while, she extended her delicate hands, akin to a work of art, running them through her scattered flaxen hair to the back of her neck. She took off a silver necklace made of secret silver, which had a small, exquisite pendant, a ruby that shimmered with an enchanting glow under the moonlight. "I'll lend you this necklace for now." Su Chen glanced at the ruby necklace, his heart stirred. "Is this a treasure?" Morong Mengli nodded, her gaze on the necklace tinged with nostalgia. "A silver treasure, the Crimson Heart, capable of withstanding any attack below gold level once, reusable, with a cooldown of 1 day. You don't worry about me." Morong Mengli smiled. "Being a noble is more useful than a silver treasure. Are there other treasures?" Morong Mengli. The smile she had just shown instantly cooled. She casually tossed aside the Crimson Heart, then stood up coldly, walking towards the door. As half her body stepped into the doorway, she paused and coldly left a remark, "Don't die." Then she completely left. Su Chen didn't mind Morong Mengli's displeasure. After all, he was quite happy to have acquired a silver treasure. He picked up the Crimson Heart, the delicate necklace still carrying a faint warmth. "Can withstand any attack below gold level once a day, what a treasure." He then put the Crimson Heart around his neck, the ruby pendant slowly disappearing beneath his collar. Night. Dressed in a black coat and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, Su Chen left the company under the watchful eyes of the people from the bronze coffin. At the entrance, a low-key luxurious black sedan was parked. Upon seeing Su Chen come out, a man in black hurriedly opened the car door, inviting him inside. Soon, the sedan gradually drove away. Half an hour later, Su Chen quietly left the bronze coffin through a side door, his figure slowly blending into the night. The previous Su Chen was merely a clone he created using all things in nature. This time, facing a modified human comparable to a silver-level powerhouse, he had to be fully prepared. He sought excitement, but not death. Before long, Su Chen got into a black sedan, driven by a little brother from the poison snake gang he had arranged in advance. Drive. Before long, the vehicle left the upper city and headed straight for the 13th district. Su Chen admired the scenery outside the window, watching the brightly lit upper city gradually recede into the distance, his mind constantly pondering the upcoming plans. He had 3 things to do. First, return to the 13th district to develop his influence, setting a small goal to become the underground emperor of the entire lower city. Not for the sake of enjoying power, but for money. This trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of money. With his current assets, buying a bottle of extraordinary potion was a struggle, and in the end, it was still Morong Mengli who funded it. Second, he needed to make some arrangements to try to kill Mu Cheng using the advantage of terrain. The third task is to help Morong Mengli find the Golden Eye as much as possible. The identity of a noble is very useful, even the energy of an illegitimate daughter is considerable. Once the other party takes control of the Morong family, it will provide unimaginable support for oneself. Just as he was pondering, suddenly, the phone rang, and he answered the call. "Boss, I haven't encountered any danger here." The caller was a subordinate who had left with a clone earlier. Got it." Su Chen hung up the phone, frowning slightly. Did they not target the clone? Was it that Chen Zihao hadn't let Mu Cheng take action yet? Or did the other party possess some means to see through illusions? The fact that the clone did not lure Mu Cheng out made things even more interesting. A smile of intrigue crept onto Su Chen's lips, and suddenly, he noticed that the scenery outside the window was wrong. This was not the road back to District 13, but rather leading to a desolate wilderness. He narrowed his eyes slightly and discreetly drew a pistol from his waist, aiming it at the head of the subordinate who was driving. Bang! The gun fired, but the sound was wrong. It was not the sound of a bullet piercing through a skull, but rather the clanging of metal, as if 2 pieces of metal were colliding. The part of the subordinate's hair that was hit by the bullet fell away, revealing a silver metallic skull beneath. Click, click. The sound of gears turning echoed, and the subordinate's neck twisted unnaturally, turning a full 180 degrees to stare directly at Su Chen in the back seat. The human face had long since disappeared, replaced by a silver metallic face resembling a skull, and where the human eyeballs once were, 2 glowing red metal eyes were now placed. "Su Chen, you can't escape." "Escape? I've finally been waiting for you, Mu Cheng." Su Chen smiled slightly, putting away the gun and leaning back in his seat, looking relaxed and at ease. Mu Cheng looked at the smiling Su Chen in the seat, slightly surprised. To be able to smile at death's door, you are quite a character. It's just a pity that Chen Zihao said he wants to torture you to death. I can't give you a quick end. Get out of the car. The vehicle came to a sudden stop in the pitch-black wilderness. Su Chen and the car did not move. A strange red light flickered in Mu Cheng's eyes. "It seems you still don't recognize the situation." Saying this, he reached out his hand towards Su Chen. At that moment, Su Chen smiled and shook his head. You're wrong, it's you who doesn't recognize the situation. ZZ. The sound of a fuse burning filled the air with a pungent smell of gunpowder. Mu Chang sensed something was wrong and was about to withdraw. Boom! A massive fireball shot into the sky, and the black car Su Chen was in instantly shattered into pieces, with Mu Chang also engulfed by the flames. Moments later, a robot shimmering with a cold metallic sheen emerged from the flames, still burning with fire, its artificial skin being burned away inch by inch, revealing more and more silver metallic skeleton. Su Chen! Mu Chang murmured to himself, a cruel smile appearing at the corners of his cold mechanical mouth. Why can't the scum of the lower city just die obediently? He stepped forward, disappearing into the darkness. At the headquarters of the Serpent Gang, the real Su Chen was leisurely swirling the red wine glass in his hand, a playful smile on his lips. Not deceived by the clone, but instead found the subordinate impersonating me interesting. In fact, the Su Chen who had just been blown up was also fake, a Serpent Gang subordinate wearing Su Chen's face, not through disguise but using the technique of all things in nature. He knew Mu Chang was a cyborg, so he naturally thought of the technological means he might possess, such as infrared imaging devices, which can detect a person's vital signs. Under such high-tech means, the effect of all things in nature was greatly diminished, as it could not replicate the temperature of a human body. In order to prevent this situation from occurring, the real Su Chen had already changed his appearance early on, blending in with the bronze coffin employees leaving work, quietly departing from the upper city. Boss, everything is set, Zhao Chaoyao said as he jogged over. Good, prepare to welcome the guests, Mu Chang replied. Su Chen did not have to wait long. Just as he was halfway through his red wine, a loud bang echoed from outside. In the courtyard of the Viper Gang headquarters, a cyborg covered in silver alloy descended from the sky, smashing the ground into a deep pit. Its metallic eye, glowing with an eerie red light, scanned the area, while the silver alloy shell exuded a sci-fi quality, resembling a cold, ruthless killing machine. A group of black-clad men armed with firearms surged out like a tide. Without a word, they fiercely pulled the triggers. Their movements were synchronized, skilled, and swift, as if they had practiced countless times. The sound of gunfire erupted, flames spewed from the gun muzzles, and bullets streaked through the air like meteors, emitting sharp whistling sounds. However, Mu Chang did not even glance at these people, striding directly into the depths of the Viper Gang. The web of gunfire exploded around him, creating bursts of flames, yet it could not shake his steps in the slightest, nor could it leave a mark on the silver alloy. Is this your reliance? A bunch of lower city scum? How laughable, Mu Chang sneered, casually extending his mechanical right hand. With a steady and powerful motion, as his arm stretched out, a cold light flashed, revealing a gun barrel at his wrist that resembled a Gatling gun. In an instant, the barrel began to spin at high speed, emitting a chilling buzzing sound, and flames erupted like a raging dragon. Bullets poured out like a torrential storm, sweeping away a group of Viper Gang lackeys in an instant. In less than a minute, the scene was littered with severed limbs and blood flowed like a river, resembling a hell on earth. Mu Chang stepped into the Viper Gang headquarters and saw Su Chen sitting calmly in a chair, holding a glass of red wine. You are not Su Chen. Where is Su Chen? Mu Chang said coldly, his body shimmering with metallic luster. Su Chen smiled slightly from his seat. Kill me, and you will naturally see the boss. Boring trick. No matter how many substitutes you have, they are ultimately just a bunch of ants. Mu Chang slowly raised his right hand, the slightly reddened gun barrel aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen remained unfazed, gently raising the detonator in his hand. Ha ha ha. Mu Chang emitted a cold mechanical sound. The lower city scum are indeed ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy mithril alloy? Su Chen's fingers slowly rubbed the detonator's button, and he said lightly, mithril is the hardest metal in this world. Explosives cannot destroy it, but only if your entire body is made of mithril. A strange red light flashed in Mu Chang's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. You are right, I have some precise electronic components in my body, and to ensure flexibility, the joints cannot be made of mithril. But don't think you are the only clever one in this world. The weaknesses of cyborgs that you can think of, I, as a cyborg, naturally understand even better, and I have long strengthened against these weaknesses. Once I enter a defensive state, all weak points will be covered with mithril. Saying this, he walked straight up to Su Chen's substitute, extending his silver metal-covered palm to take the detonator. Su Chen's substitute did not resist, allowing him to take the detonator. You know, your smile is really annoying. The lower city scum can only show fear and reverence when they see me, not a smile like yours that suggests you have everything under control. Ignorance makes you fearless, so what I am going to do now is destroy your ignorance. With a click, Mu Chang coldly pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! 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 The bomb that had been planted in advance was detonated in an instant, enveloping the world in a blinding light, and a deafening explosion echoed, with a massive shockwave spreading outwards like a tidal wave. The intense flames engulfed Mu Chang, but his maniacal laughter could not be drowned out. Ha ha ha. Su Chin, tremble in the dark corners, I will soon. What? How much explosives did you set off? Mu Chang's voice suddenly turned to one of horror as he realized something was amiss. It seemed there were too many bombs. The explosion reverberated throughout the entire District 13, growing increasingly intense, as if it would never end. Flames shot into the sky, and a small mushroom cloud slowly rose above the headquarters of the Viper Gang. In an instant, the entire Viper Gang was reduced to rubble. This night in District 13 was destined to be sleepless, as everyone was awakened by the earth-shattering explosion. In the distance, Su Chen, holding a telescope, gazed at the destroyed Viper Gang headquarters and smiled slightly. Not much, just the explosives from the entire District 13. He knew very well that explosives were unlikely to kill a modified human with mithril alloy, but discussing power without considering dosage was just nonsense. It was like comparing a hand grenade to a ton of hand grenades. Both explode, but can their power be the same? District 13 was his territory, and the reason he insisted on returning to District 13 to deal with Mu Chang was naturally due to the significant geographical advantage. In District 13, with just a command from him, he could gather all the explosives in the district in less than half a day. It was important to note that he controlled not just the Viper Gang, but many others who had been hypnotized: factory owners, high-ranking officials in the district, and countless passers-by. In other words, Mu Chang was not just opposing Su Chen, but the entire District 13. When he told Morong Mengli that there were no secrets in District 13 for him, he meant it. When all the explosives in the district were concentrated in one place and detonated, the resulting power was terrifying. Although it could not destroy mithril, it could rely on the shockwave to damage the delicate electronic components inside Mu Chang and his internal organs. The current level of technology was insufficient to create a fully modified human, so Mu Chang should still have his brain, internal organs, and other organs intact. The terrifying explosion lasted a full 5 minutes, and after 5 minutes, the Viper Gang headquarters had long since vanished, replaced by a wasteland scattered with flames. Amidst the ruins, Mu Chang knelt on the ground, his silver-white metal shell charred black and severely deformed, with some joint connections flickering with weak electric sparks, revealing exposed wires. His previously glowing red eyes were now filled with cracks, exposing the dim infrared lights within. In the darkness illuminated by the flames, a tall figure calmly stepped out from the shadows, dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, every crease just right, as if it were a meticulously crafted work of art. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a small section of his delicate collarbone. His jet-black hair was meticulously styled, and his deep-set eyes emitted a crystalline blue glow in the darkness. Beneath his high nose, his thin lips curled slightly upward, carrying a hint of an elusive smile. He leaned on an exquisite snake-patterned wooden cane, the golden ornament at the top glimmering with a cold light in the dim surroundings. Su Chen gazed at the disheveled Mu Chang, slightly frowning. If you die this easily, that would be too boring. Mu Chang remained motionless, as if truly dead. Bang! A mithril bullet shot out from the silver-white rose in Su Chen's hand, aimed directly at Mu Chang's head. Almost at the moment the gun fired, the dim red light in Mu Chang's eyes flashed brightly, and he strangely tilted his head, dodging the shot. He slowly stood up, his body crackling with the sound of electric bursts. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, seeing that Mu Chang was not dead. While he felt excitement in his heart, he keenly realized that Mu Chang was likely the legendary complete cyborg. Otherwise, if he truly had internal organs, the shock from the explosion just now would have definitely shattered them. But did Morong Mengli say that current technology was insufficient to support the emergence of complete cyborgs? Was her intelligence too outdated? Su Chen, you really should die. Mu Chang, who had already gotten up, stared fiercely at Su Chen, his cold mechanical voice revealing a strong intent to kill. If he had previously been merely completing the task assigned by Qian Zihai, it was now completely unrelated to the mission. Do you have any idea how much it cost to create this body? It's a number you've never seen in your life, yet you've injured it. The reward for this mission isn't even enough to cover the repair costs. Do you think you should die? Su Chen shrugged. As long as you die, won't the repair costs be saved? Go die. Mu Chang, whose body was severely deformed, charged angrily at Su Chen. Even though his body made of secret silver alloy was damaged, it still unleashed terrifying power, like a humanoid tank, crushing all the debris in its path. Excitement flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The enhancement in physical quality brought by the Yi Giant Force Punch was fully displayed at this moment. He suddenly exerted force in his legs, his figure instantly retreating, creating distance from Mu Chang, while the silver-white rose in his hand shot out. Bang! 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 The secret silver bullets flashed with a cold light as they whistled out, each one angled with incredible precision, targeting the joints of Mu Chang. Mu Chang crouched down, effortlessly dodging the secret silver bullets, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Chen. He did not use firearms but chose to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The recent explosion had already left his internal electronic circuits in disarray, and some of the built-in precision weapons had malfunctioned as a result. The silver-glinting metal arm did not strike at Su Chen but instead hit a broken wall to his right. Boom! The wall instantly exploded, and a shadow lightly tapped the ground, like a bat in the night, soaring several meters and dodging that deadly punch. In the midst of the leap, Su Chen squinted slightly, glancing at Mu Chang's metal prosthetic eye flashing with red light. He knew that it was an infrared night vision device, imaging through the temperature emitted by the human body. With such a device present, all things in nature would be rendered ineffective. However, he was not the least bit flustered. All he felt was excitement. Truly worthy of being a powerhouse comparable to silver, to withstand such a tonnage of explosives and remain unscathed, while also seeing through all things in nature, was simply marvelous. There was a real possibility he might be killed this time. In the next moment, Mu Chang arrived in an instant, the eerie red light of his metal prosthetic eye reflecting in Su Chen's gaze. With no frills, he threw a punch. Su Chen did not take it head-on but displayed astonishing fighting skills. This was the killing technique he had painstakingly practiced for years in his dreams, but due to his frail body in reality, he had never been able to use it even once. Now, he finally had the opportunity to showcase it. He crouched down, the metal fist brushing past his hair, and a powerful uppercut, as precise as a scalpel, struck Mu Chang's chin. However, the explosion of giant force punch only caused Mu Chang's head to tilt slightly upward, inflicting no damage at all. Su Chen seemed to have anticipated this situation. After landing the hit, he immediately changed his stance, narrowly dodging Mu Chang's downward strike. Then, he supported himself with one hand on the ground, unleashing the strength of his arm and waist together, spinning like a top, and his right leg swept fiercely, kicking at Mu Chang's knee joint. That area had already been injured by the explosion, exposing a dense network of circuits. With a heavy kick, Mu Chang immediately lost his balance, his body uncontrollably falling. But strangely, just as he was about to roll over, an invisible force seemed to smooth his body, allowing him to defy the principles of mechanics and stand up again. Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and taking advantage of the moment, he stepped on Mu Chang's chest and used the force to perform a backflip, creating distance between them. "You are an extraordinary being?" Su Chen questioned, but his tone carried a strong sense of certainty. Not only had the other party defied the principles of physics to stand up, but during their battle, he had attempted to hypnotize him, only to encounter a powerful mental barrier. If Mu Chang were merely a modified human, he couldn't possibly possess such strong mental power. Standing firm, Mu Chang coldly smiled. "Do you feel hopeless? But the real despair is yet to come." Su Chen smiled slightly. "It's not despair, it's excitement." Whoosh! His figure suddenly vanished, blending into the surrounding darkness. A flash of red light appeared in Mu Chang's eyes as he quickly pursued, but just as he stepped into the darkness, a ferocious tiger's roar echoed in his ears. It was Xie Quan, covered in yellow and black fur. With immense force, his tiger paw lunged towards Mu Chang's head. Faced with the ambush, Mu Chang remained completely unfazed, not even bothering to defend himself, allowing the strike to land on his head. Sizzle! The tiger's paw collided with Mu Chang's mithril head, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. After this strike, 3 of Xie Quan's claws broke, while Mu Chang remained unscathed, with only a few white marks left on his head. The defense comparable to that of a bearer of strength was perfectly demonstrated at this moment, or rather, it was even stronger than that of the bearer of strength because the latter at least had internal organs that would be injured from the shock, but Mu Chang did not. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the darkness as Su Chen's last mithril bullet shot forth, leaving a blazing trail in the air, aimed at Mu Chang's eyes. As long as he destroyed the other party's eyes, he would still have a chance. However, the mithril eyelids, resembling metal plates, quickly fell, directly blocking the bullet. The mithril bullet penetrated half an inch, embedding itself in the eyelid, but as the eyelid opened and closed, the bullet quickly fell away. At this moment, Mu Chang had already seized Xie Quan, and with a slight exertion of his metallic arms, he directly broke Xie Quan's hands. Su Chen's gaze flickered, and he immediately controlled Xie Quan to transform. In an instant, Xie Quan's bones seemed to be drawn out, becoming soft and boneless, his body elongated, and his eyes turned into cold, dark yellow vertical pupils, with dense snake scales appearing on his skin. Transformed into a snake form, Xie Quan coiled around Mu Chang, attempting to bind him, but as Mu Chang exerted force, countless snake scales burst open, and the skin tore apart, revealing thread-like muscles. It felt much like tearing off a piece of meat while eating fried chicken, with strands of flesh still attached. "Not by," Su Chen whispered, and the shadow beneath his feet instantly elongated, extending in front of Mu Chang. Then, the shadow surged like a fountain, rapidly forming a tall, thin black figure over 2 meters high, reaching out to Mu Chang with black hands that resembled gnarled tree branches. A sense of strain emanated from Not Bai, and Su Chen realized that Not Bai could not forcibly pull the other party into the shadow space. They were clearly in a contest of strength, with Mu Chang having the upper hand. However, Su Chen had never expected Not Bai to directly kill a silver-level powerhouse. He only needed to bind the opponent for a while. "Su Chen, I have to admit, as a lowly commoner from the lower city, you do have some skills. You must be a nightmare apostle, right? You've obtained some strange abilities from the nightmare world, but unfortunately, that's all there is to it." Mu Chang sneered, then suddenly exerted force, tearing Xie body inch by inch, while Not Bai's body also trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse. At that moment, the silver mark on Su Chen's forehead burst forth with mysterious silver light, and the next moment, the silver mark tore apart, revealing a silver vertical pupil within. Cold and indifferent, like the eye of a deity. When the silver eye appeared, the originally sneering Mu Chang suddenly jolted, for he felt a pressure of death emanating from it. He hurriedly increased his strength in an attempt to break free, but it was already too late. The brilliant silver light shot out like lightning, instantly piercing through the void, striking Mu Chang with a heart-stopping force. The once impenetrable mithril alloy was as fragile as paper before this beam of silver light instantly pierced through. Mu Chang's entire upper body seemed to vaporize, completely disappearing, along with the torn-apart Xie and a severed arm of Bu Bai. ZZ. The broken end of Mu Chang's lower body revealed a dense network of circuits, tiny blue arcs of electricity flickering continuously, becoming the only sound left in this world. Su Chen stepped out of the darkness, his face pale, most of his weight resting heavily on the snake-patterned wooden staff, clearly exhausted from the recent blow. If it weren't for the bronze law, giant force punch, that had significantly enhanced his physical condition, he would have fainted by now. Was this the power comparable to silver? This battle made him realize the terrifying strength of silver-level experts. Although he had won in the end, the price was undeniably high. He had exhausted all the explosives from the 13th district. The headquarters of the Viper Gang had been reduced to rubble, Xie was dead, Bu Bai had lost an arm, and he himself was on the brink of collapse. Yet, Su Chen had a premonition that the battle was not over, it was merely just beginning. Because Mu Chang was not just a simple cyborg, he was also an extraordinary being. What extraordinary power had he failed to reveal until death? Had he underestimated the power of the silver vertical pupils, thus failing to use it in time? Or, clap clap clap. A sudden round of applause echoed in the darkness, followed by a shocking scene. 6 identical cyborgs, covered entirely in mithril alloy, slowly emerged from the shadows, their steps perfectly synchronized, the silver-white metallic shells emitting a chilling light under the moonlight. One of them, Mu Chang, remarked approvingly, "I didn't expect you to hide such terrifying power, but judging by your appearance, it seems difficult for you to use it a second time in a short period, right? And I still have 6 more cyborgs." "Su Chen, I just said it, even more despair awaits. Now I can't help but ask you, are you desperate?" Seeing such a despairing scene, Su Chen smiled, genuinely happy. Why should I be desperate? Such an interesting development should be celebrated, shouldn't it? Mu Chang's expression turned icy. As expected, the nightmarish apostles are a bunch of disgusting lunatics. Killing people like you brings me no pleasure, especially since you destroyed one of my cyborgs. Why can't you short-lived beings just wait to die in the dark corners? Must you come out to assert your existence? Oh, Su Chen smiled slightly. You really dislike the nightmarish apostles? Then how did you obtain your extraordinary power? Don't tell me it grew on its own. Poof. Mu Chang snorted coldly. I obtained my extraordinary power through the nightmarish apostles, but so what? Did I make them into nightmarish apostles? Blame their bad luck, since it's already fated, they should accept their destiny honestly, instead of like you, who can't enjoy the rest of your life and insists on seeking death. Su Chen, because of you, my losses are significant, but fortunately, your illusion ability is quite rare. Once I turn you into a puppet, it might just make up for it. Puppet? Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he lightly uttered, Silver Law, Sequence 24, Master of Servants. Mu Chang sneered coldly, you do have some insight, are you surprised? How can a Master of Servants, of such a low sequence possess such powerful combat strength? He didn't wait for Su Chen to respond, continuing to speak to himself, this is the power of money. People only know that the Master of Servants has a low sequence and that the extraordinary path is unclear, unable to advance to gold, and can only control weaker servants, yet they don't realize they are wrong. Controlling fully transformed beings is the most correct use of the Master of Servants. Fully transformed beings do not know how to resist like controlled extraordinary beings do, and as long as there is money, they can be mass-produced. Where in this world can you find such perfect servants? As long as I have enough money, I can even create an army of transformed beings. So what if I can't advance to gold? With thousands of transformed beings at my command, I am gold. At this moment, Mu Chang was clearly a bit high, resembling someone who has the upper hand in a game, then blocking the enemy at their fountain while typing insults, refusing to destroy their base. Su Chen could easily guess some of Mu Chang's past experiences from his words. Possessing the Silver Law, Master of Servants, with a low rank and no hope of advancement, it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon by his peers who were silver extraordinary beings. It was likely that he later encountered Qian Zihao, who owned a mithril mine, discovered the new territory of transformed beings, and then began living a life of serving Qian Zihao, saving money to create transformed beings. Now he also understood why previous bombs couldn't kill Mu Chang, because he was a fully transformed being, having discarded all his internal organs, which meant he had no weaknesses inside or out. Moro Mengli's intelligence was not wrong. The level of technology indeed could not create fully transformed beings. After all, transformed beings ultimately belong to the category of person, controlled by humans. A person without internal organs is a dead man and cannot be controlled, but Mu Chang combined the power of Master of Servants with technology, using extraordinary power to control fully transformed beings, which could be considered at the forefront of technology. You cannot compare to gold extraordinary beings. They do not need to harden against an army of transformed beings. They only need to implement a decapitation plan and kill you. The controller, Su Chen, pointed out the flaw kindly. Mu Chang did not appreciate it, instead sneering, "Do you think I wouldn't have thought of that? In response to this, I have long abandoned my body and have my soul parasitically living in the transformed beings. As long as there is one transformed being left, I will never die. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends." Su Chen was not surprised. He had long guessed Mu Chang's operation. With such admiration for transformed beings, he would certainly attempt to transform himself. He had seen the ability introduction of Master of Servants, and knew that Master of Servants could have their soul parasitically live in their servants, even transferring between them. Wonderful! Indeed, everyone has their own shining point and yearns for an extraordinary life. Even as a low-ranked silver tier, there is still a heart that longs for gold. Su Chen applauded in admiration. He appreciated Mu Chang's determination to abandon even his physical body for his ambition. True strong individuals never hesitate to praise their enemies. Sometimes, the enemy is the best mirror reflecting oneself. What kind of person you are determines what kind of enemies you will encounter. Facing Su Chen's praise, Mu Chang showed a look of disdain. "Su Chen, I know you are stalling for time, but I don't care. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are useless. The real despair is when you have made all preparations and still cannot change the outcome of failure. I give you time, and you only need to despair." Su Chen smiled helplessly, realizing the other party had misunderstood. "Actually, I don't need preparation time. I'm just curious, as this is the first time I've encountered someone like you who has abandoned their body." "Oh, so you mean you are prepared for death?" Mu Chang mocked, as 6 transformed beings shimmering with silver light slowly surrounded Su Chen. Su Chen calmly shook his head, his tone exceptionally calm and composed, as if stating an undeniable fact. "With you, you still can't kill me." Mu Chang was instantly furious. "I want to see how long you can remain confident." In the next moment, the 6 silver alloy cyborgs tightened their encirclement, slowly advancing towards Su Chen. They moved deliberately slow, as if to intentionally apply pressure on him, hoping to see despair and fear on his face, thus satisfying Mu Chang's twisted heart. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Su Chen smiled slightly, elegantly extending his palm to grasp the invitation from Bu Bai, their black and white hands tightly clasped in the air. "Mr. Mu, your methods and your story are quite delightful to me, and for that, I have decided to give you a surprise. Please do not refuse." A sense of unease crept into Mu Chang's heart. "Catch him now." The 6 silver cyborgs surged forward, only to miss entirely. Where was Su Chen? All that remained was a shadow as dark as ink. Yes, Su Chen had slipped into Bu Bai's shadow space. The shadow space of Bu Bai was not only for killing, it could also be used to evade powerful enemies. "Ah, Su Chen!" In the ruins, Mu Chang let out a furious roar, nearly exploding with rage. He had thought victory was in his grasp, only to have the opponent escape right under his nose. It felt just like in a game when one deliberately avoids pushing the base, taunts in the chat, and then gets turned over. If he hadn't already turned himself into a cyborg, lacking a face, he would probably be feeling a burning pain on his face right now. "Su Chen, if you have the guts, never come out again. I'll guard you right here." Mu Chang bowed fiercely in his heart, the six of them forming a circle, staring intently at the shadow on the ground, which was Su Chen's shadow. He guessed that Su Chen must be hiding within that shadow, otherwise, how could the person vanish while the shadow remained? In fact, Mu Chang was quite right. Although Bu Bai could help Su Chen slip into the shadow space, he had forgotten where the exit of the shadow space was. It was right within Su Chen's shadow. However, what Mu Chang did not know was that Su Chen entering the shadow space was not to evade, but to prepare him a big surprise. Inside the shadow space, Su Chen took out a vial of vitality potion from his pocket and drank it down in one gulp, quickly recovering the stamina he had previously expended. He wasn't taking the drug to use the silver vertical pupil again, it would be useless. Mu Chang's soul could shift back and forth among the 6 cyborgs, which meant that unless all the cyborgs were destroyed at once, he could never be killed. And with the current power of the silver vertical pupil, it could only destroy one. His true killing move had never been the silver vertical pupil, but rather, dreams. Ever since he had absorbed the divinity of the angel statue, his dreams had gained a touch of reality. During the past few days of rest, he had not been idle, continuously exploring the changes this touch of reality brought to his dreams. Hard work pays off, and he finally experimented with the effects of this touch of reality. Feeling that his body had mostly recovered, Su Chen began his next move, slowly walking deeper into the darkness, not holding Bu Bai's hand. He was now essentially Bu Bai's master, feeding him daily, so there was no need to worry about violating the rules and being attacked by Bu Bai. Soon, Su Chen stopped. In front of him stood a person, eyes tightly closed, expression dazed, standing like a zombie in place. From the slight tremors of the person's body, it was clear they had been standing for a long time. This person wore a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and had a bit of a bald head. It was Zhao Yongxiang, the nightmare apostle from the Bronze Coffin Company. Zhao Yongxiang was the only ordinary person who had survived in the wasteland and was also on the verge of entering the nightmare world. When he first met Zhao Yongxiang at the Bronze Coffin, this middle-aged man had appeared tense, saying he could already feel the call of the nightmare world, needing enough money to buy a treasure, and then asked Mu Rong Mengli for more funds. It was at that time that Su Chen noticed Zhao Yongxiang. He was very fond of the nightmare world, but under normal circumstances, a nightmare apostle would take at least a month to sense the next summoning of the nightmare world. That was too long. He couldn't wait that long. So he thought of finding an opportunity to follow Zhao Yongxiang into the nightmare world. This was also why Su Chen specifically protected Zhao Yongxiang in the abandoned district, because Zhao Yongxiang equals ticket to the nightmare world. Later, after learning that Mu Chang was coming to kill him, he hypnotized Zhao Yongxiang early on, preventing him from sleeping, and pulled him into the shadow space, all for this moment. Now Mu Chang was guarding the entrance to the shadow space, which Su Chen had anticipated long ago. He couldn't leave no backup. Zhao Yongxiang was his backup. He could enter the nightmare world through Zhao Yongxiang in the shadow space. Su Chen began to hypnotize himself, and after a moment, he fell into a deep sleep, slowly entering a dream. This time, the dream was empty, there was nothing but a void. This was the most ordinary state of a dream. As long as he did not manipulate it, the dream would present an emptiness of nothingness. Su Chen stood in the void, waved his hand, and instantly the emptiness before him dispersed, revealing scenes from the real world. On the ruins, a frantic Mu Chang was crouching, surrounded by 6 silver alloy cyborgs, all motionless, staring intently at the shadows on the ground. This was one of the abilities that emerged after merging with divinity, as if the connection to the real world had strengthened, allowing one to see reality through the dream. The enhanced dream also had a second ability, to forcibly pull others' consciousness into the dream. While recuperating in the bronze coffin, he had attempted to pull ordinary staff members into the dream. Although he faced significant obstacles, he ultimately succeeded. The obstacle came from the physical body, which served as a barrier to consciousness. To pull someone's consciousness into the dream, one must first control the dream to break through the physical barrier, envelop the other's consciousness, and then pull them in. Ordinary people had weak bodies, so after consuming a large amount of mental energy, he successfully broke through the physical barrier and pulled their consciousness into the dream. Later, he tried to pull the 2 extraordinary beings, Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushan, into the dream but found it impossible. Their physical barriers were too strong. He initially thought this ability was of no use. After all, what was the point of pulling ordinary people into the dream? Just to have one more real person kneeling before him, the Heavenly Emperor? But now, seeing Mu Chang, he realized the usefulness of this ability. Because Mu Chang had no physical body. Only some silver alloy and electronic components remained. Originally, his plan was that if he couldn't defeat Mu Chang, he would directly retreat into the shadow space, then use Zhao Yongxiang to jump to the nightmare world, seeking opportunities to grow stronger there. and then returned to counterattack Mu Chang. But who would have thought this guy had completely lost his physical body? He even spoke of flesh being weak in mechanical ascension. This made Su Chen instantly change his mind, preparing to give Mu Chang a surprise. He exited the dream, and the mental energy that had been depleted due to the silver vertical pupils was instantly replenished and even increased by 1%. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and Zhao Yongqiang instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground and falling into a deep sleep. A smile of interest appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. Things are getting more and more interesting. Relying on the Nightmare Apostle to become an extraordinary being, yet looking down on the Nightmare Apostle, you will also become a Nightmare Apostle. How splendid your expression will be then. Truly, something to look forward to. He then re-entered the dream and connected his dream with Zhao Yongqiang's dream. Gradually, a trace of blood appeared in Zhao Yongqiang's dream, and as the dream was gradually consumed, that blood spread to Su Chen's dream like a plague. Mu Chang was still waiting anxiously. As time passed, his initial rage gradually subsided, and he regained the composure of a silver powerhouse, sneering coldly in his heart. I am a complete cyborg, I can wait here without eating or drinking. Su Chen, what do you have to compare with me? Just as he was thinking this, a splash of blood red suddenly appeared in his vision, as if his retina had been smeared with blood. Although he didn't have a retina, this blood red was strangely unsettling. Mu Chang was startled, but before he could react, the blood color vanished suddenly. When his vision returned, he was left in shock. This is. He looked around in astonishment. The ruins that had been there before had completely disappeared, replaced by a lush forest, the sun hanging high in the sky, and trees towering into the clouds. However, the seemingly vibrant forest was utterly silent, no sound of wind, birds, or falling leaves. Nothing but a dead silence. This primitive forest scene caused Mu Chang to panic for a moment, but when he spotted Su Chen not far away, his panic turned into a cold sneer. Under a large tree not far away, Su Chen leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, smiling in greeting, his tea-colored glasses hiding a smile that was hard to decipher. It seems I underestimated your illusionary abilities. You managed to deceive my metallic prosthetic eye. This illusion must directly affect the soul, right? Mu Chang sneered. But in the face of absolute power, illusions are ultimately just illusions. Everything is a joke. Seeing Mu Chang so confident, Su Chen felt at ease and smiled in welcome. Mr. Mu, welcome to the Nightmare World. The Nightmare World. Mu Chang was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Humph, playing tricks. You think just because I'm not a Nightmare Apostle, I wouldn't know about nightmares? Shoo! Su Chen gently placed a finger on his lips, smiling lightly. Whether it's tricks or not, you just need to sense the law. In the real world, there are barriers. Even as a transcendent being, you can only vaguely feel the law. But the Nightmare World is different. If you sense it carefully, you will find the law is clear and visible. Mu Chang felt a sudden tightness in his chest at Su Chen's serious tone. Although he instinctively disbelieved it, he subconsciously began to sense the silver law, and the result. A silver law that spanned endless dimensions and surpassed the bronze law clearly appeared in his perception. This is impossible. Mu Chang shouted in a frenzy, illusion. It's all just an illusion. You can't fool me. How could I suddenly appear in the Nightmare World? I've been fully awake. After becoming a cyborg, I don't even need to sleep. I can't possibly become a Nightmare Apostle. Seeing you so happy, Mr. Mu, I can relax now. It was worth my effort to invite you into the Nightmare World. I don't believe it. Mu Chang grew increasingly terrified. As a silver transcendent, he had often dealt with Nightmare Apostles and knew how terrifying the Nightmare World was. A deadly curse. Whoever got involved would die. It's all an illusion. As long as I kill you, the illusion will be broken. I'll kill you. Mu Chang commanded the 6 cyborgs to charge at Su Chen, but the next second, he suddenly froze, his body made of secret silver alloy trembling slightly. He had just realized that countless red dots had appeared in his metallic prosthetic eye, densely packed red dots. His metallic eye had infrared imaging capabilities, allowing him to see the body heat emitted by living beings. These red dots represented countless creatures hidden in the forest. Moreover, the red dots were continuously enlarging, proving that these creatures were surging toward him like a tide. Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly as he caught a glimpse into the depths of the forest. Although his line of sight was obstructed by the lush trees, the powerful perception granted by his mental strength allowed him to sense that something was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the forest, positioning itself between Su Chen and Mu Chang. Upon seeing this person, Mu Chang's expression changed drastically. This could hardly be called a human. Though it had a human shape, its neck was a smooth severed surface, devoid of a head. The most bizarre aspect was that the headless figure was embedded with countless densely packed ears, each varying in shape, as if they were set into the flesh. Some were small and delicate, while others were large and thick. The headless figure stood silently between the two, as if frozen in place, motionless except for the ears on its body, which quivered slightly as if searching for something. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, keenly sensing something strange. The headless figure had charged out of the woods without making a sound, not even a footfall as it broke through the flowers and grass. The appearance of the headless figure was like the last straw for Mu Chang, causing him to collapse. He realized this was not an illusion, for illusions could not deceive his metallic prosthetic eye. The red light flickering in the metallic eye clearly indicated that the headless figure before him was a living being. Why? Mu Chang screamed in a frenzy, unable to deceive himself any longer. Both the clearly visible laws and the living headless figure before him were unmistakably telling him that this was no longer reality. But, the nightmare world. Why have I come to the nightmare world? Why have I become a nightmare apostle? What have you done to me? Su Chen! Mu Chang roared in rage, his voice tinged with a hint of despair. His breakdown was not due to fear of the monster before him. He had killed some nightmare creatures in the real world, even capturing some that were beyond memory himself. What he truly feared was the nightmare world, a nightmare from which one could never escape once tainted. At that moment, the headless figure that had been blocking them suddenly moved. Its ears swayed gently, as if locking onto a target, and its body abruptly turned, charging straight at Mu Chang. In his frenzy, Mu Chang would not spare the headless figure. Seeing it charge, he raised his right hand without a word, his wrist snapping instantly to reveal a silver Gatling gun barrel. Get away! The deafening gunfire erupted, and before the headless figure could reach him, it was mercilessly torn apart by bullets. After dealing with the headless figure, he aimed at Su Chen. Su Chen, you brought me to the nightmare world. You must have a way out, right? Speak quickly. Su Chen adjusted his brown glasses, a delighted smile on his pale face. That's the expression. Ha ha ha. You, who have always looked down on nightmare apostles, are now so helpless in the nightmare world. It's wonderful. Truly wonderful. I'm really curious about what it feels like to suddenly become someone you once despised. I'll kill you. Mu Chang roared in fury, his reason nearly consumed by rage. But before he could act, more headless figures surged out from the depths of the forest, and upon a rough count, there were at least 100, with even more continuously pouring out behind them. Their ears swayed excitedly, even turning slightly red, as they charged recklessly towards Mu Chang. Get away! Get away! You monsters! 6 modified humans opened fire simultaneously, and in an instant, gunfire erupted. The headless figures kept falling, yet strangely, their numbers did not decrease. Instead, with the sound of gunfire, more and more emerged. Sound? Su Chen had roughly figured out the behavior patterns of the headless ones. In his view, some headless figures were greedily devouring the sounds emitted by Mu Chang, their ears forming obvious whirlpools from the vibrations in the air. As the whirlpools appeared, the gunfire that should have been dense grew weaker, and by the time the sound reached Su Chen's ears, the noise of the bullets was even less than that of stomping feet. It seemed these headless beings fed on sound, so everything here was silent. Any emergence of noise would draw them out. This pattern was not hard to discern, but unfortunately, Mu Chang, who had just entered the nightmare world, had already lost his sanity. Mu Chang fired his gun wildly, but there were simply too many headless ones, and their vitality was exceptionally tenacious. Without heads, they seemed to have no fatal weaknesses. Unless torn to pieces, a few bullets were unlikely to kill them. Soon, many headless figures pounced on the cyborgs, excitedly pounding on the metal exterior of the cyborgs, creating a tremendous noise, which was quickly devoured. Strangely, those headless beings that consumed a large amount of sound began to grow larger. The enlarged headless ones became stronger, and the sounds they made while pounding the cyborgs grew louder, seemingly forming a positive feedback loop. In contrast to Mu Chang's predicament, Su Chen appeared calm and collected, quietly watching the spectacle from the side. He made no sound, naturally avoiding the attention of the headless ones. In fact, he had originally planned to slip into the shadow space and use the nightmare world to weaken Mu Chang's power, but it seemed that would no longer be necessary. Besides Su Chen not being attacked, Zhao Yongxiang, who had entered with him, also suffered no attacks, as he remained in a hypnotic state, standing motionless in place until Su Chen gave a command. Mu Chang was very powerful. Even with so many headless ones, it was difficult for them to break through his mithril alloy. However, as the sounds consumed by the headless ones increased, the outcome was uncertain. Watching Mu Chang being besieged, Su Chen felt a bit bored and quietly walked deeper into the forest. Su Chen, you can't escape. Mu Chang suddenly erupted with a furious roar, and 6 cyborgs powered up, recklessly charging towards Su Chen, even with a horde of headless ones clinging to them. He raised his gun, intending to shoot and block Su Chen, but a series of empty clicks came from his arm. He was out of bullets. In a fit of rage, he could only rely on his legs to chase, with 5 cyborgs working together to hold back the headless army, while the remaining cyborg broke through the encirclement. After all, he was a silver-tier powerhouse. Even using his cyborg's body, the speed he unleashed was not something Su Chen could match. The distance between the two rapidly closed, but just then, Su Chen suddenly stopped, becoming as still as wood, even holding his breath. Although Mu Cheng felt puzzled, in his fury, he couldn't care less and continued to run, the mithril alloy on him making heavy sounds. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and he was covered by a massive shadow. When he looked up, he was shocked to find a headless figure over 10 meters tall excitedly listening to him. A gigantic hand, covered in ears, descended from the sky, reaching out to grab Mu Cheng. Startled, Mu Cheng rolled to evade the strike, but with his entire body made of metal, the sound from his roll was too loud. The 10-meter-tall headless one did not pause and reached for him again. He rolled and crawled frantically to escape. Although the mithril alloy was hard and difficult to break, it would still deform under immense force. The more he dodged, the greater the noise he made, and soon, many smaller headless ones appeared in the forest, attacking him. Mu Cheng was in a panic. What was happening? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Chen, who was safe and sound, and at that moment, Su Chen even waved at him friendly, signaling him to keep going. Bastard! Why is this bastard not in trouble? Wait, I must have overlooked something. Let me think carefully. How did those despicable nightmare apostles get through one nightmare after another? These headless beings have no heads, yet their bodies are covered in ears. I understand now, it's the sound. As long as I don't make a sound, I won't provoke these monsters. Mu Cheng thought this and suddenly stopped in his tracks. However, contrary to his wishes, those headless beings chasing him had already heard the sound. Mu Cheng stopping was equivalent to walking into a trap. The headless beings, in their frantic pursuit, crashed into the metal shell, creating a huge noise. They excitedly flailed about, continuously making sounds. Mu Cheng was infuriated at this scene. You damned monsters, get lost. He wasn't afraid of these smaller headless beings. It was mainly that the 10-meter-tall headless giant was also coming towards the sound. A wide palm descended from the sky, grabbing Mu Cheng in one hand, crushing some of the smaller headless beings on the spot. Mu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. At least the small headless beings weren't flailing about anymore. As long as he didn't make a sound, he should be fine. It was clear he was underestimating the headless beings. In the next moment, the 10-meter headless giant suddenly pinched one of Mu Cheng's legs with 2 thick fingers and began to smash it against the surrounding trees. Bang! 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 Several large trees were knocked down by Mu Cheng, creating a tremendous noise. The 10-meter headless giant became excited, wildly swinging Mu Cheng until all the surrounding trees were toppled. It still wasn't satisfied and began smashing him into the ground, resembling a child throwing cards with all its might, picking them up and throwing them again, endlessly entertained. Boom! Mu Cheng was once again smashed into a deep pit. The ground beneath him had long since cracked, and his indestructible mithril body had also severely deformed. Even the connection between his legs and torso had come undone, revealing a tangle of wires. You damned monsters! I've had enough! A roar filled with rage erupted from him. He could no longer hold back. He felt targeted. Clearly, he had made no sound, so why wouldn't they let him go? Damn it! You all deserve to die. Su Chen deserves to die. You all should die. Mu Cheng crawled out of the pit, the red light in his eyes flashing wildly. Don't you like sound? This time, I'll make sure you hear enough. Activate self-destruct program. Hearing this, Su Chen, who was walking in the distance, immediately quickened his pace, not caring if the sounds he made attracted some headless beings. Boom! Mu Cheng self-destructed. The massive explosion echoed throughout the forest, with the 10-meter headless giant being the first to bear the brunt. In a blinding flash of white light, the giant turned into a shower of flesh and blood, scattering across the land, and some nearby smaller headless beings met the same fate, blown to bits. The area within 100 meters was almost flattened, and even Su Chen, a kilometer away, felt a significant impact. Such a tremendous sound directly attracted all the headless beings present. They dropped everything and rushed madly towards the center of the explosion. Su Chen tidied his hair, which had been disheveled by the shockwave of the explosion, and silently smiled. One. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 silver-glinting mithril alloy cyborgs rushed over at high speed. Su Chen slightly raised his gaze, looking at the distance between himself and the cyborgs, feeling no panic at all. He even adjusted his suit, which had wrinkled from running, and then, under Mu Cheng's wide-eyed stare, accepted the uninvited invitation and slipped into the shadow space. Ah! Mu Cheng wanted to scream to the heavens in anger, but he didn't dare. After all, he had finally lured all the headless beings away with a cyborg self-detonation. Shouting now would be pointless. In a state of panic, he could only repeat his previous actions, waiting at the entrance of the shadow space. However, unlike last time, this time he dared not move at all, fearing that even the slightest sound would give him away. Gradually, the headless figures dispersed from the center of the explosion, beginning to wander around in search of noise, some even coming close to Mu Chang, making his heart race with fear. Fortunately, this time there were no unexpected incidents. The headless figures passed by him and walked off into the distance. Tap, tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from behind Mu Chang. He froze, wondering how there could be footsteps. He slowly turned his head, not daring to move any faster, afraid that the sound of his neck turning would be too loud, especially since his neck was made of metal. When he saw the source of the footsteps, he was taken aback. It was none other than the bald man, Zhao Yongsheng. It turned out that at some point, taking advantage of the headless figures moving towards the explosion center, Zhao Yongsheng had come over. Seeing this scene, Mu Chang panicked, his eyes flashing red, signaling Zhao Yongsheng to stay still. However, Zhao Yongsheng seemed oblivious and continued to approach. A few headless figures wandering not far away suddenly stopped, their bodies covered in ears twitching as if they were listening. "You damn it, idiot! Don't move!" Mu Chang screamed in his heart, and perhaps his curses had an effect. Zhao Yongsheng really did stop, standing about 3 meters away from Mu Chang. Phew! Mu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't too foolish. He had no idea about Zhao Yongsheng's relationship with Su Chen, thinking that the other party was just another newly entered nightmare apostle. If he had known, he certainly wouldn't have felt relieved. Because, Zhao Yongsheng suddenly opened his mouth wide and screamed frantically, the sound so loud it was as if someone had just broken his leg. Mu Chang was startled by the shout, "You damn! For the leader!" Zhao Yongsheng shouted fervently as he charged towards Mu Chang. In the dead silence of the forest, what does it feel like when someone suddenly screams with all their might? It's like a thunderclap in a quiet place. Instantly, the headless figures wandering aimlessly around seemed to receive a signal, their ears perked up, and they rushed towards the sound without hesitation. "You're dead!" Mu Chang, furious, unleashed a silver-glinting metal fist, smashing Zhao Yongsheng's head with one punch, silencing him immediately. As Zhao Yongsheng's body was about to fall straight to the ground, Mu Chang was so frightened that he hurriedly caught him, but it was too late. That shout had already attracted all the headless figures. "Damn it!" He cursed under his breath, directly controlling a cyborg to run off into the distance, deliberately making a loud noise. As a result, the headless figures, hearing the sound, immediately changed direction and chased after the cyborg. Just as the crisis seemed to be easing, a hand silently emerged from the shadowy figure on the ground, elegantly picking up a small stone and tossing it at one of the cyborgs. The power carried by the mighty punch erupted instantly, the small stone producing a sharp bang as it struck the cyborg. When Mu Chang turned back, he was stunned to see that hand waving goodbye before disappearing back into the shadow space. "Su Chen! I'll kill you!" A person's mental state can collapse in an instant, sometimes due to some crucial matter, and sometimes over something as trivial as a small stone. "You want to use these monsters against me, huh? Then I'll just kill all these monsters first, let's see what you can do next." Having been toyed with time and again, Mu Chang had completely lost his composure. Unable to reach Su Chen, he could only vent all his anger on the headless figures. In his view, these little headless creatures were not dangerous, at most a bit troublesome, and with some effort, they could be dealt with. A great battle erupted, triggered by Su Chen throwing a small stone. The furious Mu Chang showcased the power of a silver-level warrior to the fullest, while the 5 modified beings worked together seamlessly, efficiently slaughtering the surrounding headless creatures. "Come on! You monsters love me, don't you? Come at me!" he shouted as he killed, venting his inner rage. "Su Chen, just wait, once I finish killing them, I'll come for you." "No, I won't kill you, I'll imprison you and torture you slowly. You've ruined everything for me, and I'll make you know what despair feels like. I, a dignified silver extraordinary, with a bright future ahead and a perfect mithril alloy body, have long surpassed the limits of human lifespan, but you've destroyed it all. Destroyed! This damn nightmare world could take my life at any moment. I'm living one day less with each passing day, but before that, I will torment you until the day I die. Then we'll die together, and in hell, I can continue to torment you, ha ha ha." Mu Chang laughed maniacally, even his cold mechanical body could not contain the overflowing madness. This was the hysteria of someone trapped in a desperate situation. Although he was not a nightmare apostle, he understood them better than they understood themselves. He was a short-lived ghost, a cursed person, who no matter how much he struggled, even if he became a golden warrior, would eventually die in the nightmare world. Mu Chang laughed wildly, the corpses piling up beneath him, almost burying him, yet he continued to kill, using this method to vent. But gradually, a shadow covered him, then a second, a third, and a 10th. Mu Chang's body stiffened, and he struggled to lift his head, the red light in his metallic eye nearly extinguished. In his vision, the entire sky fell into darkness, as 10 headless giants formed a circle, listening to him. In the shadow space, Su Chen watched Mu Chang being kicked around by the 10 giants, feeling a twinge of pity. How could such a dignified silver warrior end up in this state? It was so simple to remain silent, yet he couldn't even manage that? Boom! 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 3 modified beings self-destructed, the terrifying explosions killing the 10 headless giants. Seizing the moment, Su Chen emerged from the shadow space and swiftly ran off into the distance. At this point, Mu Chang was left with only 2 modified beings. In his anger, he began to feel fear, as this meant he had only 2 lives left. Fear restored some of his rationality. He realized he had been too impulsive. Those short-lived nightmare apostles had said that fighting monsters head-on in a nightmare was a poor strategy. It was best to find the source of the dream and break the nightmare. He felt very regretful. If he had followed the advice of those nightmare apostles earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a predicament. This dream wasn't actually difficult. As long as he didn't make a sound, he wouldn't be attacked, and he could slowly search for clues. But now, it was too late to say anything. Watching Su Chen run further away, Mu Chang gritted his teeth and followed, already formulating a counter-strategy. This time, he dared not act recklessly but planned to try a different approach. The distance between the two began to close, and then Su Chen started throwing stones again. Upon seeing the flying stones, Mu Chang was both shocked and furious, dodging as if avoiding deadly bullets, not daring to let the stones hit him. The most infuriating part was that he couldn't throw stones back, because Su Chen was flesh and blood, and the stones wouldn't make much noise upon impact. The key was that Su Chen could dodge flexibly and make large movements. He could not, because he was a metal body, heavy and with larger movements creating more noise. He had never thought that one day his proud body made of mithril alloy would bring such great inconvenience. While running, Su Chen suddenly stopped. Mu Chang, seeing this, was so frightened that he froze in place, not daring to move an inch. He quickly looked deep into the forest ahead, adjusting the infrared function of his metallic eye to the maximum, and then he was stunned. Red dots. Thousands of red dots appeared before his eyes. This was the lair of the Headless Ones. At that moment, Su Chen suddenly turned around and waved at Mu Chang. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was very clear: come here. Mu Chang was almost furious. He knew that as soon as he approached, Su Chen would make a sound and then slip into the shadows, and he would be attacked by thousands of Headless Ones. But for the sake of revenge, he still went over. He sent a modified person to stealthily chase after Su Chen, and a comical scene unfolded. A tall, fully metallic modified person tiptoed and crouched as it jogged. Mu Chang had no choice. When he got near the lair of the Headless Ones, he dared not make a single sound. Su Chen didn't care at all about the stealthy Mu Chang behind him, his steps light as he ran toward the lair of the Headless Ones. His powerful mental strength granted him unparalleled perception, allowing him to accurately judge the path beneath his feet, ensuring that there would be no foolish scene like in movies where one suddenly steps on a dry twig and attracts the enemy's attention. After he passed a large tree, the lair of the Headless Ones came into view. It was a city. A very rudimentary city. All the buildings were made of bare stones, showing signs of weathering, clearly having existed for a long time. The buildings in the city were more like caves than houses, with no doors, entirely constructed from huge stone blocks, countless Headless Ones residing inside. Some were sleeping, while others were eating, and their method of eating was quite simple. They picked up a stone and struck it randomly to create sound. But these sounds could not be transmitted out and were completely swallowed by the Headless Ones. Su Chen's appearance did not attract their attention because the Headless Ones had no eyes and relied entirely on the ears covering their bodies to perceive. They continued to mind their own business. After a simple glance around, Su Chen discovered that this city was located on the edge of a nightmare, with a black mist looming behind the city, silently surging. Without any hesitation, he entered this rudimentary little city. Due to the low buildings, he quickly noticed something unusual. In the center of the city was a huge square, somewhat resembling a concert venue, surrounded by semicircular stone walls. The walls were thick, and there were deep pits resembling seats carved into them, where many Headless Ones lay quietly. In the square stood a massive irregular boulder, surrounded by dozens of 10-meter-tall headless giants, prostrating on the ground as if in worship. Just when Su Chen thought they were worshipping the boulder, a figure sat upright on top of it. His physique was no different from that of a normal adult man, but his body was covered in ears, his skin pale, and most importantly, his neck was not empty. Instead, it had a huge ear. The appearance was bizarre to the extreme. Where a person should have a head, there was actually a large ear, comparable in size to a head. The leader? Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he quietly approached the headless leader, lightly stepping over the sleeping Headless Ones on the ground. his speed showing no signs of slowing. Like a dancer on the edge of a blade, one misstep could lead to an irreversible fate. But his powerful mental strength and enhanced physical condition allowed his steps to be as precise as a scalpel, each step flawless. Mu Chang, 100 meters away from Su Chen, had a flicker of red light in his eyes, not retreating, and followed closely behind. At that moment, the headless leader seemed to hear a faint sound and stood up, its large ears on the neck scanning like radar, invisible sound waves creating small whirlpools in front of its ears. Soon, it locked onto the positions of Su Chen and Mu Chang, and upon seeing this, the two stood still as if playing a game of red light, green light. The headless leader waited for a while, not hearing anything unusual, and then turned its body, its large ear beginning to explore other directions. Su Chen realized he could no longer advance. The headless leader's hearing was clearly stronger than that of ordinary headless beings, and even the slightest sounds could not escape its notice. However, Mu Chang seemed to have lost his senses, still pushing forward, which drew the gaze of the headless leader several times. But each time he was watched, he would immediately stop, standing still. Such a risky move, just to close the distance with Su Chen a little bit. Finally, he stopped about 10 meters away from Su Chen. Su Chen looked at him with interest, knowing that Mu Chang must have some means prepared, otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a modified person to their death for nothing. Sure enough, the next moment, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Mu Chang's mouth as he slowly raised his left arm, the tip of a metal finger splitting open to reveal a small black tube inside. Hiss! Purple poisonous gas sprayed out in a line, covering Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. After waiting so long, this was the result? Poison gas? He had been expecting some surprise from Mu Chang, but now he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Soon, the purple gas enveloped Su Chen, and he didn't dodge, allowing the poison to enter his body. Mu Chang was overjoyed. This was his specially made poison gas, lethal with just one breath, and even if not inhaled, it would still poison upon contact with the skin. In his eyes, Su Chen was already a dead man. However, as time passed, Mu Chang's ecstatic mood gradually froze. Su Chen still stood there unharmed, even yawning out of boredom. This was impossible. Hiss! The gas ran out, a few wisps of purple smoke sputtering out like a leaking pipe, and then it was completely exhausted. The poison was good, but unfortunately, it was countered by the heart of innocence. Su Chen lost patience, his shadow moved without wind, and the dark figure of Wu Bai soon emerged from the shadow, extending its remaining arm. Su Chen grasped Wu Bai's large hand, and then, "Mr. Mu, since you have no surprises for me, I can only ask you to die." His voice was not loud, even gentle, but in the dead silence of the city, where a pin drop could be heard, this gentle voice was like a thunderclap, instantly breaking the silence. The next moment, in the square and the deep pit in the stone wall, a circle after circle of headless beings stood up in unison, staring intently in Su Chen's direction. Ha ha ha. At such a tense moment, Mu Chang laughed wildly. "Su Chen, do you really think I have no way to deal with you? Do you think you are the only one with a trump card?" Countless headless beings surged toward the two like a tide, the terrifying momentum threatening to engulf them. But Mu Chang continued to laugh. "You destroyed everything I had. Even if I have to sacrifice this modified person, I will make you die. Aren't you relying on that monster? Now take a look. Can that monster still save you?" Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. He immediately sensed something was off. Wu Bai, who should have pulled him into the shadow space, was now frozen in place as if under a spell, unable to move. Is this the power of the Master of Servants? Ha ha ha. You guessed it right, this is the Silver Law Sequence 24, Master of Servants. You destroyed my transformer, but just right allowed my servant to have an open slot, giving me enough mental power to control it. Although I can't directly control your shadow monster without refining it, I can forcibly influence it. You're dead, Su Chen. Mu Chang's expression grew increasingly ferocious, even his metallic face couldn't hide that savagery. Su Chen's crystal blue eyes sparkled with a different light. He released Wu Bai's hand and couldn't help but applaud Mu Chang, exclaiming, as expected of a silver powerhouse, "What a silver powerhouse!" Only a situation that could turn at any moment can be called exciting. "Mr. Mu, you haven't disappointed me after all. I don't need your praise, go die, Su Chen." Mu Chang detested this feeling of being praised. It made him feel like a little student being complimented by a teacher. He shot forward, quickly charging at Su Chen, while the headless monsters had completely surrounded the two. A terrifying scene unfolded as Mu Chang, shimmering with metallic luster, leaped high, pouncing like a humanoid tank, surrounded by the surging tide of headless monsters. At this moment, Su Chen truly found himself in a dead end, with no way up to heaven or down to earth. Yet he continued to smile, his grin widening, even beginning to twist, his expression carrying a hint of extreme excitement and madness. "This is the thrill I've been pursuing all along." He flipped his palm, and a bottle of light red potion suddenly appeared in his hand. Raising the red potion, he didn't even have time to open the cap to drink. With a crack, the transparent glass bottle was crushed in his grip, and Suchen tilted his head back, the light red liquid mixed with glass shards pouring into his mouth. Gulp! He swallowed hard, completely unconcerned about the pain of glass shards cutting his throat, his expression growing more excited, his eyes inexplicably tinged with blood, even his fair skin showing a faint blush, making him look as if he had drunk too much. This was the effect of the berserk potion, forcibly unleashing terrifying potential at the cost of overextending his body. In an instant, Suchen felt a surge of violent power fill his entire being, his muscles involuntarily bulging. He suddenly exerted force, his legs springing like springs, cracking the ground beneath him, and he soared into the air, charging straight at Mu Chang without dodging. The two figures met in mid-air, both carrying an unstoppable momentum, while below them, the headless monsters scrambled and climbed over each other. Mu Chang sneered inwardly, thinking Suchen had gone mad, actually considering a head-on clash with him, a silver powerhouse, in such a dire situation. Fine, he would kill you himself. His metallic arm glimmered with silver light, power fully unleashed, the inner metal heating up, emitting a crimson glow, causing the surrounding air to distort with high temperature. Suchen was equally unwilling to back down, activating the giant force punch to its limit, his entire right arm's muscles swelling, carrying terrifying power as it howled out. Die! Boom! With Mu Chang's savage roar, the metallic fist collided violently with Suchen's fist. But the moment they made contact, he sensed something was off, for Suchen's fist had no power whatsoever. However, he didn't think much of it. After all, as long as Suchen took this punch head-on, he would undoubtedly die. This was the confidence of a silver powerhouse. Bang! Suchen's figure flew back like a cannonball, and Mu Chang laughed maniacally, reveling in his revenge, allowing the surrounding headless monsters to attack him without care. He only wanted to kill Suchen. But the next second, Mu Chang's smile froze, for in his line of sight, the flying Suchen seemed unscathed, gracefully turning in midair, then stepping on the neck of a headless monster, quickly escaping into the distance, leaping onto the high walls surrounding the square in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. Mu Chang, submerged by the headless ones, quickly shut down the self-destruct program and crazily chased after Suchen. His cold metallic arm swung wildly, each swing sending several headless ones flying. Treasure! It's a defensive treasure! He realized the key point in an instant, understanding that this was all Suchen's scheme, pretending to fight desperately while actually not using any strength, allowing himself to be knocked away, all to escape the encirclement smoothly. No wonder Suchen dared to fight hard, he had a defensive treasure. On top of the high wall stood a tall figure, a snake-patterned wooden staff resting on the edge of the wall, smiling down at the submerged Mu Chang. The sunlight shone upon him, casting a long shadow on the ground, while a gentle breeze lifted the hem of his clothes and the scarlet heart hanging on his chest. Below the high wall, countless headless ones scrambled to climb over each other, inching upward. Suchen! Mu Chang roared in despair from the crowd, struggling to extend his hands from the pile of headless ones, trying to use the opportunity to climb out, but there were simply too many headless ones, and he was soon buried again. You can't escape. This is a dead end. Once they kill me, they'll come for you. Suchen smiled slightly from atop the wall, ignoring Mu Chang's threat, his demeanor elegant and composed. He gently pushed up his tinted glasses. Thank you for everything, Mr. Mu. I am very pleased and look forward to our next meeting. With that, Suchen waved his hand as if bidding farewell to a friend, turning to look at the black mist beyond the high wall. His gaze could not penetrate the black mist, which seemed to lead to hell, silent and dead. You want to go into the black mist? Ha ha ha. You'll die if you go in. No one can come back alive from the black mist, no one. Suchen did not look back. No need for Mr. Mu to worry, just as I can pull you into the nightmare world, I already have a way to escape the black mist. So, goodbye. What? You have a way? That's impossible, you must be. Mu Chang's words were cut off as Suchen leaped into the black mist, disappearing from sight. In the endless black mist, Suchen looked around in surprise, not at the mist itself, but at the nightmare he had just escaped. The black mist was nothing to behold, as if he were in an unfathomable deep sea, surrounded by ethereal black fog with extremely low visibility. What was fascinating was the recent nightmare, a huge glowing bubble reflecting the scenes from the nightmare, an utterly bare city of headless ones, faint explosions visible, countless headless ones being blown away. However, since he was viewing it through the bubble, the images were distorted and blurry. Are all nightmares contained in such bubbles? Suchen marveled, never having thought about observing the boundary of a nightmare from the outside. It turned out that nightmares were indeed encased in bubbles. This nightmare bubble was enormous, its light faintly illuminating the surrounding black mist, allowing Suchen to barely see the scenery around him. He shifted his gaze to the ground, using the light from the bubble to see what lay beneath. What was beneath his feet was not solid ground but a layer of brown rock, bare and devoid of any vegetation, only some gravel scattered about. He raised his head to look at the top of the bubble, also using the light from the bubble to see the sky within the black mist. There was no sky at all. Above the bubble's top was, astonishingly, another layer of brown rock. With rock beneath his feet and rock above his head, Suchen felt as if he were inside a hollowed-out mountain, surrounded by endless black mist. Gradually, he gained a clear understanding of the structure of the entire nightmare world in his mind. First of all, there was no sky here. The place that should have been the sky was covered by layers of rock, and beneath his feet were also layers of rock. The space between the two layers of rock was filled with black mist, and the so-called nightmares were bubbles in the hollow space in the middle, with each bubble representing a nightmare. Amazing! Suchen found this exploration of the unknown very interesting. Who would have thought that the nightmare world had such a structure if one didn't personally step into the black mist to take a look? At that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The black mist around him surged continuously, quickly covering and concealing the bubbles. The light around him grew dimmer and dimmer until it completely vanished. At the same time, the headless nightmare bubble also disappeared. Suchen tried to search for it, but when he reached the spot where the bubble had just been, he found nothing, as if it had teleported away. He speculated that the space within the black mist was likely chaotic, and with the disappearance of the bubble, it also meant he could never return. The earlier claim that there was a way to return from the black mist was actually a lie, meant to keep Mu Cheng from dying in peace. However, whether he could return was not important. What mattered was whether there was anything interesting inside the black mist. Suchen took a step forward, walking deeper into the black mist. With the disappearance of the glowing bubbles, the surroundings had completely fallen into darkness, a deathly silence. Walking within it, he could only feel wisps of mist like gentle little hands brushing against his face. His eyes emitted a crystal blue light, and his powerful mental strength enhanced his perception, allowing him to vaguely see scenes several meters away. The ground was uneven, with some places even rising like small peaks, yet there were no living creatures. Could it be that all the nightmare apostles who entered the black mist ended up starving to death in there? Suchen furrowed his brows. This was not the surprise he wanted. If the black mist was like a prison, then exploring here would be utterly meaningless. He continued forward, walking for a long time. Judging by his pocket watch, 3 hours had already passed, yet even so, he still saw no signs of life or any other glowing bubbles. This was illogical. If all nightmares were individual glowing bubbles scattered in the black mist, then how come he hadn't seen any other bubbles by now? It should be noted that these 3 hours were not spent walking at a normal person's pace, but rather at that of a transcendent being. At Suchen's current speed, 3 hours would be enough for him to walk out of a small county town. This place is either similar to some kind of maze, or once you enter, you get lost within, or the black mist world is just too vast. Perhaps, this isn't a mountain that has been hollowed out, but rather, underground. A glimmer of insight flashed in Suchen's eyes. Only underground could there be such a vast area. Since there was an underground, there must naturally be an above ground. So where would that above ground be? Where else could it be? Could it be that the so-called nightmare world was actually an underground world, located beneath the real world, with each nightmare encased in a bubble and stored underground? This discovery was revolutionary for the origins of the nightmare world. Previously, all nightmare apostles believed that the nightmare world was a dimension of its own, an independent world entirely composed of nightmares. But now it seemed they were all wrong. The nightmare world was very likely integrated with the real world. It was situated beneath the surface. Just as Suchen was pondering this, suddenly, a buzzing sound erupted. A strange humming filled the surroundings, seemingly mixed with some kind of whispering, the tone bizarre and chaotic, completely unlike anything a human could produce. The sound resembled the murmurs of an evil god, deep and chaotic, as if it were close to his ear, yet also coming from a distant time and space. At times, it rolled like muffled thunder, shaking the depths of his soul, and at other times, it was like a ghostly whisper, sending chills down his spine, each syllable seeming to challenge his sanity. Suchen's head began to ache, feeling a frenzied and violent emotion rising from the depths of his heart. The recently swallowed rage potion had failed to incite his spirit, but now, merely hearing some murmurs, his mind was in disarray. Innocent heart. A shimmering white light rose from within him, and suddenly the whispers in his ears diminished significantly. Although they did not completely vanish, they were within a bearable range. A normal person would surely choose to flee upon hearing such murmurs, but Suchen was not a normal person. He was very curious about the sounds that could disrupt his mental state. Since he was already here, he had to see what was going on. Thus, he moved toward the source of the murmurs, and gradually, the eerie sounds grew louder. Innocent heart was almost overwhelmed, and finally, he saw a light. Not far above, to be precise, not in the sky, but in the upper layers of rock, there floated a massive sphere emitting a yellow light, as bright as the sun. However, the light from this sun was devoid of warmth, instead feeling exceptionally cold. A sun? Is there a sun underground? Suchen quickened his pace, running toward the enormous glowing sphere. As he got closer, the sinister murmurs became almost deafening, and blood began to seep from his ears. When he looked up, a flash of yellow light struck him, causing a sharp pain in his eyes, and a stream of blood tears flowed out. He was blinded. Yet the only image that lingered in his mind before losing his sight was unforgettable. It was not the sun, but an eyeball. An enormous eyeball embedded in the upper layers of rock, with a pupil of some dark yellow slit, cold as a cold-blooded creature. Danger! 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 Once Suchen's brain stored the image of the eyeball, his body instinctively triggered the highest level of alarm, akin to the primal fear etched deep within human genes. However, when the body's signals reached his consciousness, they were automatically replaced with excitement. Excitement! Excitement! He had never encountered such a being. Just a glance had evoked a fear inscribed deep in his genes, as if humanity was inherently meant to fear such an existence. Truly marvelous! Suddenly, the blind Suchen felt a bone-chilling cold, as if being watched by some indescribable entity, every cell in his body tingling with pain. At the same time, his mind began to be tainted. The terrifying murmurs seemed to come alive, like billions of tadpoles madly burrowing into him. Innocent Heart was instantly pushed to its limits, a massive amount of mental power poured into it. Under this frenzied stimulation and external pressure, Innocent Heart seemed to undergo a qualitative change, its purifying ability rising another level. Suchen knew this meant that Innocent Heart had been completely digested, yet it was all in vain. The bronze laws could not withstand such high-dimensional pollution. The rest had to rely on Suchen himself to endure. As the pollution invaded, his consciousness was affected, becoming incredibly violent and chaotic, filled with dark thoughts. He wanted to kill, to annihilate all living things, to destroy everything in sight, even harboring tendencies toward world destruction. However, just a moment later, a stronger emotion surged within him. How boring! The thought of world destruction triggered a sense of boredom. In his dreams, he had truly grown tired of destroying worlds. When he had fallen into extreme emptiness and boredom, his mood had turned violent, and then he began to destroy worlds. These were all remnants of his play. Just as a naive child can easily be tainted by darkness, how could someone who had grown accustomed to it, even tired of it, be polluted? To try to blacken someone who had destroyed worlds countless times, who had vented all their dark sides in dreams, one would need to produce a dye darker than black. The so-called pollution is merely an amplification of the darker side of human nature. Suchen didn't need anyone's help with this. In the omnipotent dream realm, under the absence of supervision, his darkness was beyond anyone's imagination. Thus, he miraculously did not experience a collapse of consciousness, even though his mind was filled with countless negative emotions and thoughts. However, while his consciousness remained intact, his body could not withstand it. The cells throughout his body were subtly trending towards genetic collapse under the gaze of this existence. He attempted to summon Bubai, intending to enter the shadow space, but Bubai's response was feeble, as if on the verge of death. The shadows rippled like water waves before falling silent again. This time, he had completely lost contact with Bubai. It seemed that this gaze had also inflicted harm on Bubai. Was he going to die? No wonder no one could walk out of the black mist. With such an existence within it, even a golden powerhouse would perish. Suchen never expected that he would be on the brink of death simply from being looked at by some existence. But it no longer mattered. He wanted to look at you too. Whoosh! The silver mark on his forehead tore open, revealing a silver vertical pupil, cold and indifferent, locking eyes with the dark yellow vertical pupil above, as if two deities were gazing at each other. The moment the silver vertical pupil appeared, the murmurs in Suchen's ears vanished in an instant, as if the hallucination had never occurred. Yet, the trend of his body collapsing remained unabated. His physical form could not withstand the gaze of the eye. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchen activated the silver vertical pupil. Boom! A brilliant silver light erupted from his eye, transforming into a silver beam connecting heaven and earth, striking fiercely against the dark yellow vertical pupil. The silver beam was thin, like a toothpick piercing a giant bubble, accompanied by a loud sound of bursting foam. Bang! The dark yellow eye exploded, and countless thick yellow-green pus rained down, landing on the rocks with a violent corrosive sound. Suchen immediately downed the last vial of vitality potion to recover from the consumption brought on by the silver eye, his form moving like a nimble dancer, constantly dodging the falling pus. The yellow-green pus also contained some egg-shaped solids, wrapped in the viscous pus, shattering upon hitting the ground. A snake-like creature, covered in black scales and possessing both hands and feet, crawled out, its dark yellow vertical pupil fixated on Suchen, as if it had found prey. All things in nature. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Suchen directly activated an illusion, attempting to deceive the snake person, but unfortunately, it failed. Although a brief moment of confusion appeared in the snake person's eyes, its gaze never left him. Heat sensing? It seemed the snake person possessed some innate abilities typical of snakes. As is well known, snakes have poor eyesight. They do not rely on sight to capture prey but on heat sensing, allowing them to perceive the infrared radiation emitted by surrounding objects. Suchen did not expect to be so unlucky. His originally powerful all things in nature had encountered its nemesis consecutively, and these snake people had strong mental powers, making it impossible to hypnotize them instantly like ordinary people. Gradually, more and more snake people were born, their numbers exceeding 1,000 and continuing to surge. They adapted to their newly formed bodies like newborns and, driven by their instinct to feed, set their sights on Suchen. At this point, Suchen had already run far away. He wasn't foolish enough to sit and wait for death. It now seemed that the enormous eye resembled some kind of mother body, meant to hatch this group of snake people. He ran wildly, his speed astonishing, and in just a moment, he had shaken off the snake people from sight, but this distance was not enough for him to escape, as the speed of the snake people was also increasing. Their growth rate was astonishing. From their initial clumsy, infant-like steps to moving swiftly took less than a minute. Although Suchen was no longer in sight, it seemed as if they possessed some special perception, firmly locking onto him and closely following behind. What kind of monsters were these snake people? What was the origin of that gigantic eyeball? As Suchen ran, he remained calm and contemplative. He even felt that the enormous eyeball was related to a deity, reminiscent of the primordial angel from before, and it was only through the power of the primordial angel that the eyeball had been pierced. If the eyeball was a deity, then were these snake people not the offspring of gods? The nightmare world was indeed fascinating. How many more secrets lay hidden here? He had been running for about half an hour, yet the footsteps in the black mist behind him continued to follow, accompanied by a sound of friction and crawling, like countless venomous snakes slithering along the ground. He knew that the snake people had grown stronger, evolving from running on legs to now using both legs and snake tails. Hiss! The sound of a snake flicking its tongue appeared behind Suchen, and a snake person charged at him, opening its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs, lunging to bite him fiercely. Suchen seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He crouched down to evade the attack and quickly turned around, delivering a precise blow with his mighty fist right onto the snake's head. His fist made contact with the creature's black scales, creating the illusion of striking steel, or perhaps the feeling of hitting Yangdongqing. Bang! The snake person was sent flying several meters away, but it merely shook its head and stood up as if nothing had happened. At that moment, Suchen felt like a novice who had stumbled into a hellish dungeon, unable to defeat even a minor enemy. The legends spoke of the black mist being so terrifying that even golden tier warriors struggled to escape. It was indeed as fearsome as described. This was just the beginning of his exploration, and no one knew how many terrifying monsters were hidden within the endless black mist. Unless something unexpected happens, I'm really going to die this time, Suchen sighed softly, as if lamenting something. He wasn't lamenting for his own life, but rather for the fact that he had just discovered such an interesting place, only to have to terminate his exploration after merely scratching the surface of the nightmare world. At that moment, many snake people had already surrounded him, their speed having surpassed Suchen's after their growth. The cold, reptilian eyes fixed on him, filled only with predatory instinct. Then let's have another go. Suchen's silver vertical pupil at his forehead glowed. This was his only means to kill the snake people, but unfortunately, he could only use it once. Boom! The silver beam of light illuminated the endless black mist once more, piercing through a line of snake people. Their hard black scales crumbled like paper before the silver light, taking out over 100 snake people with a single strike. After that blow, Suchen's breathing became erratic, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he could only lean on his snake-patterned wooden staff to avoid collapsing. The vitality potion was already gone, and even if he had one, it would be useless. He had used the silver vertical pupil 3 times in one day, pushing his body to the limit. If it weren't for his strong mental power supporting him, he would have already fainted by now. At this point, he found himself in a dire situation, both his physical and mental strength utterly depleted, his extraordinary potions nearly used up. The snake people, who had been charging forward, suddenly halted, a flicker of instinctive fear appearing in their cold eyes. Clearly, they were intimidated by the power of the primordial angel, hesitating for a moment. The scene became a standoff, one side unable to act, while the other dared not move, both sides confronting each other in the black mist, surrounded by silence. Ha! Suchen let out a light laugh. Are you all so timid? Since you don't dare to come over, I guess I'll just take a nap. With that, he ignored the thousands of snake people surrounding him, sitting down on the cold rocky ground, propping his elbows on his thighs, resting his chin on his hands, and then, He fell asleep. After he fell asleep, the snake people, who had been quiet all along, finally overcame their inner fears and slowly approached him step by step. They moved very slowly, hesitating with each step, but never stopping. The scene was quite horrifying. If anyone else had witnessed it, they might have fainted on the spot. In the endless black mist, an elegantly dressed gentleman in a suit was peacefully asleep, surrounded by a dense mass of snake people with dark yellow vertical pupils, black scales, and limbs. They gradually tightened their encirclement, getting closer and closer. Just as the circle shrank to less than 5 meters. Ha! Su-chen stretched lazily, yawning as he woke from his dream. He had slept for a full minute, but counting the time from falling asleep to waking up, the actual sleep time was less than a minute. However, the recovery of his mental energy was unrelated to the duration of sleep. As long as he entered a dream and woke up, his mental energy would be replenished and increase by 1%. Su-chen's sudden movement startled the surrounding snake people, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps. They stared intently at Su-chen, not daring to act rashly. Ha ha ha. Interesting, Su-chen chuckled, then slowly got up, causing the snake people to retreat a few more steps. However, he did not expect to scare the snake people away through intimidation. That was unrealistic. The snake people clearly did not possess human intelligence and would not fall for the trick of betting that his gun was unloaded. Taking advantage of the snake people's hesitation, Su-chen attempted to save himself. He infused his vast mental energy into Bu-bai, helping him recover from his injuries, hoping to awaken him. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. As the mental energy surged in, Bu-bai indeed showed signs of awakening. For Bu-bai, mental energy was the best medicine. But the snake people would not give him much time. They had waited too long and could no longer hold back. One snake person tentatively approached Su-chen. Buzz! The silver vertical pupil on Su-chen's forehead flickered with a silver light. The snake person's face immediately showed fear, and it retreated repeatedly. The silver light quickly dimmed. Su-chen did not have the strength to emit silver light again. Just now, he had merely activated his silver eyes slightly with mental energy, in essence, just to scare the snakes. This intimidation was very effective, managing to hold the snake people at bay for another minute. Although the growth rate of the snake people was extremely fast, it was more reflected in their physical abilities rather than their intelligence. After a minute, the snake people could no longer contain themselves, and Su-chen's silver vertical pupil shone with silver light once more. The two sides were like highly skilled opponents, constantly testing each other. Gradually, the intimidation from the silver vertical pupil diminished. They seemed to realize that Su-chen was bluffing and finally could not hold back any longer, hissing threateningly. Just as the snake people were about to rush forward, Su-chen had already grasped Bu-bai's hand. Yes, Bu-bai had awakened. Although extremely weak, he was finally awake. Hiss! The snake people sensed something was off, and tens of thousands of them surged forward, but they pounced at nothing. Su-chen's figure had vanished into thin air, leaving only a shadow on the ground. Hiss hiss hiss! The snake people seemed to fall into a state of rage, continuously attacking the shadow on the ground, smashing the rock layer where the shadow was located into pieces, but it was of no use. In the shadow space, Su-chen continued to sleep. He had nearly exhausted his mental energy to awaken Bu-bai, but that was not important. Mental energy was free for him to consume. He observed the snake people outside in his dream. Those snake people were rather single-minded, just circling around the shadow without leaving. He kept pondering strategies. First, there were no supplies in the shadow space, so he couldn't hold out for long. It was one thing to lack food, but the key issue was the lack of water. Given his physical condition, going 3 days without water could lead to death. Next, 3 days might barely allow for some recovery of strength. In a state of exhaustion, perhaps he could launch another silver beam, but the question remained, after firing, would he have the strength to escape? He pondered for a while and concluded that he had only 2 options. One was to wait and see whether the snake people would leave first or if he would die of thirst. The second was to fight desperately after regaining some strength, which might offer a glimmer of hope. Ultimately, Su-chen decided to wait for 3 days. It would be best if the snake people left, but if they didn't, he would take a chance. A day later, some of the snake people retreated, but most remained in place, occasionally attempting to attack shadows. 2 days later, the snake people retreated again. This time about half of them left, but over 1,000 still lay in wait. On the 3rd day, none of the remaining 1,000 snake people left. They were still waiting. Meanwhile, Su-chen had comfortably spent 3 years, extending his dream time, and it wasn't boring at all. Every day he indulged in food, drink, and entertainment in his dreams, occasionally extinguishing worlds and playing the role of an emperor, even revisiting until death, and wreaking havoc within it. On this day, he woke from his dream, feeling his body slightly restored, estimating that he could barely manage another shot. He prepared to confront the more than 1,000 snake people. Whoosh! Su Chen's figure emerged from the shadows, instantly attracting the attention of the remaining snake people. In these 3 days, they had grown larger, not only surpassing 2 meters in height but also showing muscle definition beneath their black scales. Hiss! This time, they showed no hesitation and charged directly at Su Chen. Su Chen didn't hold back either. A brilliant silver beam shot out, piercing through a line of snake people like a laser weapon. The terrifying power brought fear to the faces of the snake people. Seizing the moment of their fear, Su Chen prepared to break through, but the next second, an overwhelming sense of weakness and dizziness washed over him. His pale hand barely gripped the snake-patterned wooden staff, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. Ah, the human body is still too frail. Here! The holy light is here! A voice filled with ecstasy suddenly rang out from the distant black mist. I finally found the divine envoy. Praise the primordial angel. Another voice, choked with emotion, emerged from the black mist, growing closer. Get away! You offspring of the evil gods, do not harm the divine envoy. Several sounds of air being sliced through rang out. Su Chen struggled to lift his head and saw several figures in white robes suddenly appear from the black mist, their expressions excited and fanatical. White-robed people? Divine envoy? Images flashed in his mind of what he had seen earlier at the angel statue, where a group of black-robed and white-robed people had simultaneously worshipped the statue. His thoughts abruptly halted. The continuous exhaustion of his body, combined with 3 days without water, caused him to faint. Warmth, like basking in sunlight. This was Su Chen's first sensation upon waking. The divine envoy has awakened. Great! The divine envoy has finally awakened. Praise the primordial angel. Thud, thud. Over a dozen white-robed people surrounded Su Chen, kneeling on the ground with expressions of devotion and fervor, chanting incantations, some even moved to tears. Su Chen glanced around and noticed that his eyesight had returned. He no longer needed the silver vertical pupils for vision. Not only that, but the physical damage caused by the gaze of the giant eyeball had also healed, and even his strength had returned to its peak. At this moment, he was leaning against a crude rock chair, which was being lifted by 2 white-robed people. Put me down! Su Chen commanded with practiced ease, having roughly guessed why these white-robed people were so fervent. It must be because of his silver vertical pupils. Upon hearing this, the 2 white-robed people quickly set the rock chair down and then joined the kneeling ranks. What about those snake people? Lord Messenger, the offspring of the evil god has already been killed by us. This group of filthy beasts dared to attempt to harm you. They deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Unfortunately, we brought too few people this time, otherwise, we would have captured all these beasts and brought them back to the holy church to be burned to death by the sacred fire. The speaker was a tall man in a white robe, whose status seemed higher than that of the other white-robed individuals, as only his robe was trimmed with red. Su Chen asked calmly, all killed? The tall man in white trembled, his head nearly touching the ground, choking back tears as he replied, Lord Messenger, it is my incompetence that I could not kill all the offspring of the evil god. I know that every moment these offspring live is a desecration to the primordial angel, but we had too few people this time and could only break through with you. However, rest assured, once we return to the primordial church, I will immediately report to the Pope, and we will surely eradicate all these offspring of the evil god. Primordial church? Pope? It sounded like a sect that worshipped the primordial angel, but is there really a human sect existing in this black mist? What exactly are these white-robed people, humans or nightmare creatures? Seeing Su Chen's silence, the tall man grew even more anxious. It is my incompetence. Please punish me, Lord Messenger. No, you did well. Everything you have done is seen by the primordial angel, Su Chen said, patting the tall man's head gently. Upon hearing this, the tall man seemed to experience a cerebral high, trembling with excitement, tears as big as beans falling onto the rocky ground as he bowed fervently. Praise the primordial angel. Praise the messenger. Watching the fervent display, Su Chen suddenly felt that if he told him to die now, he would do so without hesitation. What is your name? Lord Messenger, my name is Wan. Wan? Su Chen frowned slightly. What about your surname? I have no surname. All members of the primordial church must erase their surnames upon joining. Surnames represent family and ancestors, and members of the primordial church cannot have any symbols representing external things. We are followers of the primordial angel and can only symbolize the primordial angel. Su Chen did not expect the brainwashing in the primordial church to be this extreme. Lift your head. Yes, Lord Messenger. Wan immediately raised his head, revealing an extremely pale face, as if a corpse that had been dead for 3 days would not be as white. Everyone, lift your heads. Soon, more than a dozen white-robed individuals also raised their heads, their faces equally pale. Seeing this scene, Su Chen understood, these people must have lived in the black mist for a long time, never seeing the sun, which is why their skin appeared so extremely pale. How did you find this messenger? Lord Messenger, we are an exploration team sent by the Pope to search for heaven. There are hundreds of such exploration teams like ours, almost covering half of hell. 3 days ago, our team suddenly sensed the aura of the holy light, so we rushed here and encountered you, Lord Messenger. Oh, I didn't expect you to recognize that this messenger has possessed a mortal body. The eye in the center of your brow is the legendary eye of God, identical to the Pope's eye. I would never mistake it, even if I died, Juan said, looking at Su Chen's brow with reverence. Your Pope also has the eye of God? When the Pope was mentioned, the awe on Juan's face deepened. The Pope is the one closest to the divine. He can even hear the teachings of the primordial angel, so he has also been granted the eye of God. Lord Messenger, if the Pope knows you have come, he will surely be very pleased. Su Chen smiled noncommittally. It seemed that the primordial church was not a place he could go. He was not a follower of the primordial angel, merely having consumed a drop of the other's blood through a dream. If the Pope was not boasting and could truly communicate with the primordial angel, then going there would be like walking into a trap. One continued fervently, Great Messenger, you must have come down from heaven, right? Are you here to guide us to heaven? Heaven? Hell? Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly. Hell should refer to the world of black mist, but what about heaven? He didn't know what Juan meant by heaven. Could it refer to the real world? This messenger naturally comes from heaven, but I am not here to guide you, for only the most devout believers are qualified to go to heaven. As soon as the words fell, a dozen people in white robes instantly became excited, scrambling to prove their devotion. Great Messenger, I was born into the original God sect, and my life's purpose is to go to heaven and return to the embrace of the original angels. Great Messenger, I am devout enough. I can recite all 108 scriptures of the sect. One was not to be outdone. Great Messenger, I am the high priest of the original God sect. I am the most devout. Su Chen pushed up his tinted glasses and said indifferently, devotion is not just something you say. This messenger has his own criteria for who can ascend to heaven. As he spoke, the chaotic voices around him fell silent. First, tell me your understanding of heaven and hell. Those who cannot even grasp the concepts have no right to ascend to heaven. Upon hearing this, Juan's face flushed with excitement, as if the question had struck a nerve, and he almost blurted out, the place we are in now is hell, heaven is where the gods exist, and the kingdom of the original angels is in heaven. Su Chen frowned slightly. This statement was as good as saying nothing. Your understanding of heaven and hell is so shallow? Juan's expression changed drastically, as if the sky had fallen, his face turning red with anxiety. No, Great Messenger, please give me another chance, I haven't finished speaking. Speak. Hell is located beneath the surface, a dwelling place for humans and nightmares. Within hell, there are also some extremely evil deities hidden. Those snake people just now are the offspring of the snake god, who likes to lay eggs on the rock walls. Snake god? Laying eggs? Could that enormous eyeball just now have been merely a snake god's egg? Heaven is located above the surface. It is the most beautiful place in the world, with a sun that never sets and an unchanging starry sky. There will be no worries or sorrows. One can enjoy the utmost bliss of the world, listen to the teachings of the gods, and there will be no birth, aging, sickness, or death. Su Chen believed that what Juan said was the truth, but the truth spoken by fanatics had undergone too much artistic processing. Such a place did not exist in the world. There was only one thing to believe, above the surface is heaven, and below the surface is hell. This also confirmed his previous speculation that the nightmare world was located beneath the surface. But why would nightmares exist underground? How were the nightmare apostles born? More and more questions surged in his mind. Then why are you in hell? Juan was taken aback, seemingly surprised, but still answered honestly, humans are born in hell. Your ancestors have all been in hell? Juan nodded, a hint of bitterness rising in his heart. The messenger's question reminded him of a time when an original believer asked a beggar, if you can't afford to eat, why not eat meat? Now the messenger gave him the same feeling. Perhaps this was what it was like for someone in heaven, who would never understand the suffering of hell. Why are you in hell? If one could go to heaven, who would be in hell? Isn't it simply because they can't ascend? Yes, Great Messenger, not only my ancestors, but everyone in hell is like this. This is the origin of humanity, while heaven is the paradise of the gods. Humans are born with sin. Only by devoutly believing in the original angels and washing away their sins can they ascend to heaven. Ignoring the artistic embellishments in Juan's words, Su Chen understood roughly. It seemed that the people here had been living in hell for a long time, to the point where the surface had become a legendary heaven, used by the church for faith promotion. Did the real world really hide gods? Are the gods truly products of nightmares? Or is what they say the truth? Perhaps humanity really originated from underground? Su Chen makes this judgment because there is no language barrier in their communication. They speak the universal federal language of the real world, so the two must belong to the same world, the real world above and the nightmare world below. It is just unclear whether humanity's origin is above or below. Interesting. The environment in hell is so harsh. What do you usually eat? Where do you live? One, you becomes more certain that the divine envoy comes from heaven, for only in such a worry-free paradise would one ask such questions, oblivious to the sufferings of the world. To answer, great divine envoy, we live in dreams. Within this endless black mist, countless nightmares are hidden. Their surface is a dream barrier that can isolate the black mist and the gaze of the evil gods. It looks like semi-transparent bubbles, which are the habitats of nightmares. Some are suitable for human survival, with false sunlight and land, while others are desolate places. The humans in hell survive by exploring and occupying dreams. The headquarters of the primordial church is a dream, the largest known dream explored by humanity, capable of accommodating millions. As one answers more, Su Chen's questions multiply. Have you seen anyone from heaven before? Su Chen thinks, since these people live in nightmares, they might have encountered the apostles of nightmares, the so-called people from heaven. Unexpectedly, one shakes his head, we haven't seen them. Humanity names the places they occupy as the center of hell, dividing hell into 5 major regions: east, west, south, north, and center. Humanity only occupies the central region, and they haven't fully explored even that. However, there have been legends of people from heaven in the other regions, but no one has seen them in person. And now this place is? The East Hell. The Pope believes there is no entrance to heaven in the central region, so every year, exploration teams are sent to the other 4 regions to search, but very few return alive. However, this time is different. Juan's expression suddenly becomes fervent. This time we found the divine envoy. The divine envoy will guide the devout followers to heaven. Divine envoy, please return with us to the primordial church. The Pope will surely be very happy to see you. Su Chen smiles slightly. The Pope would probably be so happy that he would kill himself, right? Just as he prepares to refuse, suddenly a man in a white robe changes color dramatically. His eyes emit a faint glow as he stares intently at the black mist behind everyone, urgently saying, Divine envoy, that group of evil god offspring is catching up. We should hurry back to the primordial church. We can't go back now. It takes at least half a year to get from here to the church. The offspring of the serpent god are notoriously difficult. Once they fixate on their prey, they almost never give up. We won't make it to the church, one says anxiously, quickly shielding Su Chen behind him. The only plan now is to find the nearest stream to hide in, and wait for the serpent god offspring to disperse before we set off back to the church. Everyone, the time has come to test whether you can ascend to heaven. To protect the divine envoy and die, the great primordial angel will surely guide your souls to heaven. As soon as these words are spoken, more than a dozen white-robed people instantly become fervent, even starting to push ahead. I'll take the rear. Me too. I want to give my life for the divine envoy. Get back. What qualifications do you have? I've been in the church the longest. If anyone is to give their life, it should be me first. An elderly white-robed man rudely pushes others aside. Seeing that the crowd is about to turn on each other, one directly designates 3 people to take the rear, thus avoiding the quarrel. The 3 chosen seem to have received tickets to heaven. There is no trace of fear on their faces, only endless joy. The others look at the 3 with immense envy, their faces filled with jealousy. Soon, under the guidance of the crowd, Su Chen sits back on the stone seat and is carried away. Zizizi. The hissing of the serpent people echoed from afar, and visibly, more and more serpent people rushed out of the black mist, charging towards the crowd. The 3 white-robed figures left behind shouted loudly, "Praise the primordial angel! Sacrifice!" In the next moment, with a whoosh, the 3 white-robed figures drew daggers and fiercely slashed at their own wrists, blood immediately gushing forth. They used the blood to draw a ghastly array on the ground beneath their feet, then let the blood flow freely, uttering inhuman murmurs. Boom! 3 blazing flames erupted from the array at their feet, engulfing the 3 white-robed figures in holy fire, which continuously emitted a charred smell as they charged unhesitatingly towards the serpent army. Before they had run halfway, the 3 had almost turned into human-shaped charcoal, their flesh visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. When the 2 sides collided, boom boom boom, 3 intense bursts of fire shot into the sky, exploding like incendiary bombs among the serpent army, the flames of faith forming a sea of fire that blocked the serpent people's advance. Countless serpent people were burned by the holy fire, letting out piercing screams. Sitting on a stone seat and watching, Su Chen felt for the first time that his hypnosis was not the best in the world. Perhaps the hypnosis of the primordial church was superior to his own. He could send his subordinates to their deaths, but this self-immolation was extremely painful, and in such extreme agony, his subordinates could very well break free from hypnosis, unless it was like the primordial church, which hypnotized and brainwashed day after day. The crowd ran wildly, and the followers of the primordial church were very professional. Even at high speed, they maintained the stability of the stone seat, and Su Chen on the seat was as steady as a mountain. He pondered slightly and murmured, "Do you know where the nearest dream realm is?" Juan respectfully replied, "I don't know. The black mist obscures the location of the dream realms, and sometimes they can't be seen with the naked eye. It's all about luck. But please rest assured, my lord, a month ago we encountered a dream realm and stayed there for a while. The primordial church possesses a divine technique for tracing origins. Once we shake off this group of serpent offspring, I will use the divine technique to find the dream realm we were in before." Tracing origins? Divine technique? What kind of power system is this? It doesn't sound like law. However, Su Chen did not ask. As a divine envoy from heaven, it was acceptable not to know the situation in hell, but it would be strange not to understand divine techniques, which sounded like powers bestowed by the gods. "You only encountered a dream realm a month ago. That's too far away. When I first descended to the mortal realm, I encountered a dream realm that is very close. Let's go there first." One was instantly overjoyed. Who would want to go far when there was a closer dream realm? However, as this divine envoy is inhabiting a mortal body, it is temporarily inconvenient to use some divine techniques, so you will have to search for it. One had no doubts at all, instead feeling it was only natural. The status of the divine envoy was so noble. How could such trivial matters trouble the divine envoy? "Yes, my lord." About 5 minutes later, the hissing behind them disappeared, and one stopped, turned around, and respectfully said to Su Chen, "Please grant me some personal item to use for the tracing origins technique." Su Chen nodded, casually took out a white handkerchief, and tossed it to Juan. Juan hurriedly cradled the handkerchief with both hands, as if holding something sacred, and then handed it to one of the white-robed figures. After receiving the handkerchief, the white-robed figure immediately drew a dagger without a word, aimed at his wrist, and slashed fiercely. Whoosh! Blood instantly gushed out, and he sprinkled the blood in a certain mysterious trajectory, quickly forming a rudimentary blood array on the ground, then placed the handkerchief at the center of the array, murmuring incantations that sounded like inhuman babble. "Praise the primordial angel! Sacrifice!" The man in the white robe suddenly let out a loud roar, then plunged a dagger into his own heart. Thud! He collapsed onto the formation, his blood spreading across the ground like it was controlled by some invisible force, slithering like a snake towards the distant black mist, drawing a trail of blood. The man in the white robe was dead, his face bearing a fervent expression, as if he had completed some supreme mission. Another sacrifice? Su Chen suddenly realized that the divine arts they spoke of were indeed sacrifices, exchanging them for the power of the primordial angel. "Great, Lord Divine Envoy, the primordial angel has given us guidance, let's set off," one exclaimed joyfully, showing no sadness for the death of his companion. Su Chen nodded, and the group followed the trail of blood on the ground, setting off once more. Along the way, he casually asked, "Juan, to what extent have you cultivated your divine arts?" Juan, running at full speed, showed a hint of shame on his face. "I have practiced the divine arts since childhood for 30 years, but I have only sacrificed over 10,000 people, which pales in comparison to the bishop and the cardinal. I am currently just a high priest." Over 10,000 people? So that's where the name came from? In comparison, the primordial angel wasn't much better than the serpent god, perhaps even worse. Throughout the journey, Su Chen kept probing for information about the divine arts in hell, and time flew by. Half an hour later, they found a huge glowing bubble. Looking through the bubble, they could vaguely see a lush forest, with scattered headless people moving about within. "Found it!" one exclaimed, leading the way as he plunged into the bubble, and in an instant, the oppressive black mist vanished, replaced by blue skies, white clouds, and a primeval forest. Su Chen was back, but this time he returned with his little brothers. Upon entering the dream of the headless people, everyone immediately fell silent, not making a sound, as Su Chen had advised them beforehand about the headless beings. One was quite familiar with the headless people, saying that these monsters were called ear beasts, which fed on sound and were extremely cruel. Once they captured a living creature, they wouldn't kill it immediately. Instead, they would imprison it and torture it mercilessly, constantly forcing it to scream, thus devouring more sound. Su Chen remained non-committal. He felt that the primordial church had no right to call the ear beasts cruel, as they were quite similar. Through indirect inquiries, he gathered some information. Firstly, the divine arts of the primordial church were indeed sacrifices. They believed that the law was the power of the evil gods, and only through sacrifices could they obtain divine power from the primordial angel, which was the true power of justice. It is worth mentioning that the primordial church believed that all gods, except for the primordial angel, were evil gods. In the entire underground world, or hell, only the middle hell had a large population of humans, barely qualifying as human territory, while the other 4 hells belonged to nightmares and evil gods. The power system of the human race in hell was quite mixed. Some walked the path of law like extraordinary beings, while many practiced divine arts. The human race did not believe in just one god. The primordial angel was merely one among many. Moreover, the methods of cultivating divine arts varied greatly depending on the beliefs. The primordial angel required the sacrifice of living beings, and the more beings sacrificed, the more power gained, making it quite versatile, much like the recent summoning of holy fire, tracing back to its origins, with various applications. According to one, this fanatic, the primordial angel was omnipotent, and through sacrifices, one could obtain everything. With so much information acquired, Suchen began to doubt whether the human race in hell was truly a product of the nightmare world. After all, the existence of humans in nightmares was quite normal, and even the existence of gods was not unusual. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, what matters is that the nightmare world is truly fascinating, far more interesting than the real world. Perhaps after returning to the real world, I can find some clues from it. If what one said is true, that the original angels live in heaven, which is above the surface, then the real world must have left traces. Put. Another person in a white robe stabbed himself, but he didn't die, he merely shed a bit of blood to draw a sacrificial array. As a white light flashed, a translucent light shield enveloped Su Chen and the others. Lord Messenger, with this soundproof barrier, we can speak without fear of being overheard by the headless ones. We can also listen to your teachings at any time. Please endure a few days in this dream for now. Once the nearby offspring of the serpent god retreat, I will immediately take you to the original divine church, one fervently said. Child, you have done well. You are all devout subjects of the original angels. Su Chen understood how to flatter fanatics. As soon as he said this, Wan and the others nearly ascended to heaven on the spot. Some were even moved to tears, kneeling on the ground to kiss Su Chen's shoes. Su Chen calmly dodged the fanatic's lips and said indifferently, "This messenger has one more thing for you to do. Please, Lord Messenger, command us, and we will not hesitate to die 1,000 deaths." The fervent voices nearly blew the soundproof barrier away. This messenger has descended to the lower realm and was unfortunately discovered by the metal evil god, who sent his subordinates to the lower realm, attempting to destroy this messenger's current physical body and prevent this messenger from guiding the devout subjects to heaven. What? Wan and the others' eyes instantly turned red. Preventing them from going to heaven was more hateful than killing their fathers. Who is the metal evil god? How dare he send someone to intercept you, Lord Messenger? The metal evil god is one of the evil gods in heaven that opposes the original angels. They are dissatisfied with the original angels' rule over heaven, so they united to deal with the original angels. After failing, they still harbor resentment and often hide in the shadows to cause destruction. This time, upon learning of this messenger's descent, they specifically sent their subordinates. Su Chen spoke nonsense, just as he knew nothing about the information of hell. These people also had no knowledge of heaven's information, and all explanations belonged to him. One immediately became furious. Lord Messenger, where is the subordinate of the metal evil god? I will go kill him right now. Su Chen said indifferently, this messenger has already sensed that he is within this dream. This subordinate is humanoid but made entirely of metal, with no flesh whatsoever. Entirely made of metal? One trembled with anger. How dare they desecrate flesh and blood like this? Truly a subordinate of an evil god, they deserve to die. Rest assured, Lord Messenger, I will definitely slay him. In the depths of the forest, Mu Chang, wrapped in leaves, was stealthily crouching behind a large tree. This was his last modified body. The previous one had died in the Headless One's lair while trying to kill Su Chen, so with only one life left, he became extremely cautious. He stuffed leaves into the metal joints and made leaf shoes to cover his metal feet, all to reduce the noise made while moving. He had no experience in navigating nightmares and didn't know how to find the source of the nightmare. Although he suspected the clues might be in the Headless One's lair, he didn't dare to go, so he planned to use the simplest and safest method, to wait. Wait a few days until the nightmare naturally awakens. Damn Su Chen! Mu Cheng cursed Su Chen countless times in his heart. He originally had a bright future, but everything was ruined because of Su Chen. A dignified silver-level powerhouse had actually fallen to the point of wrapping himself in leaves and squatting in a grass pit. Just thinking about Su Chen made him grit his teeth in hatred. Now that 3 days had passed, he was almost certain that Su Chen had died in the black mist, dying far too easily. Just as Mu Cheng was cursing, he suddenly tensed up. Even his metallic eye dared not move, for several figures had appeared in his thermal imaging device. The headless man has come? No, these people have heads. Could they be the newly arrived nightmare apostles? Lord Messenger, the minion of the metal evil god, is behind that tree. I sensed his mental fluctuations. His spirit is not weak, but he is too foolish to abandon his physical body and let his soul reside in metal. Without the protection of a body, the soul is like floating weeds, utterly rootless, Wan sneered. What do you plan to do about him? Su Chen's words carried a hint of scrutiny. Wan naturally understood this was the messenger testing him, and quickly replied, this minion's body seems to be forged from secret silver, indestructible, but I can perform the soul binding technique and easily capture his soul. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. It seemed he had underestimated Wan's strength. To face a silver-level powerhouse and describe it as easy was quite something. However, Wan's strength should not exceed the silver level, otherwise, he wouldn't be chased by the snake people. Go ahead, Su Chen instructed. Yes, Lord Messenger. Wan looked seriously at the 9 white-robed figures behind him. Go ahead. The 9 white-robed figures fervently drew out daggers, shouting loudly, praise the primordial angel. Sacrifice. Puff, puff. The 9 plunged the daggers into their own hearts, then tilted their heads and died. Wan quickly crouched down, using their blood to draw a sacrificial array. Su Chen, standing nearby, felt somewhat speechless. For the first time, he understood what a generation gap meant. Is easy really this? Directly sacrificing all the white-robed figures? As the sacrificial array was completed, Wan began to chant strange incantations. Gradually, the bodies of all the white-robed figures ignited, turning to ashes in a very short time. A wisp of blue smoke floated above the ashes, and Wan pointed at the smoke. Bind. Whoosh! The blue smoke moved of its own accord, faintly transforming into a hand that reached straight for Mu Chang, who was not far away behind the tree. Originally anxious, Mu Chang suddenly felt alarm bells ringing in his heart. A wave of fear surged from the depths of his soul, as if he were being targeted by some unseen existence. Run! Run! Run fast! He had no time to think, instinctively wanting to flee, but just as he stood up, the blue smoke had already arrived, effortlessly slipping through the gaps in the metal. Mu Chang froze, his metallic eye instantly losing its light, standing still in place. Moments later, the blue smoke hand returned, grasping a semi-transparent, cloud-like humanoid figure. Wan quickly took out a transparent glass bottle from his body and opened the cap. Whoosh! The semi-transparent, cloud-like figure was swiftly sucked into the bottle. Wan proudly held the bottle above his head. Lord Messenger, the minion of the metal evil god has been captured. Su Chen took the small bottle. Inside was a small figure, middle-aged, with a terrified expression, frantically banging against the bottle wall. Mu Chang's soul. Mu Chang had no idea what had happened. When he regained consciousness, he found himself inside the small bottle, utterly terrified, but an even more terrifying thing occurred. A gigantic human face suddenly appeared before him, its eyes larger than his entire body. He screamed in horror, but the next second, he realized that this enormous face looked somewhat familiar. Su Chen. Mu Chang's expression changed drastically. He could never mistake Su Chen's face. What on earth is happening? He looked around in panic, finally realizing that he had been trapped inside a small bottle. It wasn't that Su Chen had grown larger, but that he had shrunk. Let me out! Quickly let me out! Su Chen looked with great interest at the little person in the bottle. He suddenly developed a strong curiosity about divine arts. It was just too versatile. As long as one made a sacrifice, they could accomplish most things. However, it was merely curiosity. He had no intention of learning, because he simply couldn't learn it. The entry requirement for the divine arts of the primordial god sect was to believe in the primordial angel. Only by doing so could one establish a connection and then make a sacrifice. Strictly speaking, he was considered a blasphemer. If he were to connect with the primordial angel, it would likely bring about his own demise. Ding ding ding! Su Chen shook the small bottle in his hand, and inside, Mu Chang immediately swayed back and forth, flipping up and down, constantly banging against the walls of the bottle, producing a crisp sound. Su Chen! What on earth have you done to me? Mu Chang, dizzy and disoriented, struggled to get up and shouted tremblingly. Su Chen leaned closer to the small bottle, his pale face reflected on the transparent surface. Suddenly, a charming smile crept onto his lips as he softly asked Mu Chang, Mr. Mu, are you desperate? Mu Chang's soul trembled. In that moment, he felt as if he were enveloped by a silent, great terror, fear penetrating his very soul. The dignity and pride of a silver-tier powerhouse were utterly shattered. Let me go. Please let me go. I have money. I have a lot of money. Just let me go. Mr. Mu, I always thought you were a dignified person, but now you are anything but dignified. I hope you do not shatter my beautiful expectations of silver-tier powerhouses. With that, Su Chen ignored Mu Chang's pleas for mercy and directly tossed the bottle to Wan. He had no use for the soul. First, he lacked spiritual power, even wanting to suppress its growth. Secondly, he would not perform the sacrificial divine arts. Wan respectfully received the bottle. Lord Envoy, since the minion of the metallic evil god has been dealt with, let us find a place to rest for a while. Once the offspring of the serpent god outside retreat, the little person will immediately take you to the primordial god sect. Su Chen nodded, not refuting, but in his heart, he was calculating. He definitely could not go to the primordial god sect. First, the journey was too far. Second, encountering the Pope would easily expose him. He could explore it once he became powerful, but certainly not now. But how to persuade Wan? He glanced at Wan, whose face was filled with fervor, and felt that convincing him would be quite simple. For a fanatic, the words of the envoy were like a holy decree. As long as he made up some excuse, he could have Wan return first. However, he did not intend to let Wan go so easily. Wan's strength was not weak, and his methods were strange. He had to squeeze out the last bit of value. With that thought, Su Chen spoke. Wan quickly stood up, respectfully at his side. The little person is here. This envoy is hungry. Lord Envoy, I have food here. Wan was extremely excited, as if helping the envoy was a very honorable thing. He hurriedly pulled out a small sheepskin bag from his body, reached inside, and soon pulled out a long, dark piece of dried meat. It was hard to tell what kind of meat it was, but it was nearly the length of an adult's arm. Su Chen's eyes flickered. A storage treasure? Wan respectfully offered the jerky, but Su Chen didn't even glance at it, instead coldly saying, "Do you think this envoy is only worthy of eating such garbage?" Noticing Su Chen's displeasure, Wan's face changed dramatically, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The little person deserves to die. The little person deserves to die. What a high status the Lord Envoy has. Such crude items are naturally unworthy of you. It's just that the little person only has this jerky. What would you like to eat? I will go find it immediately. Seeing his attitude was proper, Su Chen's expression softened slightly. The poverty of hell is far inferior to that of heaven. This envoy will not make it difficult for you. Just go find some golden eyes. That's about the only thing in hell that can barely be eaten. Wan was momentarily stunned. Lord Envoy, may I ask what golden eyes are? Seeing Wan's confused expression, Su Chen realized that the name for the golden eye might differ in two places. After all, the golden eye was a name given by extraordinary beings in the real world. He then took out the golden leaf that Morong Mengli had given him earlier. This is a leaf from the golden eye. Wan took it and exclaimed, Holy Radiance Fruit. Lord Divine Envoy, this is a leaf from the Holy Radiance Fruit, which is said to be the fruit formed from the light of the primordial angel falling into hell. So, it is called the golden eye in heaven. Su Chen directly ignored Wan's mention of the primordial angel. In the eyes of the fanatic, the entire world was connected to the primordial angel, so anything could be related to it. At that moment, Wan couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that such a rare item as the Holy Radiance Fruit could only be considered barely edible in the mouth of the Divine Envoy. What did the people in heaven eat every day? He could hardly imagine. This further strengthened his belief in wanting to go to heaven. Can you get it? Wan's expression became serious, and he quickly replied, yes. The Holy Radiance. Although the golden eye is precious, as long as the Divine Envoy needs it, I can get it immediately. This time, Su Chen was surprised. It was such a coincidence that Wan actually carried the golden eye on him. But the next moment, he changed his mind because Wan pulled out a dagger and pointed it at his own heart. Lord Divine Envoy, please wait a moment, the golden eye will be here soon, but I'm afraid I won't be able to take you to the primordial church. Saying this, Wan took out Mu Cheng's soul from a sheepskin bag and handed the bag to Su Chen. Lord Divine Envoy, this contains the emblem of the primordial church. After you finish the golden eye and have rested, you can use the emblem and the black mist to contact the nearest primordial believers to come and take you. Su Chen took the sheepskin bag and said to Wan indifferently, I have already sensed your devotion, see you in heaven. See you in heaven. Wan instantly became excited, his face flushed, and he even started to stutter. Heaven? Can I really, Lord Divine Envoy? I am just a high priest. Su Chen frowned and said solemnly, Wan, remember, the citizens of the primordial angel do not look at rank but at the sincerity of your heart. As long as you are sincere enough, even ordinary believers can go to heaven. If you are not sincere enough, even the Pope can only be trapped in hell. Wan became even more excited and wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Su Chen. Wan, I will wait for you in heaven. With a thrust, Wan excitedly plunged the dagger into his heart and made a deep cut, pulling out a bright red heart, still connected to crimson blood vessels, the tail end extending into his wide-open chest cavity. His complexion gradually turned pale, but he did not die, and not a drop of blood flowed from his chest. Lord Divine Envoy, please wait a moment, I will prepare the golden eye right away. Then, Wan held his heart and dragged his weak body away. Watching Wan walk away, Su Chen turned to put Mu Cheng's mithril alloy cyborg into the sheepskin bag, then watched as Wan entered the headless man's lair, gripping his heart tightly as he walked, blood continuously dripping from the heart, leaving long trails on the ground. Due to the soundproof barrier, the headless man did not notice Wan's arrival, allowing him to set up the formation in the lair. When the blood formation filled the entire headless man's lair, Wan had already lost his human form, completely turning into a skin and bones corpse. So much blood, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. He concluded that Wan was not human, as he had never seen anyone who could bleed a ton of blood. Wan knelt in the center of the sacrificial formation, tossing his shriveled heart aside, and recited a strange incantation with devotion. Then, he took out Mu Cheng's soul and the golden leaves, placing both in the center of the formation. Gradually, as the incantation grew louder, a strange holy light suddenly erupted from the massive blood formation, resembling silver flames burning, with a nauseating smell of blood permeating the air. The bizarre blood drawn on the ground seemed to come alive at that moment, twisting and writhing, ultimately breaking free from the ground, transforming into countless silver rune chains that shot up into the sky. They converged and intertwined in mid-air, forming a gigantic chain cage that enveloped the entire headless man's nest. At that moment, the headless men finally sensed something was amiss. Although they could not see anything, the extremely bizarre and evil aura made them feel uneasy, and the headless men began to panic. But it was already too late. The formation had fully taken shape. Whoosh! The holy light soared into the sky, covering the entire world in silver, and an indescribable oppressive atmosphere filled the air, making it hard to breathe, as if the air had become thick and heavy. Praise the primordial angel! Praise the divine messenger! The frenzied and hoarse voice became the last words of thousands, as this fanatic let out his final roar, then plunged a dagger into his eye, collapsing to the ground, completely silent. He sacrificed everything, including his soul, just to satisfy the divine messenger's appetite. It sounded absurd, but in the eyes of the fanatic, it was all perfectly justified. The divine created all things to nourish humanity, and humans had nothing to repay the divine. Now that the divine messenger needed him, he naturally had to give everything. Buzz! A strange murmuring echoed through the heavens and earth, like billions of believers chanting praises. The headless men began to go mad, frantically tearing at their ears, hoping to block out the bizarre murmurs, but they had too many ears. In the distance, Su Chen felt a strange movement in his brow, the silver mark on his forehead uncontrollably cracking open, revealing a silver vertical pupil inside, which seemed to have a consciousness of its own, darting around in the narrow eye socket. Through the silver vertical pupil, Su Chen's vision revealed a colossal being, its body larger than this world, its outline blurred and distorted, with holy 8 wings slowly flapping behind it. The primordial angel! Suddenly, the primordial angel in the sky moved, opening its black hole-like mouth, causing the headless men on the ground to dissolve inch by inch, turning into a pool of thick blood, which grew larger and eventually transformed into a river of blood. The blood river surged upward, flowing into the mouth of the primordial angel. The blood river was also mixed with many white figures, the souls of the headless men, twisted and contorted in agony, being swept into the mouth of the primordial angel by the blood river. Su Chen even saw Mu Cheng's terrified soul, screaming and howling madly in the blood river, along with Wan. This fanatic was out of place with the others. There was no fear or pain on his face, only a sense of pilgrimage, as if he were returning to the embrace of the divine. Wan seemed to sense Su Chen's gaze, his head twisting unnaturally 180 degrees to look at Su Chen, smiling and waving his hand. His lips moved, and although no sound came out, Su Chen could tell from the shape of his mouth that Wan was saying, "Divine messenger, goodbye to heaven." After the blood river was completely devoured by the primordial angel, its massive body began to fade slowly, and the holy light in the world began to weaken, everything returning to silence. Whether it was an illusion or not, at the last moment of the primordial angel's disappearance, Su Chen felt as if it had glanced at him. Su Chen did not pay it any mind. After all, this was not the first time he had been watched by a deity. When the holy light completely dissipated, the entire headless man's nest was already empty, becoming desolate, with only a dazzling golden light flickering in the center of the nest. Su Chen immediately walked towards the direction of the golden light, only to see that the golden leaf, which had previously been just a leaf, had now taken root in the ground, sprouting and growing like a gourd vine, entwining around a kneeling, withered skeleton, lush and vibrant, shining brilliantly. Beneath the most vibrant golden leaf, a golden fruit, resembling a human eyeball, gleamed with radiance. The eye of gold? Su Chen reached out to pluck the golden fruit. It felt quite peculiar, appearing to be made of gold, yet its overall texture was somewhat soft and slippery, like holding an eyeball. As the eye of gold was removed, the golden gourd vine instantly withered, along with the thousands of skeletons, scattering across the ground. To sacrifice nearly 10,000 headless people, along with the souls of silver-tier warriors and the high priest of the primordial god sect, just to obtain an eye of gold truly worthy of being the main material for a golden tier awakening potion. Su Chen mused slightly, realizing that the value of golden tier warriors was still on the rise. Such a level of warrior, in the context of the Crimson Flame Empire, could already be considered a strategic weapon. No wonder the descendants of golden tier warriors are nobles. It is simply effortless for such powerful beings to ensure their offspring enjoy wealth and glory. At the same time, he also sensed the madness of the primordial god sect, as if anything that could be resolved through sacrifice was deemed easy in their eyes. Crack! Suddenly, a sound of cracking echoed around him. Su Chen looked up to see tiny fissures appearing in the sky, and the cracks were visibly expanding at an alarming rate. With the headless people sacrificed, this nightmarish world was about to collapse. He had already experienced such a scene once in Tingting's nightmare, so for Su Chen, it was like second nature. He knew that when the nightmare world shattered, the nightmare apostles would return to the real world. It had seemed normal before, but ever since he had seen the black mist, doubts arose in his heart. Why was it a return to the real world and not the black mist? Logically, when the bubble of dreams burst, the people inside should return to the black mist. Could it be that the so-called hell is merely a larger dream? Only those from the real world could return to reality after the dream shattered, while those like the headless ones, who were already dreamers, could only live forever in the dream? Su Chen couldn't find an answer, nor did he want to know the answer so simply. Crack, crack. The sound of the dream shattering grew increasingly dense, and the entire space was filled with countless cracks. Even the massive stone that the headless leader had previously occupied began to split. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. It seemed something was glowing within the shattered stone. As the surrounding cracks threatened to engulf him, he acted with lightning speed, directly retrieving the glowing object. In the ruins of the Serpent Gang, Su Chen's figure appeared out of thin air, with no one around. A warning line had already been set up, along with some caution signs and barriers. There were also traces of many people having investigated the scene. Su Chen paid no mind. The massive explosion at the Serpent Gang would surely attract the attention of the entire 13th District and even Star City. It was only natural for the Law Enforcement Bureau to seal off the area, especially since nearly 4 days had passed. He opened his palm to reveal a small, exquisite ear, shaped like a human ear but made entirely of white jade, translucent and sparkling, emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. As he probed it with his mental energy, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted in his mind: human screams, various animal roars, the sound of wind, rain, explosions, collisions. It was as if the sounds of an entire world were resonating simultaneously in his head. But gradually, as the sounds grew louder, all the noises vanished, and he could no longer hear anything. As Su Chen withdrew his mental energy, faint traces of blood appeared in his ears. However, there was no trace of pain on his face. Instead, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. Bronze Tier 3 artifact, Silent Melody. This was an artifact, one that countless headless beings had spent an unknown amount of time creating, born from the various sounds of the world. Its functions were quite simple. First, it could mimic any sound within 100 meters, and second, it could use sound to launch attacks. If you added the storage artifact he had previously acquired, the sheepskin bag, he now had a total of 3 artifacts. Although this battle had been extremely perilous, the rewards were quite good: 3 artifacts, a secret silver alloy modified human, and a golden eye. Especially the golden eye, which was considered a priceless treasure. After all, it was a divine object that could help a silver tier individual advance to gold. Once it hit the market, even nobles would fight over it. At that moment, a light suddenly shone from a distance, and a surprised voice rang out: "Leader!" "Great! I knew you would be fine." Zhao Chaoyao ran over with a flashlight, accompanied by a cold-faced person in black, whose waist was bulging with something. "How did you know I was here?" Su Chen looked at the two who had jogged over. Zhao Chaoyao quickly replied, "Ever since you went missing, I've come to check every day." During this time, people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, the Bronze Coffin, and many strangers have come and gone. They all said you were dead, but I didn't believe it. I thought if you returned, you definitely wouldn't be without someone to attend to you, so I came to check every day. "Well, you are thoughtful," Su Chen said lightly, giving a faint compliment. Zhao Chaoyao grinned widely, clearly very pleased. At this moment, the person in black suddenly spoke: "Minister Su, I am from the Bronze Coffin Special Operations Team. The boss has been worried about you, so he sent me to keep watch here. Now that you are back, I will notify the boss immediately." The boss the black-clad person referred to was naturally Morong Mengli. Su Chen did not stop him from making the call. His return was not a secret, and there was no need to hide it. "Minister Su, the boss is on the line." Su Chen took the phone, and immediately, Morong Mengli's cool voice came through, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Su, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Although I don't know where you've been these days, as long as you're safe, that's good." Su Chen smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, Miss Mengli. If it weren't for your crimson heart, I might have found it difficult to return alive. These matters are ultimately my fault. After all, they were really after me. If I hadn't invited you to join the bronze coffin, it wouldn't have. Never mind, let's not talk about that now. You should hurry to the bronze coffin. During the time you and Mu Chang were missing, Shen Zihao went crazy and even mobilized the Silver Tier Extraordinary being guarding the secret silver mine to search for you. Once he finds out you've appeared, he definitely won't let it go easily. Hearing this, Su Chen's smile widened. That sounds quite exciting. Bronze Coffin Company. Su Chen saw the somewhat haggard Morong Mengli. She still had exquisite makeup and outstanding fashion sense. Every piece she wore seemed tailor-made, with perfect color coordination and style choices. However, the weariness in her brows could not be concealed by her delicate makeup. When Morong Mengli saw Su Chen, the weariness in her expression faded slightly, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. Welcome back, our great Minister Su of the Bronze Coffin. Morong Mengli slowly stood up, revealing a lavish dinner that had long been prepared on the table behind her, along with a bottle of expensive red wine. She did not ask Su Chen what he had experienced during his disappearance but instead smiled and pointed to the dinner. Your welcome feast. Su Chen took a seat at her invitation. He was indeed hungry, having hardly eaten anything during his days in the nightmare world. Morong Mengli poured a glass of red wine for Su Chen, the rich red liquid splashing in the crystal goblet. She picked up the glass, smiling brightly at Su Chen. This first glass of wine is to congratulate you, Su, on your safe return. Bang! The crisp sound of clinking glasses rang out. Su Chen downed the wine in one gulp. It was smooth but carried a hint of an odd taste. Are you interested in sharing your experiences from these past few days? Of course. Su Chen smiled slightly and casually began to weave a lie. After a while, a look of surprise flashed across Morong Mengli's delicate face. Mu Chang was really killed by you? So the weakness of a metal cyborg is the soul. That's right. Mu Chang's physical form was indeed flawless, but without the barrier of his body, he couldn't cope with a mental type extraordinary being, and coincidentally, I am a mental type. Of course, Bu Bai also helped me a lot. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been able to withstand Mu Chang's final self-detonation. Bu Bai? Morong Mengli chuckled. You really are a genius at naming. I never expected you had such a trump card, managing to subdue a nightmare creature. Indeed, no one anticipated that Mu Chang would self-detonate after your mental intrusion. If it weren't for Bu Bai's shadow space, I might never see you again. Su Chen shook his head. It's not just Bu Bai, your Crimson Heart also played a role. If it weren't for the time the Crimson Heart bought me, I wouldn't have been able to slip into the shadow space. So you were healing in the shadow space all this time? Why didn't you return to the bronze coffin? Not at all. I originally planned to heal in the shadow space, but then I suddenly felt the call of the nightmare world, so I went there and just returned. Su Chen said earnestly. Yes, he lied. What he told Morong Mengli was that he had defeated Mu Chang, the cyborg, with his mental power, concealing the fact that the other party was a silver-level expert, and then Mu Chang self-detonated, allowing him to hide in the shadow space, and later jump from the shadow space to the nightmare world. In his narrative, aside from the names being true, everything else was false. Morong Mengli had no doubts. She seemed somewhat distracted, often staring at her wineglass in a daze. Come, let's drink another glass. She raised her glass again and drank it all, a faint blush appearing on her fair, flawless face. After putting down the glass, a slightly bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. This is probably the last time we drink together. Before Su Chen could ask, Morong Mengli continued, I have to leave. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. Leave? Because the head of the Morong family's birthday is in 3 days? Morong Mengli nodded absent-mindedly. That's right, only 3 days left. I've mobilized all the power I could, yet I still haven't found any clues about the golden eye. To avoid marrying Shen Zihao, I have no choice but to leave. Where do you plan to go? Morong Mengli shook her head. Don't ask. I can't say. Some things, just knowing them can put you in great danger. Ha! Morong Mengli took a deep breath, biting her delicate lips, her gaze towards Su Chen carrying a hint of something unspoken, as if it was hard to say, but she still mustered the courage to speak. Su, before I go, there's one more thing I need to do. I hope you won't blame me, but I really need a child. So this is your reason for drugging me? Su Chen calmly adjusted his tea-colored glasses, his demeanor unruffled. Morong Mengli was taken aback. You already knew? Su Chen smiled slightly, picking up the glass of red wine in his hand, the deep red liquid swaying continuously. Royal Cellar, Platinum Reserve 158, presenting a deep and rich ruby color, with a complex aroma of black cherries, violets, and other fruity floral scents, along with the woodiness from the oak barrels. But this wine is also mixed with a hint of medicinal fragrance. I thought that as Miss Morong Mengli, I shouldn't be able to buy fake wine, so there can only be one answer: the wine is poisoned. Seeing that Su Chen had seen through her, Morong Mengli simply stopped pretending and admitted generously, "That's right, there is indeed poison in the wine. Once I leave, who knows when we will meet again? Perhaps I may never see you again in my lifetime. It will be hard for me to encounter another man like you, one who doesn't make me feel disgusted and possesses such strong spiritual talent. I need a child." At this moment, Morong Mengli had already stood up, gently shedding her deep blue coat. As the coat slipped away, the silk suspender dress underneath was revealed, the delicate straps outlining her graceful shoulder lines, and the exquisite design accentuating her enchanting collarbone and swan-like neck. "Su, don't blame me. Without the golden eye, I can only place all my hopes on the child. Her voice suddenly stopped. As she walked in front of Su Chen, her breathing became rapid, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the palm of Su Chen's hand. In his palm, a brilliant golden eye was quietly radiating light. This is. Morong Mengli lost her composure. This dignified noble lady even began to stutter, looking at the golden eye in disbelief. Su Chen smiled slightly. "As you can see, the golden eye." Morong Mengli suddenly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with a mix of shock, excitement, and disbelief as she looked at Su Chen. The figure holding the golden eye pierced her vision, and under the glow of the neon lights outside, the outline of the young man before her seemed to be coated in a layer of light, the soft lighting softening his cold features, even the tips of his hair glimmering, like a ray of light, a light that illuminated her dim life. "Take it." Su Chen gently pried open Morong Mengli's stiff hand, placing the golden eye into her palm. He felt no reluctance over the golden eye, as it was of no use to him. He was not a noble and had no bloodline to awaken. As for selling it directly to the head of the Morong family, that was not even in his consideration. Why would such a great noble trade with a commoner? If nobles were so kind-hearted, they wouldn't be called nobles. If they don't exploit, can they still be called nobles? Clearly, he could seize it. Why should he buy it? He understood the darkness of human nature better than anyone. Perhaps the head of the Morong family would initially pay a high price to buy it, but what about after he became a golden? Moreover, what Su Chen wanted was not wealth, but the entire Morong family. Using Morong Mengli as a starting point, wouldn't it be interesting to gradually devour the entire Morong family? Feeling the sensation transmitted from the man's hand and the coldness of the golden eye, Morong Mengli finally came to her senses. She stared blankly at the golden eye, seemingly a bit lost, and sat back down, not knowing when tears had begun to well up in her eyes, reflecting the neon lights. She remained silent for a long time before hoarsely saying, "Susu, thank you." Su Chen smiled and raised his wineglass. "I should also thank you for your crimson heart." Morong Mengli wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes and raised her glass as well. "Consider it a debt I owe you. You helped me, yet I poisoned you. Did you get poisoned? If so, I can." Su Chen shook his head. "No, but I am quite curious as to why you are so insistent on doing this." At this moment, it was as if a heavy stone in Morong Mengli's heart had finally been lifted, and she smiled. "If before it was to have a child, now, I admit, I am really a bit moved. Would you like to hear my story? I am all ears." Bang! The crystal goblet lightly clinked, producing a clear sound. Amidst the sound, Morong Mengli began to tell her story. "Actually, my surname is not Morong, my real surname is Nangong Mengli." As she spoke this name, a hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. You may not have heard of the surname Nangong, as it has disappeared for nearly several decades, and all information regarding the Nangong family has been erased by the Qian Empire's royal family. Nangong? Su Chen indeed had not heard of any noble named Nangong. He was not very familiar with the nobility, which felt too distant from the lower city. The Nangong family was once the foremost noble of the Qian Empire, and the strongest individual of the Qian Empire also came from the Nangong family. When the Qian Empire was at war with other empires, the Nangong family was heavily relied upon by the royal family. The then head of the Nangong family single-handedly defeated 3 golden powerhouses of the enemy on the battlefield, gaining immense fame. However, after the war ended, accomplishments overshadowing the ruler? Morong Mengli nodded, a hint of hatred flickering in her eyes. Indeed, it was accomplishments overshadowing the ruler. There is nothing new under the sun. Similar scenes have played out countless times in history. This time, it was the turn of the Nangong family. The then head of the Nangong family had already chosen to withdraw from the limelight, voluntarily relinquishing military power after the war, yet in the end, they still faced retribution from the royal family. The royal family could not tolerate a golden powerhouse who could kill them at any moment. Do you remember what the highest sequence of the silver laws is? Suchin pondered for a moment and slowly spoke the highest known sequence of the Silver Laws, Silver Law Sequence 121, blossom in an instant, which alters one's timeline at the cost of lifespan, placing oneself in a state of accelerated time. The one who mastered blossom in an instant was precisely the Nangong family. There were even instances of a silver third-tier extraordinary from the Nangong family defeating golden extraordinary beings, so it can be said that the strength of the Nangong family is inseparable from blossom in an instant. This is the core of their entire extraordinary path. The other laws they possess are basically all in service of blossom in an instant. Then what is the golden decree of the Nangong family? Su Chen asked curiously. With blossom in an instant, the Nangong family could challenge opponents of higher tiers, so the golden decree would surely be even stronger. To his surprise, Nangong Mengli shook her head. I don't know. The hatred on her face grew more intense, her delicate fists clenched tightly. With the destruction of the Nangong family, the golden laws have long been lost. This information was told to me by my mother. My mother was a member of the Nangong family and the only one to escape that purge. To avoid being tracked down by the empire, she even gave up her extraordinary powers to become an ordinary person, and later, while fleeing, she was captured by human traffickers and turned into a slave, eventually bought by the head of the Morong family. Then who is your father? My father is also from the Nangong family. My mother was pregnant with me when she fled. It's laughable that Morong Zhuo thought I was a premature baby and raised me for 20 years on behalf of the Nangong family. Mentioning Morong Zhuo, the hatred on Nangong Mengli's face deepened. Su Chen sensed something was off. Your true intention doesn't seem to be to offer the golden eye to Morong Zhuo? I would rather die than give the golden eye to that old thief Morong. A deep-seated hatred surfaced on Nangong Mengli's exquisite face. She forcibly took my mother and caused her death. If it weren't for that old thief Morong, my mother would never have died. Then what do you want the golden eye for? Nangong Mengli slightly calmed her agitated emotions and looked seriously at Su Chen. Su, the moment you give me the golden eye, I have already chosen to trust you. Since you already know my background, I might as well tell you my entire plan. In fact, I want the golden eye not for that old thief Morong, but for myself. The greatest function of the golden eye is to develop one's own bloodline. This thing has no effect on ordinary people, but it is something that nobles dream of. Nobles are all descendants of golden powerhouses. Gold represents a qualitative change. After becoming a golden extraordinary, a person's essence will change, and the power they possess will be passed down to their descendants through their bloodline. In other words, every noble has the potential to achieve gold. Of course, the premise is that they can perfectly develop the power contained within the golden bloodline, and the golden eye is the divine medicine for developing the golden bloodline. Otherwise, that old thief Morong wouldn't have been so eager to obtain the golden eye to advance to gold. I seek the golden eye to awaken the bloodline power of the Nangong family. For years, I have been working hard, hoping to awaken the golden bloodline with my own strength, but my talent is too poor, and without external help, it is simply impossible. Now that I have the golden eye, I can recreate the Nangong family's blossom in an instant. Su Chen frowned slightly. Blossom in an instant is a silver law. Do you mean to say that after consuming the golden eye, you can directly advance to silver? Nangong Mengli smiled slightly, tucking her scattered hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate profile. Although I currently dislike nobles, I must admit their superiority. As descendants of golden powerhouses, nobles with golden blood flowing in their veins can start at silver 1 as long as they awaken their bloodline. This is the foundation laid by their ancestors, and it is the heritage that allows nobles to always stand above the masses. Doesn't that sound unfair? But this is how the world is. Some people are born with a higher starting point than ordinary people, or rather, the starting point of nobles is the end point that ordinary extraordinary individuals strive for their entire lives. Of course, the premise is that these nobles can awaken their golden bloodline. Su Chen swirled the wine glass in his hand and said lightly, from a genetic perspective, this makes sense. The offspring of high IQ individuals are likely to also be high IQ, not to mention the legendary descendants of golden powerhouses. This explains why if nobles did not have such a foundation, based solely on their past behavior, they would have been overthrown long ago. After all, this is a world of extraordinary beings, and extraordinary beings do not care whether you are a noble or not. Since the nobles have not been overthrown, it proves that they can suppress the extraordinary among ordinary people. Su, you are indeed different. I have encountered some extraordinary individuals among ordinary people, and when they learn about the foundation of nobles, their first reaction is often jealousy or anger. They feel it is unfair that they have to risk their lives to reach the silver position. But nobles only need to awaken their bloodline to advance to silver, and even later, they do not need to seek extraordinary paths, they just need to follow the path laid by their ancestors, step by step, gradually developing their golden bloodline, and they can hope for gold. Su Chen remained non-committal. I don't think jealousy and anger are absolutely negative emotions. In fact, in many cases, they are the driving force behind human progress, as long as one keeps a measure and does not get lost in jealousy. It seems you have a good grasp of it, Su. I can see that you are indeed not jealous at all, which makes me curious. To be honest, even as a noble, I sometimes feel jealous of those nobles with great talent, jealous that they can easily awaken their bloodlines. Can you tell me how you manage it? Nangong mainly scrutinized Su Chen, seemingly wanting to understand more about the man's inner thoughts. Su Chen smiled lightly. It's simple, I will become gold, right? After all, those lofty golden powerhouses were once ordinary people too. Hearing the confident and composed words of the man before her, Nangong mainly felt a strange sense of distraction. Yes, golden powerhouses were also ordinary people at the beginning. At this moment, Su Chen added, I think I understand why you are so persistent about having a child. Once you don't find the golden eye, you will choose to leave Star City and quietly cultivate the next generation, hoping your child can awaken the Nangong family's golden bloodline. Nangong mainly turned around and said, this is exactly what I planned from the beginning. The enmity of the Nangong family must be avenged. Our family sacrificed our lives for the Crimson Flame Empire, only to end up exterminated. As the last descendant of the Nangong family, I not only want to kill that old thief Morong for my mother's revenge, but I also want to overthrow the Crimson Flame royal family to avenge my family. When she spoke of her enemies, her tone was calm, but anyone could hear the determination in her words. If I cannot take revenge, then I will pass on this hatred to my children. I know this is unfair to them, but as a descendant of the Nangong family, it is a fate they must bear. You are the only man I find agreeable, and you possess a powerful spiritual talent, which will greatly help awaken the golden bloodline of the Nangong family. You would be the best candidate to be the father of my child. However, that is no longer necessary. With the golden eye, I can take revenge myself. At this point, Nangong mainly blinked, a captivating glimmer dancing in her eyes. Of course, if you want to, I have no objections. After all, I currently have nothing to offer you in return. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he adjusted his brown glasses. Rather than that, I'm more curious about what you plan to do after obtaining the golden eye. Su, do you know? You make me feel very frustrated like this. Su Chen smiled without saying a word. Nangong mainly continued, I have already gathered the other materials for the bloodline awakening potion. I just needed the golden eye. Now that I have it, I can awaken my bloodline. The golden bloodline of the Nangong family contains 3 silver laws. As long as the silver law I awaken is blossom in an instant, I will kill Morong Zhuo at the Morong family's banquet in 3 days. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew Nangong mainly was not the type to boast. Killing Morong Zhuo, a silver 3, in front of everyone as a silver 1? If she had such confidence, it was enough to prove the power of blossom in an instant. What happens after you kill Morong Zhuo? As far as I know, killing a noble in the Crimson Flame Empire is tantamount to shaking the heavens. After that, I will join the Revolutionary Army. If there is anywhere in the Crimson Flame Empire that can tolerate the existence of someone who has killed a noble, it is only the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army? Yes, the Revolutionary Army is an organization formed by those oppressed by the nobles, with the goal of overthrowing the rule of the Crimson Flame Empire. Are you sure you can escape unscathed after killing Morong Zhuo in front of everyone? Su Chen found it hard to imagine a silver 1 being able to kill a silver 3 at a noble gathering and live to tell the tale. If blossom in an instant was truly that powerful, it should be classified as a golden law, not silver. A serious expression appeared on Nangong mainly's face. I'm not sure, but I must kill Morong Zhuo. I have waited too long. I have nightmares every day about the day my mother died. If I have the chance, I must try, no matter what. Feeling the determination hidden within the delicate figure before him, Su Chen smiled. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so interesting. Count me in. Nangong mainly's expression changed slightly. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to take risks for me. Su Chen felt helpless. Miss Mainly, you are a bit narcissistic. I just think that having the opportunity to kill a noble of the empire is a very interesting thing. Nangong Mainly. She carefully scrutinized the man before her, trying to discern whether he was speaking the truth. She did not believe that killing a noble of the empire was interesting. On the contrary, it was tantamount to seeking death, provoking the wrath of the entire empire, and could even attract golden powerhouses. The lives of nobles were of utmost importance. This was an ironclad rule. If it were not for herself, she could hardly imagine Su Chen would go to kill an imperial noble. Perhaps Su Chen was afraid she would refuse, so he deliberately said this? Alright, Miss Munley, let's wish for our success in advance. Suchen smiled as he raised his glass, a hint of barely concealed excitement hidden behind his tea-colored glasses. Killing an imperial noble must be quite interesting. Bang! The exquisite crystal goblet emitted a crisp sound, sealing the fate of an imperial noble just like that. 3 days later, the entire upper city suddenly became lively, adorned with lanterns and decorations. On the landmark buildings of various merchant associations, huge red banners were hung, filled with flattering words to congratulate the head of the Morong family, Morong Joie, on his 60th birthday. The massive LED screen that had been playing advertisements transformed into a display of glamorous stars, all wearing sincere smiles to send their blessings to Morong Bo. The whole city felt like it was celebrating a festival, with people wearing more or less hypocritical congratulatory smiles. Many armed law enforcers patrolled the streets, and the city's beggars vanished overnight, as the kind-hearted Lord Morong could not bear to see the poor. The influence of the nobility reached its peak at this moment. As the largest noble in Star City, it was no exaggeration to say that the entire upper city was celebrating when Morongjwa celebrated his birthday. Night soon fell, and the upper city remained brightly lit. The parking lot of the largest platinum hotel in the city center was packed with luxury cars, many of which ordinary people had never seen in their lifetime, all gathered like an auto show. Dazzlingly dressed men and women stepped out of the luxury cars, walking down the nearly 100-meter-long red carpet into the Platinum Hotel, including stars, models, and even CEOs of major companies. At that moment, a woman in a gorgeous crimson evening gown stepped onto the red carpet. As soon as she appeared, she seemed to stand out like a crane among chickens, her innate noble aura and stunning beauty brightening the entire red carpet. Her hair was elegantly styled up, with a few strands of flaxen hair naturally falling on either side of her face. She wore white silk gloves and held a small handbag, walking with graceful steps, her figure enchanting, every movement exuding nobility and elegance, as if she were a princess from a fairy tale. Her appearance sparked much discussion among the crowd. Some wanted to approach her, but a fat man got there first. He was a man weighing over 300 pounds, his expensive white suit barely accommodating his bulky frame, a greasy smile plastered on his face as he held a bouquet of bright roses. "Mengli, my fiancé, you finally came. I've been waiting for you for so long." Xian Zihao extended his chubby hand, seemingly wanting to take Nangong Mengli's hand, but she merely glanced at him coldly and said, "Sorry, I already have a partner." As she spoke, she reached out her hand, and her delicate hand, clad in white silk gloves, was soon grasped by a long, strong hand. Unbeknownst to them, a young man in a crisp black suit, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, had approached. He gently took Nangong Mengli's hand, a warm smile on his face. "Excuse me, may I pass?" After saying that, Su Chen led Nangong Mengli past Xian Zihao, step by step toward the Platinum Hotel, neither of them glancing at Xian Zihao the entire time. Xian Zihao's face darkened as he was ignored. "Su Chen." His low voice was laced with gritted teeth. "Damn commoner." He naturally knew that Su Chen had returned alive, while Mu Cheng had disappeared. What that meant was self-evident. Over the past few days, Xian Zihao had thought it over and ultimately refrained from acting rashly. Others may not know Mu Cheng's strength, but he is very clear about it. Mu Cheng is not only a silver-level powerhouse but also a fully modified human. He can even fight against some high-ranking silver-level powerhouses, yet he ultimately died at Su Chen's hands. Until he thoroughly understands Su Chen's strength, he cannot send out the only 2 remaining silver-level powerhouses under his command to their deaths one by one. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. He plans to wait until after this banquet to spend a large sum to hire another silver-level powerhouse. At that time, with 3 silver-level fighters acting together, Su Chen will undoubtedly die. Forget it, you lowly commoner won't be able to jump around for long. Once I marry Mengli and become a noble, both my wealth and power will rise to another level, and that will be your death knell. Xian Zihao silently calculated, his face once again plastered with a fake smile as he warmly greeted those around him. On the 68th floor of the Platin Hotel, the entire floor is a huge banquet hall. When Su Chen and Nangong Mengli entered the hall, the waiters who had been waiting at the entrance for a long time slowly pushed open the grand doors and bowed, saying, "Welcome, esteemed guests." As the 2 stepped into the banquet hall, it felt as if they had entered a fairy tale world. The dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, sparkling like stars, casting bright and soft light. The floor was covered with a luxurious carpet, beautifully patterned and comfortable underfoot. Surrounding the hall were tall columns intricately carved with exquisite designs, and between the columns hung large oil paintings, the works of unknown masters, adding an artistic atmosphere to the venue. At this moment, nearly 100 people had already arrived in the banquet hall, yet it did not feel crowded. Instead, it had a somewhat spacious feel. Neatly dressed waiters moved gracefully among the guests, serving delicacies and fine wines to the upper-class attendees. Groups of 3 or 5 chatted, each person wearing a smile as warm as spring, and the conversations were perfectly controlled, lively yet not chaotic. The melodious sound of the piano flowed slowly through the banquet hall, like a clear spring, nourishing the hearts of the people, making them feel as if they were in a fairy tale banquet of a princess and a prince. "Have you really made up your mind?" Nangong Mangli asked, smiling and nodding to the passing guests while subtly inquiring of Su Chen beside her. Su Chen wore a calm and elegant smile, as if he were the protagonist of the banquet, blending in without a hint of awkwardness. "Such an interesting banquet, I naturally wouldn't want to miss it." A complex look flashed in Nangong Mangli's eyes. She wanted to say more, but Su Chen pulled her aside. "2 glasses of red wine, please." The waiter smiled politely, respectfully handing over 2 glasses of red wine without flattery, then slowly retreated to find the next guest in need of service. Su Chen took the wine, handed a glass to Nangong Mangli, and then skillfully led her to a sofa in the corner. "My preparations are complete, now it depends on whether your abilities are as powerful as the legends say." A hint of worry appeared on Nangong Mangli's face, but she ultimately did not press further. "I won't joke with my life. What exactly did you prepare during your half-day disappearance?" Su Chen smiled mysteriously. "A grand performance, of course, requires behind-the-scenes work. You'll know soon enough, everything is proceeding as planned." A day earlier, Nangong Mangli had successfully awakened the golden bloodline of the Nangong family with the golden eye, and she had obtained the highest-ranked silver law known, Blossom in an Instant. According to her, Blossom in an Instant is very difficult to awaken, and it was thanks to the powerful effect of the golden eye that she achieved it in one go. Otherwise, even when the Nangong family still existed, apart from a few exceptionally gifted clan members, the rest would awaken either of the other 2 silver laws contained within their bloodline. After that, Nangong Mengli had a conversation with Su Chen. Her original plan was to inform Morong Zhuo at the banquet that she had obtained the golden eye, and when presenting the golden eye, she would activate Blossom in an Instant to enter a time acceleration state, launching a surprise attack to kill Morong Zhuo. This plan was very simple and straightforward, but undeniably effective. None of the guests present, including Morong Zhuo, would expect that the despised illegitimate daughter was actually a descendant of the Nangong family, nor would they think that the other party had awakened the strongest silver law. In a moment of carelessness, even the silver 3 would have to suffer defeat on the spot. Moreover, Morong Zhuo's silver laws were all offensive, with no defensive capabilities, making it a fatal flaw. As Morong Zhuo's adopted daughter, Nangong Mengli had long revealed all of his secrets. His 3 major silver laws were Eye of the Storm, Speed of the Wind Shadow, and Wind Dance Spirit Blade. These 3 silver laws provided him with great mobility and lethality, but lacked any defense. Therefore, for Nangong Mengli, relying on Blossom in an Instant to kill Morong Zhuo was not difficult. The real challenge lay in how to escape alive. Although the time acceleration of Blossom in an Instant was powerful, it had 2 fatal drawbacks. First, it required burning lifespan to accelerate her own timeline, and second, entering the time acceleration state subjected her body to immense pressure, making it impossible to maintain this state for long. These 2 drawbacks meant that Nangong Mengli had no capacity for sustained combat, and since she had just awakened, she could be considered a fragile assassin capable of a one-hit kill, but after that, she would basically have to wait to die on the spot unless she recklessly entered the time acceleration state again to escape. The problem was that, under the watchful eyes of everyone, even if Nangong Mengli could escape after killing an imperial noble, she would definitely not be able to flee Star City. Nangong Mengli's plan was a gamble, betting on her luck and her body's ability to support her escape. Su Chen rejected her plan and proposed a better one. The 2, preparing to kill an imperial noble, chatted calmly while holding wine glasses, occasionally discussing interesting events happening in Star City, making it impossible for anyone to see that beneath their composed and elegant exterior lay such a crazy idea. Su, did you know? During the time you disappeared, young Dongqing came looking for you quite a bit. Although he says it would be better if he were dead and that he would eventually bring about his own demise, he was very concerned about your news. He should have come to find you in the past few days, right? Nangong Mengli seemed to recall young Dongqing's awkward expression, a faint smile playing on her lips. Su Chen nodded. He did come. He said something about good people not living long and disasters lasting 1,000 years. Knowing I definitely wouldn't die, then he advanced next month's salary and left. Put. Nangong Mengli couldn't help but laugh. He also came to me to advance his salary, saying he wanted to buy clothes for his girlfriend. I really don't know how many clothes he plans to buy. Su Chen shrugged. That guy says he's buying clothes to apologize, but I suspect he has ulterior motives. Oh, what ulterior motives? Nangong Mengli leaned in slightly, her eyes smiling. Su Chen didn't answer such an obvious question. With Yang Dongqing's brain, what ulterior motives could he have? He was merely eyeing the luxurious and sexy clothes in the upper city, planning to dress up Jasmine and then make a surprise attack on the upper city at night. As the two chatted and laughed, on the other side of the banquet, Shen Zihao's eyes were almost spitting fire. He stared fiercely at Su Chen and Nangong Mengli, unable to suppress the jealousy and anger in his heart. Damn dog couple. Just wait, after tonight, you will completely belong to me. Damn it, why hasn't Morong Zhuo come yet? There's only half an hour left before the banquet starts. Hurry up and come announce the engagement. Perhaps it was the curse of Qianzihai that had an effect. The main character of this banquet, the head of the Morong family, Morong Zhuo, finally made his appearance. When he appeared, the once lively banquet hall was instantly put on pause, and everyone stopped talking, turning to look at the elderly man at the entrance. He was dressed in a dark, luxurious robe made of exquisite fabric, with delicate embroidery outlining ancient patterns. His silver hair was neatly combed back, revealing a forehead marked with slight creases. His eyes were deep, like an unfathomable lake, and his tightly pressed lips exuded an air of authority without anger. Beside him were two men and a woman, equally extraordinary in demeanor, who were Morong Zhuo's 3 children, surrounding him as he gracefully entered the hall. Greetings, head of the Morong family. Long time no see, head of the Morong family, you still look as spirited as ever. A group of people hurriedly approached, putting forth their utmost enthusiasm to greet him, seeking nothing more than to become familiar faces. As the most prominent noble in Star City and a transcendent being of Silver Level 3, Morong Zhuo's status was extremely prestigious. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Star City was his domain. However, today, Morong Zhuo seemed to be in a bad mood. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, he remained frowning, merely nodding perfunctorily. The guests quickly took the hint, not daring to overstep. Why was Morong Zhuo in a bad mood? In the upper city circles, it was no secret, it was simply because of the Golden Eye. Without the Golden Eye, he could not break through to the Golden Realm, and coupled with his reckless ambition in his youth, which led to the excessive use of transcendent potions, his body had suffered severe depletion, and his time was running out. Under such circumstances, no one would be in a good mood. Soon, Morong Zhuo's 3 children were warmly surrounded by the crowd. Their thoughts were simple: Morong Zhuo would eventually meet his end, so they naturally had to increase their efforts to win over the potential heirs, with the eldest son, Morong Yun, attracting the most attention. With Morong Zhuo's arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. The guests became increasingly enthusiastic, and the pianist changed to a lively piece. Gradually, men and women began to dance in the center of the dance floor, and even stars took to the stage to sing, while everyone raised their glasses and turned to toast Morong Zhuo's longevity. In contrast, Nangong Mengli's side was quite desolate, as if abandoned by the world. Everyone knew that Morong Zhuo did not favor this illegitimate daughter, and aside from a few at the lowest tier of the banquet hoping for a stroke of luck, almost no one approached Nangong Mengli. At this moment, Qianzihai could no longer sit still. Seeing that the banquet was halfway through and Morong Zhuo had yet to say a word, merely sitting there with a frown, he stood up, dragging his plump body and holding a wineglass as he walked up to Morong Zhuo. "Uncle, your nephew Qianzihai wishes you longevity and happiness." Qianzihai's voice was loud and full of smiles, immediately catching Morong Zhuo's attention. Morong Zhuo raised his eyes to look at the fat man before him, slightly frowning, seemingly displeased. At this moment, Qianzihai hurriedly added, "To celebrate your birthday, I would like to offer you a secret silver mine from the west of the city. I hope you will accept it, uncle." As soon as these words were spoken, gasps of astonishment erupted around them. A gift of a secret silver mine. What a grand gesture. The gifts prepared by others to please Morong Zhuo were certainly valuable, but compared to a silver mine, they were insignificant. Some who knew the inside story were secretly shocked. Although the output of the West City secret silver mine was low, it was still a silver mine, worth its weight in gold. Qianzihai was truly investing heavily to marry Nangong Mengli. Upon hearing the words secret silver mine, Morong Zhuo's frown finally relaxed. The old nobleman did not show any surprise on his face, instead appearing quite indifferent. "You are thoughtful, dear nephew." Qianzihai's smile grew even wider, but inwardly he was cursing profusely, thinking, what a sham. If it weren't for the noble status in Mengli, would I spend so much? I agreed in private, but it seems I must say it publicly. At this moment, Morong Zhuo slowly stood up, and his eldest son, Morong Yun, quickly handed him a glass of wine. Morong Zhuo raised the wine glass, and all the guests present quietly settled down, waiting for him to speak. "Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet. Today, with so many esteemed guests gathered, it truly is a great joy in life. Although I have reached my twilight years, seeing this lively scene warms my heart." Morong Zhuo began with a lengthy speech, a seasoned nobleman adept at such occasions, while the guests smiled and listened attentively, each pretending to be more polite than the last. Qian Zihai's hand holding the wine glass was nearly stiff, and his forced smile grew increasingly insincere. Damn it, old Bai Deng, you really can ramble on. You were just sulking, and now you're all spirited up at the mention of the mithril mine? Today, I take this opportunity of my birthday banquet to share with you all some heartfelt sentiments. I wish you all good health, harmonious families, and successful careers. May our friendship be like this aged fine wine, richer with time, ever fresh. Come, everyone, let us drink this toast together. Amidst the flattery, everyone raised their glasses and drank, their faces beaming with joy. Qian Zihai downed his drink, cursing more happily in his heart. Old Bai Deng, are you trying to get a graduate degree? Your speech is like an old sow wearing a bra, one said after another. Why don't you just announce the engagement already? Everyone, besides my birthday today, there is another happy event to announce. In Qian Zihai's excited gaze, Morongjue finally got to the point. Morongjue paused, his imposing gaze sweeping slowly across the room, finally landing on Nangong Mengli in the corner. When he noticed Su Chen beside her, a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Su Chen smiled slightly. The show is about to begin. Mengli, come here, Morongjue said calmly. Nangong Mengli slowly stood up, her exquisite features exuding an air of composure as she gracefully walked toward the center, drawing all eyes to her. She seemed born to be the focus of the crowd, showing no discomfort in such a setting. The piano music in the room suddenly became stirring, as if heralding something. My daughter Mengli has reached the age for marriage. As Morongjue saw Nangong Mengli approach, he was about to announce her engagement to Qian Zihai, but just as he began, a cold female voice suddenly interrupted. Mengli wishes her father a happy birthday. At this, everyone was taken aback, and the atmosphere in the room grew slightly strange. Morongjue was about to announce a joyous occasion, and her sudden interruption was quite puzzling. Such a rude act, especially in front of so many people, was indeed intriguing. As expected, Morongjue's expression gradually turned cold, his imposing gaze fixed on Nangong Mengli, his deep eyes inscrutable. The three children behind him wore expressions of anticipation, clearly eager to see what would happen next. Nangong Mengli seemed oblivious to Morongjue's gaze, continuing to speak. Mengli has specially prepared a birthday gift for you. What gift could be so important? Don't you see your father is speaking? Step back and wait a moment, Morongjue's calm voice interrupted Nangong Mengli, and those familiar with him knew he was on the verge of anger. However, Nangong Mengli did not step back. Instead, she took out a small redwood box from her handbag. Father, this gift is too precious, it truly cannot wait. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, all thinking Nangong Mengli had lost her mind, openly defying the head of the Morong family. Moreover, she was just an illegitimate daughter. In such a situation, even the eldest son, Morong Yun, would face extremely severe punishment for daring to act this way. One must understand that the nobility is the group that cares the most about status and dignity in this world. Morongjue's expression darkened completely. It seems that I have been too indulgent with you, to the point that you... He suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and a flash of excitement appeared in his eyes. He considered himself somewhat familiar with this illegitimate daughter. She was usually low-key and cautious, never daring to contradict him, let alone in public. Was today's unusual behavior perhaps? Is your birthday gift? Nangong Mengli nodded. Indeed, it is the golden eye. What? Qian Zihao was the first to exclaim, his face filled with disbelief. The three children of the Morong family also changed their expressions at this moment, as if the words golden eye held some magical power. The authority on Morongjue's face completely faded, and his aged heart began to race with excitement. Nangong Mengli smiled slightly and, in front of everyone, directly opened the redwood box in her hand. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. Inside the box lay a golden pearl, resembling a human eyeball, quietly resting. The golden eye. It really is the golden eye. Exactly as recorded in ancient texts. Morongjue's voice trembled slightly, his excitement almost uncontrollable, as all his attention was drawn to the golden eye. Not just him, but everyone else felt the same. The gazes directed at the golden eye were filled with intense greed. This group of high society individuals naturally understood the value of the golden eye. Compared to the secret silver mine, it was nothing. This was a miraculous object capable of creating golden powerhouses. Because of this, no one noticed Su Chen at the back of the crowd, whose eyes, hidden behind brown glasses, were radiating a crystal blue light. Mugly, my good daughter. Ha ha ha. Among all my children, you are the one I value the most. Quickly give me the golden eye. When the long-desired object appeared before him, even this old noble could not help but lose his composure. Although he said this, his hands moved faster than his words, taking 2 quick steps forward to grab the golden eye. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Whoosh! Just as Morongjua was about to grasp the golden eye, the originally bright lights of the banquet hall suddenly went out, and a silent darkness enveloped the entire venue. Crack! The sound of a massive crystal chandelier crashing to the ground echoed throughout the hall. Ah! A woman in the crowd let out a piercing scream. Ha ha ha! The golden eye! The golden eye! In the darkness, Morongjua laughed maniacally, exhilarated, as he cared nothing for the sudden extinguishing of the lights. He only cared about the golden eye in his hand. As long as he had this object, he could ignore even if the entire polite hotel exploded. Ha! A low, mocking laugh suddenly rang out at that moment. The voice was not loud, yet it seemed to resonate clearly in everyone's ears. Morongjua, thank you for your selfless contribution. I will gladly accept the golden eye. As soon as the words fell, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly brightened, the blinding light causing everyone to squint. But when they saw the scene in the hall, their expressions changed. There was unexpectedly another person present. It was a man in a tailcoat, standing amidst the shattered crystals, the dazzling crystals sparkling with a dreamlike luster under the light, as if a crystal carpet had been laid out for him. He was tall and upright, like a green pine, exuding an innate noble aura. The black tailcoat, perfectly tailored to fit his physique, outlined his elongated lines. He wore a black gentleman's top hat and white gloves, as if he had never been tainted by the dust of the world. Most striking was the silver-white mask on his face, which bore an arrogant smile, the slight upward curve hinting at disdain, mocking everyone equally. The eye area was hollowed out, revealing a pair of deep and mysterious eyes, the arrogance within them mirroring the smile of the silver mask, making it hard to look directly at him. The moment the guests of high society saw this man, they felt an illusion, as if he were the true noble, while they were merely monkeys dressed in finery. My golden eye! Morongjua's furious voice echoed throughout the hall, his aged face veins bulging, his eyes revealing unimaginable rage. It was only then that the crowd noticed that what Morongjua held was not the golden eye at all, but a crystal-clear green grape. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appeared in the masked man's hand, revealing a dazzling golden eyeball resting quietly on that white glove. From beneath the silver smile mask came a slow, deliberate voice, "Wrong, it's mine." Seeking death. Morongjua shouted, and the air in front of him twisted violently. A blade of compressed wind shot out, carrying countless tiny white air currents, rushing towards the masked man. Silver Law, Wine Dance Spirit Blade. Swish! The masked man's form was directly torn apart by the wind blade, the terrifying force continuing unabated, even piercing through the wall and glass behind him, leaving a smooth crack in the wall. Since this was a high floor, when the wall cracked, the cold wind from above rushed into the banquet hall, bringing a chill. Just when everyone thought the masked man was dead, they saw that his severed body did not bleed at all. Instead, it began to fade, ultimately becoming completely transparent and vanishing. What? Morongjua's face darkened, his eagle-like eyes scanning the surroundings. He would not allow the golden eye to be taken by anyone. Several women around Morongjua and Xianziheo had different thoughts. Seeing someone snatch the golden eye, they felt a sense of relief, as none of them wanted Morongjua to obtain it. Xianziheo was concerned about the marriage contract, while several children were worried about the heir issue, especially the eldest son, Morongyun, who most hoped for Morongjua's swift demise. Without the golden eye, Morongjua wouldn't last long, and then he would be the rightful heir. At that moment, sharp-eyed Morongjua suddenly noticed a shadow flash by the window outside, and a cold light burst in his eyes, trying to escape. Swish! A gust of wind erupted from him, his luxurious robe rustling in the gale, as if he had transformed into the wind itself, disappearing from his spot. The air erupted with a loud bang, and the exquisite snacks at the banquet, along with some nearby guests, were blown to the ground by the fierce wind. Bang! The window shattered violently, and that wind-like figure dove headfirst out of the window, knowing that this was the 68th floor. Silver Law, Wine Shadow Speed, granted Morongjua a wind-like speed, even allowing him to briefly fly with the wind. The height of 68 floors was as easy as walking on flat ground for him. Morongjua vanished from the guest's sight, leaving them exchanging glances, unable to believe that such a thing could happen at a banquet. At this moment, the eldest son, Morongyun, stepped forward. As the eldest son of the Morong family, he had to take charge of the situation under the circumstances. Everyone, this time. As soon as he opened his mouth, a sudden burst of screams erupted from the crowd. Morongyun frowned and looked towards the few people who were screaming, only to find their eyes filled with sheer terror, fixed on him. Ha! A light laugh sounded behind him. Morongyun's pupils suddenly constricted, his scalp tingling. When did this happen? Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the speed of wind shadow and his figure shot away. After creating some distance, he noticed a man wearing a silver-white mask standing still, watching him with great interest. That arrogant gaze filled Morongyun with both shock and anger. Without exchanging a word, he launched the Wind Dance Spirit Blade. As the eldest son of the Morong family, his talent and resources were top-notch, and he had already entered the ranks of Silver 2. Aside from not having comprehended the Morong family's strongest eye of the storm, he believed he was no worse than Morong Jua in the other two silver laws. But he quickly realized the gap. The highly compressed wind blade, with the power to tear everything apart, surged towards the masked man, but in the next second, the man's figure vanished like a ghost. Morong Yun was taken aback. He never expected the opponent's speed to be even faster than his own, and he didn't even catch a glimpse of the man's movement trajectory. At that moment, the same light laugh echoed behind Morong Yun again. "Can't even touch the hem of my clothes? It seems you are far inferior to your father." Whoosh! Morong Yun reacted instinctively, swinging a wind blade fiercely behind him, but the result? He didn't hit the masked man. Instead, the wind blade crashed into the crowd. Ah! Several screams and cries filled the air. 5 elegantly dressed guests were cut in half by the wind blade, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. Most of these guests were ordinary people. The extraordinary were ultimately in the minority. The crowd erupted in chaos, the upper-class people completely tearing off their elegant and noble facade, terrified and fleeing towards the entrance. Among them was Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao valued his life greatly. He never imagined that someone would dare to cause trouble at a noble banquet. If he had known, he would have brought bodyguards. This masked man had even toyed with the head of the Morong family. At the very least, he was Silver 3. Once such a strong person engaged in battle, the entire polite hotel would collapse. He had endless money but didn't want to die here. But in the next second, a man in a tailcoat, wearing a silver-white smiling mask, appeared again. He seemed to be the host of the banquet, standing on a high platform, the cold and arrogant smile on his mask reflecting in everyone's eyes. He said to the fleeing crowd, a friendly reminder, "This way is blocked." But the already terrified crowd paid no heed to his advice. A middle-aged man closest to the door frantically pushed it open. The corridor was dark and silent, devoid of any light. He dashed into the darkness as if mad, but just as he took his first step out the door, thud. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, his hands clutching his neck tightly, veins bulging on his face, contorted in agony, his legs twitching uncontrollably. This sudden turn of events startled the crowd, causing them to hesitate, but a few, having charged too fiercely, couldn't stop in time and ended up outside the door. Without exception, anyone who stepped out collapsed instantly, as if controlled by an invisible hand, clutching their necks and convulsing violently on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Zihao's face changed dramatically as he tried to brake repeatedly, but once his massive body charged forward, the inertia made it impossible to stop instantly. At that moment, the silver ring on his fat finger flickered with a subtle gleam, and his figure seemed to shrink slightly, his legs rooted firmly, stabilizing his body. He gasped for breath, his plump face already starting to glisten with sweat. The first few people to step out the door flailed a couple of times before falling completely silent. Silence! The crowd fell into a dead hush. It is well known that a person cannot make a sound in extreme fear. Sometimes, a scream is more like a release of fear, but when terror spreads like a tide, filling the mouth and nostrils, one feels a choking sensation in the throat, unable to produce any sound. The only thing that continued to play in the entire banquet hall was the piano piece that had not stopped from beginning to end. No one knew why the pianist was so dedicated, still playing even in such a situation. Moreover, the music became increasingly fitting, deepening and growing oppressive alongside the nearly stagnant atmosphere in the room. However, at this moment, no one paid attention to the pianist. The rigidity brought on by fear spread throughout their bodies. No one could have imagined that the masked man's methods were so bizarre, killing from a distance. Clap, clap. The masked man on stage applauded. "Ladies and gentlemen, the long night is upon us. I expect Morong Zhuo will not return for a while. Before that, why not play a game?" The crowd looked at the masked man in fear, no one daring to speak. Even the few extraordinary individuals like Morong Yun were filled with trepidation. With ghostly speed and strange killing methods, even the strongest, the head of the Morong family, was easily toyed with. In front of such a powerful figure, who would dare to act rashly? Among the crowd, Su Chen and Nangong Mengli were still acting. Su Chen wore an expression of just the right amount of fear, his body trembling slightly, trying hard to portray himself as just like everyone else. Nangong Mengli, on the other hand, was filled with anger, shock, and fear, as if she still couldn't accept that the golden eye had been taken right before her eyes. This pair of skilled actors supported each other, gazing up at the lofty masked man, as if waiting for the divine judgment upon the sinner. "How did you do it?" Nangong Mengli leaned closer to Su Chen, her soft voice warm against his ear. She was genuinely curious. She knew the masked man was an illusion created by Su Chen, but what about the sound? And how did the people at the door die? Could such a thing be achieved solely through illusion? Su Chen was scared, continuing to tremble, and did not answer. He didn't think this was the right time for explanations. The true answer was known only to him. The masked man was indeed an illusion he created using the all things in nature, while the sound was simulated using the treasure's silent melody. As for the sudden blackout and the deaths of those who stepped out the door, they were actually actors he had arranged in advance. Before the banquet began, he disguised himself as a waiter and entered early, randomly selecting a group of lucky audience members for hypnosis. In other words, half of the people at the banquet were his own. He only needed to have his people stand in position near the door, then let the first few run out, using hypnosis to make them strangle themselves. With his current mental strength, hypnotizing ordinary people into suicide was a piece of cake. The reason for the deaths was, of course, to intimidate the extraordinary individuals led by Morong Yun. If the masked man only dodged without taking action, it wouldn't be long before someone realized something was off. Therefore, for this grand performance, deaths were necessary. The key point was that the core objective this time was to kill Morong Jua, but if he only killed Morong Jua, the intent would be too obvious. So he chose to escalate the situation as much as possible. The bigger the event, the harder it would be to guess the true intention. Changed to a more stirring piece, the masked man instructed the pianist beside him. The pianist, as if controlled like a puppet, immediately switched the style of the music. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy notes were pressed down forcefully, surging like a roaring sea, the melody at times a tempest, at times a stampede of horses. Each strike on the keys seemed to resonate in the hearts of the crowd. Taking advantage of the moment when the masked man was choosing a song, Morong Yun subtly signaled to a few extraordinary individuals beside him. The group nodded in understanding and quietly began to surround the masked man. At that moment, the masked man suddenly turned around, startling them into halting their movements. He completely ignored the approaching extraordinary individuals and, with a hint of interest, addressed the panicked crowd. Now, the game begins. This game is called, Whoever Moves Dies. His slow, deliberate voice carried no sharpness, yet it sounded like a death knell to the ears of the crowd. Damn it! Morong Yun cursed inwardly. He never expected to be controlled by a mysterious person in the Morong family's own territory. He knew he had to take action, or how could the Morong family ever hold their head high again? Just as he was about to give the order to attack, a man in a suit with heavy makeup on his face trembled in fear. You moved, came the mocking voice from beneath the silver mask, instantly tightening the tension in the crowd as they watched for the next move. The masked man slowly raised his right hand, which was covered by a white glove, forming it into the shape of a gun. Bang! The masked man mimicked the sound of a gunshot, as if playing a prank, but strangely, at the moment the gun went off, no bullet was fired, yet the heavily made-up man let out a piercing scream, clutching his chest, and collapsed to the ground. His face twisted in terror, he lay stiffly on the ground, devoid of life. This bizarre scene terrified Morong Yun, who dared not act recklessly. His eyes widened in disbelief, and a storm of fear surged within him. What kind of trick is this? No bullets, yet able to kill from a distance? Is there a law that allows for this? With the man's death, those around him could no longer withstand the pressure and began to scream. Ah! I don't want to die. Help! The panicked individuals scrambled to escape, completely lost in their fear, but in reality, they were merely actors controlled by Su Chen. Bang bang bang! The masked man continued to leisurely mimic the sound of gunfire, his gloved fingertips resembling the fingers of death, pointing at whoever would die. Thud thud thud. The fleeing individuals suddenly stiffened, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. After this, no one dared to run anymore. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces filled with terror, afraid to even breathe loudly. Morong Yun also dared not move, fearing he might be the next target. The higher one is in position, the more they fear death, for they cannot bear to lose what they have. He did not know if he, as an extraordinary individual, could withstand such a bizarre killing method. He did not dare to gamble. The unknown is always the most terrifying. If the masked man were using a real gun, these extraordinary individuals would not be afraid. They feared the unknown, unable to grasp the masked man's method of killing. What on earth is going on? What about the people outside? Have they all died? How could there be such a commotion and no one come to check? A cold sweat trickled down Morong Yun's forehead. He couldn't understand why so many screams had gone unnoticed by those outside. Where were the Morong family's guards? Where were the law enforcement officers? The reason the outside world had not noticed the anomaly here was that Su Chen had already used silent melody to absorb all the sounds, preventing them from reaching the outside. In fact, his grand performance had its flaws. If someone observed closely, they would find that all the dead were inconsequential ordinary people. They might be wealthy and powerful in the outside world, but they could never compare to true nobility, not even to Qian Zihao, the richest man. The upper-class society is also stratified. and these people are undoubtedly the lowest tier, lacking even protective talismans. Perhaps they have hired extraordinary bodyguards, but no one would bring their bodyguards to attend a banquet at the Morong family. At most, they would leave the bodyguards outside. Just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable tension, a sudden gust of wind swept through the venue, and Morong Zhuo appeared as if he had teleported into the scene. Head of the Morong family. Someone shouted excitedly, as if they had seen a savior. Bang! The masked man raised a finger lightly, and that person fell dead in response. Morong Zhuo looked at the chaos in the banquet hall and the corpses scattered everywhere, his face ashen, the killing intent in his eyes almost palpable, fixed on the masked man on the high platform. Who the hell are you? He growled hoarsely, like a lion issuing a warning threat. The masked man on the platform elegantly removed his gentleman's hat and bowed slightly to the crowd like a nobleman, his calm voice reaching everyone's ears. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am the embodiment of the 7 deadly sins, pride. With impeccable etiquette and a humble self-reference, it seemed like a very modest introduction, yet for some reason, everyone could sense the arrogance hidden beneath the humility. Su Chen casually fabricated a non-existent organization, needing to provide the Crimson Flame Empire with a false target. Otherwise, how would they investigate after killing Morong Zhuo? Morong Zhuo furrowed his brows, pondering in his mind, but found no information about the organization of the 7 deadly sins. He could only deduce from the literal meaning that the 7 deadly sins refer to the 7 original sins of humanity: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Did this mean that the 7 deadly sins had 7 members? I don't care who you are, hand over the golden eye, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. Ha! Pride let out a disdainful chuckle, as if mocking Morong Zhuo's overconfidence. I really want to know, what gives a mere silver 3 the courage to say such a thing? A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Morong Zhuo's eyes. His patience had reached its limit. Whoosh! He charged at Pride like a whirlwind, his speed leaving afterimages in the air. But after he shattered Pride's body with a punch, a mocking voice rang out behind him. Too slow, old man. What? Morong Zhuo was startled and quickly turned to attack, but his punch struck empty air. Looking closely, there was no trace of Pride. It was as if the man had vanished into thin air. Where did he go? Morong Zhuo bellowed. Morong Yun shook his head with a grim expression. I didn't see. He disappeared into thin air. Disappeared into thin air? Morong Zhuo scanned every person present with a fierce gaze. He can't have vanished. I was only chasing an illusion. If this person truly had such terrifying speed, he would have fled long ago. He must be hiding among these people. Seal off this level. No one is allowed to leave. Yes, father. Morong Yun quickly complied, knowing his father was in a furious state and dared not defy him, hastily leading people to seal the entrance and windows. The atmosphere once again became extremely oppressive, as Morong Zhuo's hawk-like eyes searched the crowd, trying to find Pride. But no matter how he looked, he could not find anyone in the crowd resembling Pride's figure. Ding ding ding. The passionate piano piece continued to play, causing Morong Zhuo's temples to throb. Stop playing. He shouted, but the pianist seemed not to hear, continuing to play. Whoosh! A blade of wind sliced through the pianist's body, severing him in two, the crimson blood staining the black and white keys. After killing the man, Morong Zhuo was stunned. Not just him, but everyone else was the same, staring blankly at the piano. Ding ding ding. The passionate piano piece continued. The dense sound of the piano struck at everyone's hearts, like a series of heavy hammers. Ghost! It's a ghost! Someone screamed, as the completely unreasonable events continuously challenged everyone's sanity. Shut up! Morong Zhuo shouted angrily, his large palm suddenly slashing down, and countless strands of white air immediately wrapped around his hand. Whoosh! The wind blade, accompanied by a sonic boom, directly sliced the piano in half, but the piano music still continued. At this moment, some fragile individuals had their last thread of sanity completely snapped. Ghost! He is a ghost! I can't take it anymore. I want to leave. Let me go. One person rushed to the door, desperately pleading with Morong Yun. Morong Yun's face was extremely grim. Get lost. He flipped the person to the ground. Father, what do we do now? Humph. Morong Zhuo snorted coldly. He must be hiding among these people, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, but in reality, just playing tricks. If he truly has great power, why doesn't he dare to face me directly? I was planning to play a little longer, but it seems you are getting a bit impatient. A haughty and frivolous voice rang out in the hall, and when the voice sounded, everyone present was taken aback, some guests closer to the door even collapsing in fear, because that voice was unmistakably coming from Morong Yun. Morong Yun's eyes were about to burst, frantically scanning his surroundings, but found no one. At that moment, Morong Zhuo's eagle-like gaze fell upon him. No, it's not me. Father, I didn't say that just now. Naturally, it's not you. The arrogant voice rang out again, and then a terrifying scene unfolded. Morong Yun's body turned into a shadow, and the arrogance slowly walked out from within him. You. Morong Yun was so scared he almost wet himself, hurriedly checking his body, fearing that the other party had done something to him. The arrogance strolled leisurely, and wherever he passed, the crowd retreated. The silver smile on his face deeply pierced Morongjua's eyes, causing his pupils to uncontrollably constrict. As a silver tier transcendent, although he usually didn't need to fight himself, he still had keen eyesight. This kind of bizarre method was not part of any known law. Teleportation? Possession? Killing from a distance? What kind of law is this? After playing for so long, I'm a bit tired of it. It's time to curtain this performance. The arrogance walked step by step towards Morongjua, his condescending attitude even making Morongjua's face turn ashen. Whoosh! Morongjua took the initiative, launching several wind blades that shot out, sealing off all directions around the arrogance. The sharp wind blades sliced through the arrogance's body, but it was as if they were cutting through air, having no effect whatsoever. One strike failed, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the light of understanding everything flickered in his aged eyes. As expected, you did not create any wind while moving, and you can ignore my wind dance spirit blade. If I am not mistaken, this is not your true form. Humph, just a mere illusion. This old noble finally discovered the clue. His laws were all related to wind. As long as he focused on sensing, he could naturally perceive that the arrogance's every move did not stir the slightest breeze. Wind is everywhere, whether walking, speaking, or even the trembling of hair would create wind. This is difficult for ordinary people to notice, but not for Morongjua. He hadn't noticed before because people are ultimately accustomed to perceiving with their eyes, and all his focus had long been disturbed by the golden eye. The arrogance, having had his details figured out, remained arrogant, his voice increasingly mocking. So you are used to calling things you cannot understand illusions? It seems I have to get a little serious. As the words fell, the entire banquet hall suddenly flickered frequently, as if the circuit was being interfered with, becoming faulty. The arrogant figure appeared and disappeared like a ghost. The silver smile mask on its face seemed to come alive at that moment, the mocking expression at the corners of its mouth growing more intense. In an instant, a low, ancient murmur echoed in the air, as if it surged from a dark abyss, a kind of incomprehensible, chaotic, and mad babble, a serious provocation to human reason. Ah! Screams erupted continuously. Some ordinary people in the hall appeared to go mad, collapsing to the ground in pain, their bodies struggling incessantly, the murmurs like thin fingers scraping at their eardrums. The shadow beneath the arrogant figure twisted and bloomed like a kaleidoscope, instantly splitting into 10, surrounding him. Those shadows dispersed, twisting with countless tiny runes moving like tadpoles, covering the entire banquet hall. Morongjua's expression suddenly changed. He began to doubt his judgment. This terrifying murmur clearly carried some kind of evil power, unlike an illusion. This was certainly not an illusion, but the snake god's murmur simulated by Su Chen using silent melody. Although it was formless, it was more than enough to influence some ordinary people. Morongjua, I pronounce you dead. Amidst the eerie murmurs, the arrogant voice rang out like a divine judgment, filled with indifference and superiority. In the next moment, the arrogant figure slowly raised his arm and lightly gestured towards Morongjua, who was still several meters away, just as the flickering lights went out. In a moment of bloom, time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone stood still as if time had stopped, and those who had fallen and screamed were silent. The arrogant figure maintained the gesture of raising his hand, while the apprehension on Morongjua's face had already solidified, and the fear on the faces of the others was the same. But if one looked closely, this was not a stoppage of time at all. People were still moving, but their movements had become incredibly slow. Facing the actions of the arrogant figure, Morongjua's aged brows wrinkled at a turtle's pace. At this moment, Nangong Mangli in the crowd moved. She seemed to step out of her own body, leaving behind an identical version of herself, maintaining the original action. The one left behind was an illusion created by Su Chen in advance. The real Nangong Mangli's gaze was icy. Her body seemed to bear immense pressure, trembling as she moved forward. Her speed was not fast, but compared to the countless times slower movements of others, her speed had become so fast that the human eye could not capture it on the retina. She walked step by step, her body shrouded in darkness, quickly reaching behind the arrogant figure. She continued forward, her form gradually overlapping with the arrogant figure, then as if phasing through, she emerged from within the arrogant figure, arriving in front of Morongjua. Morongjua finally reacted. The fear and shock on his face formed at an incredibly slow pace. The pupils in his eyes began to contract. As if he realized something, his right hand slowly began to rise. Watching the other's movements as if played at 10 times slower, Nangong Mangli's lips curled into a cold smile. Go to hell, Morong Jua. Swish! A cold light flashed. It was the mithril dagger in Nangong Mangli's hand. She used all her strength for this strike, carrying 20 years of hatred, cutting unimpeded across Morong Jua's neck. A thin line of blood appeared, exposing the trachea, cervical vertebrae, and blood. Blood sprayed out, moving point by point into the air. After doing all this, Nangong Mengli seemed to lose her strength, her face turning pale, barely holding up her collapsing body as she returned to her original position, but her expression was incredibly relaxed, as if she had shed a heavy burden. At the moment she returned to her place, time flowed normally once again. The flickering lights brightened, illuminating a horrifying scene before them. Under the gaze of the crowd, the arrogant hand slowly lowered, and at the same time, a line of blood appeared on Morongjua's neck, expanding at a visible speed, hissing. Blood gushed out wildly, and Morongjua's head began to shift, ultimately. Thud! It fell to the ground. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Morongjua was dead. In the eyes of the onlookers, the arrogant figure had merely raised a hand and severed Morongjua's head. This silver-tier powerhouse had died in such an absurd manner. The severed head on the ground still bore the remnants of fear and shock. The extreme suppression of fear made everyone feel as if a massive stone was blocking their chests, rendering them breathless, or rather, no one dared to breathe, fearing to attract the attention of the figure standing in the midst. Father! Father! Morong Yun and several of his siblings were shaken to their core, staring at their father's headless body, their hearts filled with terror. They had never imagined such a day would come, that their once formidable and powerful father would die like a joke. Golden Powerhouse. The term flashed in everyone's minds. The masked man was a golden powerhouse. Who else could kill a silver tier in one blow? The arrogant figure adjusted his gentleman's hat, a mocking gaze sweeping over the crowd through the silver mask. This matter is settled, I should take my leave. Tap, tap, tap. The shiny black shoes stepped on the blood-stained luxurious carpet, producing a dull sound with each step. He walked leisurely towards the door as if in a realm of his own, the crowd parting before him, no one daring to meet his gaze. Even Morongjua's children did not dare to speak, as if they had forgotten to seek revenge for their father. They even felt a sense of relief, grateful that he had no intention of wiping them all out, having only killed Morongjua. But at that moment, a woman's voice rang out, "Stop!" The crowd was instantly startled, turning to see a stunning beauty step forward, her exquisite face pale, her body trembling slightly as if from excessive fear. It was Nangong Mangli. "Who are you? Why did you kill my father?" Her voice, though small, was filled with determination. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly panicked. Morong Yun and the others' eyes widened in horror, wishing they could cover Nangong Mangli's mouth, pleading with her to stop speaking. They feared that Nangong Mangli would provoke the arrogant figure, turning to kill everyone present. The arrogant figure halted, the silver mask slowly turning to face the woman who dared to stand up. "I didn't expect the Morong family to have some worth. This beautiful lady, you have quite the courage. To reward your bravery, I have decided not to kill you." With that, under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the arrogant figure raised his right hand again, forming it into a gun shape, the fingertips covered by white gloves slowly aiming at Nangong Mangli. Nangong Mangli's face grew even paler, but she still defiantly met his gaze. "Answer my question." The arrogant figure chuckled lightly. "Why kill Morongjua? Don't you find it interesting to kill an imperial noble?" His light laughter was like a demon whispering, sending chills down everyone's spines. Interesting? Killing a noble? What a niche combination of words. Could these two words even be linked together? A madman. An absolute madman. To treat the slaughter of nobles as a form of amusement, such behavior was even more outrageous than that of revolutionaries. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Nangong Mangli's body went limp, falling straight to the ground. At that moment, a strong pair of hands wrapped around her slender waist, catching her. With a pale face and tightly closed eyes, Nangong Mangli heard a gentle male voice beside her. "Not bad acting." Pretending to be unconscious, Nangong Mangli's red lips trembled slightly. "Not as good as yours. Help me with one more thing." "You say, kill Qian Ziheo. Glad to serve. Day. The arrogant footsteps seemed to tread on everyone's hearts, each step sending a shiver through the crowd. But when he passed by Qian Ziheo, he suddenly stopped, turned to look at him. That glance nearly sent Qian Ziheo's soul soaring. His small eyes, squeezed by fat, darted around, not daring to meet his gaze. "You're a bit of an eyesore." The deep voice, devoid of any emotion, came from the arrogant figure. Qian Ziheo's face instantly changed dramatically. The people around him scattered like they were avoiding a plague, leaving him standing foolishly in place, still holding a bunch of bright roses that he had intended to present to Nangong Mangli right after Morongjua announced their engagement. After all, he was the richest man in Star City, and his reaction was incredibly quick. In almost 0.1 seconds, he threw the flowers away and decisively knelt down, throwing all dignity and face to the back of his mind. Lord, spare me. I deserve to die. I'm too ugly and dirty for your eyes. I'm willing to compensate. 100 million. No, 10 times. Xian Ziheo's words were abruptly cut off as the arrogant figure raised his hand, and a matching line of blood appeared on Xian Ziheo's neck, his large head falling to the ground. The necklace around his neck emitted a faint glow before quickly extinguishing, too fast. The speed of flower blooming in an instant had already surpassed the speed of the treasure's self-defense, leaving no time to react. After dealing with Xian Ziheo, the arrogant figure completely left, his tall and straight silhouette stepping out the door, disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, Nangong Mangli, cradled in Su Chen's arms, appeared even weaker, her face almost devoid of color, and walking became extremely difficult for her. This scene had long been anticipated by Su Chen, which is why he had deliberately arranged for Nangong Mangli to provoke the arrogant figure, hoping to take a hit so that no one would suspect why she suddenly became weak. Of course, whether this scene happened or not was not a big issue. Morongjwa's death was like an earthquake, shaking everyone's hearts, and in such circumstances, no one would pay attention to Nangong Mengli's abnormality. This was just a precaution. The crowd stood dazed, as if they had not yet awakened from this nightmare. It was only after the first person screamed and scrambled away that people began to flee in a panic. Su Chen followed the chaotic crowd, half supporting Nangong Mengli's feeble body as they left the scene. Soon, the two got into a car. The Poly Hotel was now engulfed in flames, a fire set by the people Su Chen had hypnotized in advance. He didn't know if the Crimson Flame Empire had any special means to trace him, so to be cautious, he decided to set a fire to destroy the scene. Thank you, Su Chen. I underestimated the side effects of flower blooming in an instant. If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to escape unscathed, Nangong Mengli said, looking at Su Chen with sincere gratitude. Su Chen smiled slightly. I should be the one thanking you for letting me enjoy such an interesting banquet. I didn't expect noble blood to be red as well. Nangong Mengli managed a weak smile. The golden bloodline is just a name. How could humans bleed gold? By the way, here, this is for you. She placed a silver ring into Su Chen's hand. Su Chen picked up the ring and examined it. This is Xian Ziheo's ring? His keen observation had naturally noticed that Xian Ziheo had worn this ring. Nangong Mengli nodded. That's right, this is a silver-tier treasure, energy-devouring spirit ring. I took it off while killing Xian Ziheo. After all, it would be a waste of effort not to take something after going through the trouble of killing him. Su Chen glanced at the pale-faced Nangong Mengli, fully agreeing with her strong logic. He carefully wiped the ring clean with a white handkerchief before finally putting it on. The silver ring is very simple in style, without any patterns, just like an ordinary silver ring. Once he put it on, with the surge of mental energy, he immediately understood the function of the energy-devouring spirit ring. It can directly convert physical energy or mental energy into attack power. For example, a grown man can deliver a punch with a force of 200 pounds, but after using the energy-devouring spirit ring, the ring can absorb the stored energy in the body and unleash it all at once, allowing him to strike with a force of 1,000 pounds. However, the cost is that one becomes as thin as a dry twig, as the stored energy in the body is drained. This conversion also applies to mental energy, turning mental energy into strength, but very few people would do this because recovering mental energy is 10 times harder than recovering physical energy. Physical weakness can be remedied with food and drink, but mental energy rarely has means of recovery, usually relying on time to slowly restore. Moreover, excessive extraction of mental energy could turn one into a fool. Su Chen, however, had no such worries. He felt that this ring was very suitable for him because he had enough mental energy, and this ring could convert mental energy into real usable combat power. He also roughly understood why Xian Ziheo had made himself so fat. It should be to store energy. Once danger arose, with the help of the energy-devouring spirit ring, he could unleash terrifying power not weaker than that of a transcendent being. This ring is not a token of gratitude. I said I would repay you. Anything I have, I can give you, Nangong Mengli said weakly, leaning against the back of the chair, her eyelids already heavy. Do you know? I have waited too long for this day. I will never forget the day my mother passed away. She held my hand and told me to forget hatred, not to seek revenge. But I really can't forget the hatred of the Nangong family, the hatred for my mother, constantly reminding me. In fact, I have also been confused and have read many books that encourage kindness, saying that one should not live for hatred, but should let go and cherish the living. But where are the living? I am the only one left. In the entire Nangong family, I am the only one. If I don't seek revenge for them, who will? Just the thought of those who killed my family still happily living in this world makes me hate. I hate them. Why should we die? Why? Nan Gong Mengli seemed less to be speaking to Su Chen and more to be narrating to herself, a confession of a vengeful spirit. Her head grew heavier, her eyelids had fallen more than once, and her voice grew softer. In a daze, she caught a whiff of floral fragrance, a refreshing scent that tickled her nostrils. Where did the flower scent come from? She struggled to open her eyes, and what came into view was a broken rose, as if it had been thrown to the ground and stepped on a couple of times. Very ugly. Very ugly. A voice beside her broke the silence. Though it may be a bit out of place, it's almost midnight, so, happy birthday. Nan Gong Mengli stared blankly at the rose in front of her. At that moment, she seemed to forget her hatred, forget her fatigue. Where did you get the flower? I picked it up from Chen Zihao, just like you said. After all, if I went through the trouble of killing him, it shouldn't be for nothing, right? Put. Nan Gong Mengli let out a light laugh. Her previously hatred-filled eyes softened considerably. She carefully took the nearly broken rose, brushed aside her fallen hair, and gently sniffed it. Her eyes curved into a pair of beautiful crescents, reflecting the rapidly passing neon lights by the roadside, as well as Su Chen and the rose. Thank you, Su Chen. Su Chen, who was driving, kept his eyes straight ahead, the light and shadow of the neon flickering on his sharply defined face. No need to be polite, it's only right to offer blessings on your birthday. After speaking, Su Chen suddenly felt his lips were a bit moist. He was sure he hadn't licked his lips, which made him furrow his brow slightly. The humidity in the car shouldn't be that high. Unless. He glanced sideways at Nan Gong Mengli, only to find her tightly clutching a rose and sound asleep, clearly exhausted from overexerting her abilities. A day later, the entire Star City was under an unprecedented state of martial law. Numerous law enforcers in standard uniforms, with guns at their waists, appeared in every corner, conducting a thorough search. The atmosphere in Star City was tense, with far fewer pedestrians on the streets than usual. The most unfortunate were the shops selling tailcoats. Several were directly shut down because the styles they sold resembled those worn by the embodiment of pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, and were taken away for severe interrogation. The name of the 7 deadly sins, pride, seemed to echo throughout Star City overnight. To be precise, it wasn't just Star City, other surrounding cities and even the entire Qian Empire were stirred. The murder of an imperial noble was akin to tearing the sky apart in the Qian Empire. Even during wartime with other countries, nobles had the right to amnesty. If captured, they were treated well by the enemy, waiting for their families to pay a hefty ransom for their return. If this was the case during wartime, how much more so in peacetime? The news of Morong Jua's murder sent shockwaves, dominating the front pages of major news outlets. The noble circles of Star City were abuzz, claiming that the imperial royal family was furious and had dispatched a golden powerhouse to Star City, determined to capture the 7 deadly sins, pride. This non-existent organization had successfully topped the Qian Empire's wanted list, overshadowing even the Revolutionary Army. After all, the Revolutionary Army had never killed a noble. It was said they only captured nobles to exchange for vast resources. I heard about the big fire at the Polite Hotel yesterday. They say a noble died inside. I heard it wasn't just one noble, many celebrity owners died. Even the richest man in Star City, Chen Zihao, was killed. You guys are just hearing rumors. I saw it with my own eyes. I was a waiter at the Polite Hotel that day. All the dignitaries of Star City came to celebrate the birthday of the Morong family head. You have no idea that pride from the 7 deadly sins appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. With a single wave of his hand, the Morong family head's head fell to the ground. That's too exaggerated, right? Not exaggerated at all. I was so scared I nearly wet myself. Not just the Morong family head, but many distinguished guests, whoever he pointed at would die. Everyone was too scared to move, just watching him leave. Oh, right, only the 3rd daughter of the Morong family was brave enough to stand up and question Pride, asking him why he killed. Do you know what Pride said? What did he say? He said, the person lowered his voice, don't you find it interesting to kill imperial nobles? Hiss. A collective gasp echoed around. Similar scenes were not uncommon on the streets of Star City. There were too many witnesses, and the versions of Pride killing nobles spread endlessly, becoming increasingly absurd. Eventually, some even claimed he was the embodiment of a deity, punishing Morong Jua for his many evils. In the Star City Law Enforcement Bureau, the director Wei Zhang was constantly wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief, bowing and nodding to a woman seated across from him. The woman wore a black fitted outfit, resembling leather, which accentuated her slender figure. Her shoulder-length black hair was neat and practical, her features exquisite, and her skin a healthy wheat color. Her tight-fitting pants extended smoothly from her waist to her ankles, highlighting her straight legs, with the cuffs tucked into black tactical boots, and she wore no accessories. "Captain Mu, are we really going to capture all the survivors? They are mostly the dignitaries of Star City, and some even have business dealings with the nobles of the imperial capital. This matter is too big, I really can't make the decision." The woman with the surname Mu is named Mu Lingxi, the captain of the operation team sent by the Law Enforcement Bureau of the imperial capital. Sensing Wei Zhang's reluctance, Mu Lingxi's expression turned cold. "This is Lord Sikong's intention." Upon hearing the name Sikong, Wei Zhang instinctively shivered, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the man sitting on the sofa at the back of the office. He was a middle-aged man, with traces of time etched on his face, yet his authority and charm remained undiminished. His hair had a slight silver-gray sheen, meticulously combed back, and his thick eyebrows resembled swords, with sharp eyes and distinct facial contours presenting a bronze hue. Just sitting there, he resembled an imposing mountain, giving an unshakable feeling. "Lord Sikongjian, this." Wei Zhang's face showed a look of difficulty. Sikongjian raised his eyes to look at Wei Zhang, and in that moment, Wei Zhang suddenly felt as if he were being targeted by a top predator. His breathing became difficult, as if something was pressing down on him, making it hard to catch his breath. This overwhelming sense of pressure made him dare not speak further. "Do as I say." Sikongjian spoke slowly, his voice calm yet unquestionable. "Yes, Lord Sikong." Wei Zhang straightened up suddenly, like a soldier facing a general. Wei Zhang left to carry out the orders, and as soon as he exited the office, a bitter expression replaced his previous demeanor. The people sent from above were utterly unyielding. Now that they were capturing people, it was all too easy, but when the time comes, they would just walk away, leaving him to bear the consequences. He was the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Star City and still had to navigate his way in this territory. Although he thought this way in his heart, he did not dare to say it out loud. If it were just Mu Lingxi applying pressure, he could still find a way to brush it off. After all, she was merely a captain from the headquarters, technically on the same level as him. But since Sikongjian had spoken, he dared not disobey, for Sikongjian was a golden extraordinary being from the imperial capital, and the surname Sikong also represented the other party's noble status. In the Qian Empire, not all nobles were golden extraordinary beings, but all golden extraordinary beings were nobles. Even wild golden powerhouses would be granted noble titles by the empire, invited to join in order to solidify their rule. In truth, what people truly despise is not the nobility, but the fact that they themselves are not noble. At the Bronze Coffin Company, Nangong Mangli leaned wearily against the wide leather chair, which sank slightly under her weight, the soft leather enveloping her graceful figure. In front of her desk sat a cup of hot tea, emitting wisps of white steam. Opposite her sat Su Chen. Su Chen held a newspaper in his hand, sipping hot tea while examining it. The headline described the arrogance of the 7 deadly sins, detailing the heinous act of publicly assassinating an imperial noble, leading to a nationwide manhunt. The director of the Star City Law Enforcement Bureau, Wei Zhang, called me, ordering everyone who attended the banquet to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and it's mandatory. He said it was an order from the golden powerhouse Sikongjian from the imperial capital, Nangong Mangli said wearily. The aftereffects of a moment of bloom were too great. Even after resting for a day, she still hadn't recovered. However, this also indirectly proved its power, as it allowed a human body to step into the realm of time, representing the strongest known silver law. After witnessing a moment of bloom, Su Chen understood why the royal family of the Qian Empire had to eradicate the Nangong family. No one would want such terrifying power to be in someone else's hands. During the war, the Nangong family was the best sword, but once peace arrived, the royal family would begin to feel wary, even fearful. No one would want to keep someone who could kill them at any moment close by. Nangong Mangli, being Silver 1, could instantly kill Silver 3. What if she reached Golden? The activation of Blossom in an instant comes at the cost of burning lifespan. How much lifespan did you consume this time? Su Chen asked. Nangong Mangli seemed reluctant to mention the matter but still answered, 5 years. 5 years of lifespan? Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. The number didn't sound large, but how many 5-year spans does a life contain? Silver transcendent beings are ultimately human. Even with powerful abilities, their lifespan isn't much longer than that of ordinary people. Using it once costs 5 years, and throughout a lifetime, one can't afford to use it too many times. This time is a special case. The gap between Morong Zhuo and me is too great. To avoid complications, I had to activate Blossom in an instant at maximum power to exchange for extreme speed, not giving him any reaction time, so the consumption is higher. If dealing with a weaker enemy, it wouldn't consume so much. Su Chen nodded slightly. Do you know about Sikongjian? Nangong Mangli appeared somewhat cold, her delicate hands gripping the cup of hot tea, the steam obscuring her face. I don't know much. The information on every golden powerhouse is classified and not meant to be shared. However, I do know a little from what Qian Zihao said. The mining permit for the secret silver mine was granted to him by the Seacone family. At that time, he wanted to showcase his strength to me, so he mentioned a bit about his connections in the imperial capital, but those connections aren't anything special. Wealthy individuals from all over the country are eager to curry favor with the nobility of the imperial capital, and Qian Zihao is just one of them. Now that Seakongjin has come, the secret silver mine left behind by Qian Zihao will probably not be retained. Suchen smiled slightly. He understood why Seakongjin was sent to investigate. The value of the secret silver mine would attract the nobility, and it wasn't hard to imagine that Qian Zihao must have been providing substantial funds to the Seacone family each year for protection. Now that Qian Zihao is dead, the Seacone family naturally needs to find a new agent to take over the mine. Of course, Qian Zihao wouldn't only be sending money to the Seacone family, other nobles in the imperial capital and various departments would also have dealings with him. Relationships are never a straightforward line but rather a complex web. The decision on who to send to Star City for the investigation likely involved a small game among the nobles of the imperial capital, with the Seacone family ultimately winning to reap the wealth and investigate the pride of the 7 deadly sins. Let's go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. We shouldn't keep our esteemed guests from the imperial capital waiting. Suchen slowly rose from the sofa, elegantly straightening his slightly wrinkled clothes, picked up his snake-patterned wooden cane, and left with Nangon Mengli. Star City Law Enforcement Bureau, Interrogation Room. The lighting was dim, with only one spotlight illuminating the center of the room. The area around the center was empty, with only a chair made of secret silver alloy placed there, firmly cast into the floor. Morongyun squinted against the harsh light, his body bound to the secret silver alloy chair, looking beyond the light at several indistinct figures hidden in the darkness, feeling inexplicably tense. This was his first time entering the Law Enforcement Bureau in such a manner. Normally, he would have been dissatisfied, but upon hearing it was an order from Seakongjin, he could only suppress his discontent. He was indeed a noble, but nobles are ranked in tiers. If Morong Zhuo were still alive, the Morong family might have had some standing among the nobles of the imperial capital, but now, Morong Yun, explain in detail the events of the incident. Tell us everything you know without any concealment. A cold voice echoed from the darkness. Morong Yun glanced at the figure. Although it was shrouded in darkness, as a silver second-tier transcendent, he could see clearly. It was a beauty. Beauty is not important, he has plenty of that. What truly matters to him is the other person's identity, the captain of the enforcement team from the Law Enforcement Bureau. When a beauty is adorned with the halo of high status and power, it indeed makes him a bit restless. Of course, for now, he can only feel that restlessness. All of this is due to the pressure from the golden nobility. Morong Yun began to recount the events honestly, detailing them thoroughly and embellishing to some extent. He didn't want anyone to know that when his father died, he had stood frozen like a fool. He occasionally displayed expressions of sorrow and anger, acting very much like a victim who had lost a father. Morong Lingxi listened expressionlessly, while the staff from the Law Enforcement Bureau continued to take notes. Captain Mu, I've told you everything I know. You must find arrogance and avenge my father. He was an imperial noble, Before Morong Yun could finish, he was interrupted by Morong Lingxi. As far as I know, arrogance once possessed you? Why didn't you mention this? Morong Yun's heart sank, and his expression stiffened slightly. I forgot for a moment, but it wasn't possession, he just walked out of me. He was like a ghost, seemingly without a physical form. I didn't feel anything unusual at the time, and I checked after returning home. My body was indeed fine. A ghost, you say? Other witnesses said that the head of the Morong family suspected arrogance was not a physical entity but an illusion. What do you think about that? Morong Yun shook his head repeatedly. How could it be an illusion? How could there be such a realistic illusion in this world? I saw arrogance kill people with my own eyes. He killed many, and his methods were extremely bizarre. He merely pointed with his finger, and whoever he pointed at would die. Even my father, he just waved his hand, and my father. His head fell. As Morong Yun spoke of his father, he unconsciously began to choke up, his eyes reddening. The reason my father made that judgment was that arrogance walked without wind. He was misled by his own experience. Golden powerhouses can perfectly conceal all their aura and blend into their surroundings. Walking without wind is not a difficult feat. Do you think arrogance is a golden extraordinary? Morong Lingxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Morong Yun's expression became somewhat agitated. Of course he is a golden extraordinary. Who else could achieve such a level? You don't know. At that time, he said he was done playing and planned to get serious. Then his powerful aura directly affected the lighting in the banquet hall, causing the lights to flicker. Strange murmurs echoed around, and many guests collapsed and died on the spot just from hearing the sound. What else could it be if not a golden extraordinary? Who else could do that? He was still exaggerating. In reality, the whispers of the serpent god did not kill the guests. At most, it caused ordinary people severe headaches or fainting, as it was merely an imitation using the silent melody, with limited power. But Morong Yun still had to exaggerate because only by making arrogance seem more powerful could he avoid appearing incompetent. If arrogance were a silver extraordinary, how could the entire Morong family hold their heads high in the noble circle? At that time, rumors would spread outside. Have you heard? The Morong family held a banquet on their own turf and was confronted by a silver extraordinary, who not only killed the head of the Morong family with one move but also scared the entire Morong family into inaction. Thank you for your cooperation. Bring Mr. Morong Yun down for a physical examination. Morong Yun's expression changed slightly. Didn't I say? I had someone conduct a comprehensive examination after I returned. He began to protest. After all, no one likes their body being handled carelessly by strangers, especially if some extraordinary means are used, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, no one paid attention to his protests. This noble from Star City was simply not enough in front of true golden nobility. After Morong Yun was taken away, a staff member nearby asked, Captain Mu, the lie detector just went off several times, indicating that Morong Yun was lying in many places, especially when he expressed his grief for his father. Mu Lingxi curled her lips in a mocking smile. I've seen this kind of scum before. He can't wait for the head of the Morong family to die so he can inherit the entire family. I don't care about the petty squabbles among nobles. I have only one purpose here, which is to catch arrogance. Bring in the next one. Soon, Nangon Mangli, dressed in plain clothes and without a trace of makeup, walked into the interrogation room, causing Mu Lingxi to narrow her eyes slightly. After Nangon Mangli sat in the interrogation chair, Mu Lingxi began to question her. Miss Morong, I heard you were the only one at the banquet who dared to stand up and question the arrogant one. Nangon Mangli's cold face showed no emotion as she calmly nodded. Mu Lingxi raised an eyebrow and picked up the documents on the table. Morong Mangli, 23 years old, birthday September 17, mother Wang Suaping, who was once a slave bought by the head of the Morong family from a human trafficker. Is this information accurate? Nangon Mangli's expression remained unchanged. Accurate. Mu Lingxi casually tossed the documents onto the table, leaning slightly forward, her sharp gaze piercing through the darkness and landing on Nangon Mangli. According to the evidence I have, it seems that Morong Jua was not good to you, and there are even rumors that your mother died indirectly at his hands. This makes me very curious. Your siblings did not have the courage to stand up, so what gives you the audacity to stand up for Morong Jua? Nangon Mangli slightly raised her gaze to meet those sharp eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, that is not a rumor, my mother died because of him. Oh? Mu Lingxi's lips curled slightly. That makes it even more interesting. Logically, you should hate Morong Jua, yet you have acted contrary to logic. Why is that? What do you think I am? Nangon Mangli suddenly asked a very strange question. This made Mu Lingxi frown. What do you mean? Aren't you the third miss of the Morong family? Do you have another identity? Nangon Mangli calmly nodded. When Morong Jua was alive, I was the lofty third miss of the Morong family, but what am I now that he is dead? Mu Lingxi's frown deepened, as if she understood something. I do hate him, but I do not hate wealth and power. He can die, but the inheritance of the Morong family must include my share. That is what he owes me, and what I deserve. Her cold words revealed a hint of unwavering ambition. So you stand up for yourself? To make a name for yourself and compete for the inheritance? Otherwise? Nangon Mangli's lips curled into a semblance of delight. If not for myself, then for Morong Jua? Aren't you afraid that arrogance will kill you? Not afraid. Why not? Because arrogance is also a man, and beautiful women always receive some preferential treatment in front of men. The facts prove this. Nangon Mangli smiled, and the harsh light softened under her smile, casting a sparkling hue on the corners of her eyes and brows. The two male enforcers in the room suddenly began to breathe heavily, their eyes flashing with uncontrollable admiration. Ahem. Mu Lingxi lightly coughed, bringing the two male enforcers back to their senses, and they awkwardly lowered their heads. Next question, Miss Morong. What is your relationship with Su Chen? He is a shareholder of the Bronze Coffin and my business partner. I fear it's not that simple. Qian Zihai is your fiancé, yet you brought Su Chen to the banquet. Aren't you afraid? I like him. Nangon Mangli said coldly, her straightforward words causing Mu Lingxi to pause slightly. You like him? Mu Lingxi was very skeptical. Could a woman who dared to risk her life for her own wealth and glory easily fall for a man from the lower district? Why? Is it not allowed? Miss Morong, from your earlier account, it seems that wealth and power are more important to you than love. A nightmare apostle from the lower district, with strength only at the bronze level, cannot possibly compare to Qian Zihao, the richest man in Star City, right? Yet you chose to attend the banquet with Su Chen instead of Qian Zihao. That in itself is quite intriguing. At that moment, Nangong Mengli suddenly revealed a smile that was hard to decipher. Captain Mu, I think you will know the answer to this question the moment you meet Su Chen. Are there any other questions? If not, I need to return to mourn for Morongjua. Mu Lingxi stared for a moment before finally letting Nangong Mengli go. Captain Mu, Miss Morong did not lie. The lie detector did not sound any alarms throughout. Mu Lingxi glanced at the lie detector, her expression inscrutable. Bring Su Chen in. The moment Su Chen entered, Mu Lingxi and the others finally understood why Nangong Mengli had said that. This man, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing tea-colored glasses, and holding a snake-patterned wooden cane, seemed like a nobleman stepping out of a classical oil painting, exuding an innate elegance and composure. When he sat in the interrogation chair, the glaring light shone down on him like a spotlight on a stage, illuminating a superstar, casting a glow on his fair, flawless skin, which showed no pores or blemishes, resembling the smoothest satin in the world. At that moment, Mu Lingxi felt a flutter in her heart. This feeling had nothing to do with love. Just as a man instinctively reacts to a beautiful woman, and a woman to a handsome man, people are always drawn to beautiful things. How could a man's skin be this perfect? Pretty boy. Mu Lingxi cursed inwardly a couple of times, suppressing her strange feelings. She was here to interrogate, not to admire handsome men. Mr. Su, you were not originally invited to the banquet. May I ask why you attended? Su Chen wore a gentle smile, his soft gaze seeming to pierce through the darkness as he looked at the questioning Mu Lingxi. He resembled a gentleman, always remembering to look at the person he was speaking to, giving them enough respect. At the invitation of a beautiful lady. Was it Miss Morong Mengli? Indeed. What is your relationship with her? Colleagues and friends. Oh, Mu Lingxi narrowed her eyes slightly. But it seems that Miss Morong has a deep relationship with you, and she just admitted to liking you. As far as I know, when Arrogance left, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and killed your rival Qian Zihao. Why did he kill only Qian Zihao and no one else? Also, the golden eye was brought back from the nightmare world by you and then given to Miss Morong to present to the head of the Morong family, yet coincidentally, Arrogance suddenly appeared and snatched the golden eye away? What do you have to say about that? Su Chen continued to smile. Do you suspect that I am Arrogance? If you cannot answer this question, then I have reason to suspect you. Su Chen calmly adjusted his tea-colored glasses and said gently, Captain Mu, with all due respect, if I were Arrogance, do you think you could sit there safely and ask me questions? Bang! A male enforcer beside them slammed the table. Su Chen, watch your tone. This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, not your home. He had long been displeased with Su Chen. Jealousy among peers was most evident. Su Chen looked at the male enforcer with a deep gaze. Even though he was restrained by the interrogation chair, his words still sent chills down people's spines. His tone was calm and gentle, devoid of any hint of threat, almost as if he were joking with an old friend. Sir, aren't you afraid that I might actually be arrogant? Upon hearing this, the male enforcer felt an inexplicable chill. If I were truly arrogant, guess what would happen? Speaking disrespectfully to someone suspected of being a golden powerhouse. You might think this is the Law Enforcement Bureau, with golden powerhouses present, capable of catching arrogance, but before they catch it, isn't it reasonable for me to casually kill a few insignificant people? You. The male enforcer seemed to be choked by something, unable to utter a word, or perhaps he simply dared not speak anymore. He was indeed frightened. If Su Chen were truly arrogant, he certainly wouldn't survive. He didn't believe that someone who dared to kill nobles would hesitate to kill in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Ha! Su Chen let out a light laugh. Sir, don't be afraid, I'm just joking. After all, I'm merely a second-tier bronze extraordinary. How could I be arrogant? That joke isn't funny at all, Mu Lingxi said coldly. Su Chen shrugged, appearing nonchalant. It seems I have no sense of humor. Su Chen, what is your bronze law? Mighty Fist, what about the other one? Su Chen didn't answer directly. Instead, he suddenly said, don't you think it's too dark here? Mu Lingxi furrowed her brows, about to speak, when suddenly, with a click, the lights in the interrogation room were turned on. She turned sharply to look at the staff member at the door. What are you doing? The staff member scratched his head in confusion. I just thought it was a bit dark. Mu Lingxi realized something and quickly shifted her gaze to Su Chen, her eyes sharp as a sword. Did you do this? Su Chen nodded. Bronze Law Sequence 44 Mind Control, which can be commonly referred to as hypnosis. This was a real bronze law, and it was also the one most similar to his hypnotic ability. He had no intention of hiding his hypnotic ability, as it could be easily investigated. Mu Lingxi's gaze remained sharp. your actions can already be considered a provocation to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Actions speak louder than words, don't they? Su Chen's words were double-edged. No one knew the true meaning behind them, whether he intended to use actions to prove his hypnotic ability or was telling Mu Lingxi not to make such meaningless threats and to take action directly instead. Suddenly, Mu Lingxi smiled. Mr. Su, you are quite arrogant, reminiscent of the sin of pride. However, the pride of the 7 deadly sins is more overt. It recklessly crashes parties, kills people, and despite having the strength to instantly defeat Morong Zhua, it still chooses to toy with them first. You, on the other hand, are more reserved, seemingly treating everyone equally, yet in reality, you look down on everyone. Even in the Law Enforcement Bureau, where golden powerhouses are present, you still dare to act casually. As a second-tier silver noble, Morong Yun would feel nervous and anxious here, yet you, a second-tier bronze from the lower city, have shown no signs of panic at all. I'm really curious as to why that is. Perhaps you really are arrogant? Su Chen smiled slightly, giving an unexpected answer to Mu Lingxi. Because I am a nightmare apostle. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. A nightmare apostle? Yes, he was a nightmare apostle, someone who constantly faced the dangers of the nightmare world. Such people were either hysterical or obsessively insane, making it hard to find a normal person among them. Not every normal person can remain sane when they clearly know they are about to die. This explanation was reasonable, but she still felt something was off. She sensed the madness of a nightmare apostle in Su Chen, yet he didn't quite resemble one. However, in the end, she said nothing and let Su Chen go. After Su Chen left, the previously intimidated enforcer looked grim and said, Captain Mu, are we just going to let him go? Look at his attitude, he might really be arrogant. Mu Lingxi shot him a sideways glance and replied coolly, if you think he is truly arrogant, do you think we could still be alive? Lord Sikongjian has gone to the secret silver mine and is not even at the Enforcement Bureau. Even if he is arrogant, do you dare to arrest him? The enforcer's face stiffened, and he could only swallow his words in frustration. Moreover, based on normal logic, he shouldn't be arrogant. Arrogance possesses the strength to easily kill a silver-tier extraordinary being, suspected to be a golden-tier powerhouse, while Su Chen is merely a nightmare apostle from the lower city. I checked his records, he hasn't been a nightmare apostle for long, and reaching the bronze tier 2 level is already considered genius. The enforcer raised his head, his tone slightly urgent, since he is bronze tier 2, then capturing him. Mu Lingxi's sharp gaze fixed on the enforcer, making him shiver and swallow his words. He is not arrogant, why should we capture him? Just because he made a joke at your expense? We are enforcers, not gangsters. Yes, Captain Mu, I understand. The enforcer lowered his head in shame, though it was all an act. There are few magnanimous people in this world. No one would admit to a mistake because of someone else's words, unless that person is a leader. In front of a leader, one must acknowledge it, whether they want to or not. He cursed inwardly, it's not that the arrogant don't dare to arrest, but that they can't, then what the hell are you here for? Did his lie detector light up? No, it hasn't lit up even once. Mu Lingxi narrowed her eyes slightly, the lie detector only judges whether someone is lying based on their heartbeat. Some criminals with strong psychological qualities won't trigger the lie detector even when they lie. The arrogant can kill imperial nobles without restraint, their psychological quality must far exceed that of ordinary people. A subordinate fiddling with the lie detector cast a puzzled glance. I know what you're thinking, why use the lie detector when we know it's ineffective? Mu Lingxi said with a cold smile that hinted at certainty. This is a reverse lie detection. On average, a person lies at least 25 times a day, mainly for 3 purposes, to show off, to please others, and for self-protection. Many lies are spoken subconsciously, just like Morong Yun. Even as a victim, there are many subjective lies processed in his words. So you mean, lying is normal, and not lying is abnormal? Mu Lingxi shook her head, you can understand it that way, but the lie detector can only serve as a reference. There are many people with strong psychological qualities in this world, especially among the extraordinary. My real purpose is to make them let their guard down. Let their guard down? The person widened his eyes, do you have follow-up methods? Mu Lingxi, however, stopped speaking and instead looked with interest at the person who asked the question. Shaoli, you've been talking a bit too much today. Shaoli appeared somewhat flustered. I meant no offense, I just wanted to learn more from you, Captain Mu. Your earlier question. Was it something you wanted to ask, or was it something Su Chen wanted to ask? Shaoli's face changed dramatically. Captain Mu, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with Su Chen? Of course it does. Since he was able to control you to turn on the lights, why couldn't he control you to investigate the secrets of the Enforcement Bureau? Captain, I didn't. I am willing to undergo a mental anomaly check by the Enforcement Bureau. You don't need to say it, I will have you checked. Come, take Shaoli down for an examination. Not just him, but all ordinary employees of the Enforcement Bureau who had contact with Su Chen must undergo a mental check. With Mu Lingxi's order, chaos soon erupted in the Enforcement Bureau, as many people were taken away for checks without understanding what was happening. "Let go of me. My mind is fine, I don't need an examination," someone shouted in panic. As an employee of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he naturally knew what a mental check meant. The mind is different from the body. A moment's carelessness could lead to permanent damage. Even a routine X-ray at the hospital involves radiation, let alone a mental examination. Mu Lingxi was very cautious, but Su Chen was even more so. Accustomed to hypnotizing others, Su Chen did not hypnotize the ordinary employees of the Law Enforcement Bureau this time. Firstly, ordinary employees had no access to confidential information, making hypnosis useless. Secondly, it was inevitable that the Law Enforcement Bureau would have some means of checking for hypnosis. After all, a golden powerhouse was leading the team, and a group of elites from the capital's law enforcement headquarters had arrived. If hypnosis were truly that powerful, then the bronze law of heart capture and thought guidance would not only be ranked 44th. Night. The golden extraordinary Sir Kongjin returned after a busy day. His usually furrowed brow relaxed for a rare moment as he thought of the newly acquired mithril mine, and he couldn't help but feel pleased. He thought he couldn't come here for nothing. With the mithril mine secured, there was also the Morong family. As the local tyrant of Star City, the Morong family controlled numerous industries. Now that Morong Zhuo was dead, the Morong family was left with just a few cats, and as long as the operation was handled properly, there was no reason they couldn't extract more benefits. Knock, knock, knock. A light knocking sound interrupted his thoughts. Sir Kongjin frowned slightly. "Come in." With a click, the door was pushed open by Mu Lingxi, who held a list in her hand. She got straight to the point. "Sir Kong, this is the list of suspects for the banquet. I have screened all the attendees and identified a few key suspects for your review." Sir Kongjin did not reach out to take it but waved his hand dismissively. "You're the professional in this investigation, just go ahead and do your job. I only need the specific location of the arrogant one when you find it." Mu Lingxi's expression was cold, as if she had long anticipated such a result. She was not swayed by Sir Kongjin's high emotional intelligence. He clearly did not want to take responsibility but instead wrapped himself in a professional guise. "Sir Kong, my plan is as follows. First, let these suspects think they have passed the screening. Once they let their guard down, we can implement the second step." Sir Kongjin interrupted. "You can handle all of this on your own without reporting to me. I only need the specific location of the arrogant one." "Understood, Sir Kong." Mu Lingxi put away the list and expressionlessly exited the office. At the Bronze Coffin Company, Su Chen was playing with the creature named Bubai. After being nourished with a large amount of mental energy, Bubai had grown a new arm and had become increasingly larger, from over 2 meters to 3 meters tall, embodying a sense of no destruction, no construction. "Eat, eat, poor child. You probably haven't had many full meals before you met me, have you?" Su Chen continuously infused mental energy into Bubai, even though the creature was already stuffed. He kept going, his mental energy replenished daily, akin to an automatic refresh. If he didn't expend a little more, it would be a waste. Eventually, the 3-meter-tall, slender-limbed Bubai, with a protruding belly as if pregnant, finally stopped. Then he lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and fell asleep, a smile of anticipation on his lips, as if looking forward to the surprises tomorrow would bring. Time passed second by second, and soon it was deep into the night. At this moment, Su Chen was fast asleep, but others were still awake. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi held a cup of coffee, sipping it slowly. Across from her sat a young man with severe dark circles under his eyes and thinning hair. He wore thick black-framed glasses, his eyes resembling dead fish, with eyelids that kept drooping and opening, clearly exhausted. "Zhuang Cheng." Mu Lingxi called out the man's name, and he immediately woke up, hurriedly wiping his mouth. "Huh? What time is it?" 2 o'clock in the morning. "It's already 2. Zhuang Qing's face fell, and he ruffled his sparse hair. "Captain, can we start now? I really can't stay up any longer. Look at my hair, it's almost falling out. When I go out and tell people I work at the Law Enforcement Bureau, no one believes me, they insist I'm a programmer." Mu Lingxi nodded. "Wait a bit longer. The nightlife in the upper city is vibrant, many people stay up late. Wait another half hour, and then you can use Dream Traveler to infiltrate the target's dream." Upon hearing there was still half an hour, Zhuang Qing's face crumbled. "Ugh, why is my ability, Dream Traveler? It should be renamed, Staying Up Late to Accompany Sleep. I always have to stay up with the target, and only after they fall asleep do I get to accompany their sleep." "Shut up," Mu Lingxi scolded. "What are you complaining about? This is the greatest use of Dream Traveler. People are defenseless in their dreams, making it the easiest time to extract secrets. You failed all 5 subjects when you took the Law Enforcement Bureau exam, and it was because I valued your ability that I made an exception to admit you. Is this how you repay me? Get your act together. Zhuang Qing shrank his neck, clearly intimidated by Mu Lingxi, but he kept mumbling, you want me to get my act together, but how about letting me have a cup of coffee? No way. What if you can't sleep after drinking coffee? Zhuang Qing shook his head repeatedly, I won't. I've learned a very effective method to fall asleep. Once I use it, I'll definitely be sleepy and it won't delay my sleep. What method? Zhuang Qing showed a difficult expression. He glanced at the cold and beautiful Mu Lingxi, thinking she probably wouldn't understand, and then said, the airplane sleep method. Mu Lingxi sneered, you plan to use that method to sleep in my office? Do you want me to provide you with my photo? Zhuang Qing's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, stammering for a long time, Is there a cooler photo? Mu Lingxi remained silent, looking at him with a blank expression. Zhuang Qing's head dropped lower and lower, almost burying it in his pants. It's about time, go to sleep. Oh. Zhuang Qing quickly turned to lie on the bed, but strangely, even though he had been so sleepy just moments ago, he couldn't fall asleep now. Captain, can you not look at me? Mu Lingxi frowned fiercely, grabbing Zhuang Qing by the collar and lifting him up. Are you really planning to use the airplane sleep method? No, I'm used to being single, used to sleeping alone. I can't sleep with someone in the room, especially if it's a woman. Bang! Mu Lingxi threw Zhuang Qing back onto the bed and left without looking back, adding as she left, if I find anything strange in the office, you're dead. Zhuang Qing was so scared that his face turned pale, instantly dispelling his original thoughts. He obediently lay on the bed and started counting sheep. There was no way around it, all his previous sleepiness had been scared away by Mu Lingxi. 101, 102, 388. The more he counted, the more his face showed distress. He couldn't sleep, not at all. He realized that people are strange. When you can't sleep, your eyes are almost wide open, but when you really want to sleep, you just can't. As he counted, he began to feel dazed. 554, 556, 553. Oh, you just counted me once. A pure white little sheep jumped out from the flock, complaining. Zhuang Qing was startled. What the hell? Why are there all sheep? He found himself in a sheep pen, surrounded by pure white little sheep. He shook his head violently, and only then did he realize that he had entered a dream. He had been so engrossed in counting sheep that his dream was filled with them. With this thought, he stopped paying attention to the sheep and began searching for Su Chen's dream. Earlier, when Su Chen was being investigated by the Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi had secretly intercepted a trace of his lingering aura. Relying on this trace, Zhuang Qing quickly found Su Chen's dream, and then he swaggered into it. This kind of operation was already second nature to him. Mu Lingxi said that Su Chen was the prime suspect, and after the investigation during the day, he must have relaxed his guard, so she instructed him to enter the dream at night to see if he could find any clues about the arrogance. She even suspected that Su Chen was the arrogance itself, lacking evidence but relying on intuition. Zhuang Qing was not the least bit flustered. Even if Su Chen was indeed the arrogance, it didn't matter. After all, it was just a dream, and everything in the dream was fake. Even a golden powerhouse couldn't kill him in a dream. Thus, he plunged fearlessly into Su Chen's dream. The scenes before him changed rapidly, revealing an extremely prosperous modern city, filled with bright lights and bustling nightlife, even more vibrant than the capital. Zhuang Qing couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had entered many people's dreams, but this was the first time he had seen such a realistic dream. Previous dreams felt like a virtual game, where each scene needed to load, and due to the limited processing power of the human brain, most scenes were blurred, with only the protagonist's location appearing real. But Su Chen's dream was different. Every blade of grass and tree was indistinguishable from reality. He suddenly realized that Su Chen might indeed be the arrogance. Otherwise, how could a second-tier bronze transcendent support such a realistic dream? His heart inexplicably quickened, as if an ordinary person had accidentally discovered a big shot's secret. He suppressed the fluttering in his heart and searched for Su Chen's location. It was difficult to find. In previous dreams, he could usually locate the dreamer by going to the clearest scene, but everything here was clear. However, this did not stump Zhuang Qing. He casually approached a passerby on the street and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where Su Chen is?" The passerby was taken aback. Who is Su Chen? This time, it was Zhuang Qing who was stunned. This was unscientific. Theoretically, everything in a dream was a manifestation of the dreamer's subconscious, so asking a passerby for directions was essentially asking the subconscious. Suddenly, Zhuang Qing had a flash of inspiration and quickly changed his question. "Excuse me, do you know where Lord Arrogance is?" The passerby suddenly understood. "Oh, you mean Lord Arrogance? He's on the top floor of the tallest building." A look of joy flashed across Zhuang Qing's face as he clenched his fists. Great! I'm going to make a big contribution this time. When I get back, the captain will definitely look at me in a new light, and maybe he'll even give me a cooler photo, hee hee. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the tallest skyscraper, which towered over 100 meters, almost piercing the clouds. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles and walked directly into the building. He didn't find it strange, on the contrary, it felt very normal because people are usually unguarded in dreams and find it hard to realize they are dreaming. Ding! He stepped into the elevator, which ascended for several minutes before finally stopping. He swaggered into the top floor and discovered that it was a huge conference room. Looking through the glass into the conference room made him gasp in surprise. Inside the vast conference room was a massive round table, around which sat 7 people, all dressed in identical tailcoats, impeccably tailored, with various body types, both male and female. Moreover, they all wore silver masks. The silver masks were quite strange, without any patterns, only expressions, cold metallic expressions that, despite their simple design, were incredibly vivid. Through their expressions, he could roughly gauge the emotions each mask represented: arrogance, rage, jealousy, greed, gluttony, lust, laziness. The 7 deadly sins. Zhuang Qing almost gasped. He never expected to see the 7 deadly sins holding a meeting in Su Chen's dream. He immediately realized this was a crucial opportunity. Perhaps he could learn more about the organization from the meeting's content. The Gate of Nightmares is ready. We just need the sacrifice, the embodiment of rage said in a deep, gruff voice, tinged with a hint of displeasure and anger, though it was unclear who had provoked him. As for the sacrifice, the number of living people in the entire Star City should be sufficient. If it's not enough, it doesn't matter. This time the Imperial capital has sent quite a few extraordinary beings to Star City to find us. The quality of their souls is very high, and they should be enough. Jealousy, a short-haired woman, said casually while fiddling with her freshly done nails. The white nails were adorned with tiny diamonds, very exquisite. Thump, thump. Zhuang Qing's heartbeat was almost uncontrollable. He could hardly believe his ears. Is this really the 7 deadly sins? They actually plan to kill all the humans in Star City, including the extraordinary beings from the Imperial capital, which means they include him too? The news was so shocking that his brain felt like it was crashing. I've finally waited for this moment. I can't wait to see the wonderful scene of nightmares descending upon the world. This decaying world needs a thorough cleansing. How weak the human body is, only by merging with nightmare creatures can humanity achieve its ultimate evolution. Is there anything more perfect in this world than nightmare beings? They are powerful, existing between reality and illusion, ignoring the limits of lifespan, possessing infinite possibilities. Humans have limits, but nightmares do not. Greed was so excited that his body trembled slightly, and in the next moment, a thick tentacle emerged from him, wagging like an excited dog's tail. The sudden appearance of the tentacle seemed to elicit no surprise from the others. Gentlemen, the embodiment of arrogance suddenly spoke from the head seat. You are all pioneers of human civilization. Although temporarily misunderstood by the secular world, when the Gate of Nightmares opens, decay will be expelled, and rebirth will belong to every human who embraces evolution. I hope you will join me in this glorious evolution. As arrogance's stirring words echoed, the 7 deadly sins erupted into a frenzy. Outside the conference room, Zhuang Qing felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This group of madmen, they actually want to use the power of nightmare creatures to overturn the entire world. They are even more dangerous than the Revolutionary Army. No! I must quickly relay this information, otherwise, it will be too late. Zhuang Qing trembled slightly, revealing his inner shock. While he was shocked, a sense of mission arose within him, the mission of a savior. He took a deep look at the conference room, preparing to turn and leave, but at that moment, he suddenly realized that arrogance was gone. He was taken aback. This was arrogance's dream. How could arrogance suddenly disappear? The sudden change frightened him. He couldn't care about arrogance anymore. The crazy plan of the 7 deadly sins made him feel unsafe even in a dream. A group of people attempting to overturn the world. One could easily imagine how terrifying their power must be. Just as he was about to turn and flee, a mocking voice suddenly rang out behind him. Sir, what are you afraid of? Zhuang Qing was instantly startled. He quickly turned around to see a silver-white mask with a smiling face, the curve of its smirk piercing his vision. His face turned pale. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the conference room, only to find that the other members of the 7 deadly sins had all turned to stare directly at him. It seems a little mouse has sneaked into the dream. Arrogance chuckled lightly. Bronze Law Sequence 1, Dream Traveler's Spirit Trace. Who gave you the courage to invade my dream? Do you really think I can't do anything to you in a dream? Have you ever considered why Dream Traveler's Spirit Trace is called the weakest sequence? At that moment, Zhuangqing felt as if his scalp had exploded, and he gasped for breath like a drowning person. He instinctively turned and ran, not daring to stop for a moment. He didn't even have the courage to look back to see if arrogance was pursuing him. Just as arrogance said, Dream Traveler's spirit trace was the weakest bronze law, offering almost no enhancement to the body, which resulted in his combat power being 0. He had never participated in any battle and had extremely poor psychological quality. Zhuangqing leaped from the window, finding himself 100 meters in the air, frantically chanting return. In the next moment, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. When he opened them again, the bustling city was gone, replaced only by an endless flock of sheep. Bah! 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 The white little sheep surrounded him, bleating chaotically. Get away, all of you, I need to wake up quickly. Wake up, ah! Zhuangqing was sweating profusely, not daring to delay for a moment, because he had already been discovered by arrogance. Perhaps arrogance had already led the 7 deadly sins to attack the law enforcement bureau. He had to relay the message. Perhaps heaven rewards the diligent. The surrounding sheep began to blur. Zhuangqing was overjoyed as the dream shattered inch by inch, revealing the ceiling of Mu Lingxi's office. With a leap, he sprang from the bed, his face filled with urgency as he rushed outside, only for the door to suddenly open, revealing Mu Lingxi frowning at the panicked Zhuangqing. What's wrong, Captain? There's no time to explain. Take me to see Lord Sikongjin. Something terrible has happened. Mu Lingxi realized the seriousness of the situation. What exactly happened? Did you see something in Su Chen's dream? Captain, hurry, or it will be too late. Let's talk as we go. The two quickly exited, heading straight for Sikongjin's office. What's going on? Lord Sikongjin is resting. If it's not an emergency, you know the consequences of barging in. Su Chen is arrogance. What? Mu Lingxi was startled. Are you sure? I'm sure. Zhuangqing shouted in a panic. I saw it with my own eyes in the dream. The 7 deadly sins are a total of 7 people. They are all lunatics, and their goal is to open the gate to the nightmare world and let the nightmare monsters invade reality. As they spoke, they had already arrived at Sikongjin's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Lingxi kept knocking on the door, her fingers, adorned with exquisite nail art, curled as her knuckles struck the doorframe. However, after knocking for a long time, no one responded. Zhuangqing grew increasingly anxious. Where could Lord Sikongjin be at this hour? Captain, if this doesn't work, just call Lord Sikongjin. This matter concerns the entire Star City and even the lives of all humanity in the Empire. Mu Lingxi nodded gravely, pulling out her phone, her white diamond-studded nails tapping incessantly. No one is answering. She continued trying to make the call. Calm down first, tell me everything you know. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Stay calm in a crisis, don't panic. The more you panic, the more mistakes you make. Zhuangqing forced himself to calm down, trembling as he began to recount everything he had seen. I saw the 7 deadly sins having a meeting. I couldn't see their faces, they were all wearing masks, but I do remember their body types, 6 men and 1 woman. Some were robust, others were lean. The woman was very slender, with short hair, and she. At this point, Zhuangqing suddenly choked up, staring intently at Mu Lingxi's hand as she continued to tap on her phone. That hand was slender and delicate, adorned with exquisite nail art, with tiny diamonds embedded in the white nail tips. The style is exactly the same as the jealousy in the 7 deadly sins. In an instant, Zhuangqing was enveloped by a silent, overwhelming terror. His hair stood on end, and he could hardly breathe. What's wrong? Mu Lingxi asked. Thump, thump, Zhuangqing's heart began to race, but the expression on his face gradually cooled. Nothing, I can't quite remember. Captain, you go gather the team to look for Lord Sikongjin. I'll take notes and write down everything from the dream first. I'm afraid I'll forget later. Mu Lingxi raised her eyes and smiled inexplicably. She rarely smiled, but when she did, it was very beautiful. However, Zhuangqing only felt fear. At last, you look a bit like a law enforcer. Alright, you go ahead. Remember what I said, stay calm in a crisis, don't panic, and think carefully about the details of the dream. If there's anything unusual, you must report it to me immediately. After saying this, Mu Lingxi left. Zhuangqing's back was almost soaked with cold sweat, and waves of dizziness hit his brain. Captain. Why? He gazed at Mu Lingxi's departing figure, his eyes filled with sorrow. In the next moment, he shook his head fiercely, his gaze becoming resolute. Zhuangqing, pull yourself together. No matter what, you must convey the message to Lord Sikong. The plan of the 7 deadly sins must not succeed. He turned and walked towards the dark corridor, his figure gradually swallowed by the darkness, like a lone warrior. On the street, Zhuangqing drove at full speed straight to Qian Ziheo's manor, guessing that this was the most likely place for Sikongjin to be. Half an hour later, he arrived at Qian Ziheo's manor. Stop! Who goes there? Two bodyguards in black blocked Zhuang Qing's path. Zhuang Qing was overjoyed to see them, as they were subordinates brought by Sikongzhen, or rather, servants of the Sikong family. I am Zhuang Qing from the Law Enforcement Bureau, here with Lord Sikongzhen to Xingcheng. We've met before. Here's my identification. I have urgent matters to report to Lord Sikong. He took out his ID for the two to check, and he was quickly let through. Anxious, Zhuang Qing rushed into the manor and saw Sikongzhen sitting on the sofa in the hall. Sikongzhen was dressed in gray pajamas, his expression stern. You better have something important. Zhuang Qing didn't care about the other's displeasure and hurriedly recounted everything he had seen, including Mu Lingxi's suspected connection to jealousy among the 7 deadly sins. To his surprise, Sikongzhen showed no reaction to such explosive news, as if he had heard something trivial. Lord Sikongzhen? Zhuang Qing asked cautiously. You say Captain Mu is one of the 7 deadly sins, jealousy? Sikongzhen replied coldly. Zhuang Qing nodded repeatedly, fearing the other wouldn't believe him, and hurriedly explained, jealousy has short hair, her nails are white with diamonds, and the captain is the same. Their figures are almost identical. This is definitely not a coincidence. Although I don't want to believe it, the facts tell me that the captain is jealousy. Sikongzhen nodded, then suddenly asked the darkness beside him, Captain Mu, what do you think of this matter? Mu, Captain. Zhuang Qing turned in disbelief, only to see Mu Lingxi slowly stepping out from the dark corner, her expression calm. Bang! Zhuang Qing was so frightened that he jumped up from the sofa and kept retreating. You, Lord Sikongzhen, quickly catch her. She is jealousy. Neither Sikongzhen nor Mu Lingxi moved, their expressions equally calm. Mu Lingxi raised her hand, looked at her beautiful nails, and said somewhat regretfully, if I had known, I wouldn't have done my nails. I didn't expect to be discovered. Lord Sikongzhen, did you hear that? She admitted it herself, she is jealousy. You must act quickly and catch her. Zhuang Qing was almost frantic, fearing that Mu Lingxi would suddenly attack. I know she is one of the 7 deadly sins, Sikongzhen said calmly. Zhuang Qing's face was filled with astonishment. Then why haven't you made a move yet? Suddenly, Sikongzhen slowly stood up, his tall figure exuding an imposing aura, and he looked at Zhuang Qing, enunciating each word, because I am too. A thick tentacle extended from his body, the end coiling around a silver mask, which bore a greedy smile, ultimately fastening onto Sikongzhen's face. Mu Lingxi smiled slightly, took out a jealousy mask, and similarly placed it on her face. The two masks stared intently at Zhuang Qing. Fear. A tangible fear penetrated his very soul. Zhuang Qing's body went rigid, his eyes nearly bursting. He could hardly believe his own eyes, his throat filled with fear, unable to utter a single word. Jealousy? Should we kill him? Sikongzhen asked. Mu Lingxi shook her head. Forget it, I actually quite like him, he's so silly. Besides, a first-tier bronze transcendent, the weakest in the sequence, isn't even worthy as a sacrifice, just let him go. Let him go? Aren't you afraid he'll go out and spread rumors? Mu Lingxi chuckled lightly. I am the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, what is he? She didn't say anything more, but the unspoken disdain was already evident. Zhuang Qing left the manor in a daze, not remembering how he had departed or where he was headed. He self-deprecatingly laughed. So I have no value even to be killed? As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his face. At that moment, he even thought of returning to the imperial capital to tell the Law Enforcement Bureau, to inform the royal family, but then he recalled Mu Lingxi's words. I am the captain of the Law Enforcement Bureau, what is he? His fists weakly relaxed. Yeah, what am I? What do I count for? Who would believe me? Forget it, I'm tired, let it all be destroyed. In the dream, Su Chen sat on the Heavenly Emperor's throne, slightly frowning as he looked at Zhuang Qing before him. At this moment, Zhuang Qing's eyes were tightly closed, his expression alternating between ferocity and sorrow, as if he were suffering from a split personality. Sigh. He sighed, why come in to deliver this? Su Chen felt a bit emotional, he hadn't expected anyone would dare to intrude into his dream. The last person so brave was called the Primordial Angel. The moment Zhuang Qing entered the dream, he sensed it and casually wove a small illusion for him. He originally planned to wait for Zhuang Qing to wake from this illusion, then weave another illusion, and so on, in a repetitive cycle. In simple terms, it was a dream within a dream, thinking he had awakened from the dream, but in reality, he had entered a second layer of the dream, then awakened from that, and entered a third layer, infinitely looping until a year later. Because the dream time he could control was only a year, any longer, he couldn't manage. But he didn't expect Zhuang Qing to be so fragile, collapsing mentally at just the second layer of the dream, which left Su Chen somewhat dissatisfied. He hadn't had enough fun yet. Forget it, let it be like this. The next moment, a massive mental force surged into Zhuang Qing's body, successfully hypnotizing him. In Mu Lingxi's office, Zhuang Qing opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and shouted outside, "Captain, I'm ready." Before long, Mu Lingxi walked in, looking at the lazy Zhuang Qing, frowning as she sniffed the air in the room, finding no strange odors, which eased her expression slightly. "What do you mean you're ready? Don't say such ambiguous things next time." Zhuang Qing's face fell. "Isn't it too strict of you, Captain? Can't I even say I'm ready? What's ambiguous about that? You're just overthinking it." Mu Lingxi opened the holster at her waist, causing Zhuang Qing to immediately shut his mouth. "Did you find anything in Su Chen's dream?" "No. What dream did he have? It's just some nightmare monsters. He was fighting them in his dreams. Captain, let me tell you, this kid is quite twisted. He has dismembered a lot of nightmare monsters." The scene was quite something. Mu Lingxi fell into thought. Did he dream of nightmare monsters? That would be normal. Nightmare apostles often dream of nightmare monsters. This group of people enters the nightmare world through dreams, so they have a natural aversion to sleep, and nightmares are common. "Did you guide him in the dream?" Zhuang Cheng nodded naturally. "Of course I did. I implanted a lot of information about the 7 deadly sins and pride in his dream." His reaction was quite normal. In my opinion, the robbery of the Golden Eye and the murder of Qian Zihao might just be coincidences. An evil organization like the 7 deadly sins could never be cultivated in a small place like Star City. Mu Lingxi slightly shook her head. Was my feeling wrong? Perhaps pride in Star City had no connection, just passing through? "Captain, we've been busy all night. Do you want to grab a late-night snack?" Zhuang Cheng approached with a grin. "Get back to bed. Next, we need to enter Mu Rong Mengli's dream and clear up these suspects first." "Ha?" Zhuang Qing's face showed reluctance. "Captain, I just woke up. How can I sleep now? Why don't you just give me a photo?" Click. That was the sound of a bullet being chambered. Looking at the dark muzzle in front of him, Zhuang Qing immediately lay down and said, "I suddenly feel so sleepy, Captain. I'll sleep first." Mu Lingxi retracted her handgun and turned to leave. As she walked away, the previously playful and joking Zhuang Qing instantly turned expressionless, lying flat on the bed like a robot, slowly closing his eyes. 3 days later, in the lower city, at the newly established headquarters of the Viper Gang, Su Chen was quietly listening to a record titled "I Look Forward To." The wooden base of the record player had natural grain, warm in color, and the delicate tone arm seemed like a lively conductor's baton, transforming the grooves on the record into a beautiful female voice. The voice was clean and ethereal, like a lovesick girl, slowly narrating her beautiful expectations for the future in love. The gentle breeze brushes through the sea of flowers, sunlight spills on the hem of the skirt. The dreams of spring are like a colorful painting, filled with expectations for the future. I look forward to a wonderful future, dreams shining brightly in the distance. I look forward to the arrival of love, like the stars illuminating my heart. I look forward to forever being like the first time I met you. I look forward to the winter green reflecting the light of the years. I look forward to your expectations. Did you hear that? My name. Yang Dongqing shouted excitedly beside him. This is the song Jasmine wrote for me. The ethereal female voice in the record had not yet finished, and Yang Dongqing's shout instantly shattered the beautiful expectations in the music. Let me tell you, this song is really popular now. Jasmine is going to be a big star. He was so happy, even happier than if he were a star himself. Su Chen looked at Yang Dongqing, who was shouting like a gorilla, and felt a headache. Did you come here just to deliver this record? To show off that Jasmine wrote a song for you? How could that be? I'm not that boring. I came mainly to tell you that I feel the next nightmare world is approaching. I've been a bit restless these past few days. Mentioning the nightmare world, Yang Dongqing's excited expression slightly cooled. Now it was Su Chen's turn to be interested. Is it finally coming? He had been bored for 3 days. With the arrival of the golden powerhouses, the entire Star City had become unprecedentedly oppressive. All the undercurrents had stopped. No one wanted to cause unnecessary trouble at such a sensitive time. This led to Su Chen's boredom, and the summons of the nightmare world piqued his interest. In fact, if he could, he wouldn't want to rely on someone else's nightmare summons. The main reason was that he had never felt the call of the nightmare world himself, possibly because he had gone there too frequently. Every time, before the summons even began, he would voluntarily enter. You should rest at the Poison Snake Gang these nights, waiting for the arrival of the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing nodded. This was precisely his purpose for coming. To be honest, no one wanted to face the nightmare world alone. Last time, during Tingting's nightmare, if it hadn't been for Su Chen's presence, he definitely wouldn't have made it out alive. Got it. I'll accompany Jasmine during the day and return to the Poison Snake Gang at night. After saying this, Yang Dongqing got up and left, running off to find Jasmine. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. How could such a capable extraordinary being have such a love-struck mind? In the Star City Law Enforcement Bureau, in the conference room, Mu Lingxi had a serious expression, her brows furrowed as she pondered the clues she had gathered. Captain, I've invaded the dreams of all the main suspects, and they have no connection to the 7 deadly sins. What should we do next? Zhuang Qing said, sporting 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, yawning. Mu Lingxi did not respond, her frown deepened. The situation was troublesome. With no clues found in Star City, how could she report back to the Empire? It had been decades since a serious incident involving the murder of nobles had occurred, and now that one had appeared, there were no leads. The capital was already quite dissatisfied. At that moment, Si Kongjin, who was sitting nearby sipping tea, suddenly spoke up. Since conventional methods aren't yielding clues, we can only rely on unconventional methods. What do you mean? Foreseeing the future. Si Kongjin lightly uttered those 4 words. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. The Bronze Law Sequence 241, Foreseeing the Future, hasn't appeared in over a decade. Does Lord Si Kong know where there is an extraordinary being who can foresee the future? Si Kongjin slowly shook his head. Although I don't know where the extraordinary being who can foresee the future is, I do know there are other methods that can achieve similar effects, such as divination. Divination? Mu Lingxi showed a contemplative expression, as if she had thought of something, and blurted out, Changsheng Taoist Temple, Taoist Xianqing. Exactly, it's Taoist Xianqing. But Taoist Xianqing travels everywhere, with no fixed residence, staying in one place for only a year. Finding him now might be. Si Kongjin smiled slightly, no need to search deliberately. Taoist Xianqing happens to be traveling to Star City this time. A hint of joy appeared on Mu Lingxi's face. He's in Star City? That's perfect. I've long heard that Taoist Xianqing is a remarkable person, skilled in the art of divination, with effects comparable to foreseeing the future. When he traveled to the capital, he was even summoned by the royal family. If he lends his assistance, finding clues about the 7 deadly sins won't be difficult. Let's go meet Taoist Xianqing. Si Kongjin stood up and strode out of the conference room. In the suburbs of Star City, away from the hustle and bustle, an ancient Taoist temple stood quietly. The vermilion door was new, the green tiled roof layered, and the auspicious beast sculpture on the ridge stood tall, as if it had just been built. Above the door hung an ancient plaque with 4 large characters, Changsheng Taoist Temple. Si Kongjin and Mu Lingxi stepped into the Changsheng Taoist Temple, walking on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard. A handsome Taoist priest was lazily sitting at a stone table, playing on his phone, seemingly engrossed in something entertaining, laughing in a way that only men understand, to the point that no one in the temple noticed his presence. Mu Lingxi stepped forward. Excuse me, is Taoist Xianqing here? Jun Wuxiang was startled, as if caught in a compromising situation, hurriedly locking his phone screen before looking up, only to be stunned. He stared blankly at Mu Lingxi, who was dressed in a tight black leather outfit and long boots, accentuating her graceful figure and long legs. Mu Lingxi's expression remained unchanged as she continued to ask, "May I ask if Taoist Xianqing is here?" Jun Wuxiang finally came to his senses, nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, master is in the main hall. Mu Lingxi nodded and then walked towards the main hall with Si Kongjin. Jun Wuxiang, on the other hand, was almost about to pop his eyes out, constantly scanning the other person's long, straight legs. Oh my heavens, these legs are even straighter than my character. As Si Kongjin and the others entered the main hall, they were greeted by a grand and ancient altar that occupied almost 1/5 of the hall. What was strange, however, was that such a large altar had a miniature statue less than 20 centimeters tall placed on it. The statue was human-shaped, made of clay, and painted with poor-quality oil paint, with many cracks already visible. Beside the altar, an old Taoist with a head full of white hair sat with his back to the two, seemingly in a meditative state, sincerely seated before the statue. 2 wisps of blue smoke rose in front of him, curling and spreading, adding to the ethereal atmosphere. Taoist Xianqing, it has been 5 years since we last met in the imperial capital, hasn't it? Si Kongjin laughed heartily, as if he were meeting an old friend after many years. The ethereal Taoist Xianqing slowly turned around, revealing a face covered in age spots. So it is you, Scholar Si Kong. This humble Taoist, Swine Kingzi, greets you. Si Kongjin and the others looked at the enlightened Master Xianqing with strange expressions. Noticing their gaze, Taoist Xianqing discreetly wiped the corner of his mouth with his wide Taoist robe, as if nothing had happened, and said mysteriously, "I wonder what brings Scholar Si Kong here. If it is to persuade this humble Taoist to return to the imperial capital, then please do not waste your breath. This humble Taoist has devoted his life to the worship of the celestial sovereign of longevity, aspiring to travel the world and expand the teachings of longevity, and cannot remain in one place." Si Kongjin seemed to have anticipated that Taoist Xianqing would say this and did not mind. instead getting straight to the point. Taoist, you misunderstand. I have come this time mainly to ask for your help in divining a fortune. Surely you have heard that a group called the Seven Deadly Sins has recently appeared in Star City, and the leader of the Seven Deadly Sins, Pride, even killed an imperial noble in broad daylight. This incident has enraged the entire Qian Empire, so they sent me to investigate. Now the case has hit a bottleneck, so I would like to ask for your assistance. In response to a request from a golden powerhouse, Taoist Qianqing unexpectedly shook his head. This humble Taoist stopped divining fortunes many years ago, so scholar, please return. Beside them, Mu Lingxi frowned slightly. Taoist Qianqing, the seven deadly sins are heinous, and the royal family has issued a death order to capture them. I implore you to lend your assistance. With the mention of heinous crimes in the royal family, she directly invoked the weight of morality and imperial authority to pressure Qianqing. Taoist Qianqing remained calm and instead asked, "This lady scholar, how old do you think I am?" Mu Lingxi was somewhat puzzled but still answered, "From your appearance, you should be around 80. Taoist Qianqing stroked his white beard and smiled, "Too high. 70? Taoist Qianqing smiled and shook his head. Mu Lingxi raised an eyebrow, 60? She did not expect Taoist Qianqing to look so old. She had thought 80 was an understatement. Judging by his appearance, one could even believe he was 100. To her surprise, Taoist Qianqing continued to shake his head, "Still too high." Mu Lingxi was somewhat shocked, 50? 49, Taoist Qianqing revealed his age. Seeing the doubt on Mu Lingxi's face, he explained, "Divining fortunes is a leak of heavenly secrets, which can shorten one's lifespan. I am the best example, clearly only 49 years old, yet I appear as a centenarian. So it is not that I do not want to help you, but rather that I am unable." This. Mu Lingxi was momentarily at a loss for words. She couldn't possibly let someone risk their life just to tell fortunes. Although she had never met Taoist Qianqing, she had heard legends of this remarkable person in the imperial capital. Being summoned by the royal family and pursued by countless nobles, such a figure would not fear threats. Si Kongjin seemed unfazed, directly stating, "Taoist, name your price." Taoist Qianqing immediately displayed an agility unbefitting his age, quickly extending a finger, 100 million. Mu Lingxi. Si Kongjin calmly nodded, "That's acceptable. The poor Taoist hasn't finished yet. 100 million plus a rare material 8-leafed Fenglan. Payment up front before delivery, and if the fortune cannot be told, the money is non-refundable." Taoist Qianqing rattled off a series of demands like a rapid-fire barrage. Mu Lingxi. If it weren't for Si Kongjin's certification as a golden powerhouse, she would genuinely suspect that Taoist Qianqing was a fraud. "Alright, I'll prepare. Tomorrow at this time, I'll bring the money and the 8-leafed Fenglan. I'll trouble the Taoist then," Si Kongjin said calmly before leaving with Mu Lingxi. Once outside the temple, Mu Lingxi could hardly contain herself and asked, "Lord Sikon, isn't 100 million a bit excessive? And that 8-leafed Fenglan is incredibly rare. If you hadn't mentioned that the royal family issued a death order, perhaps 10 million would have sufficed." Mu Lingxi was once again speechless. She had lost count of how many times she had been left speechless. So this damned old Taoist was raising the price as they went along. The more anxious she was, the higher the price climbed. "As long as we can capture the 7 deadly sins, any cost is worth it. By the way, let the Law Enforcement Bureau reimburse this amount. Just report it as 200 million, Si Kongjin said nonchalantly, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Mu Lingxi. Master, who was that girl just now? What did she want from you?" Jun Wuxian rushed into the main hall, unable to contain his curiosity. Taoist Qianqing glanced at him and replied lightly, "Naturally, she came seeking me out." "Master, you're just bragging. The Changqing Taoist temple has been open in Star City for almost a year, and this is the first visitor, and she came seeking you? You know nothing. Didn't I tell you before? Back when I was making waves in the imperial capital, even the royal family had to respectfully call me Taoist when they saw me, and those nobles would break their heads just to meet me. Yes, master, you're the best at boasting." Jun Wuxian clearly had heard this so many times that it had become tiresome. Unworthy disciple. Taoist Qianqing was furious. "I was even thinking of asking you for a rare material force sword heart clarity, and you dare to doubt me? You're really asking for a beating." Taoist Qianqing kicked Jun Wuxian in the rear, sending him flying into the wall. Ouch! Jun Wuxian rubbed his backside, fuming. "You old coot, so you resort to violence when your pride is hurt, huh? You can make your own lunch today, I'm not serving you anymore." In the face of Jun Wuxian's threat, Taoist Qianqing nonchalantly rummaged through his sleeve and then tossed out a 100 yuan bill. "Disciple, one shouldn't let anger and money come between them, right?" Jun Wuxian disdainfully glanced at the 100 yuan bill that had fallen to the ground. "Do you think I'm as easy to fool as before? $100 for a week's worth of 4 dishes and a soup? Let me tell you, I've joined the Bronze Coffin Company and have gained the boss's favor. Even the head of the Bronze Coffin treats me like a brother. Do you know how much I earn in a month? Swish! Taoist Qianqing tossed out another 100 yuan bill. 200, no more. Jun Wuxiang was furious, feeling his dignity trampled. 300. Not a cent less. The next day, Xikong Zhen and Mu Lingxi visited again, bringing a bank card and an orchid with 8 blade-like leaves, each shimmering with a cold light as if they could cut through steel. The old Taoist Qianqing smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, warmly welcoming the two inside and even offering tea, which was the service after payment. Taoist Qianqing, thank you for your trouble, Xikong Zhen said. Qianqing waved his hands repeatedly, his expression serious. Oh, it's no trouble at all. If I can help the empire, what does it matter if I live a few years less? Xikong Zhen didn't care about the other's change of face, he only wanted results. Taoist Qianqing began to bathe and burn incense. He first took an hour-long bath in his room, then changed into a clean Taoist robe, donned a black Taoist crown, and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense before the miniature statue of the Longevity Celestial. As the light smoke rose, he began to divine. An ancient copper coin sword appeared in his hand, and he chanted an unknown incantation, moving with the wind. While dancing with the sword, he pulled out a stack of yellow talismans from his pocket and scattered them into the air. Watching this display of mysticism, Mu Lingxi frowned. This was no longer just a charlatan act, it was downright ridiculous. She even suspected that Taoist Qianqing had learned his fortune-telling techniques from some trashy TV dramas, as it was exactly the same. Next, was he going to breathe fire? Sure enough, Taoist Qianqing took out a red gourd from his waist, took a sip, and then sprayed it at the candles on the wooden table. Boom! A large burst of flames erupted, scorching the surrounding air. Some falling yellow talismans caught fire, creating a spectacular scene. However, coincidentally, with a gentle breeze, a lit yellow talisman landed right on the head of the Longevity Celestial statue. Oh my Celestial! Taoist Qianqing's face changed dramatically as he rushed to extinguish the fire on the statue. The flames were quickly put out, but the statue was left covered in soot. Celestial, please don't be angry, please don't be angry. He nervously wiped the statue with his sleeve, scrubbing for quite a while, even rubbing off a patch of red paint. Ah! Celestial, no, please don't lose your paint. Mu Lingxi was utterly speechless. She glanced at Xikong Zhen and found that beneath his calm demeanor, the corners of his mouth were twitching. Taoist, haven't you finished divining yet? She couldn't help but urge. This earned her a roll of the eyes from Taoist Qianqing. What are you making noise for? Can't you see the Celestial is angry? He continued to touch up the paint and perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows, busying himself for half an hour before finally getting back on track. Taoist Qianqing knelt before the Longevity Celestial, bit his finger to draw blood, and let a drop fall onto the statue. Disciple Qianqing humbly requests the Celestial to bestow divine powers. Swish! The statue of the Longevity Celestial suddenly erupted with a strange blue light, projecting an image in midair that rippled like water, gradually becoming clearer. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. So this was what divining meant, inviting the statue to manifest divine powers? Then what was all the bathing, incense burning, and dancing for? Just additional services to make us feel like spending 100 million was worth it? The image in the air became increasingly clear, and Taoist Qianqing's face visibly aged a few years. It was precisely because of this scene that Mu Lingxi abandoned her plan to reclaim the 100 million later. This is the 7 deadly sins. Mu Lingxi gasped, her eyes fixed on the image in midair. The scene had fully formed, revealing 7 men and women in tailcoats, each with distinct physiques, some tall and slender, others muscular and robust, united only by the silver masks they wore. The image expanded again, and the group could finally see the scene clearly. The sky was thick with dark clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared, the earth cracked, mountains collapsed, and the once prosperous city had turned into a wasteland. Flames flickered among the ruins, mercilessly devouring everything, as if the entire world had fallen into endless darkness and despair. In this shattered world, 7 men and women dressed in tailcoats and wearing silver masks stood proudly, towering over the ruins as if they were the masters of all things. The leader, with an air of arrogance, slightly raised his chin, his disdainful gaze fixed on the world's destruction. Mu Lingxi gasped, while Xikong Zhen had long furrowed his brows. The scene began to flicker continuously, revealing more and more images. They saw countless severed limbs and wreckage, the empire collapsing, and human civilization going up in flames. Ladies and gentlemen, the old era has come to an end, and the new era is about to arrive, a haughty voice echoed in the scene. He stood at the pinnacle, as if trampling the entire world beneath his feet, announcing to the world, and I will become the god of the new era. The calm words contained a deep arrogance, one that transcended all beings, a pride unique to the divine. Taoist Qianqing, what on earth is happening? Si Kongjin was no longer calm. He knew Taoist Xuanqing's abilities. Although the other party seemed unreliable, they might have received royal recognition and possessed genuine skills. Taoist Qianqing. Taoist Qianqing did not respond. His expression was one of horror as he stared intently at the scene in mid-air, even frightened enough to sit down on the ground. The world is ending. The world is ending. The world will perish because of the 7 deadly sins. What? Si Kongjin and Mu Lingxi exclaimed simultaneously, their faces filled with disbelief. They could never have imagined that a single divination could predict such a shocking future. While the two were in shock, neither noticed Taoist Xuanqing's abnormality. If one were to observe closely, they would find that Taoist Xuanqing's gaze was fixated on one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. It was a silver-white mask with a lewd smile, obscuring the person's face, long hair tied back with a simple headband, and a long sword slung over their back, the overall image extremely blurry, as if covered with a layer of mosaic, to the point that even a mother would need an hour to recognize them. Yet Taoist Qianqing seemed to recognize the person, his eyes filled with unparalleled shock. This lewdness, it can't be wrong, absolutely can't be wrong. Oh my heavens, my dear disciple, had I known you would be so impressive in the future, I wouldn't have kicked your butt, he lamented inwardly. Taoist, are you saying that the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world in the future? Si Kongjin asked urgently, worry finally appearing on the face of this golden powerhouse. How would I know? Isn't the future seen right here? You can see for yourselves. Si Kongjin's face darkened, although he was reluctant to believe it all. He trusted Taoist Xuanqing's abilities. Back in the imperial capital, Taoist Qianqing had never made a mistake in his predictions. Taoist, I remember you once said that the future is not set in stone. Quickly calculate who the members of the 7 deadly sins are. Even if the world is to be destroyed, that's a future event. If we just know their true identities, we might be able to stop it. There are 7 of them. How could I have enough lifespan to calculate all 7 at once? Taoist Xuanqing's eyes flickered. Pride. Mu Lingxi said coldly, he is the leader of the 7 deadly sins. Just finding out who he is will be enough. Taoist Qianqing gritted his teeth and looked at the figure in the scene, a man in a black tailcoat, wearing a gentleman's hat, with a silver smiling mask on his face, silently forming a spell with his hands. But at that moment, a shocking change occurred. The figure of Pride slowly turned his head, the mocking silver mask coming into view, as if silently mocking everyone. Everyone was taken aback. At that moment they even felt an illusion that Pride was staring at them. That condescending gaze seemed to cross the seams of time, projecting from the future to the past. Put! The old Taoist Qianqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale as paper, his expression horrified. He discovered me. Ha! A light laugh echoed in the scene, just an old-world person, daring to pry into the gods of the new era? Bang! The image shattered, all sounds and anomalies abruptly ceased. The entire hall fell into dead silence. The 3 exchanged horrified glances. Such a bizarre scene made their scalps tingle. They had never imagined that there could be someone in this world who could converse between the future and the past. This is impossible. Taoist Qianqing suddenly erupted with a wild roar, breaking the silence in the room. His expression twisted. I borrowed the power of the eternal life celestial sovereign to divine the future. How can he see the past through the future? Is he stronger than the eternal life celestial sovereign? No one could answer his question. The eternal life celestial sovereign is the greatest deity. How could there be an existence that surpasses him in this world? Taoist Qianqing, can you calculate the identities of the 7 deadly sins again? If pride is not possible, can you calculate the others? The empire is willing to offer another 100 million. Si Kongjin said solemnly. Upon hearing about the others, Taoist Qianqing regained some composure and directly refused. This is not about money. Do you think I am a charlatan setting up a stall on the street? I can just calculate with a word. This divination has backfired. I cannot calculate again in a short time. I understand. Si Kongjin nodded absent-mindedly. Without any pleasantries, he left the Eternal Life Taoist temple with Mu Lingxi. Lord Sikong, do you really believe in the future calculated by this old charlatan? And the Eternal Life Celestial Sovereign he worships, where in this world is there any deity? I suspect he must be grasping some unknown laws. Mu Lingxi was clearly skeptical. She did not believe that merely relying on the power of 7 people could destroy the world. Even if these 7 were all golden powerhouses, it wouldn't work. After all, there were 7 empires in this world, and the Crimson Flame Empire was just one of them, not even ranking among the top. Even so, if 7 golden powerhouses couldn't even overturn the Crimson Flame Empire, how could they talk about destroying the world? Si Kongjin shook his head. There are indeed deities in this world. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. She did not expect that Sekongjin, as a golden powerhouse, could say such a thing. In her understanding, so-called deities were merely stronger individuals. In the past, when information was not as developed, some golden powerhouses were also mistaken for deities. Have you seen a deity? You misunderstand, the deities I speak of are not the gods you think of, but nightmare monsters. Mu Lingxi understood immediately and thought of the answer. You mean, deities are also products of the nightmare world? Sekongjin nodded. Humans can dream of monsters, so why can't they dream of deities? Some fanatics worship their deities, and dreaming of them at night is quite normal. With so many fanatics dreaming of the same deity, it leads to most deities in the nightmare world being extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing ordinary nightmare monsters. Mu Lingxi pondered. I see, then the credibility of the future scene created by the eternal life celestial sovereign is questionable. No. Sekongjin's expression gradually grew heavy. It cannot be doubted, on the contrary, its credibility is very high. Didn't I just say that these so-called deities are all very powerful and possess various miraculous abilities? In other words, the future scene deduced by the eternal life celestial sovereign is even more credible than that of an extraordinary being with the ability to foresee the future. Mu Lingxi was shocked. It was hard for her to accept the news that the 7 deadly sins would destroy the world. Then what should we do next? Sekongjin slowly looked up at the sky, his expression grave. I need to return to the imperial capital to report this matter to the royal family. The organization of the 7 deadly sins is likely more powerful than we imagined. This is no longer something a single golden transcendent can handle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Daoist Qianqing exclaimed, collapsing in the great hall, shouting that it was impossible. The eternal life celestial master is omnipotent. How could there be anyone in this world who can see through his divine powers? I understand now. Daoist Qianqing suddenly shouted in excitement. The only one who can see through the eternal life celestial master's powers is he himself. Therefore, Pride, like me, is also a follower of the eternal life celestial master. I use the power of the eternal life celestial master to glimpse the future of him, while he uses the power of the eternal life celestial master to converse with me in the present. It must be like this. After all, my wayward disciple embodies the lust of the 7 deadly sins. Thinking of it this way makes even more sense. Ha 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 ha. After grasping the key connection, Daoist Qianqing felt a surge of clarity. In his view, whether the world would be destroyed or not was unimportant. What mattered was that the eternal life celestial master must be omnipotent. In the vast hall, he danced around like a madman, circling the statue of the eternal life celestial master. Suddenly, he stopped, his whole being becoming exceptionally agitated, almost leaning against the statue, his expression fervent. Did you say that Pride is the one you have been searching for? Yes, yes, yes. I will definitely bring Pride before you. In the entire hall, only the mad voice of Daoist Qianqing echoed. Before long, he began to dance again. Night soon fell, and Jun Wuxiang returned to the Eternal Life Taoist temple after a day of revelry. As soon as he entered, he caught a whiff of a meaty aroma. When he walked into the great hall, he saw Daoist Qianqing sitting at the table, his old face beaming like a blooming chrysanthemum, while the table was filled with a sumptuous feast. My dear disciple, you must be tired after a long day. I have prepared dinner for you, come and eat. Jun Wuxiang immediately felt a sense of vigilance. Old Deng, what trick are you trying to play this time? Did you slip me a sleeping pill, planning to steal the $300 you gave me yesterday while I'm asleep? To be honest, I've already spent that $300, so you can give up on that idea. A vein popped on Daoist Qianqing's forehead, but he still forced a kind smile. My dear disciple, you're being naughty again. How could I do such a thing? I just thought you worked hard all day, so I specially made a table full of good dishes for you to replenish your strength. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of dark green potion and placed it on the table. This is the extraordinary potion of Sword Heart Clarity, which I just made. Hurry and drink it while it's hot. With it, you can advance to the second tier of bronze, and Peerless Sword Dance will unleash its true power. Daoist Qianqing's goodwill made Jun Wuxiang even more vigilant, and he even took a step back, moving toward the door. Offering kindness without reason is either treachery or theft. Did you find out that I took money from the merit box, and now you plan to set me up? What? You took money from the merit box? Ha! Daoist Qianqing's forehead had another vein bulging. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and continued with a smile. It's fine, take it if you want. The Eternal Life Celestial Master is the most merciful and magnanimous deity in the world. He won't blame you. Come and eat. I won't eat unless you tell me your true purpose. Am I giving you face, then? Daoist Qianqing could no longer hold back, shouting angrily, come and eat. TCH. Jun Wuxiang scoffed disdainfully, then strode into the great hall, sat down, and began to eat. You could have said that earlier. You damn it! Daoist Qianqing suppressed the impulse to kick Jun Wuxiang, silently reminding himself not to get angry, not to get angry. This kid is the embodiment of lust for the 7 deadly sins in the future. He's going to be quite impressive, and I'll be counting on him to support me in my old age. Speak, what is it that you want? Let me be clear, no borrowing money. Jun Wuxiang mumbled while eating a chicken leg. Ahem. Daoist Qianqing cleared his throat. Today, a great happy event has occurred. Did they start distributing eggs in the city? Damn you. Bang. Daoist Qianqing finally couldn't hold back and kicked Jun Wuxiang out. I'm talking about a great happy event. Distributing eggs is nothing to celebrate. At most, it's a minor joy. Listen carefully, the great happy event is the thing that the Eternal Life Celestial Master has been searching for has been found. Oh, Jun Wuxiang rubbed his backside, got up from the ground, and continued eating. What kind of attitude is that? Didn't you hear what I said? The Eternal Life Celestial Master. I heard, it's just that the thing has been found, right? If you ask me, you should go to the psychiatric department of the hospital and get a checkup for your auditory hallucinations, instead of chatting with a statue every day. I call this deep fortune, being able to hear the teachings of the Eternal Life Celestial Master. You don't understand a thing. Alright, I don't understand. So what is the thing that the Eternal Life Celestial Master has been looking for? I remember you said before that the reason for wandering around was to find this thing, and when I asked you what it was, you couldn't explain it clearly, saying it could be a person, or an object, or it might have a physical form, or it might not. Daoist Qianqing smiled mysteriously. Now I've confirmed, it's a person. Who? I don't know for now. Jun Wuxiang stopped his chopsticks, reached out to touch Daoist Qianqing's forehead, and said seriously, Master, I'll take you to the hospital tomorrow to get a checkup. This mental issue can't be delayed any longer. You don't even know who it is. What are you so happy about? Your mind is really in trouble. Daoist Qianqing smiled and shook his head. My mind is perfectly fine, never been better. Although I don't know who that person is, you definitely do. Me? Exactly, he's most likely someone you've met recently, someone you should be quite familiar with, and who has had a deep impact on you. Do you remember when I helped you read your fortune before? At that time, it showed you would live a life of mediocrity and die in obscurity, but now your fate has changed, which means you've encountered a benefactor recently, and the person I'm looking for is this benefactor. Oh, Jun Wuxiang took out a small card from his pocket. Call this number, contact number 8, and you can get a discount by mentioning my name. Bang! Jun Wuxiang was kicked away again. Old Deng, what do you want to do? I'm looking for the benefactor who will change your fate, not some number 8. You just said it yourself, someone you've met recently, quite familiar, and has had a deep impact. It must be number 8. Bang! This time, Jun Wuxiang was met with a chop to the back of his neck, knocking him out cold. Celestial Master above, I don't want to do this, but this kid isn't using his head, so I'll have to search his memories myself. From under Daoist Qianqing's wide robe, a semi-transparent tentacle emerged, drilling into Jun Wuxiang's ear and then attaching itself to his cerebral cortex. Hiss, this kid is quite flashy. No, first find the person the Celestial Master wants. He twisted the tentacle, reading Jun Wuxiang's memories. Murong Monli? The little girl looks quite pretty, could it be her? According to the divination, this kid's turning point in fate was after joining the bronze coffin, but this Murong Mengli is a woman, an ordinary person, it shouldn't be arrogance. He continued searching, ultimately locking onto Su Chen. TSK, this Su Chen is not simple, he actually managed to kill an unrememberable, and the bronze laws he used are ones I've never seen before. That silver vertical pupil seems to be related to the evil god. Even if this person isn't arrogant, he's probably not far from it. Let's bring him before the Celestial Master first, and leave the rest to the Celestial Master to discern. Suge, my master wants to invite you to the Changxing Taoist Temple for a meal, to thank you for saving me from the unforgettable last time. Jun Wuxiang handed over an invitation card. Su Chen's eyes flickered. A meal invitation? He found it somewhat strange. It was normal for a master to invite a disciple's savior to a meal, but the timing was odd. It had been a long time since they had killed the unforgettable, so why wait until now to invite him? He took the invitation and glanced at it. It merely contained some polite phrases, stating that Daoist Shuang Qingzi was grateful for the layman's assistance in saving his incompetent disciple and had specially arranged a banquet at the Changxing Taoist Temple, urging him to honor the invitation. After reading the invitation, suddenly, the words on it came to life, wriggling like a group of tadpoles, eventually forming 3 large black characters. 7 deadly sins. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled slightly. He looked up at the seemingly calm Jun Wuxiang and asked, "Is your master an extraordinary being?" Jun Wuxiang shook his head. No, he is a Taoist priest who believes in the Changxing Tianzuan. He usually relies on a few Taoist tricks to fool others. What kind of tricks? Just spitting fire, fortune-telling, performing some rituals. He calls it Taoist magic, but in my opinion, it's just street tricks. He still refuses to teach me, saying my heart isn't sincere enough to receive the true teachings of the Changxing Tianzuan. It's been a long time since I saved you. Why is your master suddenly inviting me to dinner now? Jun Wushang scoffed. What else could it be? He didn't have money before. You don't know how stingy my master is. He gave me $100 to make a week's worth of 4 dishes and a soup. I guess he made quite a bit of money from those 2 fools who came before, which is why he's suddenly so generous with the invitation. 2 fools? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. What do they look like? Have you seen them? Jun Wushang immediately spat out. 1 man and 1 woman. The man is in his 40s with silver gray hair. The woman looks to be in her 20s, with shoulder-length short hair, 36C, a waistline that goes past her hips, wearing leather jacket, pants, and boots, with a wheat-colored complexion and delicate features. Stop, I get it. Su Chen interrupted his lengthy description. He already knew who those 2 were. He had seen them in Zhuang Qing's dream, the law enforcement captain Mu Lingxi and the golden powerhouse Si Kongjin. What did those 2 go to your master for? I'm not too sure. My master didn't let me see, but I guess it was for fortune-telling. That's his best trick to fool people. The Changsheng Taoist temple can keep going mainly because he scams people everywhere. Fortune-telling. Hearing this, Su Chen became interested. A Taoist priest sought out by golden powerhouses for fortune-telling must be extraordinary. Moreover, coincidentally, after the 2 had their fortunes told, Taoist Qianqing sent an invitation, writing the 3 characters 7 deadly sins, which held deep meaning. A series of clues connected in his mind, and he could roughly guess the cause and effect. Si Kongjin, such a powerhouse, would not seek a fortune for no reason. It was highly likely he wanted to find the 7 deadly sins through Taoist Xuanqing's divination. Taoist Qianqing must have foreseen something concerning himself, which is why he sent Jun Wushang to deliver the invitation. But since the other party had already figured it out, why not tell Si Kongjin? He didn't believe that Si Kongjin would not come to capture him after realizing he was the embodiment of pride. A golden powerhouse who lacked that confidence wouldn't deserve the title of golden. So it must be that Taoist Qianqing didn't say anything. Interesting. Since your master is so eager to invite me, I shall not refuse. Su Chen accepted Jun Wushang's invitation. He liked this kind of unknown surprise. In the evening, under Jun Wushang's guidance, Su Chen went to the Changsheng Taoist temple as invited. This small temple located in the suburbs indeed resembled a paradise. An old Taoist with a white beard stood at the temple entrance early to welcome him. Upon seeing Su Chen arrive, his old face broke into a smile. I suppose this is Su the scholar. I, Qianqing, greet you. Su Chen smiled and returned the greeting. I've met Taoist Qianqing. Please, come in. Taoist Qianqing welcomed Su Chen into the Taoist temple. Meanwhile, Jun Wushang jogged over and whispered in his ear, what dishes have you prepared? Don't just bring a cucumber and a plate of peanuts. Su Go is the head of my department. Don't embarrass me. Taoist Qianqing shot Jun Wushang a glare. Am I such a miser in your eyes? Jun Wushang shot him a sidelong glance. Aha, unruly disciple, there are guests today, so I won't argue with you. Hurry and go buy some wine. I forgot to buy it. Jun Wushang was instantly furious. You didn't forget. You clearly did it on purpose to make me spend money on wine. Stop talking nonsense, just go. Taoist Qianqing shooed Jun Wushang away, then turned to Su Chen with a smile, introducing the Changsheng Taoist temple. Taoist Qianqing, may I ask which deity Changsheng Tianzuan is? Changsheng Tianzuan is the true god who governs the lifespan of all things in the world, the most revered deity, without exception. When Taoist Qianqing mentioned Changsheng Tianzuan, he seemed like a different person, his old face filled with reverence. For some reason, seeing his expression, the first thing that came to Su Chen's mind was the primordial god Sex Wan. If one observed closely, their expressions seemed strikingly similar. Oh, then may I ask if this invitation is your intention, or that of Changsheng Tianzuan? Su Chen smiled politely. Taoist Qianqing furrowed his brows, then suddenly relaxed, laughing. No wonder you are the embodiment of pride among the 7 deadly sins. Your insight is indeed sharp. Su Chen's smile widened. So, Taoist, you think I am proud? Taoist Qianqing nodded. If I only suspected it before, now that I've seen you, I am utterly convinced. Why? In my life, I have met countless people and have never been wrong. Unfortunately, Taoist, you are indeed mistaken this time. Su Chen replied calmly, speaking the truth, for he was not proud. There was no pride in this world. Pride was merely an illusion. Su the scholar need not worry. I am not from the Qian Empire. I have only ever worshipped Changsheng Tianzuan. The reason for inviting you here is mainly that you are the person Changsheng Tianzuan has been searching for. Oh, Su Chen's eyes flickered. A being resembling a deity was looking for him? I have never met Changxing Tianzuan. Why does he seek me? Taoist Qianxing shook his head. To be honest, I don't know either. Before meeting you, I didn't even know whether Changxing Tianzuan was looking for a person or an object. This time, it was a coincidence that through the deduction of the 7 deadly sins, I unexpectedly found you. The statue of Changxing Tianzuan is in the main hall, you will know once you enter. Su Chen glanced at the main hall, where wisps of smoke curled, and it was pitch black inside without any lights. What if I say no? Taoist Qianxing sighed. Then I can only discuss the Tao with you, Su the scholar. Su Chen looked up and down at Taoist Qianxing, who appeared to be nearly 100 years old. His frail, aged body seemed like it could be blown over by a gust of wind. Taoist Qianxing smiled calmly. Su the scholar, I know pride is a golden strength. Don't be fooled by my appearance. If it comes down to a life and death struggle, you may not be my match. I believe in your strength, Taoist. You suspect I am proud, yet you still dare to invite me, which says it all. Perhaps even if I didn't come this time, you would personally seek me out, right? Indeed, if Changxing Tianzuan wishes to see someone, I would bring you here even if it costs me my life. Moreover, Su the scholar need not worry. Changxing Tianzuan is not one of those malevolent gods, he is a genuine deity. The Changxing Taoist temple has been passed down to this day, and I dare say, has never harmed a single person. It was unclear if it was just an illusion, but Taoist Qianxing felt that after he finished saying Changxing Tianzuan was not a malevolent god, a hint of disappointment seemed to flash across Su Chen's face. Su Chen strode into the pitch-black great hall, determined to meet the eternal life celestial master. He was curious whether the deities of the real world were the same as those of the nightmare world. The primordial angel, the serpent god, and now another eternal life celestial master. What exactly were these so-called gods? As he entered, the silent darkness enveloped him, and Su Chen continued forward, soon encountering the miniature statue of the eternal life celestial master atop a massive altar standing less than 20 centimeters tall. The eternal life celestial master appeared quite worn, even a bit chipped, resembling a clay sculpture carelessly placed on a street stall. But the moment he laid eyes on the eternal life celestial master, Su Chen found his vision filled with a colossal figure, towering almost to the heavens, like an immense planet set before him, and this gigantic entity was indeed the eternal life celestial master. The surrounding darkness and the great hall vanished, replaced by a celestial palace above. Su Chen, clad in the robes of the heavenly emperor, found himself within, not far from the towering eternal life celestial master, who was taller than the heavens themselves. Have I entered a dream? Su Chen's gaze flickered. He realized that the eternal life celestial master seemed to be of the same ilk as the primordial angel, both entering dreams right away. Waves of Tao sounds filled the dream realm, and the eternal life celestial master, as large as a planet, wore an indifferent expression. He uttered no words and made no movements, merely standing there as a blinding green light rose from him, like the sun rising in the east, instantly flooding the entire dream world with green light. As the green light ascended, Su Chen discovered that a layer of green was also enveloping his body, spreading like a plague from his abdomen, continuously saturating him. Just as I thought, the same method as the primordial angel. In an instant, Su Chen's body disintegrated, his soul shifting to an endless dimension. With the primordial angel preceding him, he had gained some experience in dealing with deities. He wondered why these gods sought to invade his soul. Was it because of this dream? Just as he pondered, he suddenly realized that the essence of his soul, hidden in the endless dimension, was also being invaded by the green light, which seemed unaffected and was visibly encroaching upon his soul. In an instant, waves of Tao sounds resonated deep within Su Chen's soul, the grandeur of which made one want to lose themselves within. The dream isolation is actually ineffective? Could it be that the eternal life celestial master is even more powerful than the primordial angel? At this moment, the green light had enveloped his body below the neck and was steadily spreading toward his head. Wait! It's not that the isolation is ineffective, rather, the eternal life celestial master is not invading my soul. He is invading the dream. My soul and the dream are one, so when the dream is invaded, the soul will also be affected. Su Chen's eyes sparkled like lightning as he scanned the dream world, the green light eroding it like a tsunami, and he had a vague feeling that the dream was about to slip out of control. The true aim of these deities was indeed his dream. He knew that if this continued, he would likely be completely eroded by the eternal life celestial master, but no matter how he altered the dream, he could not stop the eternal life celestial master's encroachment. The illusory dream could not affect the real, only deities could contend with deities. In the next moment, a fissure opened at Su Chen's brow, and a silver vertical pupil filled with divinity squeezed out, its sacred radiance soaring to the heavens, continuously dispelling the green light within the dream. The green light on his body was also forced down by the silver light, slowly retreating to his chest, and then both sides fell into a stalemate. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment before the green light began to spread again. Yet, under the resistance of the silver vertical pupil, the speed of the green light spread slowed by hundreds of times. Unless one looked closely, they could hardly see the green light advancing. But even at this slow pace, the green light was indeed eroding the dream. Suchin glanced at the speed of the green light's invasion and deduced that within 3 days at most, the entire dream would be completely tainted by the green light. At that moment, the enormous statue of the eternal life celestial sovereign in the dream emitted a sound. It was the first time it had spoken. Previously, it seemed to regard mortals with disdain, much like a person crushing an ant underfoot, having no need to converse with it unless the ants suddenly lifted their foot. The voice was grand and boundless, as if it were the sound of the Tao, clearly not belonging to any language, yet it seemed to reach the soul directly. Su Chen could not hear the words of the other party, but he could feel the threads of anger contained within. Suddenly, a name he could understand emerged from the mouth of the eternal life celestial sovereign, primordial angel. With the divinity of the primordial angel, he understood when the other party uttered its true name. Although he did not know what the eternal life celestial sovereign was saying, he could sense its anger towards the primordial angel, as if something beloved had been snatched away by another. Suchin quickly realized that the eternal life celestial sovereign's goal was his dream. It thought it could easily control the dream but encountered the obstruction of the primordial angel's divinity, hence its fury. From beginning to end, it had no intention of conversing with mortals, and now its expression of anger was directed at the primordial angel. Is this the arrogance of a deity? Suchin silently laughed, even though he had only 3 days left before being devoured by the eternal life celestial sovereign. He felt no panic. After all, death was merely a trivial matter he had simulated countless times in dreams. Now, he felt more excitement. How interesting it was to engage in a game with a deity. Moreover, he was increasingly curious about what his dream was that could provoke a deity's covetousness. However, now was not the time to ponder these things. Since he could not resolve the eternal life celestial sovereign in the dream, he could only approach it from the outside. With that thought, Su Chen slowly awakened from the dream. Upon waking, he heard an incredibly mournful wailing. Eternal life celestial sovereign, how could you be shattered like this? Su Chen, it's you! You broke the statue of the eternal life celestial sovereign, didn't you? Taoist Qianqing was in tears, and upon seeing Su Chen awake, his eyes flickered with extreme hatred, as if there were an irreconcilable enmity. Whoosh! An ancient long sword was drawn, and Taoist Qianqing, crying, approached Su Chen with the sword raised. Why? Why did you do this to the eternal life celestial sovereign? Although he cried pitifully, his aura grew increasingly terrifying, the air around him nearly stagnated, and the once lively eternal life Taoist temple fell into a dead silence. Thick, sturdy tentacles emerged from beneath his wide Taoist robe, writhing in midair. Su Chen slowly rose, calmly watching the approaching Taoist Qianqing. He realized that Taoist Qianqing probably did not know the true purpose of the eternal life celestial sovereign. With the arrogance of the eternal life celestial sovereign, it certainly looked down upon telling Taoist Qianqing anything. The eternal life celestial sovereign is the best deity in the world. He is benevolent, he is tolerant, he is great. But you destroyed the statue of the eternal life celestial sovereign, you damned. Eternal life celestial sovereign. Clang! The long sword in Taoist Qianqing's hand fell to the ground, and he stared in shock at Su Chen, who was radiating a blue light, trembling with excitement. Why do you have the divine power of the eternal life celestial sovereign? Su Chen's lie came easily. Because the eternal life celestial sovereign chose me. In fact, this was not entirely a lie, he had indeed been chosen by the eternal life celestial sovereign. Taoist Qianqing was stunned, and a complex array of emotions crossed his old face: envy, longing, reverence, and more, but there was no suspicion. The world of a fanatic is that simple. If you possess divine power, then you are a divine envoy. In their concept, the deity they worship is omnipotent, so it is impossible for a mortal to steal divine power from a deity. It can only be granted by the deity. Especially when he recalled the future arrogance and his current self in conversation, he deduced that the future arrogance must have borrowed the power of the eternal life celestial master. Now he understood completely. The arrogance was the divine envoy of the eternal life celestial master, so in the future, Jun Wushang would also join the 7 deadly sins. So that was it. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly knelt down with a thud, bowing to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the familiar scene before him and felt a bit emotional, wondering if he would become a divine envoy of various sects in the future. The statue of the eternal life celestial master shattered because the divinity above had transferred to him, continuously invading his soul, to the point that the mental energy he casually emitted carried the aura of the eternal life celestial master, which was why Taoist Qianqing had misunderstood. Suchen bent down and, with practiced ease, patted Taoist Chuanqing's head. "Get up, the Eternal Life Celestial Master has been watching over you." Taoist Qianqing trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. "Thank you, Divine Envoy." The old Taoist shakily got up from the ground, constantly glancing at Su Chen, looking as if he wanted to see but dared not. "Divine Envoy, did the Eternal Life Celestial Master suddenly bestow you with divine power for some important matter?" Su Chen nodded. "Indeed, there is a matter of utmost importance, but the timing is not yet ripe, and this Divine Envoy cannot tell you." Hearing this, Taoist Qianqing felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He considered himself the most devout follower of the Eternal Life Celestial Master, yet now there was an additional Divine Envoy, and the other party had secrets with the Eternal Life Celestial Master that he could not know. "What you need to do now is to cooperate with me fully, understand?" "Understood, understood, this humble Taoist will obey the Divine Envoy's commands." Taoist Qianqing quickly pledged his loyalty. Su Chen waited silently for a moment, only to find that the divinity of the Eternal Life Celestial Master within him showed no signs of disturbance. He thought to himself, as expected, the Divine does not care for mortals. The Eternal Life Celestial Master also did not care for his devout followers. Perhaps in the eyes of the Eternal Life Celestial Master, Su Chen and Taoist Qianqing were like two ants conversing, and he did not care about the ants' actions at all. "Let's talk about yourself first. For the convenience of future tasks, this Divine Envoy needs to know all your strengths to determine what important responsibilities you can bear in the future." Yes, this humble Taoist will speak without reservation." Taoist Qianqing nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "This humble Taoist is not an extraordinary being. All my strength comes from the Taoist arts bestowed by the Eternal Life Celestial Master. If lifespan consumption is not considered, this humble Taoist is confident in battling golden-level experts." Su Chen was not surprised. He had previously guessed that Taoist Qianqing possessed strength comparable to gold, but it seemed his endurance was not as good as that of a true golden-level expert. The conditions for the original angel's divine arts were sacrifices. The more people sacrificed, the stronger the power, while the medium for the Eternal Life Celestial Master's Taoist art should be lifespan. As Taoist Qianqing narrated, Su Chen gradually understood him better. Taoist Qianqing was an orphan, living in an orphanage, which later closed down, leaving him to wander the streets. He was then kidnapped by a gang, had his legs broken, and became a disabled beggar on the street. Because of his disability, he earned a lot of money begging each day, but it all ended up in the hands of the gang. To maintain his pitiful appearance, the gang only gave him a little water and food each day, starving him to the bone so he could beg better. This life continued for 3 whole years, each day spent in despair and torment. Once, a kind lady gave him a steamed bun and told him that the Divine would protect him. This became his motivation to live. He prayed every day for the Divine to help him escape his suffering, but there was never any response. In the last winter of that year, he was too cold and hungry, so he secretly saved some money to buy food, but was discovered by the gang, who beat him severely. With his injured body, combined with the cold and hunger, he began to run a high fever and was on the brink of death. The gangsters naturally wouldn't waste money on his medical treatment, so they threw him into a garbage dump. In a daze, he continued to pray to the deities, and this time, the Celestial Master of Longevity responded. He found the statue of the Celestial Master of Longevity in the garbage dump, and a warm power surged into his body, healing his injuries and disabilities. From that day on, he understood one thing: in this world, only the Celestial Master of Longevity is the greatest deity, and only the compassionate Celestial Master of Longevity would help him. Later, with the help of the Celestial Master of Longevity, he gradually grew, established a temple dedicated to the Celestial Master of Longevity, and traveled the world, spending his life searching for what the Celestial Master of Longevity sought. After listening to this, Su Chen roughly understood Qianqing's mindset. In his desperate and suffering life, whatever existence reached out to help him would be called a god, no matter what it was. The Celestial Master of Longevity did not care about Qianqing's faith. He simply wanted to use Qianqing to find what he desired. But Qianqing cared. He was willing to spend his life helping the deity in his heart fulfill his wishes. "You predicted through divination that the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world in the future?" Su Chen asked with interest. Qianqing nodded. "Absolutely true. I truly saw the scene of the 7 deadly sins destroying the world, and my disciple Jun Wuxiang is the future lust of the 7 deadly sins." Su Chen found it increasingly intriguing. Foreseeing the future? It should be noted that the organization of the 7 deadly sins does not even exist yet. Even if it comes into existence in the future, he was curious why he would lead the 7 deadly sins to destroy the world. This was contrary to his pursuit. He sought excitement, but once the world was destroyed, what excitement would remain? Could it be that the so-called future was what the celestial master of longevity would do after taking over his body? As for Jun Wuxiang being lust, why would he let Jun Wuxiang join the 7 deadly sins? After all, Jun Wuxiang was merely a first-tier bronze-level extraordinary being. Although the sequence of peerless sword dance was not low and stronger than Yang Dongqing, he had no absolute advantage. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Does Jun Wuxiang also know the celestial master of longevity's Taoist techniques? I have already taught him everything I can, only the final transmission ceremony is left, or I will report his true name to the celestial master of longevity. Once he is recognized by the celestial master of longevity, he can perform the Taoist techniques. Mortals who use the celestial master of longevity's techniques need to expend their lifespan. My inferior disciple is still young and doesn't need to be exposed to these too early. I originally planned to wait until I was close to death to pass on the teachings to him, allowing him to seek what the celestial master of longevity desires, but now that is no longer necessary." Upon hearing this, Su Chen dismissed the idea of learning the celestial master of longevity's techniques. He realized that whether it was the celestial master of longevity's techniques or the original divine arts, they were essentially the same thing, both involving exchanging power with deities, of course, provided one could connect with the deities. This feeling was very similar to the law. One could only use the law after connecting with it. Could it be? A sudden guess arose in his mind, perhaps the law was also the power of deities? One once said that the law was the power of the evil gods. The slightly chilling thought stimulated Su Chen's nerves. If everything was as he suspected, then this world was indeed too interesting. Just as he was pondering, Jun Wuxiang returned from buying wine. Taoist Qianqing quickly invited Su Chen to take a seat, and the banquet officially began. With the earlier little interlude in Qianqing Taoist's deliberate flattery, the hosts and guests enjoyed themselves. The weak-drinking Jun Wuxiang was the first to get drunk, while Su Chen remained composed, leisurely drinking and eating meat, while inquiring about everything related to the celestial master of longevity from the old Taoist Qianqing. After a round of drinks, Su Chen did not gain much useful information. Most of it was the extravagant praise of fanatical believers, which was basically identical to the template of the original divine cult, with both sides claiming their deity was omniscient, omnipotent, merciful, and great, while all others were evil gods. It seems that to resolve the invasion of the eternal life sovereign, the only way is to take action against the deities themselves. If I hadn't devoured the divinity of the primordial angel in advance, I would have likely been under the control of the eternal life sovereign by now. After much contemplation, Su Chen gradually formed a plan in his mind, to head to the nightmare world, using the emblem of the primordial church to attract the primordial believers and see if he could gain assistance from them. After a hearty meal, he was invited to rest at the Eternal Life Taoist temple, and he did not refuse, settling in comfortably. As night fell, Su Chen lay in the guest room, his consciousness probing into the shadow space of the unwhite. At that moment, in the shadow space, Yang Dongqing stood with his eyes closed, like a wooden figure. Having come to the Eternal Life Taoist temple, he was naturally prepared. As the saying goes, one trick can conquer all, and his backup plan was exactly the same as when he faced the silver powerhouse Mu Chang. That was to preemptively place the incoming nightmare apostle into the shadow space, retreat into the shadow space when danger arose, then hypnotize the opponent to sleep, and subsequently jump into the nightmare world. Now, this tactic was useless because it was ineffective against deities. They could directly invade the soul, making it impossible to evade. Su Chen brought Yang Dongqing out, directly hypnotized him to sleep, and then connected their dreams, waiting for the arrival of the nightmare world. Almost the moment Yang Dongqing fell asleep, a streak of blood appeared out of thin air in his dream. Ever since he sensed the signs of the nightmare world, he had not slept for several days, suppressing the arrival of the nightmare world. The sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore echoed continuously, and several seagulls circled in the sky, occasionally calling out. The glaring sunlight shone down from above, landing on the beach. In his dream, Yang Dongqing frowned at the brightness, suddenly waking up with a start. Before him lay a beach, the yellow sand spread across the ground like coarse salt, dotted with shells of various shapes, glowing under the sunlight. Not far away was the vast ocean, waves frothing and sparkling, with the horizon stretching infinitely where the sea met the sky. This is the nightmare world. He suddenly realized, instinctively getting up from the beach, his slightly panicked gaze scanning the surroundings until he spotted a familiar figure, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. That figure was Su Chen. Su Chen stood atop a massive rock, gazing at the sea, his brown glasses reflecting the blinding sunlight. "This is troublesome," he muttered to himself. "What trouble? Is it this nightmare again?" Yang Dongqing approached. Su Chen shook his head, not answering. The trouble he referred to was not this nightmare but the eternal life sovereign. In his plan, after entering the nightmare world, he intended to immediately search for the edge of the nightmare, which was the Black Mist, and then enter the Black Mist world, using the emblem of the Primordial Church to contact the Primordial Church, seeking a way to leverage the power of the Primordial Angel to counter the Eternal Life Sovereign. It was still unknown who was stronger between the Primordial Angel and the Eternal Life Sovereign. Their strengths could not be judged by their performance in dreams, as that was not their full power, merely a small part of their divinity. It was like two billionaires, one spent $5 on breakfast of pancakes and tofu pudding, while the other spent hundreds on seafood porridge. This did not truly reflect who was wealthier. Now this plan faced an obstacle because this nightmare world was clearly too vast. It was actually an island. He had previously stood at a high point and did not see the endless black mist on the island, which meant the black mist was out at sea. To enter the black mist, one would need to take a boat out to sea to search for it, which would take some time, and right now, what Su Chen lacked the most was time. According to the speed of the Eternal Life Sovereign's invasion, it would take at most 3 days to occupy the entire dream. Look! There's a fishing boat over there, Yang Dongqing suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the sea to the northwest. Su Chen turned to look in the direction she indicated and indeed saw a dilapidated little fishing boat making its way toward the shore. As the boat drew closer, he could vaguely see several figures on board, continuously waving their arms at the shore. Yang Dongqing was somewhat puzzled. Are these nightmare creatures so friendly? They start greeting us from so far away. Su Chen, could this be a trap? Su Chen helplessly pushed up his tinted glasses. Are you sure they're greeting us and not calling for help? Calling for help? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. She observed carefully, and her expression changed slightly. The fishing boat had stopped moving and was now sinking at a visible rate. The boat is sinking. Are these people in the nightmare foolish? Why don't they just jump into the water and swim over since they're so close to the shore? Don't tell me fishermen can't swim. Su Chen's deep gaze pierced through the tinted lenses, looking into the dark depths of the sea. A glimmer of crystal blue light appeared in his eyes, and his keen vision allowed him to faintly see several dark shadows swimming beneath the boat. The boat isn't sinking naturally, something in the sea is damaging it. This scene was undoubtedly a double misfortune for him. He wanted to search for the black mist but had to go out to sea, and now it seemed the waters were not safe at all. Something was sabotaging the boats. Fighting in the sea was extremely disadvantageous for humans. Even for the extraordinary, their strength would be greatly diminished without solid ground. At that moment, the fishing boat could no longer hold on. The 3 panicked fishermen ultimately chose to jump into the sea, swimming frantically toward the shore as if being chased by sharks. It was then that Su Chen finally saw what was lurking beneath the waves. It was people. Corpses that had been soaked in seawater for an unknown time, already decayed and even showing exposed bones. Their bodies had long since mutated, with black tendrils growing from their rotting flesh. Whoosh! Under the grip of the black tendrils, one of the fishermen at the back was immediately strangled by the neck and dragged beneath the waves, disappearing from sight. Save them! Su Chen decisively issued the command. Although he knew these fishermen were not real people but rather beings from a nightmare, he still needed to save them for the information in the boat. He certainly couldn't go looking for the sea monsters to retrieve the boat. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out as Su Chen and Yang Dongqing drew their pistols, shooting at the monsters in the sea. Both were extraordinary, so their aim was naturally precise. Especially Su Chen, who had been practicing shooting in dreams for quite some time, his accuracy rivaling that of a sharpshooter. However, the firearms seemed ineffective against the sea monsters. Even though bullets rained down on them, they failed to inflict any fatal wounds. The rotting bodies allowed the bullets to pass through without any effect, only slightly pushing them back due to the force. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and switched guns, pulling out the silver rose and using mithril bullets. Ever since Moromju's death, Nangong Mengli had been vying for the family fortune, and she had made considerable progress. This tangible benefit had also reflected on him, with mithril bullets being the most obvious example. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The mithril bullets, said to counter extraordinary powers, proved ineffective, still useless against these monsters. Even when struck in the head, the creatures maintained their tenacious vitality. Fortunately, under the suppression of firepower, the remaining 2 fishermen finally managed to escape to the shore. Run! Hurry! Go find the guard army! These sea monsters can't be killed, only the guard army can deal with them. The 2 fishermen, dressed in coarse linen shirts and with dark skin, shouted repeatedly, trying to urge Su Chen and Yang Dongqing to flee. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. Sea monsters? Unkillable? Were these nightmare creatures so troublesome this time? He, determined to try, did not choose to leave but instead waited quietly for the sea monsters to come ashore. The 2 fishermen, in a panic, stopped persuading him and turned to run. Soon, 5 decaying humanoid creatures emerged from the sea, their bodies covered in chaotic black tendrils, with brackish seawater continuously dripping from them, drip, drip, bang. A silver bullet hit one of the sea monster's skulls with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the rotten skull at the center of its forehead, yet the sea monster merely shook its head and charged towards Su Chen. Was it not the influence of the seawater? Was immortality a characteristic of the sea monsters themselves? He continued to experiment, unleashing a massive surge of mental power, but when his mental energy probed into the sea monster's body, he was astonished to find it was completely empty inside. This meant that the sea monsters had no souls. They were not living beings but rather dead things. But how could dead things move? What force sustained them? Let me handle this, Yang Dongqing said with a confident smile. Not dead, huh? Wait until I smash you into pieces, then I'll see if you can still live. He charged forward like a human cannonball, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen, resembling a thrown bowling ball. Boom! He threw a punch, the tip of his fist flashing with a cold metallic light, aimed at one of the sea monster's decaying heads. The powerful force directly shattered that rotten head, but the headless sea monster did not stop moving. It seemed to need no eyes, accurately reaching out towards Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing showed a look of disdain. With that punch, he had already gauged the strength of these sea monsters. Aside from being immortal, they were merely slightly stronger than ordinary people. At this level, even if he stood still and let it hit him, it wouldn't break through his defense. The decaying hand grasped at him but did not pierce his steel-like skin. He snorted coldly, casually twisting and breaking the monster's hand. At this moment, he did not forget to turn back and, with great flair, said to Su Chen, "Just watch from the side, leave these to me." After saying that, Yang Dongqing turned back, his gaze disdainful, only to be met by a black tendril. He snorted again, not dodging but reaching out to grab the tentacle, intending to cut it off as before, but at the moment of contact, his face suddenly turned pale, his soul trembling, and unimaginable pain surged through his body, and he let out a scream before collapsing to the ground. As Yang Dongqing fell, more and more black tendrils began to wrap around his body, and whenever a black tendril landed on him, it felt as if he were being electrocuted, his body convulsing violently. "Ah! Su Chen, save me!" Yang Dongqing screamed, reaching out towards Su Chen. Bang, bang, bang. Ordinary bullets hit Yang Dongqing accurately, severing the tendrils on him and leaving several white marks on his steel-like body. Free from his restraints, Yang Dongqing immediately sprang up and hurriedly fled from the sea monsters, returning to Su Chen's side, gasping for breath, his face pale and devoid of color. "That black tendril is strange. As soon as I touched it, I felt excruciating pain and couldn't muster any strength." Su Chen's eyes sparkled with a crystal blue light, silently activating all things in nature, and identical images of Su Chen and Yang Dongqing appeared before the 5 sea monsters. The 5 sea monsters, without any hesitation, lunged at the illusion. Their eyes had long rotted, yet they were still deceived by the illusion. What were they relying on to perceive the outside world? The next moment, Su Chen got his answer. The 5 sea monsters extended their black tendrils to attack the illusion, which should have been impossible to break, yet it shattered under the assault of the black tendrils. Feeling the depletion of his mental energy, Su Chen fully understood, the function of the black tendrils was to attack the mind. In other words, they were devouring the spirit. The black tendrils have the effect of devouring spiritual power, allowing them to directly consume the illusions constructed from spiritual energy, ignoring Yang Dongqing's iron-like body and directly affecting his soul. A direct attack on the soul, is it? Su Chen smiled silently, feeling a surge of excitement. With a light tap of his toes, he appeared ghost-like in front of a sea demon, directly grabbing one of its black tendrils. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "Su Chen, you..." At the moment of contact, Su Chen immediately felt a phantom black tendril appear in his soul, tearing towards it like a venomous snake. But when the tendril landed on the soul, which was almost covered by a green light, it sizzled. The green light suddenly brightened, radiating an overwhelming power, and in an instant, the black tendril was completely extinguished. But that wasn't the end. The green light represented the power of the eternal life celestial, and this divine power seemed to be enraged, following the black tendril and landing on the sea demon. The so-called immortal sea demon died on the spot. To be precise, it turned to ashes, its body seemingly obliterated at the atomic level, leaving not a trace in the world. Su Chen's gaze shifted slightly. It seemed the eternal life celestial had regarded his soul as a possession, thus not allowing anything to touch it. This provided him with a new idea. If there were enough sea demons, could they not be used to consume the power left in his soul by the eternal life celestial? Without much hesitation, he grabbed all 4 black tendrils of the sea demons in his hand. As expected, as the sea demons began to devour their own souls, the green light swept out, instantly obliterating all the sea demons. However, gods are ultimately gods. Even after killing 5 sea demons, the green light showed no signs of weakening. You killed them all? How did you do that? A shocked Yang Dongqing jogged over, squatting on the ground and sifting through the sand, but found no traces of the sea demons. Just need hands, Su Chen smiled. Yang Dongqing's face darkened, unable to find words, especially recalling his earlier failed bravado, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. From the island behind them came the sound of hurried footsteps, and a team of soldiers in silver armor, armed with long spears, rushed over under the guidance of 2 fishermen. My lord, the sea demons are just ahead, and there are 2 oddly dressed people being besieged. When they arrived, their hurried steps suddenly halted, and the 2 fishermen stared in shock at the unharmed Su Chen and Yang Dongqing. The leading armored man coldly said, deceiving the guard army, do you 2 want to die? The 2 fishermen were startled and quickly explained, We didn't, there really were sea demons just now, they might have been driven away by these 2. The armored man turned his gaze to Su Chen and Yang Dongqing. Who are you 2? From your attire, could it be that you are from another island? Su Chen nodded, indeed. The armored man's tone softened slightly, there really were sea demons just now? Yang Dongqing replied, there were 5, but we have killed them. At this statement, the guards and the 2 fishermen fell silent. Suddenly, a light laugh came from beneath the armor. Ha, kill sea demons? Young man, the immortal sea demons are cursed beings of the sea god, they can never be killed, only driven away. What you call killing them should be smashing them to pieces, right? Indeed, some outsiders mistakenly believe they have killed sea demons. When the sea demons completely lose their mobility, they will turn into a pool of seawater and eventually disappear, but in reality, they merely return to the sea and will come back before long. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Turn into seawater? He instinctively looked towards the place where the sea demon had died, but there was only sand, not a trace of seawater. Well, I see, this immortal sea monster is indeed remarkable. Su Chen suddenly spoke up, I'm very curious, with such a difficult sea monster to deal with, it stands to reason that there are probably very few living people on this island. The armored man proudly replied, you're not wrong, but our great king possesses the power to contend with the gods. The sea stones blessed by him have the power to drive away sea monsters. It is precisely because of his existence that our country can continue to exist. The power to contend with the gods? This piqued Su Chen's interest. He had witnessed the might of the gods firsthand. Although they were not in their true forms, that power was indeed far beyond that of humans. If a person possessed the power to contend with the gods, how terrifying would that be? Perhaps even a golden powerhouse would not dare to claim they could contend with the gods. One could see this from Taoist Xuanqing's attitude towards the celestial lord of longevity. So it was very likely that the sea god was not a true deity, or the king was just boasting. You 2 outsiders should come with me to register. His Majesty the King is very kind and willing to accept outsiders as citizens of the Sea Kingdom. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Are there other outsiders in the Sea Kingdom? Of course, every year some outsiders drift to the Sea Kingdom. Speaking of which, it seems a few people just arrived a few days ago, but they seem to have come from the shore on the east side of the island. I'm not clear on the specifics. Su Chen, could it be? Yang Dongqing leaned in, looking serious as he whispered. There's no need to doubt such an obvious thing. Su Chen felt helpless at Yang Dongqing's mysterious tone. Was there really a need to guess? Outsiders come every year, and a few just arrived a few days ago. Wasn't that the nightmarish apostles? He concluded that the so-called outsiders were indeed the nightmarish apostles, not the indigenous people of the primordial god cult, as the natives mostly resided in the middle hell, while the nightmarish apostles never descended in the middle hell. Subsequently, Su Chen and his companion followed the soldiers of the escort team deeper into the island. Passing through rows of tall coconut trees, Su Chen saw a sturdy and ancient city wall in the distance. The gray stones had weathered many storms, and there were quite a few soldiers in silver armor patrolling the wall. The massive city gate was made of heavy wood, secured with iron bars and nails. Chief, ahead is the Sea Kingdom, the leading soldier of the escort team said respectfully. No one else, including the 2 fishermen, reacted to his strange title, as if it were only natural. Wow! Yang Dongqing exclaimed, quickly leaning in. When did you hypnotize them all? Su Chen glanced at him and ignored him. Although these fishermen and soldiers were all humans from nightmares, they were essentially ordinary people. With his current strength, hypnotizing them was a piece of cake. He surveyed the small kingdom before him. Calling it a kingdom was an exaggeration, it was basically just a town on the island. He did not rush forward but instead sought information from the hypnotized soldiers. What is the population of the Sea Kingdom? Over 100,000, the soldier replied respectfully. How do you treat outsiders? Are there any traps inside? Suchin did not believe that people from nightmares would be so friendly. Whether it was Tingting's nightmare or the nightmare of the year beast, one could see a pattern. So his first reaction was that these soldiers were lying, preparing to deceive him and Yang Dongqing into a trap before attacking. But the soldiers' answer was somewhat unexpected. Outsiders are very welcome. The king is also very friendly towards outsiders. Some capable outsiders even hold official positions in the Sea Kingdom. Suchin frowned slightly, setting friendliness aside. What was this about holding official positions? If the outsiders were all nightmarish apostles, they could not stay in the Sea Kingdom for long. Even if they could not break the dream, they would automatically wake up from the nightmare after 10 days or half a month. What were you originally planning to do? The soldier answered honestly, we were planning to take you, the leader, to register, and then to meet the king. The king meets every foreigner one by one. If a foreigner is capable, they will be granted an official position in women. If not, they will still be given a house in women. Su Chen, are you sure the hypnosis was successful? This is too exaggerated, right? Is this a nightmare? This is clearly a beautiful dream. They just give you women upon entering. Yang Dongqing was somewhat dumbfounded. The soldier's words nearly shattered his stereotype of the nightmare world. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Sometimes, invisible dangers are more terrifying than obvious ones. You said before that the sea stone can drive away the undead sea monsters. What is the sea stone? The sea stone is a stone blessed by the king, possessing the power to drive away sea monsters, the soldier said, pulling a white pebble from his armor. Su Chen took the pebble and examined it carefully. A crystal blue light emanated from behind his brown glasses, and an invisible mental force surged into it. After a moment, he withdrew his mental force and frowned slightly. He found nothing unusual about the sea stone. His mental perception told him it was just an ordinary stone. Could it be that the level of power was too high to see through? With this thought, Su Chen directly opened the eye of God on his forehead to look, but the answer was still the same. It was just an ordinary stone. Things were getting more interesting. A passionate king and an ordinary stone that could drive away sea monsters. Let's go. He stepped toward the city gate of the Sea Kingdom. Upon entering the city gate, he was greeted by narrow, winding streets paved with pebbles, with wooden houses lining both sides, their pointed roofs covered with tiles. Many dark-skinned pedestrians walked along the street, some talking loudly, others stopping at stalls to haggle with vendors. The atmosphere was very peaceful. The people lived and worked in harmony, making this island seem like a secluded paradise. Yang Dongqing inexplicably felt a chill. He warily looked at the pedestrians around him and whispered, I feel something is off. This is the nightmare world. How can there be so many living people? I've read similar horror stories that say seemingly peaceful towns actually have no living people, just ghosts in disguise. Su Chen shook his head. No, they are indeed living people. He had already used his mental force to probe and found that these people were indeed flesh and blood. No one says there can't be living people in the nightmare world. It's not strange for people to have any kind of dream. When a dream becomes reality, the people in that dream naturally become living people. Could it be that this is a secluded island, and the nightmare monsters are the undead sea monsters in the sea? Is it that if we kill those sea monsters, we can return to reality? Yang Dongqing's tone was filled with excitement. If everything was as he suspected, it would be too simple. Although he couldn't kill the sea monsters, Su Chen could. All he needed to do was stand on the shore and lure the sea monsters up, then kill them bit by bit. They would eventually be finished. With this thought, Yang Dongqing began to confidently deduce, I roughly guessed the theme of this dream. It is very likely a child's dream because everything resembles a fairy tale. On this secluded island live kind fishermen who rely on fishing for a living, but the evil sea monsters often attack them. In the end, under the leadership of a warrior, the fishermen defeat the sea monsters. Or it could be a fisherman's dream. He goes out to sea every day and grew up listening to stories about sea monsters, so he had a nightmare. Good deduction, but don't deduce anymore next time, Su Chen said lightly. He ignored Yang Dongqing's dissatisfaction and carefully observed the town. He noticed three very interesting things. First, the people here were dressed very revealingly, especially the women, who only covered their key parts to go out. Secondly, there are no elderly people here. At least, he hasn't seen any elderly people, not even anyone slightly older. Thirdly, regarding the era, this should not be a modern dream, as there are no modern facilities visible on the streets. The arrival of Su Chen and Yang Dongqing attracted the attention of passers-by, who cast curious or wary glances, carefully scrutinizing the two outsiders. Soon, under the guidance of a soldier, the two went to a place resembling an administrative hall to complete their basic information registration. At that moment, a well-dressed man with a luxurious fabric and two small mustaches approached them, introducing himself as the governor of the Sea Kingdom. Welcome, guests. His Majesty the King requests your presence. Yang Dongqing was slightly taken aback. The soldier leading them had already been hypnotized by Su Chen and had not reported to the king. How could the king know so soon after their registration? Su Chen smiled politely. I would also like to meet His Majesty the King of the Sea Kingdom. The governor nodded with a smile and then led the two to a carriage, heading straight for the king's castle. The castle is located in the center of the Sea Kingdom and is also the highest point on the island, built from gray stones. The towering walls appear ancient and grand, not as lavish as a fairy tale castle. When the carriage arrived at the castle gate, the heavy wooden door was slowly opened from the inside, producing a dull sound. Upon entering the castle, the first thing that caught their eye was a spacious courtyard, with a clean and tidy stone-paved ground and a fountain shaped like a mermaid in the center. Yang Dongqing continuously observed the scenery inside the castle, his expression vigilant, wary of every bush or rockery, fearing that some monster might suddenly jump out. He had experienced several nightmare worlds but had never seen such a safe nightmare. Soon, the two got off the carriage and entered the castle hall under the governor's guidance, where they met the so-called king. The king was a middle-aged man, with skin much fairer than the people outside, and a distinct facial structure that carried a unique charm from the passage of time. He wore a warm smile, looking nothing like a king, but rather like a friendly neighbor. However, Su Chen and Yang Dongqing's attention was not focused on the king but rather on the 7 people seated on either side of the hall. These 7 individuals were dressed completely differently from the citizens of the Sea Kingdom. Some wore suits, others were in sportswear, and some wore short skirts. It was clear that these 7 were the Nightmare Apostles. The gazes of the 7 Nightmare Apostles were also fixed on Su Chen and Yang Dongqing, but their expressions were strange, anxious, panicked, and even desperate. However, not all were like that. 2 of them seemed to have given up, staring blankly as they leaned against their chairs, with a rather attractive mate standing behind each, massaging their shoulders. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, hello. I am the king of the Sea Kingdom. Of course, as modern people, you can also call me by my name, Hu Jie, the king said with a friendly smile. Yang Dongqing was taken aback and blurted out, you also come from reality. The king, Hu Jie, candidly replied, that's right, I also come from reality. I am from the Long Yuan Empire. May I ask which of the 7 great empires you two are from? Long Yuan Empire? Yang Dongqing was shocked. Even as a poor student, he knew some basic knowledge. The real world was ruled by 7 great empires, and the most powerful among them was the Long Yuan Empire. Qiyan Empire, Su Chen smiled. Oh, the Qiyan Empire? What a coincidence. It seems that among the Nightmare Apostles who entered this time, Miss Mu Qing is also from the Qiyan Empire, Hu Jie said, looking at the only girl in a short skirt among the 7 Nightmare Apostles. The girl in the short skirt frowned, as if troubled by something, showing no intention of speaking, merely nodding politely. Yang Dongqing looked at Mu Qing with curiosity, a hint of amazement flashing in her eyes. Although Mu Qing's expression was cold, it did not affect her beauty in the slightest. Her face was small and exquisite, with fair skin that seemed no larger than a palm, resembling a porcelain doll. Her long black hair was styled in a princess cut, complemented by a red JK plaid skirt, and standing at just under 1.60 meters, she looked like a girl straight out of a comic book. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, thinking that when he returned, he would buy a JK outfit for Jasmine as well. I know both of you must be very confused right now, but there's no need to rush. The banquet will start soon, and we can chat while we eat, said the king. Before long, the servants in the castle began to bring out dish after dish, filling the long dining table. It looked like a feast, but upon closer inspection, one would find that it was mostly seafood like fish and shrimp, or wild vegetables and potatoes. Once everyone was seated, the king slowly began to speak. You two need not be too reserved. I know it sounds unbelievable, but in fact, this dream island is not as terrifying as you might imagine. It is different from the nightmares you have encountered before. It is quite safe here, with no nightmare monsters. The only threat comes from the sea. You can even live here comfortably. Su Chen took a sip of the coconut wine unique to the Sea Kingdom and asked, Mr. Hu, as far as I know, Nightmare Apostles cannot survive long-term in the nightmare world. Even if they cannot break free from the current nightmare, they will automatically awaken and return to the real world when the time is up. What do you mean by living comfortably? Hu Jie smiled slightly, about to explain, but was interrupted by an agitated Nightmare Apostle. What do you mean? He means we can't go back. None of us can return to the real world. We can only live forever on this damned little island. The speaker was a young man in sportswear, his fists clenched, his face twisted in rage. What did you say? Yang Dongqing jumped up from his seat. What do you mean we can't go back? He was anxious because he wanted to return more than anyone else. Jasmine was still waiting for him. The young man in sportswear looked grim and said, not being able to go back means just that. You can ask him. He pointed at the king and then fell silent, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Not satisfied with just one drink, he poured himself another, seemingly wanting to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Yang Dongqing looked at the king, struggling to accept the situation. Mr. Hu, what does it mean that we can't go back? Ah. Hu Jie sighed, Mr. Yang, I know it's hard for you to accept. Every nightmare apostle who comes here finds it difficult to accept, but this is the truth. This nightmare is not like the ordinary nightmares we have experienced before. It has been invaded by the power of the sea god. What do you mean by invaded by the power of the sea god? What does that have to do with not being able to return to reality? Yang Dongqing grew increasingly anxious. He had to go back. The sea god is the deity of the nightmare world. No one has seen him, and no one knows what kind of existence he is. The only thing I know is that when the power of the sea god invaded this dream, its connection to the real world was completely severed. In the past, nightmare apostles only needed to survive in the nightmare for a while, and they would naturally return to the real world. But due to the influence of the sea god's power, no one can go back. Hujia looked sorrowful, as if recalling certain past events. I don't believe it. What nonsense about the sea god, I must go back. As Yang Dongqing's emotions fluctuated, a metallic sheen began to uncontrollably appear on him. You can't go back, Hujia sighed. Mr. Yang, do you know how long I've been here? 10 years. A full 10 years. What? Yang Dongqing was suddenly taken aback. His first reaction was disbelief. How could a nightmare apostle stay in the nightmare world for 10 years? He instinctively looked around at the reactions of the others, only to find that everyone wore a sorrowful expression, and no one questioned him. That's right, it's been 10 years. I entered this nightmare 10 years ago, when I was attacked by the immortal sea monsters. Their strength isn't great, but they can't be killed at all. I originally planned to kill all the nightmare creatures and break the nightmare to return to reality. But when I discovered they couldn't be killed, I changed my strategy, waiting for the time to pass and automatically return. Yet I waited for a month, 2 months, even a year, 2 years, and I still didn't wake up from the nightmare. During this time, many nightmare apostles came, and like me, they couldn't wake up either. It was then we realized that this nightmare was a dead end, and there was no way back. After years of exploration, we learned that the root cause of it all was the sea god. The sea god is the deity of the ocean, and the immortal sea monsters originate from him. His power influences this nightmare. Have you seen the sea god? Suddenly, Mu Qing, who had been silent, spoke up. Her voice was crisp, even a bit childlike, which made her frown and serious expression feel slightly out of place. Hu Jia shook his head. It's quite laughable to say, I've been here for 10 years and have never seen the sea god even once. I've dived deep into the sea countless times, fantasizing that if I could deal with the sea god, I could solve the problem at its root. But I failed because the sea god isn't a living being, he is the ocean. Wherever the ocean is, his power influences that place. Although I am a silver-tier extraordinary being, I can't kill the ocean. Not just me, even a legendary golden powerhouse would be useless. That's why I say there's no way back. Anyone who steps onto this island will never return. Mu Qing furrowed her brows, falling into silence, and no one knew what she was thinking. Yang Dongqing was starting to lose his composure. I don't believe it, this is all your one-sided story. The king speaks the truth. A male voice suddenly rang out from outside. A plump man with a twitching nose walked in, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the food on the table. Old Hu, you're really not being fair. Every time you bring out these good things to treat the new nightmare apostles, and we old friends get the leftovers. The fat man seemed to be quite familiar with the king, as he walked in and casually found a seat close to Mu Qing, sitting down and immediately starting to eat the food on the table, his small eyes occasionally stealing glances at Mu Qing's exposed slender legs beneath her short skirt. Mu Qing looked at the fat man expressionlessly and casually covered her legs with the pristine white napkin on the table. Who are you? Yang Dongqing asked. I am the Minister of Finance of the Sea Kingdom, Peng Yang. I've been here for 5 years. Little brother, when I first arrived, I had the same thoughts as you, thinking Old Hu looked like a schemer, clearly not a good person, spouting nonsense, definitely up to something to deceive me. But after waiting for a year, guess what? I really can't go back. Peng Yang said, taking big bites of the bright red lobster, not even sparing the innards and the head, sucking them clean. He looked up at Yang Dongqing, who wore an expression of disbelief, and laughed. Why don't you believe it? Little brother, don't be so suspicious. Think carefully, if Old Hu were lying, why would he tell a lie that could be easily exposed? If you still don't believe it, just wait a year or so, and you'll know. Yang Dongqing felt as if he had been struck hard. Moly. No, I don't believe it. We can definitely go back. Su Qin! Su Qin! Say something. In his moment of helplessness, the first person he thought of was Su Chen, who was leisurely eating lobster at that moment. Feeling Yang Dongqing's gaze, he said lightly, "Yeah, the shrimp is good. Who asked you how the shrimp is? I'm asking if we can go back. Molly is still waiting for me. Aren't you always very smart? What do you think about what those two said? Is it true?" Yang Dongqing's mindset was somewhat collapsing. He hoped to get the answer he wanted from Su Chen. However, Su Chen's response was, "I don't think Mr. Who seems like someone who would lie." Thud. Yang Dongqing's face turned pale as he sat down heavily on the stool. Unexpectedly, Su Chen changed his tone, "But there is a way to get out." As soon as these words were spoken, Yang Dongqing jumped up, staring intently at Su Chen, his eyes filled with anticipation. Not just him, everyone present stopped their actions, their gazes fixed on Su Chen. "What way?" Yang Dongqing's voice trembled slightly. Su Chen put down the clean lobster shell in his hand, glanced at the crowd, and smiled. "It's simple. Since this nightmare is influenced by the sea god's power, we just need to leave this dream." "No. What are you talking about? If what Hu Jie said is true, then this place has already been affected by the sea god, and we can't leave at all." What he meant was not to leave here and return to reality, but the black mist. Mu Qing's clear voice rang out as she looked at Su Chen, her gaze intense. Su Chen wiped his hands with a napkin and praised, "It seems there are still smart people among you." This remark made everyone frown, but no one challenged him. They waited for Su Chen to continue. Miss Mu guessed correctly. "The way I mentioned is to enter the black mist. This place is influenced by the sea god's power, but the world inside the black mist is not, which means entering the black mist can help us escape the sea god's influence." "Poof." A scar-faced man scoffed, "I thought you had some great insight. Who doesn't know that the black mist is extremely dangerous? No one knows what's inside. It's said that even golden powerhouses can't come back alive after entering. Is that your solution? It's clearly a death wish." Su Chen smiled slightly, "There are other nightmares inside." The scar-faced man was even more dismissive. "How do you know? Have you been there?" "Of course, I have." As soon as he said this, the venue fell into a slight silence, and many nightmare apostles looked at Su Chen in astonishment, some in disbelief. Everyone knew the danger of the black mist, even golden powerhouses dared not go, but Su Chen claimed he had been there? How could that be possible? Anyone can brag. Just because you say you've been there means you have? How can you prove it? Su Chen adjusted his tea-colored glasses, the crystal blue light obscured by the lenses, and smiled, "With your strength, you probably don't deserve me to prove it to you." "What did you say?" The scar-faced man exploded in anger, immediately pulling out a gun loaded with mithril bullets and aiming it firmly at Su Chen. "Say it again if you dare. Do you believe I'll shoot you dead?" The Nightmare Apostles were a group of people who walked the line between life and death, so it was hard to expect them to have good tempers. A crystal blue light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he calmly said, "Before you shoot, it's best to confirm what exactly you are holding." The scar-faced man was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the gun in his hand, and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. That was no handgun, but a red and black snake spitting venom. The snake opened its fangs and lunged at his hand. "Ah!" he exclaimed, violently throwing the snake away. Clang! The gun hit the hard ground with a dull sound. "This!" The scar-faced man's face turned green and white. "You tricked me." "Enough!" The Minister of Finance, Pang Yang, suddenly shouted as he was eating, "What he said is true. I possess a bronze law called truth detection, which can distinguish between truth and lies. I can prove that Mr. Su is telling the truth. He really has been to the black mist." The scarred man, who was just about to pick up the gun, suddenly turned pale, disbelief written all over his face. He had heard of the truth-breaking bronze law before, which could indeed discern lies, but if what Su Chen said was true, didn't that mean the other party's strength was at least comparable to that of a golden-level expert? The eerie silence in the room settled, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Various complex gazes focused on Su Chen, filled with shock, wariness, ecstasy, and fear. The fear naturally came from the scarred man, who had just bent down to pick up the gun. Upon suddenly hearing Pang Yang's words, his face turned extremely pale, and even his body trembled slightly, as if he had frozen. Picking up the gun was not an option, nor was leaving it. "Mr. Su is a golden-level extraordinary?" King Hu Jie suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence in the room. Su Chen took a sip of coconut wine, his lips slightly parted. "No." Hu Jie's eyes flickered. "Please forgive my boldness, but how did you enter the black mist and come back alive? You are indeed a bit bold." "Hu Jie." The scarred man cautiously picked up the gun and silently returned to his seat, lowering his head and saying nothing, as if afraid of attracting Su Chen's attention. The people present were not fools. They understood very well that Su Chen could return alive from the black mist. Even if he was not a golden-level expert, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Others might be wary of Su Chen, but Yang Dongqing was not. his face was filled with ecstasy. So what are we waiting for? Let's head straight into the black mist and then leave the nightmare world. Everyone exchanged glances. Even though a few were indeed eager to return to reality, no one echoed his sentiment. It wasn't that they didn't want to go back, but the risk of returning was too great. That was the black mist. A place even golden-level experts dared not venture. How could they? Even with Su Chen's example of returning alive, they were still afraid. Just because others could return alive didn't mean they could too. Seeing the group's reaction, Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What are you all looking like? Don't you want to go back? Do you really want to live on this little island for the rest of your lives? His gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and those who were caught either lowered their heads or avoided his gaze, no one responding directly. I want to go back. Mu Qing suddenly spoke up. The comic-like girl's voice was calm but revealed an unshakable determination. She looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su, if you really plan to go to the black mist, count me in. Su Chen sized up Mu Qing. She appeared to pose no threat at all. I am a silver-level extraordinary and won't hold you back. Moreover, since I have decided to go to the black mist, I will bear the consequences myself. If I really encounter a crisis, Mr. Su doesn't need to save me. The crowd was slightly taken aback. No one expected the seemingly least threatening Mu Qing to be a silver-level expert. The key point was her attitude, truly putting life and death aside. Su Chen nodded, acknowledging Mu Qing. Perhaps because Mu Qing took the lead, soon another nightmare apostle spoke up. Count me in, my mother is still waiting for me in the real world, I have to go back. Damn it! What a coward! I'm going too. Even if I die, I want to die gloriously, not pitifully here, shouted a burly man with a fierce look and a buzz cut. King Hujia, who had been silent, subtly observed the consensus among the crowd, his eyes flickering. He suddenly laughed heartily. People truly cannot be compared. I never expected that the nightmare that has trapped me for 10 years would have a solution as soon as Mr. Su arrived. If Mr. Su truly decides to leave, I am willing to provide a ship free of charge to take you out to sea. The black mist lies deep in the ocean, and I will also provide a few experienced sailors to help you navigate the ship. And what about you? Don't you want to go back? Yang Dongqing asked. Hujia smiled self-deprecatingly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If I had met Mr. Su 5 years ago, I might have dared to take the risk, but now, I've been too comfortable here for too long and have long lost my edge. Just the thought of facing countless immortal sea monsters after going out to sea, along with the unknown dangers in the black mist, fills me with fear. In fact, I've already made plans to live my whole life in the Sea Kingdom. Think about it, as a nightmare apostle, death is always a possibility. Even if I survive this nightmare world, what about next time? Or the time after that? One cannot always be so lucky. To my knowledge, there isn't a single nightmare apostle who has lived for more than 10 years. I am the first, simply because I have lived on this island. I want to keep living, so I won't leave. The king's self-mocking words quietly extinguished the courage that everyone had mustered with great difficulty. Indeed, nightmare apostles do not live long, they will eventually die in the nightmare world. But if one continues to live on this island, they won't have to experience other nightmares and can live in peace. Some people began to show hesitation, and Hujia smiled slightly. Regardless of whether you choose to leave or stay, I will support your decision. For those who decide to leave, I will provide ships. For those who choose to stay, I will arrange positions in women. Although the Sea Kingdom is lacking in resources and not as exciting as the real world, it still has over 100,000 citizens, with women making up more than half, so there will definitely be enough. Upon hearing this, everyone felt even more tempted. Should they return to the uncertain reality? Or enjoy a peaceful old age in the Sea Kingdom? The banquet soon dispersed, and King Hujia arranged accommodations for everyone in the castle, declaring that they would see the ship setting sail early the next morning. As everyone settled in, one young woman after another was sent to their rooms. Naturally, a woman also came to Su Chen's room, perhaps because Hujia thought he was the strongest, so the woman assigned to him was the most beautiful among them. Su Chen examined the woman before him. Unlike the dark-skinned citizens outside who had been sunburned, her skin, while not particularly pale, was at least a healthy wheat color. She stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a three-piece outfit, and her striking appearance could easily qualify her as a model on a runway in the real world. Lord Su, the woman smiled seductively as she walked over, reaching behind her to untie her chest strap. His Majesty the King sent me to serve you, and I hope you pay your respects to the leader. As the blue light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, the woman's seductive smile vanished, replaced by a blank expression. State your purpose. I come to serve you on the orders of His Majesty the King. Su Chen smiled slightly. Things were becoming more interesting. He could sense that the king had issues, yet the woman had spoken nothing but the truth from beginning to end. Even the answers obtained from hypnotizing the soldiers and maids posed no problems. It was as if the Sea Kingdom was a peaceful, happy place, friendly to outsiders, while the evil lay with the sea monsters. The distinction between good and evil here was as clear as in a fairy tale. Unfortunately, he did not believe it, for such a kingdom does not exist in reality, let alone in a nightmare. What is truly interesting is not the impeccable lies, but the carefully trimmed truths. Su Chen left the room, leaving the woman alone inside, and wandered aimlessly through the castle, his awareness focused on his own soul. The azure light unique to the eternal celestial master still spread across his soul, and the few immortal sea monsters he had encountered earlier had not been able to hinder the azure light in the slightest. It felt like an adult walking down the road, and you want to block his path, sending a few ants to obstruct his way. The result: the adult doesn't stop, doesn't even notice the ants' existence, simply steps on them and continues on his way. The role of the sea monster was not to block the blue light, but to provide Su Chen with a completely new perspective. Since his soul had already been claimed by the Eternal Life Celestial Master and would be completely controlled within 3 days, it sounded quite tragic. However, if viewed from another angle, his soul during these 3 days was invincible. It could be immune to any soul-related attacks. How could something predetermined by the Eternal Life Celestial Master be touched by anything else? In other words, the Eternal Life Celestial Master was his bodyguard for 3 days. Having a deity as a bodyguard was quite amusing to think about. With this thought, Su Chen couldn't help but smile, a grin spreading across his face. From the looks of you, it seems you're not worried at all about going out to sea tomorrow. A crisp voice with a hint of a childlike tone rang out. Su Chen looked up to see Mu Qing sitting on a wooden railing, blowing in the sea breeze. The moist wind tousled her hair and made her checkered skirt dance. She was very slender and petite, as if she could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Rather than worry, I would say I'm looking forward to it, Su Chen replied, leaning against the railing and feeling the incredibly real sea breeze from his nightmare. Mr. Su is indeed different. By the way, how did you come out? Is it that the woman sent by the king doesn't catch your eye? Well, she doesn't catch my eye. Su Chen's honesty left Mu Qing momentarily stunned. She had expected him to put on a facade and say something like he wasn't a casual person. At that moment, laughter erupted from the room behind them, along with a woman's startled exclamation. Your Majesty, why are you all dressed up so late at night? None of your business, just step aside. Let me guess, you must have heard from the maid that a handsome man has come among the outsiders, so you can't wait to throw yourself at him? Get lost. What this empress wants to do is none of your concern. Humph, the empress's thoughts are all written on her face. If you ask me, new is not as good as old. No matter how good the outsiders are, they can't compare to my care. The sound of furniture being overturned echoed from the room. Bang! The door swung open, and the disheveled empress rushed out. Pang Yang quickly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, about to speak, but noticed the empress suddenly stopped struggling. He looked up and saw Su Chen and Mu Qing. He was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Su, Miss Mu, what a delightful encounter. How about joining us? The empress is the most beautiful woman in the Sea Kingdom. Mu Qing frowned, her disgust almost unmasked. The empress, however, shyly glanced at Su Chen a couple of times, her heart racing, her expression tinged with anticipation. Su Chen smiled with interest. Mr. Pang, aren't you worried about the king getting angry with this? Pang Yang waved his hand dismissively. I'm taking care of my sister-in-law for old Hu. Why would he get angry? Mr. Su need not worry about that. Just come as you please, old Hu is a good man. It's all trivial. I won't disturb Mr. Pang's enjoyment any longer. Pang Yang no longer insisted, pulling the empress back inside, though she was quite reluctant, casting lingering glances at Su Chen until the door closed, cutting off her gaze. Before long, unhealthy sounds emerged from the room. Mu Qing's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of abnormality. Hu Jia has a problem, she suddenly whispered, and the Sea Kingdom has issues too. Su Chen gazed out at the pitch-black sea. The night ocean was terrifying, like a giant mouth of an abyss, ready to swallow everything at any moment. The inky waters surged, and no one knew how many terrifying creatures were hidden within. I'd been in the Sea Kingdom for 2 days, and during this time, I haven't seen a single elderly person. It's as if the old people here have vanished. Moreover, the women here are strange. They don't go out to sea, they don't work, and their only task seems to be to please men and then have children. The strangest of all is the king. He doesn't resemble a king at all, lacking the demeanor of one, and his temper is surprisingly good. According to reason, the kingdom of the sea would periodically fall into the hands of nightmare apostles. They could not leave this place and would surely vie for power and profit here. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. Yet, No one sought to contest Hu Jie's position, for this king was merely a figurehead, completely neglecting state affairs. Even the harem was casually chosen by the ministers. His power was less than that of the lower-ranking officials, existing merely as a mascot, so naturally, no one wished to overthrow him. Mr. Su, are you listening? Mu Qing raised an eyebrow, looking at Su Chen, who had been admiring the scenery. The wind is picking up. Su Chen slowly withdrew his gaze, gently smoothing the wrinkles in his clothes caused by the sea breeze. He turned to Mu Qing and smiled. Miss Mu, all your questions will have answers tomorrow. Good night. Mu Qing's frown deepened as she watched the tall, elegant figure step into the darkness, ultimately disappearing from view. She could not fathom what Su Chen was thinking. The next morning, everyone saw the king again. King Hu Jie greeted everyone warmly. How did you all rest last night? Those with thick skin nodded in satisfaction, while those with thin skin averted their gazes. It seems everyone is somewhat satisfied. I have done my duty as a host. Now, to keep it brief, the ship is ready. It is the royal ship of the Kingdom of the Sea, absolutely the best, docked at the west coast. May I ask who among you is prepared to set sail in search of the Black Mist? Compared to the enthusiasm of yesterday, the crowd was noticeably silent today. Several who had boasted about going to sea yesterday now acted like turtles withdrawing into their shells. Humph, cowards. Mu Qing snorted coldly, stepping out from the crowd. I will go to sea. As the only woman in the group, she had witnessed the behavior of these men at night and had already held them in contempt. Now, seeing that no one dared to step forward, she spoke her mind even more bluntly. Faced with Mu Qing's mockery, a few lowered their heads in silence, not out of shame, but mainly because Mu Qing was a silver-tier transcendent, and they did not dare to confront her. At this moment, Hu Jie stepped in to mediate. Miss Mu's courage is commendable, and I admire it greatly. However, everyone has their own aspirations, and it is not good to force them. After all, not everyone in this world is a hero. We are merely part of the masses. We admire heroes, but that does not mean we wish to become heroes. I believe that while heroes are indeed worthy of praise, valuing one's life is not a mistake. Hu Jie's words eased the expressions of the crowd slightly. I am not a hero, I just want to go home. Yang Dongqing resolutely stepped forward. It seems there are only 3 of us left. Su Chen leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, slowly stepping out with an unchanging smile on his face. And me. The burly man with a buzz cut from yesterday strode out confidently. In this godforsaken place, whoever wants to stay can stay. I'm not sticking around. Hu Jie squinted slightly, observing the 4 before him, a flicker of something imperceptible flashing in his eyes. He laughed heartily. Since the 4 of you are ready, I will no longer persuade you. Please, follow me. Wait a moment. Mu Qing suddenly interrupted, her gaze fixed intently on the smiling Hu Jie. Before we set sail, I have a few questions to ask. After all, I don't want to die mysteriously at sea. Hu Jie's smile did not wane. Miss Mu wants to inquire about the strength and number of the immortal sea monsters? I want to ask you. Mu Qing, tired of the pretense, stated directly, I don't trust you. I believe you must have some ulterior motive, and even the ship you prepared in advance may have issues. Hu Jie was taken aback. Miss Mu, why do you say that? Have I done something wrong? I consider myself to be sincere with all of you. Moreover, we are all from the same hometown, and there is no conflict of interest. Why would I tamper with the ship? Hey, old Hu, I said you have a face that looks like a schemer. Anyone who sees you wouldn't think you're a good person, yet you still don't believe it. Pang Yang stepped forward and looked at Mu Qing, saying, Miss Mu, I know the doubts in your heart. Old Hu has indeed concealed some things. I'll be straightforward. Old Hu actually doesn't want you to go to sea. Pang Yang, you. Sigh. Hu Jie sighed and ultimately did not stop him. Mu Qing coldly asked, what do you mean by not wanting us to go to sea? Pang Yang glanced around and saw the wary expressions on everyone's faces. He didn't keep them in suspense and immediately revealed the truth. I believe everyone has noticed that there are no old people in the Sea Nation, and the so-called sea stones that claim to drive away sea monsters are just ordinary stones. In fact, the Sea Nation is not as peaceful as imagined. To put it bluntly, the entire Sea Nation is merely livestock raised by sea monsters. What? At this statement, everyone gasped in shock. Livestock? Mu Qing's delicate brows furrowed tightly, as if she had thought of something. Yes, livestock. Pang Yang sighed repeatedly. Do you know the origin of the immortal sea monsters? The very first sea monster was actually a fisherman who drowned in the sea. The ocean is an extension of the sea god's power. In the sea, the souls of all who drown belong to the sea god. Once the sea god takes the soul, the curse of immortality spreads, and the drowned bodies turn into immortal sea monsters. They continuously attack living beings to plunder souls for the sea god. This plundering is like a plague. Those whose souls are taken by sea monsters will eventually become sea monsters themselves. What? Isn't that just like the zombies in movies? Someone exclaimed in horror. Pang Yang forced a bitter smile. I wish they were zombies, at least you can kill zombies by blowing their heads off. But the immortal sea monsters carry the sea god's curse, which is divine power. Mortals simply cannot kill them, so we can only watch as the number of sea monsters increases. They repeatedly assault the sea nation, and I, Old Hu, and the other nightmare apostles fight desperately to hold them back, but it's utterly useless. Who can defeat an immortal monster? Then why don't you build high walls to keep the sea monsters out? These sea monsters may be immortal, but they aren't very strong, Mu Qing retorted. Do you think we haven't thought of that? It's useless. Completely useless. The sea monsters may not be strong, but there are also large sea beasts in the ocean. Some of them were once sharks, whales, octopuses, and so on. If it were just them, it would be fine, but the most terrifying thing is that there is a sea god's favored one in the sea. It is the most powerful being in this sea area, and high walls cannot stop it. Even Old Hu, a silver-level powerhouse, cannot stop it. The despair in Pang Yang's words sent chills down everyone's spines. They had not expected such terrifying beings to be hidden in the sea, even a divine favored one. Then how have you survived? Yang Dongqing asked, his face turning pale. It's embarrassing to say, but due to the continuous attacks of the sea monsters, the population of the sea nation has dwindled to less than 10,000. At a critical moment, Old Hu stepped forward. Don't think of Old Hu as just a nice guy. He may seem a bit weak, but he is truly capable when it matters. He went alone into the deep sea to negotiate with the sea god's favored one, telling them that if they destroyed the sea nation, they would no longer be able to harvest souls. Mu Qing's small face turned pale, and she gritted her teeth, saying, So you reached an agreement with the sea god's favored one to help them raise humans? Little girl, I know what you're thinking, but what choice do we have? Pang Yang's face twisted with rage. We are facing a god. A god! We can only trade with the sea god's favored one, allowing the humans on the island to continue to reproduce, and then periodically sacrifice them to the sea monsters in exchange for peace. That damn sea stone was just a tool invented by Old Hu to stabilize people's hearts. The truth is, we made a deal with the sea god's kin to prevent the sea monsters from killing those who hold the sea stone, allowing the citizens to believe that the sea monsters also have weaknesses. Because people in extreme despair do not reproduce. We must give them hope. This explained everything, why there were no old people in the Sea Kingdom, because they had all been sacrificed, why an ordinary stone could drive away sea monsters, because it wasn't the sea stone that was useful, but the secret agreement between the king and the sea god's kin, why the women here were unusually open, because they had to keep reproducing. Pang Yang's words completely tore apart the fairy tale facade of the Sea Kingdom. There are no fairy tales in this world, fairy tales are all lies. That's why Old Hu doesn't want you to go to sea. The Sea Kingdom needs fresh population to reproduce. If there are too few people, it will eventually lead to inbreeding, producing some mentally deficient children, and the sea god's kin do not want the mentally deficient. Don't think Old Hu is selfish, he is doing this for your own good, because going to sea is a dead end. You can't fight against the endless monsters in the sea, nor the mysterious and powerful sea god's kin. Rather than going to your death, it's better to stay here, at least you can live safely. If sacrifices are to be made, they will prioritize ordinary citizens, not us extraordinary ones. Yang Dongqing trembled, feeling incredulous. You actually chose to survive this way? Don't you think about your descendants? What's the use of constantly having children? Are they born to be livestock? Pang Yang said coldly, at least livestock can live, it's better than being dead. But what's the use of that? The more sacrifices there are, the more sea monsters there will be, and then more sacrifices will be needed. This is a vicious cycle. One day, the speed of childbirth will not keep up with the speed of sacrifices, and then the Sea Kingdom will be finished. Yang Dongqing trembled. Pang Yang clenched his fists tightly, his fat face filled with rage. Then you tell me what we should do. You tell me. What can you people do besides standing on your moral high ground to criticize us? Pang Yang's roar plunged everyone into silence. The bloody reality lay before them, and people had no choice but to feel powerless. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, the veins on his face bulging. He hated his own powerlessness once again. The last time he felt powerless was in Tingting's nightmare, and he never expected to feel it again so soon. Nightmare! Nightmare! These damn nightmares! He hated this place, not only because his own life was uncertain, but also because he had to witness despair time and again, constantly struggling and sinking in hopelessness. Suddenly, a massive net appeared in Yang Dongqing's vision, as if it could contain the heavens and the earth, shimmering with billions of brilliant stars. Among them, one star, like one forged from steel, had a line connecting it to him. He suddenly realized that this was the bronze law, and the steel star connecting to him was the steel will. In the next moment, another star shining with warm white light descended from the bronze law, slowly landing on him. Buzz! An inexplicable thrill surged through his body, as if countless mysterious knowledge flooded into his mind. A flash of clarity crossed his eyes as he felt the changes in his body. He knew this change was called endless recovery. Yes, he had advanced to the second tier of bronze and obtained the bronze law sequence 8, endless recovery. Clearly, advancing to bronze 2 was a joyous occasion, but at this moment, Yang Dongqing couldn't feel any happiness, even though he had been looking forward to this promotion for a long time. Previously, in the real world, he had already shown signs of promotion. After all, he had completely mastered the bronze law sequence 9, steel will, and as the chosen one, he only needed an opportunity to advance. Now that opportunity had come. The moment that endless recovery appeared, a soft white light flashed across Yang Dongqing's body, like a warm current flowing through him as if he were soaking in a hot spring. The minor hidden injuries he had suffered in his body, as well as the damage caused by long nights and indulgent habits, were all reset at that moment. His body felt as if it had been reborn, becoming incredibly healthy, and his physical abilities were also enhanced to a certain degree. Although it couldn't compare to his previous iron will, it was not to be underestimated. The difference between Bronze 1 and Bronze 2 was not simply a matter of 1 plus 1 equals 2, the two extraordinary abilities complemented and promoted each other. An extraordinary being with iron will and one with endless recovery together would absolutely not be able to defeat Yang Dongqing, who was at Bronze 2. The unusual change in Yang Dongqing's promotion caught everyone's attention, and many showed expressions of envy. The ability to promote independently without relying on extraordinary potions spoke for itself. Even when Su Chun first became an extraordinary being, he had awakened the pure heart with external help. Congratulations, Mr. Yang, on your promotion. Hu Jie clapped his hands beside him, his face full of sincere congratulations. Yang Dongqing forced a smile, one that was quite strained. As the chosen one, Mr. Yang has a boundless future. If that's the case, why take the risk of venturing into the deep sea? Yang Dongqing shook his head and said firmly, I must go back. There are important people waiting for me in the real world. Mr. Yang, you misunderstand. I don't mean to stop you, I just suggest waiting a bit before going. Wait? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Hu Jie continued, think about it. You are the chosen one and can promote independently without relying on extraordinary potions. Promoting independently is very difficult in the real world because the laws there are not apparent, but it's quite easy in the nightmare world. The Sea Kingdom is practically a chosen land for you. As long as you live here steadily and continuously hone your abilities, in a few years, you could become a silver-level powerhouse. By then, wouldn't your chances of success in venturing into the deep sea increase significantly? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Dongqing's face. He suddenly felt that what the king said made a lot of sense. But, Hu Jie patted Yang Dongqing's shoulder earnestly, Mr. Yang, I know what you're worried about. It's just that being away for a long time will make your family in the real world anxious. But every advantage has its disadvantages. Think about it, is it more serious to make your family wait a few years or to never see you again for a lifetime? Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tighter and tighter, ultimately not saying anything. He hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Hu Jie smiled slightly. A person's will can easily be worn down. When you finally muster the courage, but are suddenly hindered by various concerns, that courage will fade. After enjoying a few years in the gentle embrace of the Sea Kingdom, his will would be extinguished again. Just as Hu Jie thought he had succeeded, a calm voice rang out, Let's go, Yang Dongqing. Su Chen leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and walked slowly toward the west coast, his figure growing more distant from the hesitant crowd. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, watching Su Chen's retreating back. In an instant, all his concerns were cast aside, and without a second thought, he chased after him. Wait for me. Hu Jie watched the two departing figures, his expression darkening. At that moment, another figure passed by him. It was Mu Qing. No one knew why she insisted on going back, even at the risk of her life. Perhaps everyone had their own choices and their own attachments. And Mu Qing's choice was to run toward her attachment. Hu Jie's expression darkened further, but when he turned around, his demeanor returned to normal as he respectfully said, Mr. Su and the others indeed have commendable courage, but that does not mean our choice is wrong. We just want to survive. What is wrong with that? Everyone. A tall, burly figure stepped out from the crowd. It was the buzzcut man who had been insisting on leaving. Seeing the man take action, Hu Jie squinted slightly. He remembered this person was named Lu Dongliang, not weak in strength but merely a brute. Since arriving in the Sea Nation, he had constantly complained about this and that, shouting every day about wanting to leave this godforsaken place. Hu Jie did not expect that, knowing how dangerous the deep sea was, this brute would still dare to stand up. Others wanted to go back because there were people they couldn't let go of in the real world. What did Lu Dongliang have? Hu Jie had not heard a single word from Lu Dongliang about missing home or someone special in the past few days. All he heard was disdain for the Sea Nation, as if Lu Dongliang wanted to go back simply because the Sea Nation was too barren and lacked the comforts of the real world. Mr. Lu, are you also going? Hu Jie asked. Humph. Lu Dongliang cursed. Did I not say it? In this godforsaken place, whoever wants to stay can stay. I can't stand it. Damn. I got a fishbone stuck in my throat when I was a kid, so I hate eating fish the most in my life, and here I am eating damn fish 9 times a day. Hu Jie's eyes flickered. Mr. Lu, the Sea Nation indeed cannot compare to the real world, but at least staying here means survival. There are many powerful monsters in the sea, and the sea god's kin. You must think clearly about what is more important, enjoyment or survival. Nonsense. Of course enjoyment is more important. If I can't enjoy myself, why should I live? I'd rather be an emperor for a day than a beggar for a lifetime. Don't try to persuade me, just step aside. Hu Jie was somewhat stunned. He did not expect so many oddballs among the nightmarish apostles this time. He could understand those with ties wanting to go back, but what was Lu Dongliang? You can enjoy yourself in the Sea Nation too, the women here. Lu Dongliang sneered. You really haven't tasted fine food. The women here are dark and strong, with a mouth full of fishy smell. Only you guys would find them appealing. Hu Jie. He was genuinely angry. This brute was truly impervious to reason. But there are many powerful monsters in the sea. Humph. Lu Dongliang had already shrugged off Hu Jie's hand and strode towards Su Chen and the others, his rough voice drifting back from afar. Let them be strong. I, Lu Dongliang. Watching the 4 retreating figures, Hu Jie's expression had turned blank, his gaze towards them as if looking at corpses. At that moment, Pang Yang wrapped an arm around Hu Jie's shoulder. Forget it, you can't advise the damned, let them go. I heard you recently married a new concubine? I can help you train her? Sigh. Hu Jie looked regretful. I really don't want to watch them walk to their deaths. Why can't they just stay and live well? On the sea, a small boat carrying a dozen people was sailing. The boat was not large, primarily made of wood and metal, somewhat resembling a small yacht from the real world, but in reality, it was much more rudimentary than a yacht. This was already considered the best boat in the Sea Nation, reserved for the royal family. On the deck, the sailors provided by the king were bustling about. Although experienced, upon learning that the destination was the deep sea, fear and anxiety were written all over their faces. The only comfort they had was the sea stones worn on their chests and a huge sea stone hanging on the boat. Inside the cabin, Su Chen and the others gathered together, discussing the upcoming journey. We're all in the same boat now, so let's each share our abilities to better cooperate in case of danger, Su Chen instructed like a leader. Mu Qing and the others found nothing wrong with this. As strong individuals who had returned from the Black Mist, it was only natural for Su Chen to give orders. Even the seemingly difficult to get along with Lu Dongliang did not contest the command of the team. I'll go first, Su Chen began to lie skillfully. I have many abilities, but I won't go into detail. My main ability is Annihilation Eye, which allows me to annihilate at the atomic level. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang were immediately taken aback. Annihilate at the atomic level? What kind of law is that? Isn't that a bit terrifying? Lu Dongliang exclaimed, his tiger-like eyes unable to hide his shock. Mr. Su's law is not within the known sequence. No wonder he is a strong individual who returned from the Black Mist. Mu Qing's tense face relaxed slightly. As a member of the team, she naturally hoped her teammates would be as strong as possible, increasing their chances of survival. Although both were shocked by Su Chen's powerful ability, no one questioned it. Anyone who could return from the Black Mist must have formidable abilities. Sitting aside, Yang Dongqing unconsciously shifted in his seat, lowering his head slightly. He knew his acting skills were poor and feared others would see through his facade. He didn't even know which number ability this was for Su Chen. Anyway, his abilities were always unique and came easily. Next, I'll go. Mu Qing suppressed her shock and actively shared her ability, Silver Law Sequence 3, Nature's Call, which allows me to control plants. Her statement caught Yang Dongqing's attention because he finally saw someone with a lower sequence than himself. Although she was in the silver sequence and he was in the bronze, it didn't stop him from feeling a small sense of superiority. I'm also Silver 1, Sequence 18, Bloodthirsty Berserker. This ability is similar to a frenzy in games, significantly increasing strength, speed, resistance, etc. If it weren't for the side effect of lowering intelligence and being unable to distinguish between friend and foe after activation, my sequence ranking would definitely be higher than 18. Lu Dongliang seemed dissatisfied with his sequence ranking, so he explained. The meaning was simple. Although my sequence is low, my combat ability is not weak, but I might accidentally kill my teammates. Bronze 2, with bronze laws being sequence 8, endless recovery, and sequence 9, iron will. Yang Dongqing felt a bit embarrassed to reveal his abilities and rank. Suddenly being mixed in with a group of silvers as a bronze 2 was quite humiliating. Mu Qing glanced at Yang Dongqing with a look of confusion but said nothing. Lu Dongliang, unable to keep his thoughts to himself, bluntly said, "Brother Yang, I'm a bit puzzled. Why is your extraordinary level so low? If I remember correctly, you should have been bronze 1 when you first came in, and this bronze 2 was a recent breakthrough, right?" Yang Dongqing, still youthful, retorted, "That's because I've only been a nightmare apostle for a short time. Just give me some time, and I will definitely advance to silver." Lu Dongliang shook his head. "That's not what I meant. What I mean is that the signs of the nightmare world are becoming increasingly difficult. As an ordinary person entering a nightmare, it must be different from entering one after becoming an extraordinary being. You play games, right? You know the matching mechanism? I'm a straightforward person, so don't take it to heart. Generally, in the same game, it's hard for a novice to match with a pro. With the three of us being so strong, logically, we shouldn't have encountered you." Yang Dongqing, "Damn! You say you're straightforward and tell me not to mind? Why aren't you straightforward with Su Chen? I'm also curious about this issue, it does seem a bit unreasonable." Mu Qing frowned and said, "Moreover, what's even more unreasonable is that, given our current level, why would we encounter the legendary deities in this nightmare? Even if, as Hu Jie said, the sea god is the ocean and has never actively revealed itself, that still doesn't make sense, unless..." She paused, looking at Su Chen, who was sitting nearby. Lu Dongliang also suddenly realized something, turning sharply to Su Chen and blurted out, "Unless someone in the team is too strong. The matching mechanism balances things out, so it pulls in rookies, and the difficulty of the nightmare will also increase with that person's strength." Both of them looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with intense shock. It could only be this reason. Mr. Su's strength was too great, causing the difficulty of the entire nightmare to rise sharply. Su Chen smiled gently, perhaps. From their words, he gained a deeper understanding of the nightmare world and also realized why they encountered a deity this time, because of the Eternal Heaven Sovereign. The power of the Eternal Heaven Sovereign lingered in his soul, and the nightmare world accounted for this power as his own, leading to a disruption of balance after he inadvertently entered Yang Dongqing's nightmare. Or perhaps it was the mutual attraction among deities. But it no longer mattered, they had already entered, and analyzing the reasons for their entry was meaningless. "Ah! Sea monster!" Suddenly, the deck was filled with the crew's cries of alarm. Everyone's expression tightened, and they hurried out of the cabin, only to see more than a dozen undead sea monsters climbing onto the deck, with even more sea monsters surfacing from the water, continuously crawling onto the ship. The stench of decay spread, and seawater dripped from the sea monsters, soaking the deck. The crew was thrown into chaos. Some tried to use sea stones to drive away the sea monsters, but as soon as one man raised a sea stone, a black tentacle ignored it and wrapped around his hand. In an instant, the man stiffened, his skin losing its color, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Ordinary people had no resistance against the undead sea monsters. That black tentacle could drain the soul, and touching it meant certain death. Only extraordinary individuals like Yang Dongqing could withstand a few hits, but not for long. "Don't panic, come to me." Lu Dongliang's body began to swell strangely, his muscles bulging, and his skin turned a deep red. He charged forward, punching one sea monster after another, easily smashing them apart. But it was of no use. The shattered sea monsters turned into seawater and flowed back into the ocean, and more sea monsters continued to climb onto the ship. His eyes turned crimson, blood vessels bursting, and the symptoms of his frenzy became increasingly apparent. "Damn it, I said don't panic, run. Go steer the ship away." If he could steer the ship, he wouldn't care about these people's lives. He had overestimated these pampered citizens of the Sea Kingdom. In the past, they had relied on sea stones to drive away the undead sea monsters, leading them to hardly ever fight. Now that the sea stones were ineffective, they were completely thrown into disarray, with some even standing frozen in fear, waiting for death. Bang! The snake-patterned wooden staff tapped the deck, producing a crisp sound. "Quiet." Su Chen's calm voice seemed to carry a magical power, and as he spoke, the chaotic sounds on the entire deck abruptly ceased. Then, the panicked crowd strangely calmed down, orderly lining up to run into the cabin and begin steering the ship to escape. This bizarre scene shocked Lu Dongliang, who praised, as expected of Mr. Su, bind. Mu Qing extended her delicate hand, her fingers opening like a blooming flower. In the next moment, countless thorny vines sprouted on the ship, tightly wrapping around the undead sea monsters. After entangling them, the thorny vines exerted force, flinging them off the ship one by one. Although her silver rank was low, it was one of the few area attack methods most suitable for clearing out minions. The ship accelerated wildly, shaking off the undead sea monsters that had gathered in the water. After the crisis was averted, Lu Dongliang returned to normal and spat into the sea. Damn. If these things could be killed, I would definitely take them all down. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. You have a point there. The ship sailed further away, and soon the kingdom of the sea was completely out of sight, surrounded by the vast ocean. Although sea monsters occasionally attacked, they couldn't stir up any waves under the pressure of everyone's formidable strength. It seems there's not much danger in going out to sea. Lu Dongliang downed the coconut wine in his hand, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. Just as he was about to toss the bottle into the sea, a massive shadow suddenly emerged from the water. The shadow rose from the seabed, growing larger and darker, and to the naked eye, it was at least several dozen meters long. The terrifying underwater shadow was several times larger than the ship. It rose from beneath the ship, causing the surrounding waters to churn, and the ship began to rock violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. Not good. It's going to flip our ship. Lu Dongliang's face changed dramatically. Mr. Su, hurry, and tell them to speed up the ship. Su Chen gazed at the enormous shadow in the sea, calmly saying, this is already the ship's maximum speed. Bang! A gigantic tentacle, over 10 meters long, burst through the water and slammed down on the ship like a fallen giant tree. Crack! The metal-reinforced wooden ship was immediately struck with several cracks. Then came the second, the third. A total of 7 tentacles landed on the ship, continuously tightening and wrapping around it, the ship creaking under the unbearable strain. Damn it! Lu Dongliang roared, his skin turning bright red as he aimed a strike at one of the thick tentacles. Bang! The terrifying force broke that tentacle, leaving a mass of flesh at the severed end. No! Mu Qing exclaimed, as several vines emerged from beneath Lu Dongliang's feet, wrapping around his body. What are you doing? Lu Dongliang glared angrily, ready to tear the vines off him. You can't hit it anymore. The ship can't withstand your strength. Lu Dongliang was startled and looked at the spot where the tentacle had been severed, only to see a large hole in the deck. Damn! His anger surged, and he felt he couldn't unleash his full power. If we were on land, I could take down 10 of these things. Although the bloodthirsty berserker would lower his intelligence, he hadn't used his full strength yet, so his intelligence wasn't at 0. He knew that if the ship sank and they fell into the sea, it would be the sea monster's territory. Helpless, Lu Dongliang could only try to move the tentacles, attempting to throw them back into the sea. Mu Qing continuously manipulated the vines, repairing the ship that was on the verge of breaking apart, as if knitting a sweater. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing was frantically attacking one of the tentacles, his steel-like arms plunging into it and tearing, but the tentacle was too massive to inflict any effective damage in a short time. As the situation grew increasingly dire, everyone could only cast pleading glances at the mysterious and powerful Mr. Su. Su Chen did not stand idly by, he was just waiting for the black tendrils of the giant octopus, as he had no large-scale attack skills. Although the eye of the primordial angel was powerful, its attack range was too small to be effective against such a colossal creature. Moreover, fighting in the sea was incredibly restrictive, a slight misstep could damage the ship, while the sea monster could attack at will. As the ship was about to give in, and the black tendrils had yet to emerge, Su Chen knew he could wait no longer, so he did something that shocked everyone. He jumped into the sea. Mr. Su, Lu Dongliang exclaimed. Everyone knows that the sea is the domain of sea monsters, and even extraordinary beings need to breathe. It's impossible to fight while treading water, right? Underwater, Su Chen's eyes emitted a crystal blue light, and his powerful mental strength granted him unparalleled perception, allowing him to see the full form of the sea creature clearly. It was a massive octopus, its body so large it resembled a moving black island, covered in dark, wrinkled skin like that of an old tree. Countless thick tentacles stirred in the water, each adorned with suction cups of various sizes, resembling a dense array of holes that made one's scalp tingle. At that moment, the octopus noticed Su Chen, and a thick tentacle swept toward him. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a surge of mental energy flooded into the silver ring on his left hand, which immediately burst forth with a ghostly light. In the next moment, this mental energy was transformed into powerful physical strength. Instead of dodging the incoming tentacle, he exerted force with both hands and grabbed it fiercely. His hands plunged directly into the suction cups on the tentacle, and he used his body to flip and climb up the tentacle. The tentacle thrashed wildly, but it couldn't shake off Su Chen. He pulled hard again, seemingly trying to topple the octopus, but with no anchor point in the water, the powerful reaction force sent Su Chen hurtling toward the octopus. This was precisely Su Chen's intention, for he had seen the bottom of the octopus, where thousands of black tendrils floated among the tangled tentacles. It was difficult for him to kill such a massive creature in the sea, but his bodyguard, the eternal celestial master, could. Su Chen shot through the layers of tentacles like a torpedo, plunging straight into the dense mass of black tendrils, his form instantly swallowed. The black tendrils sensed the arrival of a soul and instinctively wrapped around Su Chen, trying to pull his soul out, and then there was nothing after that. A brilliant light, as if a high-dimensional azure glow had descended, flashed out. Whoosh! The island-like octopus vanished. Its disappearance was so abrupt that the surrounding seawater seemed to take a moment to react. Only after a while did it surge from all directions to fill the vacuum left by the octopus's disappearance. The people on the ship were startled. In their view, they only saw Su Chen jump into the sea, followed by a flash of azure light, and the several tentacles that had been entangling the ship vanished in an instant. No! It's gone! Lu Dongliang rushed to the edge of the ship to look, only to find the massive shadow in the sea had also disappeared. He was dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Is this the power of Mr. Su's annihilation eye? It actually eliminated the sea monster in an instant. This is simply unreasonable annihilation." Mu Qing was equally astonished. Her small hand that had been deeply nestled in her embrace slowly withdrew. Even Yang Dongqing, who understood Su Chen, was stunned. Did annihilation eye really exist? How many laws does he possess? On the vast, boundless sea, sunlight spilled over the shimmering surface, creating layers of golden ripples. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, wet hair clinging to his forehead, droplets sliding down his chiseled face, sparkling in the sunlight. It was Su Chen. Su Chen approached the side of the ship, grasping a metal bar used for securing the vessel with one hand. His arm muscles bulged slightly as he exerted force, propelling himself out of the water like a sharp arrow, landing on the deck. "Captain, towel." A crew member who had been waiting for a long time respectfully handed over a white towel. Su Chen casually took it, removed his brown glasses, and wiped his cheeks in damp hair. This was the first time everyone saw the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses, which sparkled with a deep, gem-like light. To see if a person has spirit, one only needs to look into their eyes. Su Chen's eyes shone with light, though that light was dim and hard to discern, exceptionally deep, like a vortex that made one unconsciously want to lose themselves within. "Mr. Su, you are truly amazing," Lu Dongliang exclaimed excitedly, his straightforward nature showing no concealment of admiration for the strong. "Let's hurry and leave here. The monsters in the sea are impossible to kill, and the octopus sea monster will soon return," Mu Qing reminded, not forgetting their current predicament. Right, let's go quickly," Lu Dongliang hurriedly urged the crew. Su Chen, who was drying his hair, said calmly, "That octopus won't return because it's already dead." "Dead?" Mu Qing's pink lips parted slightly. "Aren't they supposed to be unkillable? Can you really kill them, Mr. Su?" Su Chen nodded. "There is nothing in this world that is truly immortal. Even if there were, it would never be found in an octopus." The crowd was increasingly shocked. Was the curse of immortality so easily broken? Was this the true strength of Mr. Su? The ship continued to sail, time slowly passing, and the octopus sea monster really did not return. In the dark depths of the sea, a humanoid creature covered in green, slippery scales was watching the ship with a gloomy gaze. It had a pair of crimson eyes, and its back seemed to bloom, extending countless thick black tentacles that silently swayed in the water. It shifted its gaze to the spot where the octopus sea monster had disappeared, sensing the residual power in the seawater, a hint of wariness appearing in its eyes. "The power of the divine. He is also a chosen one. Which deity's chosen one is he? It seems I cannot act rashly. I need to continue testing." Suddenly, it leaned down to look at the dark seabed, muttering strange incantations. Buzz! The strange murmurs spread through the water to the seabed, and then a shocking scene unfolded. Countless crimson eyeballs lit up in the depths of the sea. Those eyeballs were enormous, the largest even reaching a diameter of 10 meters. On the ship, Su Chen did not change out of his wet clothes, and Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. "Aren't you uncomfortable in wet clothes?" Su Chen shook his head. "Because I will be going into the water soon." Yang Dongqing was taken aback, and before he could react, Su Chen had already walked to the edge of the ship, gazing deeply into the unfathomable sea. "It's coming." In the next moment, the calm sea surface began to shake violently, as if some colossal creature was about to break through the water. Such a huge commotion naturally drew everyone's attention, and when they looked into the sea, they were instantly horrified to see an eerie red light illuminating the water. The red light spread widely, almost covering a radius of 1,000 meters, and it grew brighter, as if the red light from the seabed was rapidly approaching the ship. As everyone looked closely, they were shocked. This was not just red light, but clearly a mass of enormous crimson eyeballs, flickering with a strange red glow, connecting to form a patch that illuminated the surrounding sea. Bang! 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 Huge tentacles burst through the water, dancing in the air like towering pillars, followed by monstrous sea creatures rising slowly, their rough skin resembling ancient reefs, exuding a dark luster. They surrounded the ship, their massive bodies casting enormous shadows in the sunlight that sent chills down their spines. They were grotesque, like a haphazard amalgamation of various fish and octopus parts. Moreover, accompanying the sea monsters were countless undead sea demons, their bodies not fully emerging from the water, only their decayed heads visible, making it look from a distance as if a mass of rotting human heads was floating on the sea. Such a terrifying scene filled Mu Qing and the others with despair. They could not help but feel hopeless. Dozens of mountain-like terrifying sea monsters and tens of thousands of undead sea demons, this kind of lineup would be overwhelming even on land, let alone in the sea. At this moment, it truly felt like there was no way out. Mu Qing's face changed drastically, and she quickly pulled out 4 bottles of light blue potions from her pocket, throwing them towards the crowd. This is the fish potion. After taking it, you can move underwater like a fish for an hour. Drink quickly, the boat definitely won't hold. As soon as she finished speaking, several thick tentacles descended from the sky, striking fiercely at the crowd. All of them were extraordinary beings, and their reactions were incredibly swift, scattering in all directions to evade the attack. However, just as Mu Qing had anticipated, the boat was doomed. Under the assault of the sea monster, the small boat was instantly shattered into countless splinters, scattering across the sea, and everyone fell into the water. Without a moment's hesitation, they downed the fish potion in their hands, and soon a strange sensation coursed through their bodies, as if their skin had become as smooth as a fish, gaining an affinity for the seawater. At that moment, being in the ocean felt like being in the air, breathing and speaking were unaffected. The resistance of the seawater was no longer an obstacle. However, the fish potion could only sustain them for an hour, and as they fell into the water, a group of undead sea demons swam towards them from beneath. Su Chen looked at the terrifying number of enemies, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It's time for you to show your worth, eternal life celestial. He turned to the panicked crowd. With so many sea demons acting in unison, there must be a divine being controlling them. You all focus on saving yourselves. I will go find the divine being. Without waiting for a response, he plunged into the depths of the sea. As expected of Mr. Su, Lu Dongliang praised. Faced with such a number of enemies, he chose to charge in alone, planning to capture the leader first. A fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes, the blood-red hue spreading within, his body strangely swelling, his skin turning crimson as he charged at the surrounding undead sea demons. Although Mu Qing was a woman, she displayed unparalleled calmness, her eyes glinted with cold light, her hands moving rhythmically. In the next moment, countless seaweeds extended from the water, wildly strangling the enemies around them. Even the most timid, Yang Dongqing, fought desperately. They had chosen to venture out to sea rather than wait to die in the Sea Kingdom, which was proof of their courage. Now, facing danger, risking their lives was only natural. In the dim waters, the surrounding undead sea demons seemed to sense Su Chen's intentions and charged at him frantically. Su Chen did not hold back. A massive mental force surged into the silver ring on his left hand, the energy-devouring spirit ring, continuously converting mental power into physical strength, granting him terrifying speed. His body suddenly surged with power, moving like a ghost in the depths of the sea, constantly dodging the attacks of the undead sea demons while reaching out to touch their black tentacles. All the undead sea demons he touched were instantly engulfed in a flash of green light, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, he seemed like a god capable of erasing everything, without any violent movements, just a simple touch, and the surrounding sea demons turned to dust. The undead sea demons were not strong, their individual strength was even inferior to that of a bronze-level extraordinary being, relying solely on the advantage of the seawater and their immortality to act ferociously. Once these two advantages disappeared, they were nothing but cannon fodder. At that moment, a massive sea monster resembling a tiger shark opened its gaping maw and attacked from behind Su Chen. The mouth was so large, covering such a wide area, that Su Chen in the water could not escape its attack range. However, he did not flee, allowing himself to be swallowed whole. After devouring Su Chen, the tiger shark sea monster continued swimming towards the other side with unrelenting momentum. Deep in the ocean, a humanoid creature covered in green scales was hiding in the shadows, observing. It was the divine being controlling this attack. Did it really resolve so easily? It felt something was off. With keen eyes, it quickly noticed that a shadow had appeared in the spot where the tiger shark had just passed. It was a human shadow. A shadow? The sea god's minion felt something was off, and sure enough, the shadowy figure began to writhe, and Su Chen stepped out from the darkness, unscathed. What? The sea god's minion exclaimed in shock. He can actually evade physical damage. Just as it was about to command the tiger shark to turn back, it saw Su Chen already shooting out, landing on the tiger shark's back, his pale, slender hand showing no sign of power fluctuation as it gently rested on the black tendrils on its back. Whoosh! A flash of blue light, and the tiger shark vanished. Upon witnessing this, the sea god's minion felt its heart sink to the bottom, silently sinking its body, hiding among the corals. The green scales on its body instantly changed to the color of the corals upon contact, blending in completely, indistinguishable to the naked eye. The divine power Su Chen wielded was too terrifying, making it dare not touch his edge. After dealing with the tiger shark, Su Chen scanned the surroundings, trying to locate the sea god's minion behind the scenes. His gaze swept over the corals without lingering too long, and finding nothing, he had no choice but to swim away into the distance. Among the coral, the sea god's minion's expression darkened as it continuously pondered countermeasures. After the recent probing, it had gained some understanding of Su Chen's abilities. A powerful physical body that could hide in shadows to evade damage, and even directly erase immortal sea monsters. It didn't care much about the first two abilities, but what concerned it most was the divine power that could erase sea monsters. This power was simply unreasonable. Even with the sea god's power, it wouldn't dare to try recklessly. After all, no one could guarantee that the sea god would definitely surpass the other's divine power. Damn it! Why, as a chosen one, could he use divine power without limits? Is this still a chosen one? It's like a god possessed. No wonder the sea god's minion thought this way, because using the power granted by the divine required a price. Who would use divine power to eliminate minions like Su Chen did? It seemed it needed to find another way. The sea god's minion's eyes flickered as it carefully analyzed the process of Su Chen exterminating sea monsters, the scenes flashing through its mind like slides. Suddenly, it noticed something unusual. Every time Su Chen erased a sea monster, he touched the black tendrils on their bodies. There's a problem. A big problem. Why must he touch the black tendrils to erase the sea monsters? Is divine power really so inconvenient? If he could truly unleash divine power without limits, he could clear all the sea monsters and sea beasts around him in an instant with blue light. Why go through the trouble of touching them? And why must it be the black tendrils? If the condition for using divine power is contact, couldn't he touch other places? As a minion of the sea god, it naturally knew what the black tendrils were. They were a special organ that existed between the soul and the body, capable of directly reaching the opponent's soul and extracting it. The soul. The soul. I understand now. A glimmer of insight flashed in the sea god's minion's eyes. It finally understood the condition for Su Chen's divine power release. It was soul contact. It seemed the authority governed by the god behind Su Chen was related to the soul, which is why he was fixated on the black tendrils. If that's the case, as long as it prevented him from touching the black tendrils and directly used powerful force to kill him, wouldn't that be? Friend, what are you expecting? A gentle voice suddenly sounded behind the sea god's minion. What? The sea god's minion's mind shook violently, turning back in disbelief, only to see Su Chen in black standing behind it with a smile. That black attire perfectly blended into the dark depths of the sea. If one didn't look closely, it seemed like a pale human face floating underwater. This is impossible. The sea god's minion was horrified. It had clearly seen Su Chen swimming away into the distance. How could he suddenly appear behind it? However, it had no time to think, as Su Chen had already reached out his hand towards it. The sea god's minion wanted to escape, but under the surprise attack, it ultimately fell into Su Chen's hands. His fair, slender hand accurately grasped a black tendril behind the sea god's minion. The minion's eyes widened in shock. At that moment, it finally understood the feelings of those immortal sea monsters. As the black tendril fell into Su Chen's hand, it directly connected with his soul. Suddenly, a brilliant azure light surged forth, covering the body of the sea god's minion along the black tendril. In that instant, the immortal creature felt death. Just as the azure light was about to extinguish its body, a primal instinct for survival drove it to unleash countless anguished screams of souls from within, those souls continuously shattering. In their place, a vast, mysterious, and irresistible power emerged, as if it came from a supreme dimension, completely surpassing the limits of human imagination. Whoosh! A rich blue light emerged from the surface of the sea god's minion, meeting the azure light of the eternal life celestial. The blue and azure light shot into the sky, intertwining and illuminating the entire sea in shades of blue and azure, both sides clashing fiercely, locked in a stalemate. However, this stalemate lasted only a moment before the azure light began to push back the blue light, covering the sea god's minion. The minion was horrified. It wasn't that the sea god's power was faltering, but rather that the souls it had accumulated over the years were rapidly depleting, leading to a swift weakening of the divine power it could wield. It was filled with dread, and seizing the moment of the standoff between the two divine powers, it suddenly extended its hand, covered in green scales, and fiercely slashed at the black tendril behind it. Ah! The pain of having its soul severed made the sea god's minion scream, but it successfully escaped Su Chen's grasp. Naturally, Su Chen would not let it go and immediately pursued the sea god's minion. Unfortunately, in the vast ocean, he could not catch up to the minion, which was intent on fleeing. Within a few breaths, the sea god's minion vanished into the depths, disappearing without a trace. Su Chen narrowed his eyes, stopping in his tracks, watching the minion's desperate escape, a profound smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "You can't escape," he said softly, his words drifting away with the seawater. He sensed his own soul and found that the azure light, which was supposed to envelop him completely in 2 days, had actually receded a bit. Although the reduction was not significant, it successfully extended his life by another day. For this reason alone, the sea god's minion had to die. Subsequently, Su Chen swam upward and encountered Mu Qing and the others, who were already locked in a heated battle with the sea monsters. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang were indeed silver-tier powerhouses. Even though their ranks were not high, they could not be defeated by the sea monsters in a short time. Mu Qing manipulated the seaweed in the water, often able to strangle a large number of sea monsters with a wave of her hand. Facing the incoming giant sea creature, she was equally unafraid, pulling out a light green potion from her bosom and directly tossing it into the creature's gaping maw. Then, her delicate hands moved silently. Countless thick trees, vines, and flowers bloomed from the giant creature's massive body, bursting it apart. Unfortunately, no matter how overwhelming the battle was, it was of no use. The dead sea monsters and creatures would explode into seawater with a bang, only to resurrect from the water shortly after. Compared to the spectacle of Mu Qing's battle, Lu Dongliang's fighting style was simple and brutal. His entire body was crimson, resembling a human meat grinder as he plunged into the sea creature's body, tearing at its flesh and bones with wild abandon, soon dismantling it. As for Yang Dongqing, it's better not to mention him. At that moment, he was weak and hiding inside the mouth of a giant carnivorous flower, clearly having been attacked by the black tendril and then protected by Mu Qing. As time passed, the battles for both of them grew increasingly difficult. They were exhausting too much energy against enemies that could not be killed. At this moment, Su Chen made his move. He floated past the enormous sea monsters like a ghost. The sea monsters, due to their massive size, moved clumsily, making it easy for Su Chen to grab their little tails. With a flash of blue light, a shocking scene unfolded. Wherever Su Chen passed, the gigantic sea monsters in the ocean vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace behind. Those witnessing this scene nearly forgot about the battle, staring in disbelief at the incredible sight before them. Anyone who saw this would feel a sense of shock. Monsters that they had fought fiercely against and could not kill were simply erased with a wave of Mr. Su's hand. This kind of shock was beyond words. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang even began to doubt that Su Chen had been lying before. "Mr. Su, you still say you are not a golden powerhouse?" As several sea monsters were dealt with, everyone finally got a moment to breathe and gathered around Su Chen. "Mr. Su, have you found the sea god's kin?" Mu Qing gasped heavily, her slightly heaving chest rising and falling continuously, and due to the seawater, her body lines were particularly pronounced.